So my fellas, lock in and enjoy this one, because this isn't just another battlefield story. This is the tale of a man who shattered tradition with nothing but a spear in his hand. The guy stood there gripping a massive spear, the kind of weapon most warriors dismissed as secondary. But to reach the title of master, he didn't follow the path of swords like everyone else. No, he crushed it. He tore down every established belief about blade supremacy and rewrote the rules with steel at the tip of a spear. Then he leapt straight into a sea of enemies. With one devastating strike, he smashed the spear into the ground. The earth exploded beneath him, shock waves ripping through the crowd. Bodies were sent flying. Dust swallowed the battlefield. This wasn't just skill. This was dominance. We're told he was the greatest spearman to ever live, a legendary hero who ended the brutal civil war of the mighty empire of Avalon. The castle behind him burned, flames devouring stone and history alike. He stood atop the rubble like a conqueror carved from ash itself. His name was Joshua Sanders. There was a faint smirk on his lips as he held a glowing orb in his hand, almost amused. He muttered that this was a pitiful ending for someone called the greatest. But the moment didn't last. Blood rose in his throat. He coughed violently, red staining his lips. An old man stood before him, surrounded by a crowd. Among them, a mysterious figure stepped forward, eyes sharp and unreadable. He studied Joshua carefully and declared that he was no ordinary warrior. His mana reserves were monstrous. More than that, he had fused martial prowess with divine power. A lethal union. Two forces never meant to coexist in one body. And when those forces collide, destruction follows. Joshua collapsed to his knees, struggling to stay upright. The stranger calmly stated that if he had been anyone else, he would have died long ago under that internal clash. Rage flickered in Joshua's eyes. He clenched his fist and demanded to know why he was being judged like this. He had never sought the throne, never desired power for himself. The crown meant nothing to him. All he ever wanted was to stand tall with a spear in his hands and prove its greatness to the world, to break the endless cycle of bloodshed, to become a shield for his empire, protecting it with unwavering loyalty. He fought to help his emperor, his only true friend, in the empire's devastating civil war. His expression hardened as the story introduces the ruler of Avalon, Emperor Caesar. Joshua placed a trembling hand over his chest and asked once more why this fate was forced upon him. The man with the orb answered coldly that some individuals are born as threats, that simply existing as they are becomes dangerous to the balance of the world. He frowned slightly, almost as if the answer had already formed in his mind. Now that the civil war was over, the emperor had climbed to the absolute peak. There were no rivals left, no faction strong enough to challenge him, no threats in the shadows. And that was exactly the problem. The story shifts and introduces the lord of the magic tower, Evergrande. He looked down at the wounded Joshua like a scholar examining a dangerous specimen. Calmly, almost casually, he stated that the only man the emperor truly feared was him. Evergrande lifted his hand, as if imagining a dagger between his fingers. He explained that even warriors who dedicate their entire lives to mastering mana need decades just to infuse a small blade with stable energy. Decades of suffering. Decades of discipline. Joshua slowly turned his head and glanced at his spear. Evergrande continued, pointing out that Joshua had mastered a weapon that carried power equivalent to two masters combined. Not only that, his control over energy was flawless. Precise. Absolute. Then Evergrande asked the question that cut deeper than any blade. How many lives had fallen to that spear? Joshua's grip tightened. His expression darkened with fury. Evergrande's lips curled into a faint, cruel smile. He remarked that Joshua still had energy left, but he had clearly broken through yet another wall. Another limit surpassed. And yet, a violent pain ripped through Joshua's body. The orb in Evergrande's hand began glowing blue, its light reflecting in his cold eyes. For a brief moment, Evergrande imagined Joshua collapsing alone in the ruins of Ammon, abandoned and broken. He stepped closer and admitted something chilling. He had been afraid. Truly afraid. Afraid that just by standing too near, Joshua would thrust that cursed spear straight through him. Dark streams of energy began swirling around Joshua, unstable and furious. Evergrande, however, bowed his head politely. He thanked Joshua. Without him, they would never have reached this new era of peace. His gratitude sounded sincere, but the smirk on his face betrayed everything. With that, he bid farewell to his old friend. Joshua's body finally gave in and crashed to the ground. Caesar watched with a shadow of sorrow in his eyes, claiming he could not bear to witness his friend's death. The others began to leave. Joshua's rage erupted. He shouted Caesar's name, refusing to accept this ending. He told him not to believe this was the end. Caesar only smiled. A glowing blue magic circle unfolded beneath Joshua's body. The moment he saw it, he understood. Explosion magic. At this rate, 5 minutes until detonation. He slammed his fist into the ground in frustration, but it changed nothing. It was useless. Was he truly the greatest knight of all time? The thought echoed in his mind, hollow and bitter. What nonsense. He closed his eyes. In the end, he was just a fool who had been betrayed by the one he trusted most. A knight discarded after fulfilling his purpose. A legend destined to die alone in an unnamed wilderness. The wind began to howl around him, swirling violently as if the world itself was mourning or laughing at the fall of Joshua Sanders. He saw it. A faint glow pulsed from his spear. Joshua's eyes widened as he turned toward Lucia. A deep red aura began leaking from the weapon, thick and violent like blood rising from the battlefield itself. This was no ordinary spear. It was the blood-black spear, the one they call the battlefield reaper, Lucia. His fingers twitched as he struggled to reach it lying a short distance away. All this time, he had believed there was something hidden inside him, some special force buried deep within his existence. But he never imagined it would awaken now, at the very edge of death. With trembling fingers, he stretched his hand toward the spear and whispered for it to come to him. Just a little more. His fingertips brushed the shaft. For a brief second, everything went silent. Then the earth beneath him rose violently. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted outward, blasting his body into the air. A deafening explosion shook the mountains. When the dust settled, a massive crater scarred the ground. And just like that, the Archduke of the Avalon Empire, the Land of Knights, Joshua Sanders, met an end unworthy of the title Invincible Knight of the Lance. Or so the world believed. Joshua suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying on a stack of hay. Confused, he pushed himself up and looked around. This wasn't the battlefield. This wasn't the ruins. He stared at his hands. Small, soft, childish. His heart skipped. He remembered the explosion. He remembered dying. He rushed to a nearby well and looked into the water. His reflection stared back at him. Younger. Much younger. His breathing grew uneven. Had he become younger? He turned his head sharply. Blue roses swayed nearby. Horses moved calmly in their stalls. His mind raced as realization struck him. This was his old home. He had returned to the past. Joshua stared at the flowering bushes and suddenly let out a quiet laugh. Of all endings, this was the one fate had chosen. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling strength where there had once been despair. He had been given another chance. In his mind, a blue-haired girl appeared. Lucia, Duke Agnes' personal maid. His mother. The story does not hide it. He was the illegitimate son born after Lucia was violated by Duke Agnes. A child with noble blood, yet treated worse than livestock. Joshua imagined that red mental space again, the suffocating place where rage and humiliation gathered. Since the personal troops knew who he truly was, they tortured him even more viciously. Noble blood made it entertaining for them, especially the three standing right in front of him. Ralche, Lloyd, Gord. He swore silently that he would repay them. Every humiliation, every bruise, every drop of blood. Lloyd suddenly wrapped an arm around Ralche with a crooked grin and said that for some reason he felt like visiting Lucia today. Ralche shoved him away and snapped at him to shut up, asking what he would do if someone overheard. Lloyd scoffed and waved it off. He pointed directly at Joshua and laughed, asking who could possibly hear them in this miserable backwater stable. Then he smirked and added that Duchess Vanessa herself had said that even if Lucia and that bastard child disappeared quietly, she would take responsibility. He placed a heavy hand on Ralche's shoulder and shouted that now would be the perfect time. Too bad Lucia wasn't here. So instead, Lloyd suggested they have some fun with the brat until she returned. Joshua's blood boiled. He would not allow these men, these animals, to continue insulting his mother. Light mana began gathering around his hands, faint but unmistakable. He closed his eyes and focused. Would it work? He remembered gripping Lucia in his past life. The mana technique he had discovered in the ancient ruins alongside his beloved spear. A technique capable of reaching its peak instantly, releasing impact strong enough to shake the world. He stood completely still. The key difference of that technique was simple, but revolutionary. It did not rely on accumulating mana inside the core beneath the abdomen like traditional methods. It drew mana directly from the surroundings. Joshua sensed it, the aura radiating from the blue roses nearby, the subtle energy within the bucket of water, the flow in the air itself. Mana was not confined to a small internal core. It was everywhere. And now, that surrounding energy began converging toward him. Joshua's body became enveloped in power. He compressed the mana into his fist, refining it to a single point. The principle was simple. Draw from the surroundings, condense it exactly where needed, release instantly. No internal circulation, no delayed buildup. He clenched his fist tighter. Unlike every other mana user, he had never formed a mana core beneath his abdomen. He had skipped the foundational stage that consumed years of discipline and suffering. Others spent a decade just to stabilize their core. He had spent 10 years in his previous life merely learning how to move a handful of mana. Now he already knew how. That head start was not talent. It was accumulated experience. Lloyd, irritated beyond reason, stepped forward and suggested they surround the brat and kick him senseless. Just looking at Joshua filled him with anger. Gort smirked and mocked him, saying he must still be upset after being rejected by the lady he chased. Gort shouted that it wasn't like that. He grabbed a wooden stick and declared he wouldn't hold back today. Joshua stood there with his eyes closed. Gort scoffed, asking if he had fainted from fear while standing. Joshua needed only a handful of mana. Just enough. He opened his eyes. Lloyd flinched at the sudden gaze. Rage twisted his face as he cursed Joshua and lunged forward, raising the stick to strike. Joshua moved first. His fist shot forward and drove deep into Gort's gut. The impact was sharp and direct. Gort's body folded instantly as air exploded from his lungs. He collapsed, clutching his stomach, gasping. Lloyd froze. What has happened? A faint pink glow flickered around Joshua's abdomen. He felt something sticky and unfamiliar there. Unsettling. He glanced down, confused. That place should have been empty. He had never formed a core. This sensation should not exist. Lloyd's expression hardened. He drew his sword, assuming the boy had lost his mind and developed a death wish. Joshua assessed the situation coldly. This body was still that of a child. Fighting a trained soldier directly was reckless. But Gort was down. Ralche was cautious by nature, unlikely to rush blindly. Lloyd, however, had already committed. Ralche stood back, hand on his chin, observing. Joshua gathered mana into his fist again. Lloyd roared that this would be Joshua's last day and swung his blade downward. The strike was fast for a child's body to handle, but Joshua stepped aside at the last instant. Lloyd noticed the concentration of mana too late. Joshua pivoted and drove his fist straight into Lloyd's face. The sound of impact echoed through the stable. Lloyd was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before finally stopping. Ralche turned slowly, his mind spinning. The fool standing before the protagonist could not process it. No one had known that the bastard who could not even speak was hiding that kind of power. The first strike might have been luck, but the second, that was no accident. Joshua lowered his gaze to his trembling hands. Pain pulsed through them. He had forced mana through a body that was not ready. He clenched his fists, steadying himself. Ralche had risen to the rank of centurion through cunning, not strength. He was no better than Lloyd or Gort, yet far more dangerous. A man who survives on wit always strikes where it hurts most. Joshua could not afford to show weakness. With a cold glare, he ordered Ralche to deliver a message. Ralche froze, fear swallowing him. His finger trembled as he pointed. He stammered, asking if Joshua could actually speak. The protagonist stepped forward, each step heavy with intent. His voice was low but sharp. From this moment on, anyone who insulted his mother, including the centurions, would not leave alive. Rage flickered in his eyes as he declared that anyone who stood before him with such words would face death. Terror broke Ralche completely. He turned and ran, screaming that the stable's mute boy was a monster. Joshua tried to breathe, but darkness crept into his vision. The strain caught up to him. His knees gave out, and he collapsed. As sunlight washed over the building, his eyes slowly closed. Later, whispers spread. A man asked if the boys had heard the rumor. Joshua, the mute child from the stables, had beaten 3 centurions. The cleaner nodded. There were even claims that he had only pretended to be mute all along. The stranger stroked his chin. If true, then something was deeply wrong. How could a boy more than 5 years younger than young Master Babel defeat 3 trained centurions barehanded? The man beside him smirked. Would anyone truly believe that a mute child, abandoned by his own family days ago, possessed such strength? The stranger's tone turned serious. If the rumors held any truth, then the inheritance within Duke Agnes's house could shift. The other man spread his hands dismissively. Even if Joshua's talent were acknowledged, he could never surpass young Master Babel. A nearby boy agreed firmly. Babel had already awakened as a mana user. With a faint smile, the man introduced Agnes and Babel as examples. Braun was correct. Even the current Grand Duke had only become a mana user at 16. They insisted that young Master Babel was only 14 and already wielding mana. A genius beyond comparison. One who would one day surpass even Duke Agnes himself. He waved his hand dismissively, declaring that no one could possibly rival Babel for the inheritance. The idea alone was absurd. At that moment, the protagonist stepped into the building. A dense aura rolled off him, heavy and suffocating. Servants stiffened. In a calm but commanding voice, he ordered them to inform the Duke that Joshua had arrived. Inside, Ralche was already kneeling before Agnes. Agnes' gaze settled on him. He asked if he was Ralche. Ralche, trembling, confirmed it. He added that he belonged to the 29th Battalion. Agnes turned to Chiffon and asked whether that battalion was under Griezmann. After receiving confirmation, he gestured coldly and ordered the damaged armor to be brought forward. The broken orc skin armor was laid out. Agnes frowned. Was Ralche claiming that Joshua had done this? Chiffon stepped in front of Ralche, his expression sharp. He told him to think carefully. If even a single word were false, forgiveness would not exist. Ralche lowered his head further and swore that everything he had said was the truth. Agnes shifted his eyes to Chiffon and asked for his judgment. Chiffon answered without hesitation. It was difficult to believe. Agnes stroked his chin. Indeed, it defied reason. He asked Joshua's age. Chiffon replied solemnly. 9. Agnes leaned back at the table. To destroy orc skin armor barehanded at that age could only be explained by mana. Startled, Chiffon immediately bowed, apologizing for his bluntness. Such a thing was impossible. In the entire history of the continent, there had never been a case of someone using mana in real combat at 9 years old. Even if the young master were an unprecedented genius, one would still need to be at least a highly talented B-rank knight to coat their hands with mana. Agnes remained silent, listening. Chiffon pressed further. For that reason alone, he could not accept that 9-year-old Joshua had done it. His eyes burned as he glared at Ralche. It was far more believable that the men feared exposure for mocking the boy and fabricated this absurd excuse with their empty minds. Chiffon's expression hardened. If Agnes permitted it, he would drag Ralche outside and punish him before everyone. Discipline in the army had already begun to rot. It needed to be corrected publicly. Ralche cried out in disbelief, swearing again that every word was true. Chiffon's hand fell to his blade. He asked if Ralche dared to raise his voice in the Duke's presence. Ralche insisted he was not lying. Steel began sliding from its sheath. Chiffon's voice turned colder, asking whether Ralche intended to cling to his lie until the end. Agnes ordered him to stop. Chiffon froze, stunned. They cannot simply let this pass after such a rumor had spread. Agnes rose from his seat. The truth would reveal itself once they met Joshua. His tone grew firm. It was time to see him personally. Chiffon was unsettled. The Duke himself, to meet the son of a concubine? He had not shown this level of interest, even toward young Master Babel, hailed as the Empire's greatest genius. Lowering his head, Chiffon informed him that Joshua had just arrived and was waiting on the first floor. Agnes moved without hesitation, ordering that the boy be brought. The scene shifted to the corridor of Agnes's mansion. Babel walked through the hall, only to stop abruptly when he saw Joshua. Shock flickered across his face. What was that bastard doing here? Joshua's eyes drifted to a grand portrait on the wall. Dark mana pulsed faintly around him. The painting depicted the current emperor of Avalon, Marcus. The moment Joshua recognized the face, fury surged through him. In his mind, Caesar's image overlapped with the emperor's. His hand slowly tightened into a fist. Babel's voice cut through the silence. He demanded to know how long Joshua intended to ignore him. Without warning, he threw a punch. Joshua caught it effortlessly. His grip tightened around Babel's hand. Babel's eyes widened. Could the rumor be real? Mana flared in his other hand as he refused to retreat without testing the truth. At that moment, Agnes entered the hallway. His gaze sharpened as he asked Babel what he was doing. Babel immediately knelt, claiming he had simply been greeting the Duke. Agnes looked at him again, asking what exactly he had been doing just now. Babel replied smoothly that they were exchanging heartfelt greetings. Agnes' eyes shifted to Joshua. The boy gave a small nod. Chiffon stood there, completely bewildered. Chiffon's patience snapped. If the boy dared answer the Duke with nothing but a nod, then he would be taught manners. His hand gripped the hilt of his blade as he ordered Joshua to properly greet Duke Agnes. Agnes raised a hand, stopping him. His eyes narrowed. Joshua's gaze was not empty. It was filled with malice. Joshua lowered his head, but inside, rage churned violently. The Emperor's portrait had dragged memories to the surface. That bastard's face overlapped with it, and hatred boiled through his veins, tearing at his control. He knew one fact clearly. Agnes never tolerated hostility. Child or not, blood meant nothing if defiance was shown openly. Agnes extended his hand and told Joshua to step closer once he had calmed himself. His tone hardened. He would confirm personally whether mana had been used. Babel frowned internally. Mana? This was nothing but a stable boy who shoveled manure all day. Agnes beckoned again. Joshua felt a chill. Duke Agnes was one of the 5 masters of the Empire, a man whose sensitivity to mana surpassed almost anyone. If anything abnormal was detected, every plan would collapse instantly. Agnes seized his hand. For a brief second, Agnes perceived streams of energy. His expression shifted, almost imperceptibly. He examined Joshua's hand carefully. Then his brows furrowed. He felt nothing. After a long pause, he released him and stated flatly that there was no mana. Babel allowed himself a faint smirk. Excellent. Chiffon nodded with a thin smile. In principle, there should not have been any trace. Agnes corrected him. He was not speaking about the core alone. He was referring to the aura that naturally enveloped a living being. Every human, even common civilians, and even low beasts, possess a measure of mana from birth. Joshua had none. Chiffon's expression shifted with interest. A complete absence of mana meant he was no different from the dead animated by demonic force. He added thoughtfully that there were rare stories of children born without mana. Agnes studied the faint flow around his own fingers, then shook his head. This was unnatural. Where the mana core should have been, he sensed something else. A dense, sticky mass that radiated negative energy. He stepped forward until he stood directly before Joshua. Agnes' lips curved slightly. From now on, he would be watching him. Chiffon placed a hand over his chest and asked whether that meant the rumors were false, since the boy had been born without mana. Agnes answered calmly that the centurion was still a man of the duchy. Punishing him over information that had not been fully confirmed would be reckless. Chiffon bowed his head, admitting his short-sightedness. Agnes turned back to Joshua and stated that he would remain here for the time being. There were many empty rooms within the mansion. Babel's composure broke. He protested that the protagonist could not stay there. Agnes frowned and asked if there was a problem. Babel averted his eyes and replied stiffly that there was none. Agnes then ordered Chiffon to begin Joshua's training in knightly disciplines starting the next day. If talent revealed itself, he would be taught the Crimson Knight's method of mana utilization. As he stepped away, Agnes remarked that they had ample time. Patience would reveal the truth. In fact, an unnaturally low mana state made things more interesting. With a measured look, he added that he anticipated their next meeting after the boys' training. Joshua watched him leave in silence. The door to a guest chamber opened. Chiffon ushered him inside and stated that this would be his residence from now on. After instructing him to call if anything was needed, he shut the door firmly behind him. Joshua fell onto the bed. Exhaustion dragged his body. He wanted nothing but sleep. Yet the Duke's final words echoed in his mind. Morning light spread across the duchy. Joshua reflected that Duke Agnes spent most of the year at the Golden Palace of Accardi, the capital of the Avalon Empire. His presence here likely meant temporary respite. He stared at his hand. If the Duke uncovered something he himself had not yet grasped, it would become dangerous. Sitting upright, he concluded that nothing concrete had been discovered, for now. He rose from the bed. The priority was clear: regain his former strength. Night fell. Joshua moved to the window and leapt out without hesitation. He landed smoothly, mana flowing through his legs with greater ease than before. He observed the circulation carefully. Controlling large amounts was becoming more natural. At this rate, reclaiming his previous power would take less time than expected. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach as a violent surge of pain tore through him. For a split second, he felt as if invisible currents were spiraling beneath his feet. Different streams of energy twisted inside his body, colliding and grinding against each other. He sensed it clearly now. The dark, negative force within his mana was mixing with something else. Something pure, something sacred, holy energy, the very power that existed to suppress demonic forces. His breathing turned ragged. He imagined a spear forming in his grasp and gritted his teeth, wondering how Lukia's overwhelming power had entered him in the first place. How was it restraining both of these violent energies at once? Footsteps echoed nearby. Guards carrying torches slowly approached the alley. One of them muttered that he had heard something. They scanned the shadows carefully. Another guard shook his head and said there was nothing there. The knight frowned, insisting he was certain he had heard sound. Joshua didn't wait. He slipped away into the darkness, his mind racing. If this truly had something to do with Lukia, then perhaps if he could dominate all three energies. And then a scream shattered the silence. Inside the building, Lloyd was gripping Lucia tightly as she struggled, demanding to be released. Gort sneered and asked if she truly didn't understand what she had done. He slowly drew his blade, rage twisting his face as he shouted that because of her son, their reputation had fallen to rock bottom. Lucia bit Lloyd's hand in desperation. He retaliated instantly, striking her across the face. She fell, her head slamming against the floor. He grabbed her by the hair, growling that he had wanted to handle this peacefully, but she refused to cooperate. Gort barked at him to hold her tighter and suggested ending everything quickly. Ralche grabbed Gort's shoulder, whispering that if Joshua found out about this, Gort shoved him away violently, screaming that he didn't care. They were here to kill that bastard. His eyes burned with fury as he added that the Duchess herself had promised to take responsibility for everything. Ralche trembled. Lloyd mocked him openly, asking why they were wasting time. If he was that scared, he should leave. Then suddenly, a voice thundered through the room. It was time to stop. The boys froze. One of them smirked and said they had been waiting for him. Joshua stepped forward, fury blazing in his eyes. He warned them not to assume they would walk out alive. Lucia slowly opened her eyes and whispered his name. Ralche's legs shook uncontrollably as he screamed that they should run. Joshua said nothing. He stood at the entrance like an executioner and calmly ordered them to come out. Lloyd stepped forward with a grin. Joshua didn't move. He repeated, colder this time, that he had told him to show himself. Kane asked calmly what he was talking about. His voice came from above. The man was hanging from a wooden beam, like a shadow. He tilted his head and asked how Joshua had discovered him. In the next instant, Kane dropped lightly to the floor. He studied the boy with narrowed eyes and demanded to know how he had sensed his presence. Joshua's gaze briefly shifted to the cross emblem on Kane's uniform. Recognition flashed in his mind. One of the three knightly orders under Duke Agnes. The Crimson Knights. The weakest among the three, yet still far above ordinary soldiers. Was this Chiffon's doing? Had a Crimson Knight been assigned to watch him? The boys stiffened and immediately placed their hands over their chests in greeting. Kane's attention returned to Joshua. So this was the rumored son of the concubine. The pressure radiating from him was nothing like the whispers had described. Joshua stepped forward without hesitation. His expression hardened as he stated that these soldiers had attempted to harm the lady of the Duke's house. A dense, suffocating force filled the room. Cain felt it instantly. Dark, heavy, crushing. Joshua's eyes burned as he asked what military law demanded in such a situation. Cain's fingers tightened around his blade. He could not push back against that overwhelming presence. He slowly assumed a combat stance and answered that the punishment was immediate. His sword moved first. One clean swing. Lloyd collapsed. Gort reacted too late. He attacked in panic, but Cain intercepted effortlessly. Steel clashed. Gort stared in disbelief and shouted for him to wait. Cain did not listen. He dashed forward toward the third man. In a blink, his blade was at Ralche's throat. Ralche froze. His face drained of color as he begged for mercy. Cain's voice turned ice cold. If he wanted to breathe even one more second, he should stay silent. Joshua approached steadily and told him to stop. Cain replied that he was merely carrying out punishment. His eyes flashed with anger as he reminded him that they had dared to harm the Duke's wife. Joshua analyzed him quietly. 3 generations of knight orders served the duchy. The Crimson Knights ranked lowest among them, and judging by how Cain struggled against his pressure, he was likely one of the youngest. Yet when Joshua recalled how he had struck down the centurions earlier with a single swing, he understood something clearly. Even among C-rank knights, Cain was probably the strongest. Cain finally turned toward Joshua and asked who he served. Joshua stared back and asked instead, who did he serve? Cain answered without hesitation, Duke Agnes. Joshua pointed at himself. Who was he? Cain faltered for a split second. That crushing presence, that fierce gaze. It felt familiar, almost identical to his own resolve. Joshua flicked his hand slightly and ordered him to lower his sword. Cain sheathed his blade and said he understood. Ralche collapsed to his knees, bowing his head as he cried that he would serve him loyally from now on. Joshua looked down at him with cold disgust. He declared that he had no need for the loyalty of someone like him. Anyone who dared to raise a hand against him or his people would not be allowed to live. He added that Ralche seemed intelligent enough to understand what that meant. His voice sharpened as he ordered him to spread word of everything that had happened tonight. Not a single detail was to be omitted, and if anyone ever attempted something like this again, he would personally slit their throats. Ralche trembled violently. Joshua frowned and told him to disappear if he understood. Ralche scrambled out of the building, screaming as he fled into the night. Lucia stirred weakly at the side. Joshua immediately turned to her. Cain watched the scene carefully before asking whether he truly was the count he believed him to be. Joshua answered directly that he was. Cain studied him with growing interest and asked whether he had changed too much. Joshua smirked faintly and asked if he remembered the illegitimate son who could not speak. The stable boy who spent his days shoveling manure in silence. Cain lowered his head. His hand tightened into a fist. He stood straight before Joshua and stated that every soldier assigned to the Duchy of Agnes followed only Duke Agnes orders. Their eyes locked. Cain continued that once a knight reached the age of 23, he could choose the master he would serve for the rest of his life. In 1 year, he would face that decision himself. He placed a hand over his chest and declared that he trusted his instincts. For the next year, while fulfilling his duties, he would observe Joshua. Joshua thought briefly. Choosing the so-called treasure of the Duchy of Babel would be the rational decision for Cain. But choosing him, that would require seeing the future. A faint smile touched his lips as he remarked that Cain was eccentric. Lucia slowly rose and called his name. Relief filled her face as she said he was safe. Joshua stepped forward and embraced her tightly. His composure shattered for the first time as tears welled in his eyes. He vowed that from this moment onward, he would protect her no matter what. Lucia smiled gently. Moonlight poured through the broken windows, wrapping the building in pale silver. Joshua closed his eyes and felt gratitude surge within him. The heavens had granted him a second chance to fix a past drowned in regret. A blue aura began to rise around him once more. This time would be different. From this moment forward, everything would change. He would not remain timid. Not as Joshua von Agnes, the quiet, legitimate child hidden in the stables. And not as Joshua Sanders, the spearman history would one day call unmatched. The scene shifted to the Agnes dukedom. Night covered the mansion in silence as Agnes walked through the corridor, his steps echoing faintly. He asked whether Count Rubrica had arrived. Chiffon replied that he had, and that he was waiting in the reception room. But this time, he had not come alone. Agnes stopped and turned. Who had accompanied him? Chiffon answered that Miss Iceland had come as well. Agnes exhaled slowly. He intended to end this matter tonight. Inside the reception hall stood a man with thin glasses. Chiffon introduced him as Count Fonsel. Though his rank was lower than the Duke's, his influence within the Empire made him impossible to dismiss. Beside him stood a young girl. Chiffon introduced her with careful emphasis. Iceland, Fonsel's daughter, one of the most gifted talents of her generation. She and Babel were watched closely by the Empire itself. At only 9 years old, she had already reached second-class magic. A genius trained alongside Babel. Chiffon added quietly that while some were cursed and unable to use mana at all, others were blessed to wield it effortlessly. Blue streams of energy flowed faintly around Iceland's body. She was one of the blessed, a bearer of the blessing of mana, the divine gift that allowed one to sense and control mana without formal learning. Among magi, it was considered the greatest blessing granted by the gods. Agnes walked forward, his tone cool. Fonsel would pester him endlessly about this matter. Behind him, Chiffon continued. Count Babel would turn 50 next year. With less than 3 years remaining until the coming-of-age ceremony, the throne was practically secured. Agnes responded with a serious expression that Babel already had someone. Chiffon smiled faintly and mentioned Lady Cheryl. Agnes sighed. Chiffon elaborated. Among the 5 great duchies of the Avalon Empire, each held immense authority. Lady Cheryl, daughter of the Font family, belonged to the wealthiest of them. Their ducal title had been secured through overwhelming financial power. Chiffon remarked that if they were to consider the duchy of Font's influence, Lady Cheryl would be the more advantageous choice. Agnes agreed. From a political standpoint, she was the better option. But there was something unfortunate about it. Chiffon studied his back in silence, understanding the weight behind those words. Chiffon understood it clearly. Agnes' greed for talent was endless, just as endless as his hunger for military dominance. The Duke judged people by only one standard, ability. Agnes suddenly stopped walking and turned. His eyes narrowed. How was Joshua? Chiffon hesitated, caught off guard. He was not certain what the Duke meant. Agnes spoke plainly. He had decided to give Iceland to him. Chiffon stared in disbelief. Lady Iceland, a child blessed with mana itself. To someone cursed, someone unable to use mana at all. Far from the mansion, Joshua stood before the ruins of a collapsed castle. His expression was rigid. He remembered the old cliff north of the Agnes Gardens. Before his return, he used to climb it often, seeking comfort in the only place that reminded him of his late mother. He began climbing again. The cliff felt higher than he remembered. His fingers dug into the stone as memories resurfaced. He was certain the hidden passage he had once stumbled upon was somewhere here. Kneeling near a cracked section of stone, he heard a faint knocking sound beneath the surface. His thoughts sharpened. Lucia. Joshua bit his finger without hesitation and pressed the blood against the faded magic seal. The ancient inscription flared to life. A portal unfolded before him. He stepped through. The next moment, he stood upon scattered rocks. Ahead of him rose a majestic temple. He turned slowly, glancing at the rubble behind him. The structure looked less ruined than the first time he had seen it. He walked toward the entrance. He remembered clearly. The spear Lucia had once rested upon the altar in the center, bound tightly in chains. Joshua approached the altar slowly. He stopped. Instead of Lucia, a simple metal rod lay there. He picked it up. A blinding light erupted instantly. Joshua raised his arm to shield his face and screamed as overwhelming energy swallowed him whole. White power surged around his body. He frowned, forcing his eyes open, demanding to know what had just happened. Everything around him was empty. Endless white space stretched in all directions. Where was he? He shouted into the void, stunned by the pure, colorless expanse. Then something appeared behind him. A rod hovered in the air. It called his name. Joshua turned sharply, eyes narrowing as he demanded to know who it was. He stared forward carefully, bracing himself for whatever would answer. His thoughts raced, and he quickly concluded that its form must have changed when it traveled back in time with him. That was the only explanation. Black energy began swirling around the artifact, thick and suffocating, as it warned him that there was no time to waste. Joshua pressed it again for answers, but his mind drifted to the moment he had bowed his head when Lucia told him the truth. The two opposing energies within his body would eventually destroy him. There was only one way to suppress them, only one path to control and survive them. He stood before the artifact, shoulders squared, as it stated clearly that he needed to reclaim his former power as quickly as possible. In his current condition, that meant reaching the 4th stage of magical spear handling. A vision surfaced in his mind, a grown warrior gripping a spear with absolute authority. The art of the spear was ancient, a technique he had painstakingly studied and perfected. When fused with his mana cultivation method, it had once granted him terrifying strength. He remembered armored men standing before him on blood-soaked fields. Across the Ignat continent, knights worshipped the sword. Spears were mocked, dismissed as weak toys unfit for true warriors. Then a beam of force struck from behind his memory, snapping him back to the past he once ruled. Before his return, only a handful of people could challenge him. Back then, he had reached the 5th stage. He saw again the image of a man raising a sword overhead. In strict ranking terms, A-rank knights could manifest blades of pure mana, and masters stood at the pinnacle of absolute power. Yet the spear mastery he cultivated was divided into 8 stages, and even at the 5th stage, he had been hailed as the Empire's greatest knight. The child straightened his back. If he could reach the 4th stage again, his strength would rival the strongest B-rank knights. He clenched his fist tightly. He had achieved it once before. Repeating it should not be impossible. But time was against him. Joshua's expression darkened as reality settled in. Training mana, in his current weakened state, would not be simple. He stared at the artifact before him, doubt still lingering in his eyes. The black energy around it pulsed once. Then its voice echoed calmly in his mind, telling him not to worry. As long as it remained with him, he would be able to use his mana to a certain extent without suffering the fatal backlash. Joshua's mouth fell open. Was that truly possible? The staff, wrapped in dense darkness, instructed him to train without pause, to sharpen his skills relentlessly. When he climbed back to the peak and reclaimed his former strength, it said he would finally be able to achieve his dream. He demanded to know what it meant, but the artifact only gave a vague answer, something about Stage B, and next time. Before he could press further, a blinding light erupted. Joshua screamed as his vision was swallowed whole. When the light faded, he found himself clutching the staff tightly. The altar before him was empty, silent, as though nothing had ever stood there. He lowered his gaze to the artifact in his hands, studying it in silence. He gave it a small swing, recalling Lukia's words. As long as he possessed it, he could draw upon mana, at least partially. That alone was enough. Closing his eyes, Joshua focused on a cultivation method no one else on the entire continent had ever mastered. His breathing slowed. A faint blue glow began to wrap around his body. The first stage of spear magic. It began with absorbing even a handful of mana from the surrounding air. Seconds passed. Then his eyes snapped open. He felt it. The boy stared at the spear in disbelief, then in delight. He had succeeded. Joshua stepped back and spread his legs firmly. Streams of energy started flowing toward the staff as he executed the first style of the first stage. The artifact hummed, pulling mana inward. He directed it carefully, compressing everything into a single point at the tip. Then he thrust forward. A sharp explosion burst near the wall. Dust scattered into the air. Joshua's lips curved slightly. In his mind, he addressed Caesar directly. This was only the beginning. He would train. He would rise. And when the time came, he would take back everything. Far from the silent altar, in the reception hall of Duke Agnes, a grand piano stood beside the window. Nobles filled the room, seated at polished tables. The mustached butler suddenly covered his mouth and announced that Duke Agnes had arrived. Two men stepped inside. The Duke frowned faintly, remarking that there seemed to be more guests than expected. Cheryl performed a graceful curtsy and greeted him. He asked what had brought her at such a late hour. Cox stepped forward at once, offering an apology. He explained that Cheryl had insisted endlessly, leaving them no choice but to visit. Agnes waved it off, stating there was no need for apologies. Though they lived in the same city, they rarely found the chance to meet. The Earl immediately recognized the opening. He folded his hands politely and thanked the Duke for his generous words, while Agnes observed him in silence. In his mind, the Duke recalled that this man was no ordinary noble. He was a distinguished vassal of House Font, the very one who oversaw and audited all of their financial dealings. A cautious man, a calculating one. Agnes looked away casually and remarked that if the Earl felt the need to apologize so much, perhaps he should simply come work under his household instead. Cox stiffened slightly, but before he could respond, the lady beside him turned toward the Duke. Though her voice remained composed, there was a sharp edge beneath it. She pointed out that they had not seen each other in quite some time, yet he was already going too far. Then she asked, without hesitation, how he could so shamelessly attempt to steal someone else's treasure. Agnes burst into laughter. He said this was the Cheryl he remembered. For a moment, her earlier polite greeting had almost made him wonder whether he had mistaken her for someone else entirely. Cheryl lightly raised her hand to her cheek and shifted the conversation with deliberate ease. She asked whether it was true that Babel had already reached C rank. She added, almost teasingly, that she had once considered earning the title of genius herself. The Count immediately warned her that she was crossing a line. The Duke turned away with a faint smile as Cox hurriedly apologized again, explaining that Cheryl was still immature. Agnes dismissed it calmly. At her age, he said, how else could she behave? Then his expression changed slightly. He realized he had nearly ignored other guests entirely. With a faint frown, he apologized to Fonsel, admitting he had forgotten about them. The bespectacled man responded with a mild smile. Iceland offered a proper curtsy, greeting the Duke respectfully. Cheryl, however, stepped closer and directly asked Iceland why she had come. Cox quickly intervened, questioning why she was acting this way. Cheryl only smiled brightly, her tone filled with exaggerated innocence. She said she had heard an interesting rumor, that the Duke's illegitimate son had defeated 3 centurions. Then she asked plainly if it was true. Cox's eyes widened, and he immediately urged her stop. Cheryl glanced at him, with visible annoyance, and asked whether she had said anything inappropriate. She claimed she was merely curious. The Count began warning her about the consequences of carelessly repeating such rumors. Before the tension could rise further, Chiffon, who stood nearby, answered calmly. He confirmed that such talk had circulated, but emphasized that it was nothing more than a rumor. Young Master Joshua, he said, was physically frail and burdened by a mana curse. How could someone like that possibly defeat 3 centurions? Fonsel slowly spread his arms, as if presenting the matter to the room, and asked whether it was also true that the second count carried a mana curse. At that question, Iceland's eyes widened in shock. The Duke shifted his gaze toward Fonsel and said this might be the perfect moment, asking whether he wished to examine the boy personally. The man repeated the question, pressing for confirmation. Agnes frowned slightly and reminded him that he was one of the Empire's few Tier 5 mages. A mage of his caliber, he explained, possessed far greater sensitivity to magic than a knight ever could. That was precisely why he wanted Fonsel to evaluate Joshua's condition. The bespectacled man gave a slow nod. Internally, he understood the value of this moment. If he handled it well, his standing in the Duke's eyes would only rise. Agnes then turned to Chiffon. The man bowed his head politely and apologized before proposing that he examine young Master Joshua first. The Duke narrowed his eyes and asked what he meant. Chiffon responded calmly, suggesting that before the Duke made any decision about traveling to the capital, it would be wise to confirm whether Joshua truly carried a mana curse. At the same time, they could determine whether the rumor about defeating 3 centurions held any truth. Standing just behind Agnes, Chiffon explained that if given permission, he could summon a suitable knight under his banner to duel the boy. The Duke's expression hardened. Was he truly suggesting calling a Knight of the Crimson Order merely to spar with a 9-year-old child? Chiffon did not flinch. If the rumors were accurate, he replied, then only someone of sufficient caliber could properly test him. As fate would have it, they already had the right candidate. His eyes gleamed faintly as he added that once the Duke saw this knight personally, he would be satisfied. He rested his hand lightly on the book before him, as though the matter had already been settled. The next day, inside his office, the atmosphere felt entirely different. The boy brought his fist to his chest in formal acknowledgement, as the man across from him stated that he had read the report. He asked directly whether there had been a skirmish with the centurions. Cain answered without hesitation that it was true. Chiffon lowered his gaze slightly, looking up from beneath his brows. According to military regulations, he said, he had the authority to impose immediate punishment. Then he asked whether Cain believed such action would be hasty. Placing both hands firmly on the table, Chiffon pressed further. He asked again, this time more sharply, whether the centurions had intended to harm the lady of the Duke's household. When the statement was repeated, he demanded clarification, making sure he had heard correctly. His jaw tightened. Rage flickered in his eyes as he declared that those scum had dared to raise their hands against Lady Vanessa. Cain remained steady and corrected him. It had not been Lady Vanessa. It had been Lady Lucia. Chiffon, who had been standing by the table, froze slightly. He asked what it meant that it was Lucia. The answer came calmly. Yes, Lady Lucia, the Duke's second wife. The man slowly lowered himself into a chair. His tone sharpened as he asked whether Cain truly intended to say he had cut down 2 centurions for the sake of a concubine. Cain's fist tightened. His voice did not waver. Lady Lucia was an honorable lady of the Duke's household. She was not someone ordinary soldiers could lay hands on. He stared straight ahead and declared that their actions had been both an insult and a direct challenge to the Duke himself. If he had overstepped, he was ready to accept punishment. Chiffon raised a hand to his face and fell silent. After a long pause, he lowered it and said the matter would not receive much attention. Instead, he had a new task. Cain immediately requested his orders. Chiffon's expression hardened. Today, he said, Cain would spar with young Master Joshua. Sweat formed along the soldier's brow. He asked again to be certain. Chiffon confirmed it without hesitation. This was how they would determine whether Joshua truly suffered from a mana curse. In his view, the result would undoubtedly reveal nothing more than a natural mana deficiency. Cain stood before the desk, as Chiffon added that the Duke still struggled to accept this reality, especially since it could obstruct young Master Babel's path. The knight then asked whether they genuinely believed Babel might be replaced. Chiffon's fist slammed against the table. He warned Cain not to speak nonsense. Babel was a genius unmatched across the entire continent. Cain remained silent. Then Chiffon asked what he thought of himself. Had he lowered himself to the level of a stone that could be kicked aside at will? A faint smirk touched Cain's lips. In his mind, he recalled Joshua's gaze. The boy he had witnessed was no mere stone. He had been like a meteor ripping across an endless sky, destined to crash down and shatter everything beneath it. Chiffon leaned forward, anger simmering beneath his composure. During the spar, he instructed, Cain only needed to inject a trace of mana into Joshua's body without anyone noticing. If the boy truly carried a mana curse, his body would reject the mana immediately. Sweat rolled down Cain's temple as Chiffon explained further. When mana entered the body of someone cursed, it acted like poison. The victim would not collapse instantly, but within 10 days, death would be inevitable. Cain listened in silence. He already knew where his loyalties lay. Cain bowed to Chiffon, fully composed on the surface. Yet even he had not expected things to unfold like this. Chiffon told him that if everything was clear, he should wait near the small sparring field. The Duke and the Count would arrive shortly. Kane acknowledged the order and made his way there. The small field was lined with swords resting neatly on their stand. Kane's fingers tightened around a hilt as his gaze hardened. Even if this duel had been arranged by his superiors, he had already decided one thing. He would never truly harm young Master Joshua, not unless absolutely necessary. Watching over him was different from striking him down. Footsteps approached. The protagonist stopped before him and asked calmly if his name was Kane. The knight confirmed it, adding that the Count had arrived. Joshua's eyes sharpened as he said he had heard there would be a sparring match between them. Kane admitted it. The Duke intended to arrange a duel to assess the Count's ability. Joshua clenched his fist, his thoughts turning inward. So they had already begun measuring him. Fine. If they wanted proof, he would show them. Kane studied the boy and stated that there was no need for concern. He would not fight at full strength. Joshua asked again, as if testing the sincerity of that statement. Then he smirked, telling Kane not to make him laugh. Was this supposed to be a test? A bead of sweat slid down the knight's temple. He denied it quickly. Joshua's gaze remained steady, almost arrogant. He declared that while knights possessed the exclusive right to choose the lord they would serve, he too had the right to choose the subordinates who would stand behind him. Kane felt an unfamiliar tension grip his chest as the young man continued, saying he would never entrust his back to someone insignificant or weak. If Kane wished to see who he truly was, then he should try. They took their positions opposite one another. The air between them tightened. Joshua extended his hand slightly and stated that he would need a sword. At that moment, the Duke approached, observing that both of them were already present. He asked whether they had introduced themselves properly. Kane bowed at once and greeted the Duke with full respect. Joshua glanced at him briefly, then knelt without hesitation and introduced himself formally. Duke Agnes watched with mild surprise, admitting that he did not recall personally teaching him proper etiquette, yet he was handling himself well. Still kneeling, the protagonist answered that he had learned simply by watching. The Duke studied him for a moment, then asked whether he understood what was about to happen. Joshua smiled lightly and said he had heard the Duke wish to test him. Chiffon immediately stepped forward, extending a hand toward the young master and correcting him. There had been a misunderstanding. This was not a test from the Duke. It was his own request. He wished to observe Joshua more closely, to better understand his affliction and eventually cure it. Joshua turned his gaze aside. He remembered clearly that Chiffon stood on Babel's side. This elaborate setup felt less like concern and more like preparation for his removal. Kane approached and asked if he was ready. Then, out of habit, he requested an order. Duke Agnes frowned faintly and stated that Kane had misunderstood. Joshua's opponent today was not him. It was Babel. The blonde stepped forward with a smug smile and declared that, as the elder brother, he would do everything in his power for his younger sibling. His eyes gleamed as he claimed he truly treasured him. Joshua gritted his teeth inwardly, cursing him in silence. Agnes instructed them to use wooden swords. This was merely a training match. Fingers wrapped around hilts as the decision settled in. Babel lifted his wooden blade and pointed it at Joshua, announcing that he would not fight with full strength. Joshua smiled faintly, convinced now that his brother and Chiffon were putting on a performance meant to corner him. If they wanted a show, he would give them one. Instead of selecting a proper practice sword, Joshua picked up a simple wooden stick. With a casual motion of his foot, he snapped a mop handle and held the stick before him, declaring that it would be enough. The Duke and Chiffon watched closely. Cheryl let out a small laugh and called him amusing, only for Cox to caution her against speaking carelessly. Chiffon strode forward, voice sharp, stating that this was not a joke and demanding to know what Joshua intended to do with the stick. Agnes raised a hand, stopping him. He asked his son directly if he was certain about this choice. Joshua turned and confirmed without hesitation. The Duke's expression tightened, but he said nothing more. Instead, he addressed the gathered onlookers and told them to take their seats. Chiffon acknowledged the order. Agnes then warned Babel that he could treat this as a lesson, but he was not to use mana. Babel smiled again, telling him not to worry. Using mana against this fool would be a waste. Kane watched anxiously, unable to comprehend what Earl Joshua believed he was doing. The two boys lowered their centers of gravity and assumed their stances, wooden blades and broken stick raised as the air between them grew heavy. Babel glanced at the broken stick in Joshua's hand and laughed, asking if he truly believed he could face him with that. He added mockingly that a stable tool suited him better, something fit for cleaning horse manure. Annoyance flickered across the Duke's face as he declared the duel begun. Babel rushed forward. The stick flashed up in front of his face. He narrowly avoided it, twisting aside with sharp reflexes. Raising his wooden sword behind his back, he scoffed that his brother seemed to know a few tricks, but tricks would not save him. Joshua's eyes gleamed coldly. They called him a C-rank knight, ordinary, claiming the only thing he possessed was speed. Fine. He would show them how far ordinary could go. He stepped in and struck Babel across the torso. Babel glanced at the mark on his chest, and cursed under his breath. He retaliated with a swing, spitting that Joshua was nothing but a bastard child who could not even qualify as a proper soldier. Joshua answered with a clean punch to the stomach, forcing the air from him. Babel staggered, then seized his stance again, anger rising. He demanded to know how Joshua dared to touch him. For a fleeting moment, Joshua admitted inwardly that his brother was not entirely incompetent. Then his expression hardened. The distance between them widened. Joshua sensed it immediately. Mana was being used subtly, at range. Dangerous. Babel's blade cut through the air again. Agnes frowned and warned him to stop. An explosion followed. The Duke's gaze turned cold. Babel stared at the shattered remains of his wooden sword, disbelief creeping into his face. Joshua stood steady, the stick raised before him. Chiffon's voice broke the silence in shock. Mana. Babel's mind rejected it. Impossible. That worthless scum could not possess mana. He remembered the Duke once telling him he looked forward to their next meeting after training. The memory twisted into humiliation. It did not matter. He drew his real sword, declaring he would never accept someone like Joshua. He would be the heir. No one else. Joshua's mouth parted slightly as another memory surfaced. In 10 years, the dukedom would fall in civil war. If he wanted a place to stand, a foundation to support his plans, he would have to seize it now. Mana wrapped around the broken stick. The brothers advanced toward each other once more. Joshua resolved that he would take the Duke's support by force if necessary. But before either could strike, a crushing wave of energy descended upon the field. It forced them apart instantly. That's enough. Agnes stood at the center, power surging from him. Cheryl covered her ears and screamed as the pressure intensified. The Duke's aura flared violently, and his voice carried unmistakable authority as he declared that what had just occurred would not be forgiven. Agnes' voice cut through the field. If they continued, there would be consequences. Babel stood trembling, rage burning through him. Chiffon, on the other hand, shook for an entirely different reason. A 9-year-old with mana. Impossible. No precedent in recorded history. This was not talent. It bordered on a miracle. The Duke turned his gaze toward Chiffon and asked calmly if what he had witnessed was still insufficient. He asked again. Behind him, Fonsel stepped forward and stated that, from his observation, it was undoubtedly mana. Chiffon admitted it, but insisted he had never encountered mana like that before. The man with glasses added that while its quantity was inferior to Count Babel's, its nature was entirely different. The density, the concentration, it did not resemble anything they were familiar with. Standing beside Cain, Cheryl asked in disbelief whether this meant the child could truly wield mana. Cain answered that no one could have predicted such potential. The boy they underestimated had just overturned everything. Agnes positioned himself before his sons. He addressed Joshua first, remarking that using mana at 9 years old was interesting. Chiffon attempted to speak, but the Duke's expression darkened, and he declared that it was enough. Chiffon lowered his head and complied. Joshua stood silently before his father as Agnes stated that there were matters to settle. He ordered him to come to his quarters that evening. Shock rippled through the field. Chiffon looked away stiffly. Babel's eyes widened. His fist tightened, so hard his knuckles turned pale. Their father had never summoned anyone privately before. Never. How had the boy who cleaned stables reached this point? Joshua simply smiled and bowed slightly, saying he understood and that they would meet again tonight. The clouds drifted above the Duke's residence as tension lingered in the air. Inside the guest room, sunlight reflected across the wide windows. Cheryl leapt onto the bed, shouting that it was unbelievable. Cox quickly told her to calm herself, reminding her to maintain proper decorum. Cheryl clenched her fists, demanding to know how a 9-year-old could wield mana and why he had not already been recognized as extraordinary. Then her tone shifted. She declared she had made up her mind. Cox asked what she meant. A faint smile formed on her lips as she confessed that she had once worried about his illegitimate status. Not anymore. She had decided she would make Joshua hers. Outside, the clouds thickened over the ducal estate. Elsewhere, a sharp sound echoed as someone struck Chiffon across the face. The Duchess had arrived. Vanessa lowered her hand slowly and demanded that he repeat what he had just said about her Babel. The man kept his head down and stated again that the young master had lost to Joshua. Her teeth clenched. The next second, her palm struck him across the face. The Duchess trembled, not from weakness but fury. Had that wretched child truly used mana? Was he stronger than Babel? Chiffon knelt before her, as she demanded to know what the Duke had decided. He replied carefully that he believed Agnes intended to take the boy to the capital. Vanessa narrowed her eyes and asked if he meant Accardi. He confirmed. Ever since witnessing Joshua's talent, the Duke seemed intent on keeping him close for observation. Chiffon lifted his head slightly and added that if that happened, their position would grow unstable. Vanessa's voice turned cold. This would never have occurred had he performed his duties properly. Sweat gathered at his temple, but he assured her there was still a way to resolve it. She studied him thoughtfully and asked what he meant. Chiffon explained that it was only an assumption, but Duke Agnes would likely announce to the Empire that Joshua was a C-rank mana user. Vanessa snapped that he was speaking nonsense. Still kneeling, Chiffon continued. The Duke was not the only witness. 2 earls had seen Joshua's ability themselves. Even if doubts remained about the nature of his power, Agnes would insist on verification. Vanessa pressed him further. He described how knights officially attained C rank recognition through public validation. To be acknowledged, Joshua would need to demonstrate his skill formally, not in a sparring field, in real combat, against a royal knight. Chiffon's expression hardened as he explained that only a true battle would silence suspicion. Vanessa's lips curved into a thin, eerie smile. So he would truly have to cross blades with a royal knight. Then her eyes sharpened. She stated that it was time to contact his uncle. Elsewhere, evening settled over the estate. Joshua stood before the Duke's chamber and knocked. He raised his voice calmly, announcing himself. Permission was granted. He stepped inside. Agnes stood waiting. Joshua lowered himself to one knee and offered a formal greeting. The Duke frowned faintly and asked who he was. Joshua kept his gaze lowered as he began to answer. Then he lifted his eyes and met his father's stare directly. He said he was Joshua. Agnes looked away slightly and remarked that he had changed considerably since the last time they had spoken. He finally saw him. For a brief moment, the air between them felt heavier than steel. The protagonist slowly tightened his fist and answered that it truly had been a long time. Standing before him was his father. The man looked at him without blinking and asked whether he hated him. The boy answered calmly that he did not. He explained that he had feared the royal palace and deliberately concealed his abilities, so he never expected much in return. Joshua rose to his feet and declared that he had a single request. Agnes narrowed his eyes and asked what it was, already assuming the boy wanted an apology, adding that such a thing would be absurd. But Joshua's gaze remained steady. An apology meant nothing. That was not why he stood here. He said it was about the journey to Akardi. Agnes questioned him, asking whether he truly believed his father would take him to the city. Joshua replied without hesitation that he was certain. When asked why, a burning house flashed through his mind. He explained there were 2 reasons. First, Babel had been the heir until now, but his own return changed everything. Leaving matters as they were would only invite disaster, so he had to be removed from that position before things spiraled out of control. The Duke smirked faintly, realizing his son's talent extended far beyond combat. He regretted not seeing it sooner. Joshua stood firm and continued. The second reason was his father's own reluctance. If he were allowed to grow stronger, strong enough to surpass even Agnes, then the duchy could rise again. Agnes' expression hardened when the boy declared that the duchy might one day stand so high that the royal palace itself would no longer be a threat. He stared at the child and said that listening to him made it sound as though he already possessed such strength. Joshua met his gaze without wavering and answered that, at the very least, he would never disappoint him. For a brief second, the Duke was speechless. The confidence of the boy standing before him felt almost unreal. Then Agnes asked why he spoke, as if he already knew a path capable of fulfilling such ambition. Joshua responded seriously, confirming his guess. His father must be considering sending him to Akardi Academy. In his mind, he pictured nobles walking across a red carpet beneath towering gates. He explained that every child of noble blood was required to attend the academy for 6 years, from the age of 10 to 15. Yet there was also the chance to graduate early, reserved for those who possessed exceptional talent, just as Babel once had. He pictured rows of boys dressed in identical uniforms, marching beneath the banners of the empire. In his mind, the purpose behind the system was obvious. The royal court had not built the academy out of generosity. It existed to keep noble children under watch, to bind their loyalty early, and to sift through them for exceptional talent that could be shaped into pillars of the throne. Agnes turned his gaze aside and admitted that the boy was correct. He would take him to the city. If Joshua remained close, he could even teach him personally. The boy almost responded at once. To learn directly from one of the Empire's 5 masters was no small opportunity. For a fleeting second, the path of the sword seemed wide open before him. Then Agnes stepped forward and asked again what path he intended to take. Joshua answered firmly that he was a sword master. Yet in the next breath, he pointed toward the spear and declared that it was the weapon he wished to wield. The Duke stared at him in silence, as though he had misheard. He asked again, wondering whether the boy's choice was born from that duel where he had fought with nothing more than a crude stick. Without warning, streams of mana burst from Agnes and surged toward him. The pressure slammed into Joshua like a storm. He wrapped his hand in mana instinctively, shocked by the sheer volume of power. It was difficult even to remain standing. He extended both hands, steadying himself. Just as his father took pride in his sword, he too carried pride in his spear. Sweat gathered along his brow, yet his voice did not tremble. He declared that with his spear, he would destroy anyone who stood in his path, even if that opponent were one of the 9 stars, even if it were his own lord before him. Energy flared around the Duke. If that was truly his resolve, then he would prove what his spear was worth. Their mana collided, heavy and sharp. Agnes' expression hardened as he stated he would test him. Joshua felt a faint smile tug at his lips. His father was one of 9 stars. An opportunity like this would not appear twice. The Duke studied him carefully and asked whether he could endure it. The boy answered that he could, on one condition. He asked Agnes to hear his request if he passed the test. The Duke smiled and agreed. If he succeeded, he would be allowed to wield a spear, and his father would listen. If he failed, he would obey without complaint. Joshua accepted at once. He already understood what those orders would be: to attend the academy and devote himself to the sword. That outcome was impossible. He would not hide his abilities again. Elsewhere, a magic sphere shimmered as a spell activated. Within its glow, the silhouette of a man took shape. Vanessa lowered her hood when informed that the training had concluded. The Duchess faced the image and remarked that it had been a long time, asking her uncle about his health. He replied that he was well, living comfortably within the palace walls, and in turn asked about her. Vanessa gave a faint smirk. Honestly, something had occurred within the duchy. She needed a favor. Joshua stepped out of the room. The door shut behind him with a heavy thud. Sweat rolled down his face as he steadied his breathing. As expected of a master, the pressure had been overwhelming. Even now, his body still trembled. Babel appeared at his side and said they needed to speak. The protagonist turned away, stating there was nothing to discuss. His brother's voice sharpened, telling him to stop. Babel looked ahead, anger simmering in his eyes, and demanded another fight. Right now. Joshua paused. His brother's gaze was different this time. It held a hunger to win, a passion for battle, a refusal to lose again. A faint smile crossed Joshua's lips as he asked whether he was truly certain. High above the Imperial castle, clouds drifted past towering spires. The great dragon statue stood with its jaws open, looming over the throne hall. A man sat before the throne as laughter echoed through the chamber. The emperor held a document in his hand and asked whether the rumors were true. Another gifted child from the Agnes duchy. The boy kneeling before him lowered his head and confirmed it. The emperor asked whether the elder sister, Vanessa, had been concealing someone like this. The boy answered that he was not the duchess's son. Seated before him, the ruler raised a brow and inquired whether he was illegitimate. The reply came that he was said to be the son of the duke's maid. Marcus leapt to his feet, clearly intrigued. He remarked that Babel alone was already a treasure unmatched across the empire. Yet Duke Agnes now possessed 2 such jewels. He admitted, almost playfully, that he felt envious. The emperor rose and stood before the kneeling boy. The boy responded carefully, saying that the imperial princes were also extraordinary talents who would one day shake the world. Marcus dismissed that notion lightly. They were not the same. The ruler's lips curved into a knowing smile. He was certain of it. The emperor stated plainly that while some of the princes might inherit the throne, their combat strength was lacking. The boy lowered his gaze, imagining dark silhouettes stretching across the hall. It was not that the princes lacked talent. It was that the emperor himself was a master. His standards were forged from overwhelming strength, and compared to that, almost everyone appeared insufficient. Perhaps that was why his hunger for exceptional talent bordered on obsession. Marcus covered his mouth thoughtfully. If Duke Agnes was no longer concealing this child, then the boy had to be at least equal to Babel. The emperor shifted his attention to Jackian, who reported that rumors claimed Babel had been defeated by him. The ruler asked another question. Was the child older? The answer came quietly. He was 9 years old. Marcus' expression darkened. A child who had just reached 9 had defeated the continent's prodigy. The emperor turned slightly, interest flashing in his eyes. This was intriguing. He remarked that it would not be long before nobles began flooding the capital, eager to witness the child's ability themselves. Jackian confirmed it. There were even whispers that, at Duke Agnes' request, the Imperial Palace's night order would be dispatched. Summing it up, Jackian stated that the boy's strength was already approaching that of C-rank knight. The emperor exhaled slowly. For the empire to possess a C rank at 9 years old was extraordinary fortune. His curiosity only deepened. A bead of sweat formed on the attendant's brow as he wondered whether the emperor would personally test the child's mana. After all, the emperor was the empire itself. His authority and influence stretched far beyond ordinary comprehension. Marcus turned away when Jackian asked whether he intended to go in person. The ruler admitted that he wished to, but he could not. There were always scoundrels circling, waiting to exploit any opening. Instead, he gave an order to send a prince. As emperor, he required first-hand knowledge of every remarkable talent within his domain. Elsewhere, Joshua stood over his brother. In his mind, strength was something to be devoured without hesitation. Babel was hurled backward by the impact of a heavy strike. The blond boy raised his blood-stained sword before him, teeth clenched in fury. He had seen it clearly, mana coating Joshua's bare fists. Even so, the force behind it was overwhelming. Blue energy wrapped tightly around the protagonist's hand as he remarked that his brother's thoughts were written plainly across his face. He stepped forward and stopped directly before Babel, telling him he would show him just how terrifying the martial arts he once dismissed could truly be. The blonde swung his blade again, shouting for Joshua not to underestimate him. Joshua answered by clenching his fist. Mana compressed into a single point, then detonated. The explosion rang out as the spell discharged. Babel crashed to the ground, stunned. Only then did he realize what had happened. Joshua had gathered mana into a specific part of his body, concentrating it with precision before release. Bruises marked Babel's face. He did not want to admit it, but the brother he had called trash was far stronger than him. Joshua walked closer and looked down at him. He asked calmly whether he felt frustrated. His tone turned colder as he advised Babel to grow stronger. He would never forget the expression on his brother's face at the moment he was defeated by someone he had looked down on for so long. Babel averted his eyes. Joshua continued, voice steady but edged with steel. If he acted on impulse, he would tear him apart for insulting both him and their mother. He studied his brother carefully. For the first time in years, he could see genuine hunger for strength in those eyes. That was why he would let him go, this once. A faint, dangerous smile formed on his lips. If Babel failed to change his attitude, he would make certain he could never hold a sword again. Babel swallowed hard, his body trembling. Joshua turned and walked away, telling him to remember the gap between them as it stood now. Behind him, Babel broke down, cursing through clenched teeth. The next morning, sunlight poured over the tall tower of the Agnes duchy. Joshua sat upright in bed, exhaling slowly. He felt drained. He had pushed too much mana through his body without pause. He examined his hand, reflecting that ever since absorbing Lukia's personality, controlling mana had become far easier. That raised another concern. Perhaps this body was not yet capable of enduring such output. A knock sounded at the door. He assumed Cain had arrived early. Instead, a girl stepped into view. As he began speaking about how the night had ended sooner than expected, Cheryl greeted him with a gentle smile. A girl stepped in front of him and studied his face as if measuring every detail. She asked calmly whether he was Joshua. Without waiting for hesitation, she introduced herself, saying she came from the Duchy of Font. She added that she had heard he was 3 years younger than her, which meant she could speak freely, without formality. Then she strode past him with easy confidence and declared that he could call her big sister, insisting they had plenty to discuss. Joshua moved in an instant and blocked her path. He leaned close to her ear and told her in a low voice to leave him alone. The next second, the door slammed shut right in front of her. Cheryl stared at the closed door, confusion flickering across her face. Inside, Joshua stepped away from it, muttering to himself about why she had appeared so early. A knock echoed again. He glanced at the door, realizing she had not left. This time he chose to ignore it. Turning his back, he wondered whether she truly had not understood his warning the first time. When he spun around again, Cain stood there instead. The knight looked uneasy, almost afraid, as Joshua coldly asked whether he had not already told him to leave him alone. Cain lowered his head at once and apologized, saying that if Count Joshua was occupied, he would return later. Joshua's expression shifted. A faint smile appeared as he apologized in return, explaining he had mistaken him for someone else. He then fixed his gaze on Cain and asked about the task he had given him. The knight replied that everything had been completed exactly as instructed, though he hesitated before admitting he did not understand why such an order had been necessary. Joshua's smile deepened with quiet mystery. He told Cain to trust him and simply follow his lead. In time, he would understand. Elsewhere, cloaked figures were leaving the vast sparring grounds of the Duchy of Agnes. Ralche crossed his arms when someone questioned where he had disappeared lately. They had always been together, yet recently he had been absent. Another voice asked whether the rumor was true, whether Joshua had actually defeated them. The knight turned away from his comrades as they whispered that he had grown strange, speaking less and less. Some even joked darkly that perhaps he had tormented Joshua so badly that he had somehow inherited the boy's illness. Not far away, the boy with the tail glanced toward the knight and demanded to know who had summoned all the centurions. He was told it had been a youth from the Crimson Knights, and that today's training would be brutal. At that moment, the centurions all turned in the same direction after hearing their name called. Joshua was walking beside them. Cain stepped forward when the order was given to greet the elite of the Crimson Knights and the young count standing beside him. The moment the centurions recognized Joshua, a ripple of unease spread through their ranks. The boy stared ahead stiffly, unable to understand why Count Joshua himself had appeared at their training ground. Cain halted, fist clenched tightly at his side, and announced that today's training would be overseen personally by the Count. A stunned silence followed. One of the centurions blurted out in disbelief that Joshua would be in charge of them for the day. Joshua introduced himself without ceremony. The knights stood rigid before Cain and their young lord as he calmly explained that the centurions would form the vanguard once war began. Because of that, their individual strength mattered more than anything else. A faint, unsettling smile curved his lips as he added that he was there to evaluate them personally. He ordered them to step forward. Some of the knights exchanged glances, half amused, half offended. One asked whether the Count was serious, whether he truly intended to play with them. Joshua did not answer. Instead, he glanced at Cain. Cain hesitated and carefully asked if he was certain about this. reminding him that he would be facing all of the centurions. The knights smirked openly now. They whispered that even if he was their lord, it was an insult for him to treat them this way. One muttered that he would suffer for his arrogance. The sound of metal sliding against leather cut through the air. Joshua's fingers tightened around the shaft of his spear as he stepped forward. He leveled the weapon directly at the knight who had spoken and asked in a cold voice whether he truly believed that. The man stiffened instantly. His bravado shattered. He bowed his head and apologized at once, insisting he would never dare think such a thing. Joshua's gaze remained steady. He told him to keep quiet. From the centurion's reactions alone, it was clear that someone had failed to keep his word and had not conveyed what should have been conveyed. The knight suddenly dropped to his knees. He apologized sincerely and begged for forgiveness. Joshua lowered his eyes briefly to the spear's tip, the steel glinting in the light. He informed the kneeling man that forgiveness would not be granted a second time. His voice hardened as he reminded him that after the centurion had attempted to harm his mother, he could have executed him without hesitation. Instead, he had offered him a chance. That chance had been rejected. Joshua lifted the spear slightly and asked whether he truly wished to share the same fate as his comrades. The centurions froze. Fear replaced every trace of arrogance. Someone asked in a trembling voice whether the reason the others were absent was because Count Joshua had defeated them himself. Ralche clasped his hands together, as if in prayer, and stepped forward, asking the Count to grant him one more opportunity. He was told there would be no second chance. However, as a centurion of the Duchy of Agnes, he would be permitted to keep his honor. Joshua's gaze dropped, dark and merciless. He ordered Ralche to draw his sword. If he could win, everything that happened would be erased. Ralche clenched his teeth. If death awaited him regardless, then he would at least fight with everything he had. His hand trembled as it wrapped around his sword hilt. He reminded himself that his opponent was still just a child. If he pushed hard enough, there had to be a chance. He stepped forward. Joshua smiled. The spear moved first. Lightning burst from the tip as he executed the first stance of the lightning slash technique. A violent explosion tore through the air in front of the gathered knights. Smoke and dust scattered across the field. When it cleared, Ralche's body lay near the wall, thrown back like a discarded rag. Shock froze the centurions in place. The boy could use mana. Joshua spun the spear once and planted it firmly. His voice cut through the silence. Judging an opponent by appearance would get them killed on the battlefield. That was a certainty. His eyes narrowed as he added that if any of them still doubted him, they were free to step forward and confirm it personally. A centurion approached slowly. His hand hovered near his sword, then stopped. He dropped to one knee instead and declared that the 23rd leader of the centurions greeted Count Joshua. One after another, the others followed. The 35th, the 42nd, the 13th, the 65th. Each bowed their head and formally greeted him. Cain watched with quiet satisfaction. A broad smile spread across his face. The Count had exceeded every expectation. From this moment on, he would devote himself completely to supporting his lord. Far away in the guest room of the Duchy of Agnes, Cheryl lay hugging a pillow tightly to her chest. She imagined Joshua's expression and murmured his name under her breath. The door suddenly burst open. Cox rushed in, announcing breathlessly that he had urgent news. The order of Imperial Knights would soon arrive in the duchy. Cheryl turned her face into the pillow and reminded him coldly that she had ordered not to be disturbed. Sweat formed on Cox's forehead. He asked anxiously whether she was truly unwell and what had happened that morning after she had gone out. She shot him a sharp look and repeated that she had asked for privacy. Then she demanded to know which mattered more, his father's order or this sudden news. Cox froze, mouth hanging open. He had completely forgotten his lord's command. He moved to close the doors, but his mistress stopped him. She reminded him not to forget why they had come here in the first place. The man immediately apologized and said he would carry out his lord's orders first. Cheryl shoved the toy in front of her with irritation and muttered that everything about this was troublesome. Elsewhere, a boy stood bowed before the Duke's desk. Agnes spoke calmly, saying he had received a report. Then he asked his son directly whether he had executed the centurion. Joshua answered without hesitation. Yes. He kept his gaze forward as he explained that the soldier had committed the offense the Duke already knew about. He had insulted noble blood and spoken about his mother. According to military law, such a crime demanded immediate execution. So he had carried it out. Agnes frowned slightly. He already understood the situation. If he had been present, he might have cut the man down himself. Still, he remarked that it had been a hasty decision. Joshua's eyes lifted to meet his father's. He asked evenly whether the Duke truly believed it had been the reckless act of a child unable to control his temper. Agnes narrowed his gaze and asked if there had been another reason. Joshua straightened. His voice remained steady. Only days ago, he had been the son of a concubine, thrown aside into the stables. Even after gaining power, it would not be easy to win the centurion's respect. Power alone was not enough. He stepped closer to the desk and clarified. It had to be overwhelming power. His fist tightened. He said he intended to plant fear in their hearts, so none would ever dare mistreat him or his mother again. He also needed to prove that he carried the Duke's blood. The centurions had to witness it themselves. Agnes covered his mouth briefly with his hand, thinking. Then he said it was clear now. He moved to stand by the table and declared that the matter was settled. Preparations for departure would begin at once. Then he asked whether Joshua had heard that an order of Imperial knights had been dispatched to evaluate his mana that very day. Joshua bowed his arm respectfully and confirmed it. He added that once everything was ready, he would leave immediately. The golden lion insignia glinted nearby as Armstrong smiled broadly, saying he looked forward to it. 2 C-rank knights, still minors, would emerge from their duchy. Chiffon stood beside him, eyes bright, as he began to speak with excitement. Chiffon's expression darkened. If that were true, then one of those C-rank knights would be the son of a concubine. He shot Armstrong a sharp glare. Armstrong asked lazily whether he was upset because his position was threatened, because young Master Babel had lost to young Master Joshua. Chiffon stiffened and demanded to know what he had just said, and who he thought he was to speak such nonsense. Before the tension could rise further, the Duke stepped between them. He reminded them that the Knights of the Order would arrive shortly, yet they were standing there arguing like children. Both men immediately placed their hands over their chests and bowed. Joshua stood quietly, fists clenched at his sides. Armstrong, meanwhile, studied him from the corner of his eye, wondering if this truly was young Master Joshua. The boy did not appear particularly strong. A voice suddenly rang out that they had arrived. All eyes turned. A formation of knights approached in perfect order, a carriage rolling behind them. Chiffon frowned and asked who exactly had come. Had the Imperial Palace dispatched an entire battalion? The carriage door opened. A blond young man stepped down and glanced around with open curiosity, remarking that the Duchy of Agnes was one of the 9 stars. The Duke's eyes widened. He recognized him instantly. The 4th prince. Joshua's posture stiffened. Caesar. He had not expected this moment to arrive so soon. A man was forced to his knees against the stone floor. Another stepped forward quickly, apologizing and asking Sir Joker to restrain himself. Instead, the officer drew his sword. Joker's grin twisted. He asked coldly who dared command him. Then someone's voice sounded from behind, saying he had known Joker would be here. A knight in armor stepped forward and remarked dryly that no one would want to join the Imperial Knights if veterans bullied newcomers like that. Joker scoffed, saying he could not stand these brats who bragged just because they could use a little mana. He then asked why the armor man had come. The man replied that Madame Vanessa had issued a new assignment, and he intended to complete it. Joshua, Armstrong, and Chiffon stood beside the Duke. Joker's eyes shifted toward Joshua, a malicious curve forming on his lips. Perhaps all he needed to do was ensure the boy could never hold a sword again. Caesar finally spoke, asking whether this was the same Count Joshua whose name had been circulating in rumors. Hatred flared inside Joshua like open flame. He stared at the prince, remembering clearly the villain standing before him. A hooded man at Caesar's side addressed Joshua, instructing him to show proper respect while standing before the prince. Joshua's lips curved into a sharp smile. He replied that this was absurd. The empire did not have 2 sons. Besides the lord they served, there was only one emperor worthy of the absolute loyalty of every knight in the Avalon Empire. Caesar stood there with an unreadable expression as Joshua calmly asked why he should bow his head to a so-called 4th prince whose bloodline itself was tainted. The words landed like a blade drawn in public. A knight immediately stepped forward, staring at the boy as if he had lost his mind, calling him nothing more than a piece of trash. Valmont tightened his grip on his sword and sneered, reminding everyone that not long ago this same boy had been a concubine's son shoveling horse manure. He mocked him further, asking whether falling face first into filth had finally driven him insane. Armstrong's blade shifted with a sharp metallic hiss. Valmont's eyes narrowed. Was he truly defending this petty bastard? He spat that this was not Duke Agnes standing here. Titles mattered. The blonde knight's gaze hardened. Count Joshua belonged to the Duchy of Agnes. That fact alone was enough. Then the air itself seemed to split. Duke Agnes appeared between them without warning, his presence crushing the space. His voice was low, controlled, deadly. They were standing before a prince. Had they grown tired of living? Valmont felt it then, the overwhelming pressure of one of the 9 stars. His hands trembled despite himself. Agnes turned toward his son, stating coldly that this mess began because of him. Therefore, he would apologize to the prince. Caesar's lips curved faintly. He waved it off, saying there was truth in the words spoken. His gaze shifted toward the hooded figure nearby, who remarked that with so many eyes watching, such behavior could undermine the authority of the Imperial family. The blonde knight replied bluntly that defending a weak 4th prince would only invite ridicule. Strength decided dignity. Caesar began walking toward the Duke, unhurried. Just as Joshua had said, there was only one man who truly deserved the unwavering respect of every knight in the Empire, His Majesty the Emperor. He stopped directly in front of Joshua. Nothing unforgivable had occurred, he said. The Imperial Knights needed to calm themselves. Then he closed his eyes briefly and added that knights must also bear responsibility for their words. Surely Count Joshua understood how worthless empty declarations were when spoken by someone without the strength to back them. Joshua watched him carefully. As always, Caesar was trying to smooth everything over with polished words, bending the situation without ever drawing steel. But this time would not follow the same script. Joshua stepped forward, meeting the prince's gaze without hesitation. He replied that he was always ready. Inside, however, his thoughts were far darker. When Caesar stood at the peak, when he possessed everything, Joshua would be the one to strip it all away, beginning with his throat. The boy's eyes shifted to the dark-haired man nearby, who suddenly exclaimed. The Joker clicked his tongue and declared that this brat truly intended to disrespect the prince to the very end. Joker stepped forward, bowing slightly to Caesar. He stated that it might be presumptuous, but he wished to personally test the Count's mana and determine whether Joshua truly possessed the skill to speak so boldly. Caesar smiled faintly. For the Count's safety, he said, it would be best if Sir Joker, who had already surpassed the level of a B-rank expert, conducted the evaluation. The gap in strength would ensure control. A cruel grin spread across Joker's face. He thanked the prince and promised to assess the Count's mana properly. Moments later, inside the training hall of the Agnes Duchy, the Duke's men lined the edges of the arena. Across from Joshua stood a knight, sword in hand. Caesar watched with quiet amusement. The swordsman faced Joshua and asked coldly whether he thought this was a game. Joshua held nothing but an iron rod. Joker smirked and said everything must seem easy when fools constantly praised him for talent. He had even dared to insult the prince and the Imperial knights in front of them all. Joshua's lips curved slightly. His opponent certainly enjoyed talking. Perhaps the Imperial knights were selected for their skill with words rather than blades. Mana flared instantly around Joker's sword. He warned the boy that he would regret that remark and asked whether he even understood how this test worked. Whether Joshua could truly use mana would be determined in battle. Before the words fully settled, a staff appeared before Joker's face. Steel met wood in a sharp clash. Joker blocked instinctively, only to frown. The mana flowing through the staff was far denser than he had expected. He lunged forward, claiming it was useless. Once he closed the distance, the fight would end. Joshua smiled. Every opponent he had ever faced believed the same thing, that reducing the gap meant victory. That weakness had been carved out of him through relentless training. Joker abruptly retreated. A blue aura erupted around Joshua's body. He stepped in and struck, combining the first stance with a lightning slash. The staff cut through the air with precise force. Joker raised his blade to intercept. From the sidelines, Caesar observed with growing interest. It was remarkable. A boy of Joshua's age, trading blows evenly with a B-rank knight. Valmont spoke calmly beside him. Even if it appeared equal, Joker was only displaying C-rank level skill. The red-haired boy merely smiled. It became clear to everyone watching that beyond mana, Joshua was an exceptional spear user. The technique he displayed was not something seen from ordinary knights. Even Joker realized it. Joker pressed forward, but a cold thought crept into his mind. If this continued at this pace, the test would end inconclusively. And if that happened, the failure would cost him his head. He clenched his teeth. There was no clean path left. He would have to take the risk. Sweat formed along Joshua's brow. As expected of a B-rank knight, Joker stood on an entirely different level from Babel. Controlling mana while preventing it from clashing violently with the holy power inside him was becoming harder with every exchange. Joker suddenly unleashed a violent stream of energy. His eyes flickered toward Agnes. At this distance, even the Duke would not be able to intervene in time. In the next instant, Joker vanished and reappeared behind Joshua. He gripped his sword with both hands. Armstrong leapt to his feet, shouting that the knight's mana had surged beyond B-rank and that the Count was in danger. Agnes did not move. His gaze sharpened as he ordered Armstrong to stay where he was and watch. Joker's blade came down with crushing force. He mocked Joshua, asking how long he thought he could survive by compressing mana into a single point. It would not save him this time. Dark energy coiled around Joshua's staff as he braced himself. Joker advanced, stating there was no point in conserving the rest of his mana. Valmont's face drained of color. He shouted for Joker to stop immediately. Then it happened. A thunderous explosion tore through the training hall. The ground split with cracks that spread in every direction. The red-haired boy instinctively shielded the prince as debris scattered. Agnes watched without blinking. Joker staggered back, stunned, trying to understand what force had repelled him. His grip tightened. A spear materialized in Joshua's hands. Joshua felt the pressure immediately. The sword aura pressing against him was at the level of a true B-rank expert. If this continued, he would be crushed. Joker rushed forward again, faster than before, shouting that Joshua was wasting what little mana he had left. He smiled viciously, convinced that when the boy's C-rank mana collided with his B-rank sword aura, the recoil alone would shatter him. In that instant, Joker would fulfill his duty. Joshua clenched his teeth. There was no other option. He called out silently, demanding an answer. A blinding flash erupted across the field. The center of the arena exploded, the stone floor completely obliterated. Joshua's hands trembled as he gripped the spear, its power still vibrating through his body. Chiffon stared in disbelief and asked whether that weapon was an artifact. Caesar only smiled. Valmont stepped forward, positioning himself before the prince, and declared that this was sufficient for a test. Even if the boy lacked battlefield experience, Count Joshua's ability was undeniable. Valmont closed his eyes briefly, signaling that he understood. Across from them, Joker faced Joshua. The boy's body was still shaking as he demanded to know how he had managed to parry that strike. Joker's expression darkened. He admitted he did not understand what Joshua had done, but the match was over. Valmont approached and formally thanked Joker for his effort, announcing that the evaluation had concluded. Caesar observed Joshua carefully. Blocking a B-rank attack during a mere mana verification for a C-rank knight was not something that should have been possible. Valmont raised his sword and proclaimed that by his majesty's decree, from this day forward, the second son of the Duke of Agnes, Joshua, would bear the title of C-rank knight. Joshua's vision swayed slightly. He was instructed to receive his majesty's sword. His fingers tightened. He had no intention of playing along with their ceremonies, yet his strength was draining rapidly. Darkness pressed at the edge of his sight. Caesar applauded, smiling openly. Joshua steadied himself with the spear, refusing to show weakness. No matter how much his body trembled, he would not bend here. The thought surfaced quietly. Just as they had betrayed him in his previous life, he would one day repay everything. He turned when his name was called. Agnes was looking down at him, asking whether he was all right. Joshua paused. In his past life, he had never seen that expression on his father's face. It was unfamiliar, almost human. He answered that he was fine. He grasped the sword's hilt and raised it. It was announced that for the first time in the history of the Avalon Empire, no, on an entire continent, the youngest mana user had been born, and it had happened within the Agnes Duchy. That night, a formal gathering was held. The Duke sat sternly at the head of the table. Servants lined the hall in silence. Joshua opened his mouth and ordered that only matters of importance be reported. Armstrong stepped forward and reported that all summoned knights had abruptly returned to the capital. He was immediately asked whether the Golden May Knight Order had withdrawn earlier than expected. Armstrong admitted that at first he had imagined a large-scale surge from the forest of creatures, hordes of monsters flooding outward, clubs swinging, trees snapping. But the true cause was singular. The Black Ogre had appeared. Murmurs spread across the table. He described it plainly. The Black Ogre was the strongest entity within the Dark Forest, a creature the monsters themselves called Haida, a massive troll capable of tearing a human body apart like paper. Its strength rivaled that of a fourth circle mage or a B-rank knight capable of wielding sword aura. The noble stiffened. If such a creature could approach the domain, how could it be stopped? Agnes did not hesitate. He would handle it personally. The discussion ended there. He turned to Armstrong and ordered him to proceed to the next matter. Armstrong lowered his gaze and stated that the second issue concerned the 5 duchies. Agnes narrowed his eyes. So there was another reason Cheryl and Cox had come. Armstrong closed his eyes briefly and said he would report the details in private, as instructed. The Duke then addressed the room. If anyone else had matters to present, they were to speak now. Chiffon raised his hand. He stated that his report concerned Count Joshua. The nobles exchanged looks, whispering that Joshua had become the youngest C-rank knight in the history of the duchy, surpassing even Count Babel. It was a moment worthy of celebration. One of them urged silence so the commander could finish. Chiffon's tone grew serious. Until recently, no one had remembered Count Joshua. He had been known only as a frail boy burdened by the mana curse. He asked them directly, how could someone like that suddenly rise to C-rank? Talent alone did not explain it. When pressed to clarify, Chiffon introduced the concept of the blue energy that had manifested during the test. He stated that he suspected Joshua's power did not originate from ordinary training. He believed it may have been granted by demons or monsters, and he admitted that he could not explain it otherwise. The tension in the hall thickened as Armstrong narrowed his eyes and asked whether all of this was nothing more than speculation. The commander answered coldly that the blonde had witnessed the Count's weapon as well, a weapon no one had seen before. He still remembered the spear the boy once carried. And tell him, he said, what besides a magic-imbued artifact could change its form like that? Chiffon's expression darkened. Not only did the weapon resemble a spear, he said, but the power it displayed could never be contained in something so ordinary. And the aura that erupted when he struck Sir Joker was dangerously close to demonic magic. That single word shifted the air. Before the Duke, the men began to speak in lower, sharper tones. What if Joshua had relied on forbidden power to grow this strong so quickly? The Imperial family would never tolerate such a thing. Dark arts and demonic forces belonged to demons, and were outlawed without exception. Agnes closed his eyes as the implication settled over the chamber. If Chiffon's claim held truth, then the entire dukedom stood on unstable ground. One voice suggested they confirm it before the matter spiraled beyond control. Another agreed. The Count might be right, but they had to know before it was too late. Chiffon's lips curved faintly when someone proposed that perhaps Count Joshua should be removed from the dukedom first, just to be safe. And at that precise moment, the door opened. Joshua stepped inside without haste and approached the table. As he passed Chiffon, he stopped just enough to speak. If his strength was so suspicious, why hadn't the commander tested it personally? The words struck harder than steel. Chiffon's mouth parted slightly, caught off guard. Joshua smiled faintly, almost innocently, and asked whether the commander, one of the four pillars of the duchy, lacked the ability to determine if he had truly borrowed a monster's power. Or was the accusation nothing more than fear? Chiffon's teeth clenched. This cunning brat was cornering him, forcing him to draw his blade against someone carrying his master's blood. One wrong strike, one misjudgment, and the Duke's wrath would fall directly on him. But if the boy's power truly belonged to him, the consequences would be far worse. Joshua tilted his head, eyes calm, voice sharper than before. Why the hesitation? Was he afraid? Surely one of the four pillars who upheld the duchy possessed enough courage to confirm the truth with his own hands. Blue energy surged around Chiffon in response, flaring violently as his composure snapped. Count Joshua had overstepped his bounds. A violent surge of blue energy burst from Chiffon, and the men at the table visibly flinched. Several hurriedly urged him to calm himself. They were standing before Duke Agnes. The Duke's gaze swept across the room. Enough. Both of them were stopped. Silence fell instantly. Agnes looked away, voice steady as he spoke. There was one matter none of them seemed to grasp, including Chiffon. He asked whether they remembered who had been present at the monastery. Armstrong answered at once. An Imperial knight, the chief mage of the Imperial palace. If Joshua had drawn upon the power of monsters, such figures would have sensed it immediately. Agnes closed his eyes briefly. Then he declared that, as far as he was concerned, the issue regarding Joshua was settled. Chiffon lowered his head when the Duke asked if anyone dared to object. No one spoke, but Agnes was not finished. Looking directly at the boy, he clarified that this did not mean every question had been answered. There were still uncertainties. There were still explanations he required. The men followed his gaze. Moreover, the reason behind Joshua's sudden surge in strength was not only of interest to his vassals, it was of interest to him personally. The boy stood firm, eyes focused. Agnes' expression hardened. To properly understand this power, he would enter the dark forest himself, with Joshua. The table erupted in alarm. Was the Duke truly planning to step into the dark forest? Would it not be wiser to leave such matters to the knights? Someone added that his grace would soon depart for Arcady. Risking his safety now was unnecessary. It would be wiser to preserve his health. Armstrong supported the earls, carefully outlining the consequences should anything happen to their lord. Agnes' brows furrowed. Who, exactly, was worrying about whom? The men immediately averted their eyes. The Duke looked forward again and spoke decisively. Once the matter of the Dark Forest was resolved, Joshua would be sent to the Imperial Capital Academy. Joshua's fists tightened at his sides. It did not matter what they thought of him. His talent was undeniable. And under the laws of the Agnes family, talent would be given opportunity. Chiffon's glare deepened. The boy already showed promise. But the Imperial Academy lay beyond their immediate reach. If he returned from there even stronger, Babel would inevitably be dragged into a brutal war of succession. A thin layer of sweat formed on the commander's forehead. If the boy remained, the balance would shift. If he grew stronger, then perhaps it would be safer to ensure he never returned at all. Joshua faced his father without hesitation and stated that he had one request. Agnes asked what it was. The boy's gaze remained steady as he answered that he wished to go to the capital with his mother. Chiffon immediately raised his hand, voice sharp as he objected. That would not be possible. If Lady Lucia went to the capital, Lady Vanessa would never remain silent. Joshua slowly turned his head. Was that so? Did the commander believe the Duke required permission to make such a decision? The earls shifted their attention towards Chiffon with careful eyes. Chiffon looked away at once. If he phrased it poorly, it would sound as though he were advising the Duke to heed the Duchess more closely, and that would invite consequences he had no desire to face. At the same time, it felt as though this child was deliberately maneuvering him into a corner. The commander stepped behind Armstrong and spoke more cautiously. He admitted he was simply concerned that Joshua might be elevating Lady Lucia's position too openly. Agnes gave no immediate reaction. Joshua bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude when his father stated that Lucia would be permitted to accompany him. A faint smile touched the Duke's face. The boy was unusual. He had noticed it gradually, though he could not say when it began. Even Babel had never carried himself in quite the same way. Seated at the table, Agnes asked if anyone opposed the decision. One by one, the men struck their fists against their chests and declared that it would be as their lord wished. Chiffon closed his eyes briefly before echoing the same words. Agnes rested his hands upon the table. Then it was decided. Across from him stood Armstrong. The Duke instructed him to come to his chambers later with the knight he had dispatched, once the Font family's reports were organized. Armstrong acknowledged the order without delay. Agnes stepped away from the table. Turning to Joshua, he told him to come to his room as well. The boy answered that he understood. Just then, Babel pushed the doors open and requested a moment. His eyes moved toward Chiffon before he approached the Duke. The blonde bowed deeply, introduced himself properly, and offered his greeting. Agnes observed him quietly. It had been some time since he had truly looked at him. They were finished for the day, he said, and Babel was late. Babel placed his fist against his chest and apologized, explaining that he had needed time to collect his thoughts. The Duke smiled faintly. Babel, too, had changed. Even the air around him felt different now, and Agnes watched him with renewed interest. Agnes studied his son and stated that he had come intending to say something. He asked him directly what it was. Babel's eyes shifted toward Joshua before he addressed him. Joshua responded with a faint smile, asking whether he had something to say. Chiffon's restraint snapped. He stepped forward sharply, declaring that Count Babel held a higher standing and that this was a public setting. Joshua would do well to mind his manners. Both brothers turned their gaze toward the commander. Joshua asked calmly whether Chiffon was speaking as Babel's representative. He asked it again. The smile that followed carried an edge. Had he not always acted like Babel's obedient hound? He should remember who his true master was. After all, his title as an honorary noble existed only because Duke Agnes had granted it. Shock flickered across Chiffon's face. There were boundaries within the dukedom that could never be crossed. His only true asset was his skill. If he appeared overly entangled in succession disputes, exile would be the least of his concerns. He steadied himself and replied that the Count had misunderstood. He had merely corrected him, since Joshua appeared unfamiliar with proper etiquette. Joshua answered without hesitation. In this duchy, anyone could rise through the ranks through ability alone. If one wished to be heard, one proved it with skill first. Chiffon's jaw tightened. Was that not the law of the Agnes family? Babel finally intervened, stating that it was fine. Chiffon muttered that they were still in public. Babel asked him directly whether he believed he was wrong. Agnes observed the exchange with quiet satisfaction. Not long ago, Babel had been consumed by vanity. Now the look in his eyes resembled that of a knight standing on his own ground. Babel faced Joshua. He would grow stronger. Now he understood what it meant to prove oneself through ability. He would not allow his position to be handed to him by birthright alone. Joshua's smile deepened slightly. The change in his brother's gaze since their second duel was undeniable. Then Babel turned to his father. From this day forward, he wished to relinquish his position as heir to Duke Agnes. A ripple of unease passed through the room. Chiffon stiffened, asking whether surrendering the title of heir meant he was abandoning everything. Agnes looked directly at his son. Had he lost confidence because a more talented rival had appeared? Babel's answer came without wavering. Babel answered without hesitation. Of course not. He stood tall, voice steady as he declared that according to the laws of House Agnes, he wished to preserve a fair contest. If succession was to be decided, it would be decided by merit, not convenience. Agnes lowered his gaze briefly. He would consider the request. Babel bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. The Duke stepped forward and announced that the meeting was concluded. As the hall began to empty, a faint smile formed on his lips. The atmosphere within these walls was shifting. Something was changing. What it would become, he could not yet tell. But the movement itself felt alive. The two brothers stood side by side. Agnes watched them and felt an unfamiliar sense of anticipation. Elsewhere, in Duchess Vanessa's chamber, a glass of wine trembled in her grip. She sat rigid at the table as she demanded confirmation. Babel had renounced his position, and that woman's son was going to the capital? Chiffon answered quietly that it was true. The bottle crashed to the floor. Vanessa rose violently, her voice breaking into a scream. She pressed a hand to her forehead, fury spilling over. Ever since the Centurions had failed, she had swallowed her anger. No longer. Chiffon stood beside her in silence. What were they supposed to do now? Babel was everything to her. Everything. He replied that he understood. He should have pressed harder, should have convinced the young count at any cost. He apologized. Vanessa turned away sharply. No one knew Babel's stubbornness better than she did. He was his father's son through and through. There was nothing Chiffon could have done. She placed both hands flat against the table, leaning forward. But this would not continue. If that child attempted to strip her son of his rightful place, then certain truths would have to be revealed. She would speak to the Duke about their situation. Her glare sharpened beneath lowered brows. Sweat formed along Chiffon's temple as he urged her to remain calm. It would not come to that. Vanessa looked away, displeased. Of course it would not, she said coldly. Then what was next? Chiffon informed her that the Duke would personally accompany Joshua into the forbidden territory the following day. Vanessa's mind conjured images of the withered trees of the northern wasteland. The barren territory lay 2 days away. He explained that it was because of the dark forest. The Duke intended to investigate himself. Her eyes narrowed. And what, she demanded, would happen the moment they returned to the estate? Lucius would escort him to the capital. Chiffon stood still, face empty, and answered that it was most likely decided. Vanessa turned her gaze aside, something unreadable passing through her eyes, and said to inform the Duke that she wished to share lunch with him before his departure. It would be their first meeting and their last. The knights formed a wall of shields. The boy studied them, and remarked that the Imperial knights who had come for the manhwa assessment were already preparing to leave. The man carrying the box muttered that it was enough to send a chill down one's spine, since they were departing today. The boy answered calmly that he understood. Near the building, carts were being prepared, horses aligned in rows. Orders were thrown back and forth. Line them up. Assist them. Stay focused. There was no time to linger. Joshua stepped forward, his eyes settling on the ring of dawn. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he had sat across from the Duke. Agnes had told him that once the chaos in the dark forest settled, they would leave for Akardi immediately. Until then, he was to forget that he was Agnes's son. Just focus on what lay ahead. The Duke had placed the box on the table and said he intended to give him something. With a grave expression, he explained that long ago he had once aided the guardian of the magic tower, and this ring had been his reward. Joshua had imagined the legendary guardian, blade in hand. If this truly was the ring of dawn crafted by that man, then it was no ordinary treasure. It was an artifact forged by the guardian himself. The moment mana flowed into it, it would clothe its wearer in armor. Agnes had looked directly at his son and instructed him to pour mana into the ring. The rest, he said, would reveal itself. Joshua had smiled faintly and asked whether such an item was truly meant for him. Agnes frowned, telling him not to twist the meaning. Leaving it to gather dust would be a greater waste. He was not giving it away, only lending it. But there was more. The Duke explained that once activated, the ring would summon reinforced armor, and upon that armor would shine the distinct crest of the family. The plates would reflect the rays of the sun itself, and when that armor appeared, no one would question whose blood he carried. He said the ring would conceal his identity from the insects crawling nearby, because he had no intention of sacrificing anything for the sake of others. They sat across from one another when Agnes added that his son was now the heir to an unknown viscountcy, and would need to choose a proper name for himself. Joshua smiled to himself. The need to hide his identity was no different from the reason the ring had been lent in the first place. It was a shield against future consequences. And in situations where troublesome figures like the prince tried to interfere, the Ring of Dawn would prove extremely convenient. He disliked being disturbed. He studied his father carefully, as the man suddenly asked whether he held a grudge against him. Joshua paused. He asked himself the same question and found no clear answer. In his mind, he saw his father drenched in blood. Even Duke Agnes could not have intended for him to die meaninglessly in the war between empires that would erupt in 10 years. And yet, if there was a reason to resent him, it was simple. His father had left him and his mother without protection. That neglect had eventually led to her death. The ring on his finger shimmered faintly. In his previous life, he had rarely seen the Duke. The distance had dulled the edge of that resentment over time. He smiled faintly, recalling the saying that time heals all wounds. He wondered whether, somewhere along the way, something resembling attachment had quietly formed between father and son. A blond man approached, observing that Joshua seemed as though something fortunate had occurred. Behind the prince stood his attendants. Caesar asked lightly whether he should now address him as Sir Joshua. Joshua turned his gaze to him and asked what had happened. Caesar replied that he had heard Joshua would be heading to Akardi after the situation in the Dark Forest concluded. If he found himself in Akardi, he should seek him out. It would be beneficial. Joshua stared at him without expression and asked again what he meant. The prince gestured toward the woman and the knight beside him and explained. The Imperial family possessed the authority to assign a knight under their protection directly to the Imperial Knights. Such a person could enter the order without sitting for the annual examination and would not be bound to the full 10 years of mandatory service. Standing before Joshua, Caesar calmly laid out the offer. In other words, once he used those privileges, he could walk away from the order whenever he wished. The blond prince closed his eyes and added that he was not usually so generous. Joshua should understand how rare such an offer was. Joshua looked at him quietly. The laughter laced with pretense, the polished hypocrisy. It was revolting. If not for the figure standing behind Caesar, he would have already driven his Lucia straight into that smiling mouth. For a brief moment, he pictured himself standing before a massive door. He still needed to enter the Imperial Knights. In his previous life, there had been a weapon he favored above all others. It was stored in a hidden warehouse inside the Imperial Palace, accessible only once a year, and only to those who had joined the Imperial Knights and risen to the rank of battalion commander. That was the real objective. He turned away from the prince. Focus on the mission. He replied that he would consider the offer, but he was occupied and had to depart. Valmont muttered bitterly that if humility matched his talent, he would have advanced smoothly. Caesar stopped the knight, telling him not to speak that way. It was time for them to return as well. The prince's gaze sharpened with ambition as they parted. Joshua walked forward without looking back. This time, he would not become the fourth prince's obedient hound. He smiled faintly, promising himself that when suffering came, it would not be his. Hooves struck the ground in steady rhythm. An expedition toward the Black Forest was assembled under Duke Agnes's command. Chiffon's expression was firm as the report came in. The force was unusually small for one led by a duke. Only a detachment of Crimson Knights and a single fourth-class mage from the Agnes Duchy. Armand listened carefully as the details were repeated. Babel rode behind Joshua, staring at him for reasons the protagonist could not decipher. There were hundreds within the procession, yet his brother's eyes remained fixed on him. The horses slowed as they approached the gate. Orders rang out. Stand. Show respect to the Duke. Hands pressed against chests in salute. Duke Agnes halted before the entrance to the forbidden territory bordering the dark forest. He pulled back on the reins, the air heavy with what awaited beyond. He tightened the reins and said that much time had passed. Robin stepped forward and bowed deeply. Once the senior knight of the Knights of the Clover under Duke Agnes, he now stood weathered but upright before his former lord. Agnes regarded him with a quiet weight and said that he had always felt guilty. Even after retirement, Robin had been left to endure this barren land. Robin answered without hesitation. It was an honor to serve the Duke in any capacity. What he desired most was a quiet life beside his family. Agnes frowned slightly, then nodded. He was glad to hear it. A corpulent man hurried out, exclaiming that the Duke had finally arrived. Vigo folded his hands before him, declaring how deeply moved he was that they had come in person. Ina followed, offering her greeting as well. Agnes looked ahead with restrained irritation. This was already becoming troublesome. He should have ridden straight into the forest. Robin bowed again when Vigo snapped at him, asking if age had clouded his mind. He should have reported immediately when the Duke arrived. The soldier apologized at once. Robin's gaze hardened as Vigo continued, questioning how someone with so many years of service could remain so incompetent and still be entrusted with guarding this place. Agnes turned to the corpulent man and remarked dryly that he seemed to have adapted to the Locke's territory quite well, given that he gained more weight every time they met. Vigo laughed loudly, calling it a great honor, and adding that it was all thanks to his own diligent efforts. Joshua watched in silence, wondering whether the man lacked awareness or simply had no shame. Vigo then turned to Babel, praising how handsome he had become. Babel replied that much time had passed. The Viscount added that his spirit had grown so powerful that even an uncle unfamiliar with such matters could sense it. Vigo's eyes shifted to Joshua. With a grin, he suggested that perhaps a new master would soon rise within the duchy. He asked who the young man was. The Viscount glanced toward Chiffon, who answered calmly that this was Count Joshua. Vigo blinked and asked again, uncertain. The commander lowered his gaze and clarified that he was the Lord's second son. The corpulent man turned back to the Duke, asking where his manners had gone, as though he had only just realized the weight of the names spoken before him. Vigo complained that news reached him slowly and asked when Sister Vanessa had informed them. Chiffon covered his mouth lightly and stated that this had nothing to do with Lady Vanessa. Sweat formed on Vigo's brow. He said this was unexpected, that he could not have imagined it, and demanded to know whose blood the boy carried. Chiffon answered flatly that he possessed no noble lineage. Joshua looked toward the Viscount, who asked if that was true. Vigo stared at the boy with open contempt, then spat out the words, filthy brat. The insult rang loudly. Around them, murmurs spread as several onlookers whispered among themselves. Agnes merely looked away and replied that they had more pressing matters. Vigo suggested they at least sit at a table and speak. Agnes responded coldly that his knights were not fragile ornaments. They had already rested during the journey. He raised his voice and asked if any among them wished a nap. A unified no answered him. Agnes ordered the procession forward. Vigo forced a smile and insisted he would accompany them. Though he admitted he was not strong, his soldiers and knights were capable. His men echoed their desire to join. Agnes observed the scene with quiet disbelief and asked Vigo what he intended to do with his daughter. Vigo laughed it off, saying there was nothing to worry about. Agnes's eyes sharpened. He was truly bringing a child into such danger. The girl stepped forward and declared she wanted to go. Then Ina revealed her power. Streams of magic flowed across the territory, like visible currents in the air. A small fairy formed and perched upon her shoulder. Gasps rose. One man asked what kind of ability that was. Vigo smiled broadly and explained that they had recently discovered his daughter possessed the gift of a medium. Spiritualism required innate talent. If one considered the numbers, mediums were rarer than magicians. Across the entire empire, there were not even 100 mediums of the lowest class. Joshua watched closely. To witness such a phenomenon firsthand was rare. The others stared at Ina in awe. He searched his memory and realized he had never once heard her name among known mediums. Agnes spoke calmly. They would all proceed together. The vanguard would be led by the Order of the Red Cross. The Duke gave the command. The rest were ordered to wait at the center, and within seconds the crowd began to thin. One by one, they stepped back, until the courtyard felt strangely hollow. Angus watched it all in silence. He knew having a medium aligned with him would not be unnecessary. Not in a situation like this. Joshua's gaze shifted briefly toward Ina. He made no comment. No reaction. He decided he would think about it on the road. If she truly was someone capable of influencing the plans unfolding around him, then he would remember every word, every glance, every movement. Vigo suddenly called out to him. Joshua turned his head calmly. The man answered that he would keep an eye on him. A statue stood nearby, overlooking the Empire's pride and power, and Marcus, smiling faintly, remarked that things were becoming very interesting. The rumors, he said, seemed to be true after all. The Duke slowly turned toward the Empire's finest magician and asked for his opinion. The magician did not answer immediately. His expression remained composed as he explained that he did not wish to rush his judgment. Knights and magicians used mana differently. Their perceptions differed. Their instincts differed. The Duke pressed further. What do you feel? The magician hesitated. He did not want his answer to sound too extreme, too contradictory. So instead of speaking as a mage, he chose to speak as an Imperial knight. Joshua understood immediately. If it came to that, he would be fighting a knight personally. And if that happened, he knew something with absolute certainty. No one here would be able to defeat him. Marcus understood it too. Deep down, he knew he would never be able to cope with Joshua. The magician finally spoke, a trace of unease in his voice. Joshua was different, fundamentally different. The hero responded loudly, almost as if to reassure himself. Maybe in 10 years Joshua could compete, but not now. A faint smile spread across the Duke's face. Marcus, unwilling to let the tension settle, asked another question. What would happen if he chose to fight personally? The magician lowered his gaze. Joshua remained silent. The Duke suddenly burst into laughter. Marcus regretted not going there himself. He should have witnessed it firsthand. His fingers snapped sharply. Jackian appeared beside the magician, as if summoned from thin air. The Duke turned to him and asked whether they could at least keep the child in their palace for a while. Jackian bowed slightly. The fourth son was already arranging that. Joshua's eyes flickered in surprise. Marcus continued calmly. He had already sent a recommendation to the Imperial Order. The Duke's expression grew thoughtful. The order had been formed for very specific purposes, but the disorderly rabble within the 11th and 12th squads had always irritated him. He ordered Jackian to report any news related to this matter immediately. Jackian replied that they had been forced to withdraw them. Marcus coughed lightly, his thoughts circling back to Joshua. The Duke's smile deepened. If the boy was truly that talented, then he would be suitable for any task. And as if to prove the point, beasts charged in from every direction. Joshua did not hesitate. He stepped forward confidently and met them head-on. Confusion flickered across the man's face. Morning arrived cold and sharp. Tents were raised one after another, soldiers moving with practiced efficiency. The Dukes gathered over spread maps, their eyes scanning routes and borders, weighing their next move. Vigo suddenly ran toward Agnes. Why were they not marching? Why stop here? The question carried impatience, almost accusation. One of the Dukes glanced at him and understood immediately. Everyone else had already grasped the situation. Only Vigo saw nothing beyond his own greed. Agnes answered calmly. If Vigo wanted clarity, he should read the reports on the Dark Forest. Vigo frowned and pressed further. He spoke of the time when monsters began attacking without pattern. Every night, they descended upon nearby villages as if drawn by something unseen. During the Red Moon, their ferocity multiplied several times over. But now, they no longer waited for that omen. Their attacks on civilians had increased even without it. Agnes' expression did not change. Night would fall soon. Visibility would drop. And when darkness spread, the monsters would become far more dangerous. Vigo's expression shifted. A smile forced its way onto his face as he praised Agnes' strategic foresight. The Duke gave a short order to prepare for a halt. Agnes turned to the younger ones and instructed them to arrange a place for the night. Joshua looked ahead, a faint smile resting on his lips. His hand reached down and picked up a fallen branch. He moved deeper into the forest, gathering brushwood with steady motions. When someone suggested it was enough, Joshua replied that he would collect a little more. For now, they could return, but he would not stop yet. The others urged him to finish before darkness fell. A few seconds later, several hands snapped branches cleanly from trunks. Wood cracked sharply against the silence. Joshua felt it clearly. His strength was increasing through magic. The stick in his hand radiated faint energy, responding to his control. He understood something in that moment. An opportunity like this would not come again. Without hesitation, he began walking slowly into the forest's deeper shadows. Behind a tree, unseen eyes followed him. Vigo watched carefully. Long ago, an artifact infused with primordial magic had appeared in this world. Ancient magicians had named it the Source Crystal. It was said that each element possessed its own crystal: water, fire, wind, lightning, ice, and more. Yet throughout history, only 5 had ever been found. The Source Crystal could amplify magic from the first level to the third. Not only magicians desired such power, knights coveted it just as fiercely. A foot stepped over dry brushwood. Joshua's gaze sharpened. He knew the truth. One of those crystals rested deep within the Dark Forest, and the one who obtained the Source Crystal would gain control over far more than mere magic. Mana flowed steadily through Joshua's body, circulating with controlled precision. He no longer sensed how far he had traveled. The forest had grown denser, quieter, heavier. Then he heard it. A deep, guttural sound. Ahead, a massive ogre gripped a tree trunk, its thick fingers digging into bark. Joshua narrowed his eyes. A black ogre. He assessed it instantly. Low-level magic would not work. Black ogres resisted it naturally. To withstand one head-on, a knight needed to be at least B-class. Joshua calculated the variables. It was alone. If he gathered every fragment of energy within his core and released it in a single strike, he could end it with one blow. Distance. More than 10 meters. If he stepped closer, it would sense him. So he chose a different approach. A lightning-fast lunge from where he stood. Close the gap instantly. Sever the head before it reacted. The ogre's teeth clattered in irritation, sensing something off. Joshua moved. The ground exploded beneath his feet as he dashed forward. But the ogre reacted faster than expected. Its massive fist slammed downward. If Joshua had not shifted at the last second, his body would have been crushed into the soil. He twisted midair, weapon flashing in a tight arc. Something heavy dropped to the ground. The ogre roared and lunged after him, its enormous frame shaking the earth with each step. Joshua glanced sideways. The red moon. His expression hardened. Fighting now was dangerous. Under the red moon, monsters grew frenzied, unpredictable. The ogre screamed, its rage rising. Joshua leapt onto a tree, steadying himself against the trunk, suppressing his presence. He slowed his breathing. He activated the King of Kills technique. This technique did not focus mana into a single limb or weapon. Instead, it spread evenly across the entire body, forming a thin, controlled layer. Mana and flesh moved as one. Presence thinned, aura faded. To use it properly, one had to breathe slower than instinct allowed and forget the world entirely. Joshua's heartbeat calmed. The ogre stomped past beneath him, snarling loudly, scanning the surroundings. It did not see him. Joshua watched carefully, confirming the technique had worked. Once the monster moved further away, he descended quietly from the tree. He reduced his mana output immediately, sustained full body control, drained stamina quickly. He still needed strength for the source crystal. He shifted his weight. The blade in his hand sliced through a branch by mistake. The sound cracked sharply through the forest. A second later, his body slipped and fell to the ground. Joshua clicked his tongue in irritation. The landing angle had been wrong. The ogre stopped. Its massive head turned slowly. Then another roar echoed. From the shadows of the forest, more shapes emerged. Not one, dozens. A massive army of ogres charged forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. The nearest one bared its teeth viciously. Joshua rose slowly. Instead of fear, a smile formed on his lips. He had wanted to test himself for a long time. Joshua stood alone at the center of the clearing, a simple stick in his hand. Power surged through it. Magic streamed outward, spiraling violently as he initiated the second stage of spear mastery, the second hurricane technique. The air twisted. Ogres lunged toward him from every direction, their massive bodies crashing forward without hesitation. Joshua released the gathered force, and a spiraling shockwave exploded outward, pushing the monsters back in a widening arc. One of the ogres roared furiously, teeth grinding in rage. Joshua tightened his grip, confidence steady in his eyes. His gaze shifted sharply to the side, tracking movement patterns. He struck the ground with the stick. The impact released another surge of mana, but his expression darkened. He had not fully mastered the second stage yet. The destructive force was incomplete, not even half of what it should be. Through the chaos, he calculated the direction of the monster's advance. If this continued, they would soon reach the knight's camp. Every second, now, carried weight. He needed the stone. He needed the source crystal. And he needed to return before the line collapsed. Night deepened. Joshua turned his head. An ogre burst from the bushes at full speed. Elsewhere, shouts echoed. Move faster. Monsters are attacking. Ogres poured out from every patch of darkness. The army formed defensive lines, weapons drawn. Hold them back. Blades ignited with mana. Swords glowed, cutting through charging orcs with clean, brutal precision. Warriors moved confidently, stepping into strikes without hesitation. One soldier glanced back in confusion, sensing something wrong. The swords continued, radiating power. The men grit their teeth and pressed forward. No one retreated. They charged. Then someone shouted, "There's more!" From beyond the tree line, shadows multiplied. The monsters began running faster, wilder, as if driven mad. Over 1,000. The Duke's voice cut through the panic. Silence. Anyone who runs will be punished. Orders rang out sharply. Prepare. The army steadied itself. Across from them stood a vast wall of orcs. Both sides moved at once. Steel met flesh. One knight severed an orc's arm in a single stroke. Another stepped forward and drove his blade through a monster's chest. Chiffon himself swung his weapon, mana bursting from its edge. Suddenly, a violent force rippled across the ground, blasting several monsters backward. Chiffon's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. They had miscalculated. There was no visible end to the enemy line. Tomorrow was supposed to be the red moon. Not today. An orc snarled, jaws wide, teeth exposed. Joshua turned, and one of the monsters struck. Chiffon clicked his tongue in irritation. Why now? He was the only B-class knight present. If this escalated further, no one else here could hold the line. He stepped forward without hesitation. Mana surged through his body as he clenched his teeth and advanced. The black orc met him head-on. Their clash shook the ground. In the next instant, the orc's massive strike forced Chiffon backward several steps. Gasps erupted. Master. Panic flickered across the soldiers' faces. Several instinctively prepared to retreat, trying to distance themselves from the black orc. They knew if it broke through, it would tear them apart in rage. Chiffon steadied himself, jaw tight. It's moving faster because of the red moon. Even though it was not meant to rise tonight, something had accelerated the monster's frenzy. A knight stepped closer and reminded him that a commander must remain calm in every situation. Agnes nodded once. I'll handle them. He walked forward again, sword raised. The orcs continued rushing the line. Agnes did not flinch. His eyes radiated absolute confidence. Mana burst outward from his body, spreading across the battlefield in a crushing wave. The air itself seemed to tremble. He swung. The sword flashed with blinding magic. Across from him, dozens, no, hundreds, of orcs were cut down in a single sweeping arc. Their massive bodies were thrown aside as if they weighed nothing. The soldiers stared in stunned silence. This was the power of one of the 9 stars. Agnes stepped forward again, boots pressing into blood-soaked earth. Far from the front line, Joshua walked calmly along a narrow path. His gaze lowered toward a deep abyss hidden within the forest. His eyes were steady, unwavering. From below, countless monsters roared. Magic pulsed faintly from within the darkness. Agnes, back at the battlefield, continued advancing. His expression never wavered. Vigo stood nearby, unsure, laughter forced as he muttered that the boy could become like his father one day. He still viewed Joshua as nothing more than a child. Then he frowned. Where is he? No one answered. The soldiers exchanged looks. No one had seen Joshua. Whispers spread quickly. Had he run? Had he fled? Agnes' voice thundered across the field. The battle isn't over. The hesitation vanished. Swords ignited again with mana. A young soldier shouted that he would bring glory to Agnes and charged forward. Others followed. Morale surged. With the Duke at their side, fear dissolved. They pushed into the enemy ranks. Orcs howled, looking around in confusion. Some began retreating unexpectedly, their formations breaking apart. The soldiers laughed in relief, believing the monsters were finally scattering. But something felt wrong. From the side, massive shapes were thrown violently into the air, as if struck by an unseen force. The heroes could not see what was happening beyond the trees. The monsters continued running, yet not only at them. One enormous orc suddenly screamed, mouth wide open, and the ground beneath it trembled. The army screamed for everyone to scatter as the monsters pushed forward like a living tide. Panic spread. Soldiers tried to retreat, but every step back only tightened the noose. Then the Duke's voice cut through the chaos, commanding them not to run, but to fight until their last breath. For a moment, confusion froze the men in place. And then Joshua moved. Without hesitation, he launched himself at an orc. The beast roared, jaws wide, but the strike came down first. His weapon cracked against its skull, and the impact exploded outward, power rippling across the battlefield. Even the seasoned warriors didn't understand what they were witnessing. Agnes turned his head sharply at the shockwave that followed. Joshua's foot hit the ground, steady and controlled. Across the field, a stunned soldier tried to process what he had just seen. An ogre empowered by the red moon, killed in a single blow. The creature's body twitched before collapsing, its rage still burning in its lifeless eyes. Vigo shouted orders, demanding to know what had just happened, barking for the men to support the Duke. The troops rallied, morale surging as they slowly began cutting down the remaining monsters. But Joshua refused to fade into the background. If they were going to look at him, he would give them something they would never forget. Agnes laughed under his breath, realizing that this so-called monster boy might actually be the one saving them all. Fear rippled again when the crowd of orcs regrouped, unsure whether to charge or flee. Joshua told everyone to step back. Power gathered around him. Even he didn't fully know how his body would endure what he was about to unleash. Still, he leapt forward again. Thunder split the air. Lightning flashed across the field, illuminating the terror on every face. When the light faded, the ground was carpeted with corpses. A surviving orc let out a broken scream before falling silent. Joshua stood at the center, spear in hand, unmoving. Vigo looked away, jaw tight with irritation. The army could hardly believe it. Black ogres, wiped out. Agnes, however, saw the truth. The boy was forcing himself to remain standing, pushing past his limit just to avoid appearing weak. The soldiers finally understood. This was not some cursed failure. This was something else entirely. a being who could alter the fate of a nation. Joshua's vision blurred. He knew he had reached his limit. His eyes slowly closed as another orc roared in frustration, fists pounding into the earth. The Duke stepped forward and caught him before he fell. Moments later, the battlefield quieted. Joshua slept peacefully in Agnes's arms, a faint smile resting on his face, as someone rushed urgently toward them. Agnes held the boy firmly, his expression unreadable as memories stirred in his mind. Joshua was crying, and Babel stood in front of him, staring ahead with absolute certainty. Then his eyes closed. Suddenly, Joshua's eyes snapped open again. Shouts echoed everywhere. Fire. The Duchy of Agnes was burning. He couldn't understand what was happening. Flames swallowed the estate as people screamed that the building was collapsing. The world felt distorted, unreal, yet painfully vivid. Joshua questioned whether this was a dream, but everything looked too precise, too detailed to dismiss. Through the blaze, someone emerged, a hand gripping a sword, a man stepping out of the burning ruins. Joshua felt a chill. Babel had looked like that once before, when their house had nearly fallen. He couldn't grasp what kind of vision this was. A prophetic dream, perhaps. He knew source crystals were capable of such phenomena. Even the greatest magicians of the Magic Tower had never fully uncovered their limits. A strange wind swept across the scene. It felt as if something was entering his body. A man knelt on the ground, clutching it tightly. Two figures began speaking, Ina and the wolf, answering Babel as if this conversation had happened before. Joshua's mind raced. This was the spirit of the wind. He recognized them, even though he couldn't clearly see their faces or hear their voices. If that woman was here, then the enemy had to be close. Yet their words were muted, as though he were trapped under a spell of silence. The woman seemed to be creating something. Babel responded calmly, unwavering. Then a sharp voice cut through everything, commanding silence. Babel shouted back that their house would never bow its knees. Draxia smiled faintly at Joshua. A lion lunged toward the Babel. Pain tore through Joshua's own body, as if he were the one being struck. Babel clenched his teeth, enduring. The enemy continued speaking, smiling as though this destruction amused him. Joshua could not comprehend how they dared to go this far. Light flared violently. Darkness followed. Joshua jolted awake, heart pounding. He was back in his room. The silence felt suffocating. This was no ordinary dream. It carried weight, like a warning carved into his mind. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his body felt tight and strained. The bandages wrapped around him confirmed he had not fully recovered. Still, he sensed progress. He had reached the second level. Under normal standards, that strength rivaled the finest B-class knights. A small reassurance in the midst of uncertainty. Joshua exhaled slowly and convinced himself that it had only been a prophetic dream. Nothing more. The boy resolved to uncover the origin of the source crystals. That decision alone revealed how seriously he had taken the vision. Agnes found himself unsettled. Only hours earlier, the moon had burned red, as if ready to devour the world. Now it shone with an almost sacred brilliance. The contrast felt unnatural. Joshua smiled faintly. The Duke announced that they would return to Akardi immediately. Once home, he informed Joshua without hesitation that from this point forward, he would live as Vigo's only son. A new name, a new identity, protection through obscurity. Joshua accepted at once. Attention was the last thing he needed. What mattered was regaining his former strength. Nothing else. Later, Agnes watched the child carefully. Joshua murmured in his sleep, whispering the name of a well-known figure. The Duke questioned him the next morning about a certain spirit, unable to understand how the boy had learned of such matters. Joshua's eyes shifted away in surprise. He did not know how to respond. The Duke pressed further, demanding to know where he had heard that name. Silence settled between them. They stared at one another, each measuring the other's thoughts. Finally, Agnes leaned back, then rose, dismissing the matter as unimportant. As he left the room, he ordered Joshua to rest properly. They would return to the duchy the next day. Joshua nodded, lost in thought. That night, the moon climbed above the white stone castle. In a hidden chamber beneath its shadow, a quiet conversation unfolded. A voice asked whether Chiffon knew if Sister Vanessa was aware of the situation. The answer came calmly. She knew. Vigo stood with his back turned, his posture rigid. He assumed Chiffon's silence meant he had already realized someone capable of dethroning Babel had appeared. The knight denied it. He claimed he simply had no time to consider such matters. Not long ago, Joshua had been a stable boy, cleaning manure. No one had imagined he concealed such terrifying talent. Vigo turned sharply, anger flashing across his face. He refused to believe the boy had achieved everything alone. He invoked Count Babel, the Empire's greatest prodigy. Even Vigo himself had only reached his current level through the Duke's relentless discipline and a system that had shaped him since birth. Joshua had received none of that. No formal training, no structured cultivation, and yet he had still managed to defeat them. They spoke of the Black Ogre again, the one whose combat ability surpassed a C-rank knight. Vigo emphasized that such a level was not something just anyone could display. In fact, he claimed he had never seen a youth demonstrate power like that. Chiffon agreed. For someone of Joshua's age, it bordered on the impossible. That was precisely why the knights had started calling him a magic swordsman. Vigo turned sharply. He refused to accept that explanation. Joshua becoming a magic swordsman overnight made no sense. If they examined the circumstances carefully, there was another possibility, one far more believable in his eyes. Chiffon frowned and asked what he meant. Vigo spoke of the immense power Joshua had acquired in a single day. Such a leap, he argued, could only come from a contract with a high-ranking demon. The suggestion hung in the air like poison. Chiffon was stunned. That was impossible. Joshua had been tested before the royal knights, even in the duke's presence. Chiffon himself had stood there. He had felt no trace of demonic magic. Vigo looked at him with open disdain. Whether Joshua truly had a demon contract was irrelevant, he said coldly. What mattered was perception. Chiffon struggled to understand the implication. Vigo's expression did not soften. Instead, he calmly elaborated. Joshua's abilities clearly exceeded what was appropriate for his age. And worse, the boy showed signs of pride. If that immaturity were provoked correctly, it could become his weakness. He intended to exploit that. Chiffon asked what he planned to do. Vigo assigned him a simple task. Watch Joshua closely. Coincidentally, his own daughter would soon be enrolling in the same academy. Through her, gathering information would become effortless. Understanding dawned on Chiffon's face. Vigo walked toward the exit but stopped before leaving. He warned him to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. If Joshua ever developed ambition for the title of heir, the entire situation would spiral beyond control. They had to deal with him before such thoughts even took root. At the doorway, Vigo turned one last time, making it clear he expected every necessary measure to be taken. The door shut behind Vigo. Silence settled over the room as the remaining man stood alone, replaying every word of their discussion. Demons in the Duchy of Agnes. The thought lingered, heavy and unresolved. Elsewhere, Miss Cheryl stood at the balcony, calmly admiring the park below. The quiet suited her. It allowed her thoughts to remain ordered. That peace shattered when a servant burst in, calling her name before rushing out onto the balcony. He was breathless, nearly stumbling over his own words as he spoke of an urgent message. Cheryl turned slowly, asking why he was so flustered. Struggling to catch his breath, Cox announced that Count Joshua's expedition to the Dark Forest had ended. He was returning to the duchy today, and a grand celebration was being prepared in his honor. Cheryl turned back toward the view, unimpressed. That was the news. The servant blinked, confused by her reaction. This should have pleased her. Instead, she seemed irritated. She replied calmly that she had no reason to celebrate. Even he, she reminded him, had never particularly liked Joshua. The servant hesitated before pointing out that Joshua was no longer the same illegitimate child from before. He had become the first 10-year-old on the entire continent capable of using mana. That achievement alone shifted the balance of power. The Font House possessed wealth and prestige, yes, but reputation alone did not secure dominance. Cheryl's gaze sharpened. She turned back, asking what that implied for them. The servant countered with a question of his own. Did she understand why Duke Font had sent them here in the first place? The interest faded from her eyes again. She answered without hesitation. They had been sent because of the mercenary king. That was also why she had rejected the idea of Babel as her fiancé. She had never expected the mercenary king to align himself with Count Cromwell. The servant pictured the man, Bavant, towering with his massive axe in hand. Cheryl recalled him clearly. The first swordsman to reach that legendary rank. Not merely skilled, but someone who had pushed his axe mastery to its absolute peak. He was counted among the 12 superhumans. Individuals capable of competing for a position among the 9 stars if they so desired. Among mercenaries, he was more than respected. He was a legend. When he unified them, they began calling him their king. Her voice lowered. The real problem was the rumor. Whispers claimed he had secretly allied himself with Count Cromwell. And at that time, Cromwell County's influence within the empire ranked just beneath the Font House itself. If that alliance proved true, the balance of the continent would begin to tilt. Cheryl understood at the moment the pieces aligned. Once 2 merchant bloodlines stood on opposite sides, collision was no longer a possibility, but a certainty. That truth dimmed her eyes. If it truly came to that, there was nothing they could do. They could not even reach outward for aid without exposing weakness. Cox commended her grasp of the situation. Both houses were deeply entangled in merchant networks, and merchants feared rumors more than blades. A single whisper of war could circle the continent faster than any army. He spoke of how land-hungry families would react once such rumors ignited. Even though the Imperial Palace outlawed unjust territorial conflict, that had not stopped a senseless war from unfolding. Eventually the world would learn of it. And when it did, the house that crushed its opponent first would claim everything. Cheryl rested her arms against the balcony rail, staring into the distance. Superhumans, like the mercenary king, were beyond coin and contracts. At last, she understood why her family had tried to secure Duke Agnes's favor by tying her to Babel through marriage. The man smiled, saying he had expected nothing less from her. She answered quietly that strength had always drawn her admiration. But now that she understood the truth behind it all, the heat rising inside her chest refused to settle. He frowned, unable to grasp her change. She had always insisted on playing a central role in this scheme. Cheryl asked again whether they could simply request the Duke's assistance. He shook his head. Duke Agnes was nothing like the mercenary king. She did not yet understand how honor bound the nobility. Among the 5 duchies, dignity carried weight equal to power. The Duke would never seek help unless the situation became a true emergency. She turned away once more and asked if he felt the same. He answered without hesitation that in a real crisis, pride meant nothing to him. Then he stepped closer, lowering his voice. Though she acted indifferent, he knew she had no affection for Count Babel. Cheryl tilted her head slightly, listening. He admitted that in her position, he would hesitate to sacrifice his own estate merely to shield the county. And he could not ignore the storm gathering over the Font family. Cox confessed there had been only one time she stopped pretending, and that was in front of Count Joshua. Even so, he still wished that one day she would speak to him, without walls between them. When Cheryl turned back toward him, he saw the tears gathered in her eyes. Cox immediately lowered his head, apologizing for overstepping. He had spoken too lightly about wanting to see Count Joshua in the county and asked her to forget his careless words. She faced him calmly and told him there was no need for apology. She simply wished to see Joshua and arrange a proper dinner when the time came. Relief brightened the man's face. He urged her to leave the matter to him. Then he pushed the glass door open slightly, announcing that he would return only with good news. Cheryl thanked him once more. After he left and shut the door behind him, silence settled over the room. She turned toward the distant castle, uncertainty tightening her chest. There was no way for her to know whether everything remained stable. Her thoughts drifted back to that night, the first time in years the Order of the Crimson Knights returned from the Forbidden Lands. It had been the grandest feast the Duchy of Agnes had hosted in a long time. Along the edges of the banquet hall, voices rose in vivid recollection of past battles, each warrior recounting scars and victories. Joshua walked the corridor with his companions, hearing murmurs of his own exploits spreading behind him like wildfire. Beyond a glass door, the young man at his side asked whether the hero of the evening could truly slip away from the feast without consequence. Joshua noticed how naturally the attendant addressed him as liege. If others overheard, it would stir unnecessary commotion. The attendant insisted it was no empty title. After what had happened that day, he could now serve him openly and without doubt. Joshua glanced back and asked whether the man had ever sought his permission. What would he do if Joshua refused his knightly duty? The attendant spread his arms, replying that his lord would not be foolish enough to reject a subordinate destined to become a master. Joshua muttered that the man was more shameless than expected. Cain accepted the remark as praise and bowed lightly. Joshua dismissed him for the evening, saying he intended to visit the rest room. Cain placed his hand over his chest and thanked him before stepping back. Cain wished him an enjoyable evening and proper rest, then added that everything he had said earlier remained the absolute truth. He spoke of Joshua's monstrous talent and claimed he genuinely believed he could still teach him many things. Serving him would be an honor beyond measure. Joshua answered that he would consider the offer. The knight stepped back, reminding him to call if he needed anything before finally departing. Left alone, Joshua found the situation difficult to accept. A subordinate. In his previous life, countless individuals had tried to attach themselves to him, yet he had declined them all with polite distance. He had lived as a blade, nothing more. If he allowed others to stand behind him, would his edge dull? Would trust weaken? Even now, he could not understand why Caesar had ultimately turned against him. He had never built factions. He had never accepted followers. His thoughts drifted to Duke Agnes, and the moment the Duke probed him about how he knew that name, the memory still carried pain. Betrayal. And among those who stood against him had been the one he once called a friend. A voice pulled him back. An elderly man approached and asked about his condition, suggesting a physician, if necessary. Joshua replied that he was fine and told him not to trouble himself. The man persisted. Dinner had been prepared. Everyone was waiting. Joshua's expression hardened. He had already said he would not attend the feast due to exhaustion. The old servant clarified that this was separate from the banquet. The meal had been arranged by order of Duchess Vanessa. His mother was present as well. That halted him. For a brief moment, he did not know how to respond. Then he pushed the doors open and entered the hall. Inside, he saw them, his mother and Duchess Vanessa seated with chiffon nearby. Lucia turned first, her face lighting up as she greeted him warmly. Confusion flickered across Joshua's expression, yet he felt a quiet relief at seeing her. The Duchess welcomed him as well, remarking that this was their first proper meeting. Before he could settle, Babel stepped forward, his voice sharp with anger as he demanded an answer. Babel snapped at him, ordering him to watch his tone in the presence of Duchess Vanessa. Joshua's eyes turned cold. He studied the boy in silence, that fierce glare stirring a sense of familiarity from a distant memory. Before he could follow the thread, his mother's voice cut in, urging him to introduce himself properly. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed. He was Joshua Agnes. The moment the surname left his lips, Vanessa's expression stiffened. Fury flickered across her face, but when he looked back at her, she smoothed it away. Soon he would depart for the capital. There would be no need to waste emotion on him. She began speaking with measured grace, saying it felt awkward that they had never met before. Still, since he would soon be leaving for the capital, it was only appropriate they share a proper meal. Lucia blinked in surprise and asked if she meant the academy. Vanessa seemed startled that the mother had not yet been informed. Chiffon calmly explained that Count Joshua had been acknowledged as a C-rank knight, and the Duke intended to take him to the academy personally. Pride filled Lucia's face at once. She looked at her son, as though seeing him anew. Vanessa smiled and revealed that this was precisely why she had gathered them, to celebrate his achievement and honor him with a grand table. She added, with feigned regret, that she had not been attentive to them before and proposed they forget any past misunderstandings. Lucia gently refused the apology, insisting there had been nothing to forgive. Vanessa rang the bell, satisfaction hidden beneath her poised tone, and declared it pleased her to hear such words. Then she invited them to begin. Servants entered moments later, carrying dish after dish into the hall. Plates were arranged carefully, and one was set directly before Joshua. He studied the food with quiet intensity. A faint smile touched his lips, but beneath it, his instincts tightened. Something was off. Vanessa gestured for him to sit. Lucia reminded him softly to show proper respect to his elders. Vanessa assured them the meal had been prepared solely for their comfort, and asked whether they felt uneasy in any way. Lucia answered that everything was fine and that they were grateful. Vanessa's smile deepened. She confessed she had worried about being disliked and hoped that this opportunity would help mother and son grow closer to her. Lucia thanked her again for her thoughtfulness. Vanessa lightly crossed her fingers beneath the table, lifted her utensils without hesitation, and took the first bite, urging the others to follow. Lucia calmly began slicing her steak. Across the table, Vanessa lifted her fork with visible satisfaction, eyes fixed on mother and son, tracking every motion, waiting for the first bite. Joshua's voice cut through the quiet. He asked them to look at him. Before eating, he said he wished to apologize. He rose from his seat and bowed slightly, expressing regret for not greeting her properly earlier despite the great care she had shown him and his mother. Vanessa dismissed the gesture with impatience and urged him to begin eating at once. Instead, Joshua slowly pushed his chair back. He said he could not do that, not even if everything had been prepared specifically for them. Lucia looked at him in confusion, attempting to calm him. Joshua turned to her and remarked that perhaps the Duchess was showing them too much consideration. He pointed out something simple. Despite the table being filled with delicacies of every kind, Vanessa's own plate held almost nothing. The observation did not go unnoticed. Others at the table glanced toward her plate as well. Joshua continued evenly. Since this was his final dinner before departing, he suggested that he and Vanessa share the same dishes. His mind was clear. In both lives, he had faced countless attempts on his life. Poison had never been absent from that list. He examined the meal placed before him and concluded that pine-based toxin had likely been added only to their portions. Its traces notoriously difficult to detect afterward. Certain of his assessment, he invited her once more to share the feast. Vanessa tried to decline lightly, claiming she struggled with excess weight and had to be careful with what she consumed. Joshua smiled faintly and insisted that a woman as beautiful as her had no need to worry about such things. Behind her composed expression, she understood. He had seen through it. He had hidden his perception carefully until now, and she realized retreating behind excuses would only deepen suspicion. She needed to move decisively. Joshua asked what troubled her so deeply. Then he said it plainly. Perhaps the food had been poisoned. Chiffon shot to his feet in fury, declaring that Joshua had no right to speak such words. The Duchess exploded, shouting that he had no right to speak about poison in the food. Her voice cracked through the hall, sharp and furious. But Joshua didn't flinch. His gaze turned cold as steel. He stated that only a knight lacking discipline would dare show such open disrespect. Then he fixed his eyes on the man before him and demanded to know who he thought he was. From the very beginning, Chiffon had done nothing but glare at him. If he had truly thought it through, he would have realized something was wrong. An ordinary C-rank child could never suppress bloodlust the way Joshua had. That alone should have been enough. Joshua shifted his attention back to the Duchess and calmly claimed it had only been a joke. Yet his tone hardened as he added that Sir Knight's reaction made him cautious. It didn't feel like a joke at all. It felt as if someone might truly slip poison into their food by accident. Vanessa's fury boiled over. She spat that Joshua was nothing but scum. Steel rang through the air. Chiffon drew his sword in one clean motion and declared that insulting a noble was punishable by immediate execution. Even if the offender carried his lord's blood, he could not overlook such disgrace. For a heartbeat, the room froze. Joshua's anger ignited. No one dared raise a sword against him. No one. He reached down, seized an iron pole, and took his stance without hesitation. The knight declared proudly that he could not ignore either the talk of poison or what had just occurred. But as he focused, something unsettled him. The aura surrounding Joshua did not resemble C rank. It pressed against him like something far heavier, at least B rank. Worse, the boy's growth felt monstrous, unnatural. And there was the artifact, one infused with spatial magic. Retreat was no longer an option. He had already drawn his blade. At the same time, he understood the danger. If left unchecked, no one could predict how powerful Joshua might become. That possibility alone was enough to justify ending him now. Just as tension reached its breaking point, a cry of disbelief erupted from behind the door that had been flung open moments earlier. Elsewhere, far from the charged atmosphere of that room, Caesar sat alone on a bench in the palace gardens, calmly reading. A shadow approached from the side. Without lifting his eyes from the page, Caesar greeted the figure and asked what had happened. Evergrant reported that a letter had arrived from the Duke of Agnes. He withdrew an envelope from inside his coat. Caesar assumed the Duke had finally reached a decision. He asked if the letter had been opened. Evergrant replied that reading another's correspondence would be improper, so he brought it straight to the palace. A faint anticipation crossed Caesar's face as he broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Caesar studied the seal for a moment and assumed the writer had accepted the offer. The Royal Order of Knights was the dream of every swordsman in the Empire. Refusing such an invitation would be foolish. In his mind, the head of that order was no idiot. He would never discard an opportunity like this. He unfolded the letter. As his eyes moved across the lines, the air around him shifted. The faint smile on his lips disappeared. His expression hardened, then twisted. Silence hung for several seconds. Then he laughed. It was not amusement. It was something darker. The attendant stiffened, unable to read the prince's sudden change. He asked cautiously whether everything was fine. Caesar crushed the envelope in his fist and tore it apart, fury flashing in his eyes as he voiced his hatred for Joshua. Back in the banquet hall, Chiffon swung his sword with restrained anger, telling himself he had to end this quickly. The longer Joshua lived, the stronger he would become. That growth was not normal. It was accelerating. And then, the doors opened. Duke Agnes stepped inside and stopped dead in his tracks, stunned by the sight before him. His voice thundered through the hall as he demanded to know what was happening. Joshua's mind went blank for a split second. Chiffon froze under the weight of the Duke's fury, unable to form an answer. Vanessa rose from her seat and approached calmly, though anger simmered beneath her composure. She explained that she had invited the family to celebrate their achievements before departing for the academy. Her eyes burned as she added that she knew he intended to take them to the capital. Agnes said nothing at first. He simply stood there, radiating authority. Then his gaze shifted. He noticed the iron pole in Joshua's hand. The mother and son felt the pressure instantly, confusion and unease tightening around them. Agnes slowly surveyed the table, the untouched dishes resting neatly on the cloth. His eyes returned to Chiffon, and he asked how long he intended to keep standing there. The words snapped the knight back to his senses. He sheathed his sword immediately. Joshua followed suit, lowering and hiding the iron pole. The tension thinned, but did not disappear. Agnes looked directly at Joshua and ordered him to return to his room. They would be leaving early in the morning. Joshua reached for his mother's hands and quietly told her to come with him. She hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Without another word, the two left the hall behind. The hall emptied, leaving only the Duke and Chiffon behind. Vanessa did not wait. She stepped forward first, arms crossed tightly over her chest, and demanded to know why he was pretending to be a loving father. To her, the entire display was a farce, and not an amusing one. Agnes studied her coldly. Then, in a low and dangerous tone, he asked whether she truly hated him. She abandoned all restraint. Her voice rose sharply as she declared that yes, she hated him. She moved closer, her heels striking the floor with force, and admitted that his suspicions were justified. There was no affection left to disguise. Agnes clasped his hands behind his back and allowed her to continue. He wanted to hear plainly. Why such hostility? Vanessa struggled to form anything coherent. Her anger poured out louder than her words. Agnes cut through the noise and stated flatly that she hated him because he had taken an interest in Joshua. At the mention of that name, she snapped. She shouted at him not to utter the boy's name in her presence. He had not married her for that. She repeated that she had never mattered to him, that for Agnes the duchy always came first. Chiffon stood rigid nearby, forced to endure every word while pretending not to hear. Vanessa's voice hardened. She would not waste time with meaningless conversation. She reminded him that she herself came from the royal family, and that this marriage had been forced upon her. Love had never existed between them. Her expression darkened further. She would not stand idle if that child ever influenced Babel. Babel meant as much to her as the duchy meant to him. She demanded that he show at least a fragment of dignity and make a decision that would favor her side. Agnes stared at her, almost incredulous at the mention of dignity. He calmly insisted that a person of worth acts exactly as he was acting now. Her shock was visible. His reasoning twisted her expectations, even forcing her to contemplate options she would rather not consider. He did not allow interruption. His voice rose again, firmer, colder. Then his gaze sharpened, menacing, burning, as it swept over both Vanessa and Chiffon. He declared that he already knew everything. The words struck like a blade. Both stiffened instantly, fear creeping into their expressions. If he knew everything, then he knew about the conspiracy. Agnes looked as if he had reached the edge of his restraint. Elsewhere, Joshua quietly closed the door to his room. Joshua closed the door behind himself and his mother and finally exhaled. At least for now, the storm remained outside. Vanessa would be furious. That much was certain. Lucia stood awkwardly in a quiet room, unsure how she was supposed to respond to everything that had just unfolded. Embarrassment flickered across her face as she asked why he had not told her sooner. Joshua placed a hand on his chin, searching for words. The truth was simple. He had never known how to begin that conversation with her. He lowered his head and admitted with quiet regret that even in this life, he was still making his mother worry. A knock followed. Kane's voice came from the other side of the door. Joshua's eyes sharpened instantly. He approached carefully before allowing the knight inside. Kane entered with an easy expression and casually asked how dinner had been. Joshua watched him closely and countered by asking whether he knew what had been prepared for them. Kane answered without hesitation. He had asked the butler, who told him that mother and son had gone to enjoy fine dishes before their departure. That answer settled something in Joshua's mind. The butler was involved. This attempt had not been the work of one person alone. The roots ran deeper. He briefly wondered whether there was any corner of the duchy where the Duchess had not planted her influence. Kane's voice pulled him back. He mentioned that he had heard about their departure in the morning. According to him, it was a wise decision, an opportunity for them to see each other more often. Joshua gave a faint grin and asked if that was truly the only reason for his visit. Kane straightened and admitted there was something else. He had a small favor to request. Then his demeanor shifted. He clenched his fist and pressed it firmly against his chest, declaring that his words and intentions were genuine. Without hesitation, he knelt before Joshua and offered himself as his lord's knight. The room fell silent. Joshua had not expected this. Not now. Before accepting anything, he needed clarity. He told Kane to understand the path he was choosing. If he sought glory or wished to play at being a celebrated knight, he was in the wrong place. The road Joshua would walk would not be clean. It would be drenched in blood. It would earn hatred, and those who stood beside him would share that burden. Joshua lifted his gaze, voice firm and unwavering, and demanded to know whether Kane still intended to serve him. Kane answered without wavering. His purpose was simple: loyalty and honesty to his lord, to follow him wherever the path led. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and declared that a man is granted only one true choice in his lifetime. He had made his. It belonged to Joshua. He extended the blade and requested the honor of being knighted by his future lord. Joshua accepted the sword, a faint smile crossing his face, though confusion lingered beneath it. He grasped the hilt and stated that he would accept this oath with full acknowledgement of its weight. Morning arrived with a shout that it was time to rise. Soon after, Agnes and Joshua's carriage rolled out of the duchy, rows of raised swords forming a farewell line on both sides. Steel glinted beneath the sun as the gates opened. Agnes looked toward his son and asked whether he would be fine. Joshua replied without hesitation that one night was more than enough. He required no further protection. The Duke observed that while Joshua might resemble a fallen noble on the surface, a man of his standing required attendance. Traveling with only one knight would invite trouble. Joshua simply glanced at Kane and assured him once more that it would suffice. In his previous life, he had endured far worse with far less. Agnes studied him briefly, then ordered him to follow closely. A warrior at the end of the formation called out a proud farewell, wishing the Duke a safe journey. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind the gates. Cheryl appeared, lifting her dress as she ran after the departing carriage. She stopped, slightly out of breath, and apologized for arriving so abruptly. It would have been improper, she said, to let him depart without offering her farewell. Agnes looked at her carefully and remarked that she had not appeared during his previous visit. Perhaps she had been unwell. Cheryl bowed her head again, apologizing for the disturbance and thanking him. She felt much better now. Agnes examined her more closely, puzzled by the sudden shift in her demeanor. He remarked that he had preferred the way she used to behave. It made him feel less regretful about never having a daughter. Cheryl smiled faintly and asked whether she should return to acting as she once did. Her servant quickly tried to silence her, warning that such remarks were inappropriate toward the Duke. Agnes laughed. That reaction, he said, was closer to the girl he remembered. Then, almost casually, he suggested she accompany them to the academy. The messenger kept insisting she should head to the capital, but she refused outright, declaring that this time she had already promised to visit the Cooch family. The servant tried to smooth things over, urging her not to trouble herself over such a small matter. Cheryl spun on her heel and cut him off, saying that promise was not made to him, but to her precious partner, Anna. Without another word, She gathered her dress in her hands and hurried off. She stopped beside Joshua's horse, slightly out of breath, and said she needed to tell him something. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, unable to understand what she wanted from him now. Suspicion flickered across his face. Cheryl began rummaging through her belongings and told him not to misunderstand. She only wished to give him something. Then it appeared. A golden owl medallion rested in her palm. Joshua stared at it, stunned. Cheryl explained that it was a family heirloom and asked him to return to the duchy once he had settled at the academy. A shout erupted from nearby. One of the men protested loudly that she could not simply hand over such a treasure. Joshua looked from the medallion to Cheryl, confusion plain in his eyes, and asked what she truly meant. She pressed the medallion into his hand and told him to treat it as both an invitation and a request to come back after reaching the academy. Around them, the warriors had already begun whispering. They spoke of the priceless gift, of the meaning behind it, of whether she had taken a special interest in him. Another knight joined in, claiming that no man in their order would reject her under such circumstances. Soon the murmurs twisted into speculation about why she would act so openly when it seemed as though she were already promised to someone else. Joshua felt the weight of their stares. If he refused her here, before all these knights, rumors would spread like wildfire. He also knew the harsh truth. His strength might take 5 years to fully return. If he mishandled this moment, everything he had been rebuilding could collapse before it even began. Then Cheryl's eyes grew wet. She wiped at her tears, insisting that she only wanted to give him something in return for her earlier rudeness. For a second, Joshua hesitated. Was she truly crying? Before doubt could root itself deeper, he reached out and took the medallion from her hands, declaring that he would accept it as a token of gratitude. He lifted his gaze toward the distant road and said they had a long journey ahead, so it was time to move. The Count watched him with quiet approval and signaled the column forward as the procession resumed its march. Agnes glanced back once more and asked Cheryl whether he might visit again in the future. She answered without hesitation that she would always be pleased to see him. Agnes added dryly that next time, they should prepare a proper drink from the kingdom in advance, since the girl's father was known as a true connoisseur of fine alcohol. As they parted, the Count expressed his wish to meet Cox and the other servants again. Those gathered offered their blessings for a safe journey and hoped for another reunion soon. At the rear of the departing column, a warrior called for a formal salute in honor of the Duke. Steel roses won, and with that, Joshua rode out, accompanied by the Count and his own knight, setting his course toward the academy. Agnes studied the boy in silence, thinking that Joshua most likely had no idea what it truly meant to receive a medallion from a noble family. That single gesture carried weight far beyond sentiment. Far away, in the mountainous heart of the empire, the grand royal palace of the Avalon Empire stood like a monument to absolute authority. Jackian approached the throne and bowed deeply, reporting that Duke Agnes and Joshua would arrive in the capital within 3 days. Marcus gestured for him to continue. Jackian added that Joshua had also rejected the 4th Prince Caesar's recommendation to join the Order of Imperial Knights. Marcus stiffened. He could not comprehend how a mere boy would refuse a place within the most powerful empire on the continent. He pressed further, insisting that their order was unmatched in strength and prestige. How could the second son of a noble house cast aside such an opportunity to elevate his standing? He asked whether Joshua intended to subjugate the entire duchy of Agnes with his own forces. Jackian shook his head. In his view, that was not the boy's aim. He revealed that Joshua had sent a letter to Prince Caesar, stating clearly that he required no recommendation from any prince. He would obey only His Majesty's direct commands, in strict accordance with the laws of the empire. Marcus burst into laughter, barely steady on his throne. He found it absurd that Joshua would refuse all orders except those issued by him personally. Yet beneath that laughter stirred something sharper. He declared that he looked forward to the day of confrontation, eager to test this defiant youth against the Order of Knights, the pride of the empire itself. 4 days later, the Duchy of Agnes' residence in the capital of Accardi came into view. At the foot of the White Palace, workers were already waiting. They stepped forward at once, carrying luggage, guiding the travelers through the gates, leading them to their assigned chambers. Lucia stood still for a moment, staring up at the white stone structure. Disbelief lingered in her eyes. She could not accept that she was permitted to live in such a place. Joshua told her calmly that this was only natural and that she should feel at ease. Beside them, Cain gazed at the palace with quiet delight, remarking that it had not changed at all. Joshua turned to him, surprised. The knight explained that he had lived here since childhood and had often accompanied the Duke within these walls. The boy's thoughts sharpened. Cain and Agnes were closer than he had assumed. Of course, the man was gifted, but such familiarity suggested something deeper. Yet before his return, Joshua had never once heard Cain's name. That meant only 2 possibilities. Either Cain had reached his limit and remained an ordinary knight, or he had vanished alongside the fall of the duchy. Joshua's gaze hardened. He would not allow that outcome. Cain would not remain average beneath his watch. Loyalty of that level deserved reward. He would forge him into a warrior worthy of history itself. Kane scratched the back of his head, breaking the silence, and added that he had only come here once before, when Agnes wished to test his strength. He pointed out that the many eyes constantly fixed on the Duke's residence made secrecy impossible elsewhere. Training here, under such watch, was paradoxically safer. Joshua surveyed the palace grounds. Kane was correct. Within these walls, he could refine himself without unnecessary interference, ignoring the stares of the capital. Lucia called for him to come inside. As they entered, the scale and elegance of the interior left both mother and son momentarily silent. Joshua quickly assessed the district. Security was minimal, but not out of negligence. No civilians lived here. Only knights and maids resided within the area, assigned to serve and guard his mother. Still, a flaw remained. If an attack came, Kane alone would be insufficient to guarantee her safety, and Joshua could not remain here at all times. That reality settled heavily in his mind as night approached. Standing within the palace halls, he informed Kane that he would need to leave for a while. The knight immediately asked when he intended to depart. The man stood there confused, unable to process it. In his mind, this was the boy's first time here. The capital's corridors twisted like a maze. Anyone unfamiliar would get swallowed by them. He assumed the hero would lose his way within minutes. But Joshua remained calm. He told him not to worry. Instead, he gave a simple instruction: take care of his mother while he was gone. Nothing more. No hesitation. Kane agreed, though reluctance lingered in his eyes. He convinced himself the boy would wander a little, look around, then return. The moon loomed over the heart of the capital, hanging above the towering moon palace like a silent witness. At the main gate, a weathered sign pointed toward the outer road. Joshua stepped beyond it and straightened his shoulders. Nothing had changed. 10 years ago, this place looked exactly the same. That familiarity didn't comfort him. It sharpened him. He decided to visit a bar. Not for leisure, for observation. He wanted to see how the world would look at him now. Footsteps followed. Zero appeared behind him, voice cautious. He suggested the boy might be lost, offered to escort him back if he told him where he came from. Joshua turned slowly, eyes steady. He answered without pause. He was here for the red coin buried deep beneath Lake Rolf. For a split second, the man's expression shifted. Worry, recognition. Then it disappeared. He told the boy to follow. Joshua understood immediately. He had stepped into the correct circle. If he wanted the truth, he needed someone who could dig into the past, quietly. Someone capable of collecting verified information without drawing attention. Someone who could deceive others while appearing harmless. And the perfect candidate was already walking in front of him. Most people trusted faces like that. They entered the bar. The air smelled of alcohol and secrets. At the next table, a man was already drinking. Zero approached him and asked to register an order. Joshua kept his expression neutral, but he noticed everything. The stranger's curiosity, the subtle glances. Even low-rank informants followed strict rules. No one spoke carelessly here. Zero motioned for him not to lag behind and led him toward a back door. As Joshua followed, his thoughts sharpened. What made an informant truly exceptional? Not skill alone, not connections. It was discretion, patience, the ability to hear everything while revealing nothing. They stopped at a narrow door. Zero slid open a small window and announced that a trusted person had arrived. Moments later, a tall man opened from inside. They stepped into the center of the room, and without warning, Zero dropped to his knees. He began feeling the floor, pressing his palms against it, as if searching for something hidden beneath. Joshua watched in silence, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. The moment the hatch was lifted, the boy understood something important. Security here was not decorative. It was layered, measured, precise. He relaxed slightly. In this business, trust was currency. Without it, even the most carefully guarded secrets would spill. With it, even the most dangerous truths could remain buried. They began descending the steps. Zero turned back once and warned him to watch his footing. It was dark down here. The torches along the passage burned low, their light barely cutting through the shadows. They moved forward. Around a tight bend, a man sat beside a door, calmly reading a book. As soon as he saw them, he stood and bowed to Zero, acknowledging his presence without hesitation. Respect. Not casual, not forced. Zero informed him they had a new client. The guard-like figure immediately stepped aside and unlocked the door behind him. Joshua observed quietly. The man guiding him was not a mere middle runner. Even those stationed in the passage treated him with formality. That meant hierarchy, authority, structure. Another confirmation. Never judged by appearance. Zero led him into a chamber lined with multiple doors. He announced that they had reached the appointed place. Joshua frowned slightly. Another door stood ahead. Corridor after corridor. Entry after entry. It felt deliberate. A maze designed not to confuse outsiders, but to filter them. Zero pointed toward the final open passage and stated that it was the last stop. Joshua said nothing. He stepped into the room. Inside stood a single chair and a table. Nothing more. Minimalism. Controlled environment. Without hesitation, He entered fully. Zero closed the door behind them and asked him to sit comfortably. Joshua did. His eyes moved once, only once, to a small hole carved into the wall. Subtle, easy to miss, but not meaningless. Information transmission point. Sound channel. Observation slit. Everything here was structured around distance and anonymity. Zero asked what he wished to know. Joshua looked at him with mild surprise. Was he selling information personally? A faint smile formed. It was almost amusing. A branch manager reduced to passing third-rate scraps directly to customers. If that were true, then his rank would be embarrassingly low. Zero stiffened. The words caught him off guard. But instead of anger, he studied the boy more carefully. He noted that his guest clearly understood their organization. He asked why he assumed he was the manager. Joshua leaned back slightly and began gesturing calmly as he explained. An information network survives on one foundation: security. Security protects identities. Informants must not know each other. Ranks remain concealed. Access is compartmentalized. The higher the position, the fewer direct interactions. The very structure of this place, the layered doors, the indirect contact, the transmission hole, proved centralized control. And the way everyone bowed to him, without question, confirmed it. Joshua's hand moved once more in the air as he concluded silently. In a business built on shadows, authority is never loud. It is simply recognized. Joshua continued calmly, his tone analytical. Even if someone worked side by side with informants in the same office, they would never know the manager's true identity. That was the structure. The defining trait of such organizations was centralized control. The main branch maintained absolute authority over every subordinate branch. 100% oversight. No exceptions. Informants didn't know who managed them. Most didn't even know a manager existed. He based this not on guesswork, but on observation. On the way down, he had studied the man at the entrance. The bow, the posture, the reaction speed. That wasn't respect for a colleague. That was recognition of rank. Zero's expression shifted. He admitted he hadn't believed the rumors at first, but now he realized they had actually understated the truth. Joshua narrowed his eyes slightly. Rumors? Zero looked at him directly and spoke his name, his full origin. For a brief moment, Joshua's nerves tightened. So he already knew. Zero stated it plainly. The boy standing before him was the one drawing the attention of the entire empire, and someone in his line of work could not survive without knowing such things. Joshua thought quickly. Duke Agnes had tried to bury his identity, to keep it from spreading too far, too fast. Yet this man uncovered it immediately. Impressive. But skill alone didn't mean he would be allowed to trade information about him. Zero bowed slightly. He acknowledged the boy's tension and moved to calm it. Only he and a select few subordinates knew Joshua's true identity. No one else. Then he properly introduced himself. He was the head of the Moon Door branch in Akardi. Now the masks were gone. He asked the reason for the visit. Joshua did not answer immediately. Instead, he questioned something else. Why had he been brought to the third room? Zero replied evenly. He provided information of the highest rank, regardless of the room number. The rooms were structure. Rank was something else entirely. He understood the value of long-term investment. If he could rise and count Joshua's estimation now, it would pay dividends later. Joshua turned his gaze slightly aside. Why offer such high-tier information to someone considered stranger? There was always a cost. Perhaps the man intended to demand something in return. Joshua looked back at him and spoke calmly. He could be mistaken, but zero-level information was accessible to everyone. That much was common knowledge. And one principle stood unshaken. The Munder never revealed information about its clients. Zero stared at him, genuinely unsettled. He could not understand how the boy knew that internal rule. Very few outside their circle were aware of it. He bowed again and apologized, then stated plainly that Joshua could request any information he desired. Joshua did not hesitate. He said he wanted the location of his family heirloom. Zero's mind moved quickly. Most confiscated property had already been funneled into the black market. Recovering something like that would not be immediate. It required surveillance, quiet tracking, patient reconstruction of transactions. He lifted his gaze and gave a time frame. No more than a week. Then he asked if there were additional questions. Joshua understood something crucial at that moment. If too many eyes focused on him directly, his position would become unstable. He needed a distraction, something that would draw attention elsewhere. A lure. He looked at Zero and spoke evenly. The one who found the red coin buried deep at the bottom of the lake would receive the blessing of the moon, and the one who found the symbol would obtain the doors of the moon. Zero's composure cracked for the first time. That information was restricted. Only a handful within Munder even knew of it. Now questions flooded his mind. Joshua slowly raised 3 fingers. A proposal. If Zero listened carefully and followed his guidance, he would find that symbol within 3 years. Zero immediately understood the implication. The symbol itself was no longer essential to the boy, but the organization had been searching for it for years. And now the Count himself was entering the game. Before agreeing, Zero asked what Joshua wanted in return. He needed to calculate whether this exchange was worth the risk. Joshua's condition was simple. No information about him would be provided to anyone, under any circumstance. And he wanted everything. every scrap of information regarding John Grace. They held each other's gaze. Zero asked for clarification. Who exactly did he mean? Joshua did not elaborate. He simply asked what he thought. 2 months passed. Near Munder's outer grounds, 2 figures practiced fencing beneath the quiet shadow of the moon complex. Steel met steel in controlled strikes. Joshua was rebuilding his strength. At the same time, he intended to relocate Lucia to another estate owned by Duke Agnes. This location was too exposed, too isolated. He pressed her gently about the move, but she resisted. She did not wish to be separated from him. He understood her fear. But in another estate, security would be layered. Guards, structure, controlled access, protection against intruders. Here, in this wilderness, defense depended on too few variables. Near the gate, a carriage waited with its crew ready. Change was no longer optional. After persistent persuasion, his mother finally agreed to move. It was not fear that convinced her. It was his certainty. They exchanged a long look, understanding without words. 1 week remained before the academy entrance. In a quiet restaurant, 2 figures sat across from each other, plates between them. Joshua calmly continued cutting his meat, barely acknowledging the man opposite him. The Count had been unusually silent. The hero finally asked why he seemed troubled lately. Joshua already knew the answer. If things continued like this, he would soon depart for the academy. He had been told 1 week would be enough to settle everything. 2 months had passed. Footsteps approached. Zero greeted them casually and took a seat. Joshua lifted his gaze and asked how he had been. There was no hostility, only quiet expectation. The reunion was overdue. Zero glanced sideways at the stranger, standing nearby, and remarked that certain overzealous individuals had complicated his work. Kane beside him clenched his teeth, eyes narrowing. Recognition dawned instantly. Soon, 3 men shared the table. Joshua introduced Kane to Zero as an old friend, a reliable one. Joshua did not waste time. He asked how the matter progressed. Zero answered without embellishment. Everything had been handled flawlessly. He placed a small glass flask on the table. It had passed through many hands. That was why it took time to trace. Joshua understood what that meant. The heirloom had circulated through the black market exactly as expected. Zero then rose slightly and noted that their target was present nearby. Joshua asked about the fee. Zero considered the question. Compared to the other request, this retrieval was trivial, even if it held sentimental value for Joshua. To him, it was simply another object. Joshua's expression hardened slightly. He told him not to interfere in matters outside his concern. Zero, unfazed, suggested the relic might conceal a power none of them yet understood. Then he shifted to the second request. Joshua had no objection. He would transfer the funds to his partner. Zero waved it off. For the next request, the fee would be written off in advance. Munder operated strictly on prepayment. With that, he turned and left. Yet Joshua did not relax. Zero's words lingered. The man had the skill to ask for something far greater when the true payment came due. Joshua lowered his gaze to the flask in his hand, calculating carefully. Joshua uncorked the flask carefully. Inside was not liquid, but a folded piece of parchment. He opened it and began to read. The Orvis family had once stood among the most prestigious magical bloodlines. Their rise began when the family had secured overwhelming victories through pure skill. From that era, the concept of the battle mage was born, mages who fought directly on the front lines instead of hiding behind formations. Power attracted power. Soon, talented mages gathered under the Orvis banner. Even the king of Terra personally sought to visit them. Joshua's eyes narrowed further down the text. The Imperial family had deliberately purged nobles within the kingdom. A calculated erasure. His finger paused over a name written across the heirloom record. Baron accent. Across from him, Kane leaned slightly forward. He recognized the name from the letter's contents. There was history behind it. Their discussion shifted. Kane mentioned a well-known black market trader, Baron, Vigo's half-brother. Joshua immediately understood the connection. Threads were beginning to align. Before they could continue, a stranger approached the table, asking for Count Joshua. The 2 men exchanged a glance. Rubrika stood beside the messenger, lowering herself in a proper curtsy. Time had clearly passed since their last encounter. Joshua introduced her calmly. Later that night, beneath a crescent moon near the outskirts of the capital, a sprawling multi-floor estate stood illuminated. Nobles resided there whose wealth far exceeded their official rank. Baron was a key figure among the lower circles. He greeted Joshua with a practiced smile and asked what brought him to the estate. Baron Shun's answer was direct. The deadline for fulfilling the promise had expired. Elsewhere in the room, Baron sat in a chair, repeating the same point. The agreed time had passed. Baron Provalum smirked. Elves were rare commodities. Acquiring them was not simple. If granted a little more time, the matter could still be resolved. Baron pressed his fingers against his temple. He had entrusted Provalum precisely because he did not want excuses. He rose slowly and asked whether 1 week would be sufficient. Provalum, caught off guard, quickly assured him that with that amount of time, delivery would be guaranteed. Baron stepped closer. His expression hardened. If he failed again, all the luxury Provalum enjoyed every privilege, would disappear without hesitation. He had enjoyed his time in the city, but the moment came to step out. Varen rose from his seat and headed for the door without hesitation. Provalum stood there watching him leave, hands planted on his hips, irritation flickering across his face. Because Varen was always like this, always moving ahead without looking back, he could never be molded the way others could. The old man broke the silence and asked if 1 week would truly be enough, reminding him that the elves were new to the territory. Provalum lifted a glass of water, his tone steady but tight, declaring that he would make it happen even if it defied reason. If he failed, everything he had built with a single promise would collapse. Outside, Varen walked toward the carriage with calm steps. Behind him, Provalum muttered that he was the only son of Veolos, a pillar of the army, a man even the Emperor trusted without doubt. That reputation alone should have meant something. But Varen only wore a faint smirk as he climbed inside. The carriage rolled through the streets, wheels humming against stone. Mucker sat across from him and studied his expression before asking whether he truly believed the Provalum could locate the elves within a week. Varen answered that it would be difficult. Mucker frowned at the response. Then why grant the extension? Varen leaned back slightly, a quiet smile forming. He asked Mucker what he believed was the single most important factor in controlling and managing subordinates. Mucker raised a hand thoughtfully and offered the classic answer: the balance of carrot and stick. Varen nodded once. The carrot mattered, but a servant who had grown bloated on rewards would soon demand more. Satisfaction dulled obedience. Mucker's eyes narrowed. So he needed the whip instead? Varen closed the book resting in his hands and spoke calmly. For a ruler, the whip was the true instrument of control. Not merely punishment, but a force like magic, capable of turning hunger into rage, and even those swollen with excess into trembling submission in an instant. Fear shaped loyalty far more cleanly than comfort ever could. A knowing smirk crossed Mucker's face. If Baron Provalum failed to present the elves on time, Varen's smile darkened. He would crush him at the height of his desperation. And when Provalum stood at his lowest, a single outstretched hand would feel like salvation. Mercy offered after ruin forged loyalty deeper than any reward. Mucker nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the Earl, he had seen straight through Provalum from start. Varen looked out the window, almost wistful. It was unfortunate. He had actually been looking forward to the day things would unfold. Then he brushed the thought aside and suggested they eat. It had been a while since they left. Mucker leaned forward and instructed the coachman to take them to the finest restaurant nearby as the carriage turned down a brighter street. The carriage sped through the street, wheels rattling as it passed rows of residential buildings. A polished sign hung proudly on one wall, declaring the establishment to be run by a former chef of the Imperial Palace. The scent of rich dishes drifted into the road. Kane placed a hand over his chest, emotion flickering across his face as he said it had been far too long. Fonsel answered gently that none of them had expected to reunite like this. With a small smile, he asked whether he had interrupted anything important. Joshua closed his eyes briefly, while Kane replied that they were truly happy to see him again. Joshua observed quietly. From what he remembered, Fonsel was no ordinary noble, at least not in the usual sense. Born with a frail body and an unassuming presence, he gave off little pressure compared to other counts. Yet the gentleness he displayed outwardly was no act. He endured slights without complaint, addressed everyone formally, even commoners, and never allowed arrogance to stain his words. Joshua could almost picture other nobles laughing at him behind closed doors. A high-ranking count speaking politely to commoners was rare enough to become a target of ridicule. But Count Ray had never wavered. Family always came first for him, and though most nobles failed to see it, the common people admired him more than any of them realized. Iceland stepped forward and bowed lightly, saying it had been a long time since she had seen Joshua. She admitted that when she noticed his unusual hair color, she was unsure at first, but now she knew it was him. Joshua blinked, faintly confused at how much she spoke in one breath. Embarrassed by her own words, she lowered her gaze. At that same moment, Varen and Mucker entered the restaurant, asking whether anyone else was present at such an hour. Varen's eyes moved immediately. He approached Iceland with a faint smirk, his gaze traveling deliberately from her posture to her hands, then upward again. Iceland stiffened under the scrutiny. Varen tilted his head slightly and wondered aloud whether such a beautiful lady had truly been in Akardi all this time without him noticing. He stepped closer, asking if it was her first visit and where she was from. Before the moment stretched further, Mucker joined them and announced calmly that this was Earl Varen and that proper respect should be shown. Kane's brows drew together in surprise. The eldest son of the Marquis family, whose influence extended even among the 12 great houses, standing in a restaurant like this? What could possibly have brought someone of that stature here? Fonsel instinctively moved, shielding Iceland with his arm. He bowed at once and apologized for her rudeness, saying it was an honor to meet the son of the renowned Vass. With calm dignity, he introduced himself as the lord of the county of Erbrika. Mucker leaned toward Varen and quietly confirmed that it was true. Varen stroked his chin, studying Fonsel with open disdain. He remarked that he had not expected an apology so quickly. Then his tone shifted. He questioned how a man like him had raised his children, adding that his daughter appeared to have no manners at all. His voice rose sharply, declaring that such an offense could not be ignored. He demanded that Iceland apologize personally. Kane's eyes hardened. Expecting rigid politeness and informal encounter between strangers was absurd. If anything, Varen's conduct was the true insult. Wielding his family name like a weapon to inflate his presence, Varen shoved Fonsel aside with a careless motion and said it seemed Iceland still did not understand her mistake. The girl froze, fear visible in her eyes. Enraged, Varen ordered her to hurry and show proper respect. Before the pressure could crush her further, Joshua stepped forward. A faint smile rested on his face, but his eyes were cold. He said the entire situation was laughable. Perhaps Villas had greater concerns than trivial slights. After all, his only son had grown into a reckless brat. The air snapped. Varen's face twisted with anger as he demanded to know what the little brat had just said. Mucker drew his blade in a swift motion, steel flashing under the light. He barked out how dare he speak so boldly, asking whether he was courting death with such words. Joshua's smirk deepened. He glanced at the drawn sword and asked calmly whether Mucker truly understood the weight of that action. If he had walked the path of the sword as a knight, he should already know how severe the consequences could become. Mucker frowned, irritation mixing with confusion, and asked what nonsense he was spouting. A dark aura began to coil around Joshua's frame, subtle but suffocating. His voice lowered. Mucker would answer for what he had just done. Mucker's breath caught. His hand trembled against the hilt. The aura pressing against him was not ordinary hostility. It was something far more menacing. He stared at the young figure before him, disbelief creeping into his mind. Was that pressure truly coming from his child? Varen crossed his arms impatiently and asked what Mucker was waiting for. Could he not teach the boy a lesson? Mucker swallowed and muttered that it was not that simple. Joshua stood firm, gaze unwavering. He introduced himself, clearly as Ash. Varen frowned again, irritation mounting. Joshua told him not to strain himself, trying to remember. With the same faint smile, he added that from now on, Varen would remember that name properly. The scene shifts to Castle Lock. Vigo sat quietly, staring ahead with a vacant expression, drool nearly slipping from the corner of his mouth. Across the table, a man faced Ina and remarked that it had been far too long since they last met. Ina returned the smile and echoed the sentiment, adding that he had arrived sooner than she anticipated. Greg studied her face and repeated her words slowly, asking whether something had happened. Ina closed her eyes, her brows knitting together. A variable had appeared. A monster had surfaced in the Duchy of Agnes. Her tone sharpened as she introduced the name, Joshua. The rumors had not fully spread here yet, but there was now another son in the Agnes Duchy. And this son was far superior to Babel. Greg's composure cracked. Was it true? A genius among geniuses? A monster stronger than Babel himself? Why speak of this only now? She could have used a communication sphere and informed him immediately. Ina remained seated, steady. There was no need to rush. The Duchy of Agnes would spread the rumors themselves to elevate their standing. In times labeled as peaceful, such stories traveled quickly and gathered strength of their own. Greg exhaled, gaze lowering as he processed her reasoning. Peaceful times. The phrase felt hollow. In his mind, every nation resembled a volcano waiting to erupt. He spoke quietly, explaining that most countries have been expanding their military forces for years. Now those forces were already massive. He imagined knights marching beneath walls as citizens tossed rose petals down in admiration. From the perspective of ordinary people, everything seemed stable. Their nation was stronger than others, and that brought comfort. But reality told another story. Energy stored for too long demanded release. When rulers looked upon their powerful soul soldiers, their first thought was rarely defense. It was war. Ina frowned slightly. The importance of true masters in warfare could not be overstated. No nation would initiate a conflict without confidence in victory. That was why information became more critical than steel. She met Greg's thoughtful gaze and stated plainly that countries could rely only on intelligence. Greg nodded slowly. Now he understood the direction of her judgment. If he truly was the second son of the Duchy of Agnes, then for them, it was nothing short of a disaster. One miscalculation and decades of preparation could collapse overnight. Ina placed both hands flat on the table, her expression tightening before she spoke. There was no need for panic. She had already prepared for every outcome. She would enter the academy in Akardi, the capital of Avalon. A faint smile curved on her lips as she said that as long as nothing unexpected happened, he only needed to trust her. She would secure her legacy, and she would make sure Joshua was drawn to their side. The scene cuts back. Joshua stood with a relaxed smile, one hand resting casually on his hip. Across from him in the cafe, Varen stood beside Mucker, eyes filled with contempt. He said he had never heard of Ego's house and wondered aloud which forgotten village the family had crawled out from. Joshua simply smiled and asked whether it truly mattered. Varen returned the smile, colder this time. Perhaps it did not matter. The house would soon disappear anyway. He reflected on how the boy had failed to recognize his place and dared to interfere in his affairs. That arrogance would be corrected. He would personally show him the cost of reckless insolence. Varen pointed to the floor beside him and ordered Joshua to kneel, beg for forgiveness, and perhaps death would be spared. Joshua laughed softly. He said it was amusing. Varen's face darkened. He turned sharply to Mucker and demanded to know how much longer he intended to tolerate such disrespect. Make him kneel. Now. Mucker obeyed without hesitation. His sword ignited with burning mana as he stepped forward. He felt the boy's bloodlust earlier and had been startled. But in the end, this was still a child, barely 10 years old. It was unfortunate, but if the vast family showed no concern, then the boy was already dead. One clean strike would be enough. He swung. Joshua's expression hardened. His fist clenched, and with a sharp motion, he deflected the blade with his bare hand. The clash rang through the cafe. Mucker's eyes widened in disbelief. Their mouth fell open, stunned. Before either could react, Joshua stepped in and drove a brutal punch into Mucker's stomach. The impact folded the knight instantly. Mucker choked, teeth grinding as he coughed violently. Varen lifted a hand unconsciously, watching his subordinate drop to his knees. Joshua looked down at the fallen knight, jaw tight. Mucker was a B-rank knight, someone who wielded mana through years of training, and yet he had been crushed by bare fists alone. A child defeating a mana-using knight without a weapon. Joshua's lips curved faintly as he glanced toward Varen. What should be done with him now? He had already decided, begging would change nothing. Brats like this only understood pain after it was carved into them. Varen stabbed a finger toward him, face twisted in outrage, demanding his name. He barked at him to stop joking around, claiming he had never even heard of any Vigo family. Or maybe this fool did not grasp the punishment for daring to impersonate royal blood. He stood as the heir of one of the 20 great houses, the proud successor of the mighty Vu's lineage, and he swore he would erase him. Joshua answered with his fist. The crack echoed sharp and clean. Teeth scattered across the floor. Varen's body lifted, then crashed down hard. Joshua remained where he stood, arm extended, expression steady while the so-called heir sprawled unconscious at his feet. He stepped forward with a faint smile and told him this was only the beginning. The real lesson had not even started. Grabbing him by the collar, Joshua dragged him upright and dropped down on top of him, fist rising again. He asked calmly where exactly they should place His Majesty. It would be inconvenient if he fainted too quickly. He ordered him to wake up. Steel struck stone. Mucker slammed his sword against the ground beside them and commanded them to stop. Then the man dropped to one knee, hand pressed over his chest, admitting they had shown grave disrespect. He begged for mercy. Joshua frowned, almost amused. The plea was useless. Yet he had felt it, the mana coating those hands. At the very least, the boy was of rank. And at such an age, perhaps some hidden lineage concealed from the world. If this continued, Varen might truly suffer consequences beyond repair. Joshua tightened his fist and turned slowly toward the kneeling knight. He reminded him that he had given a warning. When a knight draws his blade, he must bear the result. His gaze hardened. He stated plainly that he was not generous enough to spare enemies out of kindness. Mucker's grin faltered. He realized the boy intended to carry this through. The knight lowered himself fully, forehead touching the floor. He pleaded one final time. If punishment was required, then take his sword hand. A knight unable to protect his lord deserved disgrace. To never hold a blade again would be a fitting price. He begged for forgiveness. Joshua watched him in silence, listening without interruption, understanding clearly that this man was prepared to lose everything, status, pride, even his future, just to shield the boy behind him. For a brief second, Joshua remembered something. He remembered a boy once throwing himself in front of arrows, using his own body as a shield. In another life, there had been men like that. Men who stood firm even when death was certain. It almost stirred something in him. This fool was ready to give up everything. Mucker lifted his head in shock when Joshua repeated that he was not generous enough to grant mercy to his enemies. Without another word, Joshua grabbed the chain and ripped it free. Metal snapped. Links burst apart and scattered across the ground. The ring remained in his hand. He examined it, then smiled faintly and said he would be in the capital. If they wanted their precious family ring, they could come and take it. Once the boy woke up, he turned away from the unconscious Varen and walked back toward his friends. Casually, he added that if the heir failed to show up, he might as well sell him on the black market. Kane stared at him, half smiling, hand raised as if surrendering. He admitted he had learned something new today. Joshua's temper was worse than expected. Joshua spread his arms and asked what exactly was wrong with that. Shouldn't he be just as charismatic? Fonsel glanced at Iceland, who looked flustered. She asked if the girl had something to say. Iceland shut her eyes and lowered her head in silence. Joshua stretched out his arms toward the retreating Iceland and called her name. She stopped and turned, surprised. Behind them, Fonsel watched Mucker kneeling beside the battered heir. Fonsel gave an awkward smile and closed his eyes, saying he would take him to the nearest doctor. In the temple, beneath the towering statue of the goddess, two men knelt in prayer. A scream shattered the quiet. Varen clutched his cheek and roared, demanding to know what that fool had done to his face. He stood over Mucker and pointed violently, ordering him to bring Joshua before him immediately. He kicked the kneeling knight in the leg and spat that he was a useless insect. Standing above him, Varen sneered that he could not even defeat a 10-year-old child. Once they returned to the manor, punishment would be severe. He ordered them to move at once. They would investigate the Vigo family. He would find their parents, their brothers and sisters, their servants. He swore before the goddess that he would slit their throats right in front of him. Mucker lowered his head, voice hollow, admitting there would be no excuse that could justify what had happened. Varen pressed a hand against his chest, face twisted with fury. He shouted that he, the heir of the vast Marquis family, had been humiliated like this. There would be no justification for such disgrace. Mucker's gaze dropped. Quietly, he said no one would believe they had been defeated by a child barely 10 years old. And if they did believe it, the family's reputation would sink to the depths. Society's view of them could change overnight. Varen exploded, ordering him to shut up and obey. Mucker's expression hardened. He raised his voice, insisting this mattered. Stepping in front of the boy, he declared that for nobles, honor often outweighed life itself. Honor was not personal. It represented the entire house. He lowered his head and spoke carefully. Even if his vassal did not care, once Marquis Villas heard of this, punishment would not stop with a few scapegoats. Varen frowned, eyes cold. Then they would erase the evidence, just as they always had. Kill everyone who had witnessed it. He lifted his hand sharply and demanded to know whether Mucker was afraid of the Vigo family. The knight answered steadily that there was already a complication. Joshua had taken a family ring. Varen blinked. Instinctively, he reached beneath his jacket, scoffing that the ring was still. His words died. His fingers meant nothing. He looked down, shock flooding his face. Mucker nodded grimly. The boy had said himself, if they wanted it back, they would have to come to him. He thought further. Beyond being a clue, that ring was a family token. Having it in someone else's possession was already enough leverage. Perhaps the child had not considered its full weight. But if he had, then hostility would be reckless. Mucker looked at Varen seriously and told him they were not in a position to escalate this. He needed to calm down and assess the situation. Varen brows nodded. Was he suggesting he go and apologize? Mucker shook his head. The boy had demanded that he come. But first, they would send a messenger. Varen stared at him, confused, demanding an explanation. Elsewhere, Joshua sat calmly at a table, the ring resting in his hand. He studied it while speaking to the man opposite him. Most likely, the heir would not appear personally. With something so precious taken, he could not simply ignore it. Joshua tightened his fist and smiled. The heir would not come himself. He would send a messenger, someone with rank high enough to carry weight, but distant enough to prevent rumors from spreading. Cain leaned forward and asked who that could be. Joshua lifted the puppet shaped like Varen and introduced him mockingly. In Accardi, there was a rumor. Provalum ruled the city at night. But in truth, young Master Varen ruled it from the shadows. Cain rested his hand on the table, thoughts racing. With a single burst of temper, he had made an enemy of one of the 12 families. Yet this had not been impulsive. It was part of something larger, a calculated step toward a greater objective. He clenched his fist, thinking about how far beyond expectation this could go. Their attention shifted. A girl Iceland approached, clasping her hands tightly, eyes shut as she thanked them for what they had done. Joshua turned slightly and said there was no need for gratitude. He had not acted to help her. She lowered her head, cheeks flushed. Even so, not only she but her entire family might have been dragged into disaster. Because of him, they had avoided it. She insisted on thanking him again. Joshua studied her quietly. She was different. This timid girl would one day become the continent's greatest sorceress. How had someone so meek transformed into a warrior who shed neither tears nor blood? He pictured her kneeling in a field of frozen spears, staring into the end of a narrow abyss, like a snow flower blooming in relentless winter. Beautiful, untouchable. The title fit her perfectly. Iceland lifted her gaze and said that if the young lord suffered consequences because of this incident, they would stand beside him. As witnesses to what happened, even the Imperial family would believe their testimony. Joshua looked at her and refused calmly. There was no need. Instead, he said he would ask for a favor one day in the future. Relief washed over her face. She gathered her skirt, bowed deeply, and declared she would grant any request. Joshua turned toward the window. He smiled. Outside, a boy streaked across the sky above Accardi, sparks trailing behind him as he flew over the city. Zero watched from above, a grin spreading across his face as Joshua smiled faintly below. So he knew. He had sensed him the entire time. Zero leapt from the rooftop, landing lightly, convinced that even a master would not have detected him at that distance. Judging by the boy's composure, he had not been bluffing. Plans needed revision. At first, he thought Joshua was merely using them, leveraging that rumor about the moon door he had picked up somewhere. But now he wondered, if the boy truly knew more than he showed, what would the master say? No matter. His role was simple. Do as instructed. On the street outside the cafe, Prevalum stood waiting. He frowned, watching Iceland walk past with a young man complaining that his back still hurt from carrying a grown body. Joshua only smiled and looked away. He took his seat again, just as Prevalum approached. You arrived faster than expected, Joshua remarked calmly. Prevalum placed a hand over his stomach and bowed with eyes closed, declaring it an honor to meet the son of the Vigo family. Cain observed quietly. Though Prevalum held only the title of a low-ranking baron, his aura felt closer to that of a high-ranking one. The urgency in his courtesy revealed more than his title suggested. Prevalum introduced himself as Lord Varen Messenger. He stated that Joshua possessed a precious treasure belonging to the vast family and politely requested its return. Joshua held up the ring, examining it with faint amusement. He had clearly stated the condition. If Lord Varen wanted it, he would come in person. Prevalum could repeat that message. Otherwise, the ring would simply be melted down. Prevalum's brow tightened. Was there no other arrangement? Young Lord Varen required rest. He had not yet regained consciousness. Joshua's smile sharpened. Weaker than expected, then. If so, bring the night, mucker. Once he arrived, they would speak again. Joshua's gaze dropped to Prevalum's hands. Calmly, he said that fairness demanded reciprocity. Since Prevalum had fulfilled their request by coming, he should honor one in return. His eyes lingered on the rings adorning the baron's fingers. They looked expensive. Prevalum followed his gaze, frowning. Joshua extended a finger and told him to hand them over. The lights were still burning in the towers when the accusation came. Cain stared at Joshua as if he were looking at a monster, and said that he was nothing but a devil. He demanded to know how someone like him could extort treasures of that level without even blinking. There was no hesitation in his voice, only disbelief. Joshua answered calmly. He said he had not extorted anything. It was a fair exchange, an honest deal. And then he asked a simple question. Was it wrong to receive something equal in return for a chance at Babel? Cain did not accept that. His gaze fell to the ring again. Why that ring? Why that specific one? He examined it more closely, and a thought surfaced. The greatest treasure of that family. The artifact known as the Tears of an Elf. The story behind it was older than most kingdoms. Elves, with their flawless appearance and unnatural grace, had always fascinated humans. That fascination twisted into greed. Humans hunted them. Not for war, not for territory, but simply because they could. Countless elves died because of that obsession. From that day forward, the elves became enemies of mankind. To survive, they gathered in the southernmost land of the continent. Deep forests swallowed them whole. That place would later be called the Forest of Elves. And to make sure no human ever found them again, the elves joined their power and erected a barrier around the entire forest. But even for high elves, masters of magic beyond human comprehension, maintaining such a barrier was not easy. The strain was unbearable. One by one, the high elves fell. In the end, only one remained. The other elves gathered around him. Humans later called him the King of Elves and gave him a name, Olympus. There had once been a human who knew the forest location, a friend of the Elven King, 5 generations back. But after his family fell decades ago, that man vanished. Officially, he was listed as missing. Joshua did not believe that. He said someone killed him while trying to force the forest location out of him. The man listening clenched his jaw. If the forest was still hidden, then Zerath had never spoken. Not until his final breath. By the time Olympus learned the truth, it was too late. She revealed herself to the continent and searched for the last descendant of Zerath, only to find that the bloodline had fallen so far that the heir was serving another noble house. The memory was painful. Olympus wept. She held the heirloom in her hands and apologized. Her tears fell onto it, drops of sorrow from the last high elf. Those drops hardened into something the world would later name Elf Tear. Joshua's voice did not waver. He said that unfortunately, the descendant never understood the truth. Zerath, as the records claimed, died of illness. But Joshua knew better. He turned the ring slowly in his hand. What a cruel ending for a family that once stood at the peak. A fate so merciless it almost felt deliberate. And yet, they said this ring, born from that twisted destiny, carried a special power. Not eternal, not absolute, but powerful enough to matter. Cain's voice cut through his thoughts, asking what he was thinking about. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he was informed that they had already arrived at the estate. The carriage slowed. Cain asked whether he should remain outside and wait. Joshua looked forward, confused by the question. Then he asked for a favor. The answer came without hesitation. He would do anything for his young lord. Joshua said this was not only for him. It was for both of them. He needed subordinates he could trust with his back. He had no interest in watching loyal men die in front of him on some battlefield. He added that he would soon enter the academy. And when that happened, Cain was to leave his side and return to the Duke. Cain frowned and asked if that meant he was to become Lady Lucia's bodyguard instead. If that was the case, it would not be easy. Joshua would be a noble son without even a single knight at his side. Worse, a low-rank village noble whose name meant nothing in the capital. He would be ignored, mocked, looked down on, and given his temperament, Cain was certain he would not quietly endure it. His young lord would need someone to stop those unpleasant incidents before they escalated. And then there was Varen, a student at the same academy, someone who had already shown hostility. Cain was sure he would attempt something again. Joshua dismissed it. He said there was no need to worry. This time, he truly intended to live quietly. Whether anyone believed that was irrelevant. He was used to solitude. In fact, he was an expert at enduring it. Cain's hand tightened into a fist. Joshua continued. There was something else he wanted. He clarified that this was not an order from a lord to his knight. It was a request. A personal one. He wanted Cain to learn the sword from the Duke. Joshua stood frozen. Who would have imagined that his young master would lower his head so naturally for something like this? No pride. No hesitation. If such a request existed, it could only mean one thing. He had already spoken to the Duke. Cain stepped forward and told him to raise his head. He said he never wanted to see the man he served bow to anyone. Not to a duke, not to a king, not even to him. He would fulfill the request. That much was certain. But a favor for a favor. He had something he wanted in return. Joshua looked at him with a faint smile and asked what it was. Cain's answer was simple. Make it so that he would never have to bow his head to anyone except his lord. Joshua did not hesitate. He said he would build a world where Cain would never bow to anyone. Not to nobles. Not to kings. Not to power. Only to him. And even that would be by choice. He swore on his name. At that, Cain lowered his head and declared that from this moment forward, he was completely at his disposal. Far from the estate, at the center of the vast continent where three great powers pressed against one another like rival beasts, a tower pierced the sky. Ivory Tower. Endless height. A structure so tall it seemed to split the clouds. The sanctuary and pride of magicians. The magic tower. Inside, the 27th meeting had begun. A voice called out the titles. Master of the Red Flame, Master of Lightning, Master of the Void, and then asked why 3 seats were empty. Marcus calmly took a sip from his mug and answered. The Masters of Red Flame and Void had never liked remaining in one place. As for Lightning, he was absent for what appeared to be a truly important matter tied to his current research. Ian Perret snorted and called them fools. He suggested proceeding without them. The reason for the gathering was too serious to delay. This meeting could not be postponed. He stated the main agenda directly. The primordial stone. Theta let out a low grin. Straight to the point. Efficient. Unusual for the old man. Marcus immediately told him to watch his manners. This was a formal assembly. Ian commented that he was surprised Theta had shown up at all. Normally, they could not even find a trace of him. Theta replied that as Edge, the head of the magic tower, had said, the matter was grave enough to demand attendance. Theta leaned forward and asked the question everyone was thinking. Was it true that someone had taken magma? Marcus answered that it was not only magma. Bronto had vanished as well. The room shifted. Ian muttered that this was the first he was hearing of Bronto's disappearance. A young woman finally spoke, her voice cutting through the tension. Only the magic tower even knew of the primordial stones. And now 2 were gone. Most of them were likely taken without the victims even realizing it. Alicia is the first to break the silence. Her voice tight, as she says that if this isn't the case, then they're facing something far more serious. Ian nods, confirming that everything matches her suspicion. He admits he has a guess about who might have taken the magma. But when it comes to Bronto's whereabouts, he's completely in the dark. Theta leans back with a crooked grin, muttering that now it finally makes sense why Mr. Jack abandoned everything and disappeared without a word. Marcus responds more cautiously. It's not as if there's zero information, he says, but nothing solid either. He isn't certain it's Bronto. Still, strange rumors have begun circulating. Near the very place where Bronto first appeared, talk has spread about a mysterious magic swordsman. That revelation throws the room into confusion. Alicia hesitantly suggests it could be connected. Marcus exhales and apologizes in advance, because what he's about to say won't make things easier to swallow. The swordsman people are whispering about is a child, a boy who only recently turned 9. Alicia and Theta stare at him, stunned. Ian slams his staff against the floor and orders them to quiet down. Nothing is confirmed. Then he asks directly, wasn't Bronto supposedly found within the Avalon Empire? A nod answers him. Jack has already gone there. Ian immediately instructs Marcus to keep watch on whoever took the magma. If the rumor proves true, then there may be nothing left for them to interfere with. Alicia, however, can't let it go. Could that child possibly be his successor? She can't even picture him as a magical swordsman, let alone accept it. Ian softens his tone, telling her to steady herself. He understands exactly what she's feeling. But Alicia bristles, insisting this isn't something they can brush aside so easily. Marcus cuts in, stating that even if the possibility exists, there's a high chance the 2 matters are unrelated. She presses him again. His answer doesn't change. The reason the rumor exploded so quickly is simple. The child in question is said to be Agnes's son. Theta clicks his tongue and tells Marcus he should have reported that part first. Instead, he's been sitting there calmly sipping tea while dropping bombs one by one. The old man finally slams his palm onto the table, the crack echoing through the chamber as he roars for silence. As he stated earlier, there is nothing concrete. No one is to act on personal judgment. They will observe. They will wait. That is all. With that, he dismisses the council. Chairs scrape back. Cloaks sweep across the floor. One by one, they file out until the massive doors swing shut and the hall is left hollow and still. Ian remains behind for a moment, staring at the empty chamber, murmuring under his breath that the world is changing far too quickly, and he isn't certain they're ready for what's coming next. He wonders if all of this change is leading anywhere good. Without another word, Joshua lifts his hand and releases a spell. Wind detonates outward, and Cain is hurled back as if struck by an invisible hammer. Before the man can even regain his footing, Joshua's voice shifts, ancient syllables rolling off his tongue in a language that hasn't echoed in this world for ages. Runes. Cain freezes. If that truly is the language of runes, then only high-level magicians should be capable of wielding it. His mind races. How does his lord know such a thing? He can't hold back anymore and blurts out the question. Has Joshua truly become a magical swordsman? The ring spins once in the air before Joshua catches it and slides it onto his finger. Cain steps closer, concern flickering across his face, asking if everything is all right. Joshua answers calmly. There's no problem. Joshua narrows his eyes and presses further, demanding to know which high elf granted him such a blessing. A ring infused with runic language shouldn't even exist here. Joshua meets his gaze and explains evenly that this is a 7th-class high-ranking barrier. It activates automatically in life-threatening situations. He's also heard it greatly enhances one's affinity with spirits. As for its other functions, he doesn't know. Cain hesitates, then awkwardly admits he has a small favor to ask. He interjects, wondering if Joshua could provide him with elf tears. Joshua shakes his head and clarifies something important. The ring was crafted by a high elf for the only daughter of the head of the Orbis family. It was never meant for men to use. Cain frowns and asks if there's an alternative. Joshua's answer is simple. He plans to give the ring to his mother. Elsewhere, a hand reaches toward a glowing crystal sphere. Fingers rest against its surface, and in a dim chamber, Zero stands before it. Zero bows slightly, greeting his master. The masked figure on the other end lets out a low chuckle, remarking how surprising it is to be contacted so soon, and so unexpectedly. Is this about that child? A quiet confirmation follows. Nothing unusual has occurred, yet there's a lingering feeling that something far greater is hidden beneath the surface than anyone anticipated. The masked man responds calmly. He already knows the child is special. That word causes visible confusion. Special? Is that all he calls him? A violet-eyed figure leans forward and asks whether he's aware that the magic tower has begun searching for Joshua. Shock ripples through the room. Did he just mention the magic tower? What exactly is happening? The masked man explains that of course he didn't know. One of the 7 magicians has personally initiated the search. They believe Joshua may be a descendant of the ancient magical swordsman, and the tower has been quietly looking for him for quite some time. The excuse they use publicly is the primordial stone. Zero demands clarity. The answer comes cold and steady. What truly matters here is neither the primordial stone nor the ancestor of the magical swordsman. He continues, voice lowering, explaining that a portion of the Imperial Order's power within the Avalon Empire, the influence of the magic tower, and even the hidden core of their own organization, the red coin, are all entangled around that single boy. Zero stares, unable to process it. The masked man speaks again. He would prefer to go to the academy personally, but the long-standing feud between their factions makes that impossible. Still, everything will change if the child truly delivers the red coin into his hands. Zero answers without hesitation. He will obtain it, no matter the cost. The masked figure replies that he trusts him. Elsewhere, night settles over a dense forest. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the trees in violent flashes. Vigo trembles, groaning in fear. His captor silences him with a sharp command, telling him to watch carefully. Orcs charge through the undergrowth. Jack raises his gaze toward the streak of light cutting across the endless sky. He calls it down, drawing the radiance into his palms. It gathers, compresses, hums with destructive intent. He declares that lightning will punish every enemy standing in his path, and that a hail of light will descend upon them. Then he unleashes it. Bolts rain down like divine judgment. Orcs convulse as lightning tears through them. Their screams mix with the crackle of electricity as sparks erupt from their bodies. One by one, the monsters collapse, smoke rising from charred flesh. Vigo can only stare, stunned by what he's witnessing. When silence returns, Jack turns back to him and says it's his turn to speak. How does his magic compare to Joshua's rumored abilities? He cuts Vigo's bindings and demands a real answer. Vigo straightens despite his fear, declaring that he is a noble of the Empire. Does he truly think the Empire would stand idle over something like this? Jack chuckles softly. If he feared the Empire, he wouldn't have fled here in the first place. He repeats the question. How does his strength measure against that boy said to be a magical swordsman? After a tense pause, the noble answers honestly. In raw power, Jack's magic is undoubtedly superior. Anyone with eyes can see that. Jack nods. That much is true. His ancestor's unique trait was never dependent on lightning itself. He then asks whether Bronto was taken as expected, stating that he needs to meet him personally. However, the Agnes estate is not a place he can enter freely. Vigo warns him to stop. If he intends to meet Joshua, then he's approaching this entirely the wrong way. Jack's gaze sharpens. He demands to know what that means. Vigo explains that Joshua followed the Duke to the capital, and by now he should have already entered the academy. Jack falls silent for a moment. If Joshua is inside the academy, then this becomes troublesome. Entering the Agnes Empire alone is difficult. The Imperial capital is on an entirely different level. Beyond the Duke's authority, there are monsters that are far more dangerous than beasts in the wild. Vigo unexpectedly offers his help. Jack narrows his eyes and asks why. Vigo answers bluntly. His first impression of Joshua was unpleasant. If someone intends to crush that boy, he would gladly assist. The child's arrogance, born from ignorance of his own standing, has become intolerable. Jack calls that answer interesting. Then he asks what exactly the noble can provide. Vigo points beneath his eye. The mark of Sterapies. He is a 6th class mage, one of the 7 mages. Jack speaks his name aloud, mildly surprised that an ordinary Viscount is so well informed. Vigo responds evenly. In the Empire, information is power. With his network of connections, cooperation will be mutually beneficial. Jack spreads his hands lazily. No matter how urgent the matter is, he cannot simply align himself with a nameless Viscount. Vigo stiffens and demands clarification. Jack shrugs. He doesn't truly care about titles. It would only become inconvenient if others discover their association. Dark clouds gather overhead. Vigo's voice rises. Has he decided to kill him? If a noble of the Empire vanishes, the Empire itself, or even the Duke, would investigate. A bolt of lightning answers him. Vigo's body drops lifeless to the ground. Jack looks down without emotion and wonders aloud who would bother searching for someone like that. Time advances. A decade passes swiftly, and Joshua enters the academy. Nearly 1,000 children of noble families enroll alongside him. The students are divided into 6 classes, advancing each year through examinations. Only those who pass the final assessment graduate. Joshua calculates calmly. 6 years within these walls should be enough. Enough to reclaim the 5th stage of spear mastery he once achieved in his previous life. Provided everything unfolds according to plan. He opens the envelope and begins unpacking. From the hallway, a sharp voice orders a servant to bring the luggage inside. The servant answers obediently. Another complains that he can't even lift his own things. An apology follows. Someone else asks where his belongings are, and the response comes that they're almost here. Just wait a little longer. Joshua observes quietly. As expected of noble children, each one arrives with at least a servant in tow. He enters his assigned room. The door swings open. Joshua lets out a low whistle. A room this spacious for only 3 people. Exactly what one would expect from the Empire. He adds that he hopes he won't have to share it with someone like Varen. He wants a quiet life. He even mutters that living with some nameless countryside noble would be an unbearable humiliation. Joshua notes silently that he isn't the first to arrive. A purple-haired boy beams brightly and greets him, saying he's glad to meet a new friend. Then, without hesitation, he asks for help with his luggage. The bags crash onto the bed with a heavy thud once Joshua sets them down. The boy thanks him profusely, claiming he thought he might die dragging them alone. Joshua replies that it's nothing. The purple-haired boy suddenly remembers his manners and introduces himself as Douglas, asking for his new roommate's guidance and friendship. Joshua thinks this arrangement is preferable, far better than sharing space with someone desperate to prove superiority. They shake hands. Douglas smiles sincerely and repeats that he's glad to meet him. Then Douglas asks for his last name. He's never heard of such a family before. Still, he hopes they'll get along well. The door opens again. A white-haired youth steps inside, casually asking whether introductions have already been made. Icarus offers his own greeting and says they should take care of each other. Douglas immediately scolds him for barging in without knocking. Joshua studies the newcomer carefully. Is it true? Icarus, the genius of the era, and himself, the so-called divine brain. Icarus only smiles faintly, eyes gleaming as he looks ahead. A distant narration unfolds like a shadow over the present. This academy will become the silent stage of the Empire's first true internal struggle. What history will later call the bloody conflict begins here. When Emperor Marcus vanishes during the weakening of the Avalon Empire, already strained by war, the worst chapter in its history opens. Under the pretext of stabilizing the nation, the first and second princes wage a 10-year battle for the throne. Tens of thousands perish, and in the end, the first prince stands victorious. And then, just when the struggle for the throne threatened to tear the empire apart, The administration and the full military force of the second prince marched toward the first. At the center of that army stood two figures whose names would not be forgotten. One was the fourth prince of the empire, the man who would later be hailed as a hero for ending the bloody contest for power, Caesar. The other was a strategist so brilliant people whispered his mind had been crafted by heaven itself, a servant who guided the first prince to victory through sheer intellect. Those were the pillars behind the rise of the divine banner. The scene shifts, and suddenly all that grandeur collapses into an awkward silence. Icarus frowns and asks if there is something on his face, because everyone is staring as if he grew a second head. Before he can react, Douglas steps forward and pulls him into a tight embrace, laughing as he calls him a commoner, and asking how he could possibly not be shocked that their paths have crossed again. Icarus mutters that Douglas feels heavier than before. Icarus studies him with a faint smile and admits he never imagined they would end up in the same room again. He asks him to look after him this year. Douglas answers calmly that he is actually looking forward to an entertaining year ahead. The second adds that he has always admired that optimism. Joshua stands there, completely lost. He squints and asks whether that was meant to be praise. He cannot understand how they could know each other already. First years are not even supposed to have connections yet. They must have met somewhere before. And besides, this is the first time he has ever heard that Icarus even had friends. The story drifts south, toward the harvest region in a quiet village beyond the Empire's heartland. The narration lowers its voice. A childless couple once adopted a boy named Icarus, along with their former servant, after recognizing the spark of talent in him. Instead of admiration, they were mocked by nobles who sneered at the boy's origins. No matter how sharp his mind or how exceptional his ability, the academy never let him forget that he was born a commoner. Suspicion followed him. Disdain shadowed him. He walked alone through corridors filled with whispers. At least, that was the version most people knew. But there was one hand that reached out to him, the first prince. The first person to treat him as more than a stain on noble pride. The first to give him room to stretch his wings without restraint. Joshua listens to this and feels something twist in his chest. A youth shaped by contempt. A childhood carved by scorn. It sounds uncomfortably familiar. The voice continues, darker now. In a life marked by setbacks and loss, even Caesar, the one he trusted most, was eventually torn away from him. Back in the present, Joshua steps forward and extends his hand. He introduces himself, saying he is genuinely pleased to meet him. Icarus takes the offered hand without hesitation and replies that the feeling is mutual. He says he hopes they will work well together. And just like that, beneath polite smiles and casual greetings, the weight of the past settles quietly into the room, waiting for the year ahead to test them all. Joshua lowers his gaze, but inside his thoughts sharpen. No matter the cost, he has to bring him to his side. This is not a coincidence. This is the kind of encounter that bends the course of a lifetime. If he lets it slip away, he will regret it forever. The scene shifts again, this time to the residence of Duke Agnes. Lucia stands quietly, her fingers brushing the ring on her hand. Her eyes soften as she murmurs that she understands now. Her son has entered the academy. She had wanted to see with her own eyes how he would fare, how he would stand among nobles and prodigies. A faint smile touches her lips, tinged with regret. It is a shame she cannot watch him openly. Kane beside her speaks calmly. Most likely, the young lord chose not to summon her because her presence would expose his identity. If she appeared at his side, questions would follow. Lucia nods. She understands him. More than that, she thanks him for watching over her son. Kane immediately lowers his head. There is no need for thanks. Serving the young lord is an honor, not a burden. Then, after a brief hesitation, he adds that this may sound improper, but she truly has an exceptional son. Lucia blinks, surprised, and asks what he means by that. Before he can answer, footsteps echo through the hall. A voice cuts in, asking what they are discussing so seriously. Duke Agnes approaches, his presence steady and commanding. Someone greets him respectfully. The Duke turns to Lucia and asks whether she is comfortable in the residence. She replies without hesitation. She is receiving far more kindness than she deserves, all thanks to his generosity. Agnes dismisses that thought at once. If anything troubles her, she may speak freely. There is nothing inappropriate about that. She agrees. The bald attendant nearby clears his throat and remarks that they should not linger on such matters. The Duke and Lucia exchange a few final words before stepping away. As they leave, Kane bows deeply. Once they are out of earshot, the bald man calls out to the Duke. He apologizes for arriving late and cautiously asks for forgiveness before voicing his concern. Why has Lady Lucia been allowed to remain in the residence? If the Duchess were to learn of this, there could be consequences. The Duke asks whether he truly understands the situation. The man answers that he does. The young lord's extraordinary talent cannot be denied. He continues carefully. There is also young Babel, whose veins carry Imperial blood. That fact cannot simply be dismissed. In the end, who will inherit the headship of the Agnes family? Agnes studies him and asks whether Imperial blood matters that much to him. The bald man replies that it does. The legitimacy of a bastard son will always be questioned. If the young lord inherits the Agnes name, the uproar across noble society will be endless. The Duke's expression shifts, almost amused. If authenticity is determined by blood alone, then authenticity has no value at all. Blood without substance means nothing. He states that they will continue to observe. The attendant bows and accepts the order. Left alone with his thoughts, Duke Agnes turns inward, reflecting on a single phrase: the authenticity of a bastard son. Joshua reflects that during his very first lesson at the academy, he learned more about his roommates than he expected. Not because they introduced themselves, but because their names already carried weight through the halls. Not the kind that earns admiration, the kind that attracts whispers. A voice nearby asks mockingly who this pair is supposed to be. The bastard son of the Earl of Douglas, and some pitiful commoner? Laughter follows. The so-called commoner tilts his head and asks what they just said. Then he adds lightly that fishermen always recognize other fishermen from afar. Amaru smirks at that and says they are absolutely right. Losers are naturally drawn to other losers. That is simply how the world works. Douglas narrows his eyes and asks if Amaru also enrolled in the swordsman division. Joshua, listening quietly, tries to place him. Then it clicks. One of the Empire's 5 masters, Count Ari, the acknowledged rapier master. The gray hair, the sharp, cutting eyes. The resemblance is unmistakable. One of Amaru's friends sneers that being in the same class as these two will make earning high marks effortless. Amaru adds that it is almost laughable. A bastard and a commoner, both left back into his second year. Joshua's thoughts sharpen. The yellow tie around their necks marks them as second years. First years were white. The tie changes with advancement, so they have repeated for a year. But calling Douglas a bastard as if that alone defines him. Amaru is no different in blood than the one he mocks. Amaru continues, voice dripping with disdain, running away from home, clinging upward however he can. That is all someone like him is capable of. That is the life of a bastard. He even says he feels ashamed that he once called him a friend. Icarus steps in calmly and asks whether he is not being too cruel. Duncan turns sharply, anger flashing across his face. How dare he interfere? How dare he show such disrespect to their family? Icarus asks evenly what disrespect he is referring to. Duncan tells him to mind his own business. Any insult directed at his friend is an insult to him as well. Icarus replies that he has not uttered a single word that could be interpreted as disrespect. He genuinely does not understand what accusation is being thrown at him. That is enough for Duncan. He steps forward and throws a punch, sending Icarus staggering back. Commoner, he spits. Does he think he is a noble just because some insignificant baron from a village adopted him? There is livestock blood in his veins. How dare he even attempt to speak on equal footing? That alone is an affront. Douglas moves instinctively, trying to step between them, telling Duncan to stop. This has gone too far. Duncan responds by kicking him aside, demanding to know whether he is trying to shield his friend. Amaru turns his gaze away, offering no help, no defense. Only silence as the line between pride and cruelty disappears before their eyes. Joshua meets his gaze without flinching. The others stare at him, unsure who he thinks he is. The man's anger sharpens. So this one believes he can still live peacefully while people around him are treated like livestock. Disgusting. If that is the mindset here, then it will have to be beaten out of them. Amaru frowns, confused about why Joshua is even standing there. He mutters that he thought he understood the situation clearly, and then a name drops like a blade. Caesar. Amaru and the others freeze. Voices rise in disbelief. Caesar steps forward calmly and greets the Imperial prince, asking if he is pleased to see him. Mucker stiffens, thrown off by the question. Varen repeats himself slowly, almost mockingly, asking whether he is deaf. Is it true that the fourth prince acted as if he knew he would be killed? The answer comes without hesitation. Yes, that is correct, for what he has heard. The man narrows his eyes. That only proves he is far from simple. He searched everywhere, digging through records and bloodlines, yet he could not uncover anything about his family. He is not even properly acquainted with the fourth prince, and still nothing surfaced. Varen exhales sharply. There is nothing more to say. He orders that the man be sent to the moon door immediately. If he wants answers about Joshua, he will have to dig them out himself. Weakness must be found, no matter the cost. Mucker stands there, unsettled. Joshua steps forward and says he will return the ring to Varen. But first, he must apologize on behalf of his foolish young lord. He asks for a promise. Swear on the honor of your family that if this man attempts anything like this again, he will be stopped. The promise is given. Mucker hesitates, then adds that perhaps he is speaking out of turn. But if that promise is broken, the entire world will laugh. Not only at him, but at his whole family. The response is immediate. Varen hurls a glass across the room. It shatters, spraying shards and wine. He orders Mucker to shut up. Why should he honor a promise he made under pressure? Enough objections. Either obey immediately or uncover everything at once. Soaked and trembling, Mucker bows and agrees. A fountain pen scratches across paper. The scene cuts back to the academy. Students sit through a lecture. Douglas is slumped over, fast asleep. Joshua stares ahead, lost in thought. He never intended to draw attention to himself. Remaining unnoticed would have been safer. But if he wants Icarus at his side, he will have to adjust his strategy. He cannot stay in the shadows any longer. Influence requires presence. If he wants the majority, he must first become impossible to ignore. And whether he likes it or not, Caesar has already made him interesting. Caesar, meanwhile, stands apart in silence. He has received his answer, and he has no intention of retreating. Joshua sits quietly, but his mind is nowhere near the lecture hall. He once requested permission to visit the palace before graduation. At the time, it sounded harmless. Now the intention is clear. Even without asking, he would have found a way. The Order of the Imperial Knights. The sealed storage beneath the Crimean Palace. There is something there he needs, and he will not leave without it. A sharp voice cuts through the air. The teacher calls out to the student slumped over his desk. Douglas jerks upright, eyes wide, completely disoriented. Laughter erupts across the classroom. Someone shouts that this is exactly why he was forced to repeat a year. Another sneers, asking how such an idiot could be born into that family. A third answers before Douglas can. What do you expect from an illegitimate child? The teacher slams a hand against the podium and orders silence. He tells Douglas that if he does not want to be sent back home in disgrace, he had better start paying attention. Douglas swallows and nods. The lesson resumes. The teacher begins explaining why the sword is regarded as the greatest weapon. There's a reason the most powerful figures on the continent choose it. The current emperor wields a sword. Those who have stepped into the realm of mastery carry swords. Duke Agnes, one of the 9 stars, counted among the strongest alive, uses a sword. The same holds true for the Empire's 5 masters. Then the question is posed. Why is the sword recognized as supreme? Amaru's hand shoots up immediately. He does not even wait to be acknowledged. The answer is obvious, he declares. Compared to the sword, all other weapons are trash. When 2 individuals of equal skill face each other, the one without a sword will never defeat the one who holds it. Joshua listens without expression. The teacher counters calmly. If that logic holds, then why do armies not rely primarily on swords? On the battlefield, spears dominate. If the sword were truly superior in all contexts, would it not make sense to train every soldier in swordsmanship instead? Amaru scoffs. He is not speaking about expendable soldiers in war. He is speaking about true fighters of equal standing, not fodder. Joshua's voice cuts in, low and flat. Ridiculous. The word hangs in the air. Amaru turns sharply. Joshua continues. By that reasoning, if someone loses while wielding a sword, then the failure lies not in the weapon, but in the user. And as for the rapier, calling it useless, even worse than a toothpick, reveals more ignorance than insight. Murmurs ripple across the room. Someone whispers, asking who this new student thinks he is. Is he from some prestigious lineage? Another wonders whether there are any families superior to the Sten family among this year's intake. A third mutters that perhaps he is simply insane. Amaru's expression darkens. He steps forward slightly, eyes blazing. What did you just say about the rapier? The moment the tension spikes, the teacher steps in, voice sharp, reminding them that fighting between students is strictly forbidden. But Amaru doesn't back down. He fires back immediately, asking how he's supposed to stand still after hearing someone mock a rapier right in front of a member of a family that built its name on that very blade. Is he seriously being told to swallow that insult? Joshua just tilts his head, almost amused. He says the funny part is this. Calling his weapon inferior isn't some sacred offense. It's an opinion. If anything, he simply stated what he believes to be true. And if Amaru thinks that isn't the truth, then he can prove otherwise. Amaru calmly suggests a fight. Joshua's student cuts in, reminding them both that the academy rules clearly forbid students from fighting each other. Amaru narrows his eyes and asks if they're suddenly hiding behind rules after throwing those words around. He thought Joshua was above that. Around him, whispers rise. His friends mutter that Amaru's only acting this bold because he knows who Joshua really is. The 4th Imperial Prince. Joshua shrugs. He says he simply doesn't intend to break the rules. If Amaru wants to settle it, they can do it properly, in the sparring room. No rules broken. Amaru pauses. That is possible. Tomorrow's sword practice class would be the perfect stage. Joshua turns to the teacher and formally asks for permission to spar. He says that once this is done, there will be no more arguments. He just wants the chance to prove his point, so he doesn't stand there looking like a liar in front of everyone. The teacher presses a hand to his forehead, already exhausted by this headache of a child. He can see this won't end quietly. Still, things have gone too far to shut down cleanly. So he allows it, with conditions. This is sparring only. No real swords. Wooden blades. Nothing more. Amaru's thoughts darken instantly. A wooden sword is perfect. More than enough to break bones if used right. Whatever connection Joshua has to the 4th prince means nothing to him. In his mind, he's already picturing how he'll crush him. Joshua only smirks. Douglas steps closer and hisses, asking if Joshua has lost his mind. He insulted the rapier, right in front of a direct member of that family. Joshua looks genuinely puzzled and asks again what the issue is. Douglas presses him. Amaru isn't the type to swallow humiliation. He will retaliate. He will try to hurt him. Icarus nods in agreement. Joshua exhales lightly and says he always assumed Amaru moved without thinking. Maybe now he'll finally learn something. Douglas lowers his voice, but doesn't soften his words. He admits he has no idea how strong Joshua truly is, but Amaru is not some ordinary student. Amaru stands among the Academy's finest. The blood in his veins belongs to a lineage that forged its name with a rapier as its first and only pride. And Amaru has already reached the stage where he can sense his own mana. Joshua glances at him and asks if he knows Amaru that well. Douglas answers without hesitation. He does. They have known each other for years. He begins to explain. In the Deathlands and the northern reaches of the Empire, where demonic forces surge without end, only two great families manage to hold the line against the endless invasions. Amaru's father is the recognized commander of the North, the private head of his house, a man whose name carries weight even among the highest nobles. Douglas' own father stood beside him on that battlefield, always covering his flank, always fighting at his side. Their bond was forged in countless life and death struggles and became a friendship spoken of across noble circles. That is how Douglas and Amaru grew up around each other. But Douglas is the son of concubine. Because of that, he could never truly stand as Amaru's equal. Not publicly, not within the rules of inheritance. Still, they shared something deeper. They were both far from the line of succession. Both lived outside the true inheritance of their houses. And because of that shared distance, they became friends who could rely on each other from childhood. Douglas looks straight at Joshua and says that is why he understands Amaru better than anyone. And that is why Joshua should stop now. Apologize. End this before it escalates. He doesn't want to see his new friend crushed. Joshua lets out a quiet laugh. So he should apologize simply because he is weak? Because that will at least keep him safe? So he can bow his head, grin like a fool, and survive by bending before others? Icarus steps in, saying Douglas speaks only out of concern. Joshua turns slightly. Concern? For whom? He states calmly that excuses do nothing but erode a person's edge. If someone wants to test the fate they were born with, they must train until their ears ring and their bones ache. They must cling to their beliefs without wavering. If he refuses to live forever in another man's shadow, then there's only one path forward. With that, Joshua turns and walks out of the room. The door shuts. His friends remain frozen, unsettled by the weight of his words. From the other side of the closed door, a quiet voice breaks the silence. Zero asks whether they want to know more about Joshua. Mucker answers immediately. He needs information. Everything. All anyone knows is that Joshua arrived in the Empire this year. Zero says he has a theory. Mucker shoots to his feet, eyes sharp, and says he'll pay whatever it takes. Any price. Just tell him everything. Zero doesn't hesitate. Information like this is never cheap, especially when it concerns someone their organization treats differently. Mucker expected that. Special treatment means influence. It means hidden backing. If Moon Door pays attention to a single student, then there's more behind him than anyone sees. He presses again. Name the price. Zero smiles faintly. 1 million gold coins. For a moment, Mucker can't even process the number. Some entire cities don't collect that much in taxes in a year. Who is this man, really? Zero watches him calmly and remarks that he can take his time deciding. When he makes up his mind, he knows where to find him. Mucker leaves in frustration. Zero remains seated, thinking. Yes, this one is an investment. Someone like Varen would dig through shadows and find scraps of truth for far less. But if Moondor itself demands 1 million gold, then they must consider Joshua far more dangerous than he appears. And if that is true, Mucker will likely retreat. He is the type who bows before strength and bullies the weak. Never anything more. Zero remembers Joshua's words. Don't worry about trifles. Focus on finding the red coin. End the long war. Until then, hold nothing back. Elsewhere, Joshua stands alone, frowning. The Academy's rigid rules confine students to campus after classes end. That restriction, at least, works in his favor. It gives him time to reclaim the power he lost in Duke Agnes' mansion. He taps the floor with his staff. The stone cracks. Inside his body, divine and demonic energies churn like water and oil. Never blending, never stabilizing. They repel each other endlessly, refusing harmony. He mutters that he must anchor them, using Bronto's power. He needs more, just a little more. Suddenly, a violent lash of energy erupts upward and smashes into the ceiling. Dust falls. Joshua raises his hands and covers his face, forcing the storm within him back under control. The backlash strikes him as well. Joshua collapses, eyes shutting as darkness swallows him whole. When he finally opens them again, pain greets him first. His body aches as if torn apart from the inside. He pushes himself upright slowly, realizing he must have lost consciousness. The power inside him is still unstable. Not whole, not yet under perfect control, but he can feel it. If he manages to refine just a little more divine and demonic energy through Bronto's power, then advancing to the third stage of spear mastery will no longer be out of reach. And once he steps into that realm, The techniques he once wielded so effortlessly will return to him. He reaches out instinctively. The spear isn't there. Joshua freezes. He looks around sharply. The weapon that never left his side is gone. A chill runs through him as he searches for it, only to find nothing. Then a voice cuts through the space. It calls him an idiot. Before him, the air folds inward, twisting into a dark vortex. Subspace magic. The voice continues, mocking him, asking how someone could be foolish enough to sleep unconscious for 3 entire days in a place where enemies could strike at any moment. Joshua narrows his eyes and demands to know who is speaking. The vortex trembles, and a small figure steps forward, a childlike silhouette wrapped in black. It declares itself proudly as the greatest existence in the world. It is a spear, and he should kneel in gratitude, because it was the one that protected him for 3 full days. 3 days. Joshua's expression tightens. He had been unconscious that long. The academy must be in chaos by now, but something else grips him. In his past life, when he reached the 3rd stage of spear mastery, he discovered that the spear possessed consciousness within subspace. He never expected that ability to manifest again after reincarnation. Yet here it stands before him, reborn as well, appearing in the form of child. He studies it carefully and asks whether he is the only one who returned. Lygia bristles, offended, demanding to know if it truly looks like a child to him. Joshua's eyes narrow further. Is it reading his thoughts? Lygia snorts, saying that in his current half-awakened state, he couldn't even begin to attempt something like that. And instead of worrying about such trivialities, shouldn't he be focusing on something far more urgent? Joshua asks what it means. Lygia replies that before knowing the enemy, one must first know oneself. Does he truly believe his body is in perfect condition right now? Then it asks if he wants information. It speaks of the origin stone he obtained. If Joshua believes it grants nothing more than elemental power, then that belief is pure ignorance. Very few people understand the true nature of the origin stone. Its visible attributes are insignificant. Its real power lies far beyond surface comprehension. Joshua presses for clarity. Lygia simply tells him to think. Even if every origin stone carries its own distinct power, extinction, regeneration, harmony, the spear makes it clear that Joshua is still staring at the wrong layer. It asks him a sharper question. If that's all true, then what is Bronto's unique power? Joshua hesitates. In his mind, Bronto is lightning. Lightning is destruction. So shouldn't Bronto's special trait be tied to that? Something violent, something absolute. But Lygia cuts him off before he can settle into that easy answer. Wait, if he forces it into that box, it starts overlapping with the red primordial stone of magma. That alone should tell him he's thinking like everyone else. At the surface, at the obvious. Lygia tells him to think properly, carefully, because the answer to this one question is the oldest key there is, the kind that doesn't just grant power, but opens the road to the result he truly wants. Joshua asks what result. The spear sounds almost annoyed that he even needs to ask. Revenge. And as that word sinks in, the scene shifts. Students file into the room, voices rising like nothing ever happened. Douglas finishes his story with a shrug, acting like that's the end of it. Icarus laughs and tells him he somehow has endless funny stories. Douglas replies that he'd rather live a quiet, boring life, unlike Icarus. But then Douglas notices something. Amaru and Douglas glance toward each other. The moment they realize they've been caught, both of them look away like it meant nothing. Duncan breaks the tension by smacking Douglas on the back of the head and demanding to know why they're still standing around. If it were him, he would have run the moment that Joshua, or whatever his name is, vanished. Then Duncan asks if Douglas really thinks Joshua will just disappear forever once things start moving. Vanishing when things get dangerous. That's Joshua's specialty. Douglas tells Duncan to stop pushing it. Duncan stares at him like he's lost his mind. How can he tell them to stop after their own roommate caused a scene and ran off? Another student steps in, saying they can't just let it go like that. Duncan snorts and asks what any of this has to do with them. Then he says it plainly. This academy will be cleaner once they pull out weeds like that. A harsh voice snaps over them. The professor is there. He demands to know what they think they're doing. How many times must he repeat it? Fighting between students is strictly forbidden. He turns directly to Duncan and says he has no choice but to take action if Duncan doesn't stop. Duncan releases Icarus at last, stepping back as if he was only playing. The professor rubs at his face, irritation tightening his expression. He thinks this is his fault. He knew it would end like this, and he wanted to prevent it from happening again. At least it ended while he could still apply disciplinary punishment. Then the blue-haired student returns. Joshua. He offers a short apology for being late. He says he had to leave for personal reasons. The professor looks at him, and a thought flashes through his mind like a warning. Why is this boy so determined to dig his own grave? The moment he steps into the classroom, the air shifts. 3 days gone. No warning. No explanation. And now he just walks back and like nothing happened. Whispers ignite instantly. Is he not afraid of dying? Does he think disappearing for 3 days and showing up again means everything's forgiven? One of them leans back in his chair, scoffing. I'll admit it. He's got guts coming back like this. But graduate peacefully? No chance. The tension spreads row by row, quiet but sharp. Then the professor's voice cuts through the noise like a blade. Silence. The lesson begins now. Prepare yourselves. The room obeys. Chairs straighten. Books open. Eyes forward. The professor's gaze lingers on him for a fraction longer. Take your seat. We continue. Joshua nods once and moves without hesitation. But the professor's thoughts are anything but calm. It has reached the point where intervention may become necessary. Tactics will have to be set aside. If Amaru decides to move openly, no one can predict how far this will spiral. Joshua reaches his place. Amaru watches him with open displeasure. Nearby, Douglas and Iyer sit stiffly, pretending not to look. Douglas doesn't bother pretending at all. Why the hell did you come back, he mutters. What? Your family's destroyed. Nowhere left to run. Joshua's eyes shift to him calmly. You investigated me? A low chuckle answers him. The rumors are everywhere. The entire academy knows. Amaru probably dug up half your past by now. It's not too late to apologize, you know. You said bowing at everyone's feet is safe. If it's really that safe, maybe you should try it yourself. Joshua's expression doesn't change. You're repeating yourself, he says quietly. I'll show you what it means to defend your own beliefs. Douglas pauses. Something flickers in the room. Icarus lowers his gaze, silent, almost sorrowful. Joshua notices it instantly. One look is enough. That's what he's worried about. But he has no time for childish quarrels. There are more important matters. His thoughts drift to the spear. A voice echoes in his mind. How did you know about my revenge? Joshua's response is sharp. Did you move to the past with me? What other abilities are you hiding, Bronto? Lygia's presence feels faint but steady. You have many questions, Lygia replies. I cannot reveal everything so easily. Fulfill my conditions. Then I may offer hints. Stop playing around and help me. Joshua presses. A dry response follows. You think I'm playing? Think carefully. I don't have to tell you anything at all. I could simply fall silent and sleep. That would be the end of it. A pause. You were the only one in a hurry. Joshua looks at him in silence. Joshua shifts under that gaze. Then what are your conditions? A faint pause. You're finally thinking in the right direction. Lygia replies inwardly. Lygia's voice emerges, steady and ancient. My conditions are simple. Restore the connections you once had in your past life. And take better care of yourself. The second demand catches him off guard. Take care of myself. Even the spear's tone sharpens. Will you do it or not? Decide quickly. I don't have time. Joshua feels it. The presence fading, growing heavy. I'm starting to fall asleep. Lygia mutters. Hurry. You want to sleep? Joshua asks internally. The conditions are not complicated. No traps. No impossible sacrifice. There is nothing to deliberate. I agree. A low hum resonates from the spear. Good. I hope you fulfill them. You've made a promise with a divine artifact like me. As promised. I'll give you a hint. A slight pause. The power you suspect Bronto has. It is not precognition. Joshua's thoughts freeze. Then what about that dream? He presses. I saw the fall of the Agnes duchy. That wasn't an ordinary dream. It wasn't, Lygia answers. But it wasn't prediction either. If you think deeply about something, it manifests in your dreams. In your case, it appears as a goal. A slow realization forms. That dream was connected to one of the two dormant forces inside you. Lygia continues. Divine power. Divine power? To be precise, the divine power of a god. Among high-ranking priests, a connection forms in the days before danger arrives. Prophetic dreams occur through that link. What you experienced is similar. The power of a god is far more astonishing than most believe. Joshua clenches his fist. And there's another force raging inside me. If you fully absorb those forces, Lygia says calmly, no man will be able to resist you. The words settle heavily. But the most important thing, Lygia continues, is the original stone. Its true power enhances lightning. The fastest force. The one with the most destructive capability. Joshua's gaze shifts to the ring on his finger. Lightning. Growth. Control. Across the room, Amaru suddenly turns toward the professor. You're going to remain silent about this, he asks. The professor's brows draw together. About what? You approved the sparring match between me and Joshua. Amaru's voice turns cold. This isn't simple sparring. This is a pledge duel. A battle tied to the honor of the nobles. The classroom stiffens. If you withdraw approval now, Amaru continues, my entire family will take offense. And if that happens, I'll have no choice but to take other measures. The threat is polite, direct, calculated. The professor's expression remains steady, but inside he understands a trap. On the surface, this is a matter between teacher and student. In reality, it reaches the principal. Beyond that, it reaches a noble house. That is the weight of lineage. That is the weight of power. Stopping this will not be simple. The blonde shifts his gaze to Joshua. I don't know why you came back, he says evenly. But if you thought I'd let this go, you're mistaken. I'll use this chance to hammer into you how insignificant that weapon you praise really is. Joshua answers without hesitation. I didn't realize we were thinking the same thing. I had no intention of leaving it as it was. I'll show you how useless the rapier truly is. A sharp rebuke leaves Amaru's lips, but before the tension can escalate further, the bell cuts through the air. Outside, footsteps echo through the corridor. Hurry up. At this rate, we'll miss the fight. He came back. Does he want to die at the hands of that blonde so badly? Who knows? Another replies. Now I'm curious. Let's go see. The academy's small training hall fills quickly. Students crowd the edges, voices overlapping. What family is he from? A spear? That's ridiculous. He thinks long range gives him an advantage. This is one-sided. I just want to see the blonde destroy him. Icarus steps closer to Joshua, lowering his voice. Can't you just apologize? Joshua glances at him. You're saying that again. Icarus exhales, frustrated by his own persistence. Icarus overhears enough to scoff. Even if you somehow win, he says, you still lose. The Sten family won't let this end quietly. If their son falls after you insulted the rapier, they won't stop. Joshua's eyes sharpen. In that case, he says calmly, I'll beat them all. A ripple moves through the crowd. Icarus watches from the side, tension obvious in his face. Joshua notices it immediately. Judging by your expression, he says lightly, you don't really believe in him. Icarus blinks. What? A bet? Joshua proposes. If he wins, defends his beliefs, and handles the aftermath with your noble family without collapsing, then he wins. The loser grants one wish to the victor. Icarus stiffens. I don't know why you're turning this into a game, he says quietly. My goal is to stop this duel. And if you win, Icarus presses. You don't even know what you'd ask for. Why take that risk? Joshua answers without hesitation. Because you overthink everything. He lifts his eyes toward his opponent. I'm not thinking about losing. Amaru's expression darkens instantly. The professor exhales slowly. Enough. You won't delay this any further. Icarus scoffs. You should value yourself more. You can't change this place alone. Those words linger in Joshua's mind. Value yourself more. Did something happen? Before the thought can settle, the professor steps forward. This duel between Amaru and Joshua is officially recognized. The hall erupts. Crush him. Break that wooden stick with your sword. Show him the difference. Amaru narrows his eyes. But then confusion spreads. Joshua closes his eyes. What's wrong with him? Why is he standing still? Is he giving up? He just wants attention. The noise fades from Joshua's awareness. Third stage of magical mastery. He could use it. He could overwhelm Amaru cleanly. But defeating him with magic would prove nothing. He focuses instead on the spear. All this time he chased advanced techniques, complex forms, higher mastery. Yet he never saw the end of the path. Because he forgot something. There is nothing more important than the basics. Amaru lunges. Steel slices forward as Amaru snarls. There's a limit to arrogance. Are you making excuses already? I won't tolerate this. The blade descends. Joshua opens his eyes. Good. He moves. No flourish. No visible preparation. The world seems to blink. The rapier shatters mid-swing, splintering into fragments before Amaru can even register resistance. The sound echoes a fraction too late. Amaru's body hits the floor. Silence. The crowd stands frozen. The professor's jaw drops. Icarus stares, unable to process what just happened. From the edge, Ina watches him with conflicted eyes. As I thought, she murmurs. You're not walking the path I wanted for you. Joshua. Icarus stiffens. She called him by another name. But Joshua isn't listening. It was speed. Pure, overwhelming speed. A velocity no opponent could predict. A speed beyond limits. And now, he has mastered it. He exhales slowly. In his previous life, this was something he could only dream about. The sixth stage of magical possession of the spear. Back then, enlightenment was distant, fragmented, incomplete. Now, he grasped it in a single stroke. No ceremony. No long meditation. Just clarity. The spear was no longer a tool in his hand. It was an extension of will. The scene shifts. In the female dormitory, curtains sway slightly in the evening breeze. Ina stands near the window, phone pressed to her ear. I thought he lived quietly, she says. Instead, he's stirring chaos. On the other end, Ina's voice cuts in. Are there problems in the kingdom? A few questionable matters, comes the reply. But nothing like that. Then why did you call? A pause. The lightning from the 7 mages killed the Viscount. He was useful for maintaining our disguise. This is unfortunate. Ina stiffens. The magic tower killed him? Why would a selfish group like that act so openly? Did they discover our plans? No. Their actions weren't directed at us. It seems Joshua obtained something valuable. Something the magic tower is searching for. Wouldn't it be better if we secured that item first? It's pointless, her father replies calmly. Only the magic tower can truly use it. And if we draw attention now, our entire plan sinks into oblivion. A heavier tone follows. More importantly, something is happening to that boy. A pause. Isn't that why you called? She doesn't deny it. Yes. He creates problems simply by existing. He returned to the academy, was challenged to a duel after calling the rapier trash in front of the Sten family, and defeated their son in a single blow. A faint smirk travels through the man's voice. Is that so? Interesting. I wonder what expression Duke Agnes will wear when he hears this. Perhaps the Duke's attitude toward him will change. She frowns. Change? He's an illegitimate child. How could he replace Babel? Bloodline inheritance isn't so simple. A quiet chuckle answers her. Illegitimate or not, would a duke truly favor another man's son over his own? They were never known for military glory. And yet the technique he witnessed today surpassed anything he had seen in his entire life. That level of spear mastery was not something an ordinary student could possess. His gaze sharpens, and he demands to know who Joshua truly is. Joshua answers without hesitation, offering a fabricated name. The professor rises slowly. He explains that this is not the first time someone of high birth has entered the academy under a false identity. There have been nobles, even members of foreign royal families. He speaks plainly, unconcerned with Joshua's hidden intentions. But he makes one thing clear: such disruptions are undesirable. Even if Joshua truly belonged to the Sten family, today's clash should have remained nothing more than a duel between students. A childish quarrel. That is how it would have been recorded. Everything changed the moment he defeated a swordsman of the Sten lineage in front of noble heirs. Joshua states that he will take full responsibility. The professor lets out a faint smirk. Around the same time last year, another boy said those exact words. His name was Douglas. Joshua presses him again. The professor's tone turns colder. Responsibility is meaningless here. The academy claims its students are equals, but they are not. They stand within a hierarchy shaped by the power of their families. Those divisions were established long ago. Amaru belongs to that upper circle. The gray-haired man leans forward and asks if Joshua truly understands what that implies. From this moment onward, those noble children will relentlessly target weaker families, including his own. Joshua responds with a single cutting question, dividing students into ranks in the name of preventing greater harm. Standing by while violence and extortion thrive within these walls. Is that the conduct of a teacher? The professor's expression hardens. Joshua continues, unshaken. A man who allows fear of consequences to restrain him cannot teach him anything. Fear becomes habit, and habits like that never disappear. The professor replies that some things in this world never change. Joshua answers immediately, never say never. Only cowards refuse to act because they are afraid. For a brief moment, the professor looks at him in silence, unsettled. Then he gives his final advice. If Joshua's only objective is graduation, he should transfer to the Imperial Order of Knights. With his ability, he would pass their entrance examination without difficulty and leave this academy untouched by its politics. Joshua recalls that he already rejected Caesar's offer, and with it, the Imperial family's permission. Now that he has witnessed Bronto's power, time is something he cannot afford to waste at the academy or at the Imperial Order of Knights. The professor studies him and asks what he thinks. With his authority, he could arrange the entrance test immediately. It would be nearly impossible for him to fail. Joshua answers that he has no intention of wasting time there. The professor presses him. If he is certain, the arrangements will be made at once. Joshua cuts him off. He is not running away with his tail between his legs. He is no coward. After saying that, he bows lightly and asks to be forgiven for his bluntness, then turns and leaves the office. Behind him, the professor smirks, quietly wondering whether Douglas once carried that same fire. Later, Joshua stands alone on the academy rooftop, overlooking the vast grounds. The suggestion lingers in his mind. He may leave to pursue his goal, but only after he settles everything here. A voice calls his name. Amaru approaches, saying they need to speak privately. He asks Joshua to hear him out. Joshua replies coldly that there is nothing to discuss. To his surprise, Amaru bows deeply and offers a sincere apology. He admits he once mocked the spear as a weapon, ignorant of its true potential. He says he reflected on it, and he was wrong. Joshua stares at him, stunned. He never expected someone so proud to set aside his family's honor so easily. He answers that it is fine. He, too, was wrong to belittle his opponent. Amaru looks up and asks if he is truly forgiven. He thanks him. Joshua replies there is nothing to thank or apologize for. Then Amaru hesitates before asking if Joshua would teach him something. He narrows his eyes and speaks of Joshua's extreme speed. Joshua is taken aback. Amaru explains that speed is often described as the shortest distance between 2 points, but reality is far more complex. Achieving that kind of movement in battle is incredibly difficult. During their duel, Joshua struck without warning. Amaru felt it in the instant before he lost consciousness. It was not a direct attack. It felt as if the strike came from somewhere impossible, like his perception had been bypassed entirely. Amaru says it felt like his body had been twisted mid-motion. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. Jane bows and reports that an urgent letter has arrived from the Swallow Empire. His Majesty replies calmly that he had expected correspondence from another empire first. The green-haired man explains that Swallow intends to accelerate the plan previously discussed. They are requesting support sooner than anticipated and ask the Empire to adjust to a faster timetable. The Emperor exhales slowly. That likely means trans resistance is stronger than expected. Worse, there is a possibility that the Avalon Empire may uncover their involvement. He agrees to provide military assistance, but they will dispatch 2 masters alongside their forces, ensuring Draxia has no grounds for complaint. Jane bows and says he understands and will relay the decision. Then he adds there is another matter to report. The Emperor gestures for him to continue. Jane says Joshua has entered the academy under a hidden identity. Though still rumor, it appears he recently defeated Amaru in a single blow. The Emperor bursts into laughter. He asks again, amused, whether it is true that Amaru fell in one strike. It makes sense, he says. Even Babel, the pride of the Empire, could not match that child. Then his expression shifts, calculating. He has a task in mind, no matter the cost. That boy must join the Imperial Order of Knights. If necessary, he will personally write a letter of recommendation. Jane is momentarily stunned. The Emperor rarely writes recommendations himself, and yet, despite the weight of the Empire resting on his shoulders, he is now personally moving to secure a single student. The admission standards of the Imperial Order of Knights are famously strict, almost brutally fair, and yet the Emperor is ready to write a personal letter of recommendation. It is obvious he is determined to pull that boy to his side, no matter what. Meanwhile, Joshua reflects on the Academy's inner circles. At first, he dismissed it as childish politics, a social club dressed up as importance. But if Amaru spoke the truth, then this was something far more deliberate. The sons and daughters of powerful nobles had formed a unified force, a circle designed to accumulate influence for the future. Joshua realizes something else. To move forward, he will also need connections among noble heirs. Direct control over children is meaningless. They act recklessly, promoting anyone tied to the circle without restraint. Even professors are forced to turn a blind eye. For the first time, he understands a fraction of his professor's hesitation. He rises from his bed with a quiet conclusion. The moment someone bows to an unfair reality, change becomes impossible. A new vicious cycle is born, and the first true victim of that circle has already appeared. If he chooses to act, then drawing Icarus to his side will become much easier. He wonders what kind of thorn-filled path his friend would walk without him. The door opens. Icarus steps inside, saying he has already heard the rumors. The Amaru family may soon send someone to the academy. Joshua answers calmly that there is nothing to worry about. He has already settled matters with the person directly involved. Icarus shakes his head. Even if Amaru himself has relented, the family may not. After all, their primary weapon was mocked. They may seek to restore their honor. And beyond that, the academy circle will likely move against him even sooner. Joshua replies that it does not matter. He has a single method to solve both problems at once. Icarus asks what method. Joshua answers simply, strength. Demonstrate enough power, and obedience follows. Icarus wants to call it impossible, but remembering the duel, remembering that overwhelming spear strike, he cannot deny the possibility. Joshua grabs Icarus by the shoulders and asks if he remembers their bet. His grip tightens slightly as he admits he has a desire. He wants him. Icarus freezes, embarrassed, asking what he means. Joshua says he knows exactly what Icarus is capable of, so he asks him directly, will he use those abilities for him alone? Icarus pulls away, flustered. If Joshua truly allows him to do what he is implying, then he will consider it. He bolts from the room. The door slams shut behind him. Joshua exhales quietly. Getting closer like this, that was the right move. Elsewhere, a battered Cain struggles to stand. He mutters that it is still not enough. Agnes watches coldly and asks whether he truly believes he can protect his lord with skills like that. Cain replies that he only hopes he will not become a burden. The knight declares he must grow stronger so that never happens again. Agnes casually sidesteps and questions the source of such desperation. He even abandoned his primary weapon. Cain answers without hesitation, because he promised. Promised that one day he would bow to no one but his lord. And he believes in that promise. With a roar, he charges, declaring he will grow stronger to protect him. Agnes praises his resolve, and with a single strike sends him flying. Cain crashes against the wall and collapses upside down. The Duke orders the healer to tend to him. The healer complies immediately. Agnes watches in silence. In such a short time, Joshua has already gained someone this devoted. He wonders if the boy truly intends to build a world where no one under him must bow to another. Baldy remarks that he has been observing all along. Charles steps forward, reporting that the Empire has begun advancing a certain plan. When asked about the source, he answers, the Sten family. The details are contained in a letter. Agnes snatches the paper, scanning it sharply. A thin smile forms. It has finally begun. The scene shifts to the Swallow Empire, a vast nation equal in land to the Avalon Empire. Their territories stretch across endless plains, and from those open horizons they forged unmatched mastery in horsemanship. And the storm now gathering on the continent is about to break. The Empire stood at a crossroads, and the storm gathering on the horizon had a name: the independence of the Principality of Thran. What had once been a quiet province under Imperial shadow was now daring to speak of freedom, and that whisper had reached the heart of power itself. Inside the Imperial Palace of Svenju, beneath vaulted ceilings heavy with history, the tension was thick enough to choke on. A knight stepped forward and declared that a decision could no longer be delayed. Rumors spread that the Duke was already on his way. If he halted his personal dealings with the neighboring kingdoms, the balance could shift in their favor. The Thran had always bowed to them. There was no reason to start showing conscience now. Then the Duke Altsma himself spoke, his voice edged with steel. His Majesty needed only to utter a single word. One command. That was all it would take. Altsma swore he would grind to dust the millions who dared stand in his path, even if that path led him against the so-called Titan of the Nine Stars, Agnes, or the knight Chrysler Sebastian. No enemy was beyond reach. But another knight, Gondar, cut in coldly, reminding him of something he seemed eager to forget. The man now gone, His Excellency Lucifer, had also been one of the Empire's 9 stars. Power was not a guarantee of victory, and beyond that, they could not afford to ignore the neighboring nations. Their strength was too great, too watchful. Altsma bristled, demanding how anyone could compare the Empire to those circling wolves. Gondar answered with blunt disdain, saying Altsma understood nothing of the broader board. Voices rose, until the Emperor himself silenced the hall. He knew the Empire's magnificence better than any of them, and yet he asked the question none wished to face. How could the Duke be so certain of victory? Strength alone was not certainty. If he fell, the consequences would not stop with him. Bel stepped forward and delivered the harsher truth. If the Duke lost, the entire Empire would suffer. Confidence would crack, enemies would sense blood, and that danger would be far greater than Trent's rebellion. The Duke scoffed, accusing Bel of clouded thinking. Bel did not argue. Instead, he turned to Gondar and requested the old strategist's thoughts. Gondar nodded slowly. The longer the Avalon and Hubalt empires remained inactive, the longer the smaller kingdoms would hesitate. At worst, they would voice displeasure. Words could be ignored. He then clarified the situation in the Hubalt Empire. Elections for the next pope were underway. Their attention was consumed. They would not intervene. That distraction created opportunity. It allowed the Empire to focus fully on Trent. But there was still a problem. Bel rose again. The Avalon Empire was unraveling exactly as expected. Complications were surfacing one after another. Instability there made everything unpredictable. And despite all the heated debate in this grand hall, no decisive move had yet come from the city itself. Gander's voice did not waver as he continued. Any reckless action was strictly forbidden. No premature strikes. No emotional retaliation. Yet the troops were to be prepared, fully armed, fully supplied, ready to advance to the battlefield at a single command. The blade would remain sheathed, but sharpened. The Emperor Bel exhaled slowly and declared that this was enough for today. No one objected. One by one, they voiced their agreement. The council dissolved. Yet as the hall began to empty, the Emperor noticed something. They were walking away, but not truly leaving. Their bodies moved, their minds did not. Bel stepped closer and quietly asked whether this was Trent's fulcrum point. The Emperor Bel gave a faint nod. Even without openly appearing on the stage, everyone believed he was the Empire's moral pillar. Then the discussion shifted. Uravis was mentioned, a knight of remarkable standing, a name that still carried weight. Bel moved again, this time asking a question that lingered heavier than any military plan. Was it wrong to wish for the happiness of citizens and peace? Marco answered without hesitation. Happiness and peace belonged only to the strongest. Without strength, they were illusions. His Majesty allowed himself a thin grin. Strength was necessary, if one wished to protect happiness rather than beg for it. Far from the palace debates, another tension simmered. Douglas was clearly troubled. Joshua, beside him, forced a nervous smile. In his mind, the pattern was too obvious. First Icarus, now this. Douglas stepped forward and spoke in a low, urgent tone. Stay away from the circle. If you obstruct them, your life, and even your family's, will be in danger. He insisted it was for Joshua's own safety. This time, he had to listen. Joshua tilted his head. Afraid? Douglas blinked, confused. Afraid the same thing that happened to your brother will happen to you? The word struck harder than any blade. Douglas demanded to know how he knew. Joshua answered calmly. If you're afraid, run. No one will blame you. But if you keep running, one day you won't recognize yourself anymore. His voice lowered to a whisper near Douglas's ear. Do you intend to run for the rest of your life? Douglas fell silent. Then anger surged. He revealed what he knew. The circle was led by Varen, one of the 12 families. For smaller houses like theirs, they were an impenetrable wall. Joshua smiled. Varen. Convenient. He thanked Douglas for the information, as if he had just received a gift. Douglas stared, unable to understand what game was unfolding before him. Douglas's gaze shifted toward the door, irritation flashing across his face. He could sense it. Too many people were outside, watching, listening. Beyond the window, students gathered in uneasy clusters. Whispers spread like wildfire. Natasha muttered that Jawag was far too carefree. Their Marquis Cromwell must be worried sick if this was how he always behaved, assuming the man even had time to worry. He was likely too busy battling another family to concern himself with his son. Jawag answered differently. Family affairs and personal life were not the same battlefield. By evening, he only wanted to live in the present moment. If he exhausted himself, stressing over every minor tremor, he would collapse long before any real war began. Jawag muttered that if he kept pushing like that, he would only end up angry. Then he paused, almost amused, wondering if that was truly all Varen intended to say. Varen raised a hand sharply, cutting through the brewing clash. Now was not the time to argue among themselves. He had received information. One of the Sten family members had been defeated. Not narrowly. Completely. The name of the victor was Joshua. Natasha's eyes narrowed. She could believe it. The Sten brat was never that serious to begin with. But if the rumor was true, then what kind of child was this Joshua? Jawag smirked and asked if she was already adding another candidate to her list of future husbands. Natasha shot back that she would at least have to see his face first before deciding anything. Varen did not share their humor. This was no joke. That Joshua could not be underestimated. Jawag leaned back lazily. What was wrong with him? Was he truly worried about some ordinary family? Natasha added that such caution was unlike him. Varen's jaw tightened. This ordinary guy had beaten him as well. The air shifted. Jawag blinked. Who exactly was he? He had heard whispers that Joshua was also entangled with the fourth prince. Natasha tilted her head, wondering aloud if he could be a hidden member of the royal bloodline. She proposed something pragmatic. Why not recruit him? If he had ties to the prince, couldn't they use that to their advantage? Varen, irritation flared. What nonsense was she spouting? Jawag sided with her calmly. If they could maintain a good relationship with Amaru, simply because he belonged to the Sten family, then why not reconsider? If circumstances had shifted, wouldn't this Joshua be more valuable? Amaru had already dishonored his family name. Why cling to him? Varen answered coldly. Even if one ignored family prestige, they had forgotten how much Amaru cared for them. That loyalty mattered. And besides, he refused to stand by and watch Joshua stroll around as if nothing had happened. He would make him understand exactly whose path he had crossed. He would send him straight to his brother, to Douglas. Elsewhere, Joshua let out a slow breath. The headmaster had summoned him, most likely because of the duel. He already understood what that meant. The quiet flow of money inside the academy had vanished like smoke out a window. He stepped into the office, composed. He gave his obvious name and stated that he had been called. The masked man inside spoke his real name instead, calmly revealing that he had come under direct order of His Majesty the Emperor. He was here to deliver a message. A box was placed before him. Joshua opened it. Inside lay a ring. Agnes stepped forward and set it gently on the table, saying she had something for him. Long ago, he had aided the master of the magic tower. In gratitude, the master had gifted this ring as a reward. Joshua studied the ring in silence, then asked calmly whether he should adjust his plans. The cloaked man did not entertain the thought. By order of His Majesty the Emperor, he had come to deliver a message. That alone should be enough. Joshua's eyes sharpened. So this was truly the Emperor's will? And who exactly was standing before him? The answer came without hesitation. He was a member of Black Wind, an intelligence organization directly subordinate to the Emperor. An elite unit. Absolute loyalty. Absolute obedience. Joshua understood immediately. Black Wind was no ordinary faction. They were the blade in the dark, the Emperor's unseen hand. Men who would die, without question. The rank was equivalent to the old circle he once belonged to, the group that had called him the King of Assassins. The masked man continued. The fourth prince had made something akin to a proposal. Whether Joshua chose to submit to his will or not was secondary now. The Emperor's command was clear. Tomorrow, he was to join the Order of Imperial Knights. If necessary, a personal letter of recommendation would be written, and if he refused, then matters would escalate. His enrollment at the academy would be questioned, pressured, crushed. Expulsion would follow, leaving him no path but the order. This was not negotiation. It was the final decision. The messenger concluded coldly. The Emperor's order was absolute. Joshua was to present himself at the Imperial Palace as soon as possible. The academy would be handled. Silence lingered. Joshua glanced upward. The greenery along the ceiling swayed gently, as if nothing in the world had changed. He remarked lightly that he had heard the Emperor was an energetic man. Now that he had experienced it personally, he admitted he had expected something slightly different. Perhaps someone louder, more theatrical. He left the office. Down the corridor, tension was already exploding. A fist cut through the air. The blow landed squarely on Icarus. He crashed to the ground. The attacker grabbed Icarus by the hair and yanked his head up, snarling that he was not finished yet. Douglas rushed forward, telling him to stop. They had already agreed not to interfere anymore. Let him go. Duncan sneered. It seemed Douglas still did not understand. This was personal. Douglas demanded to know what they had done. What was the offense? Duncan's smile turned cruel. Who said anyone needed to do something wrong? Juwag clarified mockingly. Icarus' original sin was simple. He had the wrong brother. And now, he had chosen the wrong friend. Douglas protested. They had only known each other for a few days. Could that even be called friendship? Varen stepped forward slowly. He wasn't certain either. But one thing he did know. Joshua had a habit of stepping into places he didn't belong. Varen's voice turned colder as he said he needed to understand the details. His role was simple. There would be hostages. He would arrive as a savior. That was how these stories worked. Wasn't he already used to it? Douglas bit his lip. Varen continued, almost lazily, that he only had to repeat what happened with his brother. The memory struck like a blade. His brother once told him that even if they had different mothers, they were still brothers. That he could share his burdens. Now that same brother was slammed to the floor. The attacker sneered, telling him to know his place and be grateful they were only destroying his family's position instead of wiping them out completely. Varen added that he would merely have him expelled from here, though he might not be able to walk afterward. Douglas stepped forward and urged silence, his voice tight. But Joshua's earlier words echoed in his mind. Run forever, and you'll lose yourself. Anger flared. Douglas clenched his fists, ready to strike, shouting that they would not get their way again. Duncan answered with a punch straight to his face. Who did he think he was? Raising his voice. Varen toned sharpened further. If Joshua dared to interfere, he wouldn't even bother finishing the sentence. Everyone present understood what that meant. Their families would pay. Icarus, still bleeding, laughed weakly and called them pathetic. Icarus forced himself upright and spat that taking hostages was all nobles were good for. If they needed numbers to defeat one person, they had no dignity. Duncan's expression darkened. How dare a commoner speak like that? Varen approached slowly, looming above him. Icarus looked up and remarked that it was almost amusing. The next second, a kick smashed into his head. Varen, offended and furious, declared that this world was built on the survival of the strongest. Its purpose was simple, to trample others. The weak existed to be prey. Around them, students watched in horror. Varen said none of this would have happened if they had quietly eaten what scraps they were given. This chaos existed because trash like them dared to challenge the order. He asked coldly how a noble was supposed to react to that. Douglas shouted for him to stop. At this rate, Icarus would die. Varen turned his head slightly and asked what Joshua would think when he saw this. A voice cut through the corridor. Someone called his name. Joshua stepped forward calmly and stated that Varen had broken their agreement. He chose this path. The air shifted again. Joshua said simply that he would regret it. Varen sneered and asked if Joshua believed this was even comparable to what he had done. Joshua's eyes hardened. He replied that they had laid hands on someone who belonged to him. The moment he threatens his friends, the air changes. What sounded like empty noise suddenly turns heavy, suffocating. Douglas studies him, wondering if these people truly understand who they're dealing with. Joshua doesn't raise his voice. He simply states that punishment is coming. Varen snaps immediately, ordering him to stop, demanding to know whether he has lost his mind. Does he not care about consequences? Their family can crush him, strip everything from him, have him expelled from the academy, bury him so deep he never resurfaces. Joshua remains silent. Joshua grins, as if he has finally grasped the joke. What can the son of a fallen house possibly do? Natasha narrows her eyes and mutters that if this is him, he is better than she expected. Juwag scoffs, asking what is so special about him. Just empty bravado. Didn't he just say that touching his friends is a grave sin and that punishment would follow? Does he seriously believe he can stand against every family gathered here? Or is he too ignorant to understand what he is saying? Someone without royal blood, not even from the 5 ducal families, daring to threaten them? Natasha adds fuel to the fire. 3 of the 12 families are present. Even the children of the 5 ducal houses would hesitate here. Is he from a duke's lineage? Agnes, trembling. Varen cuts through it all. It doesn't matter who he is. This ends now. But first, he wants permission to ask one question. He knows what the ring is. So why return it? He could have used it for himself. Joshua answers without hesitation. He does not act as filthily as others. Varen laughs. Good. That is how it should be. He would be disappointed if Joshua changed. Though someone of such low standing should not even comprehend its value. He has to teach him a lesson. Then he reveals it. The ring is far more extraordinary than Joshua realizes. Pour a certain amount of mana into it. Mana surges. Varen transforms, armor of a knight forming around him, presence swelling violently. With it, he can draw power superior to Mucker, more than enough to crush him. The knight steps forward, blade ready. Here, where family power dictates everything, Joshua alone can do nothing. And Varen swears he will prove it. Juwag clicks his tongue and mutters about how stupid this is. They have ranked rings too. Varen just enjoys putting on a show. Maybe he should ask his father to buy him a better one. Natasha shoots him down instantly. He can dream. Does he really think his father would spend a fortune on a new ring when the one he has is perfectly fine? Juwag blinks. It cost that much. She shrugs, almost regretful. It's a pity. That guy is exactly her type. If only Varen hadn't noticed him first. Varen scoffs. With her personality, she would be bored by tomorrow. Every time he sees Icarus, He is reminded of that idiot who once tried to rebel and change this place. And in the end, chained to a bed for the rest of his life. The same fate awaits him. Joshua moves. Calm. Steady. Forward. The sword slams down, carving the floor beside the blonde's face. Stone splits. Dust explodes. Varen warns him not to come closer. Is he truly prepared to sacrifice his entire family over these degenerates? Joshua's eyes remain level. Wasn't it him who said that here, nothing depends on family strength? He raises his hand. The ring gleams. Varen stiffens. Where did he get that? Joshua narrows his eyes, claiming he will now show him the power he is so proud of. Natasha stares, whispering that it cannot possibly be that ring. Juwag demands to know where he got so much mana. Juwag mutters that this is impossible. Armor begins forming. First the arms, metal plating wrapping tight. Then the legs, shining inserts locking into place. On his chest, an emblem ignites. Varen's voice falters. Something is wrong. Someone like him cannot wear armor bearing that crest. He recognizes it. The symbol of Duke Agnes. This is the tomb of a knight. Juwag shakes his head violently. Impossible. That is their family's crest. Babel already graduated. But then it clicks. There were rumors. A child. A prodigy. A mana user at 9. Joshua steps fully into the light of the crest. Wasn't it him who said that in this academy, everything depends on the strength of your family? His gaze turns cold. His real name is revealed. Joshua steps forward and speaks his name without hesitation, then calmly asks Varen how high his position stands now. The question alone is enough. Varen trembles. His voice cracks as he asks if this is real. Natasha immediately tries to smooth things over, claiming there must be some misunderstanding. If they had known in advance that the young lord belonged to the Agnes family, Joshua cuts her off with a sharp order to shut up. He's not asking her. He roars that if they truly believe he would forgive people who treat others as trash simply because of family standing, then they are more delusional than he thought. To crush someone for their lineage and throw them into despair without blinking. Does she think that will be overlooked? Juwag steps in quickly, telling him to wait. They are not the official successors of the 12 families. Does he really want to turn all those families into enemies? Joshua tilts his head slightly and repeats Juwag's name to confirm he remembers it correctly. Then he asks a simple question. Does he want to make the Duke's family his enemy? That thought hits Juwag like ice water. His own house is already entangled in conflict with another. If they provoke the Duke's family now, he risks more than losing his successor position. He risks dragging his entire bloodline into danger. Joshua continues, voice steady. The only ones he needs are those who laid hands on his friends. Everyone else may leave. He is giving them a chance. The atmosphere collapses instantly. Students panic. Someone mutters that he actually has another task to complete. Juwag snaps, asking if he intends to betray them. Suddenly excuses explode everywhere. Parents visiting, urgent matters, things to do. Feet pound against stone as they scatter. One even pleads for permission to leave. Varen shouts for them to come back. Furious, swearing betrayal will not be forgiven so easily, and that it will cost them nothing to stand with him. Joshua answers flatly that he should worry about himself. Today is the last day of his circle's existence. Juwag's bravado cracks. He trembles and asks him to close his eyes to this matter just once. Joshua reminds him that he already gave him a chance. Then he moves. One strike. Varen is blasted backward, as if struck by a falling tower. He smashes into the archway. The armor shatters and falls away in pieces. Silence. Juwag and Natasha stare in disbelief. Joshua turns to Juwag and orders him to take what remains and leave. Juwag clenches his jaw. He has heard that the official successor of the Agnes family is Babel. No matter how talented Joshua may be, that will not change. Juwag adds coldly that he will regret this day. Joshua forces a smile, though fear still trembles beneath it. He says he is looking forward to it. Natasha snaps out of her shock first, shouting that they need to get Varen to the infirmary immediately. She calls for help, but the brown-haired man doesn't wait. He bolts. Joshua watches them go, dissatisfaction flickering across his face. Douglas studies him differently now, confusion written all over him. Joshua notices. Calmly, he says that everyone carries secrets, just like him. He apologizes for dragging them into this because of his identity and asks if they are hurt. Icarus answers that they are fine. Joshua then asks if he was surprised to learn he belongs to the Agnes family. Icarus shakes his head slightly. From the beginning, something fell off. Why would someone from a fallen house enter the academy? The Imperial family does not even acknowledge such people. Coming here would only draw attention. For what purpose? Joshua suggests perhaps he came for connections. A circle. Icarus immediately dismisses it. Even less likely. The children here would never accept someone branded by a destroyed lineage. Isn't that obvious? He continues, voice analytical. Out of 1,000 students in this academy, Joshua was the only one labeled from a fallen family. Historically, 10 out of 10 in that position hid their identities. Every single one. Joshua admits he did not know that. He reflects quietly that things unfolded exactly as expected. Anyone can speak boldly about status and strategy. It is easy to claim brilliance when one merely states the obvious. He smiles. Icarus frowns, asking why he is looking at him like that. Joshua replies that he has very beautiful eyes. Icarus freezes, caught completely off guard. The scene shifts. Far away lies the Principality of Thran, a small nation long under the yoke of the Swallow Empire. Its king, who dedicated his entire life to liberating his city, has died at 72. A girl stands by the shore, tears falling silently. A hand rests gently on her shoulder. It is time to let him go. She watches the boat one last time as it drifts away, carrying the body of the king. Grief consumes her. Beside her stands a man with a bow in hand. His gaze is steady, but his memory drifts back to the king's final words. He had apologized. There was still so much unfinished business. He had been the only one holding everything together. The man had told him not to speak like that, but the king had insisted. He entrusted his daughter, and the empire, to him. And just like that, the fate of the empire rests in his hands. Uravis draws his bow. He tells himself there will be no hesitation. Independence will be secured no matter the cost. The city will sleep peacefully. That is his vow. The arrow ignites. He releases. Flame streaks across the sky and pierces the boat carrying the king. The flowers surrounding the body are consumed, fire rising high as the heirs watch their ruler's final moment burn against the horizon. The girl steadies herself through tears. According to her father's will, the city is now entrusted to him. Uravis lowers the bow and swears he will dedicate his entire life to this country. With the king gone, delay is no longer an option. He must present himself to the other two empires. He must stand before the magic tower. And above all, he must completely master the original magma stone, at any cost. The scene shifts again. Within the palace corridors, footsteps echo. Back at the academy, Joshua lies on his back, staring at the ceiling. He thinks it is probably time to leave. He did not expect his departure to come so soon when he first arrived. He rises slowly, already calculating his next move. He needs to reach the Imperial Palace as quickly as possible. Something waits for him in the secret storage. Kane will definitely be shocked when he learns about this. He is likely training under the Duke right now. A presence appears beside him. Joshua turns slightly. Who are you? Jack admits he forgot to introduce himself. He is from the Magic Tower, one of the 7 magicians. The Thunder Seat, Jack. He has come to retrieve Bronto, the item stolen from the Dark Forest. If Joshua obediently hands over the primordial stone, perhaps he will spare him. Joshua listens without expression. He calmly remarks that this is not the right place for such a conversation and suggests they move elsewhere. Jack smirks, noting that he is smarter than expected, and offers to lead the way. They walk far beyond the academy grounds. Jack eventually slows, puzzled. How much farther does he intend to go? This is more than enough. Joshua stops and asks if he truly believes that. Jack frowns. What does that mean? Joshua answers evenly that they are far enough now. No one will interfere here, and it was naive to think he would simply hand over the primordial stone. Jack's eyes narrow. Did he lure him out here? Joshua confirms it without hesitation. This will be a one-on-one battle. Then he adds, almost casually, he is certain he will lose. To some mage, Joshua answers with nothing but an aura explosion, the pressure detonating outward and tearing through the air. Joshua exhales, clearly winded. Yet Jack only grins, openly praising Joshua's skill and declaring that he must be the strongest of his generation. Joshua steps in, and suddenly his footing slips. In that instant, Jack's kick crashes into him and drives him straight into the ground. Calmly, the man continues, correcting himself. He is not from Joshua's generation, and since Joshua clearly has no intention of behaving obediently, he will begin with his hands. Joshua rises, voice cold, stating that with all that empty chatter, the man risks losing the moment he weakens his guard. His spear gives a subtle signal. Lygia moves. The strike tears toward the mage, but Jack's expression hardens. In a blur of speed, he intercepts the spear mid-path. Joshua's eyes narrow. Jack forces himself upright, while the magician mutters that it was dangerous, far too dangerous. That spear, it must be the ancient artifact he heard about. The lightning that slew the blackback ogre from the Dark Village. Its source was this weapon. Joshua catches Lygia smoothly. The man shifts into a combat stance and demands to know why he should answer anything. Joshua assesses him again, stronger than expected. What the man does not know is that the primordial stone has already been fully absorbed. The magician sighs that since Joshua refuses to speak willingly, there is no choice left. They will settle this the old-fashioned way. Joshua answers that the man truly misunderstands him. Did he really believe he would give even a single word? Better to die. Jack's smile widens. The only one who fails to understand is Joshua. This is mental magic. Mind control. In the next heartbeat, the man appears behind him. A lightning blade flashes into existence. Joshua's thoughts race. How can he cast 4th-class magic with nothing but words? The magician tells him not to worry. He will not kill him. Mental magic works best when the target remains alive, drowning in unbearable pain. A lightning spear forms in his hand. Joshua repeats that he will not kill him, yet anyone struck by that attack would collapse instantly. The spear slams into the ground. Jack stretches his hand forward, releasing a blinding magical flash. He remarks that perhaps now Joshua will learn humility, then turns away with a satisfied smile. Another electrified strike flies out. Not bad, the man shouts. Joshua swings his weapon cleanly, thanking him for the compliment. Laughing, Jack declares that enough of these cheap tricks. Now he will show something truly worthwhile. Joshua vanishes from the strike. The opponent roars, swinging wildly, demanding if this is truly all Joshua can do. Joshua tightened his grip on the spear and shot forward. One clear thought passed through his mind. Show tension, but stay calm. Keep every movement simple, efficient. The spear thrust toward Jack. For a split second, surprise crossed the mage's eyes. Such dense mana control at this age? Jack twisted aside, and the strike skimmed past him. Joshua pivoted instantly. His weapon carved through the air, and a blinding magical flash detonated outward. The ground ruptured. Deep craters exploding opened beneath them. The blast hurled Jack backward, his boots skidding across shattered stone. He laughed, shouting that the brat had quite a few tricks. Joshua was already airborne, descending with another killing strike, yelling that he didn't need praise from a mage. A massive spear arc tore down, and bright sparks erupted from Jack's body. The discharge smashed into Joshua and flung him off his feet. He landed on one knee, spear braced, eyes locked forward. Jack smirked and called him a stubborn cockroach, asking how long he planned to endure. Lightning began pouring from Jack endlessly. The ground split with long, jagged cracks as the bolt struck. Joshua sprinted through the flashing storm, narrowly avoiding each blast. His mind sharpened. This would not work. He could not keep running. He had to close the distance. Joshua suddenly halted directly in front of Jack. Jack raised a brow and remarked that nothing was more humiliating than a warrior losing to a mage in close combat. He grinned and told him to taste that shame. Joshua bared his teeth. Don't block. Take it head on. They collided in a violent clash. Magical possession of the spear. First stance, lightning strike. Jack countered instantly. Lightning blade. Fragments of light exploded through the air. The impact sent Joshua flying backward with a sharp whistle, tearing past his ears. He slammed the spear into the ground mid-flight, forcing himself to stop. Dropping low, he steadied his breathing, fury burning in his eyes. Jack approached slowly, voice dripping with contempt. Even a B-rank knight could not withstand fourth-class magic, and he had taken it directly. Jack spread his arms theatrically, declaring this was Joshua's final chance. Surrender to Bronto. It would be a shame to see such talent wasted. Joshua glanced around the battlefield and spoke calmly. The lightning spheres. He had planted them during his earlier lightning strike. Jack's smile thinned. He lifted one hand and warned him not to move. The moment his fingers closed, every one of those cute little things would rush at him instantly. Joshua extended his spear and asked calmly if Jack truly believed he would surrender. Jack gave a thin smile. Then nothing could be done. What a shame. His fist closed. The lightning spheres detonated at once. Explosions swallowed Joshua's position, electricity tearing across his body. He roared through the pain, forcing the words out. Magical possession of the spear. Second stage. Second stance. Furious storm. A massive hurricane erupted forward, spiraling with violent force toward Jack. Wind and lightning fused into a raging torrent. Jack frowned, shouting that Joshua continued to surprise him. This time, he truly intended to kill. The storm drove him back toward the edge of cliff. Joshua's body trembled violently, barely holding the technique together. A cold voice cut through him. What else could have resisted that? Behind him, the remaining electric spheres began to hum, swelling toward detonation. Joshua's mouth opened slightly. Jack looked down at him and declared that until the enemy was destroyed, the spheres would never disappear. That ridiculous expression. Was this already his limit? He raised his hand again, voice rising. If that was all, then he was disappointed. The real fun had only just begun. Another sphere condensed in his palm. He would show his genius once more. Joshua's eyes tightened as massive stone boulders lifted into the air, swirling above, under Jack's control. The mage laughed, asking what was wrong. Did he lack the confidence to endure this as well? This time he would not hold back. Even if Joshua evaporated, it would be his own fault. Jack slammed his hand against the ground. Rune flash spell. Blinding energy erupted outward. Joshua clenched his teeth, staring down. What was he doing? Had he already given up? His thoughts drifted to the spear. He looked up in sudden shock. Time had not frozen, but everything had slowed. Lygia's voice echoed within him, asking if he planned to remain pathetic. He had not even used his true power. Joshua answered inwardly that the opponent was too strong. Since when had that mattered? No matter the situation, no matter how powerful the enemy blocking his path, had he not always chosen destruction? Joshua stared forward. His path. He tightened his grip on the spear. He had survived every battle. He had shattered a fortress said to be impregnable. extending the spear outward, his gaze sharpened. No matter who stood before him, he was Joshua. No matter how powerful the enemy blocking his path had been, he had always chosen destruction. Joshua looked down at the spear. His path. He tightened his grip. He had survived every battle placed before him. He had even torn down a fortress once believed impregnable. Extending the weapon forward, his gaze hardened. No matter who stood in his way, he was Joshua. Jack's eyes widened. An explosion detonated in front of him. When the smoke parted, Joshua stood within the flames, frowning coldly. Magical possession of the spear. Stage 3. Blue rays coiled around his legs. In the next instant, he stamped the ground. The rays surged upward, slamming into his body. Gritting his teeth against the strain, he roared. Path of Aura. He hurled the spear. It cut through the fire like a streak of judgment. Jack stared in shock, shouting as the weapon flickered in and out of sight. The spear burst from the flames, shot upward into the sky, then descended in a blinding arc. Joshua's figure flashed forward. He swung. The spear drove straight ahead. With a violent pull, he dragged the weapon through the air, teeth bared, light exploding between them. Jack saw only brilliance. When the light faded, wounds covered Joshua's hands. He looked down in brief surprise. Jack lay on the ground, voice trembling as he muttered about demonic energy and divine power. Then he fell still. Joshua clenched his jaw fiercely. He grabbed his own face, blood staining his fingers. Looking down at his hands, he understood. If he had relaxed for even a second, he would have died. Luck had intervened. Lightning struck the corpse. Joshua lifted his head sharply. Suddenly lightning began spiraling around him instead. He froze. This was the end. If he closed his eyes now, he could finally rest. A bright glow pulsed from the spear. Lygia's voice cut through the haze, ordering him to move his mana immediately. Absorb Jack's mana circle before it went berserk. Joshua snapped his gaze toward the weapon and clenched his fist. Lightning coiled around him violently. A beam of blue light shot into the sky. In the middle of the forest, space distorted. A black hole formed, and beyond it, the image of a vast palace emerged. The scene shifted. The Academy's faculty meeting room. A voice echoed that hiding one's identity was nothing new. But in Joshua's case, everything was different. Segerdam turned his head slightly and stated that before this, no one had revealed their true origin, much less stirred chaos among the participants the way Joshua had. The man stated that Joshua was the son of Duke Agnes. There was no reason to exaggerate the matter. The reply came cold. He clearly did not understand the gravity of the situation. The students were demanding the truth, whatever the cost. If the Academy continued ignoring identity manipulations like this, its reputation would collapse. Did he not see that, Albert? A sharp voice added that by this logic, any family could simply adopt a child with no connection to them and rewrite lineage at will. The director lowered his gaze. The professor's argument was sound, yet he doubted this would end with mere complaints. The real issue was larger. Children from 12 noble families were entangled in the scandal. Segredum clenched his fist and declared that to stop this at its root, Joshua must be excluded as an example. Expel him. Another voice snapped. Such authority belonged to academic service alone. Segredam cut in sharply. That was precisely the problem. Major crises were being born from petty, short-sighted punishments. Leaning over the table, the professor reminded them that they still did not know why Joshua had acted as he did. Without understanding the circumstances, there were no grounds for expulsion. Arms thrown wide, Segredum counted that they had more than enough. Joshua had wounded Varen repeatedly. That cannot be ignored. The professor's stare hardened. Rumors claimed the Marquis intended to present Varen to central politicians. Had power clouded judgment so completely that a child would be sacrificed for advantage? Silence spread across the room. Several nodded faintly, unwilling to speak openly. The man looked away, teeth clenched. Segerdam, however, allowed himself a thin grin. If this shifted correctly, standing firm now would only strengthen his position. Promotion was within reach. The professor turned toward the director and asked whether he truly had nothing to add. Even considering concealed identity, no academy on the continent expelled a student without hearing his testimony and reviewing the full context. The man frowned deeply and added that beyond this, Joshua had dismantled the criminal operations of the Araxia Circle. Under those circumstances, punishment was not the discussion. Reward was complete dissolution. Something even they, the professors themselves, had never managed to achieve. And yet here they were, watching everything fracture in front of them. Segerdam's hand shot into the air, and before anyone could stop him, his voice rang out. What evil are we even talking about? He demanded. He only speaks of what he can take responsibility for. The words slammed into the chamber. The professor's expression darkened instantly. He snapped back that such a remark disgraced not only them as professors, but the academy itself. He said he would be ashamed to stand in their place. Then, turning his head sharply to the side, he added that the same shame applied to everyone else in the room. Not one of them spoke. and that silence only fueled his anger. They could not utter a single word, he accused, because their judgment had been eclipsed, either by overwhelming power or by fear of that very power. And because of their cowardice, it was the students under their guidance who suffered. How much longer will you remain silent? He demanded. Another man burst out angrily that they were professors and had no right to behave in such a reckless manner. Stop, Segerdam shouted back. I don't want to hear any more of these insane accusations. A voice nearby was heard agreeing completely. The professor turned in surprise, asking who had just spoken. Footsteps echoed. A man walked forward without hesitation and said calmly that he completely agreed with what had been said. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock. More footsteps followed, measured, deliberate. The murmurs spread through the room as two figures came into full view. Count Ari, Duke Agnes. They had heard everything. Ari wore a faint smirk. I couldn't ignore such a spectacle, he said lightly. The Duke remained at the doorway, posture straight, presence commanding. If my child has made a mistake, he said evenly, shouldn't I, as his father, come in person? The headmaster quickly replied that there was no need for such formality. Agnes' lips curved slightly. On the contrary, he said, especially at a meeting like this. His gaze swept across the room. Is this not a sacred place of learning, where the children who will lead our country are educated? His eyes settled on the professors. And this meeting, he continued, is about deciding my son's punishment, is it not? Punishment. Segerdam echoed sharply. What punishment? Ari looked at him directly. Hiding your identity is wrong, he said. No matter the reason. Segerdam frowned. He clearly did not agree. The Duke raised his hand slightly. That's enough. Enough of what? Ari shot back. I'm just asking. Then the truth began to surface. It was revealed that the core issue was not merely concealment. It was the deliberate hiding of a false identity from the beginning. The professors stared in shock. The headmaster's composure faltered. He warned the Duke to watch his language and demanded how he could make such an accusation. Agnes' expression hardened. It's fine, he said coldly. I came here because of the problems surrounding Joshua. Professor Cecil stepped forward until he was standing directly in front of the Duke. He reminded him, calmly but firmly, that just moments ago he himself had called this a sacred place, an academy built to educate the children who would one day lead the country. The Duke replied without hesitation that it was exactly that. The Professor Cecil held his gaze. If that was true, then this institution existed for the sake of those children, to guide them, to protect them, to correct them when necessary. Cecil then spread his arms slightly and said that when someone of the Duke's stature appeared in a room like this, every decision made inside it would inevitably bend around his presence. If he had truly come as nothing more than a father ready to take responsibility for his child's mistake, then there would be nothing further to say. But he did not believe the matter was that simple. Looking straight at him, he stated that misdeeds of this scale were rarely the fault of a student alone. The Principal Albert leaned forward against the table and said he understood the implication, but warned that such blunt speech could place them all in a very difficult position. Segerdam nodded, adding that he agreed. For a man as influential as Duke Agnes to appear personally, there was no way that wouldn't affect the atmosphere of the meeting. Segerdam smirked. Doesn't that mean, he said lightly, there's only one way to resolve this? Count Aries' expression darkened. So you've all changed your tone that quickly? He said coldly. Not one of you spoke when that Araxia Circle nonsense kept pestering my son. You all kept your mouths shut, and now that the situation has shifted, suddenly your tongues have grown flexible. The accusation hung heavy in the air. The professor looked at him in confusion. The Duke spoke again, voice steady. He said he did not see any real change here. He had not come to pressure the academy because of the incident. The Principal Albert blinked in surprise. Then why are you here? Agnes answered plainly. He had been informed that his son had insulted the honor of the Sten family. He had come intending to ask Count Ari for forgiveness. However, he was told that the Count had already left for the academy. Knowing Aries' temper, he assumed Joshua would face severe consequences, so he hurried here himself. Then his tone sharpened. He clarified one thing. He had not forgiven his son. Not yet. If Joshua could not personally prove his words through his own ability, then there would be no pleasant outcome waiting for him. Agnes allowed a faint grin to appear. He said he was certain that when they met Joshua face to face, they would all be surprised. Ari gave a faint smile and said that since he had already come this far, he was looking forward to seeing it for himself. Then the Duke turned toward the professors. More importantly, he said, the issue of special admissions had revealed itself to be far more serious than anyone had anticipated. This was no longer about a single student. It was a flaw that affected the entire academy. He looked straight ahead and stated that Joshua would receive appropriate punishment, if necessary, even expulsion. The professor and the director both stared at him in shock. Elsewhere, Joshua lay flat on the ground, eyes closed, body unmoving. Then a sharp wheeze escaped his lips. Slowly, he pushed himself up. He stared forward and muttered a single name. Jack. Joshua frowned, thinking back to the fight. He would never have imagined that someone with such a small frame could overpower him like that. If they had met on a real battlefield, that opponent might have become an enemy even more terrifying than the master. Suddenly pain ripped through him. He collapsed back on the ground. Grinding his teeth, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? A voice echoed in his mind, telling him to stop whining and pull himself together. He asked again what was happening. Looking down at his hands, he noticed something strange. The voice asked how it felt to have grown. Joshua blinked. Now that it was mentioned, it did feel like his hands were larger. He snapped back angrily. What is this? Is this the growth ability you talked about? The answer came calmly. Exactly that. Even the voice admitted it hadn't expected this. It seemed the power of another aspect of the primordial stone, gluttony, had accelerated the process. Joshua forced a grin. So what? Does this mean I'm going to turn into some decrepit old man overnight? The reply was immediate. No, it was actually a relief. The growth force did not age him unnaturally. It merely stimulated development to the optimal state for the owner's body. Joshua froze. Such a thing was even possible. 5 years. In 5 years, his body would be fully matured. From now on, he would need to pay special attention to balancing this rapidly developed physique, or the strain would backfire. A flicker of purple lightning crackled in the air. The spear materialized before him. It added that there was something else he needed to know. This was only speculation, but it seemed that Bronto had awakened while absorbing that power. Had awakened after absorbing the power that was left behind when its owner disappeared. The spear Lugia's voice echoed calmly in his mind, saying it was certain now. His sudden physical growth was connected to that event. Joshua narrowed his eyes. So that pearl, it's still inside me. Lugia answered that pearl was a crude way to put it. If he wanted accuracy, he could call it crystallized Bronto. In general, it was nearly impossible for something like the primordial stone, a relic of the gods, to remain stored inside an ordinary human body. Then the spear added something else. Thanks to this abnormality, the curse that had plagued him, the collision between demonic and divine forces that should have torn him apart, had been neutralized. Normally, only reaching the realm known as Master could suppress such a curse. Joshua's gaze shifted slightly. The curse, the violent clash of opposing forces that were supposed to damage him from within. So you handled that? He asked quietly. Lugia spread his energy outward as if shrugging. Yes, that was what he was standing there for. Then his tone changed. He asked Joshua if he was certain he wouldn't regret this. Regret what? The spear floated closer. Was he truly prepared to bear the burden of knowing who he really was? Joshua clenched his teeth. Whether he could bear it or not didn't matter. If Lugia refused to explain clearly, then he wouldn't use any of it. Absolutely not, he said flatly. Great power always comes with a price. He looked straight at the spear. I won't use an unknown magic item for an unknown purpose. The spear rose into the air, almost offended. So this was how he repaid help. With suspicion. Fine. Since he wanted the truth so badly, he would hear it. A brilliant light flared around the spear. It declared itself the greatest of all creations. The perfect being. Lugia. Joshua stared at it for a second, then turned away. We should just throw it out. Wait. Lugia snapped, flying after him. Whether Joshua chose to use its power or not was irrelevant. They were bound by contract. Joshua stopped. What contract? Lugia replied that he should know the answer himself. Without his will, no such contract could ever have been formed. Joshua's eyes darkened. You're saying I agreed to it? Exactly. The spear descended slowly to the ground. The moment he returned to the past, that was when their contract had been concluded. Amaru called out to Douglas, who had already started trying to walk away again. Douglas turned sharply, irritation clear on his face, and told him to leave him alone. What was he trying to achieve by coming here like this? Amaru's angry voice chased after him. At this rate, even if he's a member of the Agnes family, Joshua will be expelled just like your brother. Douglas stopped. Amaru didn't slow down. He shouted that if this continued, Douglas would regret doing nothing. Hadn't Joshua revealed himself? Because of him? Wasn't it because of that confrontation that the circle of Axia had completely collapsed? Douglas didn't turn around. He asked coldly what Amaru even knew to speak so confidently. His voice shook. He could barely hold it together. His brother had been crippled, then expelled, and now this brat dared to talk about regret and feelings? Tears gathered in his eyes. Do you even know what it's like, he demanded, to stand in front of absolute power? Amaru fell silent. They faced each other without moving. Then, unexpectedly, Amaru spoke. He said he had envied Douglas since they were children. Douglas looked up in surprise. Amaru explained quietly that his own older brother had never stood out within their family. He was ordinary, average. The only reason Amaru had ever been pushed forward was because he'd shown talent at a young age. His brother had deliberately stepped back, trying to keep him away from the weight of being the heir. But Sami's was different. There weren't many people in this world who loved someone simply because they were brothers. Amaru said the reason he left after what happened wasn't cowardice. It was because he didn't want to burden Douglas. He didn't want to create more problems. And Sami's knew that. He stepped closer. He admitted he was jealous. jealous that Douglas had someone he could truly be proud of. Then he asked quietly whether it wasn't Douglas's turn now to protect someone the way his brother once protected him. Amaru extended his hand. "Protect your friend," he said. "Protect Joshua. I'll help you." Douglas stared at the outstretched palm. "A friend?" he murmured. He trembled. "Yes," Amaru said firmly. "A friend." He grabbed Douglas's hand tightly. "Thank you." And suddenly Douglas's eyes lit up. He jerked upright and shouted that, thanks to Amaru, he had just thought of something. Amaru blinked. "What?" Under a bright sky, laughter echoed through the street. Ari was still laughing. Agnes shook his head, amused. He never expected to walk into that room and calmly declare he was prepared to expel his own son. He had to admit, it entertained him. He said he would never forget the looks on those old blockheads' faces. Ari glanced at him with a grin and asked what he would actually do if those old foxes truly expelled Joshua. His eyes gleamed with interest, because that answer would decide everything. Word spread fast that Joshua was illegitimate, and if he ever tried to return to the estate, there would be objections waiting at the gate. But Agnes only lifted his chin with calm confidence, saying there were always other paths. He had heard Joshua had received an imperial decree to join the Imperial Order of Knights. At that, Ares' hand rose to his chin, and he let out a low exclamation. The Emperor himself? Now that made things interesting. Agnes narrowed his eyes, remarking that talent alone would not move the Emperor. There had to be more beneath the surface. Angus studied Ari closely and asked how he even found time to be here. Surely he had received a personal order to depart for the Swallow Empire. Ari answered that he still had business to settle and would leave shortly. He shrugged off the concern. What do they do? He was curious, and curiosity was reason enough. He was as free as the wind. Crossing his arms with an easy smile, Ari explained that he had rearranged his schedule for the honor of his family. Someone's son had disgraced the Sten family sword art, and that matter carried weight equal to an imperial command. Agnes agreed without hesitation. Ari resumed walking, then spread his arms slightly and said that, judging by the look on his face, he was willing to let that issue rest, for now. But had he heard the recent news from Thran? Ari replied that Swallow had taken action. Ares' expression hardened instantly. The moment news of Tran's king's death spread, Swallow, led proudly by Duke Altsma, marched with an army of 200,000. They believed Tran would crumble without a crown. Instead, they were crushed, routed to pieces. Even Duke Altsma, their famed general and master, was left gravely wounded. Agnes stepped forward, disbelief written across his face. Thran only had 50,000 soldiers. No one there should have matched Duke Altsma. What had happened? Ari turned halfway toward him, voice low and sharp. One man. Just one. A single warrior who had risen to the rank of master within Thran. Did he truly think it could be anyone else? Fury flashed across the man's face. Him. That boy. Ari nodded once. Yes. The only reason Tran shattered Swallow's vast army. The exceptional knight, Uravis. The boy clenched his fist and shouted the name with blazing pride. Joshua suddenly crouched low, thrust out his hand, and roared, "Come out." Then he waved. Joshua's hand cut through the air as he shouted, "Come on." The boy froze. Silence crashed down, thick and suffocating. Slowly, he straightened, fingers tightening into a fist as he stared at his own hand. Damn it. Lugia, go take a nap after that ridiculous monologue. His gaze shifted to the side, thoughts sharpening. The weapon of the demon god, Lugia. The name alone carried weight. One of the demon gods' chosen weapons. And the demon god stood at the very summit of the demon kings, worshipped as something distant, untouchable. In pure combat, he surpassed every other race. Only a handful of beings could even be mentioned in the same breath as him. One of them being the Dragon Lord. A faint smile touched the young man's lips. How else could a miracle like that be explained, if not by the power of a god? A sudden shout broke his thoughts. He's there. He turned and saw a swarm of kids racing toward him, voices overlapping. He's here. Our hero of the day. Joshua blinked. What is going on? Icarus pushed forward, eyes blazing with excitement. They had all been searching for him. Douglas demanded to know where he had disappeared to. The hero forced a grin, saying he was glad to see them, especially after nearly dying. The group skidded to a halt in front of him. Almost dying, Douglas pressed. The entire school was in chaos because of him. What did that even mean? Someone muttered that Joshua looked taller. He brushed it off. Something happened. So what are you all planning to do? A grin spread across his friend's face. What else? You think we're letting you run away again? Icarus cut in, saying nothing like that was happening. They had all gathered for one purpose. Joshua frowned. Run away? What are you talking about? Douglas planted his hands on his hips, confidence radiating off him. It still hasn't clicked? We're here to protest your punishment. Voices rose in agreement. They would file a petition. A formal one. Icarus explained that yes, some students supported punishing him, but that circle was barely 100 strong. They didn't stand a chance against the rest of them. Joshua's face flushed. They had gathered for him. Douglas leaned in, smirking. Who else would it be for? The words struck deeper than any blade. His chest tightened. For a second, he felt like he might actually break. I'm not crying, he snapped. No one said you were. Icarus muttered. Icarus stepped forward quietly and cupped Joshua's cheek with his hand. There's nothing wrong with crying, he said softly. I'm always ready to wipe it away. Icarus' hand lingered, ready to wipe away tears that refused to fall. Joshua swallowed hard. He had really grown taller. Maybe not just in body. He let out a slow breath and muttered that they could think whatever they wanted. Then he closed his eyes, hiding the storm behind them. He would not let them see how deeply this moved him. Far from that courtyard, a professor slammed his palm against a heavy table, fury shaking his voice as he demanded to know why the director insisted on keeping Joshua in the academy. Segerdam's fist struck his own chest as he declared that life was about choices. Even if Joshua belonged to the Agnes family, there were still 3 children from the 12 families studying at their academy. In times like this, it was wiser to stand with the chosen path. He reminded them that promises had already been made. High positions, influence, security. If everything was handled properly, he himself would be recommended as the next chancellor. He added that the Villas family and the Cromwell family were already offering full support. Albert frowned. Villas made sense. But why would Count Cromwell involve himself? The professor explained through clenched teeth that the dispute over land rights between the Cromwell and Pontier families had escalated. The king of mercenaries had recently aligned himself with the Cromwell family, multiplying their chances of victory. Because of that shift, Count Pontier had sent the young Lady Cheryl to the Agnes estate, seeking their backing. So yes, the Professor Segerdam concluded sharply. The Agnes family must be kept under control. Albert fell, silent, thoughts turning. Segerdam pressed on, hand still to his chest, voice swelling with confidence. If there were doubts, they could leave everything to him. More than 100 complaint letters had already been collected. That pressure alone would force the outcome they wanted. Before anyone could respond, the door burst open. A man rushed in, breathless, calling for the headmaster. What is it? Albert demanded. The count's face was flushed, twisted with excitement. The students were gathering. A protest. The headmaster needed to see it immediately. Segerdam shot Albert a smug glance. Hadn't he said so? Who could possibly resist the 12 families? Most of the students came from minor aristocratic houses. Survival would guide their choice. They would never risk offending real power. The professor raised his hands dramatically and declared that justice would be restored once an evil like Joshua was expelled. Albert rose slowly, suggesting they should at least observe the protest. The count shifted nervously and looked towards Segerdam, hesitation creeping into his voice. Everything was the opposite. Segerdam stiffened. The count swallowed and said, almost in disbelief, that the students were not protesting to demand Joshua's punishment. Joshua! Joshua! Hand shot into the air. Fists pumped with raw defiance. Douglas stood at the very front, megaphone in hand, voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. The count tried to insist that the students supported punishing the Araxia Circle, but Douglas roared back that every student of Avalon and Academy stood against Joshua's punishment. The crowd echoed him. They were not here to condemn Joshua. They were here to protest. Near the Academy walls, the mass of students surged and shouted, demanding the complete disbandment of the Araxia Circle. The noise rolled like thunder. From an upper window, Natasha watched with narrowed eyes and muttered that if she only knew how to use magic properly, she would have destroyed them all herself. Juwa glanced back at the professors and asked calmly what they planned to do with this disaster. Segerdam waved him off, claiming they would settle in moments. 2 figures approached through the corridor. The man's tone was sharp as he asked the professor whether it was already too late. Either way, he declared, Araxia would be disbanded. It was finished. Joshua and the so-called honorable gentleman had forced this outcome, and beyond that, they would not escape responsibility. Segerdam's composure shattered. Responsibility, he snapped. Since when do you have the authority to disband Araxia? The man fired back that a student had lost his entire future because of that circle. The only reason it happened was because they refused to see Araxia as a threat. The Baron turned to Kane and coldly stated that such accusations lacked evidence. Was he not ashamed, making claims like that as a professor? Kane pressed his palm against his chest, voice burning with conviction. He was a witness. He knew exactly what had happened to Sid, how his future had been destroyed. Jawag and Natasha stood nearby with faint smirks, watching the argument unfold like a spectacle. Kane went further. The leaders of the circle were directly responsible, since he had come to him for help. Segerdam's reply was icy. Kane had no right to pretend to be righteous after remaining silent for so many years. His sudden morality reeked of hypocrisy. Joshua stepped forward. Funny, he said quietly. The Baron Segerdam turned toward him. Joshua asked if he truly believed he was in a position to speak like that. A faint smile curved his lips. According to Segerdam's wishes, he would accept full responsibility for the matter of special access. He would carry it all himself. But before he left, he would cleanse this academy of every piece of trash they had chosen to ignore. The air shifted. Jawag stepped in, barely hiding his satisfaction. He remarked that he had heard Joshua was illegitimate. Unless he was expelled, they would continue to treat him accordingly, like trash in his own family. The words landed with venom. Juwag's fists tightened until his knuckles whitened. He turned sharply toward the professor, voice steady but burning beneath the surface. He had no doubt that the impartial Duke Agnes would never tolerate reckless actions from his own son. Then, with a thin, poisonous smile, the professor added that if Joshua truly cared about his family's honor, he should stop grinding it into the dirt. Joshua frowned, but his voice did not waver. The honor of my family? This has nothing to do with the Agnes family. Juwag rested his hands on his belt and pressed again, asking whether Joshua truly did not want to cause trouble for his household after barging in like this. He did not even get a finish. Joshua stepped forward. I meant exactly what I said. Regardless of the surname Agnes, every single person involved in this will be held accountable. A dark, oppressive aura seemed to gather around him as he advanced. He called them out one by one. Natasha, of the Marquises of Breery. Jawag, of the Marquis of Cromwell. Varen, of the Marquis of Valos. His gaze was cold enough to cut. I will show each of you that every action has its reaction. Juwag's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. His voice cracked as he demanded whether Joshua seriously believed their families would simply let this go. Segerdam turned sharply to the director, demanding to know whether he intended to stand by and watch. Albert's answer was calm, but it carried weight. Professor Kane was right. The Baron's Segerdam bristled, but the headmaster continued. Something had happened in the sacred place where children studied, something that should never have occurred. They might have been late in recognizing it, but order had to be restored. Segerdam threw his arms up in disbelief. Was Albert insane? He could lose everything over a mere conflict between students. Was he really prepared to throw away the chancellorship that was practically guaranteed to him? Albert's eyes hardened. The position was not what mattered. What mattered was doing what had to be done, here and now, regardless of cost. Segerdam opened his mouth, but no words came. Juwag suddenly waved his hand and shouted that the headmaster was mistaken. The only thing that mattered was power. Even in Joshua's case, everyone admitted he was more talented than Babel. But talent meant nothing. A bastard would never become an heir. Even Duke Agnes would not feud with them over someone like him. Why would anyone take Joshua's side when he could never inherit? A chill swept through the room. Every head turned toward the voice that spoke next. Calm, detached. It said that the matter of inheritance had already been set aside, because it was troublesome. Everything could change in a single breath. The corridor, once filled with noise, turned silent the moment Duke Agnes and Count Ari stepped forward. Even the air fell heavier. Agnes narrowed his eyes and spoke without raising his voice, yet every word struck like iron. In his family, strength was the only law. The one who possessed power stood at the top. Anyone who wished to claim a place among them had to prove it. That rule had never been broken. His gaze dropped to Jawag, cold, sharp, merciless. He reminded them that even he had acknowledged Joshua's talent surpassed Babel's. The words cut deep. Jawag's jaw tightened as he wondered why the Duke had come personally. This was no coincidence. Agnes continued, calm and absolute. Children should settle their own conflicts. That was the Academy's rule. Or had they decided to feud with the Agnes family over something so trivial? Natasha shivered. Jawag felt the ground slipping beneath him. Then Count Ari stepped in. A hand landed on Jawag's shoulder. Not gentle, not friendly. He said he would not interfere with the Duke's stance, but he would offer one warning. Stop creating unnecessary trouble for their families. His eyes flashed, sharp enough to slice through bone. Since they were perceptive young men, surely they understood. They did. Fear crushed whatever pride remained. Jawag lowered his head and answered that they understood. Ari waved dismissively and told him to stay away from Eris. Then he turned and followed Agnes. Agnes approached Joshua as if nothing had happened. Now that misunderstandings were cleared, it was time to discuss real matters. He asked his son to follow him. Joshua smiled faintly. Yes, father. Far away, in the capital of the Swallow Empire, inside the Imperial palace, tension brewed of a different kind. The Emperor Bel sat upon his throne and asked whether Duke Altsma had truly been gravely injured. The sage answered carefully. His body was intact, but his mind had suffered a heavy blow. A psychological wound. Bel murmured that perhaps he should visit him personally. Before the thought could settle, an armored figure stepped forward, voice thundering across the hall. Duke Mus struck his chest and declared that Altsma was no longer a general, only a defeated man. He had led them into disaster against Tran and dared to return alive. Such a person did not deserve Imperial attention. The court erupted. Voices rose in agreement. Discipline must be enforced. Those responsible for the defeat must be punished. Another noble added that had it not been for Altsma arrogance, their losses would not have been so severe. Musk's voice grew colder, darker. A general of the Empire, outnumbered, had challenged the enemy's commander and dragged them all into humiliation. The palace trembled not from battle, but from blame. A one-on-one duel. In a battlefield where they held superiority in both numbers and elite forces, Duke Altsma had abandoned every advantage and challenged the enemy commander directly. He lost. Worse than the loss itself. He shattered the morale of his own army. Soldiers who marched with pride returned with doubt carved into their bones. The captain's voice rang through the hall. Such humiliation demanded punishment. The court echoed him. Let His Majesty decide Duke Altsma's fate. Bel pressed his fingers against his temples and shut his eyes. Even after a crushing defeat, they were circling like wolves, trying to crush a rival under the excuse of justice. What would Brother Demeraux have done? He opened his eyes. The hesitation vanished. He ruled this empire now. Calmly, he declared that Duke Altsma was not solely responsible. Who among them had predicted an enemy master stronger than Altsma? Silence answered him. No one had foreseen it. Bel rose from the throne. The true cause of defeat was poor intelligence. They had marched half-blind. Instead of hunting for scapegoats, they needed clarity. The hall lowered its gaze. Their priority was strategy. Duke Musk immediately proposed reinforcing the front. More troops, at least 2 additional masters. Crush Thran completely. Once the order was given, he would personally lead the assault. Before the momentum could build, Gondar stepped forward. The plan was reckless. Their failed preemptive strike had already drawn the eyes of the entire continent. Any rash move now would paint them as desperate aggressors. The Captain Musk argued they could not simply wait and bleed prestige. Bel remained silent, listening. The sage Gondar spoke with measured confidence. Observation would be wiser. Patience. Wait for the right opening. Acting now would only deepen the damage. Bel nodded slightly. He agreed. Then he asked the question that mattered. What was Thran doing? Gander's expression darkened. Thran had launched an information war. They were spreading narratives across the continent, branding the Empire as destroyers and aggressors. The mastermind behind the strategy had already been elevated into legend. A swordsman who defeated Duke Altsma in single combat. The atmosphere shifted. Before Gondar could finish, armored footsteps pounded into the chamber. A knight rushed in, breath ragged, and dropped to one knee before the throne. They were in grave danger. The Emperor's voice cut through the tension. What happened? The knight lifted his head and delivered the blow. The Principality of Thran had just announced their next king. The court was shaken. One minister burst out that Thran was still under their dominion. How dare they announce a king without imperial approval? Another snapped that this was clearly an attempt at independence, exploiting the Empire's recent weakness. Bel leaned forward, tension tightening his voice. Who was it? The knight answered clearly. The 17th king of Thran, successor to Anthony Duval III, an exceptional knight, soon to marry the daughter of the former king, Euravis. The hall fell into suffocating silence. Far from the palace, Duke Agnes fixed his gaze on Joshua. He had heard rumors. A royal decree from the emperor himself. Was it true? Joshua answered quietly. Yes. He had intended to live peacefully within the academy walls, but circumstances had changed. Some paths could not be ignored. They sat across a small table, father and son divided by more than wood. Agnes studied his expression. His words spoke of hesitation, but his eyes carried resolve. By imperial will, he would enter the order of imperial knights. Joshua lowered his gaze and replied that he was still only an ordinary citizen. The duke's lips trembled, barely. He stood. He had learned what he needed to know. Joshua asked if he was leaving already. Agnes answered without softness. Intentions were enough. Count Ari suddenly lifted a hand and scoffed. What a lifeless exchange between father and son. Since their business was finished, they should move to his. Joshua and the count faced each other. Ari said he was pleased to finally meet him. Did the young man know who stood before him? Joshua answered steadily. The proud knight of Avalon. Count Ari. A faint, dangerous smile touched the count's lips. And knowing that, he still remained calm. Joshua replied that their paths were bound to cross eventually. Running would have been meaningless. Ari's eyes sharpened. So the boy had a backbone. The atmosphere shifted. The room dimmed as if shadow swallowed the light. Ari's voice turned colder. If that was the case, then Joshua must take responsibility for his words. Without evasion, had he truly called rapier users trash? Joshua stiffened. Silence stretched. He exhaled slowly. No, that was not what he meant. He raised his eyes and finished the thought. However, he believed no weapon could surpass the spear. The temperature in the room spiked. Red light erupted outward from Ari like a storm breaking loose. Joshua staggered back as pressure crushed against him. The count's expression twisted with restrained fury. What audacity, to speak of superiority before him. Joshua planted his feet and raised his guard. His fists tightened. The clash was no longer a matter of words. Joshua clenched his teeth. So this was it. The bloodlust of a master. The weight pressing down on him was not mere killing intent. It was a crushing tide meant to drown will itself. His instincts screamed, yet his thoughts were clear. He can endure this. He stepped forward. Ari's brows twitched in confusion the moment Joshua moved. Blue sparks burst beneath the boy's foot, scattering like shattered stars. Light wrapped around him, a faint azure aura forming as he advanced straight toward the count. Joshua's voice did not shake. Recognition meant nothing. Approval meant nothing. He would prove it himself. There was no weapon greater than the spear. Ari actually shuddered. A child who had barely crossed 10 years of age was walking through his pressure, as if piercing it apart. The air between them warped. For a second, the Count leaned forward and released a strange, guttural sound. When he lifted his head again, his eyes glowed red. He laughed. Joshua blinked in astonishment. Count Ari. Ari's fingers dug into his own shoulder, as though restraining something violent beneath his skin. No wonder they called this boy the greatest wielder of mana among his generation. If this sapling reached full bloom, what a delicious fruit it would become. What would it feel like to pluck at its peak? His teeth bared in anticipation. He imagined Joshua on the brink of death. Would he beg? Would despair twist that calm expression? The thought thrilled him. Joshua felt the malice sharpening. He had to endure, just a little longer. Then Duke Agnes' voice cut through the suffocating darkness. Enough. Ari's red gaze flickered. He remembered the Duke was still present. Agnes stepped forward and looked at Joshua instead. His expression was stern, but no longer probing. If Joshua truly desired it, he would permit him to leave the academy. If he intended to enter the Order of Imperial Knights, then he must rise to at least the 3rd Battalion before speaking of anything further. Joshua froze. At least the 3rd Battalion. A faint smile touched his lips. He pressed his fist against his chest and bowed respectfully. If that was the condition, he would accept it. The matter ended there, but the undercurrents did not. Elsewhere, inside the Duchy of Agnes, tensions simmered in a dim chamber. A damp cloth rested on Vanessa's forehead as she lay in bed, eyes closed yet unable to rest. She sighed heavily and called for Babel. Chiffon stood beside her, concern hidden beneath composure, and asked whether the headache had worsened. Vanessa's eyes snapped open with irritation. Of course she was troubled. First her husband's words, and now Babel being summoned to the Imperial Palace. Nothing was unfolding according to her design. Her fingers tightened around the blanket. She could not even sleep from anxiety. And all because of that wretched brat. Unworthy of even being fed to dogs. Chiffon lowered his gaze, thinking. He spoke quietly. He would go to Accardi. Vanessa stiffened. She pushed herself upright, shock overtaking her exhaustion. Vanessa shot upright and flung the blanket aside. Was he planning to act alone, without her husband's consent? Chiffon immediately dropped to one knee. If things continued like this, her fear would burn their entire scheme to ashes, and Duke Agnes would personally sever his head. Instead of waiting for certain death, he would rather walk into the fire himself, even if the price was his life. Vanessa's voice trembled. The Imperial Palace was no ordinary place. Even someone like him could die in the blink of an eye. Chiffon took her hand gently and asked if she had forgotten who he once was. He looked at her steadily and reminded her that he had once belonged to the Order of Imperial Knights. There was no need for concern. He bowed and pressed a respectful kiss to her hand. Even if it cost him his life, he would offer it willingly for her sake. The Duchess' eyes softened with sorrow. She told him to return safely. His eyes shone with conviction. As you command. Elsewhere, wood cracked under force. Joshua's stick slammed against the training pole, leaving a deep dent before the entire surface splintered. He struck again. The pole snapped cleanly in two, fragments scattering across the ground. He exhaled slowly, staring ahead. A faint smirk crossed his face. Count Ari truly was insane. The memory alone sent a chill down his spine. He rolled the stick in his hand and thought carefully. Duke Agnes' condition had not been random. Members of the 1st through 3rd Battalions of the Imperial Knights received direct recognition from the Emperor. If Joshua reached that level, he would gain a title of his own. He could leave the Duchy of Agnes entirely, leaving Babel as heir and carving out his own name. The logic was clear. A faint noise broke his focus. Joshua turned sharply. An intruder? Without hesitation, he hurled the broken stick toward the open doorway and demanded to know who was there. Darkness swallowed the corridor. Strange sounds echoed briefly, then silence. He frowned. Perhaps he was simply on edge. Today had stirred too much. Footsteps. He stiffened. A figure stepped out of the shadows and clapped slowly. Impressive. Truly impressive. This time, he was certain he would not be discovered so easily. Zero emerged, clothes torn, holding a stick of his own. He laughed lightly, eyes gleaming with challenge. If that stick had landed cleanly, the damage wouldn't have been minor. It would have been crippling. Joshua barked, demanding to know what he thought he was doing there. Snatching the stick mid-motion, he stepped in without hesitation and asked why he had shown up without a single word of warning. The man stood firm in front of him and answered calmly that there was a problem. Not only that, he had been searching for them to deliver information about the Order. Joshua's gaze sharpened. What problem? Zero lowered his eyes and admitted he would have to leave her side for a while. The information they were waiting on would be delayed. She was the only one in Accardi who might know anything about the god of war, Draxia Velgrace, and now that Trail would have to wait. Joshua studied him. So this was because of the Thran Principality. That was what he meant, wasn't it? Zero replied that he doubted Joshua truly understood. A few more words passed between them, and then it became clear he actually did. Joshua let out a faint grin. Funny how timing worked. It would take him longer to track down the red coin anyway. Around 3 years, by his estimate. But an imperial decree had just arrived. The emperor himself had summoned him to join the knightly order. That meant leaving his estate behind. A personal decree from the emperor? Zero held up a hand. If that was the case, then there was nothing to argue about. Time was an issue. Their entire organization was exhausting every resource to locate the red coin. Joshua would have all the time he needed. That caught him off guard. In that case, it was time to reveal something new. Zero asked what he had prepared. Joshua's smile sharpened. He was certain this would surprise him. He knew how to bait curiosity well. What was it about? The god of war. Joshua's expression didn't shift, but his focus narrowed. Zero continued, saying they had uncovered evidence that the god of war had some kind of connection to the Imperial family. Joshua frowned slightly. Zero closed his eyes and asked if he wasn't surprised. Joshua answered evenly that everyone already knew that. Zero looked down at him sharply. Was he serious? So he already knew about the connection with the Emperor of Avalon. Marcus? Joshua's mind paused for a fraction of a second. Emperor Marcus? It wasn't the fourth Prince Caesar. If anything, it pointed to the one sitting on the throne now. Emperor Marcus. Joshua stood face to face with him and spoke evenly. First, he needed confirmation. Was the moon door absolutely certain about this intelligence? The reply came without hesitation. Frankly, they considered the source highly reliable. Zero's expression hardened. The reason was simple. The relationship between his father, the god of war, and the Imperial family. Joshua's jaw tightened. So that was it. Marcus was reaching beyond his borders, stretching his hand into the affairs of the Swallow Empire. Overthrow the current ruler. Place Draxia on the throne. The invincible god of war, a man whose skill nearly rivaled Master John, was not someone to move without purpose. The other man gave a thin grin and revealed his standing. Nephew of the current emperor. He drew his sword forward with deliberate calm. And why, he asked. Would he stain his hands for something as trivial as a pathetic family dispute? The knights surged toward him at once, fury spilling from their ranks. Silence yourself. How dare you slander the emperor? Unforgivable. He tilted his head. Oh, then it couldn't be helped. A faint smile touched his lips. It seemed blood would need to be spilled after all, though not his. The knights braced. Then the strike came. One of them was hurled backward before anyone processed what had happened. Shields now. The command rang out. Steel slammed into the ground in practice formation, lines locking together. A guard shouted for a mana shield. A barrier shimmered into existence over the wall of iron. Impacts followed instantly. Blow after blow hammered the barrier. A thin crack splintered across its surface. Ari began walking away, as if observing a trivial display, eyes half closed. Interesting technique. He stopped in front of the barrier and lifted his gaze. Then allow me to demonstrate something. He told them to watch carefully. A voice from behind urged that while spectacle was enjoyable, time was not on their side. The man facing the shield only replied that he had finally arrived. His arm extended. Duke trembling. The words were followed by a holy strike. The explosion tore through the air. Dust and shockwaves swallowed the scene. Ari raised an arm to shield his face, muttering that his lungs would never forgive him for this. When the smoke began to settle, the man clapped his hands once, almost thoughtfully. He admitted he was always impressed. The Duke's blade cut through the air with frightening precision. Age had silvered him, not weakened him. His movements were still razor sharp. Sword in hand, Tremblin demanded to know why he treated everything so lightly. Tremblin frowned and reminded him of their position. Border zone or not, they were standing in enemy territory. Was he truly that calm? Ari stretched his arm lazily to the side. What exactly was there to be agitated about? They hadn't been ordered to storm the Imperial palace and drag the Emperor's head back in a sack. This was a minor assignment, not even worth burning mana over. Tremblin's fury flared. A knight should always give his all. Ari clicked his tongue inwardly. The old curmudgeon, terrifyingly capable, yet unbearably rigid. It had been far more entertaining dealing with Tremblin before. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he recalled how close he had come to forcing Joshua to taste despair. Tremblin stepped forward, cutting into the mood. Why had he mentioned Draxia? Had he forgotten the Emperor's strict order to mind his words? Ari snapped his head toward him. How the hell did he hear that? Ari lifted a hand dismissively. He had only spoken because he disliked the situation. None of it made sense. What exactly was the Avalon Empire losing here? Why were they indulging the games of Draxia's spoiled brat? His brow creased, as if such shallow tricks would deceive anyone. Tremblin's gaze remained firm. Belief was irrelevant. Their duty was obedience. His Majesty's command stood. They would follow directive without deviation. Ari waved a hand with exaggerated agreement. Of course. Absolutely correct. What could possibly go wrong when dancing to the tune of a child desperate to sit on the throne? But orders were orders. Since time was short, they might as well proceed exactly as instructed. Tremblin stared ahead, expression tightening. At last, he understood Evergrande's warning. Never take your eyes off him. With someone like that, unpredictability was the only constant. In the distance, the Avalon Empire Academy came into view. Joshua watched it quietly. He had planned to submit his resignation, offer farewells, and leave cleanly. Then the question came again. Was he serious? Icarus raised his hand and stated it plainly. Let him serve. Let him follow. Joshua studied him carefully and asked if he truly understood what he was saying. This was not a casual request. He reminded him that while he had been born a commoner, he now carried the standing of a noble. Did he genuinely intend to lower himself to the position of a servant? The answer came without hesitation. Yes. If Joshua was heading to the Imperial palace, then he would follow. Joshua pressed his fingers against his temple. Watching him grow from afar might have been interesting, but why was he saying things like that so suddenly? He lifted a hand and spoke plainly. Be honest. You do not truly want to serve me. What are your real intentions? Icarus lowered his head and admitted it. He wanted to prove his worth by standing at his side. Joshua's eyes narrowed slightly. Prove his worth. Icarus stepped closer and reminded him that it had been Joshua himself who once asked him to become his subordinate. Joshua confirmed it. A faint grin appeared on Icarus' face. Young Lord Joshua, beyond the weight of the Agnes name, would climb to heights that surpassed even that legacy. To stand beside someone destined for that level was the only way to test his own ability. When the time came and his value was undeniable, he wished to be used properly, judged by Joshua's own standard. Joshua listened in silence. He understood the meaning behind those words. To prove himself for his sake. That level of conviction was rare. There was no one more reliable than Icarus. Icarus' expression brightened slightly at that. Then Joshua closed his eyes and gave his answer. Refused. Icarus' hands shot up in disbelief. Why? Did he think he would be useless as a servant? Even if he were, it did not matter. He had nothing to lose. He was not asking for reward or status. He only wanted to prove that he was worth something. Joshua shook his head faintly. It was the opposite. Icarus stared at him. Joshua smiled slightly and said that he was far too exceptional to waste his potential on serving him. If he truly wished to prove himself, then he should transform the academy Joshua was about to leave behind. If necessary, he could even use Joshua's name to do it. Standing before him, Joshua finished calmly. Instead of becoming his servant, it would be wiser for him to remain at the academy, the place where vast knowledge, even if distorted, was gathered in abundance. Icarus stared at him, stunned. Joshua placed a hand on his shoulder and said quietly that he meant it. He did not want his people reduced to servants. His people. The words lingered. Icarus looked ahead, turning them over in his mind. Then a faint smirk formed. He reached out and clasped Joshua's hand. Fine. He would prove his worth within these walls. Elsewhere, petals filled the air. A girl gathered blooming flowers in her arms. Yorona glanced to the side and said they were beautiful, blooming so brilliantly. Belle, walking beside her, replied that of course they were. Flowers were meant to be beautiful. Then he stopped. She looked at him, puzzled, and stepped closer. Was he thinking about her uncle again? He exhaled slowly and lowered his gaze. If he had handed the throne to his brother instead, would the people of the Swallow Empire be happier now? She listened carefully. If that had happened, perhaps the relationship between Swallow and Thran would be smoother. Yorona stood before him and said that she did not understand every matter of the world. But if her uncle had inherited the throne, he looked at her, surprised. Then the people would likely suffer even more. A small grin touched her lips as memories surfaced. She would never forget the sincere smiles that filled the streets the day they first left the palace together. The crowds had gathered everywhere, faces bright with unfiltered joy. She took her father's hand and reminded him that he had worked tirelessly all this time. He was the son of this empire, and a father she could be proud of. He would become even better, so he should stop blaming himself. She, and the people of Swallow, did not wish to see him burdened like this. A faint smile finally broke through his solemn expression. He thanked her. Then he added quietly that even so, in moments like these, he could not help it. There had never been anyone more reliable than Demero. Yorona frowned. Demero had not appeared in 10 years. No one even knew if he was alive. If anything was certain, it was that the Empire no longer mattered to him. Bell stared into the distance. He looked up at the sky where birds wheeled and circled, flying close together in effortless rhythm. Watching them, he said softly that he remembered. Once, the Swallow Empire and the Thran Principality stood so close that their borders felt like lines drawn only for formality, not for war. They had shared markets, shared roads, shared years of fragile peace, and many believed the bloodshed of the past would never stain those lands again. That illusion shattered in a single breath. A knight burst into the hall, armor still rattling from the ride, shouting that disaster had struck. An urgent message had come from the border guards. Bell demanded to know what had happened. Clutching a bloodstained cloth, the knight reported that the Thran Principality had attacked the Baker estate and slaughtered nearly 1,000 of their people. Yorona and Bell froze, the weight of those words crashing down like a blade. Far away, within the secluded residence of the first mage in the Imperial palace, Evergrant placed his hand upon a crystal sphere. Light rippled outward in thin rays. He called out calmly, asking if the one on the other side could hear him. Upon a distant throne, the tower's master appeared, remarking that it had been a long time and asking whether any problems had arisen. Evergrant looked aside and replied that aside from the shortage of hands caused by his abrupt departure, nothing major had occurred. He lowered his head, admitting he had no excuse and asking forgiveness. The tower's owner waved the concern away. He had not reached out to accuse anyone. With a faint smirk, he wondered aloud whether age was turning him eccentric, then asked if the emperor treated him well. Evergrant T stroked his beard and answered that all was fine. Though he had accepted the emperor's offer to pursue his own ambitions, he admitted that the ruler's dictatorial nature hardly allowed him to spread his wings freely. The tower master's gaze sharpened. He reminded him that he had once reported favorably about the fourth prince, calling him the most promising. So why contact him now? To lecture him? The master frowned and confessed that he feared he had chosen the wrong candidate. He could no longer believe the fourth prince would inherit the throne. If he had supported the first or second prince, he would have remained silent until the end. But this felt different. Evergrant lowered his eyes, troubled. He thought he understood what the master had sensed. Turning away, a faint smile touched his lips as he remembered the day he first met the fourth prince, Prince Caesar. Even then, staring straight ahead, he had felt something indescribable. And as he slowly closed his eyes, that feeling returned, heavier than ever. The tower master let out a low breath and said this discussion had taken a strange direction. In truth, he had called to make an offer. The mage asked what kind of offer could justify such secrecy. Then the words fell. Jack of the Seven Magi was dead. Evergrant's eyes widened. Impossible. A lightning master, someone who had reached at least a master level, perhaps even beyond. Killed? That was not a rumor, one spoke lightly. Young lowered his gaze and continued calmly. That was precisely why he was offering him the vacant seat. To take Jack's place. A position far more aligned with his ambitions than lingering behind the fourth prince's uncertain shadow. Evergrant's brows tightened. He had expected this possibility, yet hearing it aloud made it real. He shook his head. He cannot accept. Not yet. The tower master raised a hand, as if he had anticipated that answer. Of course. There was another objective he had been chasing. Something far greater. Evergrant demanded clarity. Looking straight ahead, the tower master spoke of the Avalon Empire's true treasury. Not the ceremonial vault, accessible to battalion commanders once a year. The real one. A hidden treasury so magnificent that even the gods might covet its secrets. Evergrant slowly lifted his eyes. What do you know of it? Evergrant answered with a faint, knowing look. Most mages would sacrifice anything to confirm whether it truly existed. Every mage was the same, endlessly greedy for truth. He let out a quiet laugh and dismissed the topic for now. His offer would remain open. A seat could always be reserved. Evergrant studied him. Then what did he want in return? The tower master admitted, with a trace of reluctance, that he had a task. Jack's final destination had been the teleportation gate in the Avalon Empire's capital, Akardi. He wanted him to investigate, to discover who had killed a figure powerful enough to shake the balance of the seven magi. Time passed. Now Joshua stood before an enormous gate of black iron, hands stretched toward it. A knight stepped forward sharply. Stop. This was the Imperial Palace of the Avalon Empire. No one entered without authorization. He demanded a pass or a coat of arms to prove identity. Joshua's gaze did not waver. He said he had come to participate in the bloody battle of the Butchers. The knights blinked, then exchanged glances. One of them laughed outright, asking whether he even understood what he was talking about. Child, he said, this was no place for fantasies. Joshua kept his hand raised, voice steady. They did not have much time. The knight scoffed and said he would overlook the boy's foolishness this once, so he should turn around and leave before he got himself beaten senseless. Joshua grinned. The knight frowned and demanded to know what was so amusing. Taking a single step forward, Joshua told him to report it. The ring on his finger flared with a sharp glow. He lifted his gaze and declared that by order of His Majesty the Emperor, Joshua of the Duke Agnes family had arrived. The knights froze. They shouted the name in disbelief. The coat of arms of Duke Agnes. The bloody Butcher battle was no childish game. It was one of the rare privileges that allowed ordinary citizens and common knights of Avalon to enter the order of the Imperial Knights. The only way in was to take the place of an existing Imperial Knight by defeating one from the first 3 battalions, the most prestigious divisions in the Empire. Do that, and one could earn the title of peer. Because of this, challenged Imperial Knights never left their opponents alive. Mercy only invited more challengers. And that was not the worst of it. The battalions overseeing the bloody Butcher battle were infamous for brutality. Compared to them, the 11th and 12th battalions were little more than mercenary bands wearing the Imperial name. Joshua's lips curved faintly. He was not here merely to become an Imperial Knight. He would climb straight into the 1st Battalion, seize the 10th seat as quickly as possible, rise to battalion commander, and step into the true Imperial treasury. The rank itself would only be a bonus. Then he stopped. His eyes drifted to a distant wall, and for a moment the palace blurred. In his mind, it became something else. A castle surrounded by beautiful flowers. He realized he was walking the same road as in his past life, arriving here once again. He looked toward a certain direction with quiet interest. So, she was still imprisoned here. His gaze lowered. Not now. There were priorities. That matter would wait. As he resumed walking, he heard a voice call out to him. Joshua turned his head. Saoirse stood nearby. The person introduced himself and asked if they could speak for a moment. Joshua's jaw tightened. When he had first come to the Avalon Imperial Palace in his previous life, as nothing more than a mercenary, she had treated him warmly, ignoring his low status. What he felt was not love, not longing. It was simple, unfiltered gratitude. He lowered his eyes as the voice continued. He said she could at least tell him his name. Joshua turned his head slightly, eyes forward, voice calm. Joshua. The scene shifted to the Swallow Imperial Palace. Musk's voice rang through the hall, declaring it impossible. If they acted rashly, other nations would mock them. It would set a dangerous precedent. He warned that they had found the crest of Thran at the scene. What more proof did they need? On the throne, the Emperor replied, evenly, that he was not suggesting they forget the matter. He intended to delay action until the true face of the enemy was revealed. Murmurs spread. Some were stunned. Others muttered that this was precisely why there were no worthy promotions. Too many muscles, not enough minds. Men who only knew how to swing swords had dragged the nation to this point by believing themselves untouchable. Footsteps echoed. Prince Lucifer entered with a faint, ominous grin, fist clenched as he announced himself before the throne. He greeted the great son of Swallow. The Emperor welcomed him, noting it had been a long time. The prince bowed slightly. It was an honor. Then Lucifer straightened, voice sharpening. He had rushed to the palace because of the fools occupying noble seats. A murmur rose at the insult. A man demanded clarification. Lucifer smiled thinly and asked them to think. Which country stood to benefit most from this chaos? The answer came quickly. Thran. Lucifer's gaze hardened. Exactly why they were fools. Thran was now under Uravis's rule, stabilizing itself from within. They had no need for crude aggression that could spiral into disaster. A noble frowned. If not Thran, then who? Lucifer lifted a hand dismissively and told him to strain what little brain he had left, before even that vanished. The Emperor Bel spoke again, measured and cold. Forcing two nations in a conflict benefited everyone, except Thran. If they excluded the Hubbald Empire, currently distracted by Pope elections, then Avalon stood as the most plausible beneficiary. The view shifted to the Grand Palace of Avalon. Before its emperor, a young boy reported that Duke Gershult and Count Ari had successfully completed their mission. They reported that Duke Gershult and Count Ari were already on their way back to Akardi. The Emperor of Avalon gave a faint smirk. Good. Then what a Swallow. Black Wind lowered his head. Swallow had made no move. For now, they were merely observing. The Emperor leaned back, eyes narrowing. Unexpected. Barbarians who glorified battle choosing patience. He attributed it to that old fox on their throne. In truth, someone else should have inherited that crown. Still kneeling, Black Wind said there was another matter. The Emperor's gaze sharpened. Speak. Vigo was dead. The manager of the Locke estate. The very man they had pressured for cooperation. A cold grin stretched across the Emperor's face. The pig was gone. Had Agnes uncovered their scheme? Black Wind replied that investigations suggested otherwise. Duke Agnes had been in Akardi when the Baron died. Even the main house had shown genuine confusion upon hearing the news. Objectively, nothing pointed to suspicion. The Emperor asked whether they had identified the killer. Silence. Black Wind slammed his forehead to the floor, asking forgiveness. He lacked the ability to trace it. The Emperor waved it off. Forget it. Even the Black Wind would struggle to uncover the truth when the Agnes themselves, under whose very noses it occurred, knew nothing. He would meet that individual personally, since the request had been directed at him. Perhaps that person knew something others did not. Black Wind hesitated, then added another detail. The daughter had entered the academy. The Emperor frowned. Their academy? Yes. Her name was Ina. An image of a young girl shimmered into view as her true name was spoken. The Emperor gestured for Cain to approach. Steel flashed. Cain swung his sword in a sharp arc, shouting as the blade appeared before the Emperor's face. Then a blinding explosion erupted. When the light faded, Agnes stood there calmly. He remarked that the boy still had much to learn. Cain, breathing hard, insisted he had not yet. With a single motion, the Count hurled him aside. Interesting movements, he said coolly. Cain shouted in frustration as the gap between them became painfully clear. He kept throwing strike after strike, fast, sharp, relentless, but the man in front of him didn't even bother to move much. He simply watched and said the blows were quick, yes, but there was no weight behind them. Then he stepped forward, eyes closing as if the whole exchange bored him, and calmly announced that the Baron had sent his greetings to Duke Agnes. He turned his head slightly and asked what the matter was. The reply came at once. Young Lord Joshua. The Duke heard that Joshua was heading to the Imperial Palace. He asked again, just to be certain. Steel flashed as Cain swung his sword, and for a brief second the man actually looked surprised by the sudden attack. A strike cut through the air toward him. Yet before it could land, the Duke merely stretched his hand out to the side. The next instant, Kane was on the ground. When he forced out a reply, he muttered that it had only been an ordinary branch. Agnes walked forward as if nothing at all had happened and asked him what exactly he had done wrong by going to the palace. The stick remained loosely in his hand. He asked what he thought about his lord's actions. Kane glanced away and asked if they weren't supposed to be sparring. A faint smirk touched the Duke's lips. He told him not to misunderstand. This was happening because his lord had asked for it. That made Kane stare in disbelief, wondering why in the world his damned lord would request something like this. Agnes pointed to the side and said that if he wasn't going, then he would go himself. Rage exploded. Kane screamed and lunged forward again, pouring everything into the strike. Agnes's voice cut through the air. Too slow. A heartbeat later, Kane hit the ground and didn't rise. Unconscious. Agnes gave a crooked smile and said he didn't think he should be the one taking the frustration. Agnes answered that perhaps it should be directed at the one responsible for all of this. The man admitted that it was him. Silence lingered before Agnes asked about the 20 families that had been taught such a harsh lesson. The reply came steady. They were not reacting strongly, but Kane's family looked ready to send a formal letter of protest at any moment. After all, their only heir was left in that condition. He looked at the Duke and asked what he intended to do. Agnes asked the question back with a glance. The man continued, saying that while the odds of Duke Agnes' family entering a territorial war with them were slim, they would still need to respond properly if a formal protest arrived. Otherwise, there was a real chance that Vu's family would raise the issue at the Grand Assembly of the Nobles. The Duke pressed his hand to his face, already calculating the weight of that outcome. Watching the Duke, the man understood the real danger. If this matter was dragged before the Grand Assembly of the Nobles, Duke Agnes would have to stand there himself and justify his actions. For a man hailed as one of the 9 stars, that alone would sting worse than any insult. Agnes simply looked away and said he did not mind. The man asked again, testing him. A faint smirk appeared on the Duke's face. He admitted he was far from the best father, but he would not reprimand his son for doing something well. His expression hardened. As for the Villa's family, he would handle that personally. If his son still had a conscience, then the rest should be within his ability. Head let out a quiet laugh and said so be it. Then new information arrived from the main house. The Duke's gaze shifted. What was it? The answer came calmly. His Majesty the Emperor wished to see how much Babel, the treasure of the Empire, had grown. Babel was already on his way to Akardi with a knight captain. The Duke turned slightly. Was that confirmed? Elsewhere, a carriage rolled through a quiet forest road. Sitting across from Babel, Chiffon informed him they had entered territory directly governed by the Imperial family. They would soon reach the Imperial palace. Babel glanced aside. It had been his first visit since entering the academy. Chiffon assured him there was nothing to fear. His Majesty merely wished to witness with his own eyes how much the continent's greatest genius had matured. Babel lowered his gaze and asked again. Chiffon stared forward, then addressed him more formally. Babel looked at him. The captain spoke with measured gravity, saying he wanted him to remember one thing. No matter what happened, the countless vassals of his house, himself included, would always stand behind him. Surprise flickered across Babel's face before a small smile formed. He thanked Captain Chiffon. Chiffon lowered his head, but his fist tightened, jaw clenching as if holding something back. Then he spoke carefully. Hypothetically speaking, Babel extended his hand slightly, granting permission to continue. With a faint frown, the captain asked what he would do if the man he called father was not truly his father. Babel's eyes widened. Silence swallowed the carriage. After a long moment, he turned his head and demanded clarification. The captain replied quietly that one of the knights once under his command had faced a similar fate. It turned out the knight had only recently learned the truth of his birth, after decades spent in complete ignorance. Sitting across from him, Babel asked if this knight had been one of the Crimson Knights. When the captain confirmed it, Babel said that if it were true, the shock must have been immense. He even asked whether there was anything he could do to help. The answer came quietly. There was nothing to be done. A shadow crossed the captain's face. He cursed himself inwardly, realizing he had gone too far with his words. Babel looked away, then spoke calmly. Even if the truth was shocking, would it truly change so much? The captain glanced at him again. A faint smile formed on the boy's lips. Even if his real father were someone else, wouldn't it be better to continue striving as always? To live well enough to honor both the man who gave him life and the one who raised him? Wouldn't that be the most fitting path? The captain fell silent, then admitted that such thinking would only strengthen a man further. Surprise flickered in his eyes before it turned into a restrained smile. Looking straight ahead, he murmured that Babel had given an excellent answer. He had grown. The carriage rolled steadily toward the castle. Elsewhere, Joshua paused when he heard his name spoken aloud. Joshua grinned and asked what was wrong, teasing that for a noble he seemed oddly lacking a middle name. When the name was repeated, he remarked that it was beautiful. Cerciorine, leaning against the wall, said she had once read about it in a book. Sanders. It was the name of a flower that bloomed only in the Trier region at the eastern edge of the continent. More beautiful than a fully opened rose, she said with a soft smile. But nothing was sadder than its meaning. He stopped walking. She straightened, asking if she had said something wrong. He turned his gaze aside and asked if she knew the fate tied to that name. Emperor Marcus, the ruler forged in blood, had carved rivers of it long before he ever claimed the throne. Anyone who opposed him was slaughtered. Brothers, sisters, cousins, distant kin. If a single drop of imperial blood ran through their veins, he erased them. By the time he ascended, not a single relative bearing the surname Britain remained alive. Only a handful of his closest allies could now be called members of the imperial family. Fear gripped them. Fear that the pure bloodline of the Britons would disappear entirely. And so they reached a dreadful agreement. That decision would shape everything that followed. That decision would later be carved into history as one of the darkest stains upon the empire of Avelin. The tragedy of Britons. From Emperor Marcus's ruthless political ambition was born a child meant to secure his vision. A pure-blooded princess, Cercirin. Perhaps it began as nothing more than twisted ambition. Yet fate answered with irony. Cercirin was born blind. And still, the emperor watched her more closely than anyone else. Not out of affection, but because of what lay within her darkness. She possessed the gaze of the mind, an ability that could pierce through even those who had stepped into the realm of master. In the silent void, it was as if a single eye opened in the center of space itself. Joshua lowered his head. If he had been born carrying the same burden she did, would he have endured the way she had? Cercirin reached out, her fingers brushing against the cold wall, as if reading the world through touch alone. She turned slightly and asked why she was crying. The girl by the wall whispered that it was simply too sad. Cercirin asked her how well she truly knew the story she was grieving over. The girl turned, confused, asking what splinter had pierced her heart so deeply. Wiping away her tears, she tried to deny it. Cercirin only replied that it was time to prepare for the palace. The girl turned away. Joshua clenched his teeth and walked forward. Their meeting had not yet come. He would wait. Emperor Marcus's villa came into view. Elsewhere, a voice asked if she was the daughter of the god of war. The answer came calmly, yes. Her name was Ina. Marcus gazed out the window and asked what she thought of the gift he had granted at the border of Swallow. Ina replied that she was deeply grateful for such generosity. He nodded, saying he understood. Then Marcus spoke from the side, mentioning that things were not unfolding exactly as expected. Ina frowned faintly and said she did not fully understand what he meant. A thin smile spread across his face as he clarified. Across the continent, comparisons were already being made. Images of powerful figures surfaced in whispered discussions. Avalon had Agnes. Swallow had Prince Lucifer. Now that another force had stepped onto the board, even the god of war might struggle to maintain balance. Ina asked whether he already had a plan. She lowered her gaze and admitted, honestly, that she was not certain. Marcus laughed softly and pressed her again. Then his smile widened. Scarlet particles began to rise around him. Scarlet energy tightened around the room as the girl crossed her arms and shouted back. The pressure crushed down on her, and she collapsed to the floor. Marcus's eyes burned as he stepped forward, voice cold and sharp. How dare she even mention the possibility of failure after coming this far? Before everything began, they had sworn to him it would unfold like clockwork. Ina remained on the ground as he roared that he had trusted them. He had shown mercy, and yet she dared to place spies inside his empire. She shut her eyes and lowered her head, saying she was sorry. She would correct it. It would not happen again. A slow smirk curved across his face. Marcus stepped forward and announced that the conditions would change. Instead of the promised title of Marquis, the reward would now be the title of Duke. Ina looked up at him, disbelief flickering across her expression. He smiled thinly and said her father, the god of war, should understand better than anyone that wagering everything on an unpredictable game was a foolish gamble. Her teeth clenched. If this had been his intention from the beginning, then the slaughter at the border had been meaningless. To him, it was nothing more than amusement. Marcus's smile widened further. She muttered that he truly was insane. Ina steadied herself and said that while the offer was indeed a rare opportunity, she questioned whether her father would accept such terms. Marcus replied calmly that soon he would embody the Avalon Empire itself. Let the god of war know he had nothing to fear. With the main plan having failed, it was time to prepare the meteor plan. Her jaw tightened at the words. Decisions had to be made swiftly. What would strengthen them, and what would lead to ruin? The palace rose into view. Elsewhere, at the edge of a forest, men advanced across the ground. One of them stopped, surprise flashing across his face. This terrain looked nothing like ordinary soil. Marcus answered without turning. It was not dirt. Theta raised his hand, examining the surface. Theta let out a low sound and remarked that in this state, it hardly resembled ash either. Marcus faced them and reminded them they had not come for idle talk. Focus. Theta spread his arms wide and asked what exactly troubled him. Clues were scattered everywhere. He suggested closing their eyes and listening to the winds as they collided. He did so. At first, there was nothing. Then he stilled his breathing, letting his senses sink deeper. A faint glow began to emerge. Around him, the man slowly opened his eyes, disbelief tearing through his calm. He thought that it was impossible. A mana void. That word alone was enough to freeze even seasoned mages. Theta stood behind him and explained that a monoid could only occur under two conditions. Either at the dawn of time through supernatural birth, or when the heart of a sixth-class mage or higher suffered catastrophic damage and collapsed in an instant. Before the weight of that explanation could settle, an explosion erupted behind them. The ground trembled. The sky distorted. It was said that everything within a 1-kilometer radius had turned into pure wasteland, as if the world itself had been erased, leaving behind nothing but a devouring void. The man looked away, jaw tight, and reasoned that if that were true, considering the final trajectory of the lightning, then the conclusion was obvious. Theta's lips curled into a sharp grin as he declared that there was a high probability the owner of Bronto had delivered the killing blow. Now the answer lay within reach. Follow the trail, and the criminal would reveal himself. Elsewhere, under the calm shade of a gazebo, conversation drifted in quiet tones. One of them said he could hardly believe it. He claimed he knew the whole story for certain. At the table, Saoirse leaned forward and asked whether anyone had heard of Joshua. Ellen responded that the name did sound familiar. Saoirse tilted her head with a faint grin and asked where she had heard it from. Tapping a finger against her cheek, the girl explained that recently a few Imperial knights had been speaking about him. A small star had appeared in their empire, and his name was Joshua. Saoirse asked if small star meant a genius with exceptional talent. The girl confirmed it, mentioning figures like Lord Babel as examples. Ellen added with a subtle smile that, according to the knights, many nobles were not pleased about it. When asked why, she spread her arms slightly and said it was because the two young stars with the highest probability of becoming one of the 9 stars both came from the same bloodline. That concentration of power made the nobility uneasy. Saoirse narrowed her eyes and concluded that this Joshua must be from that family. The girl nodded, revealing his full name. Joshua von Agnes, second son of the pride of the Agnes Empire. Surprise flickered across their faces as the truth settled in. At that very moment, on the training grounds of the 11th and 12th battalions of the Imperial Knights, chaos reigned. Voices roared through the air. Some shouted to finish him off, to smash the nose of that bastard from the 11th Battalion. Others yelled to kill him outright. Joshua stood there with a faint grin, remarking that no matter the battalion, this place felt exactly the same. Steel clashed. Boots crushed the dirt. Spectators screamed that they had wagered their entire monthly salary on him. They begged him not to lose. They demanded he show the true strength of the senior battalion. And amid the storm of dust, pride, and blood, the battle raged on. The man swung his sword and drove it straight into his opponent. Steel rang. The other guy staggered, then grinned as if amused, asking if that was really all. In that instant it became obvious why they dismissed him as nothing more than a mercenary. Langer stepped forward, blade cutting through the air, mocking that for someone stuck in the lower 12th Battalion, his tongue moved far too freely. Around them, men for both sides barked at one another. It was shouted that from the Emperor's throne the 11th and 12th Battalions were viewed the same, so he should stop pretending he stood higher. That arrogance was exactly why weak-minded mercenaries never achieved anything. Another voice roared that His Majesty had a profound reason for dividing them into battalions so precisely. To question that order was to question the Emperor himself. Swords clashed again. Someone spat that a weak dog from the 12th Battalion had no right to speak. The next strike landed clean. The boy hit the dirt. Kinges ground his teeth and asked if he finally understood the gap between their battalions. As he turned away, cheers erupted. They said they believed in him. If they lost to the only battalion ranked beneath them, they would die of shame. Langer caught the toss bag. The man told him it was his share. They had hit the jackpot thanks to him. He added coldly that if he let him live, the loser would challenge him again. Langer started to leave, then dropped to his knees. Kinges shouted apologies, swearing that if he ever dared challenge him again, he would become his servant, begging to be spared just once. Langer only smiled. From the crowd, someone raised his hands and cursed him as scum for disgracing the honor of the 12th Battalion. Another yelled that if he called himself a knight, he should act like one until the end. Arguments broke out in every direction. It was said that nothing ever changed here. Laughter cut through the noise. Who was laughing? At the back of the crowd, Joshua stepped forward and declared that this place was no different from Colosseum. Nothing had changed at all. A smirk curved across his face as he admitted he had missed it more than he expected. It felt good to stand here again. A man crouched in front of him and asked whether he was lost, telling him this was no playground for brats and ordering him back to wherever he came from. Joshua answered calmly that he would make it quick. Then a glow ignited around him. Voices faltered. Someone whispered about the Dawn Ring. Joshua raised his hand and announced that he had come to participate in the bloody battle of the Birchers. The crowd stared at him in stunned silence. Voices rippled through the crowd. It was said that this was the grave of the sword. Someone pointed at the armor and shouted that it bore the crest of the Agnes family. Only a direct blood heir could wear magic armor of that quality. Impossible. Then the realization struck. He was the son of Duke Agnes. Joshua stood still, gaze fixed forward, and introduced himself without hesitation. He declared that anyone who wished to fight him should step forward. From the middle of the gathering, murmurs rose. That was him, the new little star of the Avalon Empire. Joshua, a brat who had reached Sir rank and could wield mana at the age of 10. An unprecedented genius in continental history. Of course, such a monster would be born into the Agnes bloodline. Joshua listened in silence, then replied that he understood perfectly. Langer pushed forward and asked whether he truly realized why the bloody Battle of the Birchers was almost never invoked anymore. Joshua smirked and calmly recited the Imperial decree. By the will of the current emperor, regardless of rank, anyone who defeated an Imperial knight in the bloody battle would claim his position. The defeated knight would be stripped of his title. Responsibility for whatever occurred during the duel rested entirely on the participants. The result was absolute. Revenge was forbidden. Any violation would be treated as treason. He asked if that was correct. Langer frowned and demanded to know whether he still intended to proceed. Knowing all of that, Joshua exhaled lightly, spread his arms, and shouted that it would happen again. He had come to participate in the bloody Battle of the Birchers by order of His Majesty the Emperor. The 11th and 12th battalions were obligated to comply. Silence fell like a blade. Then anxious whispers erupted. If young Lord Joshua were injured because they failed to restrain themselves, what then? This was no longer about victory or defeat. Who would dare lay a hand on the son of Agnes, one of the 9 great stars? The entire family would curse them. Langer grabbed his head, thinking no salary in the Empire was worth this nightmare. This was supposed to unfold while the battalion commander was away. Now he would be the one dragged into it. Eyes shifted. Kinges and Langer exchanged a glance. Suddenly a shout broke the tension. Kinges clutched his stomach, claiming that during sparring with Sir Langer, he had suffered severe internal damage. Someone demanded to know what was wrong with him. He repeated, louder this time, that his vital organs had been injured. The excuse echoed through the crowd, thin and desperate. A voice wailed that he was dying. Joshua frowned at the spectacle and thought that these men dared to call themselves knights. A faint smirk touched his lips. Good. They needed a little motivation. He turned his head and shouted that the lower battalions truly never changed. What a miserable sight. All they did was bark at one another like a pack of cheap mercenaries with no skill and no backbone. Facing forward again, he added that the only thing they seemed capable of was whining about noble bloodlines. Yet when confronted with someone even slightly higher in rank, they trembled and shrank. They lacked the courage to challenge stronger battalions. Nobodies. Incompetent cowards. Flinching at the mere presence of authority. Teeth ground across the field. The insult burned. Kinges stormed forward, shouting that he had heard enough. Joshua was nothing but a spoiled brat born with a golden spoon in his mouth. What right did he have to lecture them? Kinges drew his sword, extended it outward, and declared that since Joshua wanted the bloody Battle of the Birchers so badly, he would grant it. He had asked for it himself, so he had no right to complain about injuries afterward. Joshua smiled faintly. That was more like it. Hands shot up in the crowd. Shouts exploded that he should teach this brat a lesson. Even if Duke Agnes grew furious, so be it. Shut his mouth for good. If he refused to take it seriously, they would slap him into reality. Let him understand the limits of his so-called talent. Kinja stepped forward, eyes locked on Joshua. He said he had heard every word. He would not hold back. From the very first strike, he would fight at full strength and prove that for every fish, there was a bigger one waiting. Light flared around his blade as he invoked Honora. The air tightened. Behind Joshua, Langer muttered that it was not too late to withdraw. Kinges was a B-rank knight. There was no possibility that a mere C-rank mana user could withstand his aura. Joshua's expression sharpened. He replied that it was amusing. Someone had once said the same thing before. Particles of light began gathering around his hand. He asked quietly whether they could see. The crowd stiffened. Whispers spread in disbelief. It was impossible. Then the energy solidified. In his grasp, power surged visibly, unmistakably. A stunned voice gasped that it was an aura. A murmur cut through the field. Who said he was C-rank? Joshua's equipment materialized piece by piece, metal locking into place with a sharp resonance. A ring of light flared around his weapon. Someone stammered about an artifact. Others swore they could feel it now. An aura, dense and unmistakable. Kinges roared that he had seen through him from the start. A pathetic amateur hiding behind his family's name. Nothing but borrowed glory. He should be ashamed for staining the honor of Duke Agnes. Joshua stepped closer and asked calmly that if he was so doubtful, why not test it himself? See whether this aura was real. Kinges snapped, asking what he had just said. Joshua answered that he had only hesitated because he assumed he was facing a mere C rank without aura. Then he smiled and called him what he was, a coward. Kinges' face twisted. He lunged forward. Langer shouted for him to stop. Joshua's weapon cut through the air. A blinding flash erupted. The ground cracked under the pressure. Kinges dropped low instinctively, realizing too late that he should have retreated the moment that power revealed itself. This was no ordinary manna. It was something far more refined. Langer stared in disbelief. Through the dispersing fog, a silhouette remained standing. A voice called out, asking if he was all right. Joshua answered that someone was overstepping. Were vice captains permitted to interrupt a bloody battle of the Butchers? The man halted. Another voice echoed his name. Bison stepped forward, gaze steady. He stated that he had been well informed about the situation. Joshua faced him and said he had heard of the blood bison of the Imperial Knights. Bison inclined his head slightly, replying that he was honored the Empire's little star knew of him. He extended his hand and added that if Joshua knew that much, then he must also know the rule governing the bloody battle. Joshua asked him to clarify. Bison frowned and explained that for the battle to be official, at least one captain or vice captain had to be present. Joshua's eyes narrowed. So they intended to halt it now, after it had escalated this far? Bison drew his sword and declared that this battle was the will of the great emperor. His will did not waver. Therefore, Joshua's opponent would be him. Shock rippled across the crowd. Kinjaz stepped forward, hand to his chest, objecting fiercely. He declared himself against this decision. The duel was between him and young Lord Joshua. He demanded to be allowed to finish what he had started. He looked away before speaking, voice low but firm, saying he would let it go this time. But he had to withdraw. He had already pushed himself as far as he could. If he stepped forward again, the only thing waiting for him was humiliation. Kinjaz snapped back instantly, fury burning in his eyes. He said he understood exactly what that meant, and it was fine. He only asked to keep what scraps of a knight's pride he still had. Wasn't honor the thing he had preached about all this time? Even if reality mocked him, even if it made no sense, he could at least shut his eyes and cling to that much. Bison turned sharply and barked at him to calm down. There were things in this world that outweighed pride. If he lost in the bloody battle of the Butchers, he could forget about standing among their ranks ever again. Bison's expression hardened. He shot back that if it came to that, he would look after his daughter himself. Or did they think he could simply cast aside that responsibility and run back to being a wandering mercenary? For him, honor stood above everything, even family. Joshua clicked his tongue, almost amused, sacrificing himself for his comrades. How noble. After all, only vice captains and those above them lost their status after defeat. It really was a convenient plan. Bison gave a crooked grin, saying he talked as if victory were already decided. Joshua's smile widened. Of course it was. Couldn't he feel it? Steel slid from its sheath. The air shifted. Bison sensed it immediately. There was a gap between them, and it wasn't small. Kinjaz narrowed his eyes, thinking that young Lord Joshua's mana felt wrong. Too dense, too controlled. The earlier strike had clearly been nothing but a performance. Voices erupted behind them. They shouted that they would take his place. No, he would fight instead. There was no need for him to throw himself into danger for their sake. The man raised a hand, stopping them. He thanked them, but this was something only he could do. He had never seen them as mere subordinates. To him, they were brothers. One of them clenched his jaw, struggling to contain himself. If he failed to shield his comrades, then the title of vice captain meant nothing. He would have no right to stand beside them again. Joshua watched him closely and thought he truly wasn't bad. On the front lines, he had always been there, cutting down anything that blocked their path. A memory flickered. Not just reliable, not just brave. He was a commander his men followed without hesitation. And perhaps, just perhaps, that was why the thought of fighting beside him on the battlefield again did not seem so distant anymore. Bison faced him directly and said not to misunderstand. Even if he defeated him and seized the vice captain's seat, that alone meant nothing. His ability would still need acknowledgement from the higher battalions. Compared to them, the 11th and 12th were nothing but reserves, ordinary placeholders. Joshua let out a short laugh. Reserves? After the spectacle he had just witnessed, was he still clinging to that wounded pride? Joshua lifted his blade, voice ringing across the field. 5 years. In 5 years, he would overturn everything. His eyes sharpened as he declared that the 11th and 12th battalions would become the strongest forces in the Avalon Empire. Lightning crackled around him without warning. Bison's breath caught. That pressure, it was impossible. The aura spilling from the blade felt real, tangible, far beyond a simple display. Joshua extended the weapon forward and asked calmly what his next move would be. Was he going to stand against him, or stand with him? The scene shifted. Babel dropped to one knee before the throne and offered his greeting. The Emperor Marcus regarded him with a faint smile, saying it had been some time since the Academy's graduation ceremony. Perhaps. He asked his age this year. Babel kept his gaze lowered and replied that he would turn 15. Marcus arched a brow. At that age, even his father, the greatest knight in Avalon's history, had only reached C rank. Yet this boy was already on the verge of B rank. He might become the first teenager in history to achieve it. Babel's eyes flickered with shock. Of course, the Emperor Marcus added lightly. That would be assuming Joshua did not surpass him first. His tone shifted. That would not do. Talent like this was a treasure of the Avalon Empire. A figure appeared silently beside the boy. Babel turned slightly as the man presented a vial. an elixir capable of increasing mana. He was instructed to drink it. Babel hesitated, saying such a costly gift was beyond him. The Emperor Marcus' voice hardened. He had ordered it. Silence followed. Babel obeyed. He uncorked the flask and swallowed the contents. The effect was immediate. His eyes flew open. His body convulsed before collapsing onto the floor, breath turning ragged. The Emperor rose and approached, placing a hand atop the boy's head. He said softly that although his memories had been erased, they had met many times before. Surely he had not forgotten their promise. It was time to fulfill it. A thin smile formed on Marcus' lips as he reminded him that he must not lose the battle for the title of heir. He understood what that meant. Babel looked up at him. He answered calmly that yes. The untold incident that once swallowed the Imperial Palace of Avalon had been buried again. Time moved without mercy. Years passed in a blink, and the world shifted with them. 5 years later, a man stepped forward, ceremonial uniform gleaming beneath the light, standing before the gathered youths. He said he hoped he was not late. The boys' expression tightened as he ordered them to salute the commander. Boots struck the ground in unison. When Joshua returned, the continent of Igrant appeared calm on the surface. Yet beneath that fragile quiet, the seeds of hidden schemes were already blooming. On the continent of Igrant stood 3 superpowers. One of them was the Empire of Avalon, ruled by Emperor Marcus. Behind closed doors, he formed an alliance with Draxia, the Knight of Swallow, another of the 3 powers. Together, they moved openly against Swallow's vassal, the Principality of Thran. The objective was simple: ignite war. But the Emperor of Swallow saw through it. Rather than clash directly, he halted the escalation and abandoned Avalon's attempt to drag the continent into flames. Peace, however, breeds enemies of its own. Within Avalon, voices rose against Marcus's policy of restraint. At the same time, within the 3rd superpower, the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt, a silent struggle unfolded between throne and church. 5 years changed more than faces. It shifted the balance of the continent. Joshua moved through the capital streets with a faint grin, saying he hoped he was not too late. He was heading toward the first prince's palace. It was the day of the prince's birthday banquet. In an open window, a shadow appeared. A girl stood there, knives resting in her hands. Her gaze was steady. She knew she had only one chance. If she failed, there would be no second attempt. Cheryl stepped forward. A man caught her wrist gently and told her that at times like this, confidence was everything. They needed to show the world that the Duke's family still thrived as it always had. Cheryl lifted her chin and said she would never bow to the Marquez's family. As they began to leave, he reminded her that they had to seize the first prince's attention. She answered that he seemed far too lively for that to be difficult. Then a voice cut in from the front. Jawag appeared with a smirk, saying he did not expect to see them here. It was impressive that they could attend receptions when their family was supposedly in decline. The girl replied coolly that not only had they come, they had secured an invitation to the palace banquet itself. Joshua closed his eyes briefly. The night had only just begun. The man exhaled through his nose. Of all places, they had to run into these insects right at the entrance. Cheryl's fingers trembled slightly, but he leaned closer and reminded her in a low voice that anger was useless here. If she lost control now, they would not even make it inside. She straightened immediately. A faint smile curved her lips as she said it was such an honor to meet the sons of the Marquez families, and asked politely how they had been. The reply was a smirk. As she stepped past him, she added lightly that since they seemed short on words tonight, they would head straight to the palace. Something important was waiting for them. The man's expression shifted. He said that, if he recalled correctly, his father had instructed him to pay special attention to security this evening. A knight stepped forward and apologized stiffly, asking them to present a family crest or invitation letter to confirm their identities. The man's patience snapped. He demanded to know when the Imperial Knights had begun meddling in petty feuds. They belonged to one of the 5 ducal families. They were to be allowed through immediately. Jawag folded his arms, voice dripping with mockery as he asked what feud he was referring to. Then he added that no one was waiting for a ducal house standing on the edge of extinction. Perhaps they should return home and avoid ruining the first prince's birthday. After all, it came only once a year. He tilted his head and continued, saying he had heard their residence was reduced to ashes because of their own missteps. Had they come here, abandoning what little dignity remained, hoping to beg for mercy while clinging to the last thread of survival? Cheryl's jaw tightened. She called him a bastard and demanded to know how he dared speak that way. Joshua stepped forward. His tone was calm, but carried weight as he stated that the Duke's family had been formally invited by the prince. On what grounds were they being obstructed? Jawag's gaze sharpened as he demanded to know who this insolent fool was. Joshua answered evenly, commander of the outer battalions. He instructed the knights to return to their posts. From this point forward, he would handle matters here. The guards hesitated, glancing toward Jawag. Joshua's eyes hardened. He would not repeat himself. The men stiffened and withdrew at once. As they stepped aside, they muttered that they asked for forgiveness if they had overstepped. Jawag's composure cracked. He shouted after them, fury spilling openly now. Juwag shouted after the retreating knights, demanding they return at once. How dare they withdraw without his permission? Joshua merely smiled and told Cheryl to follow him. He would escort her inside personally. She nodded without hesitation. Behind them, Juwag's face twisted. He accused Joshua of trying to drag the Duke's family into trouble again. Then, clenching his fist, he yelled that they would never lose to their mercenary king. And Joshua? Wasn't he expelled from the Duke's house? He was nothing now. Natasha added coldly that he had not changed at all, still acting as if no one else existed. Juwag ground his teeth and swore he would make Joshua rot in hell. Cheryl, however, was staring at him with a different expression. She said she recognized him. Was he truly that Joshua? How had he grown so much? Joshua answered without slowing his steps. It was a long story. He had brought them far enough. They could find their way from here. She watched his back and said he was as cold as ever. Then she smiled faintly and asked him to wait. Would he dance with her at the banquet? Joshua stopped. He did not turn around. He said he could forgive her boldness, but he had duties tonight. He was assigned to guard the castle. She questioned him, asking if that was truly the reason. Such a simple excuse. He asked what she meant by simple. It was his responsibility. Then he turned slightly and clarified something else. He no longer belonged to the Duke's family. He was Joshua of the Sanders family. Resting a hand against the wall, he told her she should hurry inside. Later, standing alone by a window, Joshua's thoughts sharpened. If the mercenary king joined Cromwell, the Duke would lose everything. His lands, his wealth, handed over without resistance. But Joshua could not intervene in that battle. Not yet. There were too many matters demanding his attention first. For now, survival was the priority. He smiled faintly and spoke into the night air, asking why his observer had not stepped out. He knew he was alone. A flicker of movement answered him. A figure rushed forward at blinding speed. Joshua turned just as the blade descended. He blocked it cleanly. The attacker was forced back, landing lightly on the ground. A girl straightened, eyes narrowed, and demanded to know who he was, and how he had sensed the energy of the true death. The hero smiled and replied that he would tell her only one thing. She needed to abandon her foolish obsession with killing the first prince. The girl's eyes flew open in shock. Sitting on the floor, she screamed that no one alive even knew her real name. So who exactly did he think he was? Purple rays exploded forward without warning. Joshua narrowed his eyes, already deciding that talking to her calmly had been a mistake. Lightning cracked beside him in an instant. The assassin lunged, her pupils trembling as she sensed the pressure in the air. That energy, it felt like dragon's fear itself pressing down on her lungs. In the blink of an eye, she slipped behind him, dagger drawn, ready to gamble everything on a single strike. Then a calm voice cut through the tension. Aisha greeted the master of great mana with forced respect, admitting she never imagined he was a black master and asking for forgiveness. The hero smirked faintly when she implied he was a black dragon. He told her that if he wished, he could punish her where she stood. He studied her quietly before adding that he would not, because she did not understand the game she was stepping into. But just as he warned before, she would abandon her idiotic attempt to kill the first prince. Her brows tightened. After a moment, she bowed her head and answered that she would obey. Folding his hands behind his back, the protagonist explained that once news of her failure spread, Black Wind would hunt her without mercy. The smartest choice was to leave Akardi immediately. She replied that he need not concern himself. His expression hardened. If she dared ignore his command, she would leave Akardi at once and run as far as her legs could carry her. Otherwise, he would make sure the entire dark elf race paid for her arrogance. Aisha closed her eyes and whispered that she understood. A second later, she vanished into the shadows. Joshua smiled slightly and looked away. Even in his past life, she had been reckless, clumsy in her pride, and stubborn enough to believe he truly was a black dragon. A memory surfaced. The banquet held for the first prince's birthday. Aisha had accepted the mission to kill him that night. She failed. The backlash left her broken, carrying a wound that never healed. From that failure, the legend of the future queen of assassins was forged. He did not know who had sent her back then, but he refused to let a needless stain of defeat mark the career of someone destined to rise to the top of the shadows. Looking toward the distance, the hero muttered that she should run while she still could. In this life as well, their paths were certain to cross again. Aisha suddenly rushed forward, her mind spinning. She could hardly believe it. A real black dragon. The fools who handed her this mission could never have imagined such a presence standing calmly in the heart of Avalon. If she told them, they would laugh in disbelief. The master of mana, enjoying himself in the empire's very center. It sounded like a myth. She smirked to herself. It did not matter. Even if Black Wind hunted her for a while, she would survive. She always did. Aisha leapt lightly across the rooftops, already tasting freedom. The palace lights came into view. Music drifted through the air. Voices overlapped in elegant laughter. Someone remarked that it had been too long since they last met. She was as beautiful as ever. Another refused to dance, claiming she had no interest tonight. The girl listened from the edge of the hall, a faint smile forming. The conversation shifted. It was true, they said. A mine filled with mana stones had been discovered within the Earl's estate. The value alone equaled several years of Avalon's entire budget. Speculation followed immediately. Who would the prince choose to dance with this time? Certainly not her. It was never her. Then Cheryl appeared among the guests. Whispers rose at once. Wasn't that young lady Cheryl? Was her family not standing at the brink of ruin? Why was she here? Everyone knew their rivals in the territorial war were the powerful Mares family. Falling into disfavor, at such a time, was nearly a death sentence. Cheryl lowered her head slightly. Not a single noble house seemed willing to stand beside them now. The murmurs were interrupted by an announcement. The first prince of the great empire was entering, accompanied by the princess. They stepped into the hall together. The Prince Caesar wore a confident grin as he thanked the nobles for attending and invited them to enjoy his modest reception. The young ladies watched him with open admiration. He remained as handsome as ever. If only one of them could become his partner, just once this year. Just once. Across the hall, a girl flipped through the attendance list. Her gaze stopped. Joshua's name was absent again. Saoirse lowered her head slightly. He was gone once more. 5 years had passed. Why, after all this time, could she still not erase him from her thoughts? Caesar glanced at her and asked whether she had said something. She answered quietly that she had not. He closed his eyes briefly and pressed again, asking what she truly meant. He admitted he expected her to be nervous, considering she had not left the palace of brilliant flowers for so long. It seemed his worry was unnecessary. Then suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. His gaze locked onto a familiar figure. Was that Cheryl? The girl looked away, hearing him confess that he feared he would not see her this year either. He walked toward her without hesitation and said that he was glad she managed to attend. Cheryl lowered her gaze and formally greeted the youngest son of the empire, His Highness Caesar. Caesar sighed lightly and replied that if she continued addressing him like that, he would never grow accustomed to it. He grinned and reminded her that the last time they met was at his birthday banquet 3 years ago. Since then, he had quietly followed the situation of the Pawnee family. Unfortunately, ever since that night, misfortune seemed to cling to them. He admitted he had even grown a little concerned. Cheryl looked up in surprise and asked what he meant. The prince extended his hand toward her and confessed that he had wanted to see her for a long time. With a faint smile, he asked whether he might have the honor of a dance. The hall fell into murmurs. Cheryl clenched her teeth. His Highness himself was asking her to dance. Then what was the point of the rule that only the one who shone the brightest could stand beside him? If it was his will, no opinion in this hall mattered. And of all families, it had to be the Pawnee house, a name teetering on the edge of collapse. She tightened her grip on her dress. Why did he truly want to see her? The noble ladies watched her closely. If she accepted his hand, she would instantly become the focus of envy and hostility from every influential family present. They already carried enough tension because of the Cromwell family. Making more enemies now would be reckless. Caesar's expression shifted when she bowed her head and apologized, saying she did not believe she could dance with him. He asked what she meant. Had he done something wrong? Could she at least tell him the reason? She looked down, struggling to answer. Before she could speak, a clear voice cut through the hall. Joshua stepped forward and declared that the reason was simple. She already had a partner. Caesar turned in astonishment and asked who he was. Joshua bowed slightly and introduced himself with calm confidence. It was a pleasure to meet His Highness. He was Baron Joshua. Saoirse's eyes widened in disbelief. Joshua? Caesar repeated the name quietly, recognition dawning. He was one of the Empire's rising stars, Sir Joshua. Cheryl stared at him in shock. The knight who had become head of the Imperial battalion in just 5 years. The prodigy who had gathered every prestigious young title across the Empire. But she had heard something else as well. Was he not from the Agnes family? Joshua stepped forward and stood directly in front of the prince. It was said that, as far as he remembered, the Agnes family had long maintained friendly ties with the Pawnee house. If the Pawnee family had come here despite their current danger, then the reason was obvious. They sought Baron Joshua's support. Caesar looked straight ahead and said that it was an honor to meet someone so renowned. Joshua answered calmly that the honor was his, to see the first prince of the empire with his own eyes. However, he and young Lady Cheryl had already reached an agreement. He asked His Highness to understand. The prince fell silent for a moment. Then he smirked and turned toward Cheryl, asking whether she had truly agreed to dance with the Baron. Cheryl adjusted a strand of hair and replied steadily that yes, it was true. She and Baron Joshua had already. A sharp voice cut through her words. Juwag stepped forward angrily, accusing Joshua of arrogance. Caesar glanced at him and asked what he meant. Juwag closed his eyes briefly and apologized for speaking out of turn. His Highness was the most important person at this ball. Yet their actions. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Joshua smiled faintly and told him that if he truly understood what politeness meant, he should return to his place. Juwag demanded to know how he dared. His teeth clenched in frustration. Had not her partner already been decided? To refuse His Highness directly would only imply that His Highness used his status to steal another's partner. Joshua asked calmly whether he truly failed to see the situation. If Juwag genuinely cared for his highness, he should step aside now. He could still walk away. Joshua added quietly that he doubted Juwag wished to experience again what had happened before. Juwag's face twisted with anger as he began to raise his hand. Caesar interrupted smoothly, saying that everything was fine. This was a celebration meant to be enjoyed by all. There was no need for excitement. Joshua bowed slightly and said that had he known his highness wished to invite young Lady Cheryl, he would not have acted so rashly. He apologized for his discourtesy. Caesar grinned and replied that no, the apology should come from him. Since she already had a partner, there was nothing more to say. Bowing lightly, he added that he hoped to receive the honor of her company at the next ball. Cheryl closed her eyes and answered that such an invitation would be an honor. As he turned away, Caesar announced that in that case, he hoped everyone would enjoy the evening. Joshua extended his hand and stood before her, telling her to take it. Cheryl answered quietly that at this rate, she would remain indebted to him forever. As her fingers settled into his palm, she asked how he had known and why he chose to help her. Joshua grinned faintly and said it could be called guilt. 5 years ago, he had forgotten their promise. Her eyes widened. He remembered. Looking ahead, Cheryl admitted she thought he had long forgotten. For years she believed he simply chose not to come. Did he understand what it meant for a lady to hand over her family's crest? Her gaze dropped. She bit her lip softly. Joshua looked at her and said that if she wished him to say it plainly, he would. He still could not directly support her family. He remained an Imperial knight, bound by position and politics. She suddenly laughed and brushed it aside, claiming she only meant that he had grown far too quickly, just as long as he did not step on her toes. The music swelled. The hall filled with movement as couples began to dance. Elsewhere, a sword scraped against the ground. Someone cursed under his breath, wondering how that damned lord could strike him the moment he appeared. After enduring 5 years beside that demon, he had only just begun to breathe. Now he stood at the Imperial banquet as if he belonged there. He approached the palace guards, only to be shouted at. They ordered him to stop, declaring there was no place for a tramp like him, and that he should return at once. He pointed to himself in disbelief and asked whether they had gone blind, unable to recognize the coat of arms displayed openly on his chest. Back on the floor, Joshua closed his eyes briefly as the dance continued. Cheryl did the same. Voices around them rose in admiration. They were stunning together. No pair in all of Avalon looked more fitting. Cheryl looked away and muttered that such words were troublesome. Not far off, Juwag sneered and said they looked impressive only for today. He would see how long their fortune truly lasted. When the final turn ended, Cheryl lowered her head and thanked Joshua sincerely for the dance. As she stepped back, she called out that she would see him later. Joshua watched her leave and said quietly that she remained as impatient as ever. He turned around. Cercerin stood directly before him. The girl asked carefully if it was truly him. Joshua, the one she had once spoken to through a wall 5 years ago. Joshua responded through psionic communication that he would soon visit the brilliant flower palace. Hearing this, Cercerin was startled as she realized he was using telepathy. Meanwhile, several young men approached her, offering countless praises and inviting her to dance, but she remained entirely focused on Joshua's words. He had stated that the medicine capable of curing her illness was nearly complete. Alarmed, Cercerin stepped forward and called out to him, politely demanding that he wait and asking what he meant by medicine. Joshua faintly smiled and replied that helping her was his way of repaying a bond from his previous life. Hearing this, Cercerin was shocked and momentarily speechless. Joshua then departed, adding that he hoped she would remain safe and healthy until then. The next day at the academy, students hurriedly ran about as someone shouted for everyone to prepare because the boss was arriving. One student looked ahead in shock upon realizing who it was and immediately called everyone to attention. Senior students lined up in strict formation, while higher-ranking students formed an honor guard. The prodigy strategist Icarus of the Harvest Baron family appeared and confidently walked through the lined-up students. The atmosphere grew tense as the students watched him pass, many sweating under his intimidating presence. Icarus eventually stopped at the front, and all the students bowed deeply in unison while congratulating him on graduating early. Embarrassed, Icarus told them not to act that way, warning that others might misunderstand. One student insisted that they must honor him as the benefactor who had revolutionized the academy and begged to at least do this much. He then asked where Icarus planned to go next. Icarus faintly smiled and replied that he had already made his decision long ago. Looking up at the sky, he declared that he was going to meet another sun. Elsewhere, Cain trembled with suppressed emotion as he clenched his fist and cursed under his breath. He suddenly exploded in front of Joshua, complaining bitterly about his hardships and how, after dedicating his youth to brutal training for Joshua's sake, Joshua had enjoyed luxury alone in the Imperial palace. Joshua nervously apologized for putting him through such hardship. Cain gradually calmed down and admitted he was at least glad Joshua understood. Another knight remarked that Cain had always been like this, causing Joshua to laugh awkwardly. Joshua then shifted the topic, stating that if Cain had come to find him, he must have reached a certain stage. Cain's sharp and focused gaze revealed that he was ready to prove himself. He suddenly burst into laughter and proudly claimed that Joshua did not even need to ask, because he was now strong enough to defeat anyone except Joshua. Joshua was left speechless, inwardly wondering what had changed Cain so drastically over the past 5 years, and briefly considered going alone as originally planned. Another knight entered and apologized for interrupting, addressing Joshua as battalion commander. When Joshua asked what it was, the knight informed him that a guest was waiting outside the palace. Curious, Joshua wondered if it was yet another visitor. Meanwhile, Icarus casually ruffled his hair while enjoying the breeze. Joshua soon arrived and called out Icarus's name, catching him completely off guard. Joshua and Cain stared in disbelief, asking if it was truly Icarus. Icarus playfully responded that he felt hurt that Joshua had forgotten his face so easily. Cain, however, became completely mesmerized by Icarus's appearance and inwardly described him as unbelievably beautiful. He then expressed admiration for Icarus, praising him as a genius strategist who had graduated with record-breaking grades and rejected recruitment offers from prestigious families and even the Imperial palace itself. Cain leaned forward and offered his hand, remarking that he never expected Icarus to be such a beautiful lady and asking for the opportunity to escort her. Icarus was taken aback and protested being called a lady, while Cain, completely smitten, introduced himself as Baron Joshua Sanders' first knight and asked to be called Ken. Icarus became visibly overwhelmed and struggled to respond. Joshua immediately intervened by pinching Cain's ear, saving the situation and ordering him to stop his ridiculous behavior, as he was frightening Icarus. Cain quickly apologized while begging Joshua to release his ear. Icarus then asked whether Joshua had finally remembered him and whether he still recalled their promise. He reminded Joshua that he had once told him to prove his worth at the academy. Icarus stated that he had kept that promise, and now it was Joshua's turn, asking whether he would accept him. Joshua smiled and replied that there was no way he could forget. He added that he had even planned to personally find him if he had not appeared, admitting that he could no longer leave the strategist position vacant because only Icarus was capable of filling it. Icarus smiled warmly, clearly pleased by the acknowledgement. Joshua and Icarus sealed their agreement with a fist bump. While clasping hands, Icarus teasingly remarked that Joshua still spoke the most embarrassing things without hesitation. Cain rushed over, complaining about being left out, and joined their hands together. The three stacked their fists as Joshua declared that he would rely on Icarus as his grand strategist. Icarus smiled and commented that the title of grand strategist was not bad, while Cain happily grinned beside them and thanked him for the compliment. Joshua then suggested they discuss their plans together. Both of them wondered about it, as Joshua calmly stated that he would keep things simple, explaining that he intended to briefly meet the Emperor before heading toward Reinhardt, while sending Cain and Icarus to the Pontier family. Cain reacted in complete shock, while an equally surprised Icarus demanded to know why they had to go to the Pontier family. The scene shifted to the grand Imperial Palace of Avalon, where the Emperor had convened the nobles within Kaltika Palace. The atmosphere throughout the hall remained extremely tense. Seated upon his throne, the Emperor appeared visibly displeased as he silently contemplated the current situation. The gathered nobles reacted nervously to his mood, while dukes and high lords stood grimly as they awaited his words. Abruptly rising from his throne, the Emperor declared that he was utterly speechless at the lack of volunteers. He angrily questioned how Avalon, known throughout the continent as the Empire of Knights, could have no one willing to enter the upcoming master battle. He worried that the Empire would become a complete laughingstock among rival nations. Firmly declaring that he could never tolerate such humiliation, the Emperor insisted that Avalon must continue to stand as the supreme nation of the continent. Turning toward Duke Agnes, the Emperor demanded his opinion regarding the matter. He pressed him further, questioning how Avalon's prestige would suffer if they abandoned the opportunity to prove their strength in the master battle held in Reinhardt. Agnes hesitated before answering, but suddenly a voice rang throughout the hall, declaring that he would personally show the world the majesty of the Avalon Empire. The nobles were immediately startled as their attention shifted toward the source of the voice. At that moment, Joshua entered the hall and immediately announced that he himself would participate in the master battle. The Emperor instantly recognized Joshua as the battalion commander and the pride of the Imperial Knights. Joshua stepped forward and formally greeted the Emperor as Baron Joshua Sanders. Agnes silently observed Joshua, clearly conflicted by his sudden appearance. The Emperor, visibly surprised, asked Joshua if he had heard correctly. Joshua calmly confirmed that, adding he intended to represent Avalon and participate in the master battle. The Emperor reminded him that the master battle in Reinhardt was far from an ordinary tournament. He then questioned Joshua's age, and Joshua calmly answered that he was 15 years old. The Emperor darkly marveled at the idea of a 15-year-old entering the master battle. Acknowledging that Joshua completely defied common sense, the emperor ordered him to prove before everyone present that he was qualified to participate. One of the nobles displayed an eerie expression filled with ambition, believing this might be his chance to directly gauge Joshua's growth. His eyes narrowed sharply, while Agnes immediately turned toward the scheming noble. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the situation. The noble himself watched tensely, while sweating nervously. Shaking his head resentfully, he whispered that Duke Agnes had suddenly begun protecting Joshua despite previously expelling him from the family, while another noble quickly silenced him for daring to speak such words before the emperor. Joshua then declared that before proving himself, he had one condition to propose, which immediately surprised the nobles. He calmly stated that he would participate in a master battle only if the emperor accepted his request. The emperor was visibly startled that Joshua dared to make conditions at all. Several nobles instantly erupted in outrage, calling him insolent and demanding that he know his place. The emperor silenced the entire hall with a thunderous roar, causing the angry nobles to recoil in fear. He then instructed Joshua to state his request, promising to grant anything so long as it did not involve leaving the Imperial Knights. Joshua paused briefly while considering his response. Meanwhile, the emperor anxiously wondered whether Joshua intended to ask for his freedom, insisting inwardly that Joshua belonged to him and could never escape. Joshua argued that knights who entered through the bloody Battle of Betrayal should be free to leave whenever they desired. Radiating overwhelming authority, the emperor proclaimed that within Avalon, he himself was the law. Joshua calmly met that immense pressure with a steady gaze. The emperor glared back intensely before eventually relenting. He declared that if Joshua insisted on setting conditions, then he would impose one of his own as well. Joshua cautiously asked what condition the emperor intended to set. However, the atmosphere abruptly shifted and became overwhelmingly intense as the emperor suddenly swung his blade toward Joshua without warning. Caught completely off guard, Joshua's eyes widened in shock as the devastating strike descended upon him. A tremendous explosion violently erupted moments later, shaking the entire area and startling even the guards outside the main hall. The massive shockwave tore through the corridor, leaving people collapsed amid the rubble. The nobles inside the hall coughed heavily while lying on the ground, and one panicked noble wondered what kind of attack had struck them. The bald noble looked upward in confusion as he reacted to the unbelievable sight before him. Joshua and the emperor stood, crossing glowing weapons in a fierce clash. Joshua had blocked the emperor's strike with his spear. As they faced one another, Joshua remained perfectly calm and composed while his aura flared intensely around him. The emperor narrowed his eyes, completely focused on Joshua's unexpected strength. A smirk slowly formed on his face as he appeared both amused and intrigued by Joshua's display of power. Laughing loudly, the emperor withdrew his sword and declared Joshua's strength absolutely absurd, while Joshua himself remained calm and unwavering. Later, the emperor told Duke Agnes that he had never envied him before, but now envied him for one particular reason connected to Joshua. Agnes listened in uneasy silence, while sweating heavily as he processed the emperor's words. The emperor explained that he had merely wanted to confirm whether the young boy possessed an aura blade. Yet Joshua had already reached the realm of the mind sword, a stage where one could freely wield their sword through sheer will alone. Even knights who had only recently reached A rank could not wield the mind sword, meaning Joshua had already stepped into the realm of a true master. Seated once more upon his throne, the emperor resolved to stop behaving childishly and officially authorize Joshua to act freely, promising to grant any request if the result satisfied him. Within the main hall, Joshua vowed before the assembled nobles that he would surpass the emperor's expectations. Elsewhere, Lady Cheryl worked through towering stacks of paperwork while sighing heavily as she continued writing. A servant apologized for interrupting while she was busy and informed her that she had visitors. Cheryl instructed them to allow the guests inside. Soon afterward, the servant led Icarus and Cain into Cheryl's office. Icarus and Cain formally greeted Cheryl of House Ponier, and she returned the gesture while thanking them for coming. Icarus introduced himself as a member of the Harvest Estate, explaining that it was one of the southern estates, just like Ponier. Cheryl was astonished that the continent's reputed smartest individual had personally appeared before her. She admitted that she herself felt honored to finally meet Icarus, as she had long wished to do so. Suddenly, Cheryl reacted in surprise to something she noticed. Her gaze fixed upon the emblem engraved on Cain's breastplate. Recognizing its significance, Lady Cheryl assumed that Duke Agnes had sent them to assist Pontier in its desperate situation and became surprised by her uncle's apparent change of heart. However, Cain immediately corrected her and explained that this was not the case. He revealed that they had come to help her on behalf of Baron Joshua Sanders, emphasizing that they acted solely according to Joshua's will. Lady Cheryl stared at him in complete shock and asked him to repeat himself once more. Joshua stood calmly before the Imperial Palace as his gaze lingered briefly upon the majestic structure. He then turned to leave, reflecting that he would be satisfied if he could depart from the imperial palace without drawing much suspicion toward himself. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when someone approached him. Duke Agnes confronted Joshua, pointing out that he had not visited in 5 years and was now once again attempting to leave without saying a single word. He questioned Joshua about whether he resented him for naming Babel as the heir instead of him. Joshua admitted that he once had resented him. However, as he walked past him, he clarified that he held no grudge regarding the succession itself, and even described Agnes's decision as a wise one. He further added that there was no way someone like him, who had abandoned the Agnes family name without hesitation, could ever become its heir. Agnes quietly listened while Joshua firmly insisted that he could never resent him over such a matter. Realizing the implication behind those words, Agnes turned toward Joshua and cautiously asked whether his resentment stemmed from something else entirely. Joshua then revealed that he had resented him for ignoring both him and his mother as though they did not exist, despite possessing the power to protect them. As Agnes attempted to justify himself, he suddenly fell silent in shock after hearing Joshua's candid accusation. Joshua calmly explained that he no longer carried such resentment. As the image of his mother resurfaced within his mind, he noted that she now appeared happier than she had been in years. Bowing deeply, Joshua sincerely thanked Agnes for mentoring his knight and caring for his mother. He further added that he would remain grateful for Agnes's future assistance as well. Duke Agnes silently felt that, if anything, he should have been the one thanking Joshua instead. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind, startling both of them as it questioned whether he was truly leaving. Several knights quickly rushed toward them while shouting after Joshua and demanding to know why he was trying to depart. Duke Agnes then turned and remarked that Joshua's knights had arrived and politely excused himself. The knights immediately recognized Duke Agnes, yet their attention remained fixed entirely on Joshua. Their captain angrily questioned why Joshua had attempted to leave them without saying anything at all. He accused Joshua of abandoning his subordinates from the 11th and 12th battalions. Joshua calmly replied that they seemed to have misunderstood something. He explained that he had never once regarded them as his subordinates. The moment those words left his mouth, every knight around him froze as if struck by lightning. Joshua continued calmly, saying that if anything, he would gladly let the whole empire know they were not tools beneath him, but comrades of true worth. A long breath escaped the nearest knight, and only then did he realize that the earlier sharp tone had been nothing more than a passing jest. Joshua then stated that he would be leaving on personal business, and that he would return for them soon. Their leader stepped forward and asked whether he intended to stop them if they chose to follow and lend their strength. His voice rose as he declared that he had watched Joshua for 5 years, and there was no doubt in his mind that this departure meant danger. Danger great enough that their commander chose to shoulder it alone. They pressed him, asking if that was the reason he was walking this path by himself. Joshua turned back and told Bison he was grateful. Bison stood there, caught between confusion and quiet shock. Then the soldiers spoke as one, declaring that they finally understood his true intentions and that it was time to repay what they owed. They lined up in formation and swore they would never abandon their hero. Others shouted that they would wait as long as necessary and expected his swift return. One by one, blades left their sheaths. Steel rose toward the sky as they offered him tribute, respect, and unshaken honor. Joshua felt a rare satisfaction at the sight. In truth, he had accomplished nearly everything he set out to achieve within the Imperial Palace. Almost everything. He had risen to become commander of the Imperial Knights, earning the right to enter the secret storage once each year. The obsidian earrings were now his, along with the restoration of his highest rank. He had crossed paths with the Queen of Assassins and ensured she would not fall to injury. He had even built a squad he could call his own without hesitation. Yet the most important objective remained unfinished. He intended to shatter Caesar's schemes, plans set in motion during his time inside the palace. Every attempt so far had failed. Still, Joshua uncovered the existence of a third force shielding his enemy from the shadows. In the past, when he first stood against Brad, he had known nothing. Now he understood at least one truth. The moon door lay within Reinhardt. Whatever had changed, he needed to uncover it quickly. His thoughts drifted to the unseen shadow waiting ahead, an existence he had yet to grasp. Far away, within a temple of the Hubalt Empire, a bell rang through the quiet air. Someone knelt before the goddess of the 7 heads, praying for the strength to endure solitude. They asked that the path be protected and that blessings descend upon all who walked it. Just as he was preparing to depart, a familiar voice called out to him. It was his master. He said that he had heard the hero would soon be leaving. Sebastian added that he came only to wish him a safe journey. Though he believed no ordinary threat could harm him, he still offered a warning. If he were to encounter a divine knight, he must remain vigilant. He was referring to the king of the Principality of Thran, a ruler said to wield unique and formidable magic. Christian replied that there was nothing to fear and that he had no intention of meddling in the empire's internal affairs. Sebastian seemed relieved by that answer and stated that he would prepare a carriage at once. But Christian stopped him. He said that before anything else, he would head toward the border. Rumors had begun to circulate that a lich had appeared there. At that word, his master explained that liches were once magicians who had refused death itself, surrendering their mortal bodies to dark forces in exchange for twisted immortality. Such beings were exceptionally dangerous. Christian responded that knowledge of this matter was known only to priests. Then he revealed that the disturbance was said to be in the eastern region of Avalon. Elsewhere, Ben called out to Icarus and Cain while they were unloading supplies, his tone laced with irritation. Cain asked who would possibly believe he was a man in his current state. Icarus shot back, questioning whether a demon had possessed the knight. Suddenly Lady Cheryl arrived, announcing that the enemy had reached the magic tower. No one fully grasped the implications at first. Then she clarified. They could no longer rely on teleportation. The Duke's family would have to cross the mountains on their own. Sunlight poured over the teleportation gate in the capital of Accardi. A magician explained to Joshua that there was no direct gate between Reinhardt and Accardi. He would first have to travel to Tremblin. Evergrant looked at Joshua with visible delight. Joshua narrowed his eyes and asked whether there was something strange about his face. The magician quickly excused himself, saying that Joshua reminded him of a gifted young mage from years past, a prodigy with extraordinary control over magic. An accident had taken place, and for 5 long years not a single trace of him had been found. That disappearance was precisely why the magic tower had become involved in the conflict in Reinhardt. Realizing he had spoken too freely, the old man shifted the topic and began preparing the spell. He warned that because of the vast distance, the journey might cause dizziness or nausea. After offering a final wish for a safe path, he activated the magic. Light swallowed Joshua whole, and in the next instant, he was gone. The scene shifted to the Duchy of Tremblin, inside the teleportation gate of the Gibber Palace. Joshua appeared at the center of the glowing pentagram, the residual light fading beneath his boots. Even as he steadied himself, his thoughts drifted to the magic tower, still searching for Jack without rest. A man stepped forward to greet him. He recalled that the last time they met was at a banquet celebrating His Majesty's birthday. Joshua had not expected to be welcomed personally by a count, yet Hybri explained that it was an order from the head of the family. The emperor had issued a decree demanding that all noble houses extend proper hospitality. Joshua immediately understood the implication. The emperor had spread word of his arrival, a quiet sign of lingering doubt. Hybri invited him into the palace at once. Joshua replied that he was grateful for their courtesy, but had urgent business to attend to. The count frowned, insisting that this too was the emperor's command and urging him to at least share a cup of tea. Joshua remained firm. He said he needed to settle something quickly, but would attempt to return by dinner. Hybri barely managed to ask where he was heading before Joshua answered that he was on his way to the mercenary guild. Elsewhere, a gold coin spun through the air before dropping into dark water. It sank slowly to the bottom, joining countless identical coins resting in silence. A masked man in a robe stood nearby, arms folded, murmuring words in an unfamiliar tongue. Another figure approached from behind, surprised that Marcus had been left alive despite the plan. He speculated that the intention was to ruin the Angus family with Babel's aid. If that was the case, he offered support from within the Imperial palace. The robe hero replied coldly that he would not bow to anyone. Though he had abandoned his homeland, he had not discarded his pride. The other man answered that he sought no submission, only cooperation. The robed figure let out a faint smirk, remarking that such a proposal sounded ordinary and would have sent his father into a rage. The man responded that he had never regarded that madman as a father in the first place. Yet his offer remained. Recognition passed between them. Draxia spoke first, calling him extraordinary in every sense, especially for someone still so young. It became clear that he too knew exactly who stood before him. Thus began the encounter that, in another life, had led to Joshua's death. The stage was set within the mercenary guild of Gibber. Joshua slammed his palm against the table, unable to understand why he was being denied a silver badge. The innkeeper explained flatly that one must complete 100 missions to earn bronze first. Only then could one even think of rising higher. But Joshua already knew there was another path, one that granted silver immediately. Josh replied that the hero was an aristocrat from Avalon. The guild could not simply hand over its badge without caution. He had no idea what Joshua intended to do with it. That answer only deepened the hero's irritation. Since when did a guild question a mercenary's intentions before issuing rank? Aiden countered that for someone like him, every mission would be effortless, yet that was precisely why trust could not be given blindly. Joshua argued that mercenaries were paid to complete tasks, nothing more. They honored contracts, not personal agendas. To refuse him based on suspicion alone would be to disregard the founder's original will. Aiden frowned, wondering why he had suddenly turned philosophical. Joshua continued anyway. Mercenaries were ordinary people bound by business, not loyalty or blood. He sought only to offer his services to those in need and receive fair compensation in return. Aiden studied him for a long moment before exhaling. He said he would assign a mission worthy of a silver badge. If Joshua succeeded, the rank would be his. The hero accepted without hesitation, declaring he would complete it regardless of what it entailed. The innkeeper began selecting the difficulty. After a pause, he withdrew scroll. 5 stars. Joshua's eyes narrowed. A 5-star request was closer to scouting a dragon's lair than running a simple errand. Josh waved off his concern, claiming it was merely transportation with a bit of reconnaissance. That explanation rang hollow. Scouting alone rarely warranted 5 stars. Still, he had no alternative. He asked when departure was expected. Immediately, Aiden replied. The destination was the Tria district, with full details written in the scroll. Josh reminded him to handle it properly. Joshua answered that he was no longer a baron, only a mercenary. The innkeeper muttered that the role suited him. Just as he turned to leave, Joshua paused. Something had been overlooked. He pointed out that no one had even tested his abilities, yet they had placed a 5-star mission in his hands. Josh stiffened slightly and asked what kind of reward he was expecting. He answered that he expected nothing excessive, only a reward worthy of the risk. Once the task was done, he would return immediately. Elsewhere, a man crouched and scooped up a handful of sand. He lifted it to his nose, studying the scent as though searching for a trace hidden within it. Footsteps approached from behind. The character sensed them, but relaxed when he realized it was merely his partner. Then a sharp rush of wind cut through the air. A raven descended from the sky, circling once before hovering above them. The character retrieved a small scroll and inserted it into a narrow slot concealed within the raven's body. The bird took off again without a sound. Far away, Cheryl received the message. One of her attendants noticed her pale expression and asked if something was wrong. The scroll contained only a few words. Her father had collapsed. Shock rippled through the servants. Cheryl steadied herself and declared that the campaign must end immediately. They would return at once and assume the Duke's position. Cox was bewildered. They had only just arrived, yet now they were leaving? At least the body would not decay so soon. He muttered awkwardly. Another assumed the lady was exhausted and offered to let her rest here, as the estate was not far. Cheryl touched his arm gently and assured him she was not tired. She thanked him for his concern. The servant explained that the relentless travel, worsened by the loss of teleportation routes, had drained them all. That was why she had not wished to burden them further. They were risking their lives for her sake. They replied that there was no burden. They were simply carrying out their lord's command. Cheryl ordered that any unnecessary baggage be left behind. Speed mattered more than comfort now. Just then, the raven perched on a shoulder gave a sharp cry and abruptly took flight to the side. A voice shouted for everyone to leave at once. In the next instant, ropes shot from the trees. Cain's body was snared and yanked violently upward, suspended among the branches. An assassin lunged at the heroine, almost amused that she still worried about others. A sack was thrown over her head as he ordered her to remain obedient. At the same time, a strange stone glowing with purple light hurtled forward. It struck the character squarely in the head, and darkness swallowed him. Icarus seized the lady's hand. Young Cheryl shouted for her to run, without looking back. An assassin dropped down directly in front of them and coldly declared that the heroine was to be taken alive. The rest were to be eliminated. Shadows emerged from every direction. They were surrounded. Then, from the side, a furious roar tore through the clearing. Cain, having broken free, launched himself at the assassins with all his strength. They couldn't even understand how he had escaped that trap in the first place. One moment the assassins thought they had him surrounded, and the next the hero stood there with those unhinged, blazing eyes. Then he swung. The sword cut through the air, and the world answered with an explosion. The ground trembled. Smoke and dust swallowed the street. When it cleared, bodies were already falling. Several assassins lay dead before they even realized what had happened. One of them, trembling, understood the truth. There was a true knight among them. A dangerous one, and victory was no longer something they could assume. He wasn't wasting mana blindly. Every movement was calculated. Cain immediately knew that an explosion of that scale would have alerted everyone nearby. This wasn't just a skirmish anymore. The assassins felt it too. This night wasn't normal. Priorities changed instantly. Forget the others. Kill the knight. Elsewhere, as if in mockery of the chaos, Joshua carried a wooden box like any ordinary laborer, listening to instructions about where to stack the loot. One of the men barked, asking where the box with the valuables had gone. Another snapped at Joshua to move faster. He answered that he was trying, though privately he wondered if accepting this group task had been a mistake. A solo mission would have been cleaner. Someone told the others to stop bullying the newcomer. He could have used mana to lighten the load if he wanted. Joshua only laughed quietly at that. The bear grunted that, regardless, the rookie should stick close to him. After all, this was just a simple 2-star assignment. 2 stars. Joshua's thoughts sharpened. Why call it 2, and not 5? Before the question could settle, a shout rang out. Prepare for battle. The innkeeper froze. Soldiers rushed outside. No one understood why an entire pack of undead was marching into what had been a quiet town only moments ago. The leader roared for them not to panic. Just sever the heads and be done with it. Then the crowd of undead split apart. A headless figure pushed through, shoving fighters aside like broken dolls. Even the veterans felt the shift. This was no ordinary corpse. This was a high-ranking monster. Its armor could only be pierced by a powerful weapon. Joshua wasn't surprised. He had expected this. The timing, the location, the monster's appearance. It aligned perfectly. The bear, however, grew tense and ordered the newcomer to stay close. Joshua's gaze shifted past him. Something else was moving. Above the horde, a mage rose into the air. Mana condensed. A massive pentagram unfolded across the sky, spreading over the undead like a descending seal. In the next instant, frost devoured everything. Faces twisted mid-snarl, limbs frozen where they stood. The entire horde was locked in eternal ice. The bear stared in disbelief. Fourth-class magic. On a 2-star mission? Joshua understood immediately. Avalon was an empire that worshipped knights. Mages were sidelined, neglected. Few ever reached the second circle, let alone beyond. Which meant only one person in this region could wield 4th-tier magic. And that person had just arrived. The ice archmage Iselin stood before them. Her presence alone turning the frozen battlefield into something even more suffocating. Towering icebergs stretched across the horizon, and within their translucent depths, countless undead were sealed like insects trapped in amber. Even the strongest among them, an abomination radiating silent menace, was imprisoned inside the thickest block of ice. The heroine's fear was obvious. Something about this place unsettled her to the core. A man stepped forward and told her to fall back. He would handle it. Without hesitation, he rushed ahead. A blue-knuckle duster materialized around his fist, humming with restrained power. He clenched it once, then drove his fist into the ice with everything he had. The glacier didn't crack. It disintegrated. Thousands of shimmering particles burst outward like shattered stars. The armor of the strongest monster clattered to the ground, empty, its owner erased in a single blow. For a heartbeat, silence ruled the field. Then cheers exploded behind them. Voices rose in awe, praising Chief Aiden, stunned by the sheer force of that strike. Joshua watched, eyes narrowing. He had heard of such power before. This was no ordinary tool. It was a magic-imbued artifact. Abraham's knuckles. In his past life, that weapon had belonged to the second-in-command of 1,000,000 mercenaries, a man whose name alone could silence battlefields. A priceless artifact. And if Aiden possessed this, then where was his other favorite relic? Iselin remained behind a crowd, silent, observing everything. The celebration didn't last. Subordinates came sprinting back with panic written across their faces. Another pack of undead was approaching, an entire formation. Aiden's expression faltered. He hadn't expected this. The figures in the distance were grotesque. Headless riders mounted on undead horses, one with a severed arm still gripping its harness. A tide of dullens. Far too many. Fear rippled through the ranks. This was supposed to be a 2-star task. People began backing away, insisting they couldn't handle this. The leader barked orders, demanding they return to formation. Joshua stepped forward and asked the only thing that mattered. Were they fighting or not? He stated calmly that he came here to earn money. That meant proper compensation. Lightning gathered as he summoned his spear into his hand. The bear and his subordinate turned to flee with the others, only to realize Joshua hadn't moved from the battlefield. They couldn't understand why he would stay, but survival came first. Joshua tightened his grip. The first wave of undead charged. He didn't retreat. He advanced. With a single breath, he invoked the 4th stage of the magic spear. He thrust forward. From the tip of the weapon, a colossal surge of energy erupted, an overwhelming wave that tore across the battlefield, crashing straight into the oncoming horde. The wave struck the undead like divine judgment. There was no resistance, no clash, no prolonged struggle. It was annihilation. The horde burned where it stood, bodies disintegrating under the overwhelming force. Even the strongest among them failed to withstand it. The creature tried to endure, tried to anchor itself against the surge, but the spell erased it completely. When the light faded, nothing remained. Only scorched earth. Silence swallowed the battlefield. The squad leader, Aiden, stood frozen, unable to form a single word. The bear and his comrades stared with mouths hanging open wider than ever before. The others scanned the field in disbelief. No monsters. Not one. They had never witnessed such destructive power, and none of them could even guess where it came from. The leader finally found his voice and admitted he had never heard of a technique like that from the Agnes family, especially not one involving a spear. Something with that level of devastation should have been famous. Joshua gave the same answer he always did. You don't need to know too much. It can hurt you. Later, inside Aiden's tent, the details of the mission were laid out. The leader explained that this was officially labeled a humanitarian operation only because the client demanded it. The difficulty had been lowered on paper since they were expected to clear out the monsters quickly and finish the task without delay. Joshua listened carefully. What kind of monster required this much caution? A lich had appeared in Count Ree's castle. That was the real objective. The moment he heard the location, Joshua understood who they were likely to face. The pieces aligned too perfectly. He fell into thought, though the leader couldn't grasp what was running through his mind. It didn't matter. After completing this mission, he would still obtain what he came for. Joshua stood and declared that lingering in camp was pointless. It was time to move. The leader shook his head and explained that entry permission would take time. There was a territorial war unfolding within the county. That complication couldn't be ignored. Joshua's eyes narrowed. A war in Rebecca's estate? Before the discussion could continue, Iselin entered the tent. Her expression was cold as ever. She stated flatly that this wasn't a territorial war. It was a massacre arranged by the Marquez Cromwell. As if to confirm her words, a violent explosion thundered from the forest. Shouts echoed through the night. Kane. Young Cheryl's voice rang out, urgent and strained. The lady must not be captured. Focus on escaping. Cheryl stood in confusion, overwhelmed by the sudden chaos. Her thoughts raced. Then she remembered. There was a pier nearby. If they crossed the river, they would reach the Ponier estate. Her servant trembled, nearly in tears, unable to understand how everything had spiraled into disaster so quickly. The lady ordered him to prepare a boat at once. The servant's face lit up the moment he saw her alive, relief washing over him. Until they reached the pier, it was gone, shattered with drifted across the river like the remains of a failed escape. Before anyone could react, a figure stepped out of the darkness. An assassin. Calm. Certain. He declared that there was only one path left for them. Death. His blade flashed. Blood sprayed across the ruined dock as he lunged without hesitation. The unknown man charged straight at Cheryl, screaming for her to die. Cox and Icarus shouted for her to run. She stood frozen, staring into the killer's eyes as he closed the distance. An arrow cut through the night. It pierced clean through the assassin's chest. He collapsed mid-stride, lifeless before he touched the ground. Cox demanded to know where the shot came from. Troy stepped forward from the shadows, bow still raised. He said it would be a disgrace to arrive even a second too late, so from now on, he would accompany them personally. Orders were given immediately. Open the gates. Count Troy had returned. They entered the estate, and Troy's expression darkened. He asked where the guards were. He had ordered full alert status. Why was the place so empty? A servant explained that Baron Arna had summoned them elsewhere. Troy paused. Was that confirmed? Any new developments? If so, he would head there as well. The servant bowed respectfully to Cheryl, expressing relief that Cox and the others had made it back safely. Cheryl's thoughts drifted to those who weren't here. Icarus told her not to worry about Sir Kane. She hesitated, doubt clouding her face, but the boy cut in firmly. He was guarding Joshua's first night. Someone like that wouldn't fall easily. She lowered her gaze, still uncertain. Troy announced he would proceed to the meeting room and suggested she rest. Cheryl refused. She would go with him. He asked if she was certain. There was no need to force herself. Her answer was steady. Her father was unconscious. Until he recovered, she stood in his place. She had to show the vassals that she was worthy of being the Lord's confidant. Troy frowned, but did not argue. Elsewhere, Michael informed Arna that refusing this post was no longer an option. Arna acknowledged it grimly and asked if it was true. They truly lacked the strength to protect everyone. Michael studied the map and asked whether they could at least secure the production base, pointing at a marked location. At that moment, Troy entered with the others and demanded confirmation. Has Marquis Cromwell become active again? Arna's expression shifted, almost relieved at their arrival. Cheryl stepped forward before anyone else could respond. She declared that she would participate in the meeting. From now on, all reports would be delivered directly to her. The man stated that a military council was already underway and that he would brief her afterward. He added bluntly that she was too young to sit in on matters of this scale. Cheryl did not step back. There was no need to delay. She ordered him to report immediately. Ethan spoke first. Cromwell had begun targeting not only the trade convoys under their direct control, but also the caravans of their clients. The escalation was deliberate. The greater issue, however, was the supply route. The road feeding provisions into their holdings had been completely overrun. If the food shipment stopped, starvation would follow. Not in months. In days. Cheryl felt the weight of it settle over her shoulders. This was far more complex than she had anticipated. If the route remained blocked, they would be isolated, surrounded, gradually stripped of resources without even the chance to retaliate properly. A head-on confrontation was impossible in their current state. They didn't know what to do. And even if a solution existed, it had likely already been considered and dismissed. She searched her mind for direction and found nothing. For the first time, she wished someone would simply tell her what the correct move was. Icarus broke the silence. Forget luxury goods. Forget trade profit. Could they produce food within their own territory? The room shifted. Arna frowned and demanded to know who this man was. Troy answered calmly. He was the one who had helped Cheryl escape Icardi and ensured her safe arrival. That did not satisfy Arna. Even so, was it appropriate for an outsider to interfere in a council deciding the family's survival? Cheryl spoke before anyone else could respond. His name was Icarus, the top graduate of his class at the academy. He was her guest. He would assist the Pawnee house. Arna's expression hardened. Why seek advice from a boy who had just left the academy? He was an outsider. It was inappropriate to discuss the family's future before him. They were without their lord. Time was limited. This was no place for childish experiments. In his view, Cheryl should withdraw as well. This was not a game. The air froze. Cheryl asked him to repeat what he had just said. Before he could answer, Cox stepped forward. His voice cut through the room. What nonsense was this? While the Lord handled domestic affairs, it was Cheryl who had been tirelessly searching for allies, negotiating, building connections in silence. And now, when the house stood on the edge of collapse, they dared to dismiss her as a child. Cox's voice sharpened. Did that mean Arna was unaware of everything she had done behind the scenes? Arna answered coldly. Efforts without results were nothing but wasted time. All she had managed to bring back was a child of unclear origin who didn't even resemble a seasoned warrior. The insult hung in the air. Cox snapped back that none of that mattered anymore. What mattered now was gathering as many allies as possible before they were completely surrounded. Arna slammed his hand on the table. Did he truly believe this boy could tilt the balance of a war? And how could they trust an outsider with matters of the family when the house was already standing on the edge of collapse? He turned his criticism toward Cheryl as well. She had never attended meetings before. Why show up now? Only after the Lord had fallen ill, and disrupt everything. Another voice joined in. The man standing among them declared openly that he refused to take orders from an incompetent lady. The room fractured into murmurs. Icarus finally spoke. He asked what exactly was so sacred about this field they were guarding. Words alone meant nothing. In the end, skill decided credibility. He turned toward the Baron and said he understood the frustration. The boy admitted that fruitless effort was indeed a waste of time. But in war, that phrase was poison, because losing meant losing everything. Arna nodded slightly. At least the boy grasped the gravity of the situation. Icarus continued. That was precisely why Cheryl deserved acknowledgement. She had secured the most reliable ally available. Him. The Baron let out a dry laugh. So this was the grand declaration? The ramblings of a child. Who did he think he was? Icarus smiled calmly and laid out numbers instead of pride. The holdings could produce enough food to sustain 70% of the inhabitants. If they stopped diverting resources toward trade goods and focused entirely on internal production and defensive positions, they could extend their endurance significantly. Concentrate the military on fortifications. Protect the soldiers. Avoid unnecessary engagements. They would last. Cheryl's eyes widened. Was that what he had been implying earlier? He confirmed it before she could speak. Cromwell had no intention of dragging this conflict out indefinitely. Every additional day bled their finances. That meant they would seek a strategy designed to prevent Pawnee from holding out long, which meant endurance itself became a weapon. Arna leaned back with a smirk. So what was he suggesting? Abandon the people? Lock themselves inside the castle and wait while the outside burned? The moment he finished listening, he calmly said no. They had already made their preparations. That meant they would move first. No hesitation. No waiting to see what the enemy chose. They would seize the initiative. The boy leaned back in his chair, completely at ease, and explained that now that both sides were fully isolated, the enemy would likely suggest a single decisive clash to settle everything at once. Dragging the war out would only bleed them dry. A clean, brutal conclusion would serve them better. The Baron frowned and called it speculation. Even if the Cromwell family held the advantage, proposing one massive battle would make the result unpredictable. Why risk greater losses when they were already ahead? Before anyone could respond, a knight stormed into the room, breath heavy, voice urgent. There was a problem. The Cromwell forces were gathering in front of Aden Canyon. 30,000 soldiers. The number hit the room like a hammer. Shock spread across every face. Troy's eyes sharpened. His prediction had been right. He turned and muttered that Icarus had been correct to question whether they would truly push for an all-out confrontation. Icarus, still seated, smiled faintly. It did not matter whether they accepted such a proposal or not. If they agreed, their superior numbers would crush the enemy. If they refused, they would still be forced to concentrate their troops there to withstand the pressure of such a massive army. Troy pressed further. What would they gain from gathering everything in one place? Aden Canyon was a natural fortress, perfect for defense. If they focused on provisions and held the line, there was no better terrain to stall the enemy. Hadn't Icarus himself said they wanted to avoid exactly that? Icarus folded his arms. That logic held only if the enemy's objective was a straightforward assault. But it wasn't. He placed a figurine on the map and tapped the Dennis River. That was the real target. Aden Canyon was a diversion. Arna and Troy exchanged uneasy looks. The weight of the realization settled in. Michael stepped forward and said that if Icarus was right, then they still had a chance. He demanded to know how the boy had devised such a strategy. Ethan cut in, voice steady but urgent. There was no time to debate. They needed immediate action. Prepare the troops. Move. Troy nodded sharply and said he would return to his platoon at once to ready the bear unit. Silence lingered for breath before Cox finally spoke, frowning. Since there was nothing left to argue, it was clear enough. He agreed with Icarus's plan. Arna frowned, pressed his hand to his chest, and declared that he understood. He turned to Cheryl and requested orders without hesitation. Troy opened the door and instructed everyone to regroup once preparations were complete. Then the door slammed shut, sealing the tension inside the room. Icarus remained seated, composed as ever. Cheryl exhaled softly, then smiled. She admitted he was truly remarkable. She never imagined he would outmaneuver those stubborn aristocrats. The rumors about him were clearly not exaggerated. With him here, she believed everything would unfold in their favor. He returned the smile and said she should thank his master instead. Color rose to her cheeks. Of course, she said. Icarus stood from his chair and asked if he could question her first. She agreed. He said he had heard that at the beginning of the war, both sides had been evenly matched. Was that true? Cheryl confirmed it. Either side could have claimed victory until the king of mercenaries entered the battlefield. They had always known that a single superhuman could tilt a war, but witnessing it was different. Every time he appeared, they lost. He never struck randomly. He targeted the most critical positions, the points that sustained their entire structure. That was why their losses were catastrophic. Icarus rested a hand against his chin. That meant the man selected only the highest priority targets. According to research on the Pawnee family, the Marquez of the Cromwell family was not superior in any measurable factor. Military strength, economic reserves, veteran commanders. On paper, the Pawnee side had enough to win. The only anomaly was the king of mercenaries. And yet this was a siege. The defending side should have held the advantage. He could not understand how a single superhuman could overturn the natural strength of fortifications so completely. What unsettled him even more was the head of the family, one of the 5 ducal houses, poisoned, on the brink of death. Cheryl looked at him sharply, asking what he meant. He answered plainly. That kind of poisoning was impossible without assistance from within. Betrayal did not come from the front lines. It came from trusted halls. He told the princess to remember that. Trust should never be given lightly, not even to those standing closest. She fell silent, absorbing the weight of his words. Joshua then asked what Iselin had meant by the massacre carried out by Cromwell. Cheryl replied without embellishment. The Cromwell family had declared war unilaterally. The sudden aggression ignited unrest everywhere. Amid the chaos, her father disappeared, and from that moment forward, the war was no longer balanced. Josh let out a dry laugh and said it was strange he had never heard any of this while serving in the Imperial court of Avalon. The Marquis of the Cromwell family had already exterminated Count R's house and had now laid siege to the Duke of Ponier. This was no border skirmish. It was a full-scale war that would decide the fate of entire bloodlines. Cromwell was stirring unrest everywhere, and the aftershocks could destabilize the whole empire. He admitted he did not believe the Marquis was acting alone. Joshua's gaze sharpened. There was a real possibility that Emperor Marcus was moving the pieces from behind the curtain. Aiden smirked and called the Marquez the crown's loyal hound. The nickname was revealing. Rumors claimed he took direct orders from the emperor himself. It fit too well to dismiss. Since Joshua already bore the title of Imperial Knight, he should have known this much. Joshua's voice turned colder. Why was he sharing information that could be labeled treason? Had he forgotten who stood before him? From the crown's perspective, repeating such suspicions could cost a head. Aiden answered without flinching. Because he was Agnes. If the Pawnee family collapsed, the Agnes family would likely stand next in line. He did not fully trust Joshua, but he had already concluded one thing. The boy was not his enemy, and he needed a personal favor. Joshua told him to speak. Take care of Iselin. Night swallowed the road as Christian rode hard beneath a moonless sky. He had heard the rumors, but he never imagined the land would be in such ruin. Then Shadow stepped forward and halted him. He had entered a forbidden zone. Where is he going? Christian answered that peculiar remains had been discovered, and he had been dispatched by the Habalt Empire to investigate. The cloaked figure dismissed the excuse. This territory was under strict control of the Avalon Empire. He was ordered to turn back. Christian said nothing. Later, on that same desolate path, the horse stood alone in the dark. Christian slipped through broken brick and stone, teeth clenched, muttering curses at Avalon as he vanished into the ruins. He could not understand their intentions. Guarding ruins this tightly made no sense unless something far more important was hidden beneath the surface. What troubled him even more was the cooperation between the Royal Mages and the Magic Tower. Those two factions rarely aligned without purpose, and now they were working together inside the Avalon Empire. What connection did the Lich here have to all of this? As he advanced toward Reb's castle, another thought pressed against his mind. What was Emperor Marcus truly trying to accomplish? The heavy doors creaked open and Christian stepped inside. A chandelier hung from the ceiling, drowned in cobwebs. Ancient knight statues lined the walls like silent sentinels. The air smelled of dust and neglect. The structure looked old enough to collapse at any moment. He hoped the floor would not give way beneath him. A sound cut through the silence. He stilled, hands sliding to his sword. A creature darted across the hall. Fast. Too fast. Its movements were erratic, twisted. A ghoul, perhaps. Before he could strike, the ground cracked. The floor gave way. Christian and the creature plunged into darkness. He slammed against the stone below. The monster landed nearby, growling as it advanced. He did not hesitate. His blade pierced its chest. Flames erupted from the wound, devouring it as he struggled to catch his breath. Then he saw them. Red eyes. Dozens of them. More shapes crawled from the shadows, closing in. For a brief second, he thought this was the end. His frown hardened. Steel flashed. He moved with precision, cutting them down one by one. Each strike clean. Each step deliberate. Lightning spear tore through another body. Electricity bursting through decayed flesh. The creature shrieked and collapsed. Then he noticed one lying still, its body glowing faintly red. More approached. Christian lowered his blade and called upon the holy sword Dorindan, commanding it to answer. Light burst from the weapon, forcing the monsters back. He swung, voice steady as he declared judgment in the name of the god Hermes. The sword struck the ground. Holy cross. Radiance exploded outward. A massive cross pattern formed beneath him, flooding the chamber with divine light. The ghouls scattered, shrieking as the energy burned them. He grimaced. The lich must be powerful. Only a strong source of corruption could draw so many ghouls toward holy energy like this. He had hoped to end this quietly. That was no longer possible. Christian activated the seal upon his sword. A glowing circle formed beneath his feet, symbols igniting along its edge. If this caused chaos above, so be it. This infestation had to end immediately. He raised his hand. A radiant sphere formed in his palm. Lord Hermes, he whispered, awaken. The radiant sphere drifted forward, gliding through the corridors like a silent scout, seeking the source of corruption. It slipped past broken walls and shattered pillars until it stopped before two cloaked figures. One of them turned. His eyes burned red. Christian froze for a heartbeat, disbelief flashing across his face as he demanded to know what he was doing there. Before an answer came, a portal tore open behind the cloaked man. From its darkness, black ribbons lashed outward, coiling around him. He struggled, but the tendrils tightened, binding his limbs. Then another figure stepped through. An armored knight. The aura around him was suffocating. Christian's jaw tightened. Were they trying to ignite a continental war? Creating a death knight was no small crime. That alone could shatter the fragile balance between empires. The knight rose to his full height, sword resting heavily in his grip, silent and menacing. Elsewhere, the cloaked woman accepted a package and scanned its contents. After reading the spell inscribed within, he nodded to his companion. The protective seal around the area was lifted, allowing horses and carriages to pass freely once more. Aiden stated he would return briefly to Reb Castle, and then come back at once. He had already reported the undead horde to the guild, and Avalon would have no choice but to respond soon. The cloaked woman added another warning. A follower of Hubalt had infiltrated Reb Castle 3 days prior and vanished without a trace. Hubalt would not stay silent for long. If there was anything Josh needed to accomplish, he should do it before the situation spiraled beyond control. Josh replied calmly that they would handle it. He would ensure nothing interfered with their plans. But inwardly, he concluded one thing. He needed to leave this country. Too many factions. Too many hidden blades. Even the mercenary guild was tangled in complications. They wished him luck. The carriages rolled forward. Inside one of them, Iselin sat in silence before finally speaking. Joshua had not said a single word since they departed. He answered flatly that there was nothing to say. She disagreed. She had questions. Why had he requested an artifact still under development solely for her protection? He did not respond. Iselin continued. Cromwell had placed a heavy bounty on her head. Assassins and opportunists were already circling. Given that, what he had asked for was hardly excessive. Joshua crossed his arms. After witnessing Captain Aiden in action, he had realized something. That man could be useful. Nothing more. The girl asked about the man's last words, then suddenly smiled as if the memory carried something absurd inside it. She even laughed, calling him funny, saying that if he gave them time, they would give him time in return, and when it was all over she would personally see everything through to the end. Joshua answered with a faint smile of his own, but his eyes were different. He asked her how Count Rebecca had truly disappeared. The warmth vanished from her face. Iselin asked quietly why he was bringing up her father. Joshua apologized at once, admitting it was his fault, that it must be painful to revisit. She cut him off. It had happened too fast, she said. One night their estate was burning. Flames swallowed everything. Knights, servants, everyone could have died. 5 years ago, she could still hear the boots pounding over the bridge. The enemy knights shouting to capture them, to kill them all. Faunel stood alone at the front, sword drawn, yelling for them to run. He swore he would not let anyone pass. She screamed back that they could not abandon their father. He roared at them to go. Tears blurred her sight. A young boy gripped her hand, reminding her they had no time. If they were caught, none of them would survive. She closed her eyes and ran. As she fled, she shouted that she would wait for him. Behind her, steel clashed. The attackers screamed not to let them escape. Then an explosion tore through the night. Iselin said her father had chosen to die there, buying them a path to live. When it was over, only a half-burned estate remained. Years passed. People forgot. She did not. When the time came, she returned to help whoever had survived. That was when rumors began. Whispers of a lich appearing in Reb. She wanted to see it herself. Joshua listened in silence. He admitted he could not claim to understand everything, but there was something he needed to say. He doubted she had expected this, because the lich had appeared so suddenly. Something shifted. The carriage trembled. She called his name, startled. He was already moving. Joshua leapt out before the wheels had fully stopped. He was certain he had felt it. That presence. A curse escaped his lips. Even that damn dog had sensed it. In the shadows ahead, a figure stood cloaked, red eyes glowing beneath the hood. The air felt heavier around it. The carriage door shattered inward, and Joshua stepped through the broken frame. Aiden burst into the building and demanded to know what was happening, why he was acting on his own like this. The boy didn't answer properly, just muttered that he had to confirm something and that they would meet later. Then he ran. The man reached out to stop him, but he was already gone. Aiden chased him through the corridors until he skidded to a halt. The floor ahead bore a carved seal. Fresh. The lines were too clean, the mana still lingering in the grooves. He narrowed his eyes. He could feel Babel's presence without a doubt, and beneath it, residual pressure from a battle at least A rank, maybe higher. Yet everything outside the ruined section looked untouched. Too normal. That was the problem. Suspicious. A faint blue shimmer flickered around him. He realized it instantly. Anti-magic field. The boy waved his hand. Shards scattered across the air like broken glass. And from above, Christian descended, suspended by black ribbons. He groaned as he regained consciousness. Josh exhaled. An illusion spell. Of course. He asked if the runes had been drawn by him. Christian only grunted. So he pressed further. What exactly happened here? The trembling boy suddenly pointed behind him and shouted a warning. Steel roared through the air. A Death Knight's blade came down from behind Joshua. He twisted, barely avoiding the fatal arc, flipping across the ground and landing on one knee. His mind raced. Why hadn't he sensed it approaching? Joshua formed a blue sphere in his palm and muttered that he had never seen a Death Knight like that before. Then Lugia's voice cut in sharply. It was his. The words startled him, but before he could process it, pain surged through his skull. Joshua grabbed his head, groaning as if something inside was tearing at him. The knight advanced, sword descending again. The boy's eyes flashed red. He moved faster than thought and blocked the strike. Christian stared in disbelief. What was he looking at? He could clearly sense holy energy and, at the same time, something demonic, both flowing from the same body. Was that even possible? Joshua's grin was feral. He forced the blade aside and declared the knight belonged to him. His prey. He charged without hesitation. One clean strike, and the monster's left arm was severed. It growled, black blood spraying across the floor. Joshua glanced at the knight and told him calmly that he would never defeat this thing. Stop resisting. Accept death. The knight roared back, furious, telling him not to toy with him. And then, a ribbed sword materialized in Joshua's hand. Impossible. The shape was unmistakable. A wolf's fawn blade. A distant howl echoed. For a split second, the scene shifted, like memory bleeding into reality. The Imperial Palace. Corpses of dead knights scattered across marble floors. Prince Lucifer walked forward through the carnage, declaring Emperor Verona too weak to hold the throne. His voice cold as he advanced with his knights, saying that if that was all the emperor could offer, then the empire deserved to fall. He said if all he could do was make speeches about protecting the world, then he had no right to sit on the throne. Even the people had begun to understand it was impossible to remain trapped inside such a small country. The boy smirked and declared they would expand, north-south, across every border until new lands bent the knee. Bel sat, unmoving on the throne, and asked whether he truly believed this war would be for the people. Once it began, fathers and mothers would bury their children. Cities would empty. Did he truly wish to watch the world burn just to prove a point? Lucifer's grin only widened. There would be no compromise. Demero Belgrace should have been emperor from the beginning, and he fully agreed with him. Silence filled the hall. Bel asked how long this betrayal had been in motion. Ever since Duke Alfsma had been sent away from the capital. Because if word spread, civil war would erupt and ruin every careful plan. Lucifer waved it off. Prime Minister Gondar would handle everything. Duke Alfsma would never hear of it, because he was already dead. Bel's composure cracked for the first time. Lucifer mocked him gently, calling him worthy of the title Sage, since he could already see how this would end. Even after Bel left this world, Gondar would remain Prime Minister. The time of transition had arrived. Bel's voice hardened. He would not allow it. Lucifer drew his sword. Steel flashed. Blood scattered across marble. A single drop struck the floor. The knight with the blade lodged through his throat choked, staring forward in disbelief. His voice came out broken as he asked what had happened to him. Joshua's expression shifted. He admitted he did not know how he had become a Death Knight, but he was certain of one thing. As he lowered his spear, one eye glowing faintly, he said that souls, especially those of masters who had surpassed ordinary men, could not be forced into that abyss. To walk such a path required choice. Personal choice. He didn't know whether regrets had driven him, or anger, or something left unresolved. He asked quietly whether it was acceptable for him to walk that path together. Then his tone softened. He apologized to the Death Knight and spoke his true name, Uravis. For a heartbeat, something flickered behind the hollow eyes. Then Uravis moved. His sword struck clean and decisive, cutting down a man before him. He began from the beginning. He had lost to him. That single defeat stripped him of his master title and sent him into exile in a remote village. At the time, he believed it was punishment for failure. Now he understood the truth. It had been nothing more than an excuse to separate him from Emperor Bel, a convenient scapegoat. The real hand behind it was Bel's brother, the first monarch he had ever sworn loyalty to. Altsma asked him plainly if he desired power that badly. If that was the case, why not seize the throne by force? As one of the 9 stars, who could have stopped him? Demaro answered without hesitation. His greed was not strong enough to crave a throne. The world itself had simply grown dull. Bel's rule was stagnant. Lucifer would replace him, and that would be far more interesting. The man reflected bitterly on Lucifer. He had convinced himself he had to protect Bel at all costs. Now he saw how foolish that loyalty had been. This was how it ended for him. Demaro turned to Evergrande and told him this was the perfect opportunity. If he wished to create demonic beasts, a knight's soul overflowing with anger and regret would be ideal material. Evergrande replied calmly that he would inform him once it was complete. He was curious about the result. Joshua stepped forward and corrected them. A Death Knight required both the body and soul of an exceptional knight. A demonic beast could not be created without consent. At best, they could push him toward a decision, provoke him, call him by titles meant to stir his pride. The Wild King, Duke of Alsma. The man laughed bitterly and asked to be killed instead. He had already made the wrong choice. He was no longer free. Now he moved according to someone else's design. If that was the case, it would be better to die before dishonoring himself further. Joshua approached him slowly. He said there was another option. Whoever had done this, he would seize control from them. In exchange, he would borrow his power. If he still chose to become a Death Knight, Joshua would respect that decision. This was his offer, a gesture of respect to the Wild King of Adelsma, the ruler of these lands. The man's lips curved upward. He had heard the rumors about Joshua. Now he understood. Anyone in his position would call this pure profit. So why would he refuse? He opened his palm and said he would rather stand beside the greatest genius on the continent than serve as a chained hound to some black mage. If he had to choose, he would choose the spear that pierced the heavens. Joshua Sanders. Joshua extended his hand. He asked once, did he accept? Because if he did, he would begin. The answer was silence and a faint smirk. Lygia. Black light detonated outward. The air warped. The night screamed as darkness wrapped around him, compressing, folding inward, until the entire mass of demonic glow was dragged into Joshua's chest. Aiden barked an order at once. Stay alert. There could be more demons besides the Lich. Remember why they came. Save a mercenary Ash. That was the priority. They shouted their acknowledgement. Outside, a man felt the surge of demonic energy ripple through the castle the moment Joshua entered. The pressure was immense. He could only hope the spearman was still alive. Then the gates opened. Figures in white stepped in, robes marked with crosses. Mondrian led them, raising his hand and ordering everyone to halt. They were no longer welcome in Reb Castle. Leave immediately. Joshua asked who they thought they were. Mondrian replied evenly. Knights and priests dispatched from the Hubbard Empire. Reb Castle was now under their jurisdiction. They were to withdraw at once. One of Joshua's men stepped forward, anger rising. Their comrade was still inside. They would not abandon him. And how had Hubbard troops arrived so quickly? Mondrian's gaze sharpened. It seemed they did not understand the true threat. The more victims entered, the more demons would manifest. It was their duty to prevent further casualties. He hoped this could end peacefully. Joshua's expression hardened. Was this a threat against the Avil Mercenary Guild on Avil territory? That would be a serious military provocation. Mondrian's hand went to his sword. Words would not reach him. Forget continental disputes. The entire world could be at risk. The temperature plummeted. Black flames erupted without warning, swallowing the courtyard in suffocating darkness. Joshua felt it instantly. Something was emerging from within the castle. Something far more dangerous than before. Mondrian drew his blade and commanded his men to prepare. Kill any demons on sight. May Hermes grant them blessing. Steel rang free from scabbards. From the blackened corridor ahead, a silhouette stepped forward. Mondrian focused, sensing the density of the energy radiating outward, and he realized what was coming. Mondrian felt it immediately. This was no ordinary surge. The density, the pressure, it was the kind of presence spoken of only in apocalyptic records. For a moment, He feared the demon king himself had manifested. Syrian stood calmly at the center of the formation. From the curtain of black flames, Joshua stepped out, Christian slung over his shoulder, as if the chaos behind him meant nothing. He looked ahead and asked flatly if they had been waiting for him. The man stared in disbelief. Was it truly Baron Joshua? What had happened inside? Joshua answered casually. It seemed he had handled it. Then he glanced at the white robes and crosses. Priests of Hubalt. What were they doing in Avalon territory? Mondrian didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, sword raised, shouting not to let the demon escape. Joshua moved instantly, intercepting the blade. The man roared that this was Baron Joshua Sanders, a noble of the Avalon Empire, not a demon. Lower the sword. Mondrian's eyes burned. Could they not feel the demonic energy pouring from him? No human could radiate that kind of aura. Then he demanded to know whether they were siding with it as well. Joshua exhaled through an awkward smile. He had anticipated this outcome. That was precisely why he told Lygia not to overdo it with the demonic output. Lygia's voice answered inside him. Absorbing a Death Knight was not something done lightly. Suppressing that power required effort. Perhaps they simply needed a demonstration. Joshua muttered that this was exactly the problem. Lygia scoffed. Did he think it was easy? He had just consumed a knight. Restraint was not instant. Mondrian's blade remained steady. Syrian stepped forward and lowered her hood. She asked him away. Did he truly believe something was off? Mondrian demanded clarification. She smiled faintly. If that level of demonic energy were unleashed freely, none of them would still be standing. And if this truly was Baron Joshua, then attacking him here would ignite open conflict between nations. Mondrian insisted they did not know what this entity was capable of. Letting him walk free could doom them all. Syrian raised her hand. A blue sphere of holy light formed above her palm. Why not entrust the decision to God? With the holy artifact, the tear of God from the Temple of Hermes, they could determine the truth. Whether this man before them was truly a demon, or still Baron Joshua Sanders. Her eyes locked onto him. If he was who he claimed to be, would he accept the judgment? The decision about the tear of God hung in the air like a blade ready to fall. The man said nothing. She calmly explained to the Baron that deceiving something this simple would be easy for her, and she could guide him out of this mess without anyone noticing. Joshua watched her closely, wondering why she was so eager to help and what price she was hiding behind that smile. Syrian slowly ran her tongue over her lip and said she wanted a deal. After all, he was as handsome as the rumors claimed. Exactly her type. Lygia snapped that he had never seen such a shameless saint. He said he could not endure it any longer, and if the boy refused to act, then he would. Joshua answered flatly that he did not need her help. He lowered his hand and threw Christian to the ground. Gasps erupted. Mondrian instantly swung his sword, demanding to know what had been done to him, shouting for someone to save Sir Christian. Joshua raised his hand and ordered everyone to stand where they were. A blinding radiance exploded outward, forcing them to shield their eyes. Syrian stared in disbelief. How had demonic energy transformed into holy light? What exactly was he? The holy artifact suddenly ripped itself from her grasp and flew toward Joshua. She lunged to pull it back, but he caught it firmly. His voice cut through the chaos. Those who forget their duty and surrender to greed have no right to wield something sacred. Voices roared at him to return it. He cannot possibly use it. Joshua replied that if doubt was all they had, then he would answer it here and now. The entire area was swallowed by brilliant light. No one could keep their eyes open. He split the sphere from which the holy manna poured. Mondrian screamed that he was a vile demon. He had dared to desecrate a sacred relic. Then the light shifted. Golden wings unfolded behind Joshua. Syrian's breath caught. How was this possible? He was neither Paladin Hubalt, nor one of his followers. Then why did the wings of Archangel Michael manifest behind him? Radiant energy poured outward in waves. Joshua spoke calmly. He was not a demon, not a beast, not the monster they imagined. He was simply Joshua Sanders, and he demanded an end to this madness. Mondrian frowned deeply, asking if he understood what he had done. A holy artifact had been damaged. That alone could not be overlooked. Joshua's expression turned cold and serious as he prepared to answer. Joshua's gaze hardened, and he asked one simple thing. If a man who was neither a follower nor a paladin of the Hubalt Empire could shatter what they called a holy artifact, then were they truly certain it had ever been sacred to begin with? Syrian frowned in confusion. When she thought about it calmly, a tear of a god was not something that could be handled so easily. Joshua did not waste another second. With a surge of magic, he lifted Christian's body into the air and said this was not the time for pride or debate. Every moment they wasted meant another fragment of their comrade's life slipping away. Dark energy suddenly wrapped around Christian. Mondrian stiffened. The demonic aura they were sensing, was it coming from Sir Christian himself? He had believed the corruption came from outside, yet this pressure was on an entirely different level. Had it been him all along? Syrian broke into a run, shouting that arguing was pointless. For someone who wielded sacred power like Sir Christian, demonic energy was pure poison. A single second of delay could cost his life. She caught Christian as Joshua lowered him and turned sharply, saying he needed to be moved immediately. How would they ever face Sir Chrysler and High Priest Harold if they allowed him to die here? The young knights snapped out of their shock. They rushed forward, insisting they would help. There was a temple nearby. Syrian glanced at Mondrian and told him to come with them. Mondrian answered that they still needed to uncover what had truly happened here. Her expression darkened. Had he not seen it with his own eyes? The wings of Michael, one of the 7 archangels, the god of war himself. Mondrian admitted that he had seen it clearly. Syrian spread her arms, stating the obvious. If this was the Lord's will, then interfering further would be a grave sin. Silence fell. Mondrian slowly sheathed his blade. He ordered a retreat for now and turn away. A faint smile curved on Joshua's lips. Syrian looked at him with quiet satisfaction. She did not understand how he had accomplished any of this, but she was certain fate would bring them together again. She gave him a playful wink and said she hoped he would survive until then. Suddenly, a furious scream tore through the air, accusing him of absorbing holy power, of mastering even a death knight, asking if this was the reward he sought. Joshua merely covered his ears, unmoved by the noise. Joshua answered calmly that the world was far more complicated than he believed. Joshua visualized the 2 forces intertwining within him and made it clear that, thanks to Duke Adelsma, he had learned control. The demonic energy no longer ruled him. He could suppress it to the lowest ember, and when necessary, draw upon sacred power alone. Aiden stepped closer, asking what truly happened inside and what those wings meant. Were they really witnessing the will of God as the others claimed? Joshua only smiled and said explanations could wait until they returned. There was still payment to collect for the job, and reality demanded coin before philosophy. The scene shifted. A towering structure of stone and enchantment pierced the heavens. The magic tower stood like a silent judge over the land. Alicia frowned as reports came in. Undead had been seen in that region. If Marcus understood correctly, their tower had been implicated. Because of this alone, the Hubbalt Empire was already on edge. Marcus looked down, agreeing. Worse still, they might be forced to send representatives from the magic tower to participate in a battle of masters in Theta. There were too many unanswered questions. Ian stroked his beard slowly. He stated with certainty that the representatives for the Battle of Masters were chosen solely by merit. Theta's strength should not be underestimated. In fact, in terms of pure potential, that child surpassed even him. Elisha's eyes narrowed. Did Ian truly place that much faith in this child? Seated before them, Ian admitted they had dispatched people to the Avalon Empire at Evergrant's request. Elisha's composure cracked. She demanded to know why he would agree to assist Evergrant. She believed Ian wise enough to act with reason, not emotion. Ian asked quietly if she remembered Evergrant's final words before he departed. She shook her head. Too much time had passed. Ian's voice lowered. Evergrant had said he would follow the trail of the one who defined the borders of the battle mages. Alicia stiffened and told him not to continue. Marcus slammed his hand against the table and rose abruptly. Impossible. It had been 20 years since that man vanished. The rulers of every nation had searched desperately for him. Yet not a single trace was ever found. Not even a strand of hair had been found. Marcus frowned deeply and asked if Ian was implying that Evergrant, that branded traitor, had discovered some trace of Zerath. Zerath. Marcus spoke the name with weight. A prodigy of Avalon. A battle mage so gifted that even the kingdom of Tura had tried to claim him. The only man who knew the true location of the Elven Forest. That knowledge alone made him priceless. Add to that his achievements, his talent, his battlefield instincts. Zerath could have demanded anything in this world. Ian stroked his beard slowly. He admitted Marcus would never trust Grant. But Ian knew the bond between Zerath and Evergrant, and because of that connection, he could not dismiss it outright. He asked for permission to pose a single question. With a steady gaze, Ian asked how many leaders in this world would refuse the chance to obtain information about Zerath. Should he have simply turned Evergrant away? Marcus said nothing. He stepped closer and demanded to know whether Ian truly believed this was the correct path. Ian smiled faintly. He reminded Marcus who he was. The head of the Magic Tower. A 7th-class mage. Did Marcus honestly think he would involve himself in a bargain that brought him no advantage? The younger mages in the room stiffened at the confidence in his voice. Then laughter echoed somewhere far away. Ink dripped slowly onto an open book. Evergrant lifted his head, eyes wide with fury and disbelief. Who had managed to defeat the Death Knight? Standing over the dark tome, he speculated it must have been the paladin from Hubbalt who stormed Reb Castle. He should have handled it personally. He had moved too quickly. His expression twisted. He could not believe he had lost the master's vessel like this. He began pacing rapidly. Now he alone remained. His hand came to rest on a coffin. He stared at the sealed lid and muttered that he had done everything possible to earn Emperor Marcus' favor. Everything. All to touch that forbidden book of spells. His fingers trembled. He swore he would not tolerate another failure. With a violent motion, he tore the coffin open. Zerath's body lay inside. Evergrant's lips curved into a thin smile. He would allow him to walk this world once more. Yes, he would return as a lich. But that fate was not as dreadful as it sounded. He leaned closer, studying Zayrath's pale face. Streams of dark energy poured from his hands and seeped into the corpse. Evergrant whispered that the name was perfect. No one had lived by his fate more completely than Zayrath. Evergrant whispered that he had witnessed a radiant darkness once before, a man who offered his soul to the devil in the name of faith. And now, Zayrath's fingers twitched. His eyes snapped open. The scene shifted. Josh stepped forward and handed over a token, saying that because of the protagonist they had uncovered the truth about the Lich and defeated the demon. As gratitude, he offered a silver seal. Joshua accepted it, thanking him, though he admitted the entire situation felt strangely convenient. Behind them, Iselin calmly tied a bag onto Joshua's horse. The protagonist noticed and asked why she was loading her belongings there. She turned with a bright smile and reminded him that he had clearly stated he wanted Leifon as his reward. Unfortunately, she lacked the proper materials to complete it here. They would need to travel to Reinhardt. Joshua laughed, saying it seemed he had forgotten that detail. Aiden suggested they stop wasting time and head for Reinhardt immediately. Joshua asked if he intended to come along. Aiden's expression sharpened with quiet satisfaction. He had something to prove. Before anyone could respond further, a blue aura flared around him. Joshua froze. Leon's abilities included altering appearance. Was he finally about to see the real Aiden hidden beneath that disguise? Adian's frame shifted, his body broadened, muscles tightening with controlled strength. The aura settled around him like a crown. He looked directly at them and asked if he was now worthy of standing in the Battle of Masters at Reinhardt. A slow smirk formed on his face. He had already stepped into the realm of Master. The story moved once more. Inside the meeting chamber of the Cromwell family, tension thickened the air. A man rose from the table and demanded answers. If victory was within reach, then how were their enemies still resisting their assault? The head of the Cromwell family, Jihor, stood at the center of the storm. One of his subordinates replied that the leader of the Panier family was in critical condition and required urgent medical care. That should have crippled them. Yet another name surfaced. Icarus. Rumors claimed the so-called Celestial Brain was advising the Panier family. That was why they remained a step ahead. A map lay spread across the table. Aiden Canyon marked in the center, surrounded by dense forest. Their sabotage plan had failed. The enemy had uncovered it. They had been unable to cross the Dennis River. High tide, violent rapids, no stable crossing point, and there were no alternate routes into Aiden Canyon. Their only remaining option was to sever supply lines. Jihor's fist crashed onto the table. The room fell silent instantly. He slammed his fist down, eyes burning, saying their duty was to foresee every possible disaster before it happened. Then he demanded to know how all their careful preparation had been torn apart by a single child. What was the point of their strategy if it crumbled this easily? He ordered new plans drafted at once, no excuses. The stranger bowed his head and asked why they refused to call upon the mercenary king. The longer they delayed, the worse their position became. At this rate, their losses would spiral beyond calculation. Jihor's expression darkened. The Panier family had no true leader left. If they begged for help now, they would become a joke. And even if they did reach out, how much would the mercenary king demand? He was already asking for more than half of the territories the Panier family had only just reclaimed. Jihor pictured Marcus standing over the boy and spoke coldly. If he understood the emperor correctly, the man would never overlook the mercenary king's accomplishments. He would try to bring him under his banner. And the moment that happened, the mercenary king would cease to be a potential ally and become a direct threat. They cannot build their future on someone who might soon stand against them. Hands clasped behind his back, Jihor stated they would carve another path into Aiden Canyon. Until then, they would exploit the information from inside and sever supply after supply. Starvation would force their enemies to crawl out on their own. The doors burst open. A knight rushed in with an urgent report. The soldiers assigned to intercept the Panier supply lines had been wiped out. Jihor froze. Wiped out? By ordinary workers? On a distant ledge, a boy's eyes glowed in the dark as steel clashed below. A knight swung his blade wildly, shouting that every last piece of Panier trash had to die. Chaos swallowed the field. Warriors cut each other down while others shouted in disbelief, asking how Cromwell had known their exact routes. Then fire lit the night. A mage launched a blazing fireball straight into their ranks. Before it could consume them, a lone figure stepped forward. The fireball struck him and split apart, hurled back as if the flames themselves had been denied. The soldiers stared in shock. He had reflected the spell without channeling mana. The boy turned toward them calmly and said there was no need to panic. He was here to protect them. And slowly, deliberately, he reached up and began removing the mask from his face. Cain stepped forward with a satisfied smile and introduced himself as the first knight of Baron Joshua. He said he acted only under his master's command. Not a favor. Not a coincidence. An order. Outside, the last drop of water slipped from a flask. Icarus stared at it in silence. He had been waiting far longer than he liked. Arna approached and said they were starting to fall behind. Arms folded, Arna explained the obvious. Supplies were delayed. That meant the Cromwells had discovered their transport routes and were cutting them off one by one. Icarus answered with a steady voice. Only 2 people knew those routes. The 2 of them. If the Cromwells had uncovered them, there was only one explanation. Arna's eyes hardened. He asked whether Icarus was daring to call him a spy, standing directly before him. Arna said a commoner would never grasp this. Nobles would die before discarding their honor. Every one of them had sworn loyalty to the Pontier family. Then he leaned closer and asked what Icarus was truly trying to accomplish by staying near Lady Cheryl. Was he using her to climb higher? To claim the title of Duke of Pontier for himself? Icarus frowned, but did not retreat. Arna's glare sharpened. Then both men turned as a shout rang out. The supplies had arrived. As he walked past Icarus, Arna warned him to tread carefully. There were countless eyes watching. One mistake would not go unnoticed. Arna remained silent. Cheryl, composed and serious, began issuing orders. The wounded were to be carried inside. Medicine distributed. Blankets given anyone in need. A soldier lifted an injured man who weakly asked to see Lady Cheryl. Icarus hurried over, stunned by the number of casualties. Cheryl answered plainly. The Cromwell had ambushed them. He exhaled slowly and said that meant the enemy had known in advance. Surviving such a sudden strike was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, Kane strode forward, voice ringing with pride. He declared that he was the miracle. He reported that he had crushed the Cromwell warriors and personally escorted the supply convoy to safety. Icarus and Cheryl rushed to him at once. They admitted they had been worried. Seeing him alive brought relief. Kane's smile widened. Cheryl said they had been anxious because there was no way to contact him. He stood there calmly, fully aware that he had returned not just with supplies, but with leverage. Arna stepped forward and demanded to know who the man was and whether he could be trusted. Cheryl answered evenly. He was the one she had spoken about before. Arna observed that he served Joshua and said he was relieved to see him return alive. Kane leaned closer to Icarus and quietly asked why he looked so tense. Icarus replied that the man before them was Baron Arna, commander of the Pontier family knights, and that proper respect was required. Before another word could be spoken, a knight galloped in, shouting that the Dennis River had frozen solid. The enemy was already crossing it. For a moment, no one moved. Then a man with an axe resting on his shoulder strode across the ice, laughing loudly. He stamped his boot against the frozen surface and screamed that Pontier would be stripped bare. Barbarian, the king of mercenaries. Warriors surged across the river behind him. The scene shifted to the Temple of Hermes. Sunlight washed over its pillars as Mondrian stood beside Christian and asked about his condition. The priest answered that the demonic energy had been purged from his body, but the clash between that corruption and the holy power had damaged his mind. The outcome remained uncertain. Harold, standing behind them, said this meant recovery would not come quickly. This was Harold Singh, high priest of the Holy Empire of Habalt. Mondrian admitted they might have to forfeit the group stage of the master battle. He apologized for bringing such news. Harold looked down at Christian and said the tournament mattered less than the boy's survival. Then he turned to Mondrian and asked about the wings of Archangel Michael. Mondrian introduced Joshua and said that, unbelievable as it sounded, radiant wings had manifested behind the Baron of Abilene. An immense surge of holy power had poured from him. He extended his hand and asked how an ordinary knight, neither a follower of Habalt nor a sanctioned paladin, could display such a miracle. Worse still, the same man emitted demonic energy equal to that of a true demon. Harold answered flatly that such coexistence was impossible. Holy and demonic forces could not inhabit the same vessel. His gaze returned to Christian, and silence settled heavily over the chamber. Harold stated that Christian's condition was proof enough. When holy and demonic forces collide within the same body, destruction follows. If someone truly controlled both without collapsing, then that existence would already surpass ordinary human understanding. Mondrian stiffened and asked whether that meant Baron Joshua had stepped into the realm of the divine. With his back turned, Harold answered no. That was precisely why he doubted Joshua was the true origin of the demonic energy. If the wings were genuinely those of Michael, then this was an opportunity for the order. He began to explain. There were 8 great demon kings, mirroring the 8 prophets. In heaven stood 7 archangels, each bearing a sacred weapon. Among them, the strongest was Archangel Michael, the god of war. Harold admitted that the present situation defied logic. The world itself was shifting. The Masters' battle was no longer the central concern. What was unfolding could threaten the entire continent. Fireworks burst across the sky. Aiden moved through a crowded festival, colors flashing above him. He turned slightly and asked if this was the grand festival Iselin had mentioned. She said it was. Then she extended her hand and asked whether he thought she would not be upset. He had promised to accompany her in exchange for Leifon. Now he had vanished on urgent business and returned as if nothing had happened. Her voice tightened as she asked whether he believed they were growing closer. Aiden said nothing. He knew she was angry. Suddenly shouts erupted from the crowd. Boys pointed at him, yelling that he was the second greatest mercenary alive. Iselin smiled faintly and said he had become quite famous. Aiden muttered that peace would likely become a rare luxury from now on. The crowd parted. Prince Uravis advanced with a stern expression. Iselin glanced at Josh and remarked that Uravis was famous as well. They said his blade burned hotter than hellfire. Yet the man himself seemed cold. Iselin added that she was a mage, not a knight, and she was not even competing. Uravis stopped before Aiden and said he was an even greater monster than expected. Aiden remained silent. Uravis frowned, then shifted his gaze toward the other mercenary, tension tightening the air around them. Uravis moved forward and told them to clear the way. Aiden paused, then stepped aside and bowed with controlled humility, saying it was an honor to stand before the prince. The mercenary nearby smirked, saying this encounter had corrected his earlier judgment. A faint smile touched Uravis's lips. His aura flared subtly around him. Aiden lifted his head and said he looked forward to the day their blades would finally meet. The scene shifted to Reinhardt, where the draw for the Battle of the Masters was about to begin. Crowds gathered before the grand building, champagne glasses glinting in their hands. Conversations buzzed through the air. Never before had a Masters battle drawn so many contenders. Laughter rose. Mondrin stood by a window, observing in silence. A man stepped forward, fist near his mouth, and announced that the draw would begin in 30 minutes. If any participant had not yet arrived, their faction was to appoint a substitute representative immediately. A young woman clapped lightly, saying it was finally starting. This would be fascinating. She was introduced as Princess Sona of the magical kingdom of Terra, a fourth circle mage. A man approached her and asked whether this was her first time attending such an event. Sona turned and asked if Slacks was also new to the Masters battle. Slacks bowed slightly and replied that he was not. He was one of the few representatives with prior experience. Sona extended her hand and asked who he believed would win. Perhaps Uravis would claim victory this year, given his recent feats. Slacks answered that it was possible, if Uravis had not already grown tired of the title of master. Sona smiled with quiet satisfaction and said that although this tournament gathered the greatest masters alive, Lord Uravis stood on an entirely different plane. Even the great Beast Knight had bowed before him. At that, two young men stepped forward, saying they had heard enough. One crossed his arms and said that if she continued ignoring the broader world, Terra would be left behind, and they could not understand why she placed such faith in that so-called prodigy. They were introduced as Tesro and Esro. Sona's expression cooled. She said their tone was disrespectful, especially considering they had already lost to Prince Uravis. The boys laughed and told her to keep dreaming, because losers like them didn't deserve reality anyway. That was the spark. Sona's temper snapped. She stepped forward and demanded they shut their mouths and apologize immediately. The room stiffened. Before it could explode further, Slacks moved, planting himself in front of her, lowering his voice and telling her to stop. Not here. Not in front of everyone. Her jaw tightened, anger burning in her eyes, while the twins simply stared back without a word. Slacks forced a smile and checked the time, spreading his hands as if this were all beneath him. The Avalon representative still hadn't arrived. It seemed the infamous Lord Joshua Sanders wouldn't be making an appearance after all. Instead, they had supposedly sent his brother, Lord Mondrin, to stand in his place. Mondrin's expression was carved from stone. Then the air shifted. Slacks's smirk faltered as Mondrin began walking straight toward him. Each step was deliberate, each step heavy. He stopped close enough to suffocate the space between them and asked, cold and furious, who had given him permission to call the brothers. The boys froze. That glare alone felt lethal. The doors opened again. Uravis and Josh entered in sequence, calm but sharp. Tesro folded his arms, announcing that none of this mattered anyway. They weren't even from the Empire. Esro added that it was laughable, representing such minor figures tossed around by public opinion. Slacks chuckled, saying there was still no need to insult the mighty Joshua. Tesro smirked, replying that he would acknowledge no one until he crossed blades with him himself, Uravis included. Rumors were easy. Heroes manufactured for the masses were easier. All eyes shifted to Mondrin. Was it a hoax? Was that why he had been sent? Mondrin's jaw tightened. He opened his mouth and, after a breath, muttered that he almost hoped it was. The twins stiffened at that answer. And then the announcement came. The name echoed through the hall. Joshua Sanders. Heads turned. Uravis pivoted slowly. Sona blinked in confusion. The doors parted once more, and the protagonist stepped inside, gaze steady, presence undeniable. He was introduced as the first representative of the Avalon Empire, Lord Joshua Sanders. The twins crossed their arms, whispering that it was really him. The boy and girl stared in open shock. Even Sona admitted under her breath that the rumors had not exaggerated a thing. Young, yes, but not beneath Uravis. Not beneath Aiden. Joshua halted across from Mondrin. For a moment, neither spoke. Mondrin's fist clenched. His brows drew tight. Joshua exhaled calmly. They walked past each other in the hall, shoulders nearly brushing. Mondrin continued forward without looking back, expression dark, steps heavy with restrained menace. Josh folded his arms, a lazy smile spreading across his face as he looked straight at Joshua and remarked that he was late. The organizer stepped forward, fingers brushing his chin, then motioned for every representative and family member to focus. He positioned himself before the board, arm extended toward the gathered crowd, announcing that before the draw began, the format would be clarified. He gestured to the girl holding the box. Inside were 21 glass spheres, each marked with the number of a participant in the Battle of Masters. Turning back to the board, he explained that placement would depend entirely on the number drawn. 1 would face 2, 3 would face 4. The pattern would continue in sequence. Then he lifted a finger, lips curling slightly, and added that because the number of participants was odd, whoever remained unmatched at the end would be eliminated outright. A murmur ran through the hall. The man continued, voice measured. The title of master would not be awarded solely based on victory in combat. Even during a match, if at least half of the 6 presiding masters deemed a participant worthy, that individual would immediately be recognized as a master, regardless of outcome. He spread his hands and clarified that 3 masters from the Empire and 3 independent masters had been invited to guarantee impartiality. If anyone had doubts, now was the time to speak. Aiden raised his hand. From within the crowd, he asked whether the rewards for victory would remain the same as before. The organizer smiled faintly and declared that this year's champion would earn the right to challenge one of the 12 superhumans, the 9 stars. Mondrian's brow tightened at that, but the organizer was not finished. With a knowing smirk, he revealed that the winner would also receive the Hammer of Nagasan. Shock rippled across the room. Conversations erupted instantly. The hammer alone was enough to tilt the balance of power. Uravis' expression darkened. The implication was obvious. To claim the Nagasan hammer meant far more than prestige. It meant control. Control over Reinhardt. The organizer elaborated, reminding them that Reinhardt was a neutral city, owing allegiance to no nation. Its treasury eclipsed that of most kingdoms. Its geographic position made it indispensable. In other words, whoever won the Masters would not merely gain a title. They would gain leverage over a city powerful enough to reshape the balance of the continent. Because of those factors, anyone with even basic military sense would crave that land. Control Reinhardt, and the board itself changed. He allowed himself a faint smile at the thought. If Reinhardt fell under his authority, the Swallow Empire would stop being an obstacle. It would become a variable, and variables could be manipulated. The organizer stepped behind the girl holding the box and extended his arm once more. Explanations were finished. Now came action. One by one, each participant would draw a glass sphere and reveal their number. Sona moved first, smiling as she slipped her hand inside. Josh followed casually. Uravis approached with visible focus, fingers dipping into the box with measured calm. Mondrian did the same, expression unreadable. Joshua lifted his sphere, glanced at the number, and simply smiled. The organizer turned back to the board and announced that the bracket had been finalized. He pointed at the diagram displayed before them. The complete tournament structure lay bare. Names aligned, paths defined, collisions inevitable. The crowd leaned in, excitement building. He remarked that Group B would be particularly brutal. His eyes shifted toward the grinning Aiden and the frowning Uravis. They were placed together. That alone guaranteed spectacle. That match would demand attention. Sona rested her fingers against her chin, scanning the layout. Though Group B was ruthless, Group A would host a pure mage confrontation. She stepped closer to the board and pointed out the pairing. The 4th mage of the Terra Kingdom against the 7th mage of the Magic Tower. A duel of calculation and restraint rather than steel. Theta clicked his tongue with a crooked smile. He preferred Code 0 battles. Mage duels were tedious. The organizer's gaze returned to the upper bracket. The first match would begin immediately. Joshua, the first representative, versus the Bloody Heart, Babel, the Knight of Steel from the Heart Kingdom. The twins crossed their arms and smirked. Of all the powerful figures Avalon could have sent, this was the spectacle. They muttered that at least the fools gathered today would witness something memorable. Among non-Imperial Knights of Steel, Babel's name surfaced the most. His skill had been acknowledged repeatedly, but acknowledgement was not supremacy. No matter how many times he fought, there were opponents he simply did not overcome. The boy's smile sharpened as he stared forward, waiting for the opening clash to decide whether this so-called hero would justify the rumors or collapse beneath them. If a representative of Avalon, one of the 3 great nations, were to fall before a commoner of unknown origin, the humiliation would echo far beyond this hall. That was the implication, and they made sure everyone heard it. Sona stepped forward, irritation sharpening her voice. How much longer would they keep spitting venom about empires and commoners? Were they not exhausted yet? Nothing had happened. The match had not even begun. Outcomes shifted. Battles turned. Until the final strike landed, nothing was certain. The twins folded their arms and smirked. Some fruit, they said, never ripens no matter how long you stare at it. The girl beside them frowned, then laughed lightly, calling the analogy amusing. Lilies moved ahead of them, one hand resting on her hip, posture relaxed but unyielding. In this world, she said calmly, nothing was that simple. Most divisions were constructs, labels people clung to because they feared uncertainty. Perception was what distorted reality. The twins smiled thinly. Was it wrong to call a spade a spade? Lily's raised a brow. Apples could be red or green and still be ripe. That was the point. The moment someone set limits in their own mind, they had already decided the result. Just like the two of them. She added, with a faint smirk, that they had yet to defeat a single worthy opponent, and likely never would. Their expressions darkened instantly. So she believed they would remain silent, just because she came from the Empire? Before the tension could snap further, the organizer stepped between the escalating voices and raised his hand. The draw was complete. The first matches of each group would commence in 2 days. Every participant was to prepare accordingly. He walked through the dispersing crowd, adding that trusted parties should be informed of the results immediately. Any competitor who arrived late would be disqualified without exception. Teeth ground. Pride stung. The twins moved ahead, glancing back at the girls, stating there was no value in pointless exchanges. The battlefield would decide who was correct. Sona positioned herself proudly behind Lily's, fists clenched, eyes bright. There was a reason she was called the silver-eyed sword demon. Confidence was not something she lacked. Aiden stepped close and tapped the protagonist's shoulder, nodding forward. He pointed toward the retreating figures and remarked that Joshua had not even spoken yet, and still allies were forming around him. Those beauties had risen to defend him without hesitation, and the tournament had not even begun. Impressive, he said. Joshua looked aside, faintly embarrassed, then nodded with a small smile. Across from him stood Mondrin, face clouded, gaze heavy. He turned away without another word. As he walked past the protagonist, a thought tightened inside him. No matter what Joshua accomplished, he would never surpass him. That was what he told himself. A crooked smile tugged at his lips. In the end, he would make him kneel, make him submit. One day, he would reduce him to something that followed at his heels. The arena erupted. Fireworks burst into the sky above the stadium, color scattering across the evening air. The host's voice boomed through the Colosseum as he thanked the crowd for their patience and declared the opening ceremony of the Battle of Masters officially begun. The stands answered with thunder. Arms lifted. Voices roared. They had waited for this day. Who would claim the title this year? Whoever stepped forward had better not disappoint. The host raised a microphone and, with a polished smile, announced the representative of the Heart Kingdom. Babel entered the arena under the spotlight, armor gleaming, expression confident. He strode toward the center while the host recited his achievements. From the stands, voices shouted for him to crush the so-called Empire trash and show them the strength of heart. The host's tone shifted as he announced his opponent, the representative of the Avalon Empire. Joshua stepped forward, spear resting lightly in his grasp, calm and composed. The host introduced him as an extraordinary rookie, the first representative of Avalon. Cheers rolled down from the Empire side of the arena. They shouted for him to prove what the title of Imperial Knight meant, to show that youth did not equal weakness. Windmill leaned back in the judges' section, hand resting thoughtfully against his chin. So this was Joshua. The popularity was undeniable. He raised a finger toward the other judges and remarked that Babel was nearly twice the boy's age. Experience mattered. How would the kid handle that gap? Haseki, seated beside Turdon, extended a hand and pointed out that Babel seemed the obvious favorite. Years of combat, refined technique, proven strength. Turdon narrowed his eyes instead. A spear user at that age was unusual. Did the boy conceal something? An ace waiting to surface? Had anyone gathered information on his tactics? Another judge, Ari, shifted in his seat, dark energy rippling faintly from him. His brows knit together in irritation. He wanted to descend into the arena himself, to test Joshua directly, to see whether the rumors carried weight or were hollow noise. The host's voice cut cleanly through the tension. The match would begin immediately. He invited the crowd to greet both participants one final time. Joshua extended his spear forward, stance steady, eyes locked ahead. Across from him, Babel adjusted his footing, steel glinting under the lights. The arena fell into a charged silence. The first clash of the Battle of Masters was about to begin. The opponent stretched his sword forward and smirked, disbelief written all over his face. An Imperial Knight using a spear? Was this a circus act meant to draw eyes, or some arrogant display? He scoffed, yet somewhere inside he understood. He had once walked the path of a rebel himself. Babel's brows tightened. If the boy wanted help, he would grant it. He would even allow him the first strike. It made no difference. The next exchange would decide everything, and he would be the one walking out victorious. But Joshua did not wait for permission. In a flash, he closed the distance, spear cutting through the air with ruthless precision. Steel met steel as Babel raised his blade and parried, boots grinding against the arena floor as he pushed off to regain footing. He twisted his wrist, trying to trap the spear along the edge of his sword, and frowned. The boy had only extended his arm, yet the force behind that simple thrust felt monstrous. They stood face to face. Babel blocked again, disbelief creeping in. Was this child truly only 15? Joshua's lips curved slightly. He asked why Babel looked so stiff. He had merely straightened his posture. If things were truly that dire, he could allow Babylon the first proper strike. Rage flared. Babylon roared and swung hard, knocking the spear aside. He barked at him to stay quiet, warning him not to mistake a single exchange for superiority. Then his eyes widened. The spear was already there. He twisted away at the last possible instant, the tip grazing past as wind pressure sliced across his cheek. He landed, teeth grinding. Why did he provoke him again? Who did this brat think he was? With a shout, Babylon charged, sword arcing down. Taste this. Joshua did not retreat. He stepped in. The spear swept out in a brutal counter, impact exploding through the arena. Babylon was hurled backward, boots scraping as he shielded himself with his blade. He skidded to a stop, jaw tight. A thin line of blood traced down his cheek. Across the arena, he stared at the boy and understood. This gap was not small. It was absolute. Joshua lowered the spear, casually. 10 moves. He declared it calmly, almost lazily. Duels between masters were the purest way to display the supremacy of the spear. Judging by what had already happened, 10 exchanges would be more than enough to end this. Babylon clicked his tongue, anger swallowing doubt. Foolish arrogance. He tightened his grip until his knuckles turned pale. Then he drew deeper. Energy surged through his blade, aura blazing as he admitted the truth aloud. This opponent was stronger than anyone he had faced, but he would not dance to another man's rhythm. From this moment on, he would fight with everything he had. He raised the sword and activated his full power. The aura around the blade twisted violently, spiraling into a raging vortex. Mana condensed at the sword's tip so densely that even the air distorted. The host's voice trembled through the microphone as he announced the surge. Lord Babylon was no longer testing. He intended to end this here and now. Joshua watched the storm gather and smiled faintly. They say those who stand at the summit are always alone. Who decided that? He rolled the spear in his palm and extended his free hand, memories surfacing like ghosts from another life. On distant battlefields, he had carried many names. Butcher, blood-drunk hound of Caesar, the invincible spearman. His kills had earned fear. His loyalty had earned chains. His victories had earned silence. While his infamy grew, the spear itself remained mocked, dismissed, placed beneath the sword in every tale ever told. What gnawed at him was never solitude. It was the lack of recognition. Energy gathered at the spear's tip, sharp and focused. This time was different. This life was different. He would carve the truth into the world itself. There is no weapon superior to the spear. With a sharp motion, he hurled it. The arena gasped. Babylon's eyes narrowed in disappointment. So rash. To throw away one's weapon before him. He would demonstrate exactly what happened to fools who gambled like that. His sword roared downward, colliding with the incoming spear and knocking it aside in a violent arc. Steel shrieked. The spear spun away across the stone. The host shouted that he could not believe it. Babylon stomped forward, cracking the arena floor beneath his step, and charged. Sword raised. Target unarmed. The presenter's voice rose in alarm. Joshua stood weaponless. This was a fatal opening. Would his path end here under Lord Babylon's blade? Babylon closed the distance in a heartbeat. It's over. Joshua moved. He seized the spear mid-motion, fingers locking around the shaft, as if it had never left his control. He stepped in front of Babylon's descending strike and smiled. Not that simple. Babylon's brows knotted. Did the boy think he would simply yield? Their weapons met again as both surged forward, killing intent colliding. I will surpass you. The next instant, an explosion swallowed everything. A shockwave tore across the arena. Spectators screamed and shielded their faces. Stone shattered. Dust and debris erupted skyward. Ari leapt from his seat, arms raised, body arched as the force rippled outward. The presenter was hurled against the wall, voice cracking as he shouted that an unbelievable detonation had engulfed the entire arena. When the smoke rolled and thick clouds covered the battlefield, silence followed. Amid the ruins and drifting ash, one question remained. Who still stood? Lord Babylon, whose blade had struck true, or Lord Joshua, who until now had allowed not a single attack to pass? The presenter tightened his grip on the microphone, eyes fixed on the drifting smoke. He declared that the moment it cleared, the truth would be revealed. The dust parted. Joshua stood upright, spear in hand. Its tip rested calmly at the throat of the fallen knight. Babylon lay on the shattered stone, fear replacing pride. Joshua asked him evenly whether he wished to continue. Silence. Then, through clenched teeth, Babylon admitted defeat. The presenter's voice rang across the arena. Lord Babylon had surrendered. Victory belonged to Lord Joshua. The stands erupted. Spectators leapt to their feet, arms raised, voices colliding in a wave of approval. Joshua remained where he stood, faint smile unmoving as admiration poured down upon him. The host smirked into the microphone. Though the match had concluded, one matter remained. Before the judges and before the representative of the Avalon Empire, did Lord Joshua Sanders possess the right to bear the title of master? Windmill rose first, lifting his hand without hesitation. The outcome spoke for itself. Babylon, the Knight of Steel, had been overwhelmed completely. He declared his approval and urged the others to do the same. One by one, the judges stood. The decision formed swiftly. Eri wrapped his arms around his own shoulders, body trembling with restrained excitement. 5 years. He had waited 5 long years to see this fool climb to his peak. The timing was perfect. Before anyone else could interfere, he straightened slowly, a dark aura seeping from him like poison. Joshua was his. No one else would claim him. He imagined that small face twisted in the realization of a lonely, painful death. Imagine him begging. A smile cracked across Eri's face as he raised his hand and agreed to grant Baron Joshua the title of master. Cheers exploded again. The crowd gazed at Joshua as if witnessing the rise of a legend. They shouted that the rumors had not exaggerated his talent. They believed in him. Joshua tilted his head slightly and glanced at the spear. The spear laughed. Everyone celebrated, as though something monumental had occurred. Yet from its tone, nothing of importance had happened at all. The festival atmosphere amused it. A dark aura seeped from the weapon as it mocked the crowd. Fun. It had done all the work while he merely ran back and forth. These naive spectators were blind. A man in the stands pointed toward the weapon and shouted that it was this very spear that had defeated Babel. What an extraordinary weapon. He wanted one just like it. Joshua lifted the spear. Radiance burst from its surface, flooding the arena in blinding brilliance. The weapon's voice rang with arrogant delight. At last, these pathetic humans had acknowledged its greatness. It was only natural. Before the glow faded, a presence stepped in behind him. A soft voice offered congratulations on his victory. In front of him, a girl in a black cape appeared, smiling faintly. She observed that he seemed to be in an unusually good mood. The sight suited him. Joshua extended his hand. The spear dissolved into light, vanishing as it muttered that heroes were always surrounded by women. He replied calmly that she did not need to address him as Lord. He no longer belonged to that family. She moved a step closer and asked about the title of Baron. He smiled. She should simply call him by his name. Then he placed a hand lightly on her shoulder and looked in her eyes. They were still friends. Color rose to her cheeks. Joshua stepped past her, then paused and asked why she was alone. Where had her companion gone? Her expression tightened. He had not been able to sleep. His first opponent would be Prince Uravis. He had left at dawn, restless. Joshua pictured the prince instantly. Even before his reincarnation, that man had risen to become one of the 12 superhumans and later stood among the 9 stars. The girl's friend knew nothing of the future, yet even now he could feel the oppressive weight of that aura. Joshua's thoughts deepened. Prince Uravis carried another primordial stone, magma. The dormant power within Joshua stirred the moment he sensed him. It was the first time he had felt such a reaction, yet he knew with certainty it would not be the last. When they met face to face, this resonance would return. Iselin stepped closer again and asked if she could pose a question. He told her to speak freely. She crossed her arms and asked whether he knew about the connection between Aiden and Barbarian. Joshua narrowed his gaze slightly. She meant the mercenary king. At that moment, a muscular man approached them, greeting Joshua with a confident smile. Since Joshua had won this round, it seemed they would be facing each other next. Was that not correct? Joshua answered with an easy smile that overconfidence was dangerous. If Uravis heard such words, he would not be pleased. Aiden laughed lightly. Who thinks about defeat before a battle even begins? Victory belongs to those who believe in it. Nothing is impossible for someone who refuses to doubt. He glanced toward the others and asked what they had been discussing. Joshua turned to the girl and asked about Leon. Was he prepared? She nodded. He was ready. There was only one final matter to confirm. Aiden stretched his arms lazily and pulled a playful expression. She still had not told him. Since it was a personal artifact, precise measurements were required for completion. It needed to be measured thoroughly, length and width. Her face flushed instantly. She snapped at him, demanding to know what nonsense he was spouting. Joshua lifted a hand, already turning away. If that was the case, they could meet in the room later tonight. He would wait. For now, he would rest. Aiden watched him leave and remarked that Joshua was remarkably straightforward. Iselin murmured that they would see each other again. The scene shifted. Inside a mansion, Turdon stared forward with a cold expression. A talent like that at 15 years old. In 5, perhaps 10 years, no one in the world would be capable of restraining him. Across from him sat Hisiki. He dismissed it as childish optimism. The girl likely could not act because of the Empire's constraints. Still, once a knight takes the field, everything changes. Marcus, obsessed with war, had gained a formidable piece on the board. He must already be thirsting for conflict. Sooner or later, the fragile balance between empires would fracture. Windmill joined the conversation, voice measured. Too many individuals desired upheaval. What unsettled him most were those who would not be satisfied with dreams alone. They would attempt to shatter the equilibrium between the 3 strongest families and the 2 weakest of the current generation. If that line was crossed, intervention would become inevitable. If such chaos began because of Joshua, would it not be wiser to eliminate the source now? The scene shifted once more. Joshua opened the door to find the girl already waiting outside. She had arrived earlier than expected. He stepped aside and told her to come in. She entered quietly and closed the door behind her. Joshua studied her for a moment, then told her to hang her coat and make herself comfortable. She answered softly, cheeks flushing as she admitted she never imagined she would end up alone with him like this. He turned his back to her and said they should resume what they had left unfinished. She asked if he meant their discussion about Aiden and the king of mercenaries. His eyes sharpened. No, what he meant was why she, of all people, would move under the banner of a mercenary like him. He stepped aside and continued calmly. People like to call mercenaries free spirits, lawless blades without chains. That was a childish illusion. Their hierarchy was stricter than most kingdoms. He placed a medallion on the table and told her to look carefully. If it were only proof of identity, there would be no reason for silver and gold distinctions. Those emblems existed to divide rank by skill and authority. Above them all stood the barbarian, the leader of every mercenary, their king. A throne without a crown, but a throne nonetheless. Then his gaze returned to her. By helping her, the last of her bloodline, he was directly opposing the king of mercenaries, the man who had already struck at her lineage through a calculated deal. He did not know what truly bound her to Axel, but he knew one thing with certainty. If she had stood on good terms with that king, he would never have extended his hand. She admitted Aiden despised the king of mercenaries. More than that, he believed the barbarian was slowly crushing independent mercenaries to consolidate power. Rumors were spreading across the continent. They said the king was shielding a marquis, the so-called faithful dog of the crown. Some even whispered that the mercenary king and the emperor shared hidden ties. Covering such matters up felt far too deliberate to be coincidence. Joshua lowered his head slightly. For profit, mercenaries were meant to remain neutral. That was their unspoken law. But the king's recent actions looked less like neutrality and more like the will of the entire guild forced into alignment. Aiden rejected that future. A faint smile touched Joshua's lips as he looked ahead. So what exactly did she expect from him? She stiffened, alarm flashing across her face. He answered before she could retreat. Wasn't that the reason she brought all of this to him in the first place? His smile sharpened. He would help her. After all, he was helping her, not his friends. Her cheeks flushed again, but this time she could not hide the smile that followed. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she explained that Axel intended to win the master's battle and formally challenge the king of mercenaries to a duel. As one of the 20 superhumans, he had the right. Yet seeing the tension in Joshua's expression, she began to doubt whether victory would come easily. Joshua looked directly at her and asked, with calm certainty, whether she wanted him to win instead and be the one to challenge the mercenary king. She immediately shook her head, hands raised as if to block the very idea. No, if Aiden lost and Joshua won, she wanted him to avoid the king of mercenaries altogether. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed she could not endure losing anyone else. She did not want revenge or power, but justice. She only wanted to forget the past and move forward. Without hesitation, Joshua pulled her into his arms. He held her firmly and said she must have carried that fear alone for too long. He would remember it. Tears slipped down her cheeks, and he added quietly that she would not lose anyone else. They remained like that for a few breaths until her trembling eased. When she finally steadied herself, Joshua smiled and asked whether she could release him now. She jumped back at once, face burning, shouting that he had promised. He replied that promises could wait until after he won the master's battle. For now, they should focus on what mattered. She blinked in confusion, then grew flustered when he began removing his outerwear. What was he doing? Joshua answered plainly. She had said she needed his measurements. Clothes would only interfere. Stammering, she insisted there was no need for him to do anything reckless. She would handle it herself. He nodded once and said he entrusted everything to her. Thus ended the first day of the master's battle. The scene shifted to the arena. The host's voice thundered through the stadium as he announced, with visible excitement, that for the first time in the history of the master's battle, a mage would face another mage. The crowd erupted. Then the fourth day arrived. Raising his hand dramatically, the host declared that what they were about to witness could only be seen in continental-level magic tournaments. A direct clash between two great magicians, right there before their eyes. Two magicians stepped into the arena, and the stadium erupted. The roar was so loud it felt physical. One of them covered his mouth, eyes bright, muttering that the energy was almost intoxicating. He glanced at his opponent, took a casual step forward, and suggested they settle everything with rock, paper, scissors instead of wasting power. Across from him stood a power mage, already weaving multiple spells at once. Magic circles flared into existence as he lunged forward, shouting that this was no place for jokes. If his opponent had any pride left, he should surrender before disgracing himself. Thaden narrowed his eyes. For elements at the same time. No hesitation. Dangerous. Joshua extended both hands toward a forming magic circle and spoke coldly, calling upon darkness, upon the owner of the Wolf Fong blade, the king among men. From within the circle, A corpse dragged itself upward, bones grinding as it rose to its feet. It looked around in confusion and demanded to know what was happening. Joshua answered without emotion. He had a task. The resurrected figure fixed him with a menacing gaze but bowed his head slightly. He had already sworn allegiance. He would obey. Joshua smiled faintly. Good. His allies should have reached the estate by now. The dead king was to go there and assist them. No delays. The scene snapped back to the arena. Theta slammed his hand down and roared for a stone wall. The earth split beneath him and surged upward, forming a towering barrier. A heartbeat later, the wall detonated. The blast threw him backward. He staggered to his feet, panic flashing across his face, shouting that this was only a competition. Estello stretched out a hand, a fireball blooming into existence. He told him to be quiet. He had seen too many careless people lose everything because they underestimated a battlefield. A second fireball formed. He would not be one of them. Fire flash. Projectiles streaked forward in rapid succession. Flames cut through the air like spears. The defending mage activated a magic circle at the last possible second. A barrier snapped into place, intercepting the incoming fire. The impact rattled the shield, heat distorting the air around him. Behind the barrier, he clenched his teeth. None of this felt natural. It was all because of that damn code. The flames intensified, roaring against the shield as if determined to devour it whole. Heat waves distorted the air. Cracks spread across the barrier's surface. The host, grinning into the microphone, shouted that Estello had blanketed the entire field with a terrifying spell. Could the Lord of the Seven Mages possibly endure such overwhelming force? The crowd answered with a thunderous roar, urging him not to fall, demanding he prove the worth of the magic tower. Iselin watched in silence, then admitted both fighters were far beyond her level. Their control, their scale, it was different. Joshua stepped beside her and leaned closer, telling her not to doubt herself. She would surpass them, easily. She reminded him that he claimed to have urgent matters to attend to. He replied that everything was already settled. His eyes returned to the arena, and casually, he added that her own spells earlier had been impressive. His thoughts drifted. After the Civil War, the nobles under Caesar's command had ordered every trace of magic in the kingdom erased. At the time, many believed it was part of a greater vision, to unite the continents under one rule. The order had been obeyed without hesitation. Libraries burned. Towers collapsed. Knowledge turned to ash. With it, the greatest magicians of the era were buried in history. He imagined the weight of a magic seal pressing against his own chest. In the end, it had been his own explosive circle that killed him. A master of destruction consumed by his own craft. Fate had a cruel sense of humor. The girl's voice pulled him back. Something was wrong. Even though the mage was casting large-scale spells, his mana flow was unstable. Through the flames, the defending mage shouted that he had not expected his opponent to take things so seriously. Estello sneered back, accusing him of still trying to act composed. With a sharp gesture, the flames dispersed. The man standing within them spoke calmly. No, he simply had a reason to apply a little effort. Shock rippled across the field. How had he survived that attack without visible injury? He should have taken damage. Smiling faintly, he raised a hand and explained that the answer was obvious. He had created it himself. A wall of wind. Estello stared in disbelief. A wind spell repelled that level of firepower? Theta lifted off the ground, robes fluttering as currents swirled beneath him. Wind was known for mobility, not defense. But what could he do if it was his specialty? He had discovered new applications, new structures, new flow patterns. Now was his turn. Just watch. Estello extended his hand, flames spiraling into existence before condensing into a massive arrow of fire. He roared that no amount of clever tricks would block what came next, then hurled the blazing projectile forward. Instead of retreating, his opponent rushed straight toward it, shouting that he would show him exactly what he could do. Joshua's eyes widened slightly. The wall of winds, so that was the answer. It was not a barrier in the conventional sense. Theta was not hiding behind wind. He had merged with it, wrapped in currents, dissolving into motion itself. A figure who would one day give birth to countless legends across the continent. Estello stared in disbelief as his ultimate spell was torn apart. He shouted that he refused to believe it. A moment later, he was struck, driven back effortlessly, and thrown across the field. Joshua's thoughts sharpened. The first great mage of the 8th class of the 3rd generation. A former pillar of the magic tower. A traitor. The victor landed lightly and smiled, while his injured opponent lay beyond the boundary of the arena. The host declared that after that final exchange, the defeated mage could no longer continue. He was eliminated. Then the host raised his voice again. The Storm Master had won. Competing in the Battle of Masters for the first time, could he become the first newcomer to earn the title of Magic Master? The nobles extended their hands in approval. For judges cast their votes. The decision was unanimous. He had earned the right. The newly crowned Magic Master looked across the arena, smiling. But inside, he admitted he had been slightly afraid. His opponent had been stronger than expected. His gaze shifted briefly, and a thought crossed his mind. If not for that one star, Joshua, meanwhile, watched him in surprise before turning to the girl beside him. It seemed she had not expected this outcome either. She shook her head. She had never imagined that magic of such magnitude would fail to inflict any real damage. What kind of defensive spell was that? She had never seen anything comparable. It made her realize that development in magic might be limitless. Joshua smiled faintly. If that man had not died in the past, he was certain of one thing. The third individual in history to reach the 8th class would have been her. She turned toward him and told him to remain cautious. From what she had observed, that mage was close to advancing to the 6th class. Lowering her eyes, she added that many rumors surrounded him. Taking everything into account, the man from the 7 mages was no ordinary opponent. He was already turning away from the arena when she muttered that the man he just faced had to be at least a 6th class master. Joshua folded his arms, gazed steady, and answered that moments like this reminded him why he walked the martial path in the first place. A 6th grade master. The thought alone stirred his blood. He wanted that clash. He wanted to see how far the Storm Mage could truly go when cornered like this. There was something fascinating about a spellcaster forced into close combat. He was certain the man still had hidden cards to reveal, and the idea of crossing blades with a great mage was not a burden, but a privilege. Then the air shifted. They both looked forward as the host's voice thundered across the Colosseum, demanding silence. He stretched out his hand, declaring that the next battle would begin. The ground beneath the arena groaned, cracks racing across the stone as jagged growths tore upward from below. With a theatrical sweep of his arm, the host proclaimed that the entire continent was watching. From the rising dust stepped a towering knightly figure, introduced as a prince. The smile on the host's face widened as he added another name. The 2nd greatest mercenary alive. A massive, muscular man strode into view. The 2nd greatest mercenary, Aiden. The crowd erupted, screaming for blood, urging them to crush one another and prove their worth. Beside Joshua, the girl clenched her fists and admitted she hoped he wasn't letting nerves get to him. All he had to do was fight with everything he had. Joshua glanced at her and calmly assured her that things would unfold as they should. Aiden was not a man who fell easily, and that alone made the battle worthwhile. She nodded, though excitement flickered in her eyes. Joshua faced forward again and realized he felt it too. Anticipation. This confrontation had already caused ripples he did not remember from his past lives. He knew who should stand victorious. That knowledge remained, but this timeline had begun to deviate in subtle, dangerous ways. Certainty no longer meant predictability. Flames burst to life as the prince coated his blade in fire, wishing his opponent luck with a confident grin. The king of mercenaries straightened and answered bluntly that on a battlefield, honesty mattered more than courtesy. He raised his fist and charged, shouting that they could discard empty formalities. Erebus laughed, replying that he had no intention of pretending they were equals. If anything, he was merely second. Steel and fist collided. The prince managed to block the crushing blow, teeth grinding as he tried to slice through the reinforced gloves guarding his opponent's hands. The impact sent tremors through his arms. His fingers shook despite himself. He realized, with a flash of disbelief, that the mercenary king was far stronger than he had anticipated. He had expected resistance, but not this. Snarling, the prince swung his blade and shouted that there was a limit to what any man could accomplish with bare hands. The next instant froze his blood. Aiden simply raised his arm, and the flames coating the sword vanished as if crushed by an invisible force. The prince staggered back, horror flashing across his face. He stammered that it was impossible. Destroying the aura of his blade should have been beyond anyone. Aiden only grinned. He answered that it was nothing more than a simple punch. Then his fist shot forward. The impact landed squarely against the prince's face, and the force sent him hurtling backward like a broken projectile. He crashed across the arena, sliding through shattered stone before forcing himself upright. Fear lingered in his eyes as he shouted that the man's crude appearance did not match the number of techniques he wielded. Aiden charged again, voice steady. Knights, he said, would never understand. Mercenaries did not cling to pride. They survived for coin, not honor. The prince drove his sword into the earth and warned him not to assume he would stand idle. The arena convulsed. The ground split apart, and molten magma surged upward through widening fissures. Heat distorted the air as the prince invoked the Lord of Fire. A violent shockwave blasted outward, throwing Aiden into the sky. Suspended above the inferno, he looked down as the prince swung his blazing sword and roared for him to survive if he could. An explosion ripped through the air. Flames swallowed the arena whole, the sea of fire rolling in every direction. Watching from the stands, many wondered if anyone could endure such devastation. Joshua narrowed his eyes. The oppressive heat felt familiar. This was the same technique used in the ancient clash between the Beast King and the Prince. The memory he had glimpsed when he seized control of the Death Knight. In his mind, he saw it clearly. Magma flooding the battlefield, leaving no path of escape. Then a faint laugh brushed against his thoughts. A white presence emerged beside him, mocking. It asked why he had ever bound the Death Knight as an ally. Even sustained by demonic energy, the creature grew weaker the farther it strayed from its master. Joshua should know that by now. The longer the entity observed him, the more foolish he seemed. Joshua flicked his hand irritably and ordered it to be silent. Beside him, the girl studied his expression and remarked that he had grown unusually cold. Assuming the heat was overwhelming him, she began weaving her own magic to shield him. Joshua answered that she need not concern herself. The ghostly figure faded, its voice lingering in a final whisper. What exactly was this place? Men fought as if their lives meant nothing, and thousands roared in delight at every strike. For a brief moment, Joshua felt detached from it all, as though he had drifted somewhere outside his own body. The heat pressed against his senses, distorting thought. He exhaled slowly and admitted to himself that the inferno had unsettled him more than he liked. Ahead, Aiden shouted in irritation. His hand began to glow as he clenched his fist. Across from him, the prince swung his blazing blade and declared that he had no intention of ending this yet. He wanted to see how long his opponent could endure. Aiden answered with a short laugh and began hammering his fist forward. He had no interest in prolonging the spectacle. With a roar, he drove his arm into the earth. The arena erupted as he invoked earthquake. Earth collapse. The ground buckled violently. Massive slabs of stone tore free and shot upward. The prince stared at the rising debris and shouted with a grin that he had expected as much. Did the mercenary truly think that would be enough? Aiden surged forward through the chaos. He said it was amusing. All he had done was carve a path, and now he was walking straight through it. Even the host faltered, voice trembling as he described the scene. Despite rivers of magma burning into his flesh, the mercenary king forced his way toward the prince who had once seemed untouchable. Step by step, he closed the distance through sheer will. With a savage shout, he swung his fist and declared that this meaningless war of attrition would end now. If they were going to fight, they would fight as men. The prince slashed downward, attempting to parry the incoming blow. Steel met knuckles in a flash of sparks. He twisted and countered, blade cutting through the air, but Aiden shifted with uncanny precision. Then his legs snapped out. The kick landed cleanly. The prince shot downward like a meteor and crashed into the arena floor. Dust and molten rock burst outward. Aiden raised his arm high and roared that this was the end. He brought his fist down with crushing force. The impact shook the arena once more. But when the dust thinned, the prince was still there, kneeling on one knee, magma clinging to his body like living armor. He smiled. In his view, that had been the final strike. He dashed forward in a blur and drove his attack into the mercenary king, saying coldly that he was disappointed. The king braced himself, absorbing the blow while calculating. He had connected 3 solid hits. At least one of them had carried power greater than the aura of an A-class knight's blade. And yet the prince remained standing. On the prince's chest, a heart of molten magma pulsed faintly. Beside Joshua, Iselin turned her gaze back to the battlefield and said quietly that as a mere maid she could not claim to know who would win. But he was not just a spectator. She wanted to know what he saw. Joshua clenched his teeth and told her not to worry. It was nothing. She looked at him more closely and asked, almost trembling, whether he was truly fine. He didn't look fine. He pressed a hand against his chest. His heartbeat felt wrong. The flow of energy in the arena was spiraling beyond what he had predicted. This was no longer a simple duel. A faint voice asked what had begun. Joshua answered under his breath, questioning what it meant. The white entity surfaced behind him again. It remarked calmly that the prince had been concealing his true strength from the start. Joshua replied that he already understood. Those flames were not decorative tricks or enhanced mana constructs. They were hellfire, something capable of burning through nearly anything. Even a duke who had reached the master level would hesitate to approach such power. Lygia smiled. It confirmed that the technique originated from the true magma stone, an artifact bearing the property of extinction itself. The one who possessed the original stone had long been aware that Joshua carried another. Joshua's expression drained of color. On the battlefield, fists and blades continued to collide, but the rhythm had shifted. Then the prince suddenly turned his head toward the stands, gaze locking onto a specific point. Joshua felt it immediately. Was he looking at him? The entity clarified that it was not simple sight. The magma sensed energy. Primordial stones reacted to one another. Joshua asked why. The answer was simple. They had once been fragments of a god. There could not be many. Each fragment recognized the others as incomplete parts of the same whole. His blood ran cold. Uravis ascended into the air, and a colossal column of fire erupted around him. Aiden stared upward, stunned that such power could exist within a man. This was no longer the force of a warrior. It resembled the authority of a deity commanding the heart of a volcano. Uravis raised his weapon and looked down with merciless intent. He ordered the flames to incinerate everything within his sight. Then he unleashed the flame of extinction. The sky turned white. Aiden spread his arms wide and shouted that he would endure it. He braced himself against the descending inferno, attempting to halt it through sheer force. The girl screamed for him not to falter. A heartbeat later, the world detonated. The host shouted that they had exploded. Fireballs rained outward in every direction. Spectators panicked, fearing the flames would reach them. Voices cried that the barrier would hold, that even the continent's greatest magicians could not shatter it. Magma slammed against the transparent shield, splashing and spreading like liquid sun. Heat radiated through the stands. People began to run anyway. The magma struck the barrier and burned through it. A hiss tore across the arena as molten fire ate into the protective shield that had supposedly withstood the continent's strongest magicians. Cracks spidered across its surface. On the shattered battlefield below, the old mercenary lay against broken stone and laughed. He told the prince he hadn't expected the illustrious heir to drag spectators into the fray. The prince answered calmly that there was no need for concern. He had restrained himself. The damage would be minimal. Aiden smiled wider. Restrained? Then how powerful was he truly? The prince considered the question and replied that even he did not fully know. The old man chuckled and said that was amusing. It seemed the title of master was already within reach. Perhaps now he sought victory in the tournament itself. The prince glanced across the arena and said of course he would win. He had to, for the newborn. His gaze shifted briefly toward Joshua in the stands before lowering again, as if confirming something only he understood. Elsewhere, the injured combatant's body was engulfed in restorative light. A mage shouted as healing magic flowed over torn flesh. Another magician frowned and warned that the wounds were not closing properly. They might need more priests. Iselin snapped in frustration that the battle was clearly over. Why were they still barred from entering? She was close to the Lord, close enough. A guard raised his hands apologetically and said that to avoid complications, all communication between participants and spectators was temporarily suspended. She needed to step back. Joshua stepped forward, voice steady. She was with him. They required no further delay. The guard hesitated, saying confirmation was still required. A new presence approached from behind. The order came to let them pass. The King of Lions, Rian himself, stepped forward, smiling faintly. He remarked that he had business at the temple. Unless someone intended to treat him as an unrecognized lord, there was no cause for obstruction. The path cleared. Iselin rushed inside, panic in her voice. She knelt beside the old mercenary. He coughed lightly and apologized for making such a mess of things. She answered that he had fought well. Joshua lowered his head, analyzing the situation. The holy healing was failing. The direct strike from the flame of extinction had left damage that ordinary restoration could not erase. For him, it would be the first attempt. He extended his hand slowly. If holy magic alone was insufficient, then perhaps he would have to interfere personally. Holy power grows with the one who wields it, and with the strength he now possessed, Joshua did not hesitate. A blinding radiance burst from his palm, flooding the chamber in white light. He invoked recovery, and a sacred aura wrapped itself around Aiden like a second skin. The air trembled. Every person in the room froze, mouths hanging open as if time itself had stalled. The old warrior slowly rose to his feet, staring at his own hands, flexing his fingers, feeling life surge through veins that moments ago had been failing him. Then he roared that he was completely healed. Iselin rushed forward, fist clenched tight, disbelief burning in her eyes. She demanded to know how he could possibly wield holy magic. Joshua only gave a small smile, glancing aside as though it were nothing remarkable. He said he merely copied what he had seen others do. It was his first attempt, he admitted, but judging by the result, it could only be called a success. Elsewhere, knights dropped to one knee, voices rising in unison as they congratulated their lord. Prince Uravis sat calmly in his chair, listening as his subordinates declared that he had secured the title of master and advanced to the finals. One final victory remained, and Reinhard would be his. He answered with a faint smile, saying he had expected the master title eventually, yet reaching the finals after a single win had been fortunate. No one could have predicted his opponents would surrender so easily. Still, part of him had wished for a true duel. The image of the Aiden surfaced in his thoughts. Today's battle had been satisfying. Even in defeat, the man had been the first to claim the master title after losing, and that alone proved his worth. The prince reminded himself not to dismiss the rumors so lightly. Strength like that did not appear by accident. Then another figure entered his mind. If even half the stories about that man were true, their paths would almost certainly cross in the finals. Rising from his seat, he decided it would be wise to learn more before that day arrived. He announced he would step out for a while. His warriors protested, spreading their hands in alarm, insisting it was dangerous to move alone at such a time. The venerable prince simply told them to rest and await his return. At the main headquarters of the Moon Door, he lowered his hood, admitting he had never imagined they would walk streets like these. From the shadows ahead, a young man emerged, voice steady as he declared that such circumstances only proved how exceptional they truly were. They had expected to be received on the top floor, as usual. Instead, the branch manager of the Moon Door greeted them with a courteous smile and explained that their leader was absent today, asking for their understanding. Uravis regarded him calmly and said that it changed nothing. They possessed the information he sought. Zero's expression did not waver. Uravis continued, stating he had heard they once demanded 1 million gold for information about Joshua. He told him to disclose everything he knew, and the payment would be made immediately. Zero's smile thinned. He apologized, saying the matter was no longer so simple. With quiet confidence, he explained that Joshua was currently the sole source of intelligence their organization required. They had no intention of harming him or compromising their position. A trace of irritation entered the prince's voice. Was he to understand that even 1 million gold would not move them? Zero replied that first, the price had risen. 5 years had changed the situation entirely. Uravis asked how much. The answer came without hesitation. Information about Joshua now cost 100 million gold. Outside, Uravis paused beneath the open sky, scanning the streets in silence. 100 million. An absurd figure. He had never truly intended to purchase anything. Pulling his hood back over his head, he took a few measured steps, thoughts sharpening. If the Moon Door was willing to resurrect itself, just to bury Joshua's secrets, then those secrets were beyond value. There was only one path left. He would meet the man himself. From the window above, Zero watched him depart. A figure stood behind him in the dim room and asked why he had ordered such an impossible price. Zero turned and bowed, stating he had merely followed instructions. The man answered that it was acceptable. Curiosity was natural. The organization needed funds. Lowering his gaze, Zero reflected on their decline. 5 years ago, 1 million gold had slipped through their fingers. Since then, enormous sums had been poured into severing the rotting limbs of the Moon Door to preserve what remained. He saw the faces of dead subordinates in his mind. Eliminating just 3 corrupted elders had consumed tens of millions. Only after that sacrifice did they gain a chance to rebuild. And now, even after everything, their coffers stood nearly empty. The guild leader's gaze hardened, voice dropping as he said he was aware of a certain assassin, the one who eliminated the 3 elders. The deputy answered carefully that he had only heard fragments of rumor. The specifics were beyond him. Turning away, the leader said that according to whispers spreading through the underworld, this assassin was attempting something absurd, the unification of every assassin organization across the continent. The deputy stiffened. Gathering killers who trusted no one but themselves was unthinkable. Such men could barely cooperate for a single contract, let alone submit to a common banner. The leader admitted he had doubted it as well. Yet reports suggested the mysterious figure had already earned the trust of many. If even half of it was true, then the impossible was already unfolding. The deputy asked who this person was. No one knew. That was the answer. Identities were smoke and shadow. But across taverns and hidden chambers alike, one name circulated: King of Assassins. The leader's expression darkened as an image surfaced in his mind. More troubling than the title was a single detail. The King of Assassins had spoken Joshua's name. The deputy felt a chill and asked whether that meant the unification had a single purpose: to eliminate Joshua. The leader said he could not confirm it. Yet once Joshua became their designated target, they might also trace the bloody token tied only to him. That alone made the situation intolerable. His eyes narrowed. No information about Joshua could be allowed to leak. Not to rivals, not to clients, and certainly not to the King of Assassins. Elsewhere, Aiden drove his fist forward with force, the strike cutting through the air. He held his stance for several seconds, then broke into a broad grin. It was extraordinary. He had never imagined Joshua would heal him so completely. Even high-ranking priests had failed where he succeeded. The recovery was flawless. If that was the case, then perhaps it was time to seize the opportunity and teach the bear magic directly. Nearby, Iselin turned her face aside, brows knitting as a memory tugged at her. She had seen something like this before. Aiden approached and asked what occupied her thoughts, warning her not to claim she had neglected the defense again. Her cheeks flushed red as she snapped that he had startled her. Aiden laughed, saying she only seemed downcast since Joshua's departure. She looked forward, irritation flashing in her eyes, and answered that it had nothing to do with him. The reason lay with someone else entirely. In the temple, she had caught a glimpse of someone. When her comrade pressed her, she extended her hands and formed a small illusion in the air. The image shimmered, a tall figure with the presence of a lion. The organizers had addressed him as Rian. The man's eyes widened. If that was true, then it could only be the Lion King, one of the 12 superhumans. She nodded slowly, a faint smile forming as recognition settled in. That was where she had heard the name before. The Lion King. Now made sense. He spread his hands in disbelief, saying it was strange to encounter someone of that stature, so casually. She answered that he was likely there to see Joshua. Aiden folded his arms and said anything was possible. If Baron Joshua won, the Lion King would almost certainly challenge him for control of the city. Her face drained of color. Why would the Lion King, of all the 12, choose to confront their lord? Aiden raised a finger and explained it plainly. By tradition, the victor of the Battle of Masters became king in title. But titles alone did not command loyalty. The people's hearts were far harder to claim. If the Lion King defeated the reigning ruler publicly, the city would have no choice but to acknowledge his supremacy. In his mind, he pictured Joshua lifting his spear as the crowd erupted in applause. Then his expression shifted. Beyond prestige, there was another reason. Among the established powers, Joshua was the most accessible path toward claiming a seat among the 20 superhumans. The Lion King Rian would not ignore such an opportunity. Elsewhere, hurricanes advanced through the air, laughter carried on the wind. He said he could not believe Joshua dared to show himself and speak such reckless words. The next instant, Joshua stood before him. Theta sneered, calling him a murderer. Joshua's gaze did not waver. He replied that he had come only to deliver a warning. The current head of the Magic Tower would soon lose his life. The declaration hung in the air. Theta's expression twisted with anger. He waved his hand sharply, summoning a violent gust that tore across the space between them. He shouted for Joshua to be silent, accusing him of attempting to sow confusion during the competition. Joshua remained still, eyes fixed forward, unshaken by the storm gathering around him. The wind closed in, slicing through the air until it stood a breath away from Joshua's face. In the next instant, Theta clicked his tongue in irritation. The gale tore through the surrounding bushes at brutal speed, shredding leaves as if to demonstrate the difference in power. Staring ahead, he asked why he should believe such nonsense. Was Joshua claiming that the first 7th-class mage on the continent would be murdered by some stray lurking around the palace? Joshua answered evenly that his information came from tracing the Lightning Master. During that search, he had encountered the truth. Theta admitted that part at least was accurate. When he learned someone had finished off that old man, he pursued the culprit relentlessly, but the trail vanished the moment the target entered the Imperial Knights. After that, only one opportunity remained. Wait until he was completely alone outside the castle. Just like now. He frowned, asking what any of this had to do with the warning. Joshua explained that during his 5 years as a knight, he had shadowed a single individual. In that time, he uncovered evidence of a planned coup within the Magic Tower. The conspiracy involved more than ambition. It included direct assistance from inside. The first time Joshua even heard that this man had risen to lead the Magic Tower was from Caesar himself. Theta listened, expression tightening. Where had Joshua obtained such elaborate accusations? A betrayal within the Magic Tower was no trivial claim. He turned away sharply and said he had heard enough fairy tales. Joshua should worry about his own fate. When the time came, Theta would expose every crime tied to him. Joshua's lips curved faintly. Belief was optional, but if his warning proved true, he had a proposal. Theta paused mid-step and looked back. Joshua's gaze hardened. He would stop the assassin targeting the Magic Tower. In return, he required one thing: Theta's support when he moved to claim the Imperial throne. At the prince's headquarters, a voice suddenly called out with urgent news. Euravus lifted his eyes and asked what had been discovered. The knight delivering the report hesitated, uncertain whether it was what his master sought. Then he stated that one of the 7 magicians had refused to participate in the semifinals. The old man stared straight ahead and exploded, calling him a complete fool, asking if he had lost his mind, refusing the semifinals, and even daring to stand against Code Zero. The guy instantly covered his ears, but the shouting only grew louder. What was he thinking? Why was it impossible to force the truth out of him? Through the noise, he finally answered that he knew exactly why his teacher was furious. He understood everything, but at least let him speak. Still blocking out the yelling, he explained that Bronto had already merged with the Baron 5 years ago, and when that lightning-crazed elder tried to strip his power away, he reacted. He defended himself. That was all this was. Self-defense. Nothing more. Ian snapped back immediately. 5 years ago, Baron Joshua had been a 10-year-old child, and now he expected anyone to believe that he fought back against the Master of Lightning? The guy threw his hands up and said the facts were the facts, even if, deep down, he knew it sounded insane. In his mind, the pieces were already shifting. Ever since the Elder of the Land warned him about the Magic Tower, something had felt wrong. The timing, the tension, the way events kept aligning. Right now, what mattered most was returning to Avalon and confirming his suspicions. The Battle of the Masters could wait. Ian's anger cooled into reluctant acceptance. Fine. He wouldn't push that topic further. Stroking his beard, he muttered that Joshua should at least return to the Magic Tower. He was gathering 7 magicians. Joshua answered calmly that he intended to travel. To see the world. They could meet another time. That only irritated the old man again. He should go where he was summoned. A new assistant to the head of the tower had to be appointed. Joshua paused. The Lightning Master's seat was empty. Who had he chosen? The old man's expression shifted as he replied that he wanted to give Evergrande a chance. The scene cut sharply. Someone informed the protagonist that all that remained was the finale. He responded with a faint disbelief, admitting he never imagined the head of the Moon Door would invite him. The words barely left his mouth before the world shifted. In the next breath, He was standing inside the special guest chamber on the 5th floor of the moon door. Silence hung heavy in the air, refined and suffocating. The man seated before him spoke calmly, almost warmly, saying they should have met far earlier. He apologized for the delays, then fixed his gaze forward and declared he would not waste time. He would answer every question about the turmoil inside the family, about the shifting tides across the continent. Everything Joshua needed to know. Joshua smiled faintly and replied that he had already prepared that information himself. He admitted it was impressive. The leader leaned on his hand and shifted the tone. Before anything else, he said, it would be appropriate to settle payment for services rendered. Promises made 5 years ago were not so easily forgotten. Surely he hadn't forgotten them. And perhaps now he could reveal the location of the blood token. Joshua's smile sharpened. Even if he revealed it, the moon door could do nothing. And was he truly that important? The silver-eyed sword demon, Lily's Aphrodite. The color drained from the leader's face. He rose slowly from the bed, studying Joshua with new eyes. So that was why the continent celebrated him. Now it made sense. Grabbing his mask, he admitted that, even so, some things remained beyond understanding. Then she appeared. Lily's materialized before Joshua, smiling softly. She said everything had changed. The token was no longer what it once was. It had become far more important. The vision shifted to the blood token itself, a crimson relic marked with the symbol of the god Hermes. For his followers, it was nothing less than a holy grail among artifacts. She imagined the emperor and the high priest locked in silent conflict. Within the empire, factions had split. Those loyal to the Imperial sect and those devoted to the Pope. Both fought relentlessly to control the moon door, because whoever controlled it controlled the continent's flow of information. After years of struggle, the Pope's faction had prevailed, allowing her to remain in her position. But during that conflict, the Order's sacred relic, the Tear of God, had vanished. No, it had been destroyed. And the prime suspect was Joshua. Hearing this, Joshua's eyes fixed forward, horror flashing across his face. The leader, imagining the artifact in his mind, spoke slowly. The Tear of God from the Temple of Hermes would never shatter so easily. The orb between them trembled as she demanded the truth. Was he a demon wearing a name, or was he truly Baron Joshua? The sphere cracked under the strain of power. If he was not lying, she said, then she would confirm it here and now. Light erupted behind him. Wings unfolded across his back. Vast, radiant, unmistakable. Not the aura of a paladin. Not the mark of a follower. These were the wings of Michael, the Archangel of God. Her voice faltered as she stared. The Pope had been searching desperately for a holy relic, something like the blood token, something equal to a holy grail, to replace what had been lost. So where was it? Where was the grail? Joshua answered calmly. It was currently in the hands of the Avalon Imperial family. Lily's froze. Impossible. Joshua told her not to panic. He was already working on retrieving it. She smiled slowly. Then it seemed they could trust only him. Joshua lifted his hand and reminded her that he had come for information. She looked around the chamber before speaking. She would tell him. But first, she needed to clarify something. The knowledge about the Holy Grail settled his previous debt. What followed would be a new contract. Joshua nodded. He understood. He could pay immediately. She looked at him and said she had no interest in money. She wanted something far more valuable. He asked what it was. If it was within his ability, he would do it. Her cheeks flushed red. He should marry her. Those were her terms. A heavy silence filled the room. She exhaled, then raised her mask to hide her expression. Could he not give a clear answer? Was she not charming enough to sway him? A knock broke the tension. From behind the door, a voice reported that Joshua had left and asked permission to enter. The head allowed it, praising his work. Had he confirmed the situation with the Pawnee family? Zero stepped inside, smiling. Yes. Their forces were advancing toward the canyon. The Cromwell family had frozen the entire river, and the mercenary king was heading directly for the canyon's center. He began introducing the warriors stationed along the frozen river, adding with clear astonishment that the most incredible part was how they had managed to freeze the river so completely. They reported that the river had been frozen using a magic scroll containing a blizzard classified as 7th class magic. She lifted her gaze in disbelief. How could that exist? A 7th class scroll? In theory, the caster must exceed the spell's rank. That would require at least an 8th class mage. The subordinate lowered his head. She was correct. Even the current head of the magic tower was only 7th class. By all logic, it was impossible. Their conclusion was that the scroll must be an ancient relic, a fragment of lost magic from a bygone era. She turned away slowly, unsettled. The Cromwell family using something so priceless merely to freeze a river? He answered that they must be desperate. They needed an overwhelming victory against the Pawnee family. Time was running out. Her eyes remained distant. She wondered if every piece of this was true. The scene shifted violently. Fireworks tore across the night sky as the arena roared to life. The host's voice boomed through the Colosseum, declaring that the Battle of Masters had reached its conclusion. Tonight, in this very center, The final would decide the new king. Joshua stepped into the arena. The announcer declared him loudly, the representative of Avalon, the youngest user, Baron Joshua. Opposite him stood Uravis. The host introduced him as the embodiment of magma, an outstanding knight whose power burned like the Earth's core itself. The prince moved first. He seized his weapon and magma erupted across his body, coating him in molten armor. Flames pulsed with every breath as he roared that he would not yield. Joshua smiled faintly. That was exactly what he wanted. He drew his spear and surged forward. Uravis, ruler of the Thran, one of the great 9 stars of the heavenly warriors, was famous for wielding the crystal of magma origin in a way no one else could replicate. His weapon was not a standard blade. Each segment of the sword was linked by steel wire. On the eastern continent, such a weapon was called a snake sword, a folding whip blade, a whip sword. Joshua's eyes narrowed in displeasure. The prince laughed from the stands, remarking that a spear was ill-suited for such a fight. Uravis' strike alone could blanket the entire arena in fire. No one had expected this. Not even in Duke's memories had Uravis revealed this technique. Not even during their earlier battle. And now, in the final, he unleashed everything. He turned his head slightly, confusion flashing across his face as Uravis' segmented blade tore through the air again and again, each strike bending at impossible angles. Joshua gritted his teeth, forcing his body to react. Uravis' entire style revolved around unpredictability. The whip sword never followed a straight path. It twisted, curved, snapped from above, then from behind, as if it had a mind of its own. In the stands, one man clenched his fists, whispering that Joshua had to win. He had wagered everything. If Joshua fell, he would lose it all. Joshua's voice carried calmly through the chaos earlier, stating that the organizers had balanced the bets artificially. But even so, his victory would return 12 times the stake. Iselin frowned, unsure whether he was exaggerating or not. Iselin rose from her seat, saying the people here understood nothing about true worth. Iselin quickly followed, admitting she also wanted to place a bet. Back in the arena, Joshua narrowed his eyes. In his past life, Uravis had been far stronger. Compared to that version, this one should have been manageable. Yet the fight remained suffocating. Uravis laughed loudly, sensing Joshua's difficulty. He decided to end it. Hellfire erupted from his blade, a molten stream that devoured everything it touched. The arena floor blackened instantly. Suddenly, Joshua's body began to shimmer. Magic gathered around him, forming a dense barrier that absorbed the inferno. Uravis' eyes widened. How was he dispelling it so cleanly? His hand instinctively pressed against his chest. That tremor. He remembered it from the first time they met. It meant one thing. Joshua was like him. Uravis' grin widened. Then this would not be some childish duel of steel. He wanted to see it. Magma pushed beyond its limits, colliding against another source crystal. He roared that Joshua barely understood the true power of a divine source crystal. The host shouted excitedly that King Uravis was far more imposing than in his previous duel. The crowd screamed as flames spiraled upward, horns of molten fire forming on Uravis' head. His sword reshaped, segments glowing like veins of lava. He looked less like a man and more like a demon born from the solar abyss. Someone warned Joshua that Uravis did not yet fully control this level of power. Joshua smiled. He would adapt. He stood still, eyes locked forward. Then his own aura ignited. He released his magic deliberately, showing that Uravis was not the only one who possessed a source crystal. A surge of force erupted outward. The impact struck so violently that Uravis was blasted backward across the arena floor. Laughter echoed through the flames. He cannot be defeated so easily. Joshua stepped forward without a trace of tension, revealing himself, as if this duel had already been decided. A faint smile rested on his lips when he answered Uravis, telling him his arrogance had climbed past the heavens. If pride was all he had, then it was time to see which of them truly deserved to stand at the top. Uravis shut his eyes in irritation, his lips moving as he invoked glory. Power surged through him, heat rolling off his body in waves. Joshua scoffed and shouted that such force would never pierce his defense. Uravis dashed in a wide arc, circling, trying to distort Joshua's perception. His blade stretched long and heavy, cutting through the air with the intent to cleave the hero in two. The armored host watching from the side muttered that this was a clash of flame and lightning at its peak. Uravis only smiled wider, claiming the magma within him hungered to devour Joshua's crystal and grow beyond limits. Joshua answered coldly that he intended to strip every ounce of energy from him instead. Then came the wager. The loser would surrender his source crystal and live as the servant of the victor. No hesitation. Uravis accepted. In his mind, if he seized Joshua's power and added another crystal to his own, he would forge everything into a true kingdom. No longer a dream. A throne built by strength alone. He trusted Joshua would not break his word. In a former life, they had called Uravis the small sun enemies who could not even approach him were torn apart and reduced to ash. Yet, Joshua understood something deeper. He had already pierced a monster like that once with a spear, carving his name as an invincible answer. The fifth form of his magical spear technique pulsed within him. Lightning gathered. Joshua unleashed the final variant of the first lightning form, driving it forward with lethal precision. He waited for the exact heartbeat, then hurled true lightning itself. Uravis never saw it, never heard it. The strike was so brief, it resembled the flash of a 9-star technique. First the pain, then the sound. An explosion swallowed the arena. Spectators froze. Even the host could not grasp what had occurred. Joshua's figure had already passed through King Uravis. Outside the arena, the announcement rang clear. The winner of this year's Masters competition, representative of Avalon, Mr. Joshua. Uravis staggered somewhere beyond the smoke, mind drifting, unsure if he had blacked out. He understood only one truth. The final attack was something he could only envy. He admitted defeat. For Joshua, victory carried no thrill. In his opponent's chest, a light flickered violently. Uravis felt the magma draining from his body, strength escaping with it, his once blazing power fading into emptiness. Without warning, Joshua's body was lifted into the air as if unseen chains had seized him. Strength drained from his limbs in an instant. Across the blazing field, Uravis stared into the fire, trying to grasp what was unfolding. The magic itself began to answer him. The source crystals did not acknowledge defeat. Since he had admitted loss, he no longer possessed the right to command it. Joshua could not hear the magma's whisper, but Uravis could feel it rejecting him. Then the darkness split open. A colossal mouth emerged from the void and swallowed Uravis whole while he screamed that the power belonged to him. Its jaw snapped shut. He jolted upright in bed, drenched in sweat, clutching his chest. A dream. Only a dream. Yet the fear lingered. Before he could steady himself, he noticed a letter resting beside him. It stated plainly that Joshua had taken his magma. However, becoming someone's servant would burden a king too heavily. In exchange, Joshua would request the fulfillment of one condition. Uravis read it twice, then began to laugh. That brat would never dare seize the entire throne. Outside, a servant stood silently with a crown placed upon a velvet pillow. The people had already proclaimed a new ruler, a king for a new era, a new chapter of history. And Joshua was advancing toward that throne step by measured step. When the ceremony was announced, tradition demanded elaborate rites for the transfer of power. Joshua answered calmly that he had no time for excess. All unnecessary rituals would be omitted. Only what was essential would remain. The royal assistant, King Gata, stared in disbelief. Rian found the situation amusing. Without the pageantry, the whole event would feel dull. The king himself ordered the formalities reduced to their core procedures. The assistant protested that the continent would mock them. Joshua replied that such concern disappointed him. Since when had Reinhardt cared about the whispers of the continent? He stood there not because of approval, but because he had defeated every formidable opponent through his own skill. If the kingdom feared ridicule, he would withdraw and refuse the throne altogether. The assistant hurried after him as Joshua turned away. Someone called for him to return. He continued walking, unhurried. His voice carried back over his shoulder. His servants were his foundation. If they doubted the stability of the kingdom, then perhaps they were not meant to rule together. Anyone could sit on a throne draped in royal robes. It did not have to be him. The assistant understood that Joshua's intent was never selfish. The servants lowered their heads, admitting their mistake. One by one, the hero stepped forward and asked him to lead the kingdom into change. Joshua answered that they must never become prisoners of hollow traditions. The assistant declared he would no longer be ruled by the continent's gossip. Joshua's voice cut through the hall. Each man would stand by his own word. As long as they were honest with themselves, he would shoulder the rest. Then he raised his head and proclaimed openly that he was the new king. The crowd erupted. They had been waiting for this moment, for a ruler forged through strength rather than lineage. Rian watched in quiet surprise. Joshua did not just win battles. He understood how to command hearts. But Joshua moved immediately to what mattered. Rian asked what the new king intended to do next. Joshua told him to prepare himself for an answer he would not expect. As the victor of the Masters competition, he possessed the right to challenge the 9 stars and the 12 superhumans. He knew the Master would not welcome what came next. He chose one of the 12, the head of 1,000,000 mercenaries. The mercenary king. Iselin's gaze sharpened. Even for Aiden, this declaration was sudden. No one imagined an ordinary young man could speak with such confidence. Joshua answered simply that he was a knight of the Sanders family. That was enough. The king etched the name into memory. He lifted his weapon, acknowledging the challenge. A faint smile touched his lips. Cain knew his current strength was insufficient, yet he did not waver. A brilliant force swept across the land, flooding the territory. Barbarian watched with amusement. Before Cain could act, another presence appeared ahead. Barbarian frowned, unable to recognize the silhouette. The figure spoke calmly, claiming the boy for himself. In the next breath, darkness fell like a curtain. When it cleared, the land was empty. Joshua had never imagined such hidden talents lay within the duchy. Barbarian's smile returned. The hunt would only grow more entertaining. A signal soon echoed across the field, ordering retreat. A rider announced that Sam had received a letter. The competition's winner had formally requested the duel. Joshua's hands tightened. He intended to kill him. Elsewhere, Icarus calculated the timing. The Master Cane should have arrived by now. Yet there was still no word. A hand brushed against his. Cheryl told him to rest once the meeting ended. He answered that he would handle everything. She called the 11th Council to order. Her voice steadied as she asked whether a communication port had been located inside the secret storage. One of the men replied that it had been discovered in a place no one would have ever suspected. Relief spread across the room. They were fortunate. For the first time in days, they had a way to reach the outside world. Someone murmured that if her father could see her now, he would be proud. Cheryl allowed herself a faint smile. Then the report shifted. The mercenary king had vanished. Word spread quickly. After being challenged by the winner of the Masters competition, Barbarian had most likely left to answer that duel. Several eyes turned toward Joshua's name. Cheryl's expression tightened with both surprise and unease. Icarus laughed under his breath. He had never believed Joshua would forget them. The doors burst open. A man rushed in, breathless, declaring that the situation had gone too far. They needed to see it themselves. On the table lay fragments recovered at dawn, near the knight's blade. Shattered steel. No sign of the knight. Cheryl stared at the broken pieces, unable to understand how a sword like that could snap, or where its owner had gone. One of the commanders spoke coldly. Someone intended to weaken them from within, to drag them toward defeat by any means. Voices rose. Immediate punishment was demanded. Another officer clarified that the knight had not been dispatched toward the enemy camp. He had been assigned to travel along the third supply route. Icarus raised a hand, silencing them. He said they were both correct. He had deliberately provided different routes to different people present in the chamber. Cheryl frowned, confused by the deception. Icarus answered sharply. Trust was a luxury. He had scattered false trails to catch the one who betrayed them. The Duke stepped forward and revealed the truth. The knight had actually taken the fifth supply route. There was only one explanation for his disappearance. The Duke's gaze hardened. The only person told about the fifth route was a spy. Cox of the Spirit of Gold. Cox's voice trembled as he answered that Mr. Icarus had also known about the fifth route. Suspicion thickened instantly. The Duke stepped forward and asked only one thing. Where had Ralph been the previous night? Cox smiled faintly and said he could not sleep, so he went for a walk. Icarus let out a low laugh. He had not seen him at all. Cox's eyes shifted, unease creeping in. Icarus continued calmly, admitting he had fabricated the story about a witness. There had been no walk. One of the officers protested, accusing Icarus of cornering them all with paranoia. Another argued that Cox had done too much for the house to be doubted like this. Even Cheryl felt resistance in her heart. Cox had been there since her childhood. He was her only friend, her most trusted mentor. Betrayal did not fit the image she carried of him. Cox inhaled slowly. He said Icarus was correct. He was a spy. His mission had been to poison the Duke of Pontier and pass along every piece of information he could gather. Cheryl's teeth clenched. Her voice shook as she demanded to know why. Cox laughed softly. His title was the Spirit of Gold. He was a creature that fed on wealth. Loyalty meant nothing beside value. Icarus watched him closely. A spy did not need to be born among them. Influence could reach anywhere. He wanted to know who stood behind a man like this. Cox said nothing further. His eyes drifted away, as though the house before him were something distant. He admitted that he had devoted his youth to this place, shaping it like his own creation. The others could not understand how someone who had built so much could destroy it. Cox answered plainly. The Avalon Empire was a land where only victors survived. And today, this house would vanish. Nothing would remain. Before anyone could react, a thunderous blast lit the horizon. Cheryl rushed to the window. Flames swallowed the territory. Explosions echoed across the kingdom. The assault had already begun. Far from the chaos, Joshua stood beneath the crown. He bowed his head as it was placed upon him. Officially, he became king of Reinhardt. His first words were simple. He would devote everything to making the city stronger. Later, he sat across from Rian. Rian believed the plan would proceed as intended, yet disappointment lingered in his expression. Joshua met his gaze. He had declared his intent to fight, but instead of choosing another obvious rival, he had selected Barbarian. Such a choice demanded a reason, and Rian wanted to hear it. Before he left, the king declared that whenever the time came, he would fight. Any hour, any battlefield. He said it like a man who had already accepted the cost. Rian watched him carefully and saw a reflection of his own youth in that stubborn fire. He liked it. Without another word, he extended a gift, not as a courtesy, but as the fulfillment of an old, unspoken promise. The protagonist froze for a moment. In the man's palm rested a medallion. A golden lion was engraved upon it, a sword clenched tightly in its jaws, as if even in metal it refused to yield. The stranger spoke calmly, saying that in his entire life he had suffered only one defeat and one draw. The draw had lasted 2 days and 2 nights against the second opponent. Joshua studied him, unable to grasp who that opponent had been. Then it clicked. Strength was not always visible at first glance. He understood that his eyes alone could not measure every variable on the board. The stranger continued, revealing that Ari was not merely one of the 9 stars, not just a superhuman, but a true master. Finally, he told the boy to observe everyone carefully, because the real battlefield was often hidden behind faces. The king seemed unsettled by the words. To steady himself, he looked down at the medallion again. Joshua sensed there was meaning buried deeper than pride or nostalgia, yet he could not decipher what Rian truly wanted him to see. He thanked him regardless and turned to leave. As he did, the man called out one last time. He told the hero not to forget to carve his name onto a tombstone in the royal mausoleum. The king met his gaze and promised that he would. Elsewhere, 3 men waited within the forest. This was their final opportunity to settle matters with Joshua. Haseki understood that even if this confrontation ended, the Swallow Empire would remain. Windmill felt a cold crawl through his bones, but it was not the weather that disturbed him. It was the tension. After the emperor's death, Lucifer had taken the throne. Haseki warned that a continental war could erupt at any moment. The air itself felt unstable. Windmill struggled to suppress the panic tightening in his chest. Then the bushes rustled. All 3 turned sharply. Out of the shadows, Ari emerged, sword already in hand. Turdon immediately realized that Avalon must have uncovered everything. He demanded to know where Joshua was. The man could not hide his anticipation. He turned to his companions with clear excitement at the thought of encountering the protagonist now, at this precise turning point. And nearby, Iselin clenched her fists, her voice sharp with disappointment, questioning Joshua's absence and what it meant for all of them. She demanded to know why he had summoned the mercenary king without a second thought. Her voice carried frustration, almost betrayal. Behind her, a man stepped forward and calmly explained that the young man must have had his reasons. Iselin understood that much. She could sense the logic behind his decision, even if she did not know every detail. She wanted to stand beside him in this moment, to ease the weight pressing down on him. Yet she felt painfully powerless. The man continued, telling them that nothing they did now could alter the course already set in motion. He urged the girl not to let anxiety consume her. With a bitter half-smile, he admitted that had he foreseen such a turn of events, he would have poured all his savings into it without hesitation. As if summoned by his words, a banker arrived and set several heavy bags of coins onto the table. The dull thud of gold against wood stunned everyone present. The young man stared in disbelief. All of it now belonged to him. The reality felt unreal. Overwhelmed by sudden joy, he immediately called for Iselin, wanting her to share in his triumph. A swordswoman approached and offered her congratulations on becoming a master. Her arrival caught the group off guard. Lilies needed no elaborate excuse for being there. She had come for her reward. Yet as the man studied her expression, he realized he had been wrong to assume she had no interest in gambling. His earlier judgment shattered. Beneath her composed exterior burned ambition. Despite her stated beliefs, Lilies looked at the young man and thought that through this she could demonstrate her faith in her lover. And perhaps, she admitted inwardly, it would make things far more interesting. He looked at her, confused, and asked who she was speaking about. The others turned toward her in surprise. None of them expected her lover to be Joshua. The tension thickened instantly. With a faint smile, Lilies began questioning Iselin, probing carefully, asking why she referred to Joshua in such a familiar way. The swordswoman avoided a direct answer and shifted the topic, claiming that no one understood Joshua better than she did. Iselin concealed her full identity and instead introduced herself as his closest friend. That answer did not satisfy Lilies. She pressed further, insisting she had never heard of her before. Iselin crossed her arms firmly and stated that she had always supported him, emphasizing how deeply their lives were intertwined. The air between them sharpened. They faced one another like opponents about to draw steel. Lilies' curiosity twisted into challenge. She wondered aloud who the hero truly loved more. Then, without hesitation, she produced a silver ticket. Joshua's eyes widened. To obtain such a ticket required a wager of at least 10,000 gold. Lilies displayed it openly, her intent clear. She was not simply showing wealth. She was staking a claim, proving through gold and risk that her devotion carried weight. She declared without hesitation that she was prepared to do anything for the hero. There was no tremor in her voice. Iselin, however, remained composed. She spoke with ease, almost casually, as if the bold claim had not unsettled her at all. Then she gave a quiet chuckle, noticing the subtle shift in her opponent's expression. Underestimation had begun to creep in. Iselin, who had been silent until now, slowly reached into her cloak and withdrew something concealed. A burst of golden light erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When the brilliance faded, she placed a legendary ticket on the edge of the table. Such a token could only be acquired by wagering over 100,000 gold. Even Lilies admitted cautiously that she had never seen one before. Joshua's friend watched her reaction carefully and stated, almost dismissively, that she herself had wagered 500,000 gold. To her, that sum was insignificant when compared to what her precious friend deserved. Lily's interest sharpened instantly. Money of that scale changed her perception. She began to reevaluate the girl before her. Aiselin explained that her fortune came from a family heirloom. Despite her household's fall, she refused to reveal its secret or part with the blue wing, a relic that cleared the mind, heightened concentration, and accelerated spell incantations to astonishing speed. With unwavering faith in Joshua's victory, she had multiplied her gains to 6 million gold. With that wealth, she intended to rebuild her estate and one day move there alongside him. Aiden stood frozen, stunned. For a fleeting moment, he felt erased from the conversation entirely. The man nearby spun in circles, clutching bags of coins, overwhelmed and strangely offended by the turn of events. He had never felt so disregarded. The girls glanced at him, confused by his reaction. Lily's believed she understood Joshua thoroughly. She now realized she did not. The hero's girlfriend was equally taken aback by the blunt honesty laid bare before her. Yet the swordswoman did not allow the atmosphere to settle. She shifted the discussion toward Joshua himself, who still stood with his back turned. She brought up the suspended deal, assuring him she had found terms that would satisfy him. Lena watched with suspicion as the swordswoman subtly activated communication magic. Standing directly before him, she stated that a certain man sought various titles. Her objective was clear. After the destruction of Bavarian, that man was to assume Joshua's position. If he agreed to that arrangement, she would accept his proposal. Windmill's hand instinctively reached for his sword, a strained sound escaping his throat. Suddenly, a boot pressed down on his hand, forcing a cry of pain from him. At that moment, Ari stepped forward. The sight of Joshua filled him with unmistakable delight, and a broad smile spread across his face. The hero looked at him and calmly proposed that if they were going to clash, they might as well turn it into the greatest event anyone had ever witnessed. Ari laughed, spreading his arms wide, dismissing ceremony and rank. Formalities bored him. He wanted chaos, spectacle, something worth remembering. The protagonist's gaze hardened. He understood immediately. Ari did not want victory alone. He wanted stimulation. Around them, lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground. 3 masters had fallen, and the boy had not anticipated such effortless destruction. Ari had cut them down with terrifying precision. No wasted movement, no hesitation. Then the man pointed his sword directly at him and ordered him to stop thinking so much and simply enjoy the moment. The hero stepped forward, stand steady, prepare to strike. Without warning, Ari released a spell. The king reacted instantly. Losing sight of Ari for even a fraction of a second would place him in a fatal blind spot. He knew this. Every instinct screamed that Ari must be contained at all costs. Again the spell descended, warping the air between them. It was suffocating to push through the man's magic. Heavy, distorting. Ari called it this dance of butterflies. His grin widened into something unhinged. He told the hero not to chase him with his eyes. Vision would betray him. He needed to feel the rhythm, sense the movement beneath the surface. The boy glanced sideways briefly, a flicker of concern crossing his thoughts. If this escalated beyond control, his family could be dragged into an international conflict. One wrong move could ignite something far larger. Ari dismissed such worries. Nations rise and fall. People die alongside them. That was the natural order. He urged the hero to stop talking and keep up. Time was limited. The hero slid across the ground, avoiding further distraction. Ari was far too powerful to treat lightly. Whatever restraint he had planned vanished. He would not hold back. Excitement surged through him. This was no ordinary duel. It was a test. Ari lunged forward with a magic-infused blade, laughter slicing through the forest like another weapon. He confessed that he had always wanted this moment. He had known all along that the protagonist was the finest opponent he could ever face. Their strikes collided at blinding speed. Multicolored bursts of light exploded between them, illuminating the trees in violent flashes. Ari leapt back suddenly and, with unsettling calm, declared that once he won, he would tell the boy the truth about the real relationship between his father and mother. Joshua's expression darkened. Not a single decisive strike had landed. Not one. Ari summoned more magic and mocked him for moving too slowly. Joshua drew in a sharp breath and activated his power again. Light erupted from him, flooding the entire forest. He could not afford confusion any longer. He needed clarity. He needed to understand exactly what Ari was truly hiding behind that madness. Joshua tried to process what his opponent meant by the death of a nation. Avalon stood on the edge of igniting a continental war, and the implications were obvious. But Ari abruptly cut the subject short. He had waited 5 years for this battle. Politics no longer mattered to him. The boy swung his staff to retaliate. Too late. Ari had already vanished. "Where are you?" the man's voice echoed. Joshua reacted instantly, launching his strike toward the source of sound. The blow tore through trees, yet his opponent was no longer there. He stood alone in the center of the field, forced to admit he could not keep up. Ari's movement exceeded prediction. Another counterattack came. Ari leapt skyward effortlessly. Midair, he began forming a new spell. He claimed he still possessed many tricks, techniques inherited from the head of the Sten family. Small blue rays gathered above like a storm cloud and rained down upon the hero. Joshua roared a spell of his own. Fire erupted from his chest, raw and violent. He had mastered 5th stage magic. Circles of flames spiraled from his staff, locking into formation. A wall of fire surrounded him, expanding, shaping itself. It transformed into a massive dragon. The inferno beast lunged forward, jaws wide enough to swallow the battlefield. Even Ares' expression flickered for a moment. Fear. But it lasted only a heartbeat. Mad laughter returned. Near the forest's edge, a colossal hammer rested against the earth. Rian stared at it, stunned. Today would be Wilhelm's last day bearing that name. The weight of finality settled over him. 2 men beside Rian lifted their heads. One of them felt directionless, stripped of purpose. Dmitri told him to remain where he was until he found a goal worth pursuing. The ground trembled beneath their feet. He glanced down, advising that they should not visit the knights to say farewell yet. King Gaeta suddenly froze in horror. A magic rift tore open across the sky. Through it, the battle within Wilhelm's forest became visible, as if the heavens themselves were watching. Ari lay on the ground, blood staining the soil beneath him. He laughed weakly, confessing that he adored the protagonist with all his heart. He had wanted the moment to last longer, but he had lost. Joshua approached and demanded the truth he had been promised. Ari slowly pushed himself upright, coughing blood, and began speaking. The true heir, he said, never had a family of his own. Emperor Marcus and Duke Agnes had orchestrated everything from the beginning. Joshua's mind raced. More than 20 years had passed, yet Emperor Marcus still ruled the empire without challenge. Ari chuckled at the expression on the boy's face. In the entire empire, he continued, there were only 3 individuals stronger. Joshua understood immediately. Beyond Duke Agnes, 2 others existed. The distant sound of armored horses echoed through the forest as knights advanced toward the battlefield. Joshua felt it before he saw it. 2 more presences, sharp, controlled, deadly, besides Duke Agnes. Then the thunder of hooves rolled across the blood-soaked ground. Knights rode in tight formation, armor flashing, their path carved straight toward King Reinhard. They weren't here to observe. They were here to shield. Joshua turned slowly. His rival stiffened, eyes calculating, and then suddenly tried to retreat. He muttered something about explaining matters concerning his family later, as if time still obeyed him. A faint smile crossed his lips. He told Joshua to keep certain thoughts buried deep in his mind, and to beware of the hero's father. Because in this world, only one man stood more dangerous than Emperor Marcus now, and that man was him. With that, he declared he would handle the other masters himself, and vanished. Joshua remained still, unsettled by how easily the man withdrew. His gaze dropped to the scattered corpses. The smell of iron clung to the air. Somewhere behind him, a voice echoed faintly that they would meet again. That certainty made his chest tighten. What exactly was unfolding between Emperor Marcus and Duke Agnes? The tension was no longer political. It was personal, and if it escalated, a continental war would not be a rumor. It would be reality. Joshua clenched his fist. His return had shifted the flow of fate. Threads that once moved predictably now tangled around him. At this rate, even he would lose control of what was coming next. A shout tore through the crowd. People immediately bowed. Armor parted the sea of bodies, and Royal Knight Dmitri stepped forward with Rian at his side. Their eyes scanned the devastation, measuring it, judging it. Then King Gaeta forced his way through, shoving men aside without hesitation. His expression held fear, raw and unhidden. He searched for Joshua first. Only Joshua. The moment he confirmed the king was safe, he dropped to one knee and began apologizing, voice strained with urgency. Dmitri and Rian exchanged a stunned glance. They had never seen King Gaeta this shaken over the king's condition. Dmitri approached, studying the cracked earth and lingering aura. The remnants were unmistakable. A master-level clash had taken place here. That changed everything. He stated they must identify the masters responsible for igniting this battle. King Gaeta turned sharply, asking whether the knight intended to act on the king's will. Dmitri looked at him, surprised into silence. Then a voice cut through the tension. Pathetic mice. That was what the hidden scum were. Creatures with nowhere left to hide. A man tore a medallion from his neck, raising it high. His shout carried not fear, but defiance. How long would they continue enduring humiliation? This was never just about survival. The goal was clear, to forge Reinhard into an independent state and stand behind King Joshua without kneeling to foreign powers. Dmitri understood the implication immediately. If they continued bending to other nations, nothing would ever change. King Gaeta nodded grimly. The future would not rewrite itself. They had to step forward and force it to change. The man's body straightened, armor settling over him like a second skin as he revealed his true stance as a knight. For the sake of the kingdom, they had no choice. This step had to be taken. Dimitri's expression tightened with something close to fear as the Lord revealed his true form for the first time in 20 years. The air shifted. Authority settled over the battlefield like iron. And in that moment, Joshua finally reached the knight's heart. King Gate to step forward again, this time with his newly gathered men. They knelt before the king and requested permission to accompany him on his travels. Joshua studied them, then smiled, calm, assured, and granted his consent. The knight turned to his aide and gave the same order. Dimitri slowly drew his sword, steel saying as he lifted it high above his head, pride burning in his eyes. He declared his support for the protagonist without hesitation. One by one, the others stepped forward, voices rising together in fierce unity. Shouts of loyalty echoed across the field. Joshua looked at them. He saw not soldiers, but conviction. Their sincerity was unmistakable. His gaze lingered, and deep gratitude surfaced in his eyes. In the darkest hour, they had chosen him. Elsewhere, Keen stood in silence. Memories surfaced, himself as a child, listening again and again to the tale of a knight who forged a pact with a demon. He remembered sitting before a mysterious boy, staring at that unforgettable blade. It had felt like staring at death itself. An image formed in his mind, a knight with glowing eyes, impossible to kill, an immortal being capable of regenerating even if torn apart. But such a thing could not survive within a human body. He looked at the man before him in stunned disbelief. The legendary Death Knight. Cain frowned slightly and asked why the knight had saved him. The man answered without emotion. He was merely following Joshua's orders. Cain clutched his head, fear creeping into his voice. Had the protagonist bargained with a demon to save them all? He had heard such pacts required a soul as payment. Did that mean the Lord had sacrificed too? The knight spun around instantly, fury flashing in his eyes. He ordered Cain to stop speaking nonsense. Then he added sharply that there had been a massive explosion near Aiden Canyon, but the blast had drowned out everything else. Cain blinked. How could he sense something from that distance? The man gestured toward the swordsman beside him and explained that there were techniques for perceiving atmospheric disturbances, methods requiring extreme physical discipline and mastery of internal energy. Even masters struggled to detect events from such range, which meant the explosion had been enormous. Cain lowered his voice. He hoped Lady Cheryl and Icarus were safe. They had the heavenly brain Avalon. Surely Icarus would devise something. But his eyes darkened. The true problem remained. They still had no way to stop the king of mercenaries. He knew it clearly now. In his current state, he could not defeat the king of mercenaries. That realization crushed him, until his eyes shifted toward the Death Knight. A sudden thought struck Cain. He stepped closer and said he had a request. He wanted to learn. He asked the Death Knight to teach him how to sense atmospheric fluctuations, to feel disturbances in the air the way masters did. The story moved forward. Several days later, night swallowed the mountains. The road twisted through dark stone cliffs as a carriage rolled quietly beneath the cold sky. Inside, Ponir lay unconscious. Arna scanned the terrain and grinned faintly. Behind a cluster of jagged rocks, he said, there was a clearing where they could hide the horses. Cheryl exhaled with a faint smile. They had escaped only because of him. Arna cut her off. Gratitude could wait. Survival came first. Icarus remained silent, but his thoughts were sharp. Arna had reacted too quickly back at the canyon, almost as if he had expected the explosion. He replayed the terrain in his mind. If an ambush had truly been prepared there, they would have been trapped with no room to defend. Arna should not have known. Icarus bit his lip. Then he asked, almost casually, whether Arna was certain their men had recovered Sir Kane's sword. Arna replied that it hardly mattered now. Icarus frowned. It mattered more than anything. Even during a chaotic battle, the escape routes were known only to him and the Count. Yet somehow, fragments of Kane's shattered sword had been collected in the middle of that disaster. That was no coincidence. Arna's expression darkened. He seized the blade at his waist and demanded to know whether Icarus was accusing him. If he continued wasting time with accusations, he would silence him himself. Icarus stepped forward instead of retreating. Something was wrong. Even if Count Cox had spoken with the head of the Ponir family, how had no suspicion arisen? How had the escort unit overlooked such obvious risks? His voice grew colder. If the facts were so clear, why had Arna, head of the Knights, failed to notice them? Arna's gaze turned deadly. He asked whether Icarus wished to die. The younger boy interrupted, insisting that now was not the time to assign blame. They needed distance from the canyon. Icarus shook his head. No one was chasing them. That was the problem. He looked back at the road behind them and asked if it did not seem strange that they had escaped Aiden Canyon without a single loss. An angry roar erupted in response, denying the implication before it could fully form. He answered smoothly. He knew this territory like the back of his hand. The hidden routes, the blind corners, the narrow cuts through stone that no enemy would ever discover. Cheryl looked at Arna, then at Icarus. She said she believed Icarus. It had been too quiet, far too quiet. Pressing a hand against her chest, she pointed out that even the Cromwell assassins had not appeared. Their pursuers could have struck them countless times already. Yet nothing. Arna smiled faintly. He repeated that no one could possibly find these paths, and told them stop worrying. Icarus did not look away. He knew Arna was lying, but escape was no longer possible. Suddenly, Icarus raised his voice and shouted toward the rocks lining the road, ordering the hidden knights to come out. Arna's expression cracked. Displeasure flashed across his face. He muttered that this commoner had once again ruined his plans. Then he laughed. A twisted grin spread across his lips as he said he hoped to see horror fill her eyes after everything he had prepared. He commanded the soldiers to reveal themselves and show their targets the last faces they would ever see. Steel shifted behind stone. Cheryl's breath caught. From the shadows emerged armored figures. The boys stared in disbelief as the knights identified themselves. The third and fourth knights of Pontier, alongside Baron Glent. Betrayal. The furious boy demanded to know if they had lost their minds. How could they betray their own house for personal gain? What happened to their knightly honor? Arna's smile widened. What was the point of dying with a fallen family? The Cromwell house had guaranteed their titles and wealth would remain untouched if they switched sides. The boy drew his sword with trembling resolve. Even if it cost their lives, they would choose honor. They would fight for their mistress to the end. Arna charged forward, declaring that he had done everything he could as their leader. If this was their choice, then they would die alongside the Pontier family. Cheryl stepped between them. Her voice shook, but remained clear. She did not want unnecessary bloodshed. She would accept any condition. Just let the boys go. They only needed her and her father. Arna's expression turned cold again. No loose ends could remain. He would not rest until Icarus's throat was cut. Cheryl's eyes hardened. If Arna swore not to harm them, she would submit to every demand placed before her. The name of the Cromwell family hung in the air like a final verdict. Icarus watched Cheryl in silence, frown deepening. The boy insisted they could not allow this. They would fight to the death, if necessary. They would never hand her over without resistance. Cheryl stepped in front of him. Her voice was calm, almost gentle. She said it was fine. She understood the situation better than anyone. It was her duty to protect them, even if that meant surrendering herself. Arna approached her slowly, feigning courtesy. He claimed he wished to show respect for her decision. Extending his hand, he invited her to follow him. Cheryl closed her eyes. Her hand lifted. It nearly touched his. Icarus looked down, teeth grinding. Then a voice split the night. Arna was warned not to dare touch her. He turned, stunned, demanding to know who had ruined the moment. Cain descended like a blade from the sky. He landed before Arna and told him to answer a question first. Icarus smirked faintly and called Arna a fool. Cain's lips curled. He declared himself a knight of honor, one who saved ladies. Arna's hand flew to his weapon. He demanded to know how Cain had discovered them. Cain didn't answer. He struck. Steel flashed. Arna recoiled, frowning as Cain abruptly drove his sword into the ground. Then, unexpectedly, Cain dropped to one knee before Cheryl. He told her not to worry. He would handle this idiot himself. Tears welled in Cheryl's eyes. She confessed she had already been thinking about how to apologize to him in the afterlife. Yet here he was, saving her again. Cain turned slightly and told her not to cry. A lady should never shed tears. Now he would uproot the source of all this filth. Arna's body ignited in violet mana. The aura thickened around him like venomous smoke. He asked coldly whether Cain truly believed he could stand against him. He swore he would slaughter them all before the eyes of his god and the head of the Meyer family. Icarus observed grimly that at least 3 of the opposing knights were A rank or above. Cain lowered his gaze toward the ground. He never claimed he would fight alone. The earth cracked. From the soil behind him, a death knight rose. Armor black as the abyss, presence suffocating. Cain emphasized calmly that he had brought assistance. Arna's face twisted with rage. Did they truly believe the 2 of them could escape with everyone alive? Cain lifted his blade. Who said anything about fleeing? With a violent swing, he hurled Arna backward and declared they would defeat them here. Arna staggered, shouting that Cain was nothing but a minor knight from the northern frontier, abandoned even by the Empire itself. Throw away that arrogance. The words landed like a blade across pride itself. Cain stood wrapped in a burning blue aura, sword raised before him, mana surging so violently that even the air trembled. Arna stepped forward without hesitation and demanded he display the technique the Empire's master had taught him during Mana's training. He wanted him to see the gap. Elite discipline versus pitiful imitation. For a brief second, Cain froze. His mana, it had multiplied several times over. The man tightened his grip and swung. The force behind it cracked the ground. With a grave expression, he declared it was over and told him to finish it quickly if he could. Arna, stunned, demanded to know how he had defeated those knights so effortlessly. Lowering his blade, Cain answered coldly. This was only his second night as the protagonist. Then he rushed forward. I am the Black Knight of the Dennis River. Steel collided. Arna barely deflected the strike. Rage twisted his expression as he snarled that even if that were true, he would still end him here, that he would die by his hand. The boy smiled faintly. Since Arna knew where he came from, he must have investigated. But he had overlooked something important. His teacher had not merely trained him to swing a blade. He had taught him how to wield it. "You'd be shocked to learn who I really am." Kane's sword erupted with overwhelming energy. Arna instinctively stepped back, telling him not to say another word. Too late. Streams of power burst forward. The impact crushed Arna into the ground. Dust rose. Silence followed. Kane stood over him, smiling. "Now you understand who's stronger." The fallen man stared upward in disbelief. Two monsters with blades like that. So this was the true power of the youngest master in history. Joshua Icarus stiffened. "This isn't a time to relax. Move. Now." "There's no guarantee. No one else tracked us." Cheryl stepped forward calmly and said they should head to the nearest refuge, Peril Castle. The owner was her uncle. They would be granted entry. The horses surged into motion, but the chase had already begun. Rian followed behind, grinning to himself. He observed how fast they were running, and still, he was faster. In fact, he seemed to be slowing down intentionally. The boy glanced back and asked why Rian was even coming along. Why not simply head to Reinhardt and rest? Rian answered casually that they had known each other for years, and he had no intention of letting the story unfold without him being part of it. "Don't be foolish." The words were firm, not mocking. He looked ahead and asked seriously whether they could even enter Avalon's territory like this, reminding them that not everyone there would treat them as strangers, except perhaps the main character. King Gato answered calmly. They weren't trespassers. They were following their king. Nothing more. Rian paused, slightly stunned by the simplicity of that answer, then nodded. He understood. Joshua's brows drew together. A mounted officer, Kalstar, approached and declared that they had come to celebrate his victory. The Emperor himself had ordered an escort to ensure his safe return and that every need would be fulfilled. Joshua stared at the formation behind him. He hadn't known he had an escort, let alone one this large. He told the officer to send them back. The scene shifted to the border of Reinhardt, where Count Kalstar of the Avalon Empire stood guard. The Count looked displeased. He would have preferred to remain beside the king, but orders were orders. Joshua stood silent for a moment before speaking. These were his knights. Was there a problem? Kalstar, momentarily caught off guard, replied that if they were Joshua's trusted men, then there would be no issue. The confusion lingered in the air. Joshua's companions assembled behind him as they crossed the border. Then the story moved again. Reinhardt, headquarters of the mercenary guild in the border region. Aiden stepped into the room and demanded to know what it meant that the king of mercenaries had issued a call. The man inside frowned and explained that the gathering point was in the southern region of the Avalon Empire, near the Pontier family's domain. Nearly 1,000 mercenaries had already departed with him. The bartender shot Steve a warning look and told him to calm down. They had specifically asked that Josh not be informed. Aiden placed a hand over his chest and said quietly that he would have understood if he had simply been allowed to give his opinion. Steve smirked and extended his hand. Shouldn't you know about Barbarian's plans? He reminded him that the Avalon Empire had already promised Barbarian a title and territory. He intended to seize that opportunity, establish his own house, and build a family. Standing directly before Josh, Steve continued. Barbarian had no knights of his own to support him. This was a rare chance for ordinary mercenaries to rise in status. If they proved themselves and pledged service to him, their lives would change forever. Not only would he secure his future for life, he would also have the chance to rise as a noble of the empire. Aiden lowered his head, troubled. Iselin studied him and assumed he already understood. He turned and asked what she meant. Frowning, she answered directly. They had to interfere. They would go to the Pontier family and stop the king of mercenaries before things spiraled beyond control. The scene shifted. Cromwell Castle stood under bright sunlight, its walls glowing as if nothing inside was rotting. Furious, Jihor demanded to know whether they had lost the lady. His hand struck Arna's face with a sharp crack. He had trusted him, and he couldn't even complete a simple task. Arna clenched his jaw and bowed deeply, apologizing. He asked for one more chance, insisting that the lady must have already reached Peril Castle. Cheryl likely believed she was safe. In truth, she was cornered. He begged again. Grant him this chance, and both the head of the family and the lady would kneel at their feet. Jihor's anger flared. Insolence. How dare he ask for redemption after failing so miserably? His son was already on his way to the castle. Barbarian, seated nearby, calmly asked why they were rushing. Jihor turned sharply, demanding an explanation. Sitting by the window, Barbarian replied that the guild had issued a call. It would take time for the mercenaries to assemble. Jihor insisted his son and a handful of knights were enough to seize Peril Castle. Barbarian disagreed. He asked if Jihor had forgotten who stood on the other side. The Pontier family. Fox Icarus. 2 knights at least A rank. And if the Black Knight of the Dennis River appeared, victory would not come easily. Jihor waved him off, shouting that fearsome knight was no excuse to give this useless trash another opportunity. Barbarian's gaze hardened. Even if Jihor saw him as worthless, he was still an A-rank knight. Arno stiffened at that. What was Barbarian hiding? But Barbarian only needed a single glance to understand. Superhumans were different. They operated on another level entirely. a world ordinary men could not even perceive. He grabbed Arna by the head and forced him upright. If their mercenaries engaged directly, Peril Castle wouldn't survive a single night. They didn't need immediate victory. They only needed time. They only needed to hold out until the mercenaries arrived. Barbarian's eyes gleamed with something feral as he pointed out the obvious. Arna wasn't being forgiven. He was bait. Jihor's lips curved into a cold smile and told him to prepare for the worst. Then the assault began. Peril Castle was surrounded. Flames licked its outer walls. Soldiers advanced beneath smoke and ash. Juwag watched the blaze with satisfaction, declaring there was no need to share the glory of crushing such a minor stronghold. It would be finished before any reinforcements could arrive. The outer gates burned. Cheryl's expression hardened. Cut the ropes. Knights rushed to obey. The chain snapped free and the reel spun violently. Iron links whipping forward at terrifying speed. The mechanism roared as it fired, smashing into the siege towers. Arrows rained in response. The boys near the ballista shouted for everyone to move. The ground shook from a heavy impact. Soldiers raised shields against the storm of arrows. Someone yelled that they had to stop the ram before it shattered the gates. Cheryl ordered Icarus and Cain to handle it while the others reinforced the walls. The ram accelerated, slamming forward again. Icarus, bow drawn, demanded to know where the Black Knight of the Dennis River was. Cain answered grimly. The knight had vanished without a word. He didn't know. Icarus was about to question him further. The gates exploded inward. Wood splintered. Iron tore apart. Enemy soldiers flooded into the courtyard. Icarus immediately commanded the traps to be activated. Mechanisms released. Heavy frames crashed down onto the invading knights with crushing force. The impact thundered through the courtyard. Cain allowed himself a brief smile. His trap had worked. Breaking through that wouldn't be easy. Icarus shook his head. It only bought time. Strengthened the defenses. Another wave was coming. Then, suddenly, ropes snapped from above. Cheryl looked up just as a figure hurtled downward. He struck the ground with devastating force. Dust erupted outward. His blade blazed with a scarlet aura that distorted the air around it. Cain felt his pulse spike. An explosion followed. Cain countered with a rapid barrage of strikes. But when the dust cleared, the boy still stood there, untouched, amused. Interesting toys, he remarked. His gaze shifted to Cheryl. It changes nothing. This place will be your grave. With a crooked smirk, he offered terms. Surrender the castle and become slaves of the Cromwell family. Two figures stepped forward behind him. The A-rank twin knights of the Cromwell family. Left and right. Right spoke calmly, satisfaction evident in his voice. If they surrendered now, they might be allowed to live. Otherwise, no one inside these walls would see another sunrise. Then prepare to die. Steel rang as Cain and the knights charged. Right stepped forward, drawing his blade with deliberate calm. If surrender was off the table, then death it was. The clash erupted instantly. Cain swung first, shouting that they could still walk away and return home. Right met the strike head-on. Sparks scattered between them. He studied Cain with visible interest and remarked that he must be the knight spoken of in rumors. Their blades locked, pressure grinding against pressure. With a satisfied smile, Wright suggested they test whether those stories held any truth. Elsewhere, Juwag reclined with a glass in hand, seated comfortably as if this were theater. He laughed lightly, declaring that Peril Castle had already been breached. Its fall was only a matter of time. He asked whether his order had been remembered. Cheryl was to be brought back alive. A knight rushed in, kneeling to report that the 3rd Division had requested reinforcements after clashing with 100 knights of unknown origin. Juwag's expression didn't change. Reinforcements? Against 100? The 3rd Division numbered over 1,000. If they couldn't handle that, they were worthless. Ignore the request. Back in the courtyard, fury ignited. The defending knights roared that they would protect the lady and crush the Cromwell invaders. Lev stepped forward, eyes gleaming with something unhinged. Such techniques wouldn't stop him. One of the men grabbed Cheryl's arm, urging her toward the Duke's quarters to hide. She refused. Hiding was meaningless now. They had to stand together. Left cut through the soldiers in his path without slowing. Bodies fell. He advanced straight toward her and demanded she fight. A torrent of red mana surged from him. Luke shoved Cheryl aside, just in time, and absorbed the impact himself. The blow hurled him back. Lev stood over her, grinning. It's too early for despair, he said. Young Master Jawag has ordered you brought back alive. As a trophy. Cheryl's fury blazed. Icarus fired an arrow at Left and shouted for her to get up. The arrow was sliced cleanly from the air. Icarus knocked another and screamed that they would not fall. They only needed to endure. Endure until Lord Joshua arrived. Left raised his sword, aura coiling around it like a living thing. No matter who comes, nothing changes. Cheryl lunged from behind and struck him, shouting that they would survive, that they would win no matter what. The next instant, she was on the ground. A heavy slap cracked across her face. Icarus loomed over her, expression twisted. If you want to live, he said coldly, stop struggling. An unsettling smile spread across his face as the battlefield burned around them. He had a brilliant solution. If he claimed she died by accident, everything would disappear with her. Standing over her, he coldly demanded to know if she dared defy his orders, if she truly wished to throw her life away. His sword cut through the air as he roared that none of this was his fault. The blame was hers alone. Cheryl shut her eyes. A bolt of lightning split the space between them. The warrior froze in shock. Joshua stood there. Cheryl's voice trembled as she whispered his name. The man snarled and lunged forward, demanding to know where he had come from, swearing he would kill anyone who interfered. He never finished the sentence. Joshua's fist crashed into his face and drove him straight into the earth. When the dust settled, a perfect imprint marked his cheek. Joshua looked down at him without a word. Icarus stirred on the ground, lifting his head with a broken shout. Joshua stepped over his fallen opponent, spear resting in his grip. A faint smile touched his lips as he told them they had done well to hold on. He would return soon. Then he was gone. Steel rang against steel. Cain swung furiously. Each strike meant to split his enemy in half. The man facing him only frowned, calmly declaring that even if the castle stood for now, it would not matter. Time favored them. Reinforcements were coming. The end was inevitable. Cain's grin twisted into fury. There was nowhere left to retreat. If this dragged on, they would all die here. Joshua appeared between them, as if he had always been there. He asked Cain how long he intended to toy with his opponent, told them to hurry and finish it. Cain stiffened, calling out to his lord in alarm. Joshua turned his back and walked away with a relaxed smile, saying he would wait. The enemy laughed, tightening his grip on his sword. He did not care where Joshua had emerged from. He would kill him all the same. Cain exploded forward, blade flashing as he shouted for him to shut his mouth. No one insulted his lord and lived. No matter what he did, he would never reach Joshua's level. Teeth clenched, Cain delivered a crushing blow. The man's expression changed as he raised his sword to block. The impact was monstrous. Was there truly that much strength left in him? The collision detonated like thunder. An explosion ripped outward, hurling everyone aside. The knights lay scattered across the ground, coughing through smoke and dust, demanding to know what kind of blast had just torn through their ranks. Was it an ambush? Had more enemies arrived? A lone figure emerged from the haze. Joshua walked toward them, spear resting in his hand, expression carved from stone. He told them he would offer a choice. If they felt even a fragment of remorse for the slaughter their commander had unleashed, they could leave. He would allow it. The soldiers bristled, faces twisting with outrage. They demanded to know who he was to speak so boldly. Kill him. Crush him. Destroy the castle and everything within it. Joshua's eyes hardened. So that was their answer. He lifted his spear. Mana began to spiral toward its tip, thick and violent. He watched the energy gather and reflected calmly that although he had reached the 5th stage of magical spear mastery, far beyond any warrior here, power that was not refined would eventually dull. Cultivation could never stop. The knights charged. Joshua felt the resonance of the primordial stones within him. Magma's destructive force. Bronto's relentless growth. Two primal currents, once separate, now fusing under his will. The spear trembled as he merged flame and lightning into a single harmony. He moved. The air split. A building in the distance sheared cleanly in half, groaning before collapsing in a storm of debris. He refined the balance further. Magma's devouring blaze, feeding into lightning's piercing wrath. The 5th stage was not merely strength. It was unity. He unleashed the great heavenly lightning strike. The world detonated. Buildings burst apart as arcs of blazing lightning crashed downward. A man was hurled from a balcony mid-scream. Knights convulsed as white-hot currents swallowed them whole. Their cries were cut short as the energy erased flesh and steel alike, leaving nothing but scorched emptiness. On the city wall, Juwag watched the inferno spread, disbelief etched across his face. How could simple lightning annihilate his elite vanguard so completely? He snarled, shouting that Panier might possess tricks, but they commanded an army. Advance. Overwhelm him. A trembling knight pointed ahead, insisting something was moving toward them through the smoke. Juwag's jaw tightened. He recalled the report. The 3rd Division had already called for reinforcements after clashing with 100 knights of unknown origin. King Gaeta rode forward before the massed troops, voice booming as he ordered the proud knights of Wilhelm to answer his call and cut down all who barred the king's path. Then a boy on horseback surged through the chaos, blade flashing. A soldier fell. The commander snarled, raising his flaming sword as he watched a distant tower erupt in fire. His horse stamped against the heat while soldiers braced themselves before the collapsing structure, staring into the advancing storm. The boy's voice tore through the chaos, warning them to stay alert. Juwag ground his teeth in fury. Beside Cheryl, Icarus stared ahead in disbelief. It seemed reinforcements had arrived, knights pushing through the smoke to aid them. Hard to believe anyone was still standing after that devastation, yet a few figures remained upright. Cain's expression darkened. He shouted that he was not someone to be dismissed lightly. He was his lord's only comrade. In a single motion, he vaulted over the wall and sprinted forward, refusing to let a pack of upstarts steal his place. Icarus called after him in alarm, insisting they regroup first. One stunned warrior lay motionless nearby, eyes closed as if the battle had already ended for him. Zhuwag stepped before his troops and thrust his arm forward, ordering them to fire and slaughter every last one of them. A commander turned in anger toward a knight who hesitated, snapping that their priority was to thin enemy numbers. Reinforcements could always be summoned. Disobey again, and the first head to fall would be his. Through the smoke, Joshua advanced with calm, measured steps. He stopped before Zhuwag, spear resting in his hand, gaze steady. He remarked that nothing had changed. Varen had once stood the same way, and met the same end. Another son of the 12 families would die at his hands. Zhuwag's eyes narrowed. This had to be a lie. How was he here? Shouldn't he be in Reinhardt? Joshua closed the distance, voice low and absolute. Zhuwag and his family had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. He was here to settle it. A thin, dangerous smile curved across his face. Why kill him outright? His family possessed wealth beyond measure. He could spare his life, while taking everything else. Zhuwag's fury erupted. He clenched his fists and shouted for him to stop spouting madness. Did he truly believe he could stand against this entire force? Cain appeared at Joshua's side in an instant. Who said he was alone? His voice rang clear and unwavering. He would always stand beside his lord. As the Lord's first knight, he would cut down anyone who dared block Joshua's path. A murmur rippled through the enemy ranks. Warriors exchanged stunned looks. Joshua's only knight, an S-rank warrior. Zhuwag smirked, though doubt flickered in his eyes. A subordinate scoffed and dismissed the title as meaningless. A weak knight with a foolish name. They would crush them both where they stood. The commander rode at the front of the army, fury burning in his eyes. He swore they would regret ever standing against their king. His sword carved through the air, striking down soldiers as he drove his forces forward. Cain answered with steel. He cut through warriors without hesitation, wounds opening wherever his blade passed. Between strikes, he shouted for them to watch closely, to learn, because he would settle everything here himself. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. Zhuwag stared at the carnage, terror replacing arrogance. 5,000 soldiers gone, wiped out like dust before a storm. It had to be a nightmare. Joshua advanced through the ruin, spear steady in his grasp. He told Zhuwag to accept reality. From this moment on, every second of his existence would feel worse than any dream of horror. Zhuwag drew his weapon with shaking hands as Joshua called his name. The spear tip closed in. Joshua stood before him, arm extended, the battlefield silent behind him. The war was over. Zhuwag was now his prisoner. A faint smile appeared as he added that he hoped Zhuwag would enjoy life without a title. Where he was going, family power meant nothing. The scene shifted. A dark path wound through a forest choked in shadow, the forest of creatures of darkness. Dense thickets swallowed the light. A cavern split the earth, and from its depths a monstrous maw opened. The tale spoke of an age when people bowed before true strength, when promises were carved in blood and flame. From the ground, a dragon rose and roared. Back in the city, hammers struck wood and stone as soldiers cleared the aftermath of battle. Icarus gripped a shovel and told Cheryl to leave the labor to them. She should return and tend to the Duke of Pontier. Cheryl shook her head. Her uncle was already with her father, and work still remained. There was too much to rebuild. A sudden cry rang out. Knights were approaching. The barricades had to be moved. Cheryl stiffened. Through the dust, riders emerged. Joshua and his knights advanced on horseback. The soldiers stared in stunned silence as he passed them. His gaze found Cheryl and Icarus, and he smiled, noting he had not even had the chance to greet them. It had been far too long. Cheryl's expression brightened. A knight drew his blade and lifted it high, shouting that the battle had been won. The other knights placed their hands over their chests and raised their voices as one. Long live Baron Joshua Sanders, the greatest master of Avalon. The voices echoed across the courtyard. Joshua regarded them with a faint smile, neither proud nor humble, only certain. From a distant window, Rian observed the scene with quiet satisfaction. He had always trusted his judgment in people. Looking at Joshua now, he could not imagine anyone else standing in that position. The story shifted. Brilliant sunlight poured over the vast imperial palace of the Avalon Empire, illuminating its towering walls in cold radiance. Despite deploying an army of 5,000, the Cromwell family had suffered a devastating defeat during the attempt to seize Peril Castle. Nearly 1,500 soldiers from 2 knightly orders had fallen. Seated upon the throne, the emperor listened as the report continued. Zhuwag, eldest son of the Cromwell family, had been captured. He was now imprisoned beneath Peril Castle. Right and left windmill had died in battle. The emperor pressed his hand to his face, voice low as he asked whether the Pontier forces were truly that formidable. What exactly was happening within that family? A young official reviewed the documents and replied that Pontier had summoned Joshua and the knights responsible for crushing the Cromwell forces. The emperor's expression sharpened. So Joshua had destroyed imperial troops with the aid of foreign knights. That was open defiance. Baron Joshua must answer for his actions. The narrative turned to Talon, head of the Brewery family. Marcus regarded him silently before shifting his gaze to Agnes, asking his opinion. With a faint smirk, Marcus stated that Joshua had attacked Avalon itself. Not only had he slaughtered valuable Imperial forces, he had threatened the delicate balance of the Empire. Such an anomaly could not be ignored. What then should be done? The young man standing behind Agnes spoke firmly. According to Imperial law, punishment was unavoidable. However, before judgment was passed, Joshua should be summoned to the capital to clarify the full circumstances. Another figure entered the stage, the fifth Duke of the Avalon Empire, Prilus. Marcus rose slowly from the throne, a measured smile forming. Since Joshua had broken Imperial law, discipline was required. That much was clear. Yet he asked aloud why the situation left him unmoved. Had he not already extended favor to the Cromwell family? Had he not made clear that Ponier possessed legitimate grounds for grievance? Talon lowered his gaze. Without another word, the Emperor turned and departed. The room fell silent as the decision was spoken aloud. Moreover, Joshua had already reached Reinhard and carved the name of the Avalon Empire across the continent, spreading its influence far beyond what anyone expected. For that reason, upon his return, he would be granted the title of Marquis, along with the vast, empty territories in the south. Agnes froze, clearly shaken by what he had just heard. Talon's expression darkened. He asked, displeasure evident in his voice, whether this was not too excessive for a reward. He admitted the protagonist deserved recognition, but there were other families who had served the Empire far longer and perhaps deserved such lands more. A suffocating aura erupted from Marcus. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as he calmly asked whether they were implying that his judgment was flawed. With a satisfied glint in his eyes, he warned that if anyone dared to interfere in the territorial war between Ponier and Cromwell, he would personally punish them. No one was to ruin his entertainment. Talon's confidence crumbled instantly. Marcus then turned to Agnes and told him to remain. His tone shifted, serious now. They needed a proper conversation. Elsewhere, Rian took a hearty bite of meat and declared with delight that he had always thought the Ponier family arrogant, but never imagined they would be so generous. He certainly had not expected such hospitality. A servant cheerfully reminded him that he was the savior of their family. Joshua arrived at that moment and cut through the scene, stating plainly that Rian was not helping at all. As anyone could see, he was merely enjoying himself and feasting. The protagonist asked whether it was finally time to get to work, adding that he disliked watching people waste his money. Rian frowned and asked whether the money belonged to Cheryl. Joshua pointed out that Rian should repay the cost of the ride to Peril Castle first. Otherwise, he would never have even made it there. Furious, Rian demanded to know how much he owed. The protagonist calmly replied that payment would not be in coin. Rian insisted he would rather settle it with money and in the matter. Joshua smiled faintly and revealed the real reason he had come. He wanted Rian to act as his notary. Rian was stunned. The protagonist then introduced Barbarian, explaining that he had summoned the king of mercenaries to Peril Castle for a duel of superhumans. They had the fighters. They could build an arena. What they lacked was the most important element, those willing to pay to watch. And since they had both the king of mercenaries and the right connections, the stage for something far greater was already being set. With the mercenaries and the king of lions involved, attention would be inevitable. Crowds would gather on their own. Rian listened without interrupting. Then he raised two fingers. He agreed, on two conditions. First, one day in the future, Joshua would owe him a favor. If the request proved unreasonable, he could refuse. Second, Joshua would become his successor. The protagonist was caught off guard. That demand was not a transaction. It was a claim on his future. Far away, Cromwell Castle stood amid jagged mountains, its walls cutting into the cold sky. By the window, Barbarian stared out at the rugged landscape. If word spread that he had supported the Cromwell family and still lost the territorial war, the consequences would stain him. He glanced at Jihor and stated plainly that it would not only damage his career, but could become a long-term liability. Then Barbarian smirked. Jihor should relax. He would handle the war personally. Jihor's expression twisted with fury. Barbarian looked at him and asked whether he was capable of anything at all. From the outside, it seemed he did not even care about his own son. Jihor exploded, shouting that he did not care what happened to that fool. The direction of events displeased him. Veins bulged across his forehead before he forced himself to calm down. Standing before Barbarian, he conceded that Sam could command his forces in the territorial war. But there was a condition. He had to win. More than that, Jihor wanted Joshua's body. He wanted it hanging from the front gates as proof. Barbarian's smile widened. He promised the protagonist would taste true despair. Clenching his fist, he swore he would send them all to hell himself, along with the idiot who dared challenge him in the Battle of Masters. Elsewhere, Icarus fixed his gaze forward and asked whether it seemed he had followed his advice and taken the scribe. He admitted he had long wondered about the boy's true objective. The answer stunned him. He intended to become emperor, not for ambition, but to protect those he loved and to prevent endless wars. Shock rippled through the room. One of the boys rushed toward the door, whispering frantically that if anyone overheard such words, they would be branded traitors. Turning his head slightly, Icarus replied that seizing the throne was impossible without royal blood. Then came a quiet question. Did he truly believe he could protect his people without taking lives in return? If that was truly his belief, then Icarus declared he was deeply disappointed. The protagonist only grinned. Power did not rest solely on the name of Britain. That assumption was precisely the weakness of the old world. When pressed further, he revealed his new ambition, not merely to serve as a family knight, but to rise as a knight of the Imperial chamber itself. Cain, gripping the hammer, demanded answers. What exactly were they planning? Why involve a scribe? How did they intend to climb toward the throne without royal blood? He insisted they speak plainly. Instead, Joshua extended a stack of funds and said they would revisit the matter later. For now, the money should be held and used when necessary. Icarus stared, stunned, asking where such a fortune had come from. The knight explained it was a continental check, more wealth than he had ever seen in his life. Joshua smiled calmly. In Reinhardt, betting was permitted. He had placed a few calculated wagers. Pawnir was not in a strong position at the moment, so it would be wiser to sit down with Cheryl and think strategically. The man frowned. Why use that money to finance another family's war? Pawnir possessed more than enough resources already. They would need those funds later to strengthen their own house. They could rise, become one of the strongest families in the empire, perhaps the greatest. The hero replied that there was still time. Other priorities demanded attention first. Icarus slammed his hand against the table. No. How long did he intend to remain a mere baron? They were perhaps the only family in the entire empire without a true estate of their own. Clenching his fists, he declared they would build a grand domain. Lands, people, halls, banners, furniture worthy of power. The protagonist's smile widened slightly. Did he understand how much such ambition would cost? The book was placed heavily on the table. If he insisted on funding the war, then he should outline everything in detail. The reasons, the projected gains, the risks, the full breakdown of expenses. Icarus grinned after flipping through the pages. After reviewing it all, he would decide whether the investment was worth the risk. The hero stared at the endless lines of writing and asked why it was so exhaustive. There were more than 100 separate points. The man threw his arms wide, revelation flashing across his face. He finally understood how one could ascend to the throne without belonging to the royal bloodline. The answer was simple: a marriage of convenience. He was right. Before anyone could respond, the corridor erupted with noise. Knights rushed forward, shouting that the situation was urgent. The enemy had begun their assault. All units were to prepare for battle immediately. A soldier struck his chest in salute and reported that the troops were assembled. Lowering his voice, he added that after the losses from the previous clash, surrendering the castle might be the wiser option. The girl refused to waver. As long as Joshua was present, the castle would not fall. Cheryl's eyes widened at the next report. Baron Joshua had opened the gates and was already heading toward the battlefield. Icarus stretched out his hand, trying to stop what could not be stopped. The gap in strength between Pawnir and Cromwell was overwhelming. If Joshua abandoned the safety of the fortress, morale would collapse before the first clash even began. But the protagonist walked forward without hesitation. War could not be won by hiding behind stone walls. They would confront the enemy directly. If they broke the vanguard, the enemy's morale would fracture, and their own allies would rise again. The man countered immediately. Such tactics only worked when advantage lay on their side. The enemy's vanguard was already advancing, and they were no match for the warriors of Jawak. Joshua grinned. That was precisely why he moved now. The advantage was already theirs. Confusion spread across their faces. Then horns echoed through the valley. Outside, a new banner rose above the dust of charging cavalry. A voice thundered across the field, ordering the castle to surrender under the authority of the Marquis. Riders surged forward in tight formation. One knight, near Joshua, stared at the emblem in shock. That flag belonged to a knightly order formed to suppress superhumans. Should they retreat to the castle as Icarus had advised? The boy shook his head and told him to observe carefully. Once an A-rank knight reached a certain threshold of mana control, the nature of their power shifted entirely. Joshua turned slightly, his voice steady. What he was drawing upon now surpassed ordinary blade aura. He told him to watch. Lightning split the sky. It crashed into the earth ahead, forcing soldiers to halt mid-charge. A beam of light ignited near the advancing knights as commands rang out to establish an anti-superhuman formation. Electric arcs began to coil around the protagonist's body, dancing across his armor like living serpents. He lifted his gaze, calm and unwavering. A mounted knight charged straight at him, sword raised high, cutting through the storm as he swung. The charging knight roared for Joshua to die. Steel collided. The hero caught the descending blade and deflected it cleanly, the impact sending sparks into the air. He pivoted sharply as orders rang out from the enemy ranks. Continue the assault. Purple beams streaked across the field, converging on him from multiple angles. Joshua lowered his stance, feet carving into the earth, and declared that they truly deserved the title of the Marquis's vanguard. But it would not be enough. A grin spread across his face. This was the true power, the power of aura. A blue radiance ignited before him, dense and blinding. In the next breath, he thrust his spear forward, and the shockwave tore across the battlefield. Soldiers were flung aside as the air itself split open. All eyes turned toward him. For those who marched behind him, he would become the greatest shield. For those who stood against him, he would be the wrath of death itself. Then it happened. A brilliant light expanded overhead, and a voice echoed across the plains. Someone whispered that it was the Lord. Icarus confirmed it. The Lord was transmitting his voice to every soldier present. The sky fractured. A massive rift tore open above the battlefield, humming like a hymn of war. It felt less like sound and more like a living force, a tale being written in real time about a lone spearman defying an army. The knights shouted not to retreat. He was merely trying to intimidate them. Press forward. Joshua's spear cut through the air again. One of the boys stared in disbelief, asking how the Lord's voice alone could grant such overwhelming strength. The realization struck him. Mana was being carried through the voice itself. To wield mana that way, the Lord had stepped into the realm of gods. King Gaetan nearby smirked and declared that it was his king. Cain snapped back furiously that it was his lord. He had sworn allegiance first. The man countered that he had served longer. He was the honorary king of Reinhardt. Arguments vanished as the front lines surged once more. A thunderous cry rose across the field. Everyone stood behind Baron Joshua. From the castle walls, one of the boys asked whether they should advance before the enemy's main forces arrived. Icarus answered calmly that Lady Cheryl could maintain control. There was no need for panic. Cheryl lifted her sword high and commanded the troops forward. No, came the immediate shout. She was to hold position. Across the plains, riders galloped in with fresh reports. The Marquis's vanguard had fallen before ever reaching Peril Castle. Beyond them, the main forces of Cromwell were assembling, led by the king of mercenaries and nearly 1,000 hardened fighters. The plains stretched endlessly in every direction. No forests, no hills, no cover. Scouts confirmed there were no magical traps hidden in the terrain. The man listening to the report narrowed his eyes. On open ground like this, only raw strength would decide the outcome. And just like that, the whispers turned into certainty. They said Peril Castle would soon fall. They said this would be the final day for both the Pawnee and Joshua families. So sit back, settle in, and watch history carve its verdict in blood. Then everything shattered. A knight came charging through the chaos, armor dented, breath ragged, voice breaking as he screamed an urgent message. The entire vanguard had been wiped out. Baron Joshua had crushed them, and worse, he was already pressing the advantage, launching a full assault while their lines were broken. The words had barely left his mouth when lightning descended from the sky and erased him from the moment. Silence followed. Joshua lifted his gaze, eyes locking onto the man ahead of him. A faint smile touched his lips. At last, he had wanted this conversation for a long time. The man standing before him, the unrivaled spearman whispered about in every rumor across the continent. Joshua, the king of mercenaries, stared back in visible surprise. Beside him, another man clenched his teeth, fury simmering beneath forced stillness. Calmly, the protagonist stepped forward. He had heard the stories. He had heard that Joshua had the courage to walk straight into the storm instead of hiding behind negotiations. So let him not insult this moment by pretending he came here to talk. Joshua's lips curled into a grin. One of the 12 superhumans. The king of mercenaries himself. Joshua declared it openly. Here and now, he challenged him to a superhuman duel. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Barbarian only smiled in response. He declined. He was occupied at the moment. But once his business was concluded, he would gladly spare a minute. Before tension could settle, Rian descended from above, landing between them with force. His voice rang out, loud and theatrical, asking how many years, how many winters it had been. Recognition flickered. The mercenary king narrowed his eyes. Word had spread that the Knights of Willem were now serving under Baron Joshua. So was he here on Pawneer's behalf as well? Appearing like this, did he represent the Alliance of Free Knights? That name alone carried weight. The Alliance of Free Knights roamed the continent untethered to any nation. They bowed to no crown. Their only law was the doctrine of Shybur. Among them were warriors so talented that kingdoms themselves invited them into service. And at their head stood a legend, the former king of Reinhard, Rian, the Lion King. The man shifted his gaze aside and dismissed the assumption. There was a misunderstanding. He had not come to fight. He had come to watch the battle of superhumans. The mercenary king's expression darkened. He had traveled all this way just to spectate? Was that truly the explanation? Then he was told to mind his tone. Rian's brow furrowed sharply. The winner of the Battle of Masters had issued a direct challenge, and it had been ignored. if someone wished to remain among the ranks of the 12 superhumans. Turning their back on such a challenge was not an option. He was told to respect tradition. Barbarian studied him in silence. The Lion King. Why push this? What did he gain from forcing old rules onto a battlefield already drowning in blood? Then he smiled faintly. To hell with tradition. But if that was what they demanded, then fine. They would have their battle of superhumans. And in return, the result would decide everything. The victor would claim the territory. This war would not drag on in endless skirmishes. It would end here. A sharp voice cut in, asking who had granted him the authority to decide the fate of an entire territorial war. Joshua turned his head slightly. Wasn't it the very same man who had just declared he held the right to determine everything concerning this war? Besides, if they crushed the Pawnee family's greatest weapon, Baron Joshua himself, then the outcome would already be sealed. What cleaner resolution could there be? But another question followed. Who said Pawnee had given Joshua the power to make such decisions? The protagonist stepped forward and extended his hand. He had that authority as well. Gasps spread through the nights. That emblem, it was the crest of the Pawnee family. Suddenly, whispers rippled like wind through tall grass. So that was it. They remembered. At the first prince's birthday celebration, Lady Cheryl had refused the prince's invitation to dance, and instead accepted Baron Joshua's hand. That single gesture had been more than a dance. It had been a declaration. When had they grown that close? Interesting. A wide grin split across the man's face. Perfect. If Joshua truly held influence within the Pawnee family, then that was more than enough. Let every sphere of power across the land hear it. Announce the battle of superhumans. Spread it through every channel, every banner, every whisper network. This tedious war was finally reaching its conclusion. Flags began to rise. Knights straightened as one, eyes fixed ahead. A crimson banner lifted into the air, snapping in the wind like a blade unsheathed. The hero's allies stood firm, silent, resolute. Off to the side, Cain muttered that now the Lord's words, and Icarus's warnings, finally made sense. That was why they had tried to steer events toward this very outcome. Joshua moved to stand directly before the mercenary king. The understanding settled in. If he defeated the king of mercenaries, the war would end. Rian stepped forward, voice steady and authoritative. Before the duel officially began, between the king of mercenaries and the winner of the Battle of Masters, Baron Joshua, the rules had to be declared. His gaze shifted toward Joshua. How the battle unfolded would depend entirely on them. If either side admitted defeat or became incapable of continuing, the duel would immediately conclude. Joshua's lips curved upward. That was more than enough. The hero answered calmly that the terms were clear. Barbarian gave a slight nod. Of course they were. He knew the rules better than anyone standing here. Then a voice thundered across the field. Let the fight begin. In the next instant, purple rays ignited around Joshua, surging upward like a living storm. The pressure alone made the air tremble. Someone near the front gasped, unable to hide his excitement. That aura, it was overwhelming. The mercenary king stood firm and studied it without flinching. So this was the force that shattered the vanguard. Impressive, but not enough. He extended his hand, voice steady as he spoke of something deeper than strength, mana. Its properties were carved into a person for birth, and the aura that rose from it always carried the same nature. He could see it clearly. Joshua's aura was not born to destroy. It was meant to support, to reinforce, to empower allies. A support-type aura. Barbarian smiled. In contrast, his own was built for suppression. An aggressive aura that crushed opponents and amplified his own attacks. It did not defend. It imposed. And that single difference elevated it above ordinary forms. A murmur spread when someone recognized it aloud. The aura of imposition. Against that kind of force, a support aura would be suffocated. Joshua stretched his hand forward, purple light intensifying. Spectators shouted in disbelief as the Lord's aura visibly faltered under the invisible pressure. How could anyone withstand that level of suppression? Barbarian raised his axe high, laughter edged with killing intent. He wondered how many strikes Joshua could survive, even if he stood there without attempting to dodge. His eyes widened with cold resolve. Die. The protagonist's gaze hardened. Then he moved. The spear shot forward, and the world detonated. A deafening explosion tore across the battlefield. The shockwave alone flattened everything in its path. Knights threw up their arms to shield themselves. A barrier flared into existence around the Marquis and his entourage as orders rang out to protect him at all costs. When the smoke parted, something heavy fell. An axe. It dropped to the ground before the mercenary king, split cleanly into two pieces. For a heartbeat, no one understood. Then they saw it. The mercenary king's head separated and slid from his shoulders. Joshua stood before him, unmoving. Cheryl stared, unable to process what she was witnessing. The Marquis lowered his head slowly. Around them, voices erupted in wild triumph. He had done it. With a single strike. The king of mercenaries was dead. The war was over. The stolen lands and the Marquis territory now belonged to them. And then, from a distance came a furious roar. Silence crashed down as the shout cut through their celebration. Did they truly believe one battle would decide the fate of this war? A furious voice shattered the illusion. This territorial war had nothing to do with the battle of superhumans. That duel meant nothing here. This conflict was between the Pawnee family and the Imperial family, and Joshua had no authority to decide its outcome. What he attempted was a direct violation of Imperial law. Joshua stood silent, spear in hand, gaze drifting aside as the words echoed. Then orders rang out. The Marquis Cromwell clenched his fists and roared for everyone to prepare. Draw your swords. Kill the enemies before you. They were only a few hundred strong, outnumbered and surrounded. The advantage was theirs. The knights ground their teeth. For the honor of the family. For prosperity. Fight. The crowd began whispering anxiously. The Marquis troops were mobilizing. Should they intervene? Did it even make sense to continue fighting when the king of mercenaries was already dead? Then someone reminded them. The mercenary king's reward still stood. Anyone who aided him would be richly compensated. Titles. Wealth. A path out of a commoner's life into nobility. Wasn't that what they had all dreamed of? Young men tightened their grips on their swords. Eyes burned with reckless hope. They charged forward, shouting that they would gamble everything for their lives. Joshua's expression darkened. So they had chosen to see this through to the end. A commanding voice roared that any knight who opposed the king must be punished. Prepare for battle. Joshua exhaled slowly. He had not expected this. He had thought his weapon would be turned against mercenaries alone, not against the tides of imperial politics. Then cold mana gathered. An ice spear formed in his hand, and jagged blocks of frost erupted from the ground before the advancing forces. Gas rose at once. Third-class magic. Through the chaos, a figure strode forward and raised his voice. Aiden declared himself the new leader of the mercenaries. From this moment on, all contracts made with the Marquis family and the former king of mercenaries were null and void. He ordered every mercenary to retreat immediately. Holding a sign high for all to see, he shouted for silence. The era of Barbarian, the king of mercenaries, was over. According to the rules of the order, leadership passed on, and from this point forward, a new command stood in his place. Under the laws of the Mercenary Guild, the Diamond Badge was absolute authority. Other than the fallen king himself, only one person possessed it. That alone made him the rightful successor. From this moment forward, he would stand as the new head of the guild. He faced the battlefield without hesitation. He would restore order among the mercenaries. He would return them to the old traditions. And now, they were to withdraw, leave this battlefield, and return to the guild immediately. The Marquis pointed at him in fury and barked for silence. Who did he think he was, breaking a contract so casually? He knew the conditions. Terminating it required a penalty 10 times the original amount. Aiden answered evenly. The guild as an organization bore no responsibility for this war. If compensation was desired, then it should be claimed from the dead king of mercenaries. The Marquis eyes widened in disbelief. Why were they standing still? Attack him. Silence him forever. Before steel could clash, Iselin stepped forward and raised her hand. Ice blocks surged from the ground between the forces. Her voice cut through the tension. This war was over. There was no reason left to raise swords against each other. A man standing across from her sneered. Did she think this was a joke? Was this her strength, hiding behind some magician's skirt? It would be amusing to see how such a man planned to lead the mercenaries. Her teeth clenched. After taking everything from her, after placing a bounty on her head to force her into hiding, he still dared to mock her. A sphere of energy gathered beside her hand. She would end him herself, but before she could move, the protagonist appeared before her. She turned in surprise. He thanked her for stopping the mercenaries. That was enough. He would handle the rest. Then he stepped forward, standing directly before the Marquis. He offered him one chance. Surrender. The Marquis scoffed. Even without the mercenary king, they still outnumbered them. They were stronger. An aura flared around the protagonist. Cold. Absolute. He asked quietly if he truly believed that. The knights felt it instantly. Every one of them understood. Against him, they had no chance. To fight now would be nothing more than sacrificing innocent soldiers for the sake of wounded pride. One sword fell to the ground. Then another. The Marquis shouted in outrage, demanding they pick them up. Anyone who disobeyed would be judged. But the sound of steel striking earth continued. Under martial law, the air itself felt sharp. The Marquis's face twisted the moment he realized who had spoken to him. He stared straight ahead, refusing to lower his gaze. Joshua did not blink. If the man could not cast aside his pride, then he would offer him a path that preserved it. Release his son, strike a deal, and gain an excuse to end this territorial war without crawling. That way, he could retreat with something that still resembled dignity. The Marquis's voice rose in anger. Did he truly believe he would accept such humiliation? No matter the outcome, today would stain his lineage forever. The protagonist's expression hardened. Was that stain worse than death? Or was he planning to chase after Barbara next? Fear flickered across the man's eyes before he looked away. His tone shifted. What exactly did he want? Joshua smiled, slow and deliberate. First, every captured territory would be returned to Panir's family. Second, 1 million gold would be paid as compensation. And to ensure obedience, the Marquis would swear a noble vow before Emperor Marcus himself. No loopholes. No tricks. Teeth grinding, the Marquis calculated. 1 million gold was no compensation. It was a chain around his neck. It reduced him to a servant in all but name. Yet survival outweighed pride. At last he spoke. As the 17th head of his house, Jihor swore in the name of the honorable Emperor Marcus that he would uphold every condition. The mercenary leader and the girl exchanged faint smirks. Then the Marquis roared for a full retreat. A horn blasted across the battlefield. For a split second, confusion rippled. Then realization struck. The horn meant withdrawal. The war was over. Victory. Jihor clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles whitened. Let them celebrate. He would keep the vow for now. With his influence, he could bury today beneath power and time. He would make them regret sparing him. One day, he would burn everything they stood on. Joshua's voice cut through his thoughts. Wait. The Marquis snapped back, irritation flaring. What now? Another condition? Joshua calmly drew the sphere forward. There was one small detail he had neglected to mention. Every word spoken here had been broadcast directly to the Imperial family. Every noble house had witnessed the vow in real time. Surely, the Marquis would make the correct choice. The man exploded in fury, spitting that Joshua was nothing but a scumbag. Far away, nobles watched the hologram in silence. One figure leaned back with a faint grin. As expected, Joshua had not disappointed him. Peril Castle rose on the horizon, its towers cutting into the fading light. Someone would have to be rewarded handsomely after all this. The girls smiled in quiet satisfaction as they approached. A knight nearby stared at her in awe, whispering that he had heard she was a fourth circle mage. How had she stopped seasoned mercenaries so effortlessly? Strength and beauty in one person. She lacked nothing. Cheryl walked forward without hesitation. A grin touched her lips as she greeted the girl, saying she was glad to see her again. Iselin closed her eyes briefly and thanked her for the invitation to the castle. Around them, tension dissolved into pride. One of the men clenched his fist, recalling the battlefield. With a single swing of his sword, he had carved through chaos. He smirked and declared that one day he would make their war song blaze as brilliantly as their lord's name. It would echo across the continent. People everywhere would sing of him. Another man chuckled. Dreaming big was not a crime. Cain placed a hand over his chest and spoke firmly. He had been the first to swear loyalty. The Lord's first knight. Even the Lord's father had acknowledged his talent as genius. Brows lifted in surprise. The king's father? Duke Agnes of Avalon. If such a figure had recognized his skill, then it carried weight. Cain looked aside, then back again. Now they understood who stood before them. If he was the ideal knight, then he should teach them something. Teach what, exactly? The man raised his hand with theatrical confidence. Their code name would be the Knights of the Golden Spirit. Their order would serve their lord alone, and their ambition would be simple: surpass the 7 legendary knights of Avalon. Mugs were lifted high. They would not stop at Avalon. They would become the greatest knights on the entire continent. Cain nodded, voice steady. Then let their goals be shared. For the title of greatest on the continent, Knights of the Golden Spirit. Watching them, one of the men realized they were beginning to move as one. That was good. Unity forged strength. He turned toward the protagonist and asked where he was heading. Was he not going to rest? Cain cut in immediately. If their king walked, they would follow. The protagonist's lips curved into a quiet grin as he answered. They were told not to concern themselves. At noon, they had a task. He would head alone to Panir's castle in Aiden's Canyon. A knight's eyes widened. Hadn't that estate burned to ash? Why return there? Icarus answered calmly. That was precisely why. If he were eliminating traitors, starting with Count Cox, most would assume they perished in the flames. A ruined estate was the perfect grave. The man exhaled sharply. So he had already begun planning executions before the enemy could regroup. The protagonist turned to the knights. They responded in unison that they would follow his command. Then came the next order. Take Wilhelm's knights and return to Reinhardt. Confusion spread. Reinhardt, not Aiden's Canyon. Why? Because Reinhardt was in danger. The words landed heavy. Icarus explained without hesitation. News that Wilhelm's knights had entered Avalon would soon ripple across the empire. Many would see it as weakness, as opportunity. Reinhardt would become a target. The implication formed slowly. Was the emperor merely pretending not to notice their presence? Or had he orchestrated the mercenary king and the marquis from the shadows? An image of the emperor surfaced in their minds. Yes, most likely, he would seize this moment. The winner of the Battle of Masters would rise from his empire regardless. If Reinhardt fell now, the blame would scatter, and the gain would consolidate. To those watching from afar, it would look like perfect timing. One man clutched his head in frustration. If Reinhardt suffered, it would be his failure. How had he overlooked something so obvious? The protagonist only smiled. Soon, none of this would trouble them. Hands slipped into his pockets, as a quiet realization settled over the group. Across the continent, decisions were shifting because of their lord. A current of change had begun to move, and it started here. One of the knights stepped forward and spoke plainly. The fate of the continent rested in their lord's hands. So what choice would he make? Joshua's smile deepened. He would reveal the fate he had chosen. He spoke. Shock rippled through them. Eyes widened. Even the seasoned knights stared in disbelief. What did he just say? Walking beside him, Cain admitted he could not understand why their lord would decide such a thing. Icarus answered without hesitation. Whatever the reason, it was not a decision made lightly. He told them he would follow after knocking, but first the matter at hand came before everything else. The door creaked open, and a calm voice from inside allowed them to enter. Cheryl sat at the table, posture straight, eyes steady, asking what issue demanded such urgency. The man bowed respectfully, thanking her for granting them time. Cain's lips curled into a faint smirk as he explained that the Lord had already ordered him to deal with Ralph and the remaining traitors that very day. However, since the blood involved Ponier's household, they chose to seek her judgment first. At the mention of traitors, her expression hardened. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, as if burying the last fragments of hesitation, then rose from her seat. Her voice carried no tremor when she declared they must be punished. There was no room for mercy, not after the suffering they had caused. For the sake of Ponier's reborn family and the people who endured their betrayal, this was the only path forward. Though she bowed slightly, admitting she had no authority to command them, the resolve in her tone made it clear she was not asking lightly. The boys exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Hands pressed to their chests, they vowed to handle it. Cain blinked in surprise, then, with an almost mischievous glint, shifted the subject. He asked about the emblem she once gave the Lord in her youth, questioning whether it had been a gesture meant to tie her fate to his in marriage. Icarus shot him a sharp look, calling the question shameless, yet curiosity lingered in the air. Cheryl covered part of her face, flustered but unable to deny it outright. She admitted that back then she only wanted Joshua's attention. He had not even looked her way, and she had been desperate to stand out before him. But now she could not untangle what she truly felt. Was it affection? Was it admiration? Or merely respect for someone who stood so high he seemed almost divine? Cain laughed, remarking that people did not call him the god of war for nothing. He earned that title with blood and steel. A sharp strike landed on him for his teasing, reminding him to watch his tongue. Cheryl lowered her gaze and spoke more softly. This was not the time for love or marriage. Storms were gathering. Battles loomed ahead. There were greater matters demanding their strength before any thoughts of the heart could take shape. Turning around, she said the traitors were already waiting. Icarus asked if she intended to go as well. She looked aside for a moment, then answered that she would. If judgment was to fall, she would witness it with her own eyes. The scene shifted to Barbarian's grave. The protagonist stood before the stone in silence. A voice urged him to begin, to focus. He answered calmly that he understood. Purple rays flickered around his hand, thin at first, then thickening like veins of corrupted lightning. He closed his eyes and stretched his arms outward. The air grew heavy. A chant echoed, naming the fallen king of nights, the 9,000 spirits whose malice was denser than darkness itself. Particles rose from the soil, circling the grave in tightening spirals. The voice declared that he, the weapon of the demonic god Lygia, commanded them. The earth trembled. A body forced its way up from Caniath the ground, dragged into the open by unseen chains. He was told to rise before the tribunal and atone for his regrets. The hero kept his eyes shut as the permission was granted for them to walk the earth once more. Dark motes flowed into the corpse, stitching flesh to will. Lygia's presence thickened the atmosphere, ordering obedience. Black energy gathered around the protagonist's hand as Lygia spoke again, naming the Lord of the Dullahan. A headless horseman took form before him. The hero asked what this Lord of the Dullahan truly was. The answer stood before him, a towering figure without a head, clad in blackened armor, aura roiling like a storm trapped inside iron. The creature's voice did not come from a mouth, yet it rang clearly. The one who demands obedience, the one who forces kneeling, the one who stands above. The hero felt the pressure and thought that this demonic energy was absurd. He opened his eyes in surprise as Lygia explained that among all creations, the Dullahan was legend within the demon realm. To forge such a being from the corpse of a superhuman was no small feat. Without warning, the Dullahan rushed forward. A reminder echoed that unlike Death Knights, who eternally pursue their killers, the Dullahan bore no personal hatred. The hero barely had time to register that fact before the creature was already upon him. Its armored arm rose, repeating the same declaration. Obedience, kneeling, superiority. Then it struck, demanding proof of strength. The protagonist smiled. So the Dullahan Lord possessed pride. It would never bow to one weaker than itself. What a simple condition. His spear flashed forward. The Dullahan staggered slightly. The protagonist tilted his head and asked if that had been nothing more than a scratch. If so, he could grow serious. He asked whether he should use pure aura or holy energy. Joshua turned his gaze aside, measuring which path would break a legend. Joshua glanced at him and called him a fool. No holy energy, no primordial stones, only demonic power. The Dullahan would recognize only one thing: suppression through nearly pure demonic energy. Anything else was fraud. The Lord swung his massive weapon, dark wind tearing through the ground. He declared he would never kneel to the weak. Those beneath him would simply perish. The protagonist looked aside and asked why that condition was mentioned only now. Steel met spear. Joshua clenched his teeth as fragments of ancient memory surfaced. 300 years ago, even the mightiest demon gods failed to subdue this being. But now it was being wielded through the authority of the legendary Lord Rua. That should have made it easier. It did not. The thought offered no comfort. The protagonist stood firm before the Dullahan as a voice urged him to release more demonic energy. He was being overwhelmed. The hero snapped back, shouting for silence. Controlling demonic energy without relying on holy power or external amplifiers was like walking across a blade's edge. Yet he forced it out. Black particles exploded around him. A scream tore through the air. Horns erupted from his head. Lugia demanded to know what those horns were. Impossible. Such a manifestation should have required thousands of years of accumulation. Even Joshua's eyes widened. The Dullahan lunged again, roaring. At that moment, dark armor and equipment formed over the protagonist's body, as if summoned from the abyss itself. The Lord's strike collided with his chest, and then stopped. The headless monster lowered itself. Kneeling, it declared service. The protagonist extended his hand and accepted. He spoke of the seal of submission. Dark particles streamed from the Dullahan into him. He clenched his fist as the power of control coursed through his veins. A voice whispered that this authority originally belonged to a demon god. He demanded clarification. A red mark burned into existence across his chest. A blood moon symbol, emblem of the demon realm. Yet its shape did not shatter the existing seal. Instead, wings burst from his back. Lugia's tone shifted. He revealed the truth. Joshua had once been an angel. Not merely an angel, an archangel bearing 6 pairs of wings. He fell from the heavenly realm and was later accepted into the demonic realm by another god. But he stole the authority of control. Hands of shadow reached toward a sphere of condensed power. He was the only existence-branded traitor in both the heavenly and demonic realms. The protagonist stared at the mark on his chest as the voice continued, saying that his power could not be bound by a single realm's law. He was not erased. He had crushed 2 demon kings, and now the symbol of control had manifested upon him. He demanded a name. Particles bled from the spear as Lugia answered. A red glow pulsed, and it was said that he had stolen the light itself. The scene tore away to marching feet. A mass of soldiers advanced toward Aiden's Canyon, toward the ruined castle of Ponier. Dust rolled beneath armored boots. At the gate, guards lined the walls. Orders rang out. Archers drew their bows. From below, a man shouted in disbelief at the sight of the approaching force. Kane muttered that staying here, instead of retreating to the castle at peril, had been a mistake. The mark had cost them the war. Cox closed his eyes and questioned why they should even consider fleeing. What was there to escape to? The response came sharp. The Black Knight of the River, Dennis, had sealed every route. There was no exit. They were trapped. One man said coldly that since someone understood their situation so clearly, perhaps he should propose a solution instead of stating the obvious. Arna ground his teeth in frustration. Kane pressed a hand to his head, remarking that the traitors showed no sign of surrender. Icarus spread his arms slightly and stated the obvious truth. Defenders always held the advantage in a siege. They would begin once the storming tower was ready. A voice cut through the tension, dismissing the concern. It was pointless to overthink. He could stand back and watch if he wished. Better yet, observe how far he had progressed. When questioned again, he drew his sword. He admitted he was no match for the Lord, but he was not weak either. There were other ways to use aura. He surged forward. Aura upon aura, he shouted, closing his eyes as fire, arrows rained from above. He had once learned to layer aura into sound, to distort perception. If aura could be woven into vibration, then it could also be layered over the body's own protective field. A second skin of force erupted around him. Arrows struck and scattered. He continued advancing as the barrage shattered against the barrier. Someone above gasped, asking what exactly he was manipulating. Was he controlling aura to construct a shield? Ben shouted that there was still time to hide behind cover. The man did not slow. From the castle walls came panic. He roared for them to come out and face him. Then the explosion hit. Stone shattered. Debris rained down. A voice screamed that the gate had fallen. Forward. They would reclaim the castle. Under a darkened sky, the ruined stronghold stood exposed. 2 men were dragged out, bound to the wrists. Cheryl walked toward them without haste. She asked if they had any final words. One of them clenched his teeth, rage and disbelief twisting his face. He could not accept that she would do this to him, a noble of the great empire of Avalon. He shouted that they had no authority to bind him like a criminal. The restraint should be removed at once. Respect must be shown. He even claimed he would forgive them if they corrected this insult quickly. Cheryl's gaze shifted to the other. Cox lowered his head with a faint smirk and asked what else a failed traitor could possibly say. He had gambled and lost. That was all. She stared at him, anger contained but visible. So that was the truth. As she turned away, she said quietly that everything was clear. Thank him for everything. Her hand rose. Archers drew. Arna shouted that they did not understand what they were doing. This violated Imperial law. The war had been sanctioned by His Majesty the Emperor. In territorial conflict, captured nobles were to be treated according to established statutes. Execution without decree was rebellion. If they value their lives, they should lower their bows immediately. Cheryl did not respond to the legal argument. The man closed his eyes, hoping that somehow things would turn out differently. Her hand moved forward. Arrows flew. The Baron's last words were swallowed by the impact. Blood splashed across the stone. Even though he had once raised her as his own, she did not hesitate. That moment would follow her for years. It was one of the reasons Lady Cheryl came to be called the Iron Lady. With the Marquis and the Duke's territorial war officially concluded, the banners lowered, but unrest still lingered. To suppress the remnants of resistance, Joshua chose to remain at the Pontier family estate. Tears welled in a man's eyes as the Wilhelm Knights and the Lion King Rian departed for Reinhardt. The Lion King insisted on witnessing it himself. Joshua's agreement to succeed him as leader of the Free Knights Alliance. The hall fell silent as Aiden, now standing as the new head of the Mercenary Guild, laid everything bare. No evasions, no half-truths. He admitted the secret negotiations with the Marquis family. The guild had accepted the Marquis's commission. And because of that, from this moment forward, every guild-affiliated mercenary force would withdraw from the Avalon Empire. Not tomorrow, not gradually, immediately. Far away, in the small region of Tryphia, a man spun around in shock as a dragon tore across the sky. Its roar split the air, then its jaws opened wide, and purple flame poured down like a curse. Fire spread in every direction. The sky darkened as if night had fallen in a single breath. In the distance, the silhouette of Peril Castle emerged beneath the burning horizon. What is happening? Someone shouted. A hand clutched the hero's leg, refusing to let him step forward. Why was he abandoning his charges again? He answered that he needed to go. Even if she beat him to death, he would not release this resolve. Ben closed his eyes and demanded to know why she had handed that burden to him in the first place. She should not talk about slaying dragons based on rumors. The protagonist looked back, confused. What did that have to do with anything? He had his own reasons. Let him go. Protect Cheryl in his absence. Iera stepped forward, arms spread wide. Lady Cheryl was not his lord. The Marquis's family could appear at any moment seeking revenge. Even if they all had personal motives, they could not ignore the dragon descending upon them. He met her gaze directly and said it was too dangerous. Personal matters had to wait. She hesitated, then admitted she agreed. He paused. She was coming too. The man leaned closer and whispered that he had always wanted to ask why every woman around him was so striking. Joshua glanced at him and replied that he had already forgotten. The man grinned and pressed again. The hero considered it. It made sense. The last time they had seen Iselin, she had been a child. Even so, he saw no reason to elaborate. Looking away, he stated plainly that he had given his word to protect her. She would travel with them. They would look after her. Ben answered without hesitation. Fine, then good luck. Icarus frowned, silently questioning what kind of bond required the Lord's personal protection. The thought lingered, but he swallowed it. It was not his place. The protagonist continued forward, voice steady. Dragon or not, he was going to Treya. He had urgent matters to settle. Someone snapped back that they should not underestimate dragons. A single one could erase an empire in a single strike. Treya had already been evacuated. Entry was forbidden without the Emperor's explicit command. Iselin raised her hand calmly. Dragons never appeared without cause. They were regarded as guardians of the Middle Kingdom. Whenever one revealed itself, it meant the balance between kingdoms had shifted. If this dragon had surfaced, it was likely a warning. No one should enter the Dark Forest, its domain. A blue dragon descended in the distance, as if proving her point. Most likely, once the warning was delivered, it would depart. Waiting would be wiser. The protagonist stood before them and answered that dragons did not interest him. But this did feel like a warning. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked what he truly meant. Was there another reason? His expression hardened. The creature they would need to fear in the near future might not be the dragon at all. Perhaps this was not a warning, but a signal. An omen. The image of a dragon burned in his mind. What if it was not a guardian, but something corrupted? Far away, the capital of the Avalon Empire came into view. The palace of the Diamond Flower of Accardi stood in solemn silence. A quiet voice asked about the lady's condition. Cerseirin lay motionless upon her bed. A man at her side frowned deeply. With their current abilities, curing the princess's illness was impossible. Preparations for the worst had to begin. No one knew how much longer she could endure. A voice broke the silence. What curse could possibly reduce a princess to this state? The girl suddenly spoke the hero's name, and a memory resurfaced. In a past life, he had once said the cure for his illness was nearly complete. He would offer it as a gift, a token of their bond. That promise echoed now like a ghost. Behind the chamber doors, someone urged restraint. But who had the authority to stop him? The doors were pushed open. Kaizen stepped inside and announced that her brother had arrived. How was she? The girl bowed slightly. She introduced herself as Ellen, head maid of the Diamond Flower Palace, at a service. He dismissed the formalities and asked directly about Saoirse's condition. Ellen lowered her gaze. No medicine had worked. With time, the illness only deepened. On the bed, Saoirse struggled upright. She said softly that he had come. Ellen moved to steady her, insisting she remain lying down. Kaizen clenched his teeth. To think the endless use of her power would end like this. Ellen replied that if her strength could serve the country, then there was no regret. He placed a hand on Saoirse's shoulder and told her she could speak honestly. She had never chosen to bear a curse like the Eye of Truth. He pulled her gently into his arms and said that if it were him, he would have fled long ago. She did not have much time left. Kaizen's smile widened unnaturally, and she only needed to use that once more. They would go. Saoirse cried out in fear, asking what he meant. She begged him to let her go. Ellen rushed forward, arms spread, shouting for him to release the princess. A blade was drawn. He warned them coldly. If they value their lives, step aside. The maids froze in terror. Far away in Tryphia, deep within the forest, a boy sat quietly beside a small house. He lifted his head as footsteps approached. The protagonist walked straight toward him and said he knew he would find him here. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of person he was. The protagonist smiled faintly. He was Joshua. He had come to save him. He was glad to see him. The boy frowned and replied that he did not know how Joshua had reached this place, but he had come to the wrong person. He was not Ash. Joshua extended his hand forward. The protagonist said calmly that of course he was the one. In a past life, he had given him that name. He seemed to like it then. The boy snapped, asking what nonsense he was spouting, and told him to leave. Without shifting his gaze, the protagonist asked if he could at least offer him a flower. In the next breath, an anti-magic field spread outward. The boy's eyes widened. He demanded to know what that barrier was. From the forest's edge, an orc stepped forward. More followed behind the boy, emerging in a slow, tightening circle. Joshua smiled faintly. The last surviving high elf. He had come to speak with him. The elf's teeth ground together. What right did a greedy human have to address him? He had known this would happen. The orcs charged at once. He added that there would be no conversation, and Joshua should abandon any dream of leaving alive. Joshua remained still. It might be rude, he admitted, but he had come to save him from the black dragon. The elf froze. Above them, a dragon's shadow cut across the sky as the creature surged forward. Joshua continued evenly, unless he preferred to lose his title and live the rest of his life as a slave. The orcs' confidence shattered. Fear filled their faces. The elf demanded to know what that dragon's pressure was. The monsters broke ranks and fled in panic. He shouted for them to return, but none obeyed. Joshua stepped forward and asked quietly whether they could talk now. The elf looked up sharply. How could a mere human wield the horror of the black dragon? The only true black dragon was the Lord himself. Joshua asked whether he believed it was merely a magical illusion. The elf's expression darkened. Did Joshua take him for a fool? He could distinguish reality from trickery. That was genuine black dragon horror. No ordinary person could replicate such presence. Joshua grinned slightly. Since he was so curious, he would explain it later. But on one condition. The elf demanded to know who he thought he was to set terms. Joshua lowered his gaze and said that he only needed him to listen. This concerned his only friend. There was someone who knew Zerath's location. The elf stiffened. An image of Zerath surfaced in his mind, an old ally of the elves who had sacrificed himself to save them. Joshua spoke quietly. He was alive. The elf looked down, shaken. He had never even been able to offer thanks. Ash studied the protagonist and asked what exactly he wanted. Joshua answered evenly that the Eye of Truth condemned its bearer to a short life. As a genius of alchemy, Ash should be capable of crafting a cure for that curse. The elf pressed a hand to his face, calculating. Such a formula would require the Sanders flower that grew in this forest. After a pause, he agreed. But in return, Joshua would explain how he wielded the dragon's horror. Joshua extended his hand. For matters like this, they would exchange mana. Trust was the foundation. Ash replied that he could prepare the potion, but Joshua would have to gather the ingredients himself. Joshua accepted without hesitation. He would obtain them. Ash smiled faintly to himself. What a fool. An Eye of Truth appeared once in 1,000 years. Creating a cure would not be simple. Even acquiring the components would take ages. He would watch how this human struggled. A brilliant light flared as their mana intertwined. The pact was sealed. Mana exchanged for a cure to the Eye of Truth. In return, Joshua would reveal information about Zerath and the source of the dragon's horror. The elf's smile widened. They would begin with the ingredients. The search alone would consume years. Since that was inevitable, Joshua might as well start explaining the dragon's power. Joshua lifted his bag calmly and told him not to worry. Aside from the Sanders flower, he already possessed everything required. Ash paused. Joshua could even point out where the flower bloomed. The elf stared in disbelief. He already had everything. Impossible. At best, perhaps most of it. Some components were beyond human reach. Joshua asked which one he meant. Ash answered sharply, a fragment of a dragon's heart. Without a word, Joshua removed the earring from his ear and held it forward. This, he said, was also the answer to the second question. Ash's eyes widened. It was no ordinary ornament. It was a black dragon earring. Of course the dragon's horror made sense now, but that meant only one thing. A phantom image of a colossal dragon flickered into existence behind him, its eyes burning with ancient malice. He spoke calmly, as if discussing an ordinary trinket, explaining that the artifact carried curses no weaker than the Eye of Truth. Worse, it bore the curse of a dragon itself. This was no ornament forged for vanity. It had been carved from a fragment of a dragon's heart. Any being weaker than a dragon would be devoured by it. The elf lowered his gaze and muttered that the demonic energy alone would shatter the mind of its wearer. Only demons, or their king, could withstand such corruption. His composure cracked as realization set in. He shouted for him to stop, spreading his arms wide. He insisted that even with the black dragon earring, breaking through the Lord's barrier was impossible. His voice trembled as he demanded to know who he truly was. The protagonist's lips curved into a faint smile. Standing before him, he asked if he still failed to understand. To the elf, he was merely a man. The elf pressed again. Then what was he? His eyes ignited with light. He answered without hesitation. A god. The word struck like thunder. The elf screamed, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Joshua laughed lightly, amused by how easily fear could be planted. It was always entertaining to joke about Ash, the so-called king of assassins. Convenient, too. Now he had a reason for dragging him along. That was how he acquired his first pet. The scene shifted to the grand palace of the Avalon Empire, its towers bathed in cold imperial light. Before the emperor, a young man knelt and reported that the black god, Agnes, had agreed to obey. He would command the vanguard in the coming continental war. The emperor raised a brow, voice steady. Of course Agnes would comply. Disobedience was not an option. Still kneeling, the boy admitted that it might sound bold, but they had destroyed Agnes's primary source of wealth, the Pawnee family, and stripped him of his strategist from the Iselin family. Jackian lowered his head and questioned whether it was not suspicious that Duke Agnes followed orders so obediently instead of resisting. Seated upon the throne, the emperor dismissed the doubt. Agnes would never betray him. He already understood the situation. Agnes's son, Joshua, had recently caused considerable trouble. He had invited foreign knights into his lands and slaughtered many of Agnes's own men, including his favored Count Cox. A thin smile spread across the emperor's face. Agnes knew exactly what was at stake. His son's life hung in the balance. And so, they reached an understanding. Loyalty in exchange for the emperor's silence. The boy slowly lifted his head and declared that if that was the case, then everything had aligned perfectly. Rising from his seat, Marcus confirmed it without hesitation. Every condition had been fulfilled. Reinhardt, the heart of the continent, and Joshua, one of the mightiest superhumans alive, were now within their grasp. A faint smile crossed his face as he stated that it was time to summon the central nobles. Joshua was to be called to the great palace at once. The view swept across the Avalon Empire, settling upon the towering ivory symbol of imperial magic, the Orvis Tower. Within its quiet chamber, a man sat at a long table and spoke evenly. Just as promised, Saoirse had been transported to his palace. It appeared His Majesty had not even bothered to question it. Kaizen's brow tightened. When he had asked for assistance before, the emperor showed no interest. Why now? The man across from him answered plainly. The empire stood at a crossroads. His Majesty intended to ignite war under the banner of continental unity. Nothing else mattered to him. Evergrant's lips curved with measured confidence. Duke Agnes would lead the troops against the Swallow Empire. Once the war concluded, everything would fall into place. He did not believe in coincidence. When the dust settled, he would inherit the throne. He alone would prevent the empire from spiraling into madness and ruin. Kaizen studied him and asked directly if he truly believed the crown would bypass the first prince, his own brother, and fall to him instead. The same brother whom the nobles whispered about as a tyrant, just like their father. Evergrant rose to his feet, irritation flashing across his face. If this conversation was reduced to flattery and doubt, then it was meaningless. He saw no reason to continue. As he turned to leave, Kaizen leaned forward and told him to wait. There was something else. Frankly, he wished to become the next head of the Magic Tower. Evergrant stopped, slowly turning back. He repeated the words, as if testing them. He intended to lead the Magic Tower? Was he planning to betray them and stand among its masters? Stepping closer, Evergrant answered without fear. He would remain the Empire's chief magician, but his ultimate goal was greater. He would become the strongest in Avalon and claim control of the magic tower itself. A wide smile spread across the other man's face, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He could hardly believe the audacity. To speak such ambition so openly was either madness or absolute certainty. He could celebrate, so long as he walked away with both his life and his title intact. The man frowned at him, spreading his arms with casual boldness. He admitted he was impressed. Pride sharpened by greed. Ambition unrestrained yet believable. He liked that. Kaizen's grin deepened as he asked what it would take to claim the throne. The answer came slowly. He should listen carefully. Evergrande extended his hands as though unveiling a masterpiece. He was developing a secret potion, one that concealed every symptom of illness for a single day. For those 24 hours, the drinker would appear perfectly healthy. Strength, clarity, full potential, everything restored until the final breath. He continued without pause. They could give this potion to Lady Cerciarin. Her condition would vanish for a day, her power returning in full. The eye of truth would open once more, clear and absolute. An image of the girl surfaced in silence. Evergrande's tone did not waver as he explained the cost. When the potion's effect ended, the drinker would die. There would be no recovery, no second dawn. Pressing a hand to his face, he added that Cerciarin was already dying. Why not let her use the eye of truth one final time? Surely she would accept it. Surely she would be willing to die for him. He was told to continue. The question remained. What exactly do they need her power for? Evergrande smiled broadly. He was pleased to see the interest. They would return to that shortly. The door opened, and the matter was acknowledged without further discussion. As he departed, he stated that everything would be left in his hands. The reply came calmly. Good luck to both of them. The door shut with a heavy thud. Left alone, Evergrande exhaled and looked away. It had gone smoothly. He asked what the other thought. Seated at the table, the man answered that it was intriguing. He believed his brother would act exactly as expected. Caesar turned his gaze aside and spoke quietly. Of all the brothers, the second was the most intelligent. He would not be easily handled. Walking closer, the man responded that those willing to sacrifice anything for ambition might become Brutus, but they would never become Cairo. The Avalon Empire had risen from the old kingdom of Asgard. Its first king, Brutus, seized the throne through ruthless means, only to meet the same end as the ruler before him. Cairo, however, ruled differently. With restraint and vision, he led his people forward. In time, he became one of the greatest kings Asgard had ever known, capturing more than half the continent. Evergrande let out a quiet smirk. Even that would not be enough to win the second prince's trust. The truth was simpler. The second prince lacked the capability to seize the throne on his own. An image surfaced of the Duke and the prince standing side by side. It was known that the first prince, Kisser, had already secured the Duke's household, a force equal in power to the Agnes family. Under the present balance, the second prince had no realistic path to victory. But that was only for now. The man's smile deepened. Everything would shift once Zerath stepped onto the stage. No, Zerath was no longer the correct name. A man who had sold his soul to demons deserved another. Baru. A faint glow flickered in the room as he continued. If they sustained their support for the second prince, he would grow dependent, reliant, controlled. Evergrande nodded, voice steady. They would use him to pressure the first prince. Then, when the moment ripened, they would offer him as bait to win the first prince's confidence. The other man gave a thin smile. It was a reasonable projection, unless some unexpected variable appeared. Seated opposite him, Evergrande asked what variable could possibly disrupt the plan. The answer came without hesitation. Joshua. Images flashed through the air. Reinhardt, the 12 superhumans, the shifting loyalties. Previously, the Reinhardt kingdom had ignored the king entirely. Yet now, they moved to assist Joshua. Caesar rested a hand upon a closed book. Talent alone, at such a young age, was dangerous. But Joshua carried something more. Something unseen. He needed to be eliminated before he interfered. His gaze hardened. In addition to manipulating the second prince, they required Joshua to seize control of the entire Avalon Empire. The implication lingered. If that happened, they would surrender all authority. Evergrande acknowledged it calmly. If Joshua returned in time, that scenario was entirely possible. He rose to leave, stating that he was confident everything would proceed smoothly. After all, there was no one he trusted more. There were other matters to handle, and rest was necessary. Behind him, the man smiled faintly. He apologized for not asking sooner, then posed a quiet question. In his eyes, which king was he closer to, Brutus or Cairo? Caesar turned slightly, considering it for the first time. He admitted the thought had never truly crossed his mind. If he had to choose, he would not name Brutus or Cairo. A grin formed as he spoke a different name. Heimdall. A pale flower drifted into view. The Sanders flower, known also as the Flower of Oblivion. The protagonist studied the mountain ahead and stated that obtaining it would not be difficult. The elf stared at him in disbelief. Was he certain? It might already be too late. Entering this territory while carrying a black dragon earring was reckless enough. Using that flower as medicine was stupidity layered on top of madness. A finger rose to silence him. He was speaking too freely. Had he forgotten who stood before him? Continue like this, and punishment would follow. The elf's eyes widened. Ash clenched his fist, cursing him for lying. He asked whether he truly expected anyone to believe that nonsense. Then he paused. Why were his hands trembling? The elf forced a laugh. He admitted the truth. He was helping only because he wished to see an old friend once more. He even understood the Sanders flower side effects. Standing firm, the protagonist answered plainly. Nothing was free. To gain something, one must surrender something. He turned his gaze away. Once she consumed the Sanders flower, her sight would return. Her life would be saved, but her memories would fade. How much she would lose, he could not predict. Still, it was preferable. She would no longer carry the weight of her sorrowful past. A violent roar shattered the air. The elf screamed that they were finished. The dragon had returned. They would all die. From above, ancient eyes ignited. A human had trespassed into its domain. That crime will be punished. The protagonist moved first, swinging his arm as the dragon lunged. Claws struck, and the beast roared for him to die. The forest trembled. The dragon charged again with furious force. Joshua thrust his spear forward, sweeping it in a powerful arc and shouting as steel met scale. The impact echoed. The dragon retaliated, and the next blow drove him into the earth. He lay on the ground, staring upward, admitting that the creature was stronger than expected. The black dragon ascended into the sky, wings spreading like a storm. Nothing less should be anticipated from such a being. Its gaze fixed upon him, demanding his name. Joshua let out a faint murmur, a smile tugging at his lips. If he claimed to be a god now, the battle would only intensify. The elf's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He stepped forward and declared that this so-called god was nothing more than a suspicious fraud, a man pretending to be divine while hiding behind cheap tricks. Crevice narrowed his eyes and demanded an explanation. Ash turned his head slightly and pointed out the detail no one else had noticed. On the man's right ear hung the earring of the black dragon. A chill moved through the air. The protagonist frowned and ordered him to be silent, but the damage was done. The dragon's gaze sharpened. Was it true? The elf pressed further, exposing the contradiction. Demonic energy used to attack, holy energy used to store. What kind of being could wield both without tearing itself apart? Even the hero had to admit the logic was sound. Crevice had not ignored Ash's accusation. For a fleeting moment, it seemed possible this could end with words instead of blood. That illusion shattered instantly. The dragon rose into the sky and pronounced judgment on all who dared trespass into his domain. Identity no longer mattered. Only punishment. Flames erupted as Crevice answered with power instead of debate. The protagonist exhaled slowly and brought his spear forward. So this was how it would be. Joshua's lips curved into a cold smile. If there was ever a time to reveal true strength, this was it. The dragon would serve as proof. If he could erase a black dragon in a single strike, the message would echo across every realm. The beast roared and unleashed fire said to be inescapable, flames no creature could endure. The hero's eyes widened, not in fear, but in recognition. This technique, he had mastered it once before. The sixth stage of magical possession. Power flowed into the spear as a blazing sphere formed before the dragon. Heat distorted the air. For a heartbeat, everything froze. Then reality twisted. The protagonist blinked in confusion. He had just faced Crevice. So where was he now? The sky darkened as countless dragons descended, wings beating like thunder. One monstrous figure lunged forward, swearing to tear him apart. The hero raised his hand, scanning the horizon in disbelief. Demons flooded the battlefield. This was no ordinary land. This was the kingdom of demons, and they were everywhere. They rushed him from all sides. He cut through them midair, strikes precise and merciless. Yet even as bodies fell, the scene shifted again. The ground beneath him changed. Another place. Another distortion. He looked toward the figure before him, understanding dawning at last. This was never about simple trespass. The accusation was not about power or territory. It was about betrayal. He said he would take his wings. The words echoed, heavy and merciless. The man lowered his head when his name was called, as if judgment had already been passed. The protagonist shouted for him to stop. This was wrong. This wasn't the present. He wasn't fighting the dragon. He was witnessing something else. It was Lugia's memory. The man slowly raised his head, and a voice told him not to hold onto resentment. Behind him, the red moon burned like a silent witness. Then the world flickered. The color drained from the sky, as if someone had torn the paint from reality itself. Joshua frowned. A burst of flame erupted before the dragon, forcing him to shield his face. The elf sneered, declaring that the bastard couldn't endure Lord Crevass's fire. That proved it. He was no god. Then the elf's expression changed. Equipment materialized over the protagonist's body, layer by layer, as if summoned from another plane. Even he was caught off guard. What was this? What was he seeing? He didn't understand the meaning of the illusion, but he understood one thing. it wasn't meaningless. The dragon rose higher into the air, circling, watching. Perhaps each step forward would uncover another piece of the truth. Perhaps this vision was guiding him somewhere. The protagonist tightened his grip on his spear and rushed ahead with a single thought burning in his mind. Once he reached the 8th stage of mastery, the realm known as the power of a god, everything would finally become clear. Flames ignited near the dragon once more. Crevass's voice thundered across the sky. He didn't know whether the man before him was a god or a devil, but if he threatened his kingdom, he would erase him without hesitation. Joshua lowered his head. The dragon attacked again, releasing another inferno. This time the protagonist answered with the dance of heavenly destruction. The blaze roared toward him, but a barrier rose instantly, deflecting the impact. He advanced through the flames, step by step, closing the distance. Crevass's eyes widened. His breath had been broken. A beam of power pierced forward, cutting through the dragon's defenses. No! The beast roared, disbelief shaking his voice. The elf stared upward in shock, asking how such a strike could pierce a black dragon's body. Even high-ranking demons could not achieve that. Crevasse began to fall. The massive body crashed into the ground with a force that shook the land. Joshua approached slowly, eyes steady, unblinking. The dragon looked up at him and demanded to know who he truly was. The protagonist smiled faintly. That wasn't what truly mattered. He understood the dragon's fury now. It wasn't simply because a human had trespassed into his territory. It was because of what had happened in Tra, the incident at Icelen Castle. Crevasse lifted his head slightly, acknowledging that the man before him was well informed. Humanity had crossed a forbidden line. Images surfaced, men twisted into monsters, their own kind transformed into ghouls through demonic energy. That sin was unforgivable. The emperor of these lands will pay. The dragon's hatred burned through every word. And in that moment, the hero finally understood. This was the origin, the first spark, the point where Crevasse and Avalon began tearing at each other's throats. He stood before the fallen dragon and pieced it together calmly. Even before his reincarnation, this incident had drawn his curiosity. How had Avalon negotiated with a black dragon? How had a creature like Crevasse agreed to any terms at all? A slow smile spread across his face. Because he remembered now, if his memory was accurate, he had been the hidden hand behind it all. If that was true, then the conclusion was simple. They could resent him. They could blame him. It did not matter. This deal would belong to him. The scene fractured. Steel cut through the air. Cain raised his sword and swung downward, counting under his breath. 27,361. Each number marked a strike. Each strike marked a step closer to power. A voice approached from behind. He had been training for 4 days straight. Icarus suggested he rest. Cain didn't even look up. If he wanted to serve his lord properly, he had to become stronger. That was the only answer that mattered. Then he asked why Icarus had come. A letter was raised into view. A decree from the emperor had arrived. Cain asked what it said, and more importantly, how Icarus already seemed to know its contents without opening it. Icarus looked down at the sealed parchment and admitted that it was addressed personally, and he technically had no right to read it. But the situation was obvious. They had engaged in a territorial war between Pontier and the Marquis without Imperial sanction. They had also brought foreign knights onto Imperial soil. Punishment was inevitable. Cain frowned. Guessing was pointless. The only way to know for certain was to open it. Their eyes met. Both understood the weight of that decision. Icarus closed his eyes briefly and reached for the seal, saying he would open it himself. Suddenly, Cain caught his wrist. Only a lord should break an Imperial seal. No one could predict the consequences. If responsibility had to be taken, he would bear it. Icarus repeated his words back to him. Cain responded that a knight's duty was to protect his lady. Icarus paused. Cain's grin widened as he asked how much longer this charade would continue. Most already knew. Lord Icarus was no longer truly a lord. Silence lingered between them. Icarus met his gaze and answered plainly. Everyone already knew he was a girl. Cain's expression didn't change. He suggested they discuss that another time. For now, the decree awaited. There are more important matters. The words hung in the air. The man asked what could possibly outweigh an imperial decree. Cain replied without hesitation. It no longer mattered whether it was worth it or not. The seal had already been broken. Now they had to face what was written. The decree named him directly as a subordinate of Emperor Marcus and commander tied to the imperial bloodline. Joshua was ordered to appear at the palace with the Knights of Wilhelm on the 25th of February, year 457 of the Bonnet calendar. Duke Agnes was also summoned. Failure to comply would result in severe punishment. Cain's jaw tightened. Impudence. Icarus blinked in confusion, asking what exactly angered him. Cain pointed to the deadline. 5 days. They were currently in Tryphia, a region without teleportation gates. Even accounting for the time it took the decree to reach them, there was no possible way to arrive in time. From Peril Castle alone, the journey would take at least 2 weeks. This was not a summons. It was a trap. The man turned his gaze away and dismissed the concern. Their lord had likely already concluded his affairs and begun returning. Ben looked at him carefully, questioning whether he truly believed that. The man smiled faintly and declared that they would depart for the palace at dawn. Before that, however, something else required attention, a task entrusted by their lord. The protagonist stated calmly that he would inform them of the chosen route. Then his tone shifted. They could not abandon the Pawnee family in the aftermath of the territorial war. Icarus answered without hesitation. There was no need to worry. He had already arranged assistance. Cain narrowed his eyes. What kind of assistance? Icarus simply told him to prepare. The flag was raised. Mercenaries began to move. Joshua turned toward the king of mercenaries and asked whether accepting this request had been the right decision. The man answered without doubt. Of course it was. Some debts must be repaid. The written request was clear. Protection of the Pawnee family. The client, Icarus of the Sanders family. Duration, unlimited. Reward, the restoration of lost trust. High mountains stretched across the horizon as their forces advanced. The elf extended a flask forward and stated that the medicine had run out, and the road ahead had only just begun. The protagonist told him he had done well. Ash hesitated, then asked if he could say something. Joshua told him to speak. Looking away, Ash admitted he had already obtained what he wanted. So why did he need to follow him? Why not simply let him go? The dragon watched Joshua closely and added that if the man's earlier words were true, perhaps they could reach an agreement. Joshua asked what he was offering. Instead of answering directly, he smiled and laid out his terms. First, Ash. Second, a fully bloomed flower from the Sanders family in the near future. Then, almost casually, he added that although Ash was technically a full-fledged knight, he still had no lore to serve. That could be corrected. 10 years of service would suffice. Ash exploded. 10 years was absurd. He was descended from high elves. He would not become someone's servant. Joshua frowned slightly and asked whether serving a black dragon was somehow more dignified. The same dragon he had just tried to kill. And besides, he looked barely 15. Ash spread his arms and insisted there was another way. They can negotiate properly. He possessed primordial stones. He knew where the remaining ones were hidden. The anger drained from his voice, replaced by reluctance. He had only just regained his freedom. He did not want to bind himself again. If 10 years were too much, then 3 or 5. Joshua covered his face with one hand and laughed quietly. 5 years. Ash stiffened, making sure the agreement was final. No taking words back. Joshua nodded. Then he asked about the remaining primordial stones. Ash answered with a grin of his own. Tempest. A fragment of a god, carrying the authority of wind itself. Before more could be said, a dragon appeared before them, announcing that he had recovered. They were free to leave. Joshua smiled faintly and told him to ensure he fulfilled his side of the bargain. The scene shifted. The grand view of the Avalon Empire unfolded, and at its center stood the Kula Palace, vast, immovable, watching over everything. With his eyes closed, a young man reported that nearly all major nobles had already arrived. Only Duke Agnes was absent. Another figure stood by the window and asked whether that was confirmed. The answer came calmly. The apple never falls far from the tree. Fine. And then the emperor leaned back as if the entire war was nothing more than a performance arranged for his amusement. His voice echoed across the hall as he declared that if Agnes or Joshua failed to arrive on time, the hero's allies would answer in their place. For every 10 minutes of delay, one life would be taken, one by one. The families who chose to stand behind Joshua would bear the cost of that decision. Smiling broadly, he added that since Reinhardt and Wilhelm's knights now belonged to him, they could be spared. Marcus's eyes widened. He turned his face away and muttered that a dragon would always remain a dragon. The bell rang. A sharp cry cut through the air, ordering everyone to take their positions. A massive shadow swept past the tower as the dragon soared overhead. Hogg's voice thundered across the courtyard, commanding the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions to secure the courtyard immediately. He stepped forward, repeating the order with iron authority. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions moved out. Without pause, he extended his arm and ordered the 4th, 5th, and 6th battalions to push inside the palace. A chorus of acknowledgement followed as they advanced. Then came the command for the 7th, 8th, and 9th battalions to fortify the palace gates. They responded in unison. Hogg glanced aside and directed the remaining battalions to move at once. Through the chaos, a young voice shouted an apology for arriving late. Kajas and 8 fighters from the 12th battalion rushed in, breathless. They had come the moment orders reached them. Langer clutched his head in frustration, calling himself a fool. Their forces were already thin after Captain Joshua's departure, and yet he still managed to be late on a day like this. Hogg spoke coldly, declaring that with Commander Joshua absent, the 11th and 12th battalions would serve as reserve support. The boy's eyes widened as he shouted his understanding. Suddenly, a shoulder slammed into him. A sharp warning followed, telling him to watch where he was going. The boy snapped back, saying there was no need to shout so loudly, just because Commander Joshua was not present. Kajas cut in, asking if he was finished talking and where he thought he was headed. Another voice added that since he clearly had not heard the commander's orders, he should keep quiet. Teeth grinding, the boy cursed under his breath. Langer stepped in, telling him to calm himself. This was not the moment to let anger take control. The elf looked down, shouting that there was no chance he would do it. Better to kill him outright. The protagonist pointed upward and reminded him that Lord Crevice, his former master, had personally granted permission for him to ride. Now he needed to jump. The elf shook his head, admitting he feared heights. Joshua's lips curled into a knowing smirk. That was exactly why they had to leap. He should stop thinking like prey and start thinking like someone who intended to survive. Joshua called it training. The elf blinked, completely thrown off, asking what nonsense he was spouting now. Joshua kept his eyes forward, calm in the middle of chaos, and said that fear does not disappear by pretending it is not there. If he wanted to overcome it, he had to confront it. Soon enough, he would have to climb Yggdrasil, and when that time came there would be no room for trembling hands or weak knees. Ash's eyes widened in shock, demanding to know how Joshua even knew about that. Joshua met his gaze and replied that he did not know everything, but he knew this much. Problems never solve themselves through avoidance. Running only makes the shadow larger. The only path forward is straight through. If he feared the height, then he had to jump. One step. Face it. Fight it. Ash stared at him, as if the words themselves were heavier than the drop below. The dragon lifted its head and grumbled that they were wasting time. Enough talk. They needed to move. It swooped lower, wings cutting through the air. The elf screamed that he was actually doing it. He was really taking that step forward. Elsewhere, a man cursed under his breath, asking where the Imperial mage had vanished to at a moment like this. Another told him to focus. Right now, only His Majesty's safety mattered. Ari scoffed, replying that His Majesty was among the strongest in Avalon. If anyone had the best odds of surviving, it was the Emperor, not them. He was angry for a different reason. The Imperial mage had disappeared the instant the dragon appeared. Ari turned toward the Duke and asked if he had finally arrived. The man closed his eyes, calm as ever, and said that though events unfolded slightly ahead of schedule, everything was proceeding exactly as expected. By the palace window, the Emperor watched the chaos below without a flicker of fear. He murmured that all he needed to do was present the black dragon with terms it could not refuse. Marcus looked straight ahead and asked the question no one else dared to voice. If they failed, they would all die, wouldn't they? The answer came smoothly. There was no need to worry. Evergrant stepped forward and said he understood the creature's motives clearly. Though the black dragon had appeared because humans trespassed into its territory, that was not its true obsession. What it truly desired were the forbidden experiments, the manipulation of the dead, the crafting of ghouls, the corruption of life itself. The dragon hovered near the glow, and whispers spread that the moment it sensed demonic energy, curiosity must have taken hold. It had not shown itself for a long time, yet now it had come personally. It wanted to see the source, to study it, to dissect it if necessary. Living demons were not enemies in its eyes. They were specimens. The dragon's gaze burned with fury and interest intertwined. Crevasse parted his lips slowly as realization set in. This might be the only chance to witness a demon directly. Despite being hailed as the protector of the Middle Realm, the Black Dragon was no righteous guardian. It was merely a colossal lizard driven by its own hunger for knowledge, pursuing whatever fed its curiosity, regardless of the cost. Evergrant's lips curved into a thin smile. He said drawing the Black Dragon to their side would not be difficult. Concentrated demonic energy was bait, and the true hook was the source itself, the demonic horn. He lifted it into view, its surface pulsing faintly, and declared that the horn of a mid-ranking demon should be more than enough to stir the creature's greed. The dragon would ask where it came from. That question alone would give them leverage. He added that once the information was exchanged, they would not merely negotiate with the Black Dragon. They would hold a chain around its neck. Whenever they wished, they could tighten it. Marcus turned away slightly, asking what that implied. They already possessed the horn capable of satisfying it. What more is needed? Evergrant answered without hesitation. Of course they did. Yet inwardly he thought about how close the devil had come to breaking its contract. One misstep, and everything would have unraveled. The Emperor turned his head, asking why he had gone silent. Evergrant hesitated. Then, from the distance, the sound shifted. The dragon was retreating. Evergrant's jaw tightened. This was not how the plan was meant to unfold. Looking down, he asked for forgiveness and requested permission to withdraw in order to execute his duties properly. The Emperor studied him. Evergrant lowered his head. Marcus finally spoke, granting him leave. Evergrant expressed his gratitude and stepped back. As he began to depart, the Emperor, still gazing through the window, ordered Jackian to follow. Evergrant answered that he would obey. A faint smirk crossed the Emperor's face. If that troublesome mage harbored hidden intentions, he could erase him at any moment. Outside, voices spread quickly. The dragon was retreating. Soldiers strained their eyes toward the sky, confused. Why would it withdraw the instant it arrived? Talon asked whether they remembered what was said of its breath, that it could reduce the entire city to ash. As long as it lived, they could not lower their guard. Provalum responded that precisely for that reason, they needed a contingency in case it returned. Another voice cut in colder. Before preparing for its return, they had to eliminate the cause of its appearance. The one who marched troops into Tria, into the dragon's territory. Jihor frowned, asking what nonsense that was. After all, he had only urged that the war be ended swiftly. The man raised a hand, dismissing it, saying they should forget that point. What truly unsettled him was the timing. On the very day of a crucial meeting, Joshua appeared. Too convenient. He was convinced Joshua orchestrated everything. The fall of the Empire would not come from the dragon. It would come from Baron Joshua. The doors burst open. Joshua stepped through as the elf kicked the wood aside and shouted at the so-called nobleman inside. Every head turned in shock. Ash gave a crooked smile and asked whether he had finally managed to draw their attention. Joshua answered that he had, though attention was not his real objective. Still, it would serve. Talon extended his arm and shouted that Baron Joshua had arrived. Provalum followed, remarking how bold he had become. After all the chaos he caused, he now stormed into the palace as if it were a tavern. Ever since gaining the title of master, it seemed he had forgotten all restraint. Another man barked that he clearly did not understand the Emperor's current position. Having returned to the palace, he should behave like an Imperial knight. Had he already abandoned his duty? Behind Joshua, the elf leaned in and whispered that if he wanted them silenced, he had an excellent spell ready. A murmur spread through the hall. The great son of the Empire, Emperor Marcus, had arrived. The Emperor entered with measured steps, placing a hand over his chest. The nobles bowed deeply, voices rising in unison as they greeted His Majesty. Joshua bowed as well and offered his greeting. Then he added calmly that perhaps they should clarify titles. After all, he was also a ruler in his own right, or more precisely, a queen's king. The remark hung in the air. The Emperor's gaze shifted briefly to the elf, and a faint frown appeared. The elf bit his lip, unsettled. In all his long years, he had never encountered someone whose bloodline radiated such violent intensity. The scent of bloodshed clung to him like a shadow. The Emperor faced Joshua directly and said he was surprised, as always, to return so quickly. Was he not stationed in the Pawnee family's southern territory? Joshua bowed slightly and replied that upon receiving the Emperor's orders, he moved without delay. He had rushed back to fulfill a matter of importance. The Emperor asked what could possibly be so urgent. Joshua lifted his hand calmly. He recalled that it was Marquis Jihor who had spoken of Imperial duty. As an Imperial knight, it was his responsibility to protect the realm, and he had seen something alarming. An enraged dragon circling above Arcadia. Such fury did not arise without cause. The one responsible must be punished. A ripple of surprise passed through the chamber at the mention of Marquis Jihor. Under the excuse of a territorial dispute, Marquis Jihor had marched troops into the Black Dragon's domain. That trespass ignited its fury. Joshua stood unmoving and declared that once he received the Emperor's command, he would personally arrest the man responsible and make him answer for his actions. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Marcus thought the arrogant child believed this spectacle would somehow save him. A wide smile spread across his face as he announced that the games were over. Behind him, the Duke stood silent, satisfied. Thanks to these events, his father was already restrained. That alone was enough. As the Emperor turned to leave, he said lightly that Joshua could do as he pleased. Shock rippled through the nobles. Had His Majesty just abandoned them? What were they supposed to do now? Jihor's eyes widened in panic. He shouted that Joshua was lying. Yes, they had entered Tryphaeus' territory, but they had followed Imperial orders strictly. The Emperor paused and looked aside in faint surprise. He asked the Duke what he would do in such a position, when blame for everything was placed upon him. The Duke clenched his teeth, fear tightening his jaw, insisting that it was not like that. Agnes stepped forward and said evenly that they had only acted under command. The Emperor walked ahead and dismissed the explanation as dull. The Duke flinched at the response. Joshua's lips curled slightly. He stated that he would escort the accused to the cells. Not long after, word reached the throne room. Joshua had apprehended the traitor and returned. Ari twitched at the news. Joshua entered the hall, leading Marcus forward. He reported that His Majesty's order had been fulfilled. Seated upon his throne, the Emperor gazed at him with open amusement. Every time he saw Joshua, he was entertained. On this entire continent, Joshua alone brought him genuine pleasure. Marcus spoke carefully, stating that despite allowing foreign knights into Imperial lands, Joshua would not face punishment. The Emperor had no intention of discarding such a valuable piece. The invasion would be overlooked, but in exchange, Joshua would become his sword. Marcus added that he would offer his daughter's hand. A voice from the hall interrupted, informing them that the lady's condition was grave. She was not expected to last. The Emperor's eyes gleamed. That only improved the arrangement. Joshua would not need to tend to a dying princess for long. Yet through her, he would gain a legitimate claim to the throne. An unparalleled opportunity to rise as emperor of an entire nation. An opportunity few in history had ever even glimpsed. The weight of the hall pressed down like a blade resting against the throat. Agnes stood in silence, Her thoughts tangled in a future even her father had failed to seize. Marcus broke the stillness, asking the question no one dared to voice plainly. Was this the path Joshua intended to walk? To rise above all kings, to claim an entire continent? The price was simple. One vow, one hand extended from the throne. The emperor's gaze sharpened as he held that hand out, asking why there was hesitation. He spoke as a father, insisting his heart was no different from Joshua's, that he would never use his daughter as a stepping stone to power. Joshua's answer cut through the chamber. He refused. A ripple of disbelief moved through the nobles. Such an opportunity, such power, thrown aside. Marcus stepped forward, voice low and dangerous, asking if the refusal was final, reminding him that defiance, especially involving a knight, could be named treason. The emperor's patience thinned. This was no longer an offer. It was an order. One last chance. Tension coiled between throne and challenger. Joshua did not bow his head. He said that from the moment he first held a sword, he had been treated as a tool. But even tools carry value, and value is decided by worth. Marcus scoffed, declaring there was nothing to negotiate. All of Avalon would one day be his to command. Joshua answered calmly. He was not yet complete. A blade unfinished cannot be forced in a battle. He asked for time, to become a sword without equal. When he turned 18, he would still be required to choose whom he would serve. Let that choice be made then. The emperor paused. The realization struck him. Joshua was not even 18 yet. Waiting until adulthood was not unreasonable. Marcus measured the moment, then agreed, though ambition flickered clearly behind his eyes. He asked what Joshua wanted in return, already calculating the advantage of securing his loyalty. Joshua did not hesitate. He asked for authority over the 11th and 12th battalions. He would forge them into a new knightly order under his command. Shock broke across Talon's face. He protested immediately, warning that allowing anyone outside the Imperial order to occupy the castle would be reckless. Marcus silenced him with a glance. The request, he said, was not easily granted. Why those battalions? Joshua's voice remained steady. He had lived beneath prejudice his entire life because of his birth. He understood those soldiers, the overlooked, the dismissed. Every one of them wished to become the Empire's blade. He intended to shape them into exactly that. Marcus studied him for a long moment. If Joshua truly sought to build the greatest knightly order the continent had ever seen, then denying him now would only dull a weapon the Empire desperately needed. Permission was granted. The Emperor accepted the request and asked if Joshua desired anything further. Joshua answered that it was already more than enough. With that, the Emperor dismissed past tensions, formally pardoned them, and elevated Joshua to an official account of the Empire. The Marquis's territories were reassigned under his ownership. Power shifted in a single breath. Marcus declared the audience finished, and, with a faint smile, told Joshua to consider his second name. He was curious what headline the young blade would carve into the continent next. Agnes watched him quietly. Step by step, he was moving closer to the very core of authority. Talon, however, felt only unease. The Empire was already cracking beneath its own weight. Handing control of an entire knightly order to a boy, no matter how talented, was reckless. Provalum dismissed the concern, stating that the Mar family no longer possessed the strength to challenge anyone across the Empire. Then the small man who had arrived with Joshua stepped forward. His voice carried clearly through the hall. The Emperor himself would stand behind Joshua. This was an opportunity, a rare one. Those who joined now would receive privileges others could only dream of. Those who hesitated would receive nothing. If they wanted comfort, security, advancement, this was the moment. The nobles exchanged glances. Calculation replaced pride. Within seconds, restraint vanished. They surged forward, nearly trampling one another to secure position. Talon remained where he stood, cold realization settling in. It was no longer just the Imperial order. Other families were aligning themselves as well. At this pace, Joshua's influence would soon eclipse even the Emperor's. Elsewhere, another pair observed the shift with grim expressions. They had miscalculated. Their target had taken the bait far too cleanly. One muttered that they had never imagined Joshua would become an obstacle of this scale. The other replied that fate would have forced their paths to cross regardless. Plans adjusted in silence. One suggested moving now. Eliminate Marcus while the board was unstable. The other cautioned patience. The Emperor was watching closely. The Second Prince's forces were not yet strong enough. Timing would decide everything. Black Wind would soon deliver news to the throne. When that happened, there would be no retreat. First Marcus, then the Magic Tower. Step by step, the structure would fall. In the end, they intended to crown a Death Knight as Emperor. The man gathered his magic into his palm, power condensing into a dark, trembling sphere, as the next move began to take shape. He swung the gathered magic and drove it into the wall with brutal force. The stone cracked, but something else shifted. Evergrance's eyes widened. There was a shadowed pocket within the structure itself. Black Wind was already in the man's grasp. A concealed space. A prepared trap. He understood instantly. This was not an ordinary trick. Even a superhuman would struggle against something like this. The air grew heavier. The man spoke calmly, almost mockingly. The human mind could not grasp what stood before them. This was no mere conspirator. Before them stood a high-ranking demon, Asmodeus. The feast roared with celebration elsewhere. The 11th and 12th battalions surrounded Joshua with cheers, raising cups in his honor. They would finally have an order of their own, no longer overlooked, no longer expendable. They praised his courage, his refusal to bend, his audacity before the throne. One soldier leaned forward and asked what kind of order he intended to build. Joshua answered without hesitation. There were countless details to refine, countless trials ahead, but the name came first. He would create a legend. The first knights to surpass even the Wyvern Knights. An order that would redefine the Empire's skies. The hall fell silent at the mention of the first Sky Knights. He declared his own title, just as boldly, the Terror of the Cold Lands. And the order would bear a name worthy of fear. The Order of the Black Dragon. The soldiers erupted in disbelief and excitement. Some asked if each of them would truly receive a dragon of their own. Joshua knew the truth. Not all would qualify to ride such beasts. But ambition required myth before it required reality. Ash muttered under his breath that their so-called leader was as reckless as ever. A servant approached quietly, bowing low. A guest had arrived with an urgent message. Armstrong entered with measured steps, placing a steaming cup of tea before Joshua and apologizing for the interruption. Joshua thanked him for the long journey and asked directly what he wanted. The message came from Duke Agnes. No one in recent memory had achieved such rapid success. The Duke invited him to the estate to celebrate. Lucia, in particular, was eager to see him. Joshua replied that he had pressing matters to settle first. He would visit the manor as soon as possible. Armstrong, careful with his tone, asked what business demanded priority so that he could properly explain it to the Duke. Joshua answered plainly. He intended to visit the Diamond Flower Palace. It had nothing to do with Imperial orders. Armstrong's expression shifted. He had hoped to witness Joshua wielding a spear in battle, not walking into a different kind of war. The Emperor, he revealed, had begun a brutal competition to determine a husband for the princess. The Empire's mage had finally completed her medicine. The struggle had begun. Joshua's hand tightened around the table so violently the wood creaked beneath his grip. Armstrong stopped mid-sentence, sensing that the calm in the room had just fractured. Armstrong paused, confused by the sharp change in Joshua's expression. Joshua asked directly whether the Imperial magician was currently with the princess. Elsewhere, Icarus questioned Cain about his intentions after bringing Miss Iselin along. Cain answered simply. She had chosen to walk with them. The discussion quickly shifted to money. They argued over the portal's price and the speed of travel, calculating every coin because they had little to spare. Iselin stepped forward without hesitation and told the magician they required passage for 3 people. The old man narrowed his eyes. He studied them carefully. They did not look like nobles. That meant opportunity. If they lacked status, they could be pressured. Ben muttered that he had a bad feeling about this. But Icarus countered that criminals were barred from using the gate. That was precisely the insult that irritated the mage. He implied they looked the part. Joshua's anger in similar moments had always been rooted in this exact prejudice. They were not criminals. Cain suggested they abandon the gate and travel by other means. Before the argument escalated further, Iselin calmly withdrew something from her cloak. It flashed brilliantly, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. A golden mercenary emblem. Rare. Reserved only for mages of distinction. The old man's smirk faltered. He examined it more closely. The mage admitted surprise. How could someone so young already hold such recognition? He added bluntly that she still appeared weak. Icarus snapped back that such words were discourteous. They serve Lord Joshua. That alone should command respect. The mage responded coldly that this was not a performance for titles. He did what protocol demanded. Then he paused. Joshua's name registered in his mind. Their destination, Akardi. That changed calculations. He declared the fee, 1,000 gold per person, then added mockingly that for such an amount, they could practically cross the entire continent. Cain cut him off and called him what he was, a swindler. The old man's temper flared. He insisted their place was among mercenaries, not before a noble gate, and refused to activate the portal. Magic began to gather around him in warning. Cain's hand moved to his sword, ready to escalate. Icarus restrained him just in time. A shift in the air froze everyone. The mage began forming a complex spell. Flames condensed above his head, swirling into a massive sphere. Icarus recognized it immediately. Rune Flame. A 4th-class spell. Before it could fully stabilize, Iselin stepped forward again. 3,000 gold. She placed the coins forward without trembling and told him to count them. The old man's eyes sharpened. So they had resources after all. He sneered, claiming they had wasted his time. The price was now 1,500 per person. Cain drew his blade halfway from its sheath. He declared he would not endure this humiliation and would teach the mage a lesson himself. Cain's blade never left its sheath. Before steel could flash, the air hardened. Isel moved first. The lance she had formed shimmered, and frost surged outward in a widening ring. The advancing fireball met a wall of absolute cold. Flame cracked, then froze solid in midair. The old mage stared in disbelief. An ordinary mercenary should not have been capable of that. His fourth-class spell had been halted, as if it were nothing. He demanded to know how she had invoked fifth-class magic. Iselin answered calmly that he had misjudged her. If he wished to continue posturing, he could fund their passage himself. She added something colder than ice. There was no such obstruction without reason. This incident would be reported to the magic tower. Recognition dawned on the old man's face. Vice Guildmaster. He had targeted the wrong group entirely. The tower master already leaned toward the nobles of Avalon. Violating neutrality now could cost him everything. If this reached the tower, he would not simply be reprimanded. He would be removed. His cane struck the ground. The flames dissipated. He bowed stiffly and apologized. Iselin did not let him recover so easily. Payment would be 100 per person. In addition, they would pass the gate free of charge. The mage's face twitched. He had intended to extract gold. Instead, he was forced to surrender it. The others exchanged glances. The resemblance was obvious. In that moment, she looked like a colder version of Joshua himself. Elsewhere, Joshua stood within the castle corridor. He encountered the second prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaizen. The prince greeted him with restrained courtesy, stating it was an honor to receive a rising hero. He asked what Joshua sought. Joshua understood that the future was shifting. His earlier actions had introduced variables he had never faced before, but his objective remained fixed. This time, survival depended solely on his own hands. He stated his purpose clearly. He wished to see the princess. A private audience. The guards reacted instantly, anger flaring. How could he address the second prince so directly? He did not even possess the right to stand there. The prince silenced them. Joshua was asked why he should be granted such an opportunity. Joshua answered without hesitation. He had every right. Had they not heard? The princess's husband would soon be decided through bloodshed. He intended to win. Regardless of outcome, her condition was worsening. He needed to confirm it himself. The guards bristled again, calling the reasoning absurd. The second prince studied him carefully and asked a final question. Could he defeat all the Imperial knights at once? Joshua replied plainly. Impossible. The second prince leaned back with a faint smile, studying Joshua as if he were examining a blade he intended to claim. He said he admired men who dared to stand alone, so he proposed a wager. If Joshua could win the bloody battle without relying on anyone's aid, he would not interfere with the matter of taking the princess from the second palace. But if he failed, then he would swear loyalty, not to the emperor, not to the throne, but to him personally. Joshua had anticipated this from the moment the prince opened his mouth. Inwardly, he had already measured the trap and weighed its edges. He answered that he liked the arrangement. However, if they were making a deal, then he would set a condition of his own. He wanted to see the princess immediately, not later, not under supervision. A private meeting, with no third party present. The guards exploded in outrage. They barked at him to remember his station, to recall that he was merely the commander of reserve battalions. Joshua's gaze hardened. He demanded to know how much longer they intended to address him, as though he were still beneath them. The air shifted. Both guards felt at once. Their legs trembled before their minds could comprehend what was happening. An invisible force pressed down on them, and in the next heartbeat they were on their knees. The surrounding soldiers watched in stunned silence. They understood what had just occurred. Joshua had not moved, yet they had been forced to bow. This was no longer the aura of an ordinary man. He had crossed that boundary long ago. Joshua's voice dropped to something cold and lethal. If they interrupted him again, he would cut their throats where they knelt. Fear gripped the guards. Not just fear, but pain, as though the pressure itself were crushing their bones. The second prince lifted a hand, amused rather than angered. This, he said calmly, was precisely why he had ordered silence. He allowed the private meeting because a man like Joshua would make the bloody battle far more entertaining. He wanted to see whether this rising force would become his sword, or remain a weapon without a master. He expected Joshua to keep his word. Elsewhere, the first prince spoke with his master. The princess had not yet fully recovered, yet their father was already searching for a husband for her. He could not understand the emperor's thinking. The master admitted that he too found it perplexing. Rumors had reached them that Joshua would stand as the first contender in the bloody battle. The master reminded the prince that Joshua was no longer merely a subordinate officer. If the prince wished to remove him, he would need to do so personally. The captain could see the tension tightening around the first prince ever since Joshua's visit to the palace. And for good reason. After Marcus, Joshua was already becoming the most influential figure in the Avalon Empire. If he married the princess, he would gain the legitimacy to claim the throne itself. From that moment on, he would transform from a rising warrior into the greatest political threat in the empire. The master concluded that it would be wiser to turn such a man into an ally, rather than an enemy. He asked whether it would not be better to draw Joshua to their side, instead of driving him into opposition. The prince Kisser fell silent, imagining Lady Cheryl standing beside Joshua and what that future would mean. In the prince's imagination, Lady Cheryl stepped forward and began to dance with Joshua. The image was so vivid that the rose in his hand snapped between his fingers. His expression darkened. He declared that he would not tolerate such a future. The Commander Hogg answered calmly that their options were limited. Yet there was still one knight capable of stopping Joshua. The master added that the man had just returned. The prince froze. Galahad. The name alone shifted the weight of the room. Galahad had pledged full support, and across the empire there was little doubt. If anyone could win the bloody battle, it was him. Meanwhile, in the second prince's palace, Joshua stood beside the princess's bed, chanting a healing incantation. A vast pentagram formed above her, its lines glowing with sacred light as it enclosed the entire chamber. He completed the final verse, and the magic settled into her body. Saoirse stirred. Joshua felt tension tighten in his chest. Only bishops or higher clergy were permitted to use such a spell. If it failed, the backlash would be severe. But the magic stabilized. Her breathing grew steadier, though her face remained pale and sweat soaked her hair. Then a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Joshua leaned forward and asked whether she was awake. Her gaze focused slowly, and she recognized him. Before she could speak further, he reminded her of the promise he had made. The cure was complete. He had confirmed that the previous treatment administered to her had been poison disguised as medicine. This time, she could trust him. But there was a cost. The cure would erase fragments of her memory. Some faces, some moments, perhaps even him, might disappear. Joshua understood the cruelty of the choice. He knew how to save her, yet he questioned whether he had the right to strip away her memories. When she had died once before, his mind had drowned in regret. Even now, doubt gnawed at him. Even if her illness vanished, her family would continue to use her as a political instrument. Saoirse reached for the potion. She asked why he hesitated. This burden, she said softly, was not his alone to carry. Everything he had done was for her. Joshua stood silent. She extended a finger toward him, smiling faintly. If he feared what the future might bring, then he could come see her again. For now, she asked for a promise. Not as a princess, but as a friend. He promised that he would find her. Saoirse recalled the first day they met. She mentioned that his name reminded her of her favorite flower. Yet she admitted that the flower's meaning carried sorrow, and that was why it troubled him. She asked if he knew what that meaning was. Joshua told her not to forget him, to remember him, no matter what the spell erased. Saoirse closed her eyes and spoke of one final wish. Joshua remembered everything she had done for him in his previous life. The sacrifices, the quiet strength, the way she had stood by him when he had nothing. When she asked him to give her the medicine with his own hands, he did not hesitate. He agreed. He told her that he was the one who owed gratitude, not the other way around. This time, he would not repeat his mistakes. This time, he would protect her properly. He would take her hand without hesitation, without doubt. He uncorked the potion and helped her drink it himself. The season ended there. The capital of the Avalon Empire stood before them once more. At the main gate of the branch of the magic tower of Vidi, the group slowed their pace. One of them muttered that it felt as though they had fled this place only yesterday. Yet here they were again. They decided their first task was to find the Lord. The girl walking behind them spoke up, asking whether she could join them later. He turned and asked if she was not coming along now. Iselin smiled faintly and replied that she had business within the magic tower. She would return as soon as she finished. He told her it was unfortunate, but they would meet again soon. Iselin assured him she would not take long and told them not to look so gloomy. She would see them shortly. Cain then announced that he would head off as well, claiming he had matters to handle. Before he could take another step, Icarus grabbed him by the ear and demanded to know where he thought he was sneaking off to. Cain cried out in pain, protesting that he had only said he had eaten and now he was being treated like a criminal. Icarus's eyes gleamed with dangerous amusement. He said he would demonstrate what true punishment felt like. Cain quickly corrected himself, explaining that he had heard the knights of the Duchy of Agnes were in the capital. He simply wanted to greet old comrades. Icarus asked why meeting former companions mattered so much. Cain's grin widened. Was he not the commander of Count Joshua's knightly order? Was it not time to recruit seasoned warriors? He lifted his chin and declared that their order would exist solely for their lord. It would surpass all other knightly orders by several degrees. Its name would be the Knights of the Golden Spirit, and he would dedicate everything to building it. Icarus considered this quietly. He remarked that they already had the Wilhelm Knights, but forming a house order would make Reinhardt feel neglected. Still, it seemed they were finally stepping into the shape of a true, noble family. Joshua turned to Cain and told him to proceed. He would be waiting for the Knights of the Golden Spirit. Cain smiled with confidence and said he would not disappoint him. They clasped hands firmly, and Joshua told him to prove it with results. News began spreading across the capital soon after. A mercenary mage had appeared within Font territory. She was not yet 20 years old, yet she was rumored to be stepping into the 5th class. Her name was Celine. Some even whispered she might soon reach the next tier entirely. The warning was clear. No one should provoke her or behave carelessly. Any incident could stain the reputation of the magic tower itself. In the capital of the Avalon Empire, inside the branch overseen by Wufa, disbelief filled the room. Wufa muttered that it was absurd. A girl, not even 20, and already entering the 5th class? That would place her dangerously close to his own standing. A staff member rushed in, shouting that someone from the 5th class had arrived to register. The name given was the mercenary mage Celine. Wufa immediately headed downstairs. He approached her with measured steps and introduced himself as the one in charge of the branch. He asked how long she had been waiting and remarked that he had not expected her arrival to come so swiftly. Celine responded calmly that she too had not expected to be summoned so quickly. Wufa moved closer, explaining that in the case of someone with a reputation, certain procedures were required. He wished to verify her personally. She agreed without hesitation. He then asked her to clarify her purpose. She stated plainly that she intended to register as a 5th class mage. However, as a member of the Mercenary Guild, she would not be eligible to formally join the Magic Tower unless she changed her affiliation. Celine raised her hands lightly and corrected him. She had come only to register her class. She had no intention of becoming a member of the tower. Wufa's expression hardened. He questioned how she could possibly have reached the 5th class through self-study, without formal guidance from the Magic Tower. If she had such talent, why not align herself with them? They could expand her knowledge, refine her abilities, and secure her future. His tone sharpened as he continued. Without the tower's resources, advancing beyond the 5th class was nearly impossible. A young mage with her potential could gain tremendous advantages under their banner. Celine answered without changing her expression. As she had already said, she was here to register her class. Nothing more. Celine smiled faintly and said that until she required the authority of the entire Confederation of Magic Towers, she had no intention of changing her affiliation. Wufa frowned and demanded clarification. With a trace of amusement in her eyes, she reminded him of the recent proclamation from the Lord of the Magic Tower. Not long ago, he had officially declared the disappearance of Jack, the Throne of Lightning, and recognized him as dead. A new Throne of Lightning would be selected from among the magicians who registered their class. That was why she had come. Wufa cut her off. No matter how talented she might be, it was unreasonable to treat someone at the initial stage of the 5th class as a candidate for such a position. Celine's brows lifted slightly. Was he saying that being 5th class was insufficient? He replied that to rise further, she would inevitably need the knowledge and backing of the Magic Tower. Without another word, Celine extended her hand. A condensed sphere of magic formed above her palm. Wufa's pupils contracted. A massive barrier snapped into existence in front of them. In the next instant, a lethal flash tore through the hall. Magic collided against the shield with violent force. The air trembled. Wufa felt the impact through his bones. His thoughts raced. She had just cast multiple attributes without chanting, and she had targeted a class-grade defensive spell directly. If she possessed that level of control, 6th class, a dual attribute mage, that meant her talent might rival even the legendary 7 mages of the Storm Throne. Elsewhere, Kane walked through the capital, lost in heavy thought. From what he had heard among the soldiers, if their lord truly intended to secure the Imperial Princess, he would have to face not only Kaizen's knights, but possibly the entire Imperial Knightly Order. He pressed a hand to his forehead. This had escalated beyond reason. Once Joshua inherited the title of Earl, the retaliation from the Imperial Court could wipe out their noble house entirely. What would become of their followers if war erupted on that scale? Another voice commented that it was unfortunate for the battalion commander on duty. In the end, they might be forced to clash with the strongest knightly order in the Empire, the Imperial Order itself. Then came the final piece of news. The man who once guarded the Emperor's 3rd prince had returned. They wouldn't even get the chance to stand before him properly. The man facing them smiled calmly and declared that while he had come to make Earl Joshua kneel, he had no intention of robbing anyone else of the same privilege. If the two of them wished, they could step forward and try first. The words hadn't even settled when irritation flashed across another's face. When they mentioned the battalion commander on duty, they meant his lord. His expression stiffened in disbelief. Force who to kneel, and they dared speak that way about his lord. There would be no mercy for that. A hand suddenly gripped Kane's shoulder and told him to stop. An oppressive presence bloomed behind him like a silent storm. His eyes widened. He hadn't sensed anything. No aura, no footsteps, until that hand was already resting on him. So the rumors were true. All the knights of the Avalon Empire had gathered. The one behind him was no ordinary warrior. Joshua stood there. Kane nearly shouted in relief, blurting that his lord had finally stopped hiding his presence. He had almost collapsed from the shock. Joshua answered evenly, telling him not to panic. He hadn't forgotten where they were standing. Then his gaze hardened. He couldn't simply walk away from fools who dared insult him to his face. The other man frowned and admitted coldly that, with his current strength, he could not defeat Joshua. This was Galahad, the one personally chosen by the commander of the Imperial Knights as his successor. Galahad stepped forward without hesitation. He said Joshua was exactly as the rumors described. He had recognized him the moment he saw him. His tone shifted, measured, almost respectful. It was an honor to meet the hero in person. He looked forward to the day their spear and sword would clash in the blood-soaked Battle of Birch. Joshua's reply was curt, almost dismissive. Ridiculous. Galahad asked again, but Joshua cut him off with a sharp question of his own. Shouldn't he be guarding his highness, the third prince? What business did he have here? For a moment, Galahad's expression darkened. Then a faint smile returned. He remarked that it seemed redundant for those who once belonged to the Imperial family to form an independent knightly order under the Count's banner. What surprised him more was that Joshua had left Agnes long ago, yet still remained so well informed. In the end, Galahad inclined his head slightly. He had much to prepare. He would take his leave after this greeting and ask to be excused. But when the time came, when bloody Battle of Birch, they would finish this properly. Birch. Cain turned toward Joshua, still burning with anger. He said Galahad had just insulted him to his face, then calmly walked up as if nothing had happened, and even spoke as though they were acquaintances. Did Joshua know that battle master? Joshua's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course he knew him. Very well. In his past life, Galahad had stood among the traitors who ended him. His gaze shifted toward Galahad's retreating back. Their meeting today was perfectly timed. Galahad, the bodyguard of the third prince of the Avalon Empire, the future Lord Commander, successor to the Imperial Knightly Order. Joshua's thoughts sharpened. Good. Exactly as he wished. In the great arena, before everyone, he would tear him down. The first act of revenge would begin there. A voice called for the Lord, announcing that everything would soon start and that he needed to head over. Joshua asked whether he would be joining as well. The man grinned confidently. Of course. Who else would keep watch over everyone? These fools wouldn't even touch a single strand of his lord's hair. Joshua allowed a faint smile. He thanked Cain and said that arrangement suited him perfectly. Then let's go. They moved toward the vast Imperial training grounds. The air was already tense. A commanding voice thundered across the arena. He declared himself the ruler of the Avalon Empire, Emperor Marcus, and announced that he was granting every knight present the opportunity to become the princess's husband. The rules were simple. A fight to the death. They would battle under the code of the bloody Battle of Verche until only one remained standing. When that final survivor remained, the contest would end. No matter how many days or nights it required, the slaughter would continue until a single victor stood. The bloody Battle of Verche began. A young man beside Joshua stepped forward, drawing his sword. He introduced himself as a member of the 4th Battalion, second son of the Huddle family. He wished to cross blades, first with Grandmaster Count Joshua. Another voice followed. A member of the 3rd Battalion, third son of the Frank family. He would be second. A third declared he would be third. Or fourth. Joshua looked at them all and smiled. Fine. Let them come together. The rules did not forbid it. They could cast aside their fragile pride and attack all at once. He had no intention of wasting time, fighting them one by one. His voice carried across the field, cold, decisive. He would not squander even a moment on the likes of them. If that's what you want, one of them shouted, then don't blame us. They charged all at once. Joshua stood unmoving, spear already in hand. A single thought crossed his mind. 6-stage spear art, dividing the land. Then another image followed, sharp and absolute, a sheer descent from a mountain peak. His eyes flared. The spear fell. It was as if a cliff had collapsed from the heavens. The ground split under the force. Steel rang. Men cried out. One after another, the charging knights were smashed into the earth. Their formation shattered in an instant. When the dust settled, bodies lay scattered before him. Joshua lifted his gaze and fixed it on Galahad. You're next. Galahad answered with a faint smile, almost amused. He thanked Joshua lightly. After all, thanks to him, the number of rivals had decreased considerably. Then he demanded a duel. Before the clash began, another figure stepped forward. Brown. His name surfaced like a memory dragged from deep water. Born into the house of Count Brown, a lineage famed for its swordsmanship. Gifted, disciplined, rising faster than anyone expected. Before turning 20, he had already become deputy commander of the 9th Battalion of the Imperial Knights. That was when the family finally began to look at him differently. A voice from the past echoed. Even with such merit, will you sit idle at your table? The eldest son of Duke Agnes was using mana at 14. Shouldn't you show the world you're superior? In this environment, you must always prove you are the best. Prove. Again and again. The pressure never stopped. Eventually, he grew tired of it all. Tired of striving. Tired of expectations. He stopped pushing himself. Stopped caring. Brown lounged in a chair once, feet on the table, stretching lazily. Being deputy commander was comfortable. Even without training, no one dared criticize him openly. It was easy, pleasant, tempting. A door had slammed open. Lounging here again, he straightened at once. Lord Commander. The man frowned. If you overcame your laziness, you would become the greatest warrior in the Empire. It's a waste. Brown bowed his head in uneasy apology. Then he asked why the Lord Commander had come personally. Surely not just to force him to train. Hogg's answer had been direct. His Imperial Majesty had issued an order. The boy questioned him again. The man exploded in frustration, declaring that this was the perfect Imperial decree for someone as lazy as him. He ordered him to go immediately to Duke Agnes and take the mana recognition test. That day changed everything. The day he met Joshua. Though born a concubine's son, Joshua had revealed brilliance to the world at 9 years old. That light melted the frost around Brown's heart and made it beat again. He too had once been called a rising star. He wanted to shine again. No, to shine brighter than Joshua. From that moment, he trained relentlessly. He reshaped himself through effort and discipline. He surpassed everyone around him. But was it arrogance? Was he mistaken? Joshua was not someone who could be overtaken by effort alone. No matter how hard he worked, Joshua stood untouchable, like an unscalable peak. Back in the arena, Joshua told Galahad once more that he was next. Galahad only smiled, repeating that thanks to Joshua, the field had been cleared for him. He thanked the count and demanded their duel. From the high seat, Emperor Marcus leaned forward. Aura mana confinement. Instant suppression of the enemy. To apply aura like that, remarkable. This Count Joshua remained as interesting as ever. Another voice muttered that the Imperial Knightly Order, the pride of Avalon, had collapsed before a single newly risen superhuman Earl. If other nations witnessed this, would they not ridicule Avalon? The Lord Commander lowered his head and asked forgiveness. He would personally discipline them. A shout cut through the murmurs. I beg for this chance. The second son of the Brown family stepped forward, introducing himself with fierce resolve. He declared that he wished to cross swords with Grandmaster Earl Joshua and assumed a fighting stance, demanding to face him first. Joshua looked at him. His eyes gleamed faintly. At your current level, Joshua said evenly, you will never defeat me. Admit defeat. Retreat. Brown's body shook violently. What was his pressure? It crushed down on him like the weight of a collapsing sky. His vision blurred. His consciousness wavered. He tightened his grip on his weapon, forcing himself to remain upright. He had to steady himself. He had to shield his body from Joshua's killing intent. Wrap himself in mana. Protect his core. He ignited it instantly. A brilliant flare burst from his body. He shouted in fury, voice shaking but unbroken. Did you really think I would admit defeat without even raising my sword? Brown tightened his grip on his weapon and declared that he wanted to fight with everything he had to finally understand the gap between them. He demanded that Joshua not even consider tarnishing his knightly code by holding back. Joshua smirked. If that's what you want, he said, spear already moving, then show me. He shot forward. A sharp voice echoed across the arena. He would show him the difference. Steel met force. Brown cried out as the impact tore through him. His teeth clenched. In this condition, he couldn't even form an aura blade. He couldn't properly defend against the crushing pressure radiating from Joshua's spear. If he tried to block directly, he would be shattered. There was only one path. Strike from above. Redirect the aura. Twist it. A sphere spun violently around his core. He forced more mana out of his body, dragging it upward, reshaping it. If he wanted to alter Joshua's mana, he had to measure and control every fragment with absolute precision. Mana collision. He would wrap it around his own aura and let the forces clash. He roared. Red energy erupted from his body. Joshua's eyes sharpened with interest. So Brown had studied mana imposition on his own. He had never witnessed this spell, yet he grasped its structure instinctively. A visionary. Someone who surpassed even Uravis. A genius among geniuses. Joshua's expression shifted slightly. The fragments of mana Brown released into the air were changing form. Joshua had seen this once before, long ago. The final move of the Brown family. A brilliant spark ignited overhead. Brown screamed, pouring everything into it. The Browns' final technique, falling star. The condensed mass of energy descended like a burning comet. Joshua stepped forward without hesitation. The spear's fourth stage. Destruction. Light exploded across the arena. The air cracked. Space itself seemed to flash and splinter under the collision. Shockwaves rippled outward in violent bursts. When the brilliance faded, Brown stared in disbelief. His ultimate strike had been erased, as if it were nothing. Pain twisted his face. His knees buckled. He collapsed forward, trembling. His body could no longer endure the strain of forcing out that much intercepted aura. Joshua approached slowly. For a moment, he said evenly, it felt like you reached far beyond your class. He looked down at Brown, whose breath came in ragged pulls. But that was only a moment. He had always believed that real talent was meant to climb higher, to break ceilings instead of settling beneath them. Brown slowly lifted his head and spoke with quiet resignation, admitting that despite everything said to him, he felt he had already reached his peak. He accepted defeat as if it were a natural conclusion. Joshua's gaze hardened. Limits were rarely real. They were excuses given shape. If someone truly wanted to surpass themselves, they needed a reason powerful enough to burn away hesitation. A goal had to stand in front of them like a mountain worth conquering. And if that goal was the seat of Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Knight Order, then that alone should have been enough to ignite a fire in anyone's chest. With skills like his, it was not a fantasy. It was possible. Brown's eyes widened at those words. Around them, murmurs spread. Galahad muttered that it was unpleasant to hear such things spoken so openly, that suggesting he could become commander-in-chief was tactless. Galahad let out a thin smirk, adding fuel to the tension. To place a man who lacked drive into the highest command, would that truly inspire the Imperial Knights? Or would it rot morale from the inside? Perhaps such words would produce the opposite of motivation. Fear flickered across Brown's face. Joshua watched him and understood something bitter. Brown's stagnation was not born from lack of genius. It was born from immaturity, carefully preserved. And the rot at its roots stood right there. Galahad. Joshua tightened his grip on the spear and spoke without restraint. He had not changed at all. Still selfish. Still intolerant. Still petty. Galahad's eyes narrowed as he demanded to know who Joshua thought he was, judging him at their first encounter. With a crooked smile, he claimed Joshua had no idea how much he had sacrificed for the Empire. Joshua cut him off mid-sentence. The truth was simpler. Galahad feared Brown's potential. He feared the day when that potential would mature, sharpen, and eclipse him completely. Joshua noted the subtle differences in the present, small shifts in fate, yet Galahad remained exactly the same. In a strange way, that consistency pleased him. A voice rang out, declaring Galahad would never be defeated by Brown. Galahad answered lightly, as if dismissing a trivial matter. Then the ground exploded beneath them. Hog roared for every knight in the training hall to disperse at once. This was no ordinary duel. A clash at the superhuman level would swallow anyone too close. The knights dropped to their knees instinctively as shock waves tore through the air. Steel met steel. Joshua and Galahad collided, and the impact cracked like thunder. Screams erupted across the hall. The warning came too late. Run, or be crushed by the aftermath. The air itself began to scream as their strikes tore through it. Each collision carved visible scars into the space between them. Brown's eyes widened, struggling to keep pace. He could barely track their movements. So this was a superhuman battle. Terrifying, beautiful, intoxicating. Hog watched with a thin smirk. Count Joshua's mana control was refined, precise, almost artistic. But raw combat output still leaned toward Galahad. In battles at this level, victory was not about quantity of mana. It was about how it was wielded. Efficiency, timing, ignition. His gaze fixed on Galahad. God's ignition dash. The forbidden surge. In a single instant, every muscle in Galahad's body would ignite under mana reinforcement, transforming him into a weapon of living steel. The ground shattered beneath his feet as he moved. His body, flooded with power, hardened beyond iron. Scratching him would be a feat, surviving his speed was worse. If Joshua failed to perceive the activation and missed even one strike, it would be over. Hog's expression twisted in shock. Joshua's spear had already pierced through Galahad's back. Galahad's teeth bared in pain as he staggered, forcing himself to turn. He raised a hand, asking Count Joshua to wait just a second. Blood burst outward, scattering into the air like crimson rain. Joshua's eyes burned, but not with hesitation. Even as the fight had ended, droplets still drifted between them. He forced his thoughts into order. Rage had no place here. Sudden death did not grant permission for weakness. He swept the spear once more and spoke coldly. There was no need to fear fading into history. A man who burned brighter than anyone else would never vanish. Because of him, this land remained protected. The Emperor and the Duke stood in silence. It was said aloud that this was the highest form of sacrifice. It would be remembered. Galahad's body collapsed to the ground. The hero tightened his grip on his staff. At last, the weight lodged in his heart for so many years could be released. The unrest of the fallen, the spirit that refused to sleep amid chaos. This was the answer. He lowered his gaze and began the sacred poem of the dead. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Had he just killed Mr. Galahad? Was he insane? This was supposed to be nothing more than a friendly match. A figure strode forward, fury blazing in his eyes. His voice thundered across the arena, demanding how Joshua dared to kill a mighty Imperial knight of Avalon. He claimed he had tolerated many of Joshua's actions before, but this crossed a line that could not be ignored. Charging ahead, he declared himself commander of the Imperial Knights and swore he would execute Joshua on the spot. Joshua shifted his spear and measured the man's rage. He had not expected the commander to lose control so completely over Galahad's death. In this state, reason would not reach him. The only path forward was to force him to calm down. Steel collided again. Joshua's eyes widened as he felt himself being driven backward. The commander's swing birthed a storm. Wind tore across the ground as if the sky itself had descended to crush him. The Duke watched without expression. The Emperor smiled faintly, asking why anyone seemed nervous. Did they truly think the old warrior who stood immovable among the 12 peak warriors would harm his own spoiled son? Then again, would it not be amusing if the lesson came from an elder knight instead? Perhaps this would finally make the boy respect the Imperial Knights, and Avalon itself. Hog's brow tightened. The commander suddenly exclaimed in shock. Joshua stood directly before him, gaze steady. He asked for a moment, just enough time to explain everything. The commander leapt, roaring that Joshua had slain an Imperial knight before countless witnesses. There was nothing left to discuss. If there was an explanation, it would be given after punishment. He struck again, declaring Joshua must pay. Joshua kicked off the ground and answered with his spear. The commander stepped onto the shaft, using it to propel himself forward in a blur. Hogg clenched his teeth as the pressure intensified. Joshua understood that aura would swallow him whole if he allowed it. He steadied his breathing and invoked the sixth stage of the demonic spear art. Lifting the weapon, he unleashed a force that felt capable of splitting earth and shattering mountains. A beam of blinding light crashed into the ground. The commander braced, staring at the weapon. As expected, yet still absurd. The boy was truly strong. Extending his own blade, the commander spoke grimly. He had no choice but to reveal the secret technique he had hidden, saving it for a meeting with one of the 9 stars. Joshua stepped forward and spoke clearly. Galahad had murdered the third prince. The commander froze. Hogg's eyes sharpened. He asked slowly whether Joshua meant that Galahad, his personal attendant, had harmed the third prince himself. The commander stared at Joshua as if he were listening to madness. He demanded to know whether he truly expected anyone to believe such nonsense. Joshua lowered his gaze and answered evenly. He had executed Galahad in accordance with Imperial law. The commander's expression darkened. He accused Joshua of fabricating a story to escape punishment. He spoke of the third prince with conviction. From childhood, the boy had been hailed as a prodigy with the sword, a talent on par with legends. By now, his strength would have surpassed Galahad's. Galahad could never have acted alone against someone like that, and if there were conspirators behind it, they would remain hidden. He added fiercely that the third prince was never greedy for the throne. Harming him would bring no benefit to anyone. Joshua replied that he agreed. The commander narrowed his eyes, asking whether he was being mocked. Joshua denied it. He asked him to think carefully. What if the third prince had gained a reason to step into the struggle for succession? What if a man of overwhelming martial talent also acquired formidable political backing? Someone like that would become unstoppable. The commander's brow tightened. If such a scenario were real, no one could stand against him. Then he dismissed it as speculation. Joshua's tone sharpened. If it was merely speculation, then answer this. Where was the third prince who had left with Galahad? Galahad was his personal escort. He returned alive. The prince did not. Was that not suspicious enough? Hawk stepped forward, voice calm but firm. Hypotheses were insufficient. Joshua needed concrete proof. And even if the claim were true, how could he have known beforehand? Joshua answered that he had overheard the truth by chance. The commander's eyes flashed with anger. So he had slain an Imperial knight without presenting clear evidence? The surrounding knights raised their swords in unison, encircling Joshua. They declared they were done listening to slander. Lord Galahad had given his life for Avalon. His name would not be tarnished. Joshua was to confess and surrender. Steel rang as another blade cut through the tension. A man stepped forward, fury blazing as he demanded how they dared threaten his master. The knights demanded his identity. Light ignited around his sword. Cain answered coldly. He was one of the knights of the Golden Spirit. He landed firmly upon the ground and added the final truth. The first swordsman. The name spread like a shockwave. Cain. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief. The first swordsman, Count Joshua, barely 20, and already commanding a knight of that caliber. It felt absurd. Joshua glanced back at Cain and spoke dryly. Good timing. As always, he appeared when things turned ugly. Had he forgotten his duty? Protect his master at any cost. More figures pushed forward. They refused to stand aside. If Lord Joshua was threatened, they would stand with him. Bison arrived first, apologizing for the delay. Kodjas followed, reporting they had been on watch. Someone barked at them to stop talking and break through. They forced their way through the ring of Imperial knights. Voices demanded to know who they were. The answer came sharp. They knew exactly who they were. No need to pretend otherwise. A commander squinted at them, noting their insignia. 11th or 12th Battalion. Joshua answered calmly. That was correct. But now, they were his knights. Grins spread across their faces. Lightning crackled as the commander stepped forward and declared their names. If they did not withdraw, he would cut them down, even if the same imperial decree that shielded them could not shield him afterward. Joshua raised a hand. They were missing something far more important. While they stood here arguing, Galahad's accomplices were erasing evidence. Time was the true enemy. Neither Galahad nor those behind him had anticipated his death. That mistake created an opening. Search everything connected to him, not just the night barracks, his family estate, his records, his contacts, even a corpse. The words cut through the air. Search his body. Search everywhere. Leave nothing untouched. The commander's jaw tightened. Doubt flickered across the gathered faces. They might refuse to believe him, but hesitation would only help the traitors. Joshua stepped closer, voice steady. Or was the commander afraid? Afraid the truth would stain the reputation of those he trusted most? Hogg's eyes sharpened like blades. He declared that he would uncover who truly murdered the third prince and committed treason against the Avalon Empire. Silence fell. At last, the commander lowered his gaze. If no evidence was found after the search, if Joshua's claims proved false, then Joshua would bear full responsibility for everything that had happened today, and he would personally see to it. He stepped forward without hesitation and declared that he would bear everything himself. Then he shifted his gaze aside and ordered the medics to examine Galahad's body immediately. Before anyone could even process it, a blinding crimson beam tore through the scene. The light flashed, and the boy bolted. A roar erupted from the crowd. "Don't let him escape." The commander barked orders at once, shouting that the stranger carrying the body must be captured. Soldiers surged forward, weapons raised, boots crushing the stone as they gave chase. Joshua watched it unfold with a faint, knowing smile. He had expected this. That boy had always stood on Galahad's side, even on the day Galahad fell. Nothing about this was a coincidence. Hogg stepped in front of Joshua and raised his sword, the steel stopping just short of his chest. He ordered him not to move. They would pursue the fugitive, yes, but Joshua remained under suspicion. He would stay and answer questions. The tension sharpened instantly. Marcus cut in before the blade could press any closer. He ordered Hogg to stand down and allow Count Joshua to leave. The decision stunned the surrounding officers. Hogg frowned, insisting they needed to uncover the identity of the cloaked attacker. The chaos, he argued, only reinforced Joshua's earlier claims, but that was exactly why caution was necessary. Marcus remained unmoved. The current events, he said calmly, lent weight to Joshua's words. He would be granted another opportunity to explain himself. The commander objected again, warning that if Joshua were released now, he might flee. The reply came colder than steel. If that happened, his father would answer for the son's crimes. A quiet chuckle followed. The emperor glanced back, lips curling into a thin smile. In the end, he remarked, poor upbringing always traced back to the parents. He turned his eyes toward Agnes and asked if that was not so. Agnes lowered his head and agreed without protest. Marcus faced Joshua again and told him it was settled. Go, capture the mysterious man. The rest would be decided afterward. Joshua pressed a hand to his chest in acknowledgement and thanked him. Agnes and Joshua both narrowed their eyes at the same moment. Then a blue glow flared around him. Cain's voice rang out in alarm as he called for his lord. He sprinted forward, asking if Joshua truly intended to go alone again. He demanded that he wait, insisting he would accompany him. The artifact still rested on the pillow where they had left it. Elsewhere, in a quiet chamber, Evergrant bowed slightly as he greeted the prince. The prince, Kisser, replied that he had summoned him in haste and asked what crisis demanded such urgency. The man answered plainly. They were in grave trouble. Then came the question that shifted the air itself. How long would it take to conquer the magic tower? The cloaked man's expression darkened. Yin, the tower's master, commanded an overwhelming number of followers. The cloaked man admitted it would take time, but not much difficulty. Many within the tower stood at the highest ranks of magecraft. Caesar answered without hesitation that by their next meeting, the man would already sit as master of the magic tower. Gratitude followed. It was all possible because of Caesar. Then the mood shifted. What exactly had happened? The reply came sharp and cold. Lord Galahad's own assistant had passed information to Count Joshua. Joshua killed Galahad, and now he was covering his tracks. For a moment, disbelief. That was an impossible variable. The assistant could never betray them. He was as devoted to Heimdall as any of them. But the counter-argument came immediately. The man was tied to the Dark Monarch of the Nine Stars. Even now, he was likely erasing every trace as fast as he could. For the moment, patience was necessary. They needed more information. Caesar rejected that. Without his operative moving freely, nothing made sense. Joshua was plotting something. He was certain of it. And if Joshua had truly murdered the third prince, evidence would surface. It had to. Otherwise, every plan they had laid would collapse before the war even began. He decided he would act personally. As Caesar turned to leave, he ordered that once the matter of the magic tower was settled, Sir Grant must be recalled immediately. The cloaked man acknowledged the command and told him to remain safe until then. Elsewhere, beneath the forest canopy, the cloaked stranger landed lightly with a body slung over his shoulder. A faint sound brushed against his ears. He turned. Instinct flared. He ran. A flash of light split the shadows. Joshua appeared. He gave chase without hesitation, voice cutting through the trees, asking if this was truly the path he had chosen. Was it not obvious that this reeked of a trap? The boy ahead answered that he had no choice. He pushed deeper into the forest, branches snapping underfoot. The swordsman pursuing him called out anxiously to wait. When he finally caught up, breath tight in his chest, he asked if his lord believed he was being hunted. Then he smirked. He had trained for this very day, risked his life again and again, yet still had not drawn his blade in earnest. Joshua stopped and turned, eyes steady. He asked why the boy had trained so desperately. Was it truly for him, or for some other reason? The answer came without wavering. At first, it had been to become a knight. But after walking at his side, after seeing the path he carved through fate itself, The reason had changed. He admitted that somewhere along the way, he had changed his mind. What Joshua had shown him was not just strength, it was a pure ideal, a standard that stood above everything else. He wanted his sword to resemble that ideal, to move the way Joshua's spear moved, to cut with the same clarity. The new blade at his waist existed for that reason alone. Joshua's expression hardened. That was not what he wanted to hear. The swordsman blinked in shock. Joshua told him to walk his own road. Once, he explained, he had been the same, desperate to be useful to someone, clinging to purpose through another person's shadow. It was nothing more than self-doubt dressed as loyalty. With a spear in hand, nothing in the world frightened him. But the truly terrifying things were never in front of him. They lurked in places he could not even imagine. The forest dissolved into memory. Caesar stood tall, a grin spreading across his face as he proclaimed that, in recognition of unmatched deeds, the ruler of Avalon bestowed a new title. Archduke. His voice rang clear as he named him Archduke Joshua Sanders. Joshua accepted it with a calm smile, declaring he would bear the honor proudly and remain at their side for the rest of his days. Another figure stepped forward, offering heartfelt congratulations. The exploits in the magical land of Terra would forever be carved into the history of the Avalon Empire. He said he was proud, truly proud, and if Joshua did not mind, he wished to call him a friend. Joshua looked at the captain of the Imperial Knights and asked if they had not already known each other for over 20 years. With a faint smile, he said he thought they were already best friends. The man laughed, relief clear in his eyes, and told him he was glad to hear it. From now on, he said, call him Galahad. Then, everything shattered. A roar of fury. Joshua's face twisted with rage, unable to accept how events had unfolded. Galahad's mocking voice lingered, questioning who Joshua thought he was, some invincible spearman. The word lost cut through the air like a verdict. Then he turned away. An explosion swallowed the scene. The forest snapped back into focus. Joshua's voice turned cold and steady. Living for others was not noble. It was not glorious. Cain was not to speak of becoming someone's sword. He was to live as Cain, not as the blade of Joshua Sanders. If he wished to walk without regret, then he must choose his own path. The young man's jaw tightened. He said he still believed Joshua would never regret the road he chose. The day they met had been the brightest in his life. Whether Joshua understood that or not did not matter. He would continue forward all the same. He added that he only hoped one day Joshua would understand how sincere he truly was. A sharp whistle split the air. Joshua moved before the sound fully formed. His blade cut the incoming arrow clean in half. The fragments scattered across the forest floor. He barked at the swordsman to prepare himself. These were not ordinary pursuers. A single trace of weakness, and they would be dead in an instant. The reply came steady. He understood. Shadows shifted between the trees. Footsteps circled them from every direction. Joshua's eyes narrowed. Nearly 100 presences. Yet none advanced. No direct assault. That meant one thing. They were stalling, buying time. A faint smirk curved his lips. Exactly as expected. Predictable. His voice dropped to a killing command. Anyone who stood in his path would fall. Even if the Dark Monarch himself despised him, revenge would not be denied. He struck toward the direction the arrow had come from. The counterattack sliced through the air with lethal precision. The ambushers flinched in shock as the arrow's trajectory reversed, shooting straight toward the cloaked stranger. Joshua's gaze hardened. This would be the grave. But the strike veered past at the last second. The cloak fell back. It was Evangeline, Galahad's beloved. Joshua's hand rose slowly. He ordered his forces to awaken. Bring him an offering. Slay every obstacle. His palm pressed against the earth. The ground trembled. From the soil, figures began to crawl, twisted shapes dragging themselves into the light. He thought of Death Knight, of the Lord of Duran. The cloaked men shouted while retreating. Eva had fallen. Plans had changed. Protect Galahad's corpse at all costs. Joshua extended his arm. They would not escape. Darkness poured outward, swallowing the forest. Every path sealed. Every retreat cut off. The cloaked men realized it too late. The exits were gone. A pulse of black light ignited before them. One of the masked figures demanded to know what was happening. The world around them transformed. Flames rose in towering pillars. The air turned suffocating. Before them unfolded a kingdom of 8 demons. An endless hellscape. Headless knights emerged from the shadows in disciplined formation. Steel rang as swords were drawn. The cloaked men staggered back, recognizing the armor, the presence. Duran, and not one, an entire squad. Joshua stood among them, calm at the center of the nightmare. This was the authority of the overlord Durahan, an army bound by absolute loyalty. Cain stared in disbelief, asking if Joshua had summoned all of these undead himself. Joshua smiled faintly and asked if he understood now why he had told him to live his own life. Or had he imagined his goal was to call forth a demon king and drown the land in blood? The question hung in the air. What would he do? The swordsman faltered, biting his lip. The cloaked leader snapped a command. Release the Dark Death formation. Open the arrays. Blue light flared in every palm. They drove their hands into the earth and roared the name of the dark dragon's thorns. The ground answered with violent tremors. Fissures split open beneath Joshua's feet. Then came the next incantation, poisonous dragon mist. Green vapor surged from the cracks, thick and venomous. Joshua's expression sharpened. The toxin was rising directly from below. He warned the swordsman not to inhale it. Ben immediately covered his nose, steady despite the chaos. Another shout cut through the smoke. The claws of the battle dragon. Aura condensed around their arms. Bladed talons formed, tearing the air itself. The order followed instantly. Eliminate the summoner first. They lunged. Joshua's lips curved slightly. 5th level spear art. Commander of the sun. Flames erupted outward in a violent detonation. The forest shook under the blast. Screams pierced through smoke and heat. When the dust settled, the cloaked attackers stared in disbelief. Joshua and Cain stood at the epicenter of ruin, untouched. Behind them, a figure emerged from the haze. The Death Knight, cradled in Eva's arms. She grunted, eyes burning with hatred, and demanded to know who he thought he was. A monster, she called him. Joshua stepped forward calmly and asked whether she truly believed he was the monster here. She demanded an answer again. He stopped before her. How did she think it felt to die alone in a forest, without even understanding why? His voice lowered. Now it was her turn. Lugia snapped at him, asking why he was rambling, then ordered her execution. Joshua's gaze shifted slightly. He remarked that he had wondered where he had gone, why he appeared only now. Lugia's voice carried cold amusement. He needed time to restore his memory. Now Joshua should focus on revenge. After all these years, the true revenge was finally within reach. Lugia laughed harshly and taunted him. Raise the spear. Drive it straight through her heart. He would ensure her soul writhed in endless agony. Joshua's vision flickered red. Murder flooded his thoughts. Every restraint dissolved. His grip tightened. The spear rose. He decided. The blade cut downward. Eva flinched. Steel intercepted the strike. Cain stood between them. He shouted for him to stop, bracing the spear with his sword. The impact forced him to his knees. The weight was overwhelming. Before the pressure could crush him completely, a white-haired girl rushed forward and thrust her weapon up, catching the descending spear and halting it in place. Joshua's eyes burned as he demanded to know why she was there, spitting her name like an accusation. Aisha. Instead of retreating, she lowered herself to one knee, head bowed, addressing him as a great lord. Her voice remained steady as she warned him that the woman before them carried information no one else possessed. If she died, that knowledge would vanish with her. He cut her off without hesitation. None of it mattered. If she stepped in his path again, he would wipe them all out. He stretched out his hand for the sword and moved to stand before Eva, declaring that since the swordsman insisted on interfering, he would simply wound him again. The hero's brows drew tight. Was this truly the life he had chosen? Joshua did not waver. Yes, this was his path. The swordsman's grip tightened. He did not understand everything that was unfolding, but he could still tell right from wrong. He would not stand by while innocent blood was spilled. Joshua lowered his spear toward him, the tip steady and cold. Their roads had clearly split, but the answer came back without hesitation. No. Even if Joshua lost himself, even if he became a demon king stripped of memory and mercy, he would still stand at his side. Joshua paused at that. A demon king? What was he talking about? Cain did not flinch. It was simple. His first master and his last would always be Joshua Sanders. Stopping him from straying into darkness was not betrayal. It was duty. And that duty demanded one thing now. In the killing, Aisha stepped in again, aligning herself with the swordsman. Eva should not die. She alone knew where the third prince's body was hidden. Eva's face tightened, nerves finally breaking through her composure. Far away, the second prince's palace loomed into view. Kaizen admitted he felt uneasy the moment Ivern offered allegiance. What he truly wanted to understand was Caesar's aim. Wasn't he the one harboring the darkest intentions in the entire palace? His own younger brother? Caesar answered calmly that he knew exactly what he wanted. Of course he did. Kaizen pressed further. Was this about Cercerin? Kaizen let out a dry laugh and said he could surrender it. He would hand it over, since it suited Caesar so well. He did not know where his brother intended to use that power, but he was certain it would prove useful. Caesar's smile sharpened. He thanked him, promising repayment in time. Then, without warning, a voice echoed through the air, addressing Caesar, fourth prince of the empire. A thunderous voice rolled across the capital, commanding the fourth prince of the empire to step forward and bow his head in repentance. The accusation was absolute. Harm against the royal bloodline, conspiracy, treason. Caesar froze for a heartbeat. He recognized that voice instantly. Joshua stood at the palace gates, his shout echoing like a decree from the heavens. He demanded that the murderer of the third prince reveal himself and submit to the great judgment of the sun, together with him, if necessary. Knights formed ranks before the grand doors, armor gleaming in rigid lines. Lucia stood nearby, hands clasped tightly, sorrow weighing on her expression. Agnes approached, and quietly asked whether her sighs were because of Joshua. She bowed when the Duke arrived. His response was calm, but immovable. Whatever rumors she had heard, she was not to leave the mansion without permission. Not yet. She must endure and remain patient. She tried to protest. He cut her off. She had heard him clearly. She was to behave according to her position. Agnes understood the situation better than anyone. With the Black Wind watching every movement, he could not divide his attention to guard Lucia outside. Only within the fortress walls could she remain safe. And with Jackian's sudden disappearance, the shadow of Emperor Marcus grew heavier. Something was moving beneath the surface. Vigilance was no longer optional. The doors burst open. A curly-haired messenger rushed in, breathless, announcing disaster. The Duke's gaze sharpened. What had happened? The answer landed like a blade. An Imperial summons. An emergency session of court. And more than that, the Great Court of the Sun would convene for the first time in 2 full decades. Shock spread through the room. The Great Court of the Sun was no ordinary hearing. It was a tribunal reserved for the royal blood itself, invoked only a handful of times throughout the long history of the Avalon Empire. Outside of crimes surpassing treason, princes and kin were beyond judgment. In the Imperial Hall, nobles occupied their thrones. Marcus sat in silence, brow furrowed. Even when treason was proven, punishment of imperial blood required the will of the son of the empire, the emperor alone. And by law, every citizen who suspected betrayal within the royal house was bound to report it to the palace. Joshua stood beside Cain and Eva. Hogg faced him, with visible hostility etched across his features. Joshua's voice remained level as he declared that he was not the criminal in this matter. He demanded to know why such suspicion was directed at him. Marcus answered coldly, "Ignore it." Marcus dismissed the trivialities and moved straight to the blade's edge of the matter. Was Joshua truly accusing the 4th prince, Caesar, of orchestrating the murder of the 3rd prince, Caesleon? And if so, did he possess anything beyond words? Anything solid? Joshua answered without hesitation. He had captured one of Galahad's supporters. She knew where the 3rd prince's body was hidden. She knew how he died. Marcus' gaze shifted sharply to the girl. His tone hardened as he ordered her to reveal the location of Caecilian's body. If nothing else, she should speak for the sake of Edvin, Galahad's son. Eva's breath caught. Fear flickered across her face. How'd he know about Edvin? Her thoughts spiraled, but one thing became clear. Whatever happened, she had to protect their child. She dropped to her knees and confessed. The 4th Prince Caesar had hired them. Their task was to kill the 3rd Prince Caecilion and resurrect him as an undead. They carried it out in a hidden chamber beneath the palace, a secret basement where the reanimated prince still remained. Shock rippled across the hall. Eyes turned toward Caesar. He smiled. Marcus spoke slowly, weighing every word. Fratricide alone was monstrous. To murder and then defile the corpse by turning it into an undead. If true, no greater sin existed. Yet he could not accept it blindly. If he asked Caesar directly, the prince would deny everything. There was only one course left. Search the alleged secret chamber beneath his palace. Caesar's voice remained calm. There was not a trace of demonic energy anywhere within the royal grounds. Did that not prove either the absence of such a basement or the involvement of someone powerful enough to conceal it completely? If concealment was the case, they would require specialists, worshippers of Hermes, priests from the righteous empire of Hubalt. His eyes narrowed. Was he to allow foreign fanatics into the imperial palace based solely on the testimony of a disgraced sinner? He would not. Joshua stepped forward firmly. There was no need to involve another nation. The solution already existed within their own empire. The Imperial archives held the key. All they had to do was use it. Marcus studied him carefully. How could Joshua know of something even the emperor himself had not considered? After all, he had only visited the palace a handful of times. Joshua reminded the court that he had entered the Imperial archives before as a battalion commander. Now he was simply requesting permission to access them again. Before Marcus could answer, Kisser rose abruptly and objected. He warned the emperor not to grant Count Joshua that privilege. Even if such a relic or record truly existed, allowing him to use it would amount to aiding one side. The Court of the Sun stood for equality before judgment. If Joshua wished to prove his claim, he should uncover the secret chamber by his own ability. A knight voiced agreement. The tribunal had to remain impartial. Another added that testimony could be fabricated, especially when no one understood the connection between the girl and Sir Galahad. Eva stiffened at that. At present, there was only a witness accusing the 4th prince. No tangible proof. Marcus declared that this was the prevailing opinion of the court. He would not permit Joshua to use the Imperial archives for personal aims. Then he asked him directly, what would he do now? Joshua's thoughts sharpened. Was Prince Kisser shielding Caesar out of brotherly loyalty, or for reasons far deeper? It no longer mattered. The advantage was slipping away. If that was the case, he would have to gamble. Marcus' tone grew colder. Why the silence? Was this truly the only method he possessed? Should the court interpret his failure as negligence toward the royal family? A faint blue light gathered in Joshua's palm. Calm but resolute. he declared that he would locate the secret chamber himself. He formally requested permission to search the palace of the fourth prince. Hog's hand moved to his sword. He reminded Joshua that he stood before his majesty and ordered him to cease releasing his aura immediately. If he did not, the warning never finished. Joshua's blade flashed. Hog's hand was severed in a clean arc, the sudden violence freezing the hall in shock. Gasps rippled outward as Hog staggered back. Before panic could spread further, divine light surged around Joshua's strike. Hog's wound began to close, flesh and bone knitting together. Joshua spoke evenly. He was well versed in divine power. Detecting demonic energy posed no challenge to him. He required no priest to expose the hidden chamber. Then his gaze hardened. If permission was denied again, he would act to protect himself by any means necessary. Hog tore his sword free in fury, accusing him of audacity beyond measure. To speak in such a manner before the emperor, was he implying he would raise a blade within the throne hall itself? That was treason. Joshua placed his hand over his chest and admitted that his conduct bordered on insolence. But blades were sharpened on both edges for a reason. If one side cut, the other would answer. From this moment forward, the clash would no longer hide behind words. Marcus watched in silence. He was tired of this reckless defiance. Yet if Joshua fell here, the final lever over Arden would snap with him. The undead army could be discarded. Arden could not. Inwardly, he warned Arton to flee the instant the tide shifted. When survival demanded it, he would abandon him without hesitation. A thin smile curved the emperor's lips. He granted permission. If Caesar had been framed, then Count Joshua would expose the truth and restore his name. Officially, he appointed him interrogator of the fourth prince. Joshua's expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. Marcus added one more condition: 2 days. Within that time, Joshua would uncover what he sought. Failure meant consequences he would not escape. Caesar smiled faintly, unreadable. Elsewhere, the first prince's palace came into view. Kisser received Kaizen without warmth and asked directly whether this visit was meant to forge an alliance. Was that their purpose? Kaizen did not waste breath. It would be temporary, until Count Joshua was erased. Joshua had become a burden, unpredictable and dangerous. The sooner he was removed, the better for all of them. Was that not obvious? Kisser replied evenly that he had never planned to seize Joshua for himself. He had anticipated that events would unfold this way. Kaizen pressed further. Then all that was needed was a reason to fight him. That suited him perfectly. Let them cooperate. Caesar observed quietly, the faintest curve on his lips. So Kisser had never intended to claim Joshua. The intelligence about Cheryl Dion had not been wrong after all. Kisser's tone shifted. If they were to stand together, certain matters had to be made clear. He would hear the answer directly. Did Caesar truly murder Case Leon and resurrect him as an undead? Caesar did not hesitate. Yes, his brother had been revived and now remained in the palace basement. He studied Kisser's reaction with interest. Surely he had already pieced that together. The real question was different. Could he have accomplished something of that scale alone, unseen by the entire court? Who then was shielding him? The first prince leaned back and spoke calmly, suggesting it had all begun with their father. Kaizen's eyes sharpened at once. He asked whether that meant their father had told him to kill his own brother for the throne, and if so, whether he had truly obeyed. Caesar did not flinch. He said he could claim it was their father's will, but that would be a lie. He had merely watched. Then, as if reciting an old lesson carved into his bones, he repeated the rule that had guided them all since childhood. If you want something, take it yourself. Any method is acceptable. He stated it plainly. Unlike his brothers, he had no faction, no patron, no shield of influence. As the fourth son, he stood at the bottom, and the bottom leaves no room for hesitation. Desperation forces clarity. He had simply practiced what their father preached. He added that he never intended to sit on the throne. Emperor was not his ambition. Second place was enough. The position no one dares to belittle. Then he asked quietly whether unchecked greed ever ended in anything but a rope tightening around the throat. Kaizen rose so abruptly his chair scraped across the floor. His palm struck the table. If Caesar was willing to risk killing Case Leon, then he was saying something far more dangerous. That if Kaizen and the eldest failed to secure the crown, they might share Caecilian's fate. Kisser only smiled. That was the lesson their father had instilled in them. And if he himself had been born last in line, he admitted he might have acted the same way. Then he turned the blade of doubt. If Joshua had truly discovered the hidden chamber, the fourth prince would have nowhere left to stand. In that case, was this alliance even necessary? Caesar dismissed the concern. Impossible. The mage who concealed that chamber was, to his knowledge, the finest to ever walk that path. The demonic energy within would be undetectable. The barrier was flawless. No one would sense it. No one would breach it. The next day, beneath the palace of the fourth prince, armored knights gathered before a stretch of shadowed stone. They stared in disbelief. A concealed passage had been uncovered. A secret chamber hidden within the basement walls of Caesar's own palace. Caesar muttered that this made no sense. The mana signature of a knight and the structure of a high-tier magic circle were entirely different. The barrier guarding this place was a 6th-class spell, something even seasoned mages would struggle to unravel. How it had been found? Joshua looked almost bored. There was nothing remarkable about it. The others stared at him. He told them to calm themselves. He had not even begun. Then he issued orders. Captain Rod was to seal every exit and ensure the 4th prince had no path of escape. After that, he instructed Langer to summon Koches and proceed alongside the commander. Joshua gave a single nod and said he was ready. There was no hesitation in his voice. They would locate the basement where the 3rd prince was being concealed. Rod stepped toward the 4th prince, demanding to know what was happening. The question died halfway through when he saw Caesar's expression. The calm mask was gone. What remained was something cold and final. Caesar spoke without raising his tone. Since it had reached this point, Berberu would kill them all. The portal behind him flared violently, turning a deep crimson. Light flooded the chamber like fresh blood spilling across stone. Far from that underground tension, in a neutral city of Reinhardt, within the headquarters of the Moon Door, a soldier stood with his head lowered before the master. He reported that the Blue Moon team, dispatched to Avalon for reconnaissance, had sent urgent word. Duke Agnes's forces were already on the move. The master's expression hardened. A continental war. They were attempting to ignite one with a baseless first strike, even in an era of fragile peace. The secrecy of recent gatherings confirmed it. Lilies, head of the Moon Door and a paladin of Habalt, spoke next. The Avalon Empire was not making minor adjustments. It was preparing for full-scale war. A warrior agreed. The sudden appearance of a cemetery within Reb's castle was no coincidence. It pointed toward a larger design, the creation and mobilization of an undead army. If such an army marched under Imperial command and advanced toward them, the consequences would be catastrophic. Zero, leader of the Moondor branch, asked the obvious question. Should they not secure the Holy Grail immediately to counter such a force? Lilies looked at him and asked what Joshua had failed to explain. The Holy Grail was locked within the royal archives. For now, it was unreachable. The soldier argued that waiting was not an option. Joshua had initiated the Great Trial of the Sun against a royal family member. If he were to lose, access to the Grail would slip even further from their grasp. Lilies' lips curved in faint amusement. Zero still did not understand Joshua. Losing was never part of his path. Back beneath the palace, the squad of warriors stood before the red portal, radiating foul energy. Fear crept into their bones. One soldier trembled, unable to comprehend what was happening. It felt as though something intangible was being torn from him. Then realization struck. His soul was being pulled away. Hog shouted over the chaos. They were being dragged into a hidden chamber underground. The force could scatter them upon entry. Everyone was to remain alert. The suction intensified. Light twisted. The soldiers were swallowed whole as they were pulled inside. The portal snapped shut with a violent crash, sealing the chamber in silence. Only Caesar remained, standing alone with a satisfied smile. He murmured that Bo would be pleased. So much raw material, enough to forge an even greater undead legion. He even wondered, with quiet mockery, whether Joshua might return reborn as something more obedient. A loyal hound. Deep within the dungeon, the spearman moved through dim corridors, scanning the darkness. He was certain this was the place. At the same time, the voice of his spear echoed in his mind, warning him to steady himself. There was a presence nearby. That realization caught him off guard. Without warning, the dead emerged behind him, howling. Ghouls and reanimated corpses filled the passage. For a split second, he was stunned, not by fear, but by disgust. That twisted Caesar had been cultivating an entire undead army beneath his own palace. The corpses charged, shrieking. At the same time, somewhere else in the dungeon, revived soldiers received orders through dark magic and began their assault. The legendary artifact spoke again. This was not the core. It could sense far more undead below. Another floor, holding nearly 10,000. 10,000. Joshua's eyes narrowed. There was another level. How vast was this underground labyrinth? It did not matter, the spear replied. This army would soon belong to them. He did not understand. What was it saying? The artifact answered with chilling clarity. All this time, the necromancer had been preparing food, carefully nurturing it. If Joshua destroyed everything now, the effort would be wasted. Instead, why not claim it? Take it all. Together. The boy froze at the implication. Then the spear flared, releasing a blinding surge of energy that swept across the corridor. Light devoured the darkness. Ghouls staggered as their vision burned away. The artifact addressed its master directly. Remain still. Entrust yourself to it. Power radiated outward in waves. The undead groaned in agony. One by one, they collapsed to their knees as a command echoed through them. Obey. For a brief, terrifying moment, the spear seized control of its master's body. Through him, it declared that whatever creature they once worshipped meant nothing. A new master stood before them. The strongest ghoul let out a piercing scream. A crimson mark ignited across his neck. Then the same symbol appeared on every corpse in the chamber. Wearing its master's form, the artifact smiled faintly and suggested extending this domination to every floor of the dungeon. Elsewhere, the soldiers dragged into the underground prison found themselves locked in combat with a formidable magician, the clash of spells echoing through the stone halls. Hogg clenched his teeth and demanded to know who he was. The sorcerer tilted his head slightly, as if amused. Did the Lord of the Knights truly care about his identity? Or did he already know? A malicious grin spread across the Lich's face. Barubaru declared that he was one of the 12 superhumans, perhaps even someone who had once stood above them. Hogg answered by releasing his blade power. Aura erupted along the edge, sharp and blazing. In that case, he said, he would not tolerate such nonsense. With a single swing, he unleashed a massive arc of energy, intending to erase every undead presence in the chamber. The squad behind him braced themselves. They had seen this technique before. Nothing survived it. The strike tore forward, yet the impossible happened. Right behind Zerath, energy condensed into a single point. The violent slash was drawn inward, compressed, swallowed whole. A magic circle shimmered faintly in the air. Zerath smiled. He had absorbed it. The knights stared in disbelief. The sorcerer's voice carried mockery as he prepared to release the stolen power back at them. He asked the Lord Knight whether surviving his own attack would be enough. What about the rest of his men? Hogg turned sharply. The reflected energy had already formed. Too close. There was no space to retreat, no time to block. His squad rushed forward, shouting that they would not allow it. Hogg stepped in as well, preparing to sever Zerath's head in one decisive strike, ensuring Balon would not be caught in the blast. But something invisible seized him mid-motion. His body faltered. Control slipped from his grasp for a fraction of a second. That moment was enough. Zerath unleashed a surge of dark energy. It exploded outward, hurling the soldiers across the stone floor. The red-nosed knight stared in terror. How had the captain's technique been deflected from such a distance? What kind of mage could parry aura itself? Hogg steadied himself and warned his subordinate not to underestimate the enemy. Still, there was a flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes. The Lich now wielded an aura blade. Zerath interrupted them, voice dripping with contempt. Did it truly matter? He observed that the knights had made no progress. In his era, he had been renowned. Now, looking at them, he found it laughable. A smug grin lingered on his skeletal face as the darkness thickened around him. Zerath sneered and wagered that the rest of them were even less worthy of his notice. That was only natural. To him, even in the past, they had been nothing more than flesh waiting to be carved. Hogg's memory snapped into place. The only battle mage on the continent whom he had never defeated in close combat, Zerath. He fixed his gaze on the Lich and demanded to know why he was here. For decades, nothing had been heard of him. Rumors claimed he had died long ago. Zerath's grin widened. He had already wasted too much time speaking to someone fated to die. Still, death was not the end. Rebirth as a loyal servant would be far more useful. Before the words settled, an armored warrior charged into the chamber. Hogg barked an order. Raise aura to the limit. They would endure until reinforcements arrived. The swordsman closed the distance instantly. Then his body ignited with blinding brilliance. Light erupted outward, swallowing the room. The soldier's vision vanished. Within that white void, the undead warrior struck. Steel collided. Hogg barely intercepted the blade, eyes forced shut against the radiance. A weight of dread pressed into him. The technique was unmistakable. The sun sword, an art reserved only for the royal bloodline of Britain. How could this corpse wield it? What had been done to the third prince? A whisper sounded behind him. They would learn the truth soon enough. In a heartbeat, Zerath moved. Dark strikes landed across the squad. Cries of pain echoed against the stone. He extended his hand. He would take them all. A magic circle formed beneath Hogg's feet and flared. The Lord Knight was lifted into the air, bound by invisible force. Satisfied, Zerath told them to cling to power as they died. Rage and hatred would anchor their rebirth. Unfulfilled desires would become chains that followed them beyond death. The spell intensified. The Lich declared that those shackles would endure long after their hearts stopped beating. The red-haired knight gritted her teeth, fury burning through helplessness. She refused to watch her captain be consumed like this. Then she saw it. To the side of the chamber, a red portal tore open without warning. From within its glow, Joshua stepped through. A distorted silhouette flickered inside the raging energy, and the moment Zerath began weaving his spell, the ancient artifact's voice echoed with cold satisfaction. Fortune favored them. If this worked, they would not just eliminate an enemy. They would gain a ruler of a minor demonic realm as a chain subordinate. The magician's confidence cracked. He finally realized he was not alone inside this battlefield. Another was watching. Another presence was speaking, and it was exactly as terrifying as the rumors claimed. Rage twisted Zerath's face. Demonic energy surged around him as he demanded to know what Joshua truly was. A demon? If so, how had he opened this gate? How had he stepped into a domain that should have been sealed to all outsiders? Joshua only smiled. At last, they stood face to face. His spear's whisper slithered through his mind, asking if it should claim Zerath's body and forge him into a death knight. The suggestion carried a cruel amusement. Joshua did not reject it. Instead, he wrapped both himself and Zerath in a tide of violent crimson power. On the ground, the red-haired knight stared in confusion. 1 second Joshua was there. The next, he had vanished. Then Zerath vanished as well. The third presence disappeared with them. In their place remained only a vortex of black and blood-red energy, twisting like a wound in space. The surrounding soldiers froze, unable to understand what they were witnessing. Their commander collapsed before them, as if his strength had been ripped away. In that instant, clarity struck Zerath. He understood. The spear was a Balma. The world shifted. The battlefield was gone. Endless hell, the 8th demon realm, unfolded around them. Joshua frowned at the unfamiliar terrain and the strange term Zerath had spoken. Balma? What did that even mean? Zerath answered with cold certainty. Demons who lose nearly all their power, yet remain sealed between existence and extinction, are called Balma. In the demonic realm, victors often seal defeated demons or weapons, binding them to increase their own strength. Such a demon does not fully perish. It lingers. Its sealed form allows its wielder to borrow fragments of its former might. Many treat such seals as trophies, proof of dominance, a humiliation carved into eternity. He looked at the spear with calculating eyes. Spatial manipulation. That must be its primary function. It had not opened the entrance here. It had dragged them across dimensions. But spatial control was a secondary gift at best, not a true combat authority. Sooner or later, that demon within the spear would be reduced further. It would become nothing more than a Balma. Joshua listened without flinching. Then he raised his weapon and leveled it at Zerath. Cold intent sharpened his voice. Zerath had misunderstood everything. Endless hell was not the spear's only power. Joshua's lips curled, and he spat the insult without restraint. A small, rotten bastard. If Zerath wanted a lesson, he would receive one. The Lich watched with growing irritation. Words were wasting time. He ordered Joshua to stop talking and act. Before Joshua could move, the resurrected knight placed a hand over his heart and addressed him with quiet respect. If his lord allowed it, he wished to handle the death knight himself. He had always wanted to experience the Avalon Sun sword technique firsthand, to measure its brilliance against his own blade. The request lingered in Joshua's mind. The Sun sword was a royal technique, forbidden beyond the bloodline. If that undead knight truly wielded it, then who had he been in life? His gaze sharpened. Was this corpse once the third Prince Kaizen? Zerath's furious voice shattered the thought. He cursed the Death Knight as an ungrateful wretch. He had raised him, empowered him, prepared to push him beyond mortal limits. And this was the repayment? Betrayal. Very well. Today he would erase him permanently. Power erupted from the sorcerer's body. The air bent beneath the pressure. He would remind them all why he was called the continent's greatest battle mage. Joshua stepped forward, lowering his center of gravity as his spear aligned with lethal precision. If that was the case, he would demonstrate why his name, as the Spear Knight, echoed across battlefields. Steel clashed instantly. The undead warrior collided with the Death Knight, their swords grinding together in a violent burst of sparks. Behind them, the Lich traced circles of ancient magic. Runes ignited in layers, rotating, locking into position. A spell detonated outward, and from its core emerged 2 shadow monsters, their forms distorted and armored in darkness. They lunged straight at Joshua. He shifted without hesitation, spears sweeping in brutal arcs. One strike deflected a blade from the left. Another twist of the shaft parried a strike from the right. Then the shadows changed tactics. Chains burst from their bodies, black, barbed, and alive. They lashed around the spear, coiling, tightening, dragging it downward. The weapon was slammed into the ground and nailed there, shackled by layers of cursed bindings. Joshua pulled once. The chains did not give. Zerath's eyes flashed. This was the opening. He surged forward, chanting as he moved. He would unveil his masterpiece of black magic, a void born from compressed annihilation. A dark sphere formed in his palm, swallowing light around it. Joshua released his spear. He moved before the spell fully stabilized. He did not need to see it to understand its nature. He gathered everything into his fist, muscle, mana, killing intent, and closed the distance in a single explosive step. You think sealing my spear is enough? His punch shot forward like a thunderbolt, aimed directly at Zerath's monocle-clustered gaze. Don't even dream of it. At the same moment, the Lich's black and red energy swelled outward, thickening the air, as if the realm itself was tightening its grip. Zerath continued pouring everything into the spell, madness flickering in his eyes. He mocked the arrogant knight, who believed he could stop black magic with nothing but his fists. He would compress Joshua's soul, crush his mana, erase him from existence. Joshua answered with a calm flick of his hand. The one who would disappear was Zerath. Black and blue energy erupted from him in a violent surge. Without touching his spear, he invoked spear magic art. 6th level. Unarmed. Opposite him, the sorcerer's black and red vortex condensed further, collapsing into a single devouring point. Then Zerath's expression broke. The black hole twisted. Its rotation reversed. The pull shifted. It was no longer dragging Joshua inward. It was pulling him. Shock paralyzed him for a fraction of a second. Enough. Destroying black sphere. Joshua's voice tore through the realm. The condensed void convulsed and swallowed Zerath whole. His screams ripped across endless hell as the sphere sealed shut, trapping him inside his own creation. The black and red mass hovered above Joshua's head like a captured star. He stared at it without emotion. Zerath's arrogance had been fatal. To be shattered by one's own spell. For the so-called greatest battle mage on the continent, it was pathetic. Now his soul would remain sealed within that sphere, suspended forever in the prison he had forged. Steel shrieked nearby. The Death Knight and the resurrected warrior collided once more. Their blades crossed in a deafening crash, and with a brutal surge, the resurrected warrior knocked his opponent's sword aside. Seeing the opening, he lunged forward. The Death Knight stepped into the attack instead of retreating. He drove his shoulder beneath the descending blade, absorbing the force, and with his free hand seized the enemy's weapon. His own sword countered instantly, carving across the resurrected warrior's guard. "Is that all?" The resurrected warrior demanded coldly. "Do you truly intend to hand me an easy victory?" But something was wrong. The Death Knight staggered. The damage he had taken forced him down onto one knee, then to the ground entirely. The resurrected warrior frowned. This was not the level he expected. Why was he holding back? Why was he refusing to reveal his true strength? Through gritted teeth, the Death Knight finally spoke. He had trained in martial arts only for himself. He never wanted the throne, never desired to command armies. Power, titles, empires, none of it mattered to him. He remained on the ground, voice strained. That was why he left the royal family. Then his mother vanished under mysterious circumstances. He had been searching for her ever since. Joshua listened. Joshua stepped closer, eyes narrowing. The fragments aligned. This truly was the third Prince Leon. The spear's voice cut in sharply, urging him to act before the soul scattered completely. If the prince meant anything to him, then bind him now. Do not let him fade. The artifact dismissed any foolish talk about royalty. Princes were irrelevant. What mattered was opportunity. On the ground, the Death Knight trembled, wrestling against agony that threatened to tear him apart. The spear pressed harder. The third prince had chosen this path of his own will. He became this monster by decision, not coercion. If Joshua hesitated, he would vanish, and that choice would be final. Joshua exhaled once and made his decision. He spoke plainly. He could not promise results. Revealing the truth behind his mother's disappearance would not be as simple as striking down an enemy. Some answers were not beaten out of the world. But if a contract were formed, he would guarantee one thing. He would use every ounce of his strength to help him. He extended the offer directly. Would he form a contract? Leon lifted his gaze. Words carried different weight, depending on the one who spoke them. From another, this would sound like empty reassurance. From this man, it did not. After a long breath, the Death Knight smiled faintly. With Joshua's help, even the impossible might bend. He accepted. Then he asked for his name. Joshua Sanders. Golden light ignited around Joshua's outstretched hand. The glow expanded, pure and binding. In the next instant, the Death Knight reformed before him, kneeling on one knee in complete clarity. Leon nodded with satisfaction. A strong name. He introduced himself in return and declared that from this moment onward, he would serve Joshua forever. The oath sealed. A violent shout shattered the air. The black sphere hovering behind them trembled, and a furious voice burst from within. It raged that he was always in the way, always obstructing their designs. It could not understand how the brightest star of the heavenly and demonic realms had united here in the middle world, and all because of a simple weapon, a spear with a demon sealed inside it. Joshua stared at the black sphere, unsettled. He had sealed Zerath inside the destroying black sphere with his own hands. That prison devoured soul and mana alike. Yet a voice still spoke from within. Before he could react, another presence answered. The voice he heard belonged to Zerath, yes, but also to the one who had contracted him and reshaped him into a lich. Then it named itself, the 32nd among the higher demons. Asmodeus. Joshua's mind raced. 32nd rank now, but once he had stood among the 7 demon kings. The sovereign of sin, Asmodeus. Long ago, his corruption had seeped beyond the demonic realm into the middle world, into the lands of humans, elves, and every other race. His influence had spread so wide it felt as if he ruled creation itself. But dominion over worlds was not enough. Greed drove him higher. He sought the kingdom of heaven. There, his ambition met resistance. One of the 7 archangels descended, Raphael. Their clash had torn through dimensions. Light and abyss collided in a war that scarred both realms. In that battle, Raphael and Asmodeus dealt mortal wounds to one another. The demon king fell. The archangel vanished. and history believed the matter ended. Now, ages later, the voice returned. From within the sphere, the tone shifted, almost amused. Things were becoming interesting. Joshua stepped forward and demanded that he stop speaking in riddles and reveal himself. The demon answered lazily. That would be difficult for now. In time, Joshua would see him. A little patience. The sphere rippled. Then it split. Zerath's body was hurled out and slammed onto the ground. Lifeless. Empty. Asmodeus spoke again. He had worked hard to obtain that vessel, but in honor of their meeting, he would return it as a gift. Joshua looked at the corpse without expression. The demon's voice carried faint amusement, as it declared it anticipated their next encounter, especially with the god-demon of weapons standing before him. Joshua moved to interrupt, but the presence was already withdrawing. The strongest demon vanished. Behind them, space tore open. A rift formed, unstable and violent. Joshua turned toward it, unease sharpening his senses. Something immense pressed against the boundary of endless hell. Divine power. Overwhelming. It was breaking through the barrier of the eighth realm itself. From the burst of blinding radiance, the resurrected warrior spoke in a grave tone, revealing that the strike had shaken the very force binding their bodies together, and that the summoning was being driven purely by an external power. Before the protagonist could fully process those words, the space in front of him fractured like shattered glass, splintering outward in jagged cracks. Two figures stepped through the rupture, as if crossing a doorway. They were none other than the fifth-generation Duke of the Avalon Empire, Ari, and the Empire's Earl, Gestalt. Joshua's eyes widened for a split second. Of all people, he had not expected them. His voice hardened as he demanded to know why they were here, and more importantly, where Captain Hogg and the other knights had gone. The Duke answered calmly, telling him there was no need for concern. The medics were already tending to the injured. What truly mattered now was something else. Ari raised a glass artifact that pulsed with a deep crimson glow and held it before Joshua's eyes. At the same time, Gestalt explained the situation in measured tones. As previously mentioned, the fourth prince, Caesar, had ordered a search through the royal archives for a key capable of resolving this crisis. No one could have imagined that the Holy Grail of the Hubalt Empire would be hidden within Avalon's own archives. Judging from what they had discovered, the artifact reacted instantly to demonic energy. The eternally white light that once shimmered beside it had suddenly turned blood red. Joshua immediately grasped the implication. The power contained within the Holy Grail was beyond ordinary comprehension. Even without understanding how to wield its divine authority properly, these two had managed to destroy the Lord of Endless Hell, Dullahan, and temporarily interrupt his summoning. No wonder the Moonpath faction was desperate to secure it. Ari slowly drew his blade from its sheath. His expression was cold as steel. He admitted he did not know how Joshua had achieved what he had, but the use of black magic and demonic energy was strictly forbidden across the continent. In response, the spearman raised his weapon and pressed it to his own chest. His voice was steady as he declared that he understood better than anyone what such power meant. He was prepared to accept the burden of this aura. He never finished the sentence. In the next instant, Ari was struck with overwhelming force. The Duke staggered back from the blow delivered directly by the protagonist. Recovering quickly, the nobleman lunged forward without hesitation, declaring that Joshua needed to release all of that power at once. His sword blurred into a storm of relentless strikes, determined to settle their unfinished clash properly this time. Joshua met him head-on. With each exchange, his movements grew more savage. His eyes burned with a fierce, almost predatory intensity. Ari noticed it immediately. The boy's spear thundered forward with a deafening sweep, aiming straight for him. The Duke parried at the last possible moment, steel ringing against steel. A smug grin tugged at Ari's lips as he faced the increasingly ferocious spearman. Ari laughed and told him to stand still and enjoy it, because from where he stood, Joshua was truly trying to kill him, jabbing here and there with that spear without restraint. And honestly, the Duke admitted he was enjoying every second of it. The thrill made his blood race. Then, with a sharp, decisive strike, Gestalt stepped in. His blade crashed against the spear, and with overwhelming force he drove it straight into the ground, pinning it there. His voice turned firm as he ordered Ari to stop playing around. This was no sparring match. Facing Count Joshua, Gestalt explained that this situation was pushing them into an increasingly dangerous corner. The command came directly from the royal family. For everyone's sake, it would be wiser to comply. Joshua listened in silence. In his mind, he measured the man in front of him. The Duke had ascended to the rank of star purely through swordsmanship. A star stood above superhumans. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Fighting him now felt even more suffocating than facing Zerath. Among the 9 stars acknowledged across the continent, the King of Swords was regarded as the strongest. Blue energy began gathering around Joshua's body, condensing like a brewing storm. He understood Caesar's scheme clearly. Involving Gestalt was nothing but a calculated move. If the prince believed he would simply fall into such a trap, then he was gravely mistaken. Without warning, Joshua activated his skill. In a flash of speed, he vanished from the battlefield. Ari clicked his tongue in annoyance, complaining that he had prepared such an exhilarating clash and could not believe the boy had chosen to run. He called out for him to return at once. At that very moment, the scene shifted. Far away, within a magic tower, blood dripped slowly onto the stone floor. One of the 7 mages, Storm Master Theta, clutched his chest, his breathing ragged. He admitted he had no mana left and demanded to know what Grant had done. Grant, restraining Ian with his magic, explained coldly that in a situation like this, a second-rate mage without mana would end up poisoned simply by forcing spellcasting. That was the cost. Theta found it absurd. Was Grant suggesting he could cast freely even in a manaless environment without consequence? For that to be possible, one would have to reach the pinnacle of magical mastery. And in that instant, Theta understood. Grant, the head mage of the Avalon royal family, had already stepped into the 8th class. Spells coiled around him as he prepared to teleport Theta away, intending to pin the catastrophe at the magic tower squarely on his shoulders. Grant's voice turned colder than steel. Before sending him away, he would first shatter his magic circle, strip him of the right to ever use mana again. Storm Master Theta's fury ignited despite his fading strength. He told Grant to shut his mouth. It was his grandfather who had granted him the opportunity to rise and become Tower Master, and this was how he repaid that trust, by stabbing him in the back. Grant could frame him however he wished, but the stain of traitor would cling to him forever. And today, Theta swore he would not hide what he had done. Grant dismissed it as nonsense. Did Ted truly believe the old man he worshipped had become Tower Master through purity? While maintaining his spell that restrained Ian, the 7th class first mage, head of the mage family, and master of the magic tower, Grant spoke with chilling clarity. In this world, if one refused to betray, one would inevitably be betrayed. Who did Theta think had taught him how to survive? A crooked smile formed on his lips. That very old man had taught him the fundamental rule. Winners are called righteous, and losers are branded sinners. Theta's vision blurred as his strength drained away. Hatred burned in his eyes as he stared at the man before him. And then, a presence appeared behind Grant without warning. A calm voice declared that, in that case, he would indeed be remembered as a sinner. Theta, Iselin had activated the limit of return and capture. As her magic flared, an unknown chain coiled around the exhausted Storm mage seated on the ground, shielding him. At the same time, a mysterious magic circle unfolded beneath Grant and his hostage. The head mage's eyes widened. He did not know who this woman was, nor how she had entered this sealed place. Before he could react, both he and Ian vanished, as if erased from existence. Silence followed. Theta, still breathing heavily, stared at Celine in disbelief. He demanded to know what kind of mercenary sought to become one of the 7 mages, and how she could cast spells in a place like this. Suddenly, shouts echoed from beyond the chamber doors. Guards were closing in. They ordered her capture, claiming that a mercenary mage had infiltrated without authorization. This cannot be allowed to leak. For the sake of the magic tower, Sir Grant's revolution had to proceed. Celine's gaze hardened. There was no time to argue. She stated plainly that she had already found an escape route and ordered Ted to follow. Elsewhere, in the space where he had been displaced, the chief mage of the Avalon royal family stood stunned by the forced teleportation. Fury twisted his expression as he began gathering energy into his palms once more. Grant's expression darkened. That meddling woman had nearly destroyed everything. He was already preparing to return and personally make her pay when a knight stepped forward and blocked his path. There was a letter for him. Grant brushed it off, saying he was occupied and would read it later. The knight added one detail that changed everything. It came from the 4th prince, Caesar. Grant's eyes sharpened instantly. Without delay, he activated the magic crystal. A holographic projection formed before him. The chief mage of the Avalon royal family bowed his head slightly and asked his highness whether he had summoned him. Deep beneath the earth, in a concealed chamber, Caesar's calm voice responded. He asked how matters were progressing at the magic tower. Grant replied with confidence. The tower would fall by day's end. By tomorrow, the proclamation of a new tower master could be announced. Caesar's lips curved with satisfaction. In that case, Grant was not to return to Abelum. He was to remain within the tower. Soon, communication would become difficult. Grant frowned slightly and asked what had happened. Caesar explained that the hidden whereabouts of the 3rd prince, Case Leon, had been exposed. More importantly, the Holy Grail, the divine artifact of the Hubalt Empire, had been discovered in Avalon's royal archives. Emperor Marcus had almost certainly informed Hubalt by now. The prince continued, voice steady but calculating. A full-scale civil war could erupt there at any moment. Between the emperor and the pope, whoever obtained the Grail would hold unquestionable authority. Neither side would hesitate to seize it at any cost. If Emperor Marcus benefited from this development, war would soon spread across the continent as well. And if such a conflict began now, it could drag on for an entire decade. Caesar understood the implications. Once Kaizen's great judge of the sun commenced, the emperor could be forced into accountability, but not while a continental war raged. As long as conflict consumed the land, no one would be able to act decisively against him. That was precisely why the fourth prince intended to leave the Avalon Empire. Outside its borders, he would move far more freely. Grant listened carefully before asking the crucial question. If His Highness departed, how would he maintain control over Joshua? And he doubted Heimal would approve of such a course. At the mention of his brothers, Caesar's expression did not change. He simply told Grant not to concern himself with that. Caesar finished calmly. Without him present, the first and second princes would naturally grow wary of the protagonist after his recent actions. In times like this, eliminating a threat was the cleanest solution. That was why Sir Grant had to continue without error. There could be no failures. As for Heimdall, Caesar would secure permission personally. The projection faded. Elsewhere, a rift tore open in a stone wall. Joshua stepped out of the portal and straightened, his eyes immediately scanning the area. He demanded to know why he had been brought there. Then he saw the injured knights lying across the ground. When he asked what had happened, one of the men, holding a glass artifact, explained that the Lord's knights had been defeated. Duke Gestalt had entered, and Cain, fearing something might happen to Joshua, followed him. Joshua turned to his comrade. Did he truly knock them all out? Cain explained that a royal knight had stopped him. He had no choice. Joshua looked away, dismissing it. It no longer mattered. There was no time to argue. They needed to leave. The man questioned him again. Was he seriously saying they had to run? Cain reached toward him and asked whether he had already settled things with Duke Gestalt and Ari, who had arrived barely a second earlier. He added that clashing with nobles only led to endless trouble. Joshua's gaze sharpened. Was he really saying this after destroying royal knights? A faint smile crossed his face. Unfortunately, Cain was mistaken. He had not fled because he could not win. He had left because he refused to help them. That statement hung heavy in the air. Was he implying this entire confrontation had been orchestrated? They began walking side by side as Joshua confirmed it. That bastard had manipulated the emperor to move against Duke Gestalt and Ari. With them involved, an arrest would have legitimate grounds. Cain reminded him that escape could not continue forever. Joshua's eyes remained fixed ahead. If they harmed Imperial envoys sent under the emperor's authority, they would immediately become traitors. But surrendering and attempting to explain everything was not an option either. In that moment, he recalled Asmodeus' words, that one day they would meet again. Patience had been advised. The memory unsettled him. It was not the immediate danger that troubled Joshua. It was the demon's certainty. He stood there with the weight of everything pressing down on him, remembering the moment he had once gripped his spear while Asmodeus calmly said he was looking forward to their next encounter. Back then, the words had sounded like a simple threat. Now they felt heavier. The ruler of the demon world. The vessel of the demon lord. If what Asmodeus implied was true, this wasn't just some forbidden line drawn by the continent. It was a sin that went far beyond what he had imagined. And they still didn't know Rouge's real identity. That uncertainty alone was enough to suffocate the air around them. The only rational choice left was escape. Cain stepped toward the door, irritation flashing across his face as he muttered whether that damn scoundrel was Prince Caesar, and if they had been enemies in a previous life. Joshua only smiled faintly, replying that silence itself could be a more refined form of torture. Before another word could be spoken, the corridor flooded with steel. An army of knights blocked their path. One soldier, barely containing his shock, declared that under Emperor Marcus' direct order, Count Joshua was forbidden from leaving. Disobedience would be treated as treason. Cain's voice wavered as he scanned the overwhelming force in front of them. It felt as if more than 10,000 soldiers had gathered. The situation was spiraling beyond control. Joshua's expression darkened. So, it had finally reached this point. Was the Emperor so repulsed by the truth of the Imperial bloodline that he would answer with force? Such measures did nothing but stain the dignity of the Brighton name. A command was issued for them to surrender peacefully. Then Duke Gestalt stepped forward, extending his blade with cold certainty. They could bow to the Emperor's will or offer their necks to his sword. The steel tip hovered inches away. Ben swallowed hard, whispering that the Duke's mere presence created crushing pressure. How had he managed to escape that monster and arrive here so quickly? Blue energy slowly wrapped around Joshua's body as he asked, almost calmly, whether they had forgotten who their lord was. Gestalt's lips curved with satisfaction. So they had chosen defiance. He offered condolences in advance to Duke Agnes. For today, he would lose his son. Joshua stared ahead, mind racing. Everything was veering toward a path he had sworn to avoid. To seize the throne by breaking his promise to Icarus. Would that make him nothing more than a tyrant? The thought lingered for only a second. The Duke raised his sword toward him, and then a voice cut through the tension, ordering them to stop. The knights recoiled in horror. A murderous aura surged outward, suffocating and violent. How could a human release something like that? The earth itself cracked beneath their feet. Duke Agnes stepped forward, passing through the wall of knights, as if they were nothing more than shadows. Cain and Joshua turned at the same time, and the boy blurted out that it felt like a great demon had just descended. Even Gestalt's expression hardened. He admitted he hadn't expected Agnes to show himself here, then questioned how a duke could involve himself so recklessly over a matter of origin. Agnes said nothing at first. His gaze was steady, unshaken, as he moved to stand before the two boys. Gestalt reminded him that he was acting under Emperor Marcus's command, and implied that Agnes might not fully understand the situation. The gray-haired duke stared back coldly, asking whether Agnes truly intended to defy the emperor's will. Without another word, Agnes positioned himself in front of his son. His fist tightened. His voice carried quiet fury as he asked whether a father should not stand before his child in such a moment. The knights behind him panicked, urging him to reconsider. Helmeted soldiers begged him to think of his family, to remember that this was not a matter of personal choice. They admired him, they said. He should not throw everything away. Across from him, Gestalt gestured sharply, telling him not to mistake this for a private affair and ordering him to step aside. Agnes turned his head slightly and asked if he truly needed to repeat himself. Then, with calm authority, he commanded Duke Gestalt to sheath his sword. Behind him, Joshua stared at his father's back. In his previous life, he had been nothing but the discarded son of a concubine, cast aside like trash. No one had searched for him. No one had cared. So why now? Did he still hold resentment that made no sense for a grown man? Slow applause echoed through the tense courtyard. Count Ari approached, clapping slowly as he mocked the touching family reunion and asked Duke Gestalt if it wasn't a beautiful sight. Agnes did not turn his back fully, but his attention shifted as Ari's smile twisted into something darker. Now that intentions were clear, Ari said, there was no need to hesitate. It was time to eliminate the traitors. Agnes' hand snapped to the hilt of his sword just as Ari lunged forward, shouting for the destruction of traitors. Steel clashed. The Duke intercepted the blow cleanly. At that same instant, Gestalt's presence vanished from the front line and reappeared behind Joshua. Joshua felt it before he saw it. He called upon the power of magma to guard him. Fire burst from beneath the descending blade, erupting in a violent pillar. Flames roared beside him, forcing space between steel and flesh. He turned toward the explosion as Cain shouted, asking if his lord was unharmed. Through the fading blaze, Gestalt stood with his sword raised before him, the firelight reflecting coldly off its edge. Gestalt demanded to know how that had happened. Joshua didn't even look at him at first. Instead, he asked calmly whether the Duke truly believed he had fled out of fear. Gestalt's anger deepened as Joshua's next words cut sharper. Was he underestimating him simply because of his age? A blue aura surged around Joshua, cold and steady. He told them that before they decided Duke Agnes's fate, they should first consider whether they were capable of capturing him at all. Then he turned to his father. His voice lowered, controlled. He said he had no intention of dragging the Agnes family into deeper trouble. He would continue living the way he always had. Nothing more. Behind him, Ben stiffened. Joshua leaned slightly toward him and ordered him to prepare an escape route. They needed to leave immediately. Ben nodded without hesitation. Purple energy exploded around Gestalt as he reminded them that his warning had not changed. Under the Emperor's decree, they could surrender and live, or resist and die beneath his blade. There was no third option. He lunged. Agnes intercepted the strike in a single motion. Steel rang through the courtyard. Gestalt recoiled slightly, staring at him in disbelief. Agnes said that this had gone far enough. The gray-haired Duke's expression darkened. He asked whether Agnes was now openly defying the Emperor's authority, whether he believed himself above all in Avalon. Agnes frowned, answering evenly that by law, everyone stood equal. That principle was precisely why this country struggled to progress. The royal knights surged forward, shouting for Joshua to stop. They demanded he surrender. Steel clashed again as soldiers tried to push through to reach him. The knights loyal to Joshua moved to block them, ordering the royal troops to stand aside. A blade struck against Joshua's weapon. He crossed swords, teeth grinding. The royal knights were far stronger than before, but retreat was not in his nature. With a violent swing of his two-handed sword, several soldiers were hurled backward. Sweat slid down his face as he absorbed the recoil. Even Gestalt seemed momentarily unsettled by the sheer force behind that strike. More knights rushed in, shouting for Joshua to drop his weapon and submit. They called him a criminal to be arrested under Imperial authority. Cain scanned the battlefield, shock evident in his voice as he warned that the royal knights had grown far more formidable than in the past. Breaking through the main gate would be suicide. They needed another route. Joshua stepped closer to him and spoke quietly. If they fled now, it would only confirm guilt. Joshua finished his sentence without raising his voice. They had committed no crime. Then he told Cain to step back. His eyes sharpened as he called out for everyone to stop. From this moment forward, anyone who blocked their path, no matter their rank or title, would be killed. A knight clenched his jaw, but before he could act, someone muttered that they were losing consciousness. One after another, armored soldiers collapsed at Joshua's feet as if struck by an invisible force. The men turned toward Count Ari. He clapped lightly, amused, calling the ability convenient, and asking whether Joshua could sing him a lullaby as well. Then he struck without warning, targeting both Cain and Joshua. Joshua's anger flared. He thrust his spear forward, intercepting Ares' advance and sealing his path. The Count's smile twisted. He asked why Joshua hesitated, reminding him that he knew exactly how to end this. Was he truly afraid that the world would label him the worst of monsters? A blinding flash tore through the space between them. In the next instant, Joshua stood behind a stunned Ari. The Count slowly turned, disbelief in his eyes, and asked why his head was still attached. Joshua looked aside calmly and answered that severing heads wasn't always the answer. He had only removed Ares' hand with precision. It would be wise to reattach it quickly and abandon the pursuit. Ares' laughter came low and impressed. Unexpected generosity, he called it. He told Joshua he could leave. Joshua supported Cain and began to walk away. No one moved to stop them. Ares' voice followed him, reminding him not to forget what had been said during their last meeting. Far from the battlefield, a single light burned inside the duty chamber of the Imperial Palace. Hogg sat upright in bed, apologizing to the first prince for the disgrace that had unfolded within Avalon's borders. Worse still, within the palace itself, under his watch. He admitted he had failed to prevent it and bore the blame. The first Prince Kisser told him not to burden himself. No one could have foreseen such events involving his younger brother. Third Prince Caesar averted his gaze and added that guilt would solve nothing. Avalon needed its chief lord of knights restored to full strength. Hogg sank into thought. Caesar rose from his seat, saying he still had matters to attend to, and instructed Hogg not to let this weigh further on his mind. Caesar told him not to overexert himself and to focus on recovery. He glanced at the red-haired knight. Brown stepped forward, fist to his chest, telling the prince to take care as well. Before leaving, Caesar was stopped by a quiet question. What would become of Joshua? The prince answered without hesitation. Joshua had defied the emperor's decree. He had been branded a traitor and stripped of his noble title. From this moment on, he was nothing but a fugitive with a bounty placed upon his head. Brown lowered his gaze and said he understood. Caesar opened the door halfway, reminding him to watch over the great lord of knight's health. Then the door closed with a firm sound. Silence lingered. Brown looked at Hogg, who asked whether he was curious. Curious about what? Brown replied. Hogg exhaled slowly. A boy not yet 20 had shaken Avalon, the greatest knight empire on the continent. He admitted that he still struggled to believe the rumor that Joshua had defeated the mercenary king alone. In his mind, he saw the image clearly. Joshua supported by Cain, yet still standing proud. The boy had endured Duke Geshalt's relentless assaults, clashed with Count Ari, and walked out through the king's gates under pursuit. If even half of it was true, then Joshua might become the first man on the continent to claim such glory before reaching 20. He pictured the young man holding a spear, standing unyielding. Hogg allowed himself a faint smile. That boy would inspire an entire generation. The Lord of Knights folded his hands before him and said that such talent was an extraordinary blessing for the empire. With so many gifted youths rising, the future seemed secured. Hogg lifted his head and announced that he would take full responsibility for everything that had occurred. He would step down from his position. Brown stared at him in shock, asking why he would suddenly resign. Hogg stood, facing him directly. For the sake of the empire's young talents, it was time for an old man to withdraw. He wanted Brown to become the next leader. Confusion flickered across the red-haired knight's face. Hogg added that even if Brown refused, he should not feel guilt. Hogg knew better than anyone that he might not yet be ready. Brown frowned, fist tightening. He remembered Joshua's words, that to move forward, one had to step beyond hesitation. Beyond the impossible, a man needs a target carved into his bones. Without it, strength rots. So the question was simple and ruthless. If the seat of the Royal Knights commander stood at the peak, was it not worth bleeding for? Brown lifted his gaze, eyes steady, jaw locked. His fist tightened before his chest, as if gripping an invisible oath. He accepted. He would carry the weight the former leader once bore. No hesitation. No retreat. The Emperor's stare turned cold, heavy with warning. Duke Geshalt observed every shift in the air. Agnes remained in chains, yet he stood straighter than most free men. Marcus sat before him, voice edged with irritation, asking whether anything unusual had occurred in his absence. He implied chaos must have followed, behavior unlike him. Agnes' expression hardened. He told the Emperor this time the line had been crossed. Marcus' composure cracked. He demanded whether Agnes understood how many times he had allowed matters to slide. Duke Geshalt's voice cut in sharply. Had he not ignored the issue of the fourth prince, Caesar? And what of the man who merely watched as the third prince was reduced to a walking corpse? Geshalt warned Agnes to measure his words before his majesty. Agnes did not flinch. He answered that he was no different. Devils do not concern themselves with the continent's taboos. Geshalt's glare sharpened, but Agnes pressed forward. He spoke of unleashing the walking dead, of turning the Hubalt Empire into a slaughter ground, of forging secret ties with the Swallow Empire while crushing neighboring states. All this while Hubble was already torn between emperor and pope, and now the Holy Grail had appeared to ignite the powder keg. Silence thickened. Gashalt turned toward Marcus and asked whether he had ever considered if Joshua's triumph over Cromwell and his stand before the sun's judgment would prove salvation or disaster. Agnes saw his son smile in his mind and understood. The emperor had decided to erase the unpredictable variable. Marcus rose abruptly. The Duke declared that Avalon would shine eternally under Britain's name, yet admitted it was nothing but his own selfish vision. The emperor's patience snapped. He said the Duke had overstepped. Marcus clenched his fists and demanded an answer. Was Agnes accusing him of betrayal, of threatening the empire itself by daring to endanger his family? The Duke stood at the base of the steps, killing intent pouring from his eyes like unsheathed steel. Marcus parted his lips, insisting he was not so cruel. He told him to calm himself. As long as events unfolded according to design, no harm would come to the boy. He stepped closer to Agnes, lowering his voice, especially now, when his son burned brighter than anyone in this chaotic age. If Joshua accomplished even one more feat beyond Avalon's borders, Marcus swore he would summon him back personally. The ruler's gaze dropped toward the Duke. Agnes' brows drew together. Had he considered that Joshua might one day become a blade pointed not at enemies, but at the empire itself? Marcus' eyes hardened. Moonlight washed over Avalon's forest. A carriage cut through the trees, wheels grinding softly against the path. Inside, the elf, Ash, sat with her arms folded, anger simmering. The greatest servant on the continent, dragged from the palace without explanation and discarded without direction. Cold rain began to fall. She shouted for assistance, then pushed the carriage door open. A boy sprinted past, crying out for help. Crevasse stepped into view, voice smooth, observing that the servant had grown even more beautiful. The elf trembled. Why had her lord appeared here? The black dragon Crevasse exhaled slowly and said this was no time for sentiment. Did she even know who the human Joshua's offspring was chasing? Crevasse moved closer. The elf answered weakly, Asmodeus' contractor. The dragon's shadow loomed. Zerath, a traitor. One who gained their trust only to make their race bleed. Sweat formed at her temples. She argued that he had sacrificed not only his clan, but his own life to guard their secrets. Crevasse placed a hand on her shoulder. Sad, he said. Humans are selfish, driven by desire. It was that same man who betrayed them and stole the root of the world tree. The dragon lowered his head slightly, voice turning absolute. Now that she knew the truth, she would cease chasing Zerath and fulfill her duty. The origin stone awaited. The origin stone was already being used to replace the root of the world tree, but the substitute would not endure. The elf's glare sharpened. Where is the traitor now? Crevasse went silent, eyes narrowing as if tracing invisible currents across distant plains. The black dragon turned his head slightly and answered at last. The great plain of Ias. Waves crashed violently against jagged rocks. Moonlight washed over a towering spire, rising toward the sky. After stealing what belonged to them, humans had constructed their so-called magic tower upon that land. At the riverbank, Theta halted abruptly. The current roared, violent and unforgiving. He told Isellen the water was too strong. She would never be able to carry him across. She should go alone. She refused instantly. They would circle around instead. Footsteps thundered behind them. Voices shouted that they must not escape under any circumstances. Mage staffs flared to life with blinding light. An order from the new lord of the tower. They began linking their circles together, weaving a single massive formation. One decisive strike. The air ignited. Flaming stones screamed across the sky as the stone rain spell descended upon Isellen and Theta. Far away, inside the Palace of Shining Flowers in the Avalon Empire, a young woman sat quietly at a table. A maid placed tea before her, still unable to conceal disbelief. Cerseian asked what troubled her. The maid answered softly. The princess had stood at the edge of death. Yet she not only rose from her bed, she regained her sight. It was as if she had received divine grace. The blonde exhaled faintly. A miracle indeed. If only she could remember what had happened, she would ask for nothing more. Cerseian studied her carefully. Had her memories truly never returned? The princess shook her head. She remembered nothing beyond her 10th year. Her gaze lowered. Whenever she heard his name echo through the palace halls, her chest tightened painfully. In her mind, a smiling Joshua appeared. Cerseian turned sharply toward the maid. The princess parted her lips, as though chasing a fading echo, and asked what she had just said. The division commander was called. Joshua. Moonlight spilled over the rooftops of Akardi, capital of the Avalon Empire. A sharp command echoed through the streets. No one relax. You must not leave the city. Icarus leaned past the corner, just as another order rang out. Signal immediately upon sighting. Reinforcements would follow. Knights rushed by her position, warning each other not to engage alone. She broke into a run. This was escalating fast. The captain needed to know at once. Behind her, someone's fist tightened. Joshua stood calm, eyes shifting aside as he analyzed the board. If Emperor Marcus had sent him this far from the center, then weakening Britain's influence was clearly not the objective. That meant something else was moving beneath the surface. The boy before him muttered that the imperial court had become a deadly place to exist. His voice dropped further. The trials ahead would not be few. The door burst open. Icarus stormed inside, staring at them as if they had lost their minds. How had he managed to become the most wanted criminal in Akardi after only a few days? A massive bounty had already been placed on their heads. She seized Cain by the ear, declaring that loyal subordinates were meant to guide their captain away from disaster, not into it. The boy quickly began apologizing. Her eyes returned to Joshua. What were his orders? First, they would leave Akardi. Immediately. Then they would head to Reinhardt. He would rather enjoy luxury there than continue acting as prey inside his own homeland. Icarus cut him off. Any road but Reinhardt. Why? She explained plainly. The Emperor would have anticipated that route. If Chris had prepared an ambush there, returning would hand him victory. And with the king of Reinhardt now positioned against Avalon, the Emperor could invade those lands at any moment under pretext. Joshua pressed his fingers against his chin. She was right. Reinhardt could not be dragged into this. And if mages across the continent learned what had happened, stepping on a Reinhardt soil would only stain his name further. Icarus stood before him, face pale but resolute. The political balance was collapsing. Troops were amassing along Avalon's borders. Her gaze fixed forward. Something catastrophic was approaching. They gathered before Joshua. Cain broke the silence first, asking if a continental war was about to ignite. The answer came without comfort. The risk was high. The boy's expression tightened as he looked toward the girl. She added that beyond the three empires, two principalities were moving in ways that could not be ignored. Suspicious troop shifts, quiet negotiations, hidden preparations. Which ones? She answered clearly. The Principality of Thran, ruled by King Uravis. She pointed out the red banner carried by their envoy. Joshua's gaze shifted across his subordinates. So Terra was moving as well. Cain frowned. A nation renowned for overwhelming magical dominance. Why would it need this? Joshua's lips curved faintly. The timeline had shifted, but fate's thread had not changed. Cain stared, not fully grasping the weight of that statement. Joshua rose from the table. The next objective had been decided. There would be no delay. His eyes sharpened. The magic tower of A was waiting. The door creaked open. A cloaked figure stepped inside, voice low. He had finally located them. Cain's hand flew to his sword. How had their location been exposed so quickly? The stranger glanced toward Joshua. Lower it. Joshua smiled. This was not an enemy. This was a comrade. The hood fell back. Joshua welcomed him calmly. The knight dropped to one knee, asking forgiveness. The 11th and 12th battalions wished to follow him, but they could not abandon their families within Avalon. Silence lingered. Joshua's expression softened. No apology was necessary. He understood the burden of divided loyalty. He gestured for the knight to rise. Gratitude flashed across the man's face. Kadjas slipped a hand beneath his cloak, remembering the final message he carried. He mentioned the elf, and delivered the words entrusted to him. The Queen of Assassins had made her move. She was heading to Reinhardt. Everything there would be handled. Just when her intervention became necessary, the protagonist accepted the envelope and calmly stated that another ally had stepped forward to support them. He narrowed his eyes and asked whether the letter concerned her. Joshua blinked in surprise, then repeated the question, and when he heard that it had been sent by Princess Cershirin, a wide grin spread across his face. He loudly declared that it appeared their captain had received a love letter. Maybe, he added with shameless delight, Her Highness secretly wished to abandon everything and elope with them. The idea was so absurdly romantic that even he seemed entertained by it. Icarus immediately struck him and demanded to know what nonsense he was spouting. The girl only smiled, remarking that their break had clearly lasted long enough and that it was time to leave Avalon behind. Joshua turned without hesitation and agreed they should depart. As he passed Kadjas, he told him quietly that he would pray for him and his knights, that God would watch over their path. Kadjas' fist tightened, and he answered that he would pray for the captain as well. The protagonist moved forward, his subordinates following in silence, while Kadjas called out for him to return alive. Sunlight poured over the magic tower, its rays cutting through the air as two figures stood by the tall windows. The hooded man muttered that he could not believe the disturbance had failed to affect the source of life. He then asked what had transpired inside Prince Caesar's secret chamber. Barubaru glanced back and answered that Joshua's demonic spear had unleashed power unlike anything they had witnessed before. Evergrant produced the weapon and questioned whether it was an artifact of a demonic god, and how such a thing could possibly exist in this world. Barubaru studied it calmly and said there was no need for alarm. It was merely a vessel, a container sealing a demon's power within. The demon itself was likely insignificant, and he would resolve the matter personally. His focus shifted as he asked about the Black Dragon, stating that determining its location now mattered most. The hooded mage revealed that the dragon had gone to the magic tower, accompanied by an elf. Berubara looked ahead thoughtfully and assumed it was Elrambus. Dark energy coiled around him as he remarked that too many unforeseen variables were emerging just as their army recruitment neared completion, and that this development was troubling. The mage, however, remained composed and assured him there was no cause for concern. At last, they had discovered the key to tracking the primordial windstone, the green stone. The green stone shimmered under the light, but Brubaru turned away as if the glow meant nothing. Since they had located the storm, he declared, once the tower's coronation ceremony concluded, they would depart at once. The legion of undead and the liches would march with them. There would be no delay. The mage pressed a hand to his chest and assured him everything would proceed as planned, yet added there was another matter. The man's green eye sharpened. Rumors had begun circulating within the Imperial court. Whispers of a Shiru. In his mind surfaced the outline of a woman, and he spoke of predictions that a tide of blood would soon sweep across the duchy of Agnes and the Britain family. Barubaru answered without hesitation. This was precisely what he had foreseen. A faint smirk curved his lips as he admitted he was eager to witness the Emperor's expression when he discovered that the princess once believed dead was now within the duchy of Agnes. Far from that chamber, a woman stood beside a carriage window, arms folded tightly across her chest. A banner snapped violently in the wind, while armored knights rode in formation behind her escort. She stared out with empty indifference, her thoughts heavy. To be bound by political marriage felt suffocating. She turned her gaze to the glass, thinking how she was being traded like an object. Death seemed kinder than such chains. Then blood splashed across her vision. The Duke's blade flashed. A knight collapsed before the carriage as a voice roared that it was an ambush. Riders surged forward, shouting to protect Her Highness. Steel clashed. The Duke cut through them mercilessly, forcing them back step by step. A surviving knight reached the princess, urging her to flee at once, to follow him without question. Lucia screamed as blood sprayed across the carriage walls. She shrank to the floor while chaos consumed everything outside. When she looked up, the Duke stood before her, fury burning in his eyes. The woman jolted upright in bed. Her eyes were wide, fingers digging into her temples. The nightmare had come again, fragments of a past she could not fully remember. Lucia stepped back slowly, unsettled by the weight of it. She placed a hand over her chest, trying to steady herself. A knock echoed through the room. She glanced toward the door, confused at the late hour. Then realization struck. Lucia moved quickly and flung the doors open, expecting to see Joshua. Instead, sweat gathered along her brow as she stared at Chiffon. She demanded to know why he had come. He straightened and spoke evenly. Her Grace, Duchess Vanessa, requested her presence. Chiffon's gaze did not waver. He tilted his head slightly and asked whether he should address her properly, as Princess Ashru. Before she could respond, distant cheers thundered through the mage tower. Applause rolled across the grand hall as mages celebrated Evergrant's appointment as the new master of the tower, voices rising in unison, wishing that the light of truth would guide his path. At the center of the vast chamber stood 3 figures. Evergrant stepped forward, spreading his arms wide as he thanked everyone who had served the tower for years and for welcoming him so warmly. He declared that the stagnation brought by the former master would end here. The swamp they had been trapped in would be drained. They would abandon the barren plains of Ayaz and move toward something greater. Blue aura ignited around him as he lifted into the air. His voice echoed against marble pillars while he proclaimed that they would build their own paradise, a splendor so radiant that even the kingdom of Terra could not rival it. The magic empire would resound across the entire continent. Every land would remember the name of the new titan of the 9 stars, Grant. The mages thrust their fists skyward, shouting for the health of the first archmage of the 8th class, praising the hero of the magic tower, glorifying the titan of the 9 stars. Below the spectacle, a man smiled faintly. In his thoughts, the moment had come to select a lich to command the undead horde. Green light flickered within his eyes. No army, he believed, could stand against what he would create. Grant's gaze shifted downward as someone called out urgently that they had lost Hedon, that the mercenary Scorpino had interfered. The man clutched a glowing magic sphere, pleading for another opportunity, swearing they would eliminate them next time. Elsewhere, trees stretched endlessly across the plains of Is. Guards stood stationed before the gate when a group of travelers approached. They were halted immediately and asked their purpose for entering the AS plane. A hooded man with a thick mustache demanded to see identification. Icarus glanced toward Kane, who awkwardly tried to remember where he had tucked the documents away. The guard's expression hardened. He pointed sharply and warned that knights were strictly forbidden from entering the magic tower. If that was their destination, they should turn back and stop wasting time. Kane frowned and replied that this was the first he had heard of such a restriction. Icarus and the others exchanged displeased looks as the guard coldly explained that this was a direct internal order from the head of the tower. The guards claimed they hoped for understanding, but the girl stepped forward sharply, accusing them of abusing their authority. There were limits to everything. Kane added that they were tired of the tower's arrogance. The mustache man's jaw tightened. He repeated that passage was forbidden and advised them to return to wherever they had come from. Joshua moved ahead without hesitation. He stopped directly before one of the guards and stated calmly that he had come to join the ranks of magicians. Sweat formed along the mustached man's brow. He scoffed, saying he did not believe a word of it. A young man built like him, practicing magic, was laughable. Joshua's eyes flashed. He extended his palm forward. Heat gathered instantly, and molten magma swirled into existence. A violent blaze erupted outward. The surrounding air trembled as flames roared. The guard staggered back, shouting that the power was overwhelming. It was enough. He should stop before he reduced the forest to ash. Joshua turned casually toward his subordinates and asked how they liked his firewall. Cain muttered that now they truly resembled con artists. Icarus agreed dryly, saying Joshua's face had always looked suspicious anyway. The observing mages whispered among themselves. This was at least 5th class level. Unbelievable. He had not even spoken the incantation. The guard forced himself to speak, insisting they should not be deceived. Knights could channel mana through refined cultivation funnels, adding unique attributes to their techniques. He clenched his fist and mentioned that one such knight was the so-called god of hellfire, Uravis. Joshua placed his hands on his hips and asked whether that demonstration was still insufficient. This time, he shifted attributes. Lightning cracked violently around him, arcs flashing across the ground. He asked what they thought of that. At that very moment, alarms echoed from above. Messages spread rapidly through the tower. Theda's hideout had been discovered. An emergency meeting was being convened at the trial tower. Joshua's expression darkened as the announcement continued. Theda's execution, along with that of his hired mage accomplice, would be decided. The guards' attitudes changed instantly. Smiles crept across their faces. They said this was his opportunity. Had he not declared his intention to serve the tower? If he delivered those traitors, they would not only accept him, but reward him generously. Joshua's gaze hardened. He ordered them to shut their mouths and open the gates. If they refused, he would no longer restrain himself. Before they could react, he shot forward at lightning speed, commanding them to move aside. His spear tore into the barrier. The defensive fence shattered under the impact, fragments scattering as he burst through and surged above the forest canopy. In the heart of the Aya's plain, the trial tower rose among dense trees. A magic portal flared open, seals igniting across the ground in rapid succession. Zephyros extended his arm and barked orders for everyone to take position. The traitor and all accomplices were to be eliminated. Mages rushed forward, some shouting bitterly about what kind of new magic empire this was supposed to be. The earth split as another portal opened beneath them. Sorcerers emerged from the passage and froze. Before them towered massive beasts. Zephyros stepped out from the portal and commanded them not to hesitate. This was a training field. Everything they saw was illusion. Nothing here could truly harm them. A monster's foot came down, crushing a mage beneath it. A scream followed. Someone shouted that the creatures were real. Orange aura flared around Zephyros as realization struck. Theta must have breached the ancient magical protections and found a way to bend them to his will. Fine. Then he would wait for the right moment. Flames erupted as a firewall spread outward. The monsters were swallowed by fire. A violent explosion tore through the forest, followed by desperate cries. Dark liquid dripped from the scorched plants. A single drop fell onto Iselin's hair. She jolted upright. Her eyes darted around. Where was she? Across from her sat a man who calmly answered that she was on the 17th floor of the trial tower. She demanded to know what had happened. Theta turned his head slightly and explained that they had been evading pursuit for 4 days. Their mana reserves had been exhausted. The only option left was to hide inside the trial tower. Her eyes shifted to his face, worry evident as she asked about his eye. He told her not to concern herself with that. The greater issue was the shattered circle. It was slowly regenerating, but he had no idea when he would regain control over it. Closing one eye, Theta instructed her to focus on healing. He was uncertain whether a barrier surrounded the tower, but teleportation and communication were completely sealed. It was as if they were imprisoned. Iselin stared forward, her expression dimming as the implication settled in. They were trapped inside the tower with no clear way out, and the only option left was simple: hold the line until reinforcements arrived. Theta raised a magical seal in front of Iselin, his voice steady as he told her not to panic. This place was not some ordinary structure. It wasn't called the trial tower for decoration. He pictured a glowing stone in his mind as he explained that the entire building had been forged with ancient magical formations, arts long abandoned by modern mages. It had once been a training ground. Then his tone shifted. When the tower activated, every floor awakened a different trial. The higher you climbed, the more vicious the traps became, and the smarter the monsters waiting in the dark. He imagined a hulking ogre blocking a stairway and said they would simply avoid direct confrontation, climb higher and higher until their pursuers either failed the trials or gave up entirely. Iselin frowned. She had heard stories. The monsters were illusions, weren't they? Theta didn't hesitate. That used to be true. Now they were real. He admitted it calmly, as if discussing the weather. He had altered the formations himself. Iselin's eyes widened. Had he really modified ancient magic on his own? Theta answered without looking at her. Becoming a steward had its advantages. He had learned things. Dangerous things. And once the tower was triggered, it would spiral beyond control. Even he could not stop it easily. The ground trembled. They both looked up at the ceiling as vibrations echoed through the structure. Iselin said it meant someone was catching up. Theta clicked his tongue and launched forward, muttering that their pursuer was faster than expected. If one of the 7 mages had been dispatched, then this was no longer a minor problem. It was time to leave before the situation turned catastrophic. He hoped reinforcements would come soon, an entire force capable of confronting the magic tower itself. Then Iselin dropped the truth. Only one person was coming. Theta froze. One person? Against a whole clan of magicians? She folded her arms with complete confidence and said his name. Joshua. According to her, he could do anything. The greatest master on the continent. Absolute certainty radiated from her voice. Theta stared ahead, stunned. Was she serious? Was this devotion or delusion? He couldn't tell. All he knew was that the air felt heavier by the second, and relaxing now would be suicide. A roar tore through the floor below. A lizard-like monster swung its massive axe, and an explosion rocked the tower walls. Smoke and debris filled the corridor as Scorpino and Zephyros stood nearby, calm amidst the chaos. The other magicians watched with cold assurance, reminding each other why they were called the top 7. There wasn't a beast alive they couldn't crush. And soon, they said, the tower's dream would finally be realized. The mages were still standing there, proud and confident, convinced that the 7 mages and Lord Grant were destined to forge an empire no one could challenge. Not a single trace of doubt flickered in their eyes. Zephyros glanced at his comrade, who muttered that they were finished here and should move on. Zephyros only smirked and replied that Ted must have believed he had fooled them, but he had miscalculated badly. Then the ground erupted. A violent explosion tore through the air right in front of the formation. The shockwave rolled across the field, forcing several mages to stagger back. Voices overlapped in confusion. What was happening? Who attacked? The answer came almost instantly. An ambush. One of their groups had already been taken down. From the flames, scorched sorcerers stumbled out, shouting for the others to be careful. They were facing that damn Avalon spearman. Running might be wiser than fighting. The warning spread like poison through the ranks. Scorpino and Zephyros both turned toward the same direction. Joshua was already there. He stepped forward calmly, eyes steady, voice sharp as steel. He asked if they were the ones in command. Then he offered them a choice: surrender now, and he would spare their lives. But they were to stop chasing Theta and Iselin immediately. No negotiation. Zephyros answered with action instead of words. Mana gathered before him as he began casting, warning Joshua not to interfere in the affairs of the magic tower. He would retrieve Jack himself. The spell completed in a roar. Fire cannon. A blazing torrent surged forward like a dragon unleashed. Joshua moved once. The spear rose, and the fireball crashed directly into its shaft. Instead of consuming him, the attack bent, redirected, reflected. The stream of energy reversed course and rushed straight back toward Zephyros. Another explosion split the air. Scorpino looked aside in disbelief. He had never seen pyrokinetic magic handled like that. And that spear, what kind of weapon was it? It did not look ordinary. It felt ancient, like an artifact from a forgotten era. More mages rushed in behind Joshua, ordered to reinforce the magic circle and seal off the night. Smoke cleared enough for Scorpino to see Zephyros' burned figure. The latter asked coldly if he was ready to recite the spell that would end this in a single strike. The master of the Scarlet Flame clasped his hands and began chanting of the shining morning sun and the moon that illuminated the heavens. Magic circles bloomed in the air around them, layer upon layer. The master of the void opened his mouth wide, calling upon the life-giving essence of the night moon, shaping it into a ruby inferno meant to turn everything in its path to ash. And right in the middle of their rising power, Joshua yawned. He appeared between them, as if he had always been standing there. Covering his mouth with 2 fingers, he spoke lazily. Their magic tricks would not work. No enemy would patiently wait for them to finish chanting. The sorcerers lunged in fury, demanding to know when he had moved, whether he truly believed they were incapable of crushing him. Joshua only tightened his grip on the spear. At close range, the difference became brutal. Joshua stepped in once, and the mages were blown backward as if struck by a collapsing wall. Their formations shattered under the force of his spear. He smiled, wide, fearless, and declared that they stood no chance against a 6th-level spearmaster. Then the air itself twisted. A violent vortex rose as he cast the wind of holy war. The battlefield transformed into a roaring tornado. Surviving magicians were dragged upward, robes snapping, voices breaking into terrified screams as sand and debris carved through their defenses. The storm swallowed their chance before they could finish them. Scorpino shielded his eyes from the sandstorm, blinking hard. The next instant his foot struck solid stone, far away from the chaos. Theta tightened his grip on Iselin's arm as he demanded to know what was happening. Sweat gathered along her temples. She answered that their pursuers were catching up fast and asked whether they could endure until Joshua reached them. Theta extended his hand confidently, declaring they could manage. The other mages were still obsessing over expanding their magic circles. They likely had not even begun climbing the tower yet. There was no way they could intercept them now. Iselin exhaled and nodded, then added that this meant deciphering the magic of the ancient people would not be simple either. The Storm Master gave her a strange look. She had misunderstood. The tower was not built by humans. It was created by dragons. For a moment, he pictured a snow-white dragon watching from above. Iselin stared at him in disbelief as they continued ascending the stairs. Theta explained calmly that the tower itself established the rules. Clear a floor, and the challenger would receive a reward. Her steps faltered. She asked if that meant they were receiving nothing. The Storm Master replied that the tower had recognized something tied to her. A presence. An object it knew. A heavy door materialized before them. Theta continued that anyone who had already cleared a level once could not claim its reward again. For 36 floors, they had received nothing because he had once reached the 37th floor himself. He glanced back at Iselin. She asked what awaited the one who cleared the entire tower. It had to be extraordinary. Theta frowned slightly. He did not know for certain, but according to his grandfather, a former master, the victor would learn the whole truth. Every secret the magical tower concealed would be revealed. He stepped protectively in front of her as he finished speaking. She looked ahead, stunned, and asked again if he believed that legend. The Storm Master placed his palm on the door and admitted he could not prove it. But the tale had passed down through generations without fading. Then he said the 30th floor lay beyond. The difficulty would increase sharply. She needed to prepare herself. They crossed the threshold. The sky beyond was blood red, and behind them, the door slammed shut with a thunderous echo. The corridor behind them did not simply close. It dissolved. Stone, air, even sound seemed to evaporate into nothingness. Iselin felt a chill crawl up her spine and mutter that the place felt wrong, like stepping into hell itself. Theta clenched his teeth. This was not how it used to look. He had not activated the location change system. The layout was different. That meant someone else had interfered. Before he could finish the thought, a voice echoed through the crimson space. Both of them froze. Ahead stood an elf, Ash, and in front of him, Buruburu. The elf's expression twisted with fury as he demanded how Buruburu could have done such a thing. His voice trembled with disbelief. He could not accept that the destruction of the elven race had been orchestrated by him. The blond man only looked back coldly, asking why answers even mattered. Buruburu bared his teeth and said that truth would not change the outcome. Then he advised the elf to leave before he was erased entirely. The air grew heavier. A century ago, elves and humans had lived side by side. But as time passed, fear took root. Humans began to distance themselves. Gradually, there was no place left for elves within human society. To protect their home and their people, the elves vanished from sight, retreating to the most remote corners of the continent, places known only to them. A young elf once stood there, hands folded before her chest, in the sacred land that served as the source of life for all living beings. There, beneath shimmering sunlight, rose the sacred tree, Yggdrasil. Its trunk towered thick and ancient, radiating vitality. To protect it, the elves built a barrier around its roots. A clear river flowed nearby as they worked tirelessly for the survival of their race. At the heart of it all shimmered an oval stone, reflecting countless colors. Until the day it was stolen, the source of Yggdrasil's life began to wither. That source was the original Tempest Stone. The elf's fingers dug into the ground, crushing earth beneath raw fury. He remembered how he had once borrowed the power of the Black Dragon, how he had struggled for so long to replenish the world tree with energy, pouring everything into it to keep it alive. And all of it traced back to Zerath. He could not believe that the man he once trusted had been the thief who stole the source of Yggdrasil's life. Hatred burned in the elf's eyes as he demanded to know where it was. How Buruburu could have betrayed them so completely. Buruburu's smile twisted darker. Revealing every secret at once would ruin the game. Green energy erupted around the elf, wrapping him in a blazing aura of life and vengeance. The elf's voice cracked as he demanded an answer again, asking if Zerath was truly laughing while countless elves had perished because of him. Rage consumed him. He swore he would kill him with his own hands. The response was immediate. A suffocating purple aura descended and crushed Ash into the ground. His body trembled under the weight of it. Zerath looked down with a pleased expression and said that even if Ash had surpassed the 7 circle mages, it would still not be enough to defeat him. Ash lay pinned before Buruburu. The man coldly remarked that he should have fled when he had the chance. Now it was over. Today he would die here, and the elves would lose their leader once again. The last high elf would fall. Tears slid down Ash's face. Zerath told him not to worry. Soon he would return to the sacred tree himself and slaughter the remaining elves. Barubaru formed a magic seal in the air and added that afterward, he would raise them all as an army of the walking dead. They would march under a new leader. He spoke almost gently as he said farewell, calling Ash an old friend and claiming it was nice to see him again. Then the air split. A massive block of ice shot forward. Ice spear. It slammed toward Barubaru, exploding into shards that scattered in every direction. Ash raised his arm instinctively to shield himself and stared in disbelief. Were they truly alone inside the test tower? Through the trees, figures appeared, shouting for him to run while he still had the chance. Iselin cupped her hands around her mouth and urged him to move faster. They would buy him time. Theta added sharply that she should not forget herself. The mana of this lich had changed. It was no longer ordinary. Zerath spread his arms wide and sneered, asking whether Grant's insignificant followers would ever learn to stay down. Then he cursed, complaining that the vile bastard had left all the dirty work to him. Dark energy gathered in his palm. He announced that he would use this opportunity to demonstrate the most powerful creature of the Middle Realm, the Death Monarch. A massive magic circle unfolded before him. He called upon the Bringer of Doom to reveal itself. From within the circle emerged the legendary undead, the Bone Dragon. It opened its jaws as it rose, skeletal wings stretching wide, towering over Barubaru like a monument to death itself. Theta and Iselin grabbed Ash and ran. Theta demanded to know who this monster was, and how Zerath had managed to summon something so absurdly powerful. Iselin did not answer. She only ordered them to run faster. If the dragon caught them, they would die instantly. Behind them, the bone dragon inhaled deeply. It roared. Theta stopped moving. Iselin turned sharply, asking what he was doing. The Storm Master folded his arms and said there was no hiding from a creature like this. If someone had to hold it back, it would be him. The others were to run. No hesitation. No looking back. Wind roared to life as he cast Double Cyclone. Two massive tornadoes twisted into existence, tearing through the battlefield and rushing toward the dragon. For a moment, it looked unstoppable. Then the dragon stepped forward. Its jaws opened. Its fangs gleamed. And with one brutal surge of force, it ripped straight through the twin whirlwinds as if they were nothing but mist. Theta stared in disbelief and demanded to know whether it had just shattered 7th-level magic like it was paper. Above the Storm Master, a barrier of compressed wind formed instantly. Wind wall. The impact that followed cracked the earth apart. Stone burst upward. The ground split. Scorpino was thrown down hard. And through the dust, Joshua stood there with his spear in hand. Calm. Unshaken. He told them to go to the magic tower. Tell Grant to wait. He would handle the rest. The Void Master clenched his teeth. A sphere of magic condensed in his palm as he admitted Joshua's strength, but swore that the humiliation he suffered would be repaid. Not today, but one day. Scorpino snarled that Joshua should not believe himself invincible. Even he would fall eventually. Purple energy surged skyward as the order was given. Raise the protective barrier. Retreat to the magic tower. Joshua looked ahead with steady eyes and corrected them. They were not retreating because they chose to. They were retreating because they had been defeated. Then something appeared behind him. A door, carved with the image of a tree. Joshua stepped toward it and said it must be the path to the next floor. He added that he would soon meet Iselin. The door slammed shut behind him, sealing the passage. The corridor vanished, as if it had never existed. He looked forward without emotion and asked whether this was the next trial. A hooded figure stood ahead, silent. Still, it looked exactly like him. Joshua tilted his head slightly and asked Lugia if he understood what this meant. Lugia answered that it was a double. The copy tilted its head the exact same way. The artifact's voice echoed, explaining that this was a perfect replica, a creation once called divine. Joshua lifted his leg. The copy lifted its leg. Lugia continued, saying this was a legendary monster thought to have vanished 1,000 years ago. And even he was not certain whether Joshua could survive facing himself. Joshua could sense it clearly now. The aura wasn't ordinary. It stood at a royal tier. This was no common mimic. This was the sovereign of doubles, the king among them. He smiled. Fighting a reflection was already entertaining. Facing its king made it even better. Lugia's voice cut in, warning him that this creature came from foreign darkness. Carelessness would mean death. The doppelganger raised its spear and pointed it straight at Joshua. When Joshua demanded to know why such a being was here, whether it intended to preserve some twisted lineage, the copy answered not with words, but with action. It stepped forward and unleashed the first stage of the spear magic technique. Joshua's eyes widened. That was impossible. He swung his own spear to defend, but a flash exploded between them. In that instant, Joshua found himself standing directly before his double. The movement, the power, the structure of the technique. It had replicated everything, even the essence of the magic spear itself. Lugia confirmed it. That was why it was called a king-level doppelganger. Joshua struck without hesitation. The artifact's voice echoed again, recalling how 2,000 years ago this very creature had humiliated a so-called mighty lizard. Joshua blinked and asked if Lugia meant a dragon. He could not believe such a monster had once been defeated. Lugia clarified that the creature's endurance bordered on limitless. Its stamina did not falter. Both Joshuas moved simultaneously. Spears cut through the air as the duplicate activated the second stage, Wind Gust. Joshua narrowed his eyes. Lugia explained that the monster copied abilities in their original, unaltered form. Joshua demanded to know when it had done so. Lugia answered that the copying likely occurred the moment he stepped onto this floor. Lightning split the space between them. Joshua immediately asked what would happen if he and Bronto used their own techniques. Before Lugia could respond, a torrent of violent energy surged forward. The duplicate had already executed Thunder Fury. Joshua smirked coldly and told the imitation that no matter how perfectly it mimicked him, it would never surpass him. It was nothing more than a counterfeit. Orange energy erupted around his body. He gripped his spear with both hands and recited silently. The body gives birth to the earth. Two opposing forces crash together. He continued within his mind. The soul is the sky. The enemy's spear lunged forward as the six-stage spear magic technique, double trunk tree, tore through the air. The duplicate attacked with flawless precision. The copy of Joshua smiled. Their spears collided violently, and as their weapons locked, Joshua completed the final line in his mind. The tip of the first spear points to heaven. For the first time, sweat formed on the face of his reflection. Joshua's gaze hardened. His voice carried fury as he completed the final principle. The tip of the second spear points to the earth. He unleashed the seventh stage of spear magic, creation of earth and heaven. Power split the space itself. The elf raised his arms defensively and summoned stone rain. Massive boulders materialized overhead and crashed down toward the dragon. Iselin stepped forward, palms pressed together, and formed an ice wall. Frost surged from the ground, binding the beast's limbs in glacial chains. Theta drew a magic seal before him and declared that the battle was not over yet. Flames roared forward as he cast Fireplace. Then Zerath appeared behind him. He said it was dragging on too long. Purple mana erupted outward as the dragon roared and opened its jaws. One swing of its paw shattered the earth. The elf stumbled, struggling to stay upright, shouting that the spell was failing. A surge of violet aura lifted him into the air. Ash was pinned in place by ceiling formations. Zerath observed calmly that they had gained a new companion for their travels, and that perhaps things would be less dull now. Baru flexed his fingers and announced that someone was about to descend into the afterlife. The elf clenched his teeth in agony. Iselin crossed her arms and invoked Ice Star Supernova. She rose into the air above Zerath, surrounded by spiraling crystals. Baru's body froze solid within a prison of ice. White energy condensed between Iselin's palms. She cast Ice Spear. Magic circles unfolded before her, layers upon layers. The frozen tip locked on Zerath. Ice fragments exploded outward in every direction. Baru shattered free from the ice. Zerath smiled faintly and remarked that the spell lacked weight. Black energy began leaking from him as he praised her effort with mocking calm. Iselin covered her face as a violent force struck her. She was hurled backward with a cry. Baru clenched his fist. Dark magic pierced through her body. She screamed. Zerath looked forward in mild surprise. Iselin spread her arms and began chanting. She spoke of the northern winds, unyielding even before flame. Blue mana gathered around her, pure and radiant. Baru's smile twisted as he admitted her endurance was impressive. For that reason alone, he said, she would earn a special place as his loyal lich. Magical seals tightened around her body. Zerath extended his hand and invited her to accept power within the embrace of death. An elf stepped behind him and ordered him to stop. Ash. Eyes burned as he said this was his fight, and no one else's. He had already done enough. A massive claw descended. The dragon slammed him into the ground. Baru's hand stretched toward Iselin. Zerath smiled thinly and said weakness leaves only one option, submission. He claimed that after all these years, that lesson should have been learned. Mana poured into Iselin's body as he declared that anyone who desires something must seize strength by any means necessary, even if it means selling one's soul. The dark dragon suddenly halted before its master. Then the ground beneath it detonated. An explosion tore upward. Baru stood near the cliff's edge and demanded to know why the earth had split open. He turned and saw the spearman. The elf stared at Joshua and urged him to regain clarity. Theta kept his focus forward and muttered that this madman grew stronger every time he fought. He demanded to know how many floors Joshua had just shattered in a single strike. The dark dragon lunged toward Joshua's double. Ted shouted a warning. The monster struck. Joshua's body was hurled across the battlefield. He hit the ground once. Twice. Again. The copy landed behind Iselin. Joshua lay still, eyes closed. Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she begged him to wake up. Zerath approached calmly. He said it was amusing that Joshua had fled the Empire's pursuit only to fall here. He wondered aloud whether the boy had climbed the tower chasing the ultimate prize. Black energy gathered in Barubaru's palm as he said the climb had achieved nothing. Joshua should have considered the cost before reaching the top floor without restraint. His insignificance, he added, was almost impressive. A voice answered from above. Joshua appeared over Zerath's head and asked who exactly had been called insignificant. Lightning burst outward, striking Berber back. Joshua and the elf reappeared before Iselin. Joshua said he had once believed the Barubaru imprisoned in the fourth prince's basement had been a fake. The girl stared at him in shock. He stared at the double, eyes narrowing, demanding to know what trick this was and where that clone had come from. Zerath only laughed. A sphere of dark energy condensed between his palms, swirling violently as he declared that fate itself favored him. One strike, and every irritating insect gathered here would vanish together. A magic seal unfolded before him as he invoked the darkness tool. The sphere shot forward. Joshua did not move. He stepped into the seventh stage of spear possession, and the weapon in his hand erupted with red and black aura. Light collided with darkness in a blinding explosion as he unleashed the technique of creating heaven and earth. Berber scoffed, calling him a fool. The darkness tool was the pinnacle of dark spells. Unbreakable, absolute. Did he truly believe that a demonic pact granted him authority over all demonic power? Then the light changed. It wasn't resisting. It was erasing. Zerath threw his arms up, shielding his face as the highest-class dark spell shattered before him. A spatial rift split open. Berberu's voice trembled as he demanded how Joshua had pierced even the upper boundary of the floor itself. Joshua lowered his spear. Grass spread beneath his boots. Life bloomed outward in a silent wave. Behind him stood the elf and Iselin, their wounds gone as though erased from history. Barubaru's fear surfaced at last. This was not destruction. This was transformation. He had not burned the darkness away. He had rewritten the field itself. Divine power. Rage drowned his fear. Zerath rose into the air, dark forces gathering around him as he roared that he would pour every drop of demonic energy into this battle. The ground split apart. An army of the dead clawed its way upward. Barubaru ordered them forward with everything they had. Joshua only smiled and told him to prove what that army was worth. Heavy armor manifested behind him, an executioner's axe resting on his shoulder. Case Leon and Dalan stepped into formation at his sides. Across the field, the dark dragon reared back and unleashed a roar as the undead surged ahead, cracking the earth beneath their charge. Joshua thrust his spear forward. The elf and Iselin stood firm behind him. Headless knights galloped into battle, steel clashing against spectral riders. Case Leon sprinted toward the front line, voice booming as he commanded the knights to kneel before their lord. Joshua Sanders didn't hesitate. Barubaru thrust his arm forward and summoned the bone dragon. The creature opened its jaws and unleashed the breath of the dragon straight at him. Joshua met it head-on, activating a 6th-level spear magic art, double-barreled tree. The collision detonated the sky. Fire and bone shattered against one another as the dragon roared in fury. Joshua extended his spear, a sharp smirk cutting across his face. He leapt upward and told the beast it was time to sit. The bone dragon lunged to seize him, and Joshua's strike came down like judgment. The massive creature crashed into the ground. Iselin stared, stunned, blurting out that he had just knocked out a bone dragon. The fifth elder cleared his throat awkwardly and said it wasn't surprising. This was the same man who had already pierced the crevice. Theta's expression darkened. He muttered that if the people of the continent witnessed this battle, rebellion would erupt overnight. The girl frowned, asking what he meant. Theta replied that dark magic and summoning the dead were forbidden arts. And here stood an entire legion of evil beings led by a spearman whose name was praised in every corner of the continent. Case Leon clashed against the knights as steel rang across the battlefield. Theta continued that if the masses saw the true extent of their hero's power, they would feel terror, even betrayal. They would exile him. Iselin only smirked. She said there was nothing to fear. Once the continent saw Joshua fight, they would understand. Theta blinked. She continued, cheeks reddening, explaining how extraordinary he was, how anyone who saw him would fall for him instantly. Theta snapped at her to calm down. He already knew she was devoted to him. The elf cut them off sharply, ordering silence. Her gaze remained locked on the battlefield. She couldn't determine the nature of this magic. Joshua kept landing decisive blows on Zerath, yet every wound sealed instantly. He was as immortal as the army of the dead surrounding him. Case Leon stood firm, blades raised as ranks of armored knights pressed forward. He clenched his jaw. They never tired. They regenerated faster than he could cut them down. A shield wall formed before him. Lines of knights closed in from every direction, dark magic crashing down between them. Case Leon slashed through an incoming strike, the remaining attacks colliding against the armored ranks instead. He frowned. Their movements were chaotic, yet perfectly aligned. Disorder within formation, as if someone unseen pulled invisible strings. And Lord Joshua was not the one guiding them, which meant another lich had entered the field. Leon sensed the next wave of attacks approaching and tightened his grip on his sword. Leon understood it instantly. Every strike he endured only pushed him closer to death. Endurance meant nothing against something that did not exhaust. An ice wall erupted before him without warning. Isilin had stepped in. Frost surged outward, halting the next wave of attacks. Theta spoke sharply. Every lich had a weakness, its life vessel. It had to be hidden somewhere no one could find it. As long as the vessel remained intact, the commander and his undead legion would never weaken. The girl's eyes widened. If that was true, then this immortal army could never be defeated. Theta corrected her. They were safe for now under Joshua's presence, but safety was temporary. Mana, demonic energy, stamina, none of it was endless. Even Joshua could not fight forever. They had to locate the life vessel before exhaustion decided the outcome. Barubaru tightened his grip on his spear. He declared that divine power would not save a mortal body. Mana would run dry. Demonic energy would fade. And when that happened, the hero would fall like any other man. A spear pierced through him. He grunted as Joshua's strike drove deep. The hero's voice was calm. Barubaru had overlooked something. Did he truly believe Joshua hadn't already realized the existence of a hidden vessel? Joshua continued without hesitation. Back in the fourth prince's secret basement, he had attempted to seal him with the annihilation sphere. Barubaru had panicked and sent his forces forward recklessly. That was when Joshua discovered the flaw. Barubaru's eyes widened. Had he continued attacking only to... Joshua answered before he finished. Yes, to buy time, to track the vessel, and to confirm the one who knew its location. Zealand. Barubaru shouted for Zealand to run. Ash repeated the name under his breath. The Death Knight raised his blade and mocked the idea that concealment would save her. He ordered her to prepare for death, vowing to cut her into pieces. The knight teleported in front of her. A voice interrupted him. How dare a lowly worm point a blade in his presence? The Death Knight froze in shock. Joshua stepped forward. Barubaru unleashed a desperate counter. Spear magic art, level 5, fourth form. True lightning strike, distortion. Joshua vanished. He reappeared in front of the vessel. His spear descended. The strike split the life vessel in two. Barubaru screamed as the connection shattered. Power drained from him like a ruptured vein. The undead faltered. The army trembled. Joshua looked down at the fallen lich and told him it was over. Barubaru lay on the ground, broken. The man staggered. Disbelief etched across his face. This wasn't how it was meant to end. The empire was supposed to fall by his hand. He demanded to know how this was possible. Joshua looked at him steadily and said they often claim that the generosity of trees knows no pity. Barubaru stared, confused. Joshua continued. Humans, driven by selfish desire, cut down forests without hesitation. They burn them, strip them bare, exploit them. And yet the trees continue to bear fruit. They offer shade. They cleanse the air. Not for gratitude, not for reward, but even for those who wound them. Barubaru demanded to know what he was talking about. Joshua smiled faintly. He simply wanted him to understand how it felt, to watch something he had cultivated with obsession and effort be taken away in an instant. Oh, generous tree. Barubaru. Rage twisted the lich's expression. Ash rushed toward the girl, tears streaming down his face. He demanded to know how he could use Zealand, his only daughter. How he could turn her into a lich when she deserved none of it. A weak voice called out. The girl asked who he was. Vanessa stepped forward, taking her trembling hands. He told her he was an old friend of her father. Shock filled her eyes. A tear fell onto his hand. He apologized. He asked her to forgive everything. The fifth elder trembled with fury. To do such a thing to one's own child, to kill an innocent girl twice, was beyond monstrous. Barubaru sneered. He told them not to act naive. How was the boy's situation any different from his? Human greed had driven the elves to extinction. Betrayal and slaughter had followed. What sin had they committed to deserve that fate? The elf's lips quivered as tears fell. Barubaru's voice rose. It was because they were weak, not strong enough, not talented enough, without status, without power. That was the truth of the world. That was why he sought absolute power. Power no living soul could challenge. His eyes burned crimson as he declared he would build an army capable of destroying an empire. An army loyal only to him, not to humans. Zealand had stood beside him willingly. She had wanted to belong to their family. The elf stared at the ashes drifting through the air where the girl had stood. That was why he had needed Yggdrasil's life force. With it, he would forge an immortal army. Barubaru laughed weakly. It had been the perfect path to supreme power. So he formed a contract with the most powerful and wicked demon in history. But when the time came to receive what he was promised, everything changed. He needed the soul of a genius magician. But even then, there was a risk the demon would refuse his call. So he forced fate. He turned the genius into the required sacrifice. Ash clenched his fists. He told him he had been blinded by revenge. He had betrayed those who stood beside him. He had made his own daughter suffer. Did he truly believe that was justice? Joshua said nothing. Barubaru's voice weakened. He recalled that once, long ago, the boy had spoken of uniting the elven race. He had asked whether elves and humans could ever coexist. Back then, he had dismissed it. Joshua answered calmly. It was possible. There were those who repented, those who rebuilt what they had destroyed. Berbera laughed faintly. Did he truly believe that? Humans did not change. Desire consumed them. They ruined everything in their path. Many shared his hatred. Even this boy. His body crumbled mid-sentence. Dust scattered into the air. The long life of Uber ended there. But Joshua did not feel triumph. The sweetness of revenge never came. Instead, unease settled in his chest. Theta staggered, exhausted. He admitted he had reached his limit. He could barely defend himself against the dragon. Isolin snapped at him to pull himself together. He replied bitterly that it was easier to say than to do. The bone dragon had risen again. Until the life vessel of that damned lich was destroyed, victory was impossible. Joshua's voice cut through the battlefield. He ordered everyone to stop. The knights stared at him in disbelief as he stepped forward. He addressed the undead directly. He gave them a command. Obey. Kneel. Every undead soldier dropped instantly to one knee. Shock rippled across the field. Joshua frowned slightly and ordered the bone dragon to approach. The colossal beast obeyed without hesitation, lowering its massive head before him. Theta could not comprehend it. This was no suppression. It was domination. The dragon roared once, then bowed. Knights pressed their fists to their chests. Joshua extended his hand. With a faint smile, he began to absorb the surrounding magic. Dark energy flowed toward him in waves. One by one, the undead dissolved into nothingness. Silence followed. Theta whispered in disbelief. He had absorbed an entire army. He was no longer merely a warrior. He was a walking immortal empire. Then a voice echoed across the battlefield. It remarked coldly that no one would have expected Zerath to meet such an inglorious end, and it was a shame to lose such a capable subordinate. He had always been loyal. That much was clear, but Isolin's mind didn't settle. Was this some kind of magical transmission, or was something else standing behind the curtain, pulling the strings? The man's expression hardened. One name left his mouth like a curse. Asmodeus. Shock rippled through the air. The same high-level demon, the one the Lich had formed a contract with. Then the space in front of them distorted. A figure emerged, wrapped in arrogance and shadow, lips curved in a mocking smile. He looked exactly as the old records described. Refined, sinister, amused. Even now, despite everything, he acted as if this reunion entertained him. He claimed he was pleased to see them again. Claimed that the moment he appeared, he had nearly laughed from joy. Theta's eyes narrowed. No doubt remained. It was him, which raised the real question. Why was a being like this walking the middle world? Asmodeus answered before anyone spoke. Since the sudden disappearance of the demon lord, 8 demon kings, each embodying a deadly sin, had been tearing at one another for the vacant throne. An endless war hidden behind fragile equilibrium. No one daring to tip the scale too far. A vision formed above his palm. An 8-leaf flower, each petal glowing faintly at the edge. Balance. He explained that shattering it would require power equal to all 8 combined. Nearly impossible. Yet, deep within his greed-soaked heart, he had hoped he would be the one to overturn the table, to crush the others, to reclaim lost glory. The glowing flower trembled. Then it disintegrated into dust. So he took a risk. He descended into the middle world, gambling everything on a possibility. And then, as if summoned by fate itself, the boy appeared before him. Asmodeus's eyes gleamed. He had sensed it. An unknown power. Something capable of destabilizing the demon world itself. Something that could spark rebellion among kings. A pity, he added, that he could not accomplish it alone. Ash frowned. If the master truly possessed strength, rivaling 8 demon kings, could a normal body withstand it? Unless an archangel had reincarnated within him. Joshua's gaze never wavered. He asked the question without fear. So you want your former glory back? And why should anyone trust the word of greed itself? Tell the real reason. Asmodeus's smile widened, stretching unnaturally across his face. If you want truth, find me. He said he would wait on the mountain where the black moon once rose, where a radiance brighter than any sun had once illuminated all things, before being swallowed by absolute darkness. Silence followed. The hero stood unmoving, eyes fixed on the fading projection. Isolin's thoughts churned. How could the brightest light be replaced by darkness? The demon's voice echoed one final time. Consider it my last gift. A blinding radiance erupted as the demon's presence began to fade, and his voice carried through the light, calm and expectant. He said he would be waiting for their next meeting. Then the ground trembled. A seal of agreement burned itself into the earth beneath them. T's face tightened. He recognized the pattern instantly. It was identical to the ritual circle demons used when forging contracts with humans. His voice sharpened as he demanded to know what Asmodeus was planning. Was this another attempt to bind Joshua to a demon? Fifth, Ash stood frozen, unease spreading across his expression. He admitted he had no clear answer, but one thing was certain. Nothing born from a demon's scheme would end well. He turned toward the master, who was already walking forward, and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. They had no idea which demon might answer the call. He ordered him to step back. It was reckless. Joshua did not slow down. He stepped directly into the center of the seal and smirked. No matter who emerged, he said, they would be the one at a disadvantage. Even if one of the 8 kings of the underworld appeared in person, he would still sign the contract. The circle flared violently. Light exploded outward, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The elf shouted that at this rate the entire middle world would collapse into hell itself, and told the boy to stop immediately. Joshua simply smiled, greeting whatever was about to manifest. A deep crimson glow formed in front of him. The air thickened. A vessel took shape within the radiance, and demonic energy flooded the space so densely it was suffocating. Theta felt it press against his lungs and demanded to know what kind of power this was. Isolin's voice trembled as she muttered that it couldn't possibly be the demon king himself. Fifth, Ash's body shook. It was possible, he said quietly. In raw strength, such a being would not be inferior, even to Asmodeus. The red light pulsed, and from within it emerged a small, pink creature. It growled loudly. Silence fell. Everyone stared. The creature puffed itself up, making exaggerated noises, as if announcing its grand arrival. Isolin clasped her hands together, eyes sparkling, declaring it adorable. The tar snorted and muttered that empty vessels always made the most noise. To him, this was nothing but a circus. The girl drifted closer to the 2 Joshuas, heart racing. 2 overwhelming presences standing side by side. Even if one was merely a double, not truly real, it still sent her pulse into chaos. Theta frowned. He had no idea the legendary double was inside the test tower this whole time. He glanced sideways at the elf still clinging nearby and told him to get off already. He had tested his patience enough. Ash tilted his head slightly and asked what he thought. Did he really find this creature strange? Admit it. He studied the pink creature again. Even if it looked ridiculous, the aura around it was anything but ordinary. There was something off about it. Something that did not match its appearance. The man muttered that they would know soon enough. First, they had unfinished matters to settle. His thoughts drifted toward Evergrande. That issue could not be ignored. Then he turned to the spearman and asked whether they planned to continue climbing to the next floors. It would be smarter to leave. Joshua's eyes lifted toward the upper levels of the tower. He admitted he wanted to see what prize waited at the end. Before anyone could move, a figure appeared directly in front of them. Long hair, crimson eyes, a presence that did not announce itself, yet dominated the space the moment it arrived. He told them not to rush the tower. The path to the final floor was already near. There was no need for reckless advance. Then he mentioned the Lord of Darkness. Theta stiffened. He had not sensed this man's approach at all. Not a ripple. Not a breath. He demanded to know how long he had been standing there. Ash closed his eyes calmly and warned that if someone wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, they should show proper respect. The red-eyed man continued without emotion. The hero, he said, was standing at the edge of the black dragon's crevasse. Theta's thoughts spiraled. First a higher demon, now a dragon. What exactly was happening in the middle world? Joshua repeated the phrase, closing the crevasse, and asked who had decided such a thing. The man's expression did not change. This was not the time for pointless arguments. He asked directly whether Joshua agreed with him. Then he spoke of what was coming. Soon, the continent would drown in blood. A tide so vast that even the elven forest and their own hometowns would not escape it. Now that he understood the hero was the Lord of Darkness, there was much to discuss. But if Joshua ignored him and insisted on climbing further, any possibility of trust between them would fracture beyond repair. The choice was simple. Ascend to the top of the tower with him, or return and deal with unfinished business. Joshua fell silent. Far beyond the tower, in a mansion outside Akardi, another conversation unfolded. Vanessa sat at a polished table, a glass of wine balanced between her fingers. She remarked that it was strange to live within the same palace, and yet never cross paths. Across from her sat Lucia, quiet, distant. They were born of different mothers, she said softly. That was why they had never truly shared space. Vanessa lifted her gaze and stated she was pleased to finally meet Lucia. She hoped they could coexist peacefully. Then she corrected herself. She apologized and said she should use her true name, Ashiru. She asked whether she would agree to be friends. The girl's eyes lowered to the floor. Her voice was small. She did not understand. Ashiru lowered her gaze and said she did not understand any of this. She was nothing more than an ordinary servant. Vanessa smiled faintly. There was no need to keep pretending. She already knew the truth. The lost memories. The quiet obedience. It was all an act born from fear. Fear for the life of her beloved son. She said she was willing to help, but help required something in return. Ashiru would persuade Duke Agnes to support Babel's rise. If that happened, she would personally request His Majesty to grant Joshua a full pardon. Then Vanessa's smile thinned. Or would she prefer never to see her only son again? Before the silence could harden, a voice sounded from beyond the door, urgent and restrained. A serious issue had emerged. Vanessa allowed the messenger to enter. Chiffon stepped inside. Fist pressed his chest in formal salute. He reported that His Majesty had just decreed a reform. The 5 current dual families would be reduced to 3. Vanessa's composure cracked. She demanded clarification. Chiffon continued. The decision directly affected Duke Agnes. Her expression turned cold. She demanded to know Agnes's response. He would not simply accept humiliation without resistance. Chiffon admitted he had heard rumors. After the expulsion of young Master Joshua from the Avalon Empire, Duke Agnes had been deeply shaken. For now, he appeared to be lying low. His exact movements were unclear. The sentence never finished. Windows shattered. Cloaked figures burst into the hall, glass scattering across the floor. A chilling wind followed them in. Black Wind stepped forward, dismissing Chiffon with a glance. He had no interest in insignificant knights. He was here for the princess of Ashura. He told the pale-faced girl that she would come with them. Elsewhere, iron scraped against stone. A key turned. The shackles binding Agnes's wrists snapped open and clattered to the ground. Marcus sat upon the throne, watching calmly. He said it pained him to witness a father suffer the consequences of raising his child so poorly. He laughed softly, calling it a stain upon the noble reputation of the Avalon Empire. The apple, he added, never fell far from the tree. Agnes's eyes burned with restrained fury. Marcus leaned forward slightly and told him not to worry. He would grant a glorious knight, like him, an appropriate end. Marcus told Agnes he would be given a chance to atone for his sins. All he had to do was prove his loyalty. In return, Marcus would overlook what he had done to his sister, Ashuru. He calmly recounted the abduction of a member of the Imperial family, the forced pregnancy, the disgrace tied to it. Then he asked Agnes whether he understood the punishment reserved for those who harmed Imperial blood. His grin twisted. To protect the duchy, Agnes had endured much. So now he should end this rebellion. Prove where his loyalty truly lay. If he did, the house of Duke Agnes would remain untouched. Do it, Marcus said, at least in memory of your parents. Agnes's jaw tightened. Rage simmered beneath restraint. 40 years earlier, Marion had heard a voice behind her asking whether they had met before. A blond young man stepped forward, dressed in finery that left no doubt about his status. He asked her lineage. She bowed properly and greeted the son of Avalon, the crown prince, Douglas. She introduced herself as Marion, daughter of Baron Pesseros. Douglas asked about the Pesseros family. Weren't they stationed along the western frontier? He remarked how unexpected it was to find such beauty hidden in the wilderness. He lifted her chin between his fingers. If she became his wife, he said, she would gain access to the palace, and anything she desired. Marion's thoughts stalled. Words refused to form. Around her, whispers began. Other noble girls smirked and murmured that she was fortunate. The crown prince already had 3 wives. For the daughter of a minor baron, refusing such an offer would be foolish. Her hands trembled. She understood the trap clearly. If she accepted, she would eventually lose his interest and be left unprotected. The other wives would ensure her days were miserable. If she rejected him, her family would pay the price. No answer would save her. She bit her lip, searching for a path that did not exist. Then another voice cut in. Tobin stepped forward and bowed apologetically to His Highness. He stated that the lady in question was already engaged to him. Douglas's gaze sharpened. He asked whether he had heard correctly. Marion stared in shock. Tobin remained steady. He explained that he and Marion had grown up together. She understood him better than anyone. He could not allow such a remarkable woman to slip away. So he had already intended to propose. He asked for the crown prince's understanding. The girl lowered her gaze, cheeks tinted red, a quiet smile forming as if she already knew the path ahead. Douglas stood nearby, jaw tight, eyes burning with something he refused to name. Seasons turned without mercy. Flowers bloomed, withered, and fell. Leaves surrendered to the wind. Winter passed. Spring returned. Then came the cry. Tobin cradled the newborn in trembling arms, standing beside the bed where Marion lay exhausted yet radiant. His voice broke as he thanked her again and again, tears falling freely as he stared at the child. Strong lungs. Steady heartbeat. A son. Marion brushed damp hair from her forehead and smiled faintly. She said the boy looked just like his father, and that one day he would grow into a man who would steal hearts without trying. Tobin asked what they would call him. She answered without hesitation. She wanted him to grow with unshakable convictions. A heart that no cruelty could bend. A spirit generous and steadfast. A name that carried faith within it. Agnes. The baby cried as if sealing the oath. 13 years passed. The Academy of the Avalon Empire rose like a monument to power and pride. Steel clashed in its training grounds as 2 boys faced each other beneath the Empire's banner. Marius smirked, saying he never expected their blades to cross in such a place. Agnes replied calmly that it was an honor. He would learn much from this duel. But inside, his father's warning echoed. When facing royalty, restrain yourself. Losing is safer than winning. Victory against a prince invites ruin. His grip tightened. Marius lunged. Agnes parried cleanly. Another strike. Another effortless dodge. Irritation crept across the prince's face. He snapped, demanding to know how a lowborn cur dared toy with him. Agnes's expression hardened. He asked what he just said. Marius laughed. He repeated it clearly. lowborn, like his mother. A filthy slave who sold herself to a noble to save her family. A woman who forgot her place when she rejected royal favor. Ungrateful. Disgusting. The air shifted. Agnes's blade flashed. Steel tore across Marius's arm before anyone processed the movement. The prince staggered, pain ripping through his pride. Agnes stepped forward, eyes blazing, demanding to know how he dared speak of his mother that way. Every word would be repaid. A knight shouted for him to stop, questioning his sanity. Agnes ignored him and brought his sword down again. Marcus intercepted the strike at the last possible instant. Marcus laughed lightly, calling Agnes amusing. He asked whether the boy truly believed he was strong enough to bear what came next. A prince of the Imperial family had been wounded. That was not something one walked away from. Still, he added, it was not too late. Agnes could kneel. He could beg. Perhaps mercy would follow. Agnes said nothing. His silence only deepened Marcus's grin as he told him to save that stubborn pride for later. The Hall of Judgment felt colder than any battlefield. Tobin dropped to his knees before the throne, forehead nearly touching the marble floor. He declared his guilt without excuse. If his son had been raised improperly, then let the punishment fall upon him. He begged that mercy be shown to the boy. Behind him, Agnes stood bound in chains. Marion stood beside her son, hands clasped tightly, eyes lowered but unbroken. On the throne sat Douglas. The emperor regarded Tobin with faint amusement and asked whether he overestimated his own worth. Yes, Prince Marius's words had been offensive, but offense did not outweigh blood. The boy had nearly severed the hand of imperial blood. Even a prince was still part of the imperial lineage. To strike one deliberately was treason. He asked calmly whether Tobin believed that forfeiting his life would be sufficient. Marcus stepped forward with a measured smile. Tobin was one of the pillars of the empire. His service had value. So perhaps it would be fitting for a parent to atone for the ignorance of his son. Considering Tobin's past contributions, there would be leniency. The consequence would fall upon Marion. She would enter the palace as a servant. Marion folded her hands together and stared ahead in silence. No tears. No protest. Agnes felt the chains bite into his wrists. He apologized to his father quietly. Regardless of what anyone said, he would not allow his mother to bear punishment for him. He would bring her home. Marcus dismissed it as childish fantasy. Standing near the window, he said they were powerless. They lacked strength. And in this empire, power was law. Those words carved themselves into Agnes's mind. From that day forward, he abandoned hesitation. He trained until his bones screamed. He endured humiliation, isolation, and endless discipline. Every swing of his blade carried a single purpose. Grow stronger. Infiltrate the palace. Take her back. When he reached adulthood, the empire itself could no longer ignore his rise. He earned the title of master, a rank countless knights chased their entire lives. The youngest master not only within imperial territory, but across the continent. But strength had come too late. Before he could free himself from the empire's grasp and bring his mother home, Marion died within palace walls. The victory tasted like ash. Armstrong approached him soon after, voice heavy. Emperor Douglas's health was failing. The court was fracturing. Factions were forming. A civil war was coming. Armstrong spoke quietly, stating the obvious. Once the emperor fell, the princes would tear each other apart for the throne. The empire would fracture. Chaos would swallow the capital. And in that chaos, opportunity would be born. Agnes's eyes hardened. He said he understood. It was time. At his mother's grave, beneath cold stone and colder sky, he swore that the Briton bloodline would end by his hand. One by one. No mercy. No hesitation. The first name carved into his resolve was Princess Ashuru, Lucia. The palace doors shattered under a single kick. Lucia looked up in shock as Agnes stepped in her chamber. His presence alone felt like a drawn blade. Rage flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on her. Elsewhere, knights surveyed the ruins. Buildings lay blackened, smoke still rising from collapsed beams. One of them pointed out that though flames had devoured nearly everything, the cuts in the stone were too precise. Clean, deliberate, the work of someone highly skilled with fire. Patrick muttered that he could not believe her highness had been taken. No matter the cost, they would find her. Lucia jolted awake in an unfamiliar room. She called for help instinctively, breath uneven. When her vision cleared, she realized she did not know where she was. Agnes stood by the window, looking down at her with unreadable eyes. He said she was unusual, not like the rest of Britain's bloodline. The blue hair had nearly fooled him, but blood did not lie. Imperial blood ran through her veins. Lucia stared at him in confusion, asking what he meant. Where was she? Why was she here? The words felt distant even to her own ears. Then a fragmented image surfaced, a knight stepping in front of her, taking a monster's blow. She smiled faintly. She said he was the one who saved her. Agnes's expression tightened. A physician seated nearby explained that she was likely suffering from severe shock. Witnessing a man die before her eyes had fractured something in her mind. The trauma had triggered memory loss. Armstrong looked stunned and asked whether it was serious. She did not even know her own identity. Agnes answered coldly that it changed nothing. memory or not. She remained a daughter of Britain, and debts tied to blood did not vanish with amnesia. He ordered Armstrong to return to the palace and continue observing the court. Prince Marius's bid for power had collapsed. The marriage alliance had failed. The promised army had never arrived. Without it, his faction weakened. Now they would wait. They would watch as the princes turned on each other. Armstrong pressed his fist to his chest in acknowledgement and mounted his horse, riding back toward a capital already trembling on the edge of civil war. Armstrong rode through the forest, vanishing between trees as two Imperial knights paused on the road, sensing movement in the dark. For a brief second, they thought someone was watching them from behind the trunks. Then the knights swallowed everything again. Inside the secluded house, Lucia pressed her palm against her temple. She said she remembered nothing. Not her past. Not even her own name. The emptiness terrified her. How could a person exist without memory? A faint sound echoed down the hallway. The door creaked open. She flinched and demanded to know who was there. Austin stepped into the room, voice low, saying it had taken time, but he had finally found her. He told her not to worry. He would take her home. Lucia instinctively retreated, telling him not to come closer. He assured her he meant no harm, that he was there to help. But the image of the knight dying before her flashed through her mind. Blood. Steel. A monster shadow. Panic consumed her. She clutched her head and screamed that she did not want to die. Austin lunged forward and covered her mouth. He drew a knife and whispered that there was no need to wake the entire neighborhood. He asked her to do him a favor. Disappear. The blade descended and stopped a breath away from her eye. Agnes stood behind him, gripping his wrist with crushing force. He said calmly that he doubted the first prince would hire someone so crude. This was not the style of the public air. So who had sent him? Were they foolish enough to meddle openly in a conflict between princes? Patrick burst through the doorway, shouting that the princess had been abandoned. Now every faction wanted her dead. Aligning with the first prince meant stepping onto unstable ground. Steel clashed. Agnes's sword moved once, deflecting Austin's counterattack and sending Lucia stumbling aside. Another strike. Patrick was knocked to the floor, a red flash bursting at the point of impact. The wall behind him cracked as one of the men crashed into it. Agnes stepped back, eyes calculating. As far as he knew, only two factions were active. Yet this felt coordinated. It seemed the other princes had formed a temporary alliance to eliminate Prince Marius first, a development he had not anticipated. Killing these two would solve nothing. More blades would follow. Mercenaries. Assassins. Endless pursuit. Princess Ashuru, Lucia, had been destined to marry Prince Marius and become Empress of Avalon. That alone made her a threat to every rival claimant. Agnes understood the risk. Keeping her beside him would paint a permanent target on his back, but discarding her would hand victory to his enemies. If the first prince was doomed to fall soon, then the board would change again. When that happened, he would shift his focus entirely. For now, the girl with no memories remained at the center of a war she could not even remember. Agnes's blade hovered above the girl's head. Lucia lay frozen beneath him, tears spilling down her cheeks as she begged him not to kill her. She said she wanted to live. Nothing more, just to live. For a moment, the room fell silent. A memory surfaced. A younger Agnes, standing in a sunlit yard, declaring to his mother that he would grow into a noble knight. He would protect the weak. He would never raise his sword against the helpless. Marion had embraced him then, smiling softly, telling him she was proud, that he would become a knight true to his convictions. The present returned like a blade across his throat. Agnes's jaw tightened. Instead of striking her, he drove his sword into the ground beside her head. The steel split the floor with a violent crack. He turned away, thinking that this was not the knight he had once dreamed of becoming. And in that moment, the weight of disappointing his mother pressed heavier than revenge ever had. Events moved without waiting for him. Prince Marius died soon after, not by Agnes's hand, but by the man who had stood closest to the throne all along. The last in line, the patient one, Marcus. With that single act, the empire shifted. His coronation marked the beginning of a reign soaked in blood. One by one, Marcus eliminated every rival. Brothers, cousins, distant relatives. Anyone carrying Britain blood was hunted down and erased. When no claimant remained, Marcus ascended the throne uncontested. Princess Ashuru was forgotten. The empire congratulated Agnes soon after. He had been granted the title of the youngest supermaster on the continent. Applause followed him as he walked through the great hall, but he ignored it. He approached the throne of House Agnes and placed his hand against his chest, telling his father he had returned. He asked how he was. Tobin sat rigidly, fist pressed against his mouth. He welcomed his son back and said he was grateful. Thanks to Agnes's achievements, the reputation of House Agnes had never been stronger. Then Tobin collapsed. Agnes rushed forward in shock as a physician with glasses explained that his father had been holding himself together by sheer willpower just to see him one final time. The blow would be heavy, but Agnes must not fall apart now. With trembling hands, Tobin passed him an envelope bearing the seal of the Imperial court. Agnes asked what this meant for the Imperial family. Tobin confirmed that a new emperor's coronation was imminent, and along with it, a proposal, an arranged marriage between House Agnes and the Imperial line. Agnes stared at the letter in disbelief. Tobin's eyes filled with tears. He said he knew what his son was thinking. But above all else, the Agnes bloodline had to survive. Whatever personal feelings remained, whatever past grievances burned, those would have to bow before duty. The empire had been weakened by the princes tearing at each other, but not enough. Not nearly enough to bring it down. Everyone who understood power could see that truth clearly. Tobin understood it best. He knew Agnes's heart burned for revenge against the Britton family, knew that the humiliation he swallowed each day was poison slowly turning into steel. But steel alone was not enough to cut down an emperor. Yes, the internal struggle had shaken the imperial throne. Yes, Marcus' authority no longer felt absolute. But Duke Agnes still lacked the strength to challenge it head-on. Agnes trained without rest, sharpening his body and will until people began calling him a superhuman titan behind closed doors. On the battlefield, he looked invincible. Among knights, he was already a legend in the making. But compared to Marcus, he was still lacking. To speak of revenge now was arrogance. To act on it would be suicide. Tobin told him the only path forward was patience. Expand the influence of House Agnes. Gather loyal men. Climb higher. Let the people see him not as a rebellious noble, but as a hero. Let them revere him the way they once revered the greatest ruler of Asgard. Win their hearts first. Power built on fear crumbles. Power built on admiration endures. Then Tobin's eyes went empty. And just like that, he was gone. Agnes closed his eyes. He did not scream. He did not rage. He simply let the tears fall in silence. Marcus had always known the Duke was waiting for a chance to strike back. If he wished, the Emperor could erase the Agnes family overnight. But Agnes's achievements kept piling up. Victories, campaigns, acts of valor. The knights idolized him. The people praised him. He became the hero of Avalon. And Marcus' own position was unstable. To eliminate Agnes outright would risk turning the people against the throne. So the Emperor chose a different blade. Marriage. He would absorb House Agnes from within. Agnes understood the trap. He also understood he lacked the strength to refuse. So he bowed. He agreed. And he waited. Waited for the day the Britton family would fall. Time passed. Vanessa gave birth to a son. But anyone with eyes could see the child did not carry Agnes's blood. Still, the celebration continued. One of the men standing beside Vanessa smiled confidently, declaring that the young master, Babel, would surely have a brilliant future. That he would grow into a brave knight like Duke Agnes. That he would surpass even the greatest masters of Avalon. Vanessa laughed softly, thanking him for the praise. She said she believed the same. When Babel inherited House Agnes, their ties with the Imperial family would only grow stronger. Agnes said nothing. With Marcus' authority backing her, Vanessa began bringing Imperial loyalists into the Agnes estate. Supporters of the Emperor filled the halls. One by one, Agnes's allies disappeared, replaced quietly, efficiently. His house was no longer his. Lucia entered carrying tea. She poured it calmly into his cup. Agnes looked at her and asked why she was still here. He had given her freedom. She could have left this sinking estate behind. She smiled gently. She said she could not abandon him. She told him she owed him her life. Twice he had stepped between her and death. Now it was her turn to stand beside him. She added, almost shyly, that she was grateful for the name he had given her. Agnes smiled faintly. He said he was glad she liked it. He lifted the cup, inhaled, and remarked that the aroma was perfect. Then he thanked her properly, calling her Lucia. In that suffocating estate filled with Imperial eyes, she was the only one who could still reach him. The irony was sharp. The blue-haired girl standing quietly at his side belonged to the Britton bloodline, yet no one suspected her noble origin. Hidden behind his simple name and servant's clothing, Lucia became his pillar against the crown. But what tied Agnes to her was not romance. It was isolation. It was the constant pressure of waiting, of calculating, of enduring humiliation while pretending loyalty. Then Armstrong burst into the office without knocking. He announced there was a serious problem. Her Highness, Lucia, was pregnant. He stammered, saying he did not understand how it happened. She had always been under supervision. Agnes did not raise his voice. He simply stated that the child was his. Armstrong froze. He asked him to repeat it. Again, calmly, Agnes confirmed it. Lucia carried his child. He then asked about the replies from the Rubrica and Ponier families. The answer was positive, but their alliance was fragile. Mutual suspicion lingered. Their coordination would not last if pressure increased. Agnes stood. He said that was enough. Trust was not built overnight. Today they doubted each other. One day their union would be the strongest in history. When that day came, he and Marcus would exchange positions. He would no longer kneel. He moved to the window. In silence he decided Lucia and the unborn child would have to endure a little longer. The torment would end soon. He would avenge his mother. He would restore his father's honor. He only needed time. Then the present arrived. Marcus looked down at him with a twisted smile and demanded his choice. Pay for his crime against Asher, or submit. Agnes knelt on one knee and declared obedience to Emperor Marcus, son of Avalon. Marcus ordered him to prove it. 200,000 soldiers would be placed under his command. He was to conquer the kingdom of Reinhard, ruled by Marcus' own son, and present the results. Only then would he earn trust. Agnes answered without hesitation. He would lay Reinhard at the emperor's feet. Marcus watched him and thought that over the years this man had lost every trace of pride. But that assumption would cost him. Marcus waved the matter aside. What mattered was that the road to Reinhard was now open. While Agnes marched west and seized the kingdom of Reinhard, Duke Trembling would strike Terra. 2 kingdoms would fall in sequence. After that, all forces would converge on the great plains of Croton, the border between the 2 powers. Agnes was to take Reinhard quickly and move there without delay. Agnes frowned, but he accepted the order. Night settled over the capital. He understood the real reason Marcus had allowed him to leave. Lucius was being held as leverage. If Agnes disobeyed, she would pay the price. But the moment he stepped into Reinhard, a so-called neutral land, he would ignite a continental war. Marcus had handed him a blade wrapped in silk. An interesting move. The door burst open. Armstrong rushed in, relieved to see him alive. He said that upon hearing the news, he came at once. But the nightly order had been ambushed on the way. Agnes's gaze sharpened. He asked if even the palace had been attacked. Armstrong shook his head. Agnes concluded that news about Lucia had leaked. She had been kidnapped. Armstrong demanded to know who could have done it. Only a handful of them knew her secret. Agnes cut him off. There was no time to chase shadows. He turned and said that the plan they had prepared for years would begin now. Armstrong hesitated. Should they not wait a little longer? No. Waiting any longer meant extinction. He ordered Armstrong to notify everyone. The meeting point would be the Great Plains of Cadon. Before Armstrong could leave, Saoirse entered. She said the rebellion must be abandoned. It would fail. Silence filled the room. Agnes asked her how far she could see with the eye of consciousness. She could not measure it precisely, but she was certain of one thing. If they marched to the plains of Croton, they would die. Shock spread among the gathered heroes. Saoirse admitted she only needed them to stand as a shield for Joshua a little longer, until her lost memories fully returned. Once that happened, everything might change. For now, rebellion was suicide. Agnes studied her quietly. The girl did not yet understand Marcus. Mercy was not part of the Emperor's rule. Retreat would not grant survival. There was no rowback. This was their only chance. The Duke gave the order without hesitation. Destroy the towers, and bring down the Emperor. Marcus understood the truth too late. He had permitted research into the undead within those facilities, believing he was controlling the outcome. Instead, someone had used that permission to undermine him from the inside. An assistant informed the Duke that Grant had advanced. He was now the first 8th-class mage on the continent. Taking the magic tower would not resemble conquering a border kingdom. It would demand far more time, far more sacrifice. Agnes only smiled. He said he had merely given them an opportunity to act decisively. Gashald added that once the Imperial forces gathered on the plains, they would encounter something entirely unforeseen. The Emperor then asked if they remembered the time before Avalon was founded. Back then, the most prosperous nation on the continent was the Kingdom of Asgard. Its last king had been close friends with the strongest swordsman of that era, a warrior feared by enemies and revered by allies. That swordsman ultimately destroyed Asgard with his own hands, killed the Emperor, and established the Empire of Avalon. That was how the coup was born. History was written by the victor. Marcus was not blind to parallels. A man seeking revenge for his mother could justify anything. If he sparked a revolution and succeeded, he would be hailed as a hero and ascend the imperial throne. But Gashalt believed the past would not repeat. That age was gone. The Magic Tower desired a different future. They wanted a new world to open, one where the entire continent would become a colony under their authority. A man requested the ruler to wait. From their sudden appearance alone, they could not eliminate Seta. Grant offered no clear answer. Scorpino's strength alone would not suffice. Grant remembered someone within the testing tower, someone trustworthy, someone capable of resolving chaos. A portal opened. Beyond it, the elven forest appeared. The Lord declared he had obtained the Stormwind Source Crystal, the artifact sustaining the World Tree. Scorpino complied with his command. The gathered heroes shouted, proposing they seize the World Tree itself. In the depths of the elven forest, space distorted. The World Tree trembled. The girl, Freya, noticed the storm above growing unstable. A man ran in, shouting that high in the sky, a gate of unknown origin was forming. The elf's expression turned pale. It was not a natural phenomenon. It was an invasion, and the portal continued to widen. Power surged across the earth like a tidal wave. Magic arrows rained down, tearing through shields as if they were paper. The ground split. Trees cracked and toppled. Branches shattered. The protective barrier of the forest disintegrated under relentless force. People ran, tried to escape before the collapse swallowed them. The Duke roared an order. Burn it all. Leave not a single blade of grass standing. Somewhere above the chaos, Cain laughed in disbelief, unable to accept that this was reality. Riding a black dragon, He felt as though he had stepped in a legend, like a knight of the ancient dragon order reborn. The girl's thoughts drifted to the dragon squad. What would become of them now? She tried to describe their leader in a single word, but none seemed enough. Joshua unfolded a letter. It was from the princess born with the eye of consciousness. As he read, fragments of memory resurfaced. Words spoken in the gorge, warnings half understood at the time. The realization struck quietly. His father would be in danger. It was inevitable. The only difference was timing. Someone asked what he was thinking about. Another brought up the deal proposed before the Masters competition. The terms were revised. Grant would remain under Joshua's authority. Joshua agreed. In return, a condition was set. The man would join the knightly order founded by Joshua's subordinate. Confusion flickered across the man's face. Then he accepted. Another role, another path forward. Joshua addressed his friend. This would be the new quarter of the Knights of the Golden Spirit. The man smiled and congratulated him. Orders were given. Everyone prepared to move. They advanced toward the elven forest with confidence. When the forest finally came into view, fear crept into the heroine's eyes. The towering world tree stood exposed, its presence no longer concealed. The dragon sensed it immediately. The barrier of the high elves had been breached. Ash bowed his head in grief, believing the disaster was his fault. A hand rested on his shoulder. He was told he was not to blame. Before departing, the team posed one final question. What was the reward for clearing the final floor of the Tower of Trials? The dragon answered that the reward would be on an entirely different level. This region held the truth of the world, not yet accessible to humanity. An ordinary person could never grasp it. But Joshua might not be ordinary. He fell silent, considering what that truth might demand in return. Joshua didn't hesitate. The moment the path opened, he chose to move first. Voices rose behind him. Hands reached out. Orders were shouted. But none of it mattered. No one could stop him. He stepped forward as if the outcome had already been decided. One of the men chased after him with a sneer, convinced this was another escape, another moment where Joshua would leave everyone behind. The rest of the team followed anyway. If he was jumping, they were jumping too. One by one, they plunged into the darkness below, vanishing into the abyss without knowing what waited at the bottom. The dragon turned to Icarus and asked why he wasn't moving. Icarus only laughed, shrugging as if none of this concerned him, claiming he was just an ordinary man. But no one believed that. Far away, in the world of the elves, the sky split apart. An explosion tore through the forest, flames swallowing ancient trees as if they were dry leaves. The invaders stood amid the chaos, laughing, asking mockingly where the so-called storm wind had gone. The entire land burned, light and heat devouring everything sacred. The elves rushed into battle, fury blazing in their eyes. They demanded to know what madness had driven these humans to such destruction. The response was laughter. Then a voice called upon the boundless energy of the sun to reduce everything to ash. Solar flare. A blinding eruption scorched the earth. An elf shot forward at incredible speed, determined to counter it. A girl gritted her teeth and moved to shield her people. The heroine raised her bow, bracing herself as explosions rolled across the forest in endless waves. The invaders didn't panic. They unleashed their full strength, another solar blast sweeping through elven territory like divine judgment. Magic collided with magic. Fire surged against the heroine's power. The air itself seemed to fracture as spells layered over spells. An elf unleashed a concentrated surge of energy, firing it directly at the attackers. Every defender fought with the same resolve, to drive these invaders out or die trying. One of the men smirked and casually declared that fourth and fifth-class mages had already fallen to him. A duke stepped forward, smiling as if this were a game, saying that such resistance was meaningless and that surrender would save them unnecessary pain. The elf answered with unwavering resolve. She would shatter their fighting spirit, even if it cost her everything. The heroine understood her own strength. By human standards, she stood at the level of a superhuman. But the man watching her began to reconsider everything he thought he knew about elves. Kind and innocent, that illusion burned away with the forest. Joshua's voice cut through the chaos, asking which among them had mastered the blessing of the high elves. At the same time, it was revealed that elven boys had been abducted, fuel for something far darker. The heroine moved like a streak of light, shifting directions so quickly her afterimages blurred. The man laughed again, claiming his body-strengthening magic far surpassed hers. The invaders kept smiling, as if this battlefield belonged to them. Through clenched teeth, the girl drew her bowstring back. The arrow formed beside the duke's body, humming with layered magic. He sidestepped, confident, yet the projectile curved, unfolding midair. He felt it then, the runic language woven into its structure. Complex, unfamiliar, dangerous. The arrow slammed into his shield. For the first time, fear crept into his eyes. Joshua laughed coldly. She had pierced simple defensive magic with ease, which meant one thing. She had lied about merely being at a superhuman level. The elf understood there would be no more restraint, no more measured exchanges. If she held back now, everything would be lost. She moved. Arrows came from every direction. Left, right, above, behind. Each infused with layered runes and compressed mana. The Duke only smiled. He snapped his fingers once. Magic bloomed like invisible threads across the air. Every arrow shattered mid-flight, splintering into harmless fragments before they could touch him. The girl stared in disbelief. That shouldn't have been possible. But the Duke, Evergrande, knew something she did not. 8th class magic did not simply overpower. It rewrote. It stood beyond the logic of ordinary combat. That was the difference between a superhuman and a star. Joshua's voice cut through the chaos, telling her to stop. Too late. The elf dropped to one knee, breath uneven. The Duke stepped closer and asked calmly where the storm wind was hidden. She lifted her head and told him to kill her instead. He smiled. Mind control magic spread like a silent mist, sinking into her consciousness. She fought, but her thoughts began to fracture. Images surfaced against her will. A source crystal, its location, its resonance. The Duke's eyes gleamed. He understood everything. His boots lifted slightly off the ground as his aura surged. Once he obtained the Stormwind, he would break past the 8th class boundary. 9th level, beyond stars. With that power, he could even surpass a dragon. Madness flickered in his gaze. And then, Joshua stepped between them. He looked at Grant and smiled faintly, said that he wasn't the master of the Stormwind. Not truly. At the summit of the 9 stars, another star shone brighter than the rest. The Great Star, a title no one had ever conquered. Grant understood instantly. If he captured the Stormwind, that summit could be his. Yet the magician couldn't comprehend something far simpler. Why Joshua hadn't already claimed it for himself. Explosions continued to tear across the territory, flames rolling through what remained of the forest. Joshua watched Grant's ambition with something close to amusement. Grant asked him directly if he didn't want wealth, fame, glory. Joshua answered that none of it mattered. Grant remembered something once said about him, that there are beings whose very existence is a threat to the world. Joshua was one of them. Grant laughed, calling him a danger to humanity. Joshua replied calmly that if he wanted fame and fortune, he would have taken them long ago. They were never his goal. The only thing he valued was something far simpler. His comrades, the ones he chose to protect. The air shifted. Joshua decided it was time to show him something. Grant declared confidently that he would defeat even the so-called invincible weapon, the very power that once crushed every enemy of the Empire. He insisted Joshua was speaking nonsense. Joshua didn't argue. He simply prepared to prove him wrong. The hero made his decision. If raw power refused to be contained, then it would be sealed. He began redirecting every strand of mana into a single ancient tree at the heart of the elven forest. His allies moved instantly, channeling streams of energy into its trunk. The bark glowed, veins of light spreading upward through its branches until the entire tree pulsed like a living star. The men smiled. This was the true end. And then, the ground ruptured. Explosions erupted from beneath the roots. A figure rushed forward through smoke and splintered wood. The team shouted Joshua's name as shock rippled across the battlefield. Grant frowned. The mana should have been sealed by now. Joshua answered calmly that his mages were dying. That was why. A gale of razor-edged hail tore across the clearing. The entire team reacted on instinct, countering spells, reinforcing barriers, stabilizing formations. One of the men charged at Grant, demanding to know what he had done with the old Tower Lord. Grant only smiled. Why preserve someone who might become a future obstacle? Fire surged around Joshua as he advanced. Grant's confidence faltered for a fraction of a second. Power brushed across his face, close enough to burn. Joshua said evenly that if the old Tower Lord was gone, then he would kill him in his place. Grant touched his cheek, where heat had grazed skin, and claimed the attack succeeded only because he had relaxed his guard. Joshua remembered his promise not to interfere in their so-called madhouse. Grant warned that they would regret this. Joshua understood something simple. Decisions could change when circumstances did. The battlefield tightened. No more delays. Grant mocked him, reminding everyone that Joshua was only a 7th class mage. For a brief time, perhaps, he could imitate higher magic, but imitation was not supremacy. Power flooded Grant's body. He smiled as 3 massive twin cyclones formed across the territory, spiraling into the sky. Everything around them began to detonate under the pressure. Grant believed Joshua could never comprehend the true weight of an 8th grade spell. A seal spread across the land like invisible ink soaking into paper. Joshua felt it gathering in his hand. Grant grinned and admitted that this time, it actually hurt. The crystal appeared in his grasp. Joshua stared at it for a fraction of a second, then decided to return its magic to where it belonged. Energy roared outward, eclipsing the entire territory in blinding radiance. The team looked toward the tree in horror as cracks splintered through the crystal surface. The elves tried to reach their lady, but no signal responded. Everything was unraveling. Hands closed around the crystal. Grant laughed, believing he had finally secured it. Joshua's voice cut through the chaos. He told Grant that he had destroyed another's home. That alone guaranteed judgment. Heavenly punishment awaited him. Grant stiffened. He knew one thing. No mortal mage could withstand the will of the heavens. Joshua smiled. Even now, even after everything, he knew one thing with certainty. He would still stand above him. Grant kept drawing in magic, layers upon layers wrapping around his body like armor. Joshua told him to look carefully and decide for himself who was truly stronger. Grant found it amusing, then confusing. That level of pride should not have existed in someone beneath him. The land began to detonate again. Lights swallowed the battlefield. Branches snapped violently, hurled through the air as if the forest itself were being uprooted. The ground shimmered, cracked, and sparked under unbearable pressure. Joshua asked calmly if Grant doubted his power. Grant could not understand how this was possible. Joshua answered plainly. He was someone whose very existence threatened the world. 6th-level spear technique. Wind spear. True magic ignited. The entire territory turned white. Grant felt it then. A force beyond the structure of ordinary ranks. For a fleeting instant, he believed he had grasped something divine. And then, his body fell. The abyss opened beneath him. He stared in disbelief as he realized how insignificant the end of this life felt. He screamed, not from defeat, but from pain that refused to fade. He looked down. His body had split in half. Yet he still lived. Grant could not comprehend what had been done to him, or why death would not claim him. Joshua knew the crystal possessed more than one authority, more than one law. Grant shouted for him to stop speaking nonsense. Joshua only kept smiling. For a long moment, he studied Grant and finally understood him completely. He was never meant to remain a dog beneath another's command. He would never accept chains. For his ambition, he would burn nations without hesitation. Joshua knew Grant's dream clearly. Become emperor. Unite the continent. Forge a new magical empire under his own name. Grant's jaw tightened. The plan had always been obvious to those who could see it. But Gashal had ignored it. The emperor intended to use Grant, then discard him once convenient. Everyone believed they were manipulating the other. In the end, the emperor would fall. Someone else would ascend. Joshua understood that such a future required a third force, one hidden in plain sight. Not an organization, a single person, stronger than all of them. Soon, that presence would step out from the shadows, and every carefully built scheme would collapse. Grant staggered away. Joshua watched him without hostility. Grant said that Joshua was still just an ordinary man. Joshua did not deny it. He simply stood there, knowing that ordinary men do not reshape the world. Yet somehow, he already had. The boy said that no matter how exceptional Joshua became, he was still bound to the wheel of fate that turned this world. Joshua understood why he said it. Imperial blood. Grant believed lineage itself was destiny. Joshua considered his next move in silence. Grant continued, saying the bonds within the Imperial family were far more tangled than Joshua imagined. He claimed Joshua would never obtain the power he sought. Then he asked for it to end, said nothing more could be extracted from him, told Joshua to kill him. Joshua was genuinely surprised. Grant was surrendering his life without hesitation. Grant shouted that their values were different. He would never become undead like Joshua. Joshua answered calmly that he had something prepared specifically for him. He thought carefully about what kind of death would be most fitting. Then the spear in his hand whispered. Grant stiffened. He heard it. He couldn't understand how a weapon could speak. The spear seemed just as surprised that Grant could perceive its voice. It told Joshua to take only the soul. Grant demanded to know what they were planning. Death Knights began to advance, their armor scraping against shattered earth. Joshua explained that even if the body perished, the soul did not vanish. It lingered, bound. Grant himself had proven it. Without consent, he had summoned souls, forged Death Knights, twisted spirits to his will. Joshua could do the same. Grant screamed for him to simply kill him. Joshua laughed softly and said farewell. Magic struck. Grant was thrown aside as invisible force tore through him. He screamed as power flooded his eyes, burrowed into his core, filled every fragment of his being. The level of the vessel was different. What was being summoned would not be ordinary. Joshua understood that clearly. The air shifted. The summoned presence answered. Voices behind Joshua congratulated him. Someone declared that the king of liches now belonged to him. The world tree cracked down the middle. Ash drifted from its shattered crown into the abyss below. A magic sphere floated free, and a girl caught it, staring in disbelief. Ash looked at the broken world tree in silent horror. Ash raised his voice and declared it finished. The boys stood uncertain, unsure how to help anymore. The elves returned to their master. They thanked him for enduring humiliation, for sacrificing himself for decades so they could survive. Freya answered that the magician had already told them everything and had guided them exactly where they needed to go. The elves stepped forward and said they would rebuild this land together. The Lord of Mana stood silent, unable to answer. Joshua lifted his eyes to the sky and called for the dragon. The ancient black dragon understood at once. The time had come to step out from the shadow of the world tree and walk beneath the sun. An elf's voice trembled as he realized the truth. Without the world tree, their people would lose their shield. A portal tore open, and two silhouettes emerged. One carried a chest. Every elf dropped to one knee, bowing before the black dragon, the great lord of mana. The dragon saw clearly what the others could not. The elf had lived in chains for decades. Joshua heard the promise spoken aloud. Once he left this place, he could finally build the free elven alliance he had always dreamed of. Joshua told him not to waste this moment. The warriors answered first. They would be the founding members of that organization. Joshua's voice cut through the air. Anyone who laid a hand on the elves would answer to him. The Lord of Mana could not respond. The elves understood then. This was a hero standing before them. The warriors understood something else. At their peak, none here could defeat them. Then the girl tightened her grip on the magic orb. She felt it before anyone else. Something catastrophic had already begun. The heroine's face paled. According to the calendar, the Continental War had started. Another figure stepped through the portal. Agnes looked across the elves and the gathered warriors. Everyone had believed the Emperor would ignite the war. They were wrong. The first spark came from civil war within the Holy Empire, in the Hubald Empire, before the Great Temple of Hermes. Lily stared into the distance. Cardinal told her they would not fall. A command was given to evacuate the people. Sebastian understood what his father wanted: peace. Jactor demanded to know why he had hidden while everything collapsed. The man answered without shame. While Jactor was gone, he had done nothing but hide. Sebastian felt it clearly now. War was no longer a rumor. The warriors realized their arrogance had brought them here. Anger burned, but no answer came. They all remembered the student who still hovered between life and death. If they marched into war now, the cost would be brutal. Jactor roared for the army to withdraw. The man only smiled. Jactor's voice thundered again. Draw your swords. Sebastian stepped forward and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The warriors charged without hesitation. Heroes clashed against heroes. Knights carved through bodies without mercy. Healers rushed in behind them, sacred light pouring from their hands, restoring the fallen. The wounded rose again. Jactor saw the truth instantly. Sacred power was lethal to the undead, but against living men, it only prolonged the slaughter. It allowed them to endure, to stand back up, to keep fighting. With his new aura, that advantage meant nothing. He raised his hand and directed the force with absolute certainty. The heroes were forced back, retreating into the sky as waves of magic swept across the entire battlefield. No one understood what kind of overwhelming power had just been unleashed. The warriors urged one another forward. Sebastian shouted that he would grant them his blessing. Light descended. The heroes tried to restore every fallen soldier. Their bodies began to glow brilliantly. Fear spread across their faces. The warriors did not flinch. Jactor watched with a faint smile as men died and rose again, only to fall once more. The knights surged forward. Then the impossible happened. Lily stepped into the path of a descending aura blade and stopped it with her bare hand. Shock froze the battlefield. Lily screamed. The heroine did not retreat. She continued fighting, unwavering. Blessings were cast upon her. The heroes stared in disbelief as a massive tiger-shaped spell tore through the air toward the warriors. The ground split. Structures collapsed. The sky trembled. The heroes withdrew, exhausted, their bodies trembling. None of them had ever witnessed such an aura. Sebastian looked at the man beside him and asked if this was the result of training. Jactor laughed. While others had been training successors, he had been forging himself. True aura flowed from him. The power advanced without resistance. Flashes ignited across the territory. The light intensified. Smoke swallowed the horizon. Everything crumbled. Lilies realized the scale of the disaster. These two forces were like colliding stars. If they were not stopped, nothing would remain. The heroine screamed for it to end. Sebastian warned the man that he did not understand the full situation. If this continued, the destruction would only spread. Jactor's voice thundered back. An empire built on blood would fall in blood. The man understood what they truly were. Hypocrites preaching peace while standing on graves. Explosions tore through the land one after another. Lily saw the inevitable truth. Neither side would stop until one was destroyed. She could not escape alone. Her father's final words echoed in her mind. If everything fell apart, only she could mend it. The knights roared and lunged forward, shouting to seize her. Lilies grabbed her father's arm and shouted for him to come with her. He finally understood the limit of his body. His stamina was nearly gone. If someone had to hold the line, it would be him. He told her he would stop them with his own strength. Lilies clenched her teeth. The heroine turned and ran. Marcus stood calmly, absorbing the reports. The Emperor's supporters had won the civil war. Hubalt would soon mobilize its army and march. He measured the situation coldly. The Knight of the Gods and the Lord of hand-to-hand combat were evenly matched. Their clash would not end quickly. The man laughed and revealed something far more dangerous. The entire military force of the Avalon Empire, led by the Black Spirit Agnes, was assembling on the plain of Croton. An eagle circled high above. Lucifer glanced upward and wondered if they were visible from the heavenly world. At the border between the Swallow Empire and the Thran Kingdom, Imar muttered that if angels were truly watching, there would be no sinners left on earth. Lucifer only laughed and ordered him to remain in position until commanded. Then he ran, savoring his freedom. A horse thundered toward the fortress of Bern at the border of the Thran Kingdom. Knights shouted for the gates to open for the messenger. Before the doors could rise, arrows pierced the rider. More shafts followed, cutting down men where they stood. A figure remained on the field, smiling. The surviving knights rushed to Duke Uravis and reported that the Swallow army had invaded without declaring war. Uravis turned away, displeasure written across his face. March, year 725 of the Continental Calendar. In Hubalt, the Emperor's supporters secured victory in the Civil War. Not long after, intelligence regarding the Avalon Empire's hidden preparations for continental conquest reached the Swallow Empire. Lucifer seized the moment. He launched a sudden assault on the Thran Kingdom, the thorn that had long obstructed him. Within a month, Thran collapsed. Months later, the Black Spirit Agnes led Avalon's forces, broke through Reinhardt, and captured it. With that, Avalon secured a decisive geographical advantage in the Continental War. But Swallow and Hubalt were not blind. Aware of Avalon's secret ambitions, they forged an alliance. While Agnes occupied Reinhardt, their combined armies advanced toward the plain of Croton. Joshua received word. He was advised to return to Reinhardt immediately. The team understood. There was no alternative. Icarus made the decision. They would go back to Reinhardt and show the continent exactly who had returned. They needed to prove who the true heir to the throne was. One of them proposed returning to the Magic Tower. Not every magician had followed Grant. There were still forces that could tip the balance. But moving between three empires now was suicide. The roads were soaked in blood, and the skies watched by enemies. They calculated the field. 5 stars at most. And that was without counting the hidden masters and the superhumans who never revealed themselves until it was too late. Joshua said nothing. A father stepping into his son's struggle was natural. That was all. The boy received a ring of light. No one believed it had been inherited. Power like that was taken, not passed down. Agnes stared forward. Someone stood across from the Duke. The air itself felt heavy. Joshua remained silent for several seconds. Then he spoke. He was going to Reinhardt. The team exchanged looks and smiled. They would follow. The heroes turned to the Black Dragon and asked if he would join them. The ancient being answered calmly. He could not interfere in the affairs of the middle world. Joshua smiled. The Continental War the Emperor had desired for so long ignited on the plain of Cardin, not far from Reinhardt. 3 nations collided in a brutal, fated clash. Hundreds of thousands perished. History would never forget that battlefield. Duke Agnes was struck by 3 stars at once. Their confrontation shook the continent. The Black Spirit of Avalon, whose glory had once blinded his enemies, fell. The Emperor's design unfolded perfectly. Agnes and his closest allies were meant to die there. The knights understood. The Black Spirit had fallen. Panic spread. Armies fled. But fate shifted. The late Absolute appeared. The true king of Reinhardt, Joshua Sanders. 2 allied empires moved to seize Reinhardt, yet they were stopped by one man. Their advance broke against him. That was the day Joshua ended the Continental War. For the people of the continent, he became the hero of heroes. His spear pierced the earth, standing upright as a symbol. From that moment, they called him the King of Heroes. Then, without warning, the Emperor vanished. The throne of Avalon stood empty. Something unseen began to struggle for control of the future crown. The first prince and the second prince turned their blades on each other. The First Enturian War began. Avalon weakened under internal strife. Hubalt seized the opportunity and marched again. Swallow, abandoning the alliance treaty, attacked Hubalt's borders. The spark that once seemed extinguished flared back to life. A new continental war erupted. 3 years passed. Lurheim, in the Swallow Empire, near the harbor aquarium, rare sea delicacies were displayed, creatures that could only be caught in deep waters. The market was crowded. 3 years had reshaped everything. The black market in particular had grown bold, refined, almost fearless. The warriors moved through the stalls and saw what had changed. If the King of Heroes had remained here, none of this would exist in the open. His absence had given merchants courage. Whispers followed them. No one knew where Joshua had vanished. A trader shouted that he carried extraordinary goods. Curtains were pulled aside. Inside stood the most beautiful merchandise in the world, elves. They appeared young, but by human measure they had lived nearly a century. Disgust crossed the man's face. The warriors remembered Joshua's words clearly. Anyone who touched the elves would die. They moved immediately. No one understood what the hero intended, but when elves were involved, hesitation did not exist. Cain stepped forward to settle matters first, intending to resolve it before others intervened. The situation exploded. Cries rang out as blades were drawn. The hero shouted at the elves to run. Armed men surrounded the exits. Hands were seized. Routes blocked. The knight drew his sword. One of the warriors placed himself between the captors and the elves, refusing to yield. Massive gates began to descend. Within seconds, Every exit was sealed. An assistant reported to the king that all fortress gates were locked. No one would escape. Far away, Lucifer sat upon his throne. He had heard that Odin and the blessed night had appeared. He believed it was not coincidence. Imar asked what he meant. Lucifer smiled and began speaking of Joshua. Had Imar seen him with his own eyes? The man answered calmly. On the day Duke Agnes, the Black Spirit, fell, Joshua appeared on the plain and destroyed an army of 100,000 alone. Imar had witnessed it himself. No one who saw that day could forget it. Lucifer understood something crucial. Even after 3 years of silence, fear of Joshua still lingered. The man admitted it openly. Everyone feared him. Imar stated that even if the king of heroes returned, he would not threaten them. Lucifer disagreed. The only way to know was to clash and measure strength directly. Orders were given. Capture the knights. Find Joshua's location. Lucifer turned to Imar and asked what role he intended to play in what was coming next. The man couldn't process what he was seeing. None of it made sense. Orders were given, and Imar chose to carry them out without hesitation. Then a voice cut through the noise of the hall. 30,000. The lot was sold for 30,000 gold. Gasps rippled through the crowd, but the auction didn't pause. Within seconds, the next item was unveiled. Cloth was pulled away from the rack, and a spear was presented before the heroes. A silence fell. Whispers spread that the master had forged it before his death. That alone was enough to shake the room. The auctioneer only smiled and declared that in this era, a spear was no longer just a soldier's weapon. It was legacy. It was power. Knights in full regalia stood among the bidders, eyes fixed on the prize. Zero smirked, commenting that at least his outfit suited a place like this. The hero turned away. Icarus gave a faint smile and admitted she was tired of hiding. Zero understood. With a presence like hers, concealment was a losing game. They moved through the hall, blending into the current of nobles and mercenaries. Icarus remarked that people often fail to notice what stands right beneath their noses. Zero knew what that meant. He had a job, a client. Even here, even now, he would sell what needed to be sold. Icarus remembered the owner, never retreating, never hesitating, regardless of the enemy's strength. That decisiveness had shaped everything. The bidding resumed. 20,000 gold. The man raised his number calmly. Then Icarus lifted her hand. 100,000. The hall froze. Heads turned. Confusion, disbelief, calculation. Every expression surfaced at once. The auctioneer wasted no time. Sold. The spear now belonged to her. Applause followed, along with congratulations offered to the lady bold enough to claim it. Icarus remained composed. The owner's birthday was approaching. As his advisor, preparation was not optional. A voice ordered space to be cleared. Men stepped forward, blocking the path. The situation shifted instantly. The hero understood there was no value in delay. One of the men lunged, only to be met with a burst of sparks and a gust of wind as Ward intercepted. Around the fairgrounds, movement scattered. One man broke away, trying to slip through the chaos. The hero caught him before he could vanish. The man realized immediately that reaching Icarus would only multiply his problems. She stood beside Cain, already aware that this incident meant more work ahead. The captive looked at her in shock. Icarus stepped forward and asked to embrace him. The man clenched his teeth, trying to understand how things had spiraled this far. Moments later, the heroes departed, unaware that someone had disappeared in the confusion. Icarus decided pursuit was unnecessary. The hall had emptied. She turned to the man beside her and asked how he was holding up. The hero saw clearly. She had changed, not just in skill, but in presence. Magic surged outward, pressure swallowing the air itself. Panic erupted. Voices collided as people screamed for escape. The structure trembled, beams splitting as the building began to give way. Icarus collapsed. The man moved first, shielding the heroine, refusing to let her interfere. Cain noticed Imar, the house advisor, standing behind the hero. Power converged, violent and focused, rushing straight at the man. The hero made his decision without hesitation. He would take it. Magic forced its way into his body. Every surge pierced through him. Flesh tore. Bone cracked. The force shredded him from within. He stared ahead, unable to comprehend the scale of it. His entire frame was broken, blood soaking through what remained. 3 years ago, the Continental War reshaped the world. From its ashes rose heroes, figures who lifted the Swallow Empire and the Hubalt Empire into dominance. Bloody Sky Litzer, master of hand-to-hand combat. The enigmatic leader who seized a fallen kingdom and unified it under one banner. And at the pinnacle of them, all stood Joshua Sanders. His path had always been lined with triumph. Victory followed him like a shadow. Even if the end was cruel, the legend endured. Countless lives were lost in that war. Yet even more heroes revealed themselves to the world. Imar demanded to know where the king of heroes stood now. The knight gave no answer. He remained where he was, shielding the girl as the power continued to flood forward. The aura pressed on. The body before them was crushed beyond recognition. Someone shouted for the hero to look up. A blinding radiance descended and seized him, dragging him into its brilliance. Imar realized then that they were all gathered here. Too many variables. Too much interference. Force alone would not be enough. The heroes refused to falter. Energy surged through them. The entire territory radiated with magic so dense it distorted perception. Imar understood something crucial. He could not win through raw strength alone. The hero knew the same truth. Power was not limited to muscle or blade. The knight searched for another answer. Imar laughed, declaring this to be true aura, not a simple enhancement, but a refined technique capable of shaping energy into any desired form. A voice cut through the chaos, warning the hero to remain silent. From the side, a girl leapt forward, shouting that he was not the only one capable of wielding it. The knight launched upward. Force exploded outward. Magic tore across the entire territory, like a storm unleashed. The sword ignited, saturated with magic so dense it distorted the air around it. Imar narrowed his eyes immediately. This power was different. Not sacred. Not divine. This was something else. True aura. The knight's presence shifted, heavier, sharper, refined into something deliberate. The hero recognized the danger at once. Facing two opponents from above would not be simple. The pressure alone was enough to fracture weaker wills. Then it happened again. That voice. The old man's voice. Clear. Real. Not imagination. Not illusion. The hero understood then that he had truly heard it. This was no trick of stress or memory. A bitter thought crossed his mind. This matter should have been entrusted to someone else. Someone better suited for it. Imar adjusted instantly. If direct confrontation carried risk, then deception would suffice. He would feign weakness. He would request aid from Emperor Lucifer, who was still within reach. The knight stiffened at the thought. Lucifer should have remained within Swallow territory. His presence here distorted the balance entirely. A strange current of magic swept across the land, subtle yet suffocating. Imar evaluated the shift and decided retreat was now viable. On the ground, Icarus coughed violently, struggling to rise. The man nearby only smiled faintly, stating he enjoyed seeing expressions twist under pressure. Yet what truly interested Imar was the master's reaction. He searched for it. He wanted to see that same hunger for blood reflected back at him. The force intensified. Explosions tore through the territory in violent succession. Stone shattered. Ground ruptured. One knight roared for evacuation. Another demanded they complete their objective before leaving. They aligned without hesitation. Combined strength. Suppress Imar. Withdraw together. The hero laughed. Today would be their death. A shadow blotted out the sky. A dragon descended, its roar splitting the air. Every warrior felt it, the overwhelming weight of its power. And then another dragon emerged, colliding with the first in a violent clash of scaled fury. Two legendary beasts tearing into one another. Imar's composure cracked for a fraction of a second. The Duke had manifested a dragon, the ancient symbol of cruelty and malice itself. That was no trivial summoning. A voice answered the knight's earlier doubt. They had not come to Herheim merely for reconnaissance. They came searching for Joshua, hands clasped in silent agreement. The heroes withdrew, leaving part of the battlefield to their teacher. The man stated calmly that he would return once the master stood beside them again. Until then, caution was mandatory. He had waited for this convergence. Imar had no intention of allowing escape. Not now. The man observing understood something critical. They were not the ones bound hand and foot. The situation was far from one-sided. The two forces inched toward collision once more. Imar could not comprehend it. During the war, that man had fled. Now he stood here as though nothing had ever happened. Elsewhere, inside an abandoned structure, weapons were drawn. The group discovered a concealed passage. Without hesitation, they entered. The notes in their possession proved invaluable. Without them, the labyrinth would have trapped them indefinitely. Icarus admitted she had only heard rumors of the gathering. Concrete information was scarce. Spies had ensured nothing definitive ever spread beyond whispers. She searched for the last traces of the owner, but nothing solid remained. Icarus stated she had heard nothing further. The girl's fear was simple. Another bloodstain might surface, another loss they were not prepared for. The knights dismissed that fear. For years, he and his companion had crossed the continent, refining their swordsmanship, tempering themselves in real battle. He was not someone who would fall easily. The hero understood that truth. That man would not lose so simply. Icarus realized they carried far more knowledge than they revealed. There was no reason for panic. The hero knew this path was his alone. The knight understood something even deeper. True aura would eventually be his to command. Not borrowed, not inherited, mastered. A state capable of shattering even manifested aura itself. Absolute power. With that strength, he would protect the owner no matter the cost. A portal began to form before them. Instinctively, everyone braced for a trap. Tension spiked. A voice demanded to know how much longer he intended to sleep. The hero opened his eyes slowly, acknowledging he required clarity before acting. Within the portal stood Agnes. The man observed each face in silence. Lucifer recognized what hung in the air. Every individual present carried a separate ambition. No one stood here without purpose. The hero said nothing. His sword pierced the ground beside him. Joshua made his decision. He would step forward and erase whatever stood in his path. Another portal expanded. The knights exchanged glances. It made no sense. They had followed the map precisely. There should have been no deviation. Lilies emerged from the distortion, calm and composed. She confirmed they had reached the correct location. Relief crossed the heroine's face at the sight of the gathered knights. Time was limited. She would speak only what mattered. They had found traces of Joshua. He had been seen inside the test tower. Long ago, they had embedded a mark there within hyperspace itself. Anyone who entered the magic circle could transition directly to that point. The knights immediately rejected the idea of being guided step by step. They demanded direct access to the test tower. Lilies understood the risk. Extraction from here was nearly impossible. If information leaked, none of them would come within reach of the tower again. That was precisely why she had summoned them to this isolated place. Her thoughts extended beyond the present. Swallow and Hubble would move against her Heim again. She needed clarity on their intentions before that conflict reignited. Icarus pieced it together. That explained why Bloody Sky Lucifer was stationed in her Heim, to counter Hubalt's next assault. The possibility formed in her mind. Another alliance could be forged. Lilies reached her conclusion. The search for Joshua would begin immediately. They had to move before the bloody wind swept across the continent again. Everyone understood one thing. Avalon would not stand idle. The prince's war had dragged on for 3 years, draining the empire to the brink of collapse. Internal struggle had hollowed the throne from within. If an opportunity to end it surfaced, Avalon would seize it. The knights refused to delay. They headed straight for the test tower. Lilies added one more revelation. The missing fourth prince had resurfaced in Avalon. The hero's gaze sharpened. She continued. Someone of overwhelming strength was backing him. That alone shifted the equation. The group chose to prioritize this development. Still, their objective remained unchanged. Find the master. If they could reach him, answers would follow. They believed they would see Joshua again. And when they did, they intended to learn everything he had gained in their absence. Lilies wished them fortune. The group assembled atop the magic sphere. A final exchange, half jest, half resolve. If fate refused reunion in this life, then the next. Light consumed them. They vanished. Elsewhere, the city lay in ruins. Imar remained on the ground, exhausted. In his mind, he measured the clash. He and the teacher had stood on equal footing. Yet the hero recognized something crucial. Imar had not even invoked his special elemental magic. If he claimed restraint as justification, it would only expose weakness. True power was meant to remain concealed. The hero answered bluntly. He had used it. Lucifer's thoughts turned elsewhere. Someone intimately familiar with her Heim was guiding events from the shadows. The conclusion formed quickly. The Moongate. Its primary branch was stationed here, at the Tower of Trials. The knights anticipated swarms of monsters within. Instead, something fell off. They sprinted through the forest, driven by one hope, that the owner truly awaited them. A figure stood among the trees. Joshua. The knights rushed forward, demanding to know what had transpired over these 3 lost years. Questions overlapped, urgency unfiltered. Then Icarus spoke. This was not her owner. Her owner did not carry such hollow, lifeless eyes. The knights hesitated. Time to distort perception. Perhaps absence had changed him. The man said nothing. Joshua had chosen to stand before them, yet his silence was heavier than hostility. Fear crept in. A voice cut through the tension. This being was no longer what they remembered. It was called a devil. Demonic energy flooded the forest. The knights understood immediately. High-level demons stood before them. The hero felt it first. A shift in the air, a weight pressing against his lungs. The demonic energy wasn't random. It was gathering around the spear, around its owner. And then it became clear. A message had been left behind. He tightened his grip and demanded answers. The spear responded coldly. Joshua was not here. For a moment, silence swallowed everything. The hero stood there, mind racing, unable to decide the next move. Then the boy spoke. If their master had endured this trial last year, now it was his turn. The demonic energy exploded outward, flooding the territory in a violent surge. The knights screamed in fury, demanding the boy be returned. Their voices meant nothing. The demon's voice echoed instead, commanding him to survive. That was all that mattered. 3 years. That was enough time for weak nations to collapse. Avalon proved it. The empire didn't fall in a single night. It rotted from within. Duke Agnes was dead. The emperor vanished without warning. The duke who was called the Emperor of the Sword gone. Those two had been the mountain ranges that held Avalon upright. Once they disappeared, the empire sealed its borders and turned inward. Power struggles ignited. Princes circled each other like starving wolves. One prince, Kisser, believed the exhausting conflict would soon end. Ari corrected him without hesitation. If it was to end, more blood had to be spilled. Ari smiled thinly. The second prince needed to be removed. The boy understood the weight of that statement. Killing blindly would only destroy what little remained. Then visitors began to arrive. Among them stood the fourth prince, Kaizen. He wasted no time. Straight to the point. But confusion spread through the room. Why had he returned? Did he expect gratitude? His arrival stirred disappointment, not relief. The hero's eyes were cold. Trust? After he had run? Caesar asked what he needed to do to earn it. No one answered at first. The looks alone made it clear. Recognition was all he wanted. He thought a single display of loyalty would change everything. The hero saw through it. Moving him on the board would be easy. No one would believe the fourth prince capable of betrayal. That was his advantage. Still, trust did not come easily. The hero admitted it without shame. He did not trust people. He calculated. He measured. Then he acted. Another move formed in his mind. A proposal of reconciliation. A brilliant repositioning. The prince's temper flared, and he ordered him to leave. Caesar stopped at the door and asked one last question. Were they certain they could handle what was coming? The hero answered calmly. Information had arrived. Hubalt and Spur were preparing to form an alliance. The prince dismissed it as madness. Caesar did not waver. This was no rumor. It was the alignment of two dominant forces, the bloody sky and the sovereign of hand-to-hand supremacy, moving in coordination with the United Kingdoms and smaller states. Consolidation first, supremacy later. Once united, they would carve the continent apart. Avalon might be ignored for now, or might be erased as an inconvenience. The room grew heavier. The prince had no counter-argument. He understood the logic. Silence became his only defense. Caesar stepped forward again. He had not come alone. He had brought someone important. Gestalt entered. Eyes followed him immediately. The prince demanded answers about what happened 3 years ago when he and his father vanished. Gestalt did not attempt excuses. There were none. Instead, he presented a proposal. Caesar would formally acknowledge the emperor's death. All aristocrats of Avalon would be summoned. A state funeral would be declared. Everything had shifted. The feud between princes had to end quickly. A continental war was approaching, and divided bloodlines would not survive it. The prince restrained himself. Acting recklessly now would destroy what little control remained. The hero, however, saw something else. A funeral. Every noble gathered in one place. The perfect stage for a massacre. His laughter cut through the tension. Caesar did not argue further. Decisions required time. He withdrew. The prince's fury erupted the moment he left. His blade stabbed into the ground as shouts echoed through the city. The black spirit of Avalon had fallen. The army roared that all enemies would die by their hands. Then the hero understood. This was the test the spear had met. The day of the master's disappearance had returned. The knight believed he could crush it easily. He charged. The army advanced without hesitation, confident in their numbers. Steel clashed. Bodies collided. The knight shouted, pushing forward. Yet the tide did not break. The soldiers kept coming. This would not be simple. Something rested high within a tree, observing. Whispers spread. What trial was the hero facing? The spear turned to Iera and demanded payment for its information. The girl did not hesitate. As long as they regained their master, she would offer anything. The spear asked what she believed had happened. Why had Joshua been sent elsewhere? A bargain formed. She would grant the weapon what it desired. In return, it would reveal the truth. The spear's voice lowered. Joshua's mind had been unstable. His strength had shattered. Most of his power was gone. And, in the middle world, there was no one left capable of protecting him. No one in this world could truly harm him. That was the truth. But 3 years ago, time itself had frozen for the hero. The girl demanded clarity. Enough riddles. The spear answered without emotion. Joshua knew they would search for him in the tower. He knew the continent would drown in endless war. He foresaw it all. The only variable was speed. The faster this test was completed, the sooner they would see him again. And yes, the spear knew where he was. A place called the Fallen Empire of Avalon. Joshua had gone there. The boy's teeth ground together. A broken sound escaped him as he dropped to one knee. He forced the words out. He was fine. Just let him wake up. Be patient. He would recover him. Icarus stared in disbelief, demanding to know what had happened. Cain's voice hardened. He addressed the spear directly. Was it true? Had their lord endured something like this alone? Behind them, Lugia watched silently. The boy snapped. No games. Answer clearly. The spear responded coldly. It lacked the strength to show them the full truth of that day. They should be grateful Joshua had returned alive at all. The boy's glare sharpened. Icarus stepped forward, arms spread slightly, as if bracing the air itself. She acknowledged his pain, but demanded answers. What happened to their master? Cain lowered his gaze, recalling the day 3 years earlier. Before they reached Reinhard, Joshua had left without warning. He said he would change the future. Icarus remembered it clearly. He had acted as though he knew the exact sequence of events. She sensed recklessness in him, but did not stop him. Cain continued. He failed to prevent Duke Agnes' death. She corrected him. The Emperor had moved first. It had been a calculated plan to eliminate the Duke. Joshua foresaw the major currents, but not the finer details. And no one could have stopped it alone. The boy looked up sharply. That was what everyone believed. But they were wrong. The girl's expression shifted when she heard the next truth. The united forces of Hubalt and Swallow had once been halted, not by a coalition, not by an army, but by Duke Agnes alone. They reacted instantly. He continued without pause. The objective involved 3 of the 9 stars, the king of martial arts, the blood of heaven. And then his voice lowered. The Dark Monarch. The hero tightened his grip on the spear. From the beginning, it had never been Duke Agnes. Joshua looked ahead, eyes steady. It had been their lord. Christian straightened as realization struck. So the title King of Heroes had not been ceremonial. It was granted by the soldiers of the United Nations themselves. That meant Joshua had faced the 9-star titans directly. If he vanished afterward, then he must have taken a devastating blow. That explained the disappearance. He had been recovering, hiding his wounds. Then he heard talk of purging demonic energy from Joshua. He turned sharply. Demonic energy? Did they understand what he had endured? Lugia answered calmly. Of course he understood. 3 years ago Joshua had already transcended human limits. He surpassed mortal essence. He clashed with the strongest beings alive. Someone like that would not fall so easily. The protagonist stepped forward, voice cold. If necessary, he would reduce his enemies to ashes and scatter them to the wind. But Joshua's disappearance had fueled rumors across the continent. Icarus faced the spear directly. What truly caused him to vanish? The spear answered simply. He had entered the demonic realm. Cain frowned. Why would he remain there for 3 years? Pink rays shimmered faintly as the spear explained. Time did not flow the same. 3 years in the middle world equaled nearly a century within the demonic realm. Silence spread. The girl's voice trembled despite herself. Were they saying their master had not abandoned them, but was trapped there? The spear clarified. Certain circumstances prevented his return. Joshua encountered variables he had not foreseen. To unravel them, he challenged the trial tower. Lugia added that upon clearing it, Joshua gained several rewards. Among them was something he desperately needed. Christian recalled it. The ultimate reward for conquering the final floor, the absolute truth. The spear corrected him. That was not the greatest prize. The true reward was a mirror that revealed the past, the present, and the future of the one who stood before it. The mirror materialized before them. Its surface shimmered like liquid silver. The spear spoke. It was called the mirror of the full moon. Anyone who used it would obtain absolute clarity, but a price had to be paid. No exceptions. A crown drenched in blood appeared within the reflection. Lugia exhaled slowly. Through the mirror, Joshua learned the emperor was already dead. Shock rippled through the room. Dead? The entire continent believed he was merely missing. Icarus' eyes widened. That single truth overturned everything. So that was it. Their lord entered the demonic realm to pay the cost of that knowledge. The spear confirmed it. Joshua fulfilled a duty in the demon world as compensation. But during that time, an unexpected force dragged him back into the middle world. No one knew when the pull would reverse. No one knew when he would be forced back again. The girl clenched her teeth. 100 years in the demonic realm for 3 years here. The weight of it was suffocating. Why did he always carry everything alone? The scene shifted. The palace of Caesar, 4th Prince of Avalon. Caesar rested his hand on a sealed box and scoffed. Was there truly no more appropriate location? Why summon him here? The man before him responded evenly. His hospitality toward guests had never been impressive. Caesar replied that he had barely spoken during the last visit. Then his smirk deepened. If Agnes' family had been erased immediately, none of this would be necessary. He should have eliminated them without hesitation. Draxia frowned. Since when had Caesar begun issuing commands? The man lowered his head. The alliance with the first prince had already been ordered. It was Heimdall's will. Defiance was not an option. At the mention of that name, even hardened warriors stiffened. Caesar agreed flatly. The duke's family would be removed soon. As he looked away, a question lingered in his mind. Who exactly was Heimdall? A name that made even the god of war recoil. Caesar turned back toward the duke. Would he participate in the bloodshed planned during the emperor's funeral? If he agreed, public sentiment could be controlled. Caesar's lips curved again. He was not inviting him as an ally. He simply did not trust him. He told himself that if even he could not be trusted, then no one deserved that trust. The duke's expression hardened. In his mind, rows of Imperial knights appeared like silent witnesses. If war was inevitable, then so be it. Let this battlefield become the perfect excuse to wipe out every blade still threatening the Imperial bloodline. His fingers tightened into a fist as he muttered about forgiveness, yet questioned whether it was truly necessary to erase His Majesty's own knights. The answer came cold and immediate. Once he seized power, those same knights would kneel to him anyway. The prince stared forward without blinking. Rumors of Captain Joshua's death were already spreading across the continent like wildfire. Was he worried? A faint smirk touched his lips as he asked whether anyone had actually seen the body. The duke faltered. The prince lifted a small box and said nothing at first, only watching the man's reaction. Whatever he was hiding, it was obvious. Before leaving, the prince made one thing clear. Neither Caesar nor Kisser were fit to inherit Avalon. The heir had already been chosen before His Majesty vanished. He opened the box. A ring gleamed inside, radiant and undeniable. He declared that it was given to him by the fourth prince, Caesar, as proof of imperial will. The light reflected in his eyes as he added that he alone knew where it had been hidden. Everything had already been decided. All that remained was obedience. The Duke's thoughts spiraled. There was no doubt. This was the ring of Emperor Marcus, the one he had never removed from his hand. His Majesty would not have given it away so easily, not even to his own son. Then again, was Joshua right? The estate trembled as a presence stepped forward from the shadows. A voice demanded to know who dared intrude. The stranger walked calmly, unapologetic, asking forgiveness for the sudden visit. The Duke narrowed his eyes and demanded his identity. The name alone drew a reaction. Joshua smiled faintly and said it would be wiser to listen. It was in their best interest. Standing firm, he stated that while he intended to support Caesar, he wanted something in return. Information. Any information. In exchange, he would protect him. Geshalt's hand flew to his weapon. He barked that the traitor of the Avalon Empire had no right to speak and ordered him to surrender at once. Joshua's gaze sharpened. He apologized for the inconvenience, but he did not have time for this. And in the next instant, he moved. The man muttered that this was far worse for him. The Duke's eyes widened. He had sensed something strange from the beginning, but now it became clear. Staring straight ahead, he admitted that he could not feel Joshua's presence at all. It was as if the man standing before him did not exist. A shimmering net unfolded beneath the hero's feet. For a split second, the Duke understood. They stood in the same place, yet not in the same flow of time. Two overlapping streams. Two separate realities. Then a flame ignited in the air between them. Not heat, not light, absence. He felt it immediately. A flawless state of non-existence. A power that did not erase, it simply denied being. The authority of something absolute. Gripping his sword tighter, the Duke realized there was a wall between them, one he could never cross no matter how hard he tried. Geshalt bared his teeth and declared that he had sworn loyalty to the Emperor. He would gain nothing from this. Let him leave. Joshua looked at him calmly and replied that in that case, he would offer advice instead. Caesar had a patron, a name even Emperor Marcus had never known. Heimdall. If they doubted him, they were free to investigate who truly hid behind that name. Caesar's lips curved slightly, neither denying nor confirming. He repeated only one thing: follow his orders. That was all he required. The Duke clenched his fist and swore he would obey honestly. He would prove his loyalty to the Imperial family. Standing before the prince, he made a silent vow to uncover the truth with his own hands. Icarus watched from a distance, her thoughts racing. The pieces were slowly aligning. Sooner or later, they would uncover what had truly happened to Joshua. Yet with every new revelation, her anger only deepened. She stepped into the room without warning. Could he not rely on them, even a little? The man frowned and asked who they were. They were not inside the magic tower. So how had the gate been activated? She glanced aside and replied that he had made quite the disturbance. One might think they had destroyed a trivial spell, nothing more. He had fulfilled his end of the agreement. He should not forget his obligation. Turning her head, Iera said she remembered. She would repay him later. For now, they would proceed. Finish what they came here to do. Yes, came the answer. For the cause. Outside, the estate of Duke Agnes had already turned into a battlefield beneath the banner of the Avalon Empire. Chiffon shouted furiously, ordering the ranks to close and hold the line. Cillian charged forward with a roar, striking the knights as blue particles scattered like shattered spirits. Cillian dashed ahead at blinding speed. The boy raised his sword and shouted that it was enough. The blade cut through the air, and in the next instant, a spirit manifested behind him. The boy barely had time to react. Chiffon suddenly collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he forced the words out, "Monster." Anna walked forward without haste, and said she had not heard that nickname in a long time. When he was young, people used to call him that often. Anna smiled faintly and added that in the Swallow Empire now, there were people far more frightening than him. The boy's jaw tightened. Anna cannot be here. They had said she disappeared along with the Baron, and now she stood beside the god of war. She answered calmly that she had needed to conceal her identity. It was unfortunate, truly, to destroy the place where she had lived for so many years. The man behind her cut in, saying that there had been enough idle chatter. She lowered her head slightly and apologized. Another mistake. The boy's eyes widened as realization struck him. Was Anna truly Draxia's daughter? Draxia stepped forward and asked directly what had happened to the princess. The girl responded that there was no need for concern. She had hired a professional, an expert in her field. Draxia's expression did not change. Of course she had agreed. It was not murder, merely kidnapping. Anna confirmed it. She had acted immediately. She glanced aside and remarked that for the queen of murderers, proper payment mattered above all else. Lucia was safe, in capable hands. Advancing a step, Anna said her services were not cheap, but the outcome justified the cost. After all, this estate was one of the finest ducal holdings in the empire. She extended her hand. The boy choked, air caught in his throat. His chest tightened, as if invisible fingers were crushing his lungs. He cannot breathe. Anna's smile did not fade. They would strip this place bare and recover every expense. Shock spread through the defenders as they realized what was happening. This was not negotiation. It was an assault. The boy lunged forward, shouting that the invaders would be punished. His voice thundered across the courtyard as he declared his name, Babel, head of the great house of Duke Agnes. He swore he would destroy every last one of them. Draxia gave a crooked smile and remarked that he had arrived later than expected. The girl answered that he could leave it to her. Far away, in the hidden residence of the Black Wind, Aisha studied a single sheet of paper. Kneeling before her, a young man repeated the assignment. It was simple. Kidnap the princess. Deliver her to the designated place. He turned his gaze aside and explained that Avalon was unstable. Guard her everywhere. Knights reinforced the main gates. Aisha read the report with a faint smile. No. She crushed the paper and tossed it aside. Her mission was not abduction. It was liberation. Lady Lucia was to be freed. Her client? The King of Heroes. The man staring at her called her a traitor. A scoundrel. He demanded to know how she dared betray them and ordered the others to burn her alive. She moved before the command finished. A portal tore open. She thrust her arm through it without hesitation. The men panicked, shouting that they were retreating. They had to inform the Dark Monarch immediately. The Killer Queen had betrayed them. They leapt into their portals. Aisha extended her hand calmly and asked if they truly believed escape was possible. Her weapon cut through the air. 2 streaks of violet light pierced forward. Far away, Lucia sat at a table, lost in thought, wondering how much time had passed. Suddenly, armed figures stormed toward her. She demanded to know who they were. Steel clashed. Someone scoffed that a pathetic knight was not worth their attention. Black Wind stepped forward and declared he had come for Lucia. Her eyes widened when she heard she was to leave with them. Fear rose instantly. She stood up as a violent surge of energy erupted somewhere nearby. The Queen of Killers. Find her. All units to high alert. Lucia lowered her gaze and silently hoped Joshua was safe. A portal snapped open. Blood sprayed outward. Men tumbled to the ground, one clutching his throat as he choked out that the Dark Monarch would come for her. There was no point running. He would find her regardless. The elf looked down at them coldly and replied that she would never be prey. Unlike them, across the estate, flames consumed the houses. Walls cracked. Roofs collapsed. Shouts for help echoed from the road. Then, a deafening explosion. A man crashed to the ground, gasping for air. A figure approached and told him to surrender. Anna walked forward steadily and told him to turn around and face reality. Today marked the end of the Agnes family's history. Babel roared back that it was not so simple. They had survived every crisis before. The Avalon Empire and the Agnes Duchy would rise again. She stopped before him and said quietly that he clearly did not understand what was happening in the world anymore. They spoke of the inevitable union between the Swallow Empire and the Hubalt Empire. With a faint smile, the man declared that once the alliance was complete, every member of the Agnes family would be erased. The storm approaching could not be stopped. Babel tightened his grip on his sword and roared for him to be silent. Steel cut through the air as he charged, shouting that no one bearing the name Agnes would ever kneel to vermin like him. Draxia laughed coldly. He said it was amusing to hear that from someone who did not even carry Agnes blood in his veins. Finish him. Cillian shouted and rushed in, strikes raining down. Babel lifted his head. Yes, he knew. He did not truly belong to the Agnes family, nor had he ever inherited the Britain name. Images of the Duke and the Emperor flickered in his mind. That was why he had struggled so desperately for acknowledgement from fathers who were no longer alive. In the end, he had not endured. His vision blurred as he thought that perhaps things would have been different if Joshua had stood in his place. Light began to gather in his hand. Draxia turned, surprised. A grin spread across his face. Then a voice cut through the battlefield. Joshua apologized for being late. They stared. It was him. He stepped forward calmly and repeated the apology. Someone asked again if it was truly him. Draxia laughed and asked whether he was alive. Had he come here seeking death? Joshua answered simply no. He was here for his soul. Draxia smirked and said he had heard Joshua was injured. Perhaps he had damaged his head more than they thought. Anna stepped closer, eyes gleaming. So many years since their last meeting, and he was still unbearably handsome. She wondered what the King of Heroes tasted like. This time, she would claim a larger share. Draxia raised his sword and told Joshua to step aside. This was his battle. He would show the boy how much the world had changed while he hid in the shadows. A deep violet radiance burst from his body. He declared that Joshua would now witness the power that shattered the old limits of the 9-star system. The true aura. Behind him, the image of a towering figure materialized. Joshua's teeth clenched as the pressure descended. The man stared at that overwhelming force and felt it sink into his bones. This wasn't something he could ever hope to overcome. This was the might that ruled the stars of the continent. And then Draxia smiled, wide and confident, saying they had surely heard the name before. The one who conquered an entire continent alone. Teeth grinding, someone whispered that it sounded like the god of war and battle, Horatios himself. Horatios lifted his weapon and roared for them to witness the power of the new world. The boy's voice cut through the chaos, telling them to run. They were no match for him. The protagonist glanced sideways and spoke calmly, noting that the healing seemed complete. He told them to take the members of the Agnes clan and save themselves. The boy refused. He said he would stand. Without warning, Horatios smashed the ground, laughing. Anna watched with shining eyes, saying it had been a long time since her father revealed his true form in battle. It was unfortunate he hadn't left her a chance to seize him first. Their gazes shifted and froze. The protagonist was walking straight toward him. Draxia frowned, unable to understand how he had dodged. Cillian lowered his head and warned quietly that Joshua was not human. Anna demanded an explanation. The fading spirit urged her to escape while she still could. She snapped back, asking where he thought he was going. Their contract was not over. Horatios roared in fury, declaring that this time there would be no escape. He would reduce him to ashes just like Duke Agnes. His blade tore through the air as he screamed for him to die. The strike crashed down. The axe followed, raised high, slamming toward the earth with divine rage. Dust exploded outward, and still, the hero walked forward. Draxia's eyes widened. He muttered that he should be dead. Even if he had evaded the blade, how had he survived the shockwaves? That kind of power could shatter a planet. Behind him, Cillian whispered again that he was not human. He asked her what she meant. Anna turned and began to run, shouting that he was a being from another world. If they kept fighting him, they would all die. The man demanded to know where she was going. The protagonist extended his hand and spoke with steady conviction. War does not only destroy, it forges something new. True aura manifestations, the greatest techniques. Every one of them was born from the chaos of war. And as he said it, a brilliant light began to gather beside him. A glow gathered around the protagonist's hand, and he spoke evenly, saying the origin of the first aura had a history of barely 3 years, exactly the length of his disappearance. He raised a spear. However, the true aura he had studied for centuries was something entirely different. It cannot even be compared. The man's eyes widened. He sneered, asking if he was pretending to be omnipotent just because he shaped a spear from it. Was he seriously claiming there existed an aura superior to the so-called true one? Draxia thrust his hand forward. Beams of light formed around the spear. From the sky above, something descended at terrifying speed. Horatios struck, grinning wildly. The man was certain it had worked. This time, there was no escape. But when he looked again, he froze. The protagonist was still standing there, holding the weapon. Calmly, he explained that a spear was not merely a long blade. Depending on which section carried the power, the tip, the shaft, the flow between them, the damage changed. With precision, even a small force could overwhelm something massive. Draxia scowled, demanding to know what that proved. He charged forward like a beast. Joshua glanced aside and added one more point. If an opponent tried to close the distance, a single movement was enough. His hand shifted. The strike landed before Draxia even realized it. The hero spoke quietly, stating that he was faster. Draxia coughed, blood spilling from his lips. The protagonist asked whether he finally understood. Aura depended on the one who wielded it. Just like the spear he once dismissed as useless. Dropping to one knee, the man trembled. He could not comprehend it. The mana core he relied on had been torn apart. As he collapsed, panic surfaced. Was this truly the end? Joshua looked down at him and said that borrowing another's power to reclaim a throne lost to Lucifer was never going to defy fate. An emperor who died without glory in foreign soil would be forgotten soon enough. At the sound of his name, the man clenched his teeth. Kneeling, Draxia declared that no. He would be remembered forever as the god of war who never knew defeat. A man who had achieved nothing in 3 years, except rumors, could not compare to him. Joshua's gaze remained steady. Even a hero who failed once would carve their name into history through countless victories. But someone who relied on stolen strength would leave behind nothing but an empty title. They would still carve their names into history through countless feats, while someone who climbed a throne by borrowing the power of evil would fade into obscurity. An image formed in the air. Even now, the people of Swallow honored Lucifer. The boy smirked. Those were the true heirs of the Swallow bloodline. Draxia gripped his weapon and shouted that he was far too arrogant for someone who had only beaten him once. Rising unsteadily, he claimed the so-called forces of evil were beyond his understanding. Soon, he would beg to share that power. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by Heimdall? Why did he assume he knew anything about him? Draxia laughed, saying that even with only fragments of knowledge, he still dared to block their path. Light flared around his body as he swore that one day he would regret ever standing against them. He lunged, roaring that only Heimdall could stop Lucifer. Joshua looked straight ahead and told him farewell. The weapon moved once. In his mind, another traitor from his previous life had received judgment. Draxia fell to his knees. From behind a distant tree, a man watched in silence. A head rolled across the ground. The body collapsed. Joshua turned away, sensing that his revenge was nearing its end. Even Galahad, captain of the Imperial Knightly Order, had fallen by his hand. A girl lay lifeless on the ground. It crossed his mind that the one he loved had shattered from the shock and followed him into death. His jaw tightened. Evergrande, the mage of Imperial blood who had reached immortality, would now serve him forever. A portrait surfaced in his thoughts. The soul of the dark magician Hinz had been twisted so grotesquely that even the gates of hell refused him. A broken mask rested in the dust. Walking forward, the protagonist thought there was only one person left. He would come for him soon. Far away, a man sat upon a throne. Caesar's voice echoed through the grand hall as he thanked those who had gathered. Nobles and generals filled the chamber. Today, he declared, the conflict between them would finally be settled. The struggle between the princes had dragged on for years. Today, they would decide who would wear the crown of the Avalon Empire. 3 men sat upon their thrones. One of them grinned and said there was no need for lofty speeches. They would hear the Duke's opinion first. The future emperor would rise or fall on his support. The Duke frowned. Kaizen smirked, admitting he had anticipated this. Yes, he had secured the Duke's favor. But buying one man was not the same as persuading his retainers and the nobles behind them. Each faction had its own interests. Each loyalist followed a different banner. He added that no single vision could unite them all at once. That was why factions endured. Tight, reliable, immovable. Caesar closed his eyes and laughed. The boy demanded to know what amused him. Caesar replied that it was nothing, except that the balance had already shifted. By now, the line of Duke Agnes should have been erased from existence. Kaizen's eyes widened. He said the situation had changed. His people were no longer divided by ambition. They were bound by one purpose: survival. Rising from his seat, he accused Caesar of using a cheap trick, inviting him under the guise of the late emperor's funeral only to strike from the shadows. The doors burst open. A knight rushed inside, shouting that urgent news had arrived. Caesar asked coldly what now. Through clenched teeth, Kaizen demanded to know what had been done to the Agnes family. Caesar's smile deepened. He asked if it had finally sunk in. The world was no longer what it used to be. Caesar stepped forward, requesting a full explanation. Behind the knight, another voice spoke clearly. They were merely messengers, sent by their lord, Icarus. Walking into the hall without hesitation, Icarus announced that their lord would be waiting in 1 week at the bloody battle of the Butchers. The imperial election should be postponed until that day. Caesar's brow furrowed. Caesar's jaw tightened. Seated before them, Kisser said that Joshua was hardly in a position to make demands. There were rumors he had consorted with enemies and dark magic. He looked forward and continued, ready to press the accusation. Kisser stated that if Joshua had truly colluded with dark forces, he and his allies would be treated as accomplices. Still, in light of past achievements, he was willing to pretend this conversation never occurred, if he withdrew and ceased interfering in Avalon's affairs. Icarus stood unmoving as the warning echoed through the hall. Christian clenched his teeth, anger rising. They had fought their way here, and yet no one was willing to listen. The girl spoke without hesitation. Demonic energy was forbidden across the continent, no matter who wielded it. Yet there was someone who had not only violated that taboo, but even summoned a demon. Or perhaps, because he belonged to the imperial bloodline, such sins were simply overlooked. Caesar smiled faintly. Was that not the truth? If authority could be abused without consequence, then the prestige of the Avalon family would erode further. If they were wrong, he said coldly, then let Joshua prove his innocence. Icarus answered that her lord intended to do exactly that at the bloody battle of the Butchers. The Duke observed the exchange carefully before speaking. Rejecting the proposal outright would be unwise given the empire's fragile condition. If they rushed to crown a ruler while internal fractures remained, Hubalt, Wallow, and the neighboring kingdoms would seize the opportunity. They would crush any attempt at revival before it began. He bowed deeply, requesting that Joshua be granted a chance to defend himself. Caesar cursed inwardly. The old man was concealing something. It was now obvious he possessed knowledge about Joshua. He had intended to settle everything today, but circumstances forced delay. Kaizen stepped forward and declared his agreement. The succession decision would be postponed. Joshua would be given the opportunity to speak. Until then, a truce would stand. They would reconvene at the bloody battle of the Butchers. As he turned away, Kaizen reflected that he now owed Joshua a debt. The intervention had shifted the balance at the last moment. Caesar would soon understand what it felt like when the ground gave way beneath their feet. He rose from his seat, ready for the next move. The moment had come for him to step down. Caesar let out a low laugh, saying he had been entertained. He wondered aloud what kind of bargain had been struck with Joshua. As he brushed past the Duke, he casually reminded him not to forget who truly possessed His Majesty's ring. With a confident grin, he declared that this alone proved he was the rightful heir to the throne. The Duke's brows tightened. If anything, those words only deepened suspicion. The palace loomed in the distance. Whispers followed him. He had sworn loyalty to the emperor, yet would receive nothing in return. Let him walk away. Joshua stopped before the Duke and spoke evenly. Then allow him to offer advice. Caesar has a patron, one unknown even to Emperor Marcus. His name is Heimdall, and he knows the Emperor's final whereabouts. Gestalt's eyes widened. What had this man done to his majesty? Joshua turned his gaze aside. He had said what needed to be said. It was time to leave. The Duke called out for him to wait, his voice hardening. Words alone were not enough. There was no reason to trust him. Joshua slipped a hand beneath his coat. He revealed a ring. Caesar likely carried one just like it, but that one was false. This was the real ring, the Imperial seal itself. Shock flickered across the Duke's face as he demanded to know where it had come from. Joshua met his eyes calmly. He would return when he and his comrades were reunited. Until then, if doubts still lingered, the Duke should uncover who truly hid behind the name Heimdall. Silence followed. The Duke realized he had gained nothing concrete. Yet now he knew who held the genuine Imperial seal. As Caesar strode ahead, he muttered that when the time came to raise his blade, he would not hesitate. Far from the palace, a hidden estate of the Black Wind emerged from the shadows. Nothing but ruins now. The air itself felt heavy. What kind of place was this? One man stood holding a mask in his hand. Langer told him to look closely. The ground bore scars of a vicious battle. These masks, they were worn by members of the Black Wind, weren't they? The man frowned. The Black Wind had vanished alongside Emperor Marcus. Why would they come here? Another step forward, voice low. He believed someone had been imprisoned within these walls. They had kept the place under surveillance. Kodges asked how he had even ended up there. Ari shut his eyes, his tone sharpening. Why were they not at the Imperial Palace instead of wandering around like stray hounds who had lost their master? Reckless, aimless. The remark drew surprise. Were they looking for someone new to cling to? Kodges answered evenly. They found the estate during patrol and stepped inside to inspect it. Nothing more. He added that they were trying to understand what had reduced the place to ruins. The Marquis lifted a hand, telling them not to misunderstand. A faint grin crossed his face. He had sensed the energy of a powerful killer, but by the time he arrived, the mansion was already destroyed. Shock flickered across the men's faces. He continued, saying he had searched for traces of escape. Yet the energy lingering here, it was not ordinary. Mid-sentence, he vanished. For a second, no one reacted. Then voices rose. What happened? Where'd he go? Kodges cursed under his breath. Call every soldier. Now, they would have to track down the Marquis as well. Ari stared in disbelief. How? He disappeared as if he had dissolved into air. Kodges clicked his tongue. He had thought he had time to endure more of his complaints. A voice echoed nearby. They froze. Kodges turned slowly. Wait, someone was calling them. He recognized that voice. What was he saying? Bison rushed forward, insisting they follow. Kodges barked at him to stop. The sky above cleared into a deep blue as they ran. Kodges demanded to know how much farther. Not far. The man ahead suddenly halted, eyes widening. Bison asked in confusion. Was that a Death Knight calling them? Death Knight answered calmly. Mr. Joshua would arrive soon. Were they prepared to move with him? The word struck like lightning. The captain had returned. Silence swallowed them. Elsewhere, a pair of scissors glinted in a man's hand. Inside a quiet room, a girl lay on a bed. An elf stepped outside, startled. Joshua stood before her. In this life as well, he said, he owed her a debt. She lowered her head respectfully, greeting her elder brother. Joshua smiled faintly. Had she not received his message? He thought she already knew. He was no longer a dragon. He asked her to forgive him for not saying it sooner. He stood there, waiting for her answer. Aisha answered calmly. Everything was fine. After all, he had helped her as well. Joshua narrowed his eyes slightly. What did she mean? The elf lowered her head with quiet respect. He had saved the elves. For that, she thanked him. A slow smile spread across his face. So that was it. No. If they were speaking honestly, he was the one who owed gratitude. A woman lay unconscious nearby. He looked at her and said softly that she had saved his mother. Days later, the Colosseum of Accardi roared with life. The stands were packed. Banners fluttered. Anticipation hung thick in the air. At the center, a man grinned broadly. The bloody battle of the Birchers, an event they had all gathered to witness, was about to begin. He raised his hand high, voice echoing through the arena. But first, they would offer thanks to the princes for opening this competition to the public. Many thanks to His Highness. The crowd stirred. Prince Kisser was greeted with applause as he lifted a hand. Then came the next name, His Highness Prince Kaizen. Long life to the future emperor. Cheers followed. Amid the noise, Ray stared ahead, expression dark. How had His Majesty's funeral turned into a celebration? Someone beside him answered coolly. The people were simply relieved. The internal conflict had drained them. Opening the competition was meant to shift public mood. A faint smirk appeared. Kisser asked who would fight first. The answer came without hesitation. The traitors. Kisser's gaze sharpened. What did that mean? Caesar. And Joshua. A hand extended in confirmation. Yes. Since this was the first time the bloody battle of the Birchers targeted such a wide audience, public interest mattered. Passion mattered. It was time to give the people exactly what they desired. Ray frowned. Both Joshua and Prince Caesar would seek to prove their innocence. They would fight earnestly, striving for public approval. The boy looked down briefly, voice steady. He had been called a hero, a king. Many titles had followed him, yet few had ever witnessed his abilities with their own eyes. Perhaps this was the moment. A chance to display his strength in full. Still, was granting him this stage not too generous? The official spread his hands. Joshua indeed had the potential to become the arena's brightest star. But first, he would have to prove he did not wield demonic energy. He would have to dispel every doubt. The man's lips curved faintly. And if he failed, the arena itself would become the stage for his execution. Kisser looked aside and answered coldly that they could only hope it would not come to that. The real question was different. Who would stand against him? A man called the King of Heroes would not easily find challengers. Ray met his gaze directly. They would follow ancient tradition. The first opponent would be Hogg, commander of the Imperial Knights. The second. The boy paused when he heard the next name. Marquis Ari. The Duke stepped forward, voice firm. If both were defeated, he would enter the arena personally. A shadow crossed the official's face. The Duke intended to fight himself. Elsewhere, word spread that the bloody battle of the Butchers was beginning. Christian turned sharply. The King of Heroes would definitely appear. He was convinced the so-called demon god had spoken the truth. If that had been a lie, the consequences would be disastrous. Icarus admitted unease. Lygia, who had vanished so suddenly, had unsettled her. Lygia answered without emotion. His task was finished. They could handle the rest. He would not involve himself in such matters again. Responsibility was heavy, and he had already returned the gentleman's gift taken at the auction. Christian's eyes widened. It had disappeared. Cain demanded to know what that meant, and what they were supposed to do now. The girl rushed forward, urgency in her voice. What else could they do? Run. The suggestion stunned them. But the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Applause for the first participant. The greatest hero of the continent they had all awaited. Time ran out. One of them seized a weapon, saying there was no space for hesitation. Hand him the spear. Icarus shot him a sharp look. Was he planning to flee? She tore the cloth from the weapon. Someone had to stall until their lord arrived. Cain tightened his grip around the spear. Someone other than him. Christian stared in disbelief. Why him? The answer came bluntly. They shared a similar build to their lord. The man lifted both hands, helplessly. He did not even know how to wield a spear. How was he supposed to act like the King of Heroes? Still, he grabbed the weapon. He examined the spear and muttered that this was clearly the work of a master craftsman. Even the weapon reacted as if it recognized its true owner. The man clenched his fist. There was no time to dwell on details. Move. Now. The announcer's voice thundered across the arena. The youngest master of the Empire. No. The man hailed as the greatest hero of this era. The King of Heroes. They turned sharply. He stood there. The arena erupted. Waves of sound crashed from every direction. The protagonist tightened his fists, steady and silent amid the chaos. Kaizen leaned back with a faint smirk. He had assumed the man might slip away. Yet he showed up after all. The crowd roared louder. Caesar rose from his seat. A hero was always necessary for victory, and Avalon needed one more than ever. The reaction of the masses proved it. This was the true hero of their age stepping onto the stage. Caesar's lips curved slightly. The stage was set. He was curious to see what Joshua had prepared this time. Hogg stood before him, eyes fixed. For a moment, disbelief flickered across his face. He could not believe it was truly him. Then a smirk formed. This was Joshua, without doubt. Changed beyond recognition, but still the same man. Joshua answered evenly that he had heard Hogg retired and handed command to the battalion leader. It seemed the rumors were false. Hogg replied that Brown had sworn not to relinquish his position until Joshua returned. A sharp grin crossed his face. Driven by purpose, he had forced himself to rise again. He had trained relentlessly, waiting for this day. Marquis Ari approached, voice cutting through the tension. Their reunion had gone on long enough. He still had old scores to settle. Steel flashed as he drew his sword. Had Joshua forgotten the dead of a hand? Ari's expression twisted with fierce delight. He could not describe how pleased he was to see him again. Without warning, he lunged. He admitted he knew he was no match, but he would not deny himself the chance to cross blades once more. Hogg swung his weapon sharply, shouting for him to wait his turn. A violent explosion shattered the ground between them. Ari dropped low, glaring. If Hogg wished to avoid an early retirement ceremony, he should step aside. He charged forward again. Hogg's brow tightened. He warned him not to cross the line. He swore he wouldn't let him walk away with it again. Ari frowned, asking what exactly he wouldn't allow. A guard dog should know its place. It should bark when ordered, and shut its mouth when told. Then it happened. A sharp swing. A clash of steel. Ari's words cut off as he staggered back, eyes widening in disbelief. The air shifted. Power surged. True aura. Someone shouted out loud. Ari stared, stunned. He couldn't accept it. Not him too. Not another one who had reached that realm. Hogg moved first. He shoved Ari aside with a grin that carried both pride and challenge. He asked him how it felt, this new power. Their first clash back then had been like heaven and earth. This time will be different. Hogg rushed forward, shouting that victory would belong to him now. Behind the hero, allies appeared. A weapon spun through the air. My spear. The shout cracked with urgency. Joshua didn't even turn fully. He simply raised his hand and caught it mid-flight. Clean. Effortless. He looked ahead and remarked that it was a powerful throw, without the slightest mercy. Tears welled in the man's eyes. He said Joshua was the first who hadn't spared his feelings either. He had missed him. Joshua smiled faintly. He admitted he had missed them too, and he thanked them for waiting. Ari stomped forward, shouting that he had waited long enough. He already wanted a bite. Joshua glanced at him. Ari repeated himself, confused. Hadn't he come for this? Joshua extended his spear slowly. He said he had come to fulfill a promise. Silence swallowed the field. He ordered them to listen carefully. He had entered the Battle of the Birchers with one goal. His gaze sharpened. He declared he would become the Emperor of Avalon. Shock rippled outward. No one moved. The Duke's expression hardened. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Instead of proving his innocence, he had chosen rebellion. A coup. Demon energy stirred. A mass settled into place. He said he hadn't changed. If anything, he had become more interesting. Intriguing enough to raise goosebumps. His eyes gleamed. From the beginning, there had been no one in Avalon capable of stopping him. He turned as if to leave, calmly stating he was pleased to see them. Hogg demanded to know what he meant. The Duke snapped that Joshua's declaration was outright treason. He knew that, and still intended to let him walk free. Ari stepped forward, jaw tight. He said he would arrest him himself. Then he hesitated. Even knowing how to raise a shield, he wasn't certain that trick would save him this time. The man clenched his teeth and stared at the marquee. Joshua's eyes hardened. He said he had not forgotten. Turning slightly, he added that he had taken the advice to heart. Ari shut his eyes. He lifted a hand as if cutting through his own hesitation, and said he hoped he was choosing correctly. A faint smile appeared. Someone murmured that their lord had truly returned. Icarus answered calmly that he had. She smirked, saying that the way he restarted everything in his usual manner sent a chill down her spine. That alone proved it was him. Suddenly, a noble sprang to his feet and shouted at the guards. Why were they standing still? Were they going to let a traitor declare treason before 1,000 citizens? He demanded they seize him at once. The crowd stirred, then froze when Joshua spoke again. He said that first, they should officially announce the death of Emperor Marcus. For the stability of the nation, they needed to decide on the next ruler. Kaizen thrust out his hand, demanding to know what that had to do with him. Joshua was a criminal, not Imperial blood. The prince shouted furiously that by mastering dark magic, he had already made himself the continent's enemy. Instead of begging forgiveness, he dared to act freely. Light flared. Joshua rose into the air. He declared that he had every right to claim the throne. His mother's true name was Ashira. That meant Imperial blood ran in his veins. The moment Emperor Marcus disappeared, they had hired Blackwind to kidnap and imprison her. His gaze swept across them. They weren't about to pretend innocence, were they? Kaizen scoffed and called it laughable. Another fabricated lie that would collapse under scrutiny. He barked at the guards again, ordering them to drag him away. The Duke extended his arm, stopping them. He asked directly whether Joshua's claim was true. The noble turned back and said it no longer mattered. His duty was to protect the Imperial family. They would judge right and wrong. Kisser frowned. He admitted that he had only learned about his aunt after his father vanished. Looking straight ahead, he said that as a member of the Imperial family, he regretted that it had come to this. Joshua said nothing. He simply looked at him. Then Caesar stepped forward and asked. Caesar tilted his head and said that even if Joshua claimed royal blood, it changed nothing. He smiled faintly. The struggle between his foolish brothers had been meaningless from the start. Emperor Marcus had chosen his successor before his death. He opened a box. Inside, the imperial seal of Avalon gleamed. An image of the late emperor appeared above it. Voices rose in disbelief. Where had he obtained the seal? Kaizen shouted angrily that if Caesar had possessed the ring all along, then what had been the point of this ridiculous conflict? Caesar stepped forward calmly. Exactly. It was time to end the farce. He raised his hand and declared that the symbol of his majesty's will was before them. The emperor had personally granted him the seal. That meant he alone had the right to inherit the throne. Shock spread through the crowd. They were told that Caesar was now the ruler of Avalon, the father of the empire. The war between princes was over. Murmurs turned into acceptance. Emperor Marcus was dead. Prince Caesar was their sovereign now. The internal conflict had ended. A man clenched his fist and shouted that the civil war was finally over. Long live the emperor. Long live the new son of Avalon. Joshua looked away. Caesar caught his gaze and asked what he was looking for. The people did not need a hero. They needed someone who would give them what they desired. He smirked and said that now he had the power to do exactly that. Joshua smiled faintly. He asked how they intended to proceed. Then he raised his hand. In his palm was another ring. He said quietly that he happened to possess one as well. Eyes widened across the arena. Joshua lifted it higher. Caesar was right. The people needed someone who could give them what they wanted. But what if that person was also a hero? He declared that by the will of Emperor Marcus, the true successor was Joshua. Gasps tore through the crowd. 2 seals. Confusion erupted. What was happening? Then someone shouted that the hero was clearly the rightful heir. Voices echoed across the arena. Long live the next emperor. The king of heroes. The savior of Avalon. Caesar ground his teeth. Where had Joshua obtained the Imperial seal? Had he known about his plan all along? Kaizen burst into laughter. He said Joshua loved to posture as if he held all the power, as if he alone controlled the board. He must have believed this ring was his trump card. Yet somehow, the situation had flipped, and now it looked like he was the one dancing to Joshua's tune. Kaizen extended his hand calmly and pointed out the obvious. With 2 Imperial seals present, no one could immediately determine which was genuine. They could not simply accept either claim at face value, but neither could they reduce the throne of Avalon to a popular vote. His gaze sharpened. The quickest solution would be to eliminate them here and seize the throne outright. Joshua stepped forward without hesitation. He agreed that it was effective, but it was not the only path. He said the magic tower itself had forged the Imperial seal. Only it could distinguish the original from a counterfeit. Standing directly before them, he added that the verification would take at least 3 days. A leak of this matter could cause instability. Before he could finish, the response came. 3 days would be enough. Caesar frowned and stated plainly that whoever became emperor would bear the consequences personally. What difference did 3 days make? They would stop here. Kaizen spread his arms as if the decision was already sealed. One way or another, someone would fall. Let them prepare to greet their new emperor. Inside, he calculated quickly. Kaizen stood firmly beside Joshua. For now, buying time was the optimal move. Caesar clenched his teeth. He remarked bitterly that if Joshua wished, he could simply disappear again, just like 3 years ago. His eyes fixed on him. Had that ring come from Heimdall? Had Heimdall betrayed him? No. If that were true, he would have known. Unless Joshua had deceived him from the very beginning. The box in Caesar's hand tightened under his grip. Then he spoke of 3 years as if they were nothing. Someone asked what he meant. Behind the curtain, a colder voice made its decision. In a few days, the public would be informed. Orders would be issued. The house of Agnes would be destroyed. An objection rose immediately. The response was colder still. Leaving it untouched would only nurture ambition. If they wanted to weaken the prince, they had to dismantle his support. His allies had to fall first. A woman stepped forward and presented the ring once more. The Duke, they said quietly, held far more influence among the nobility than anyone realized. If the Duke fell, the nobility would tremble. In that chaos, trust could be won. The first prince would lean closer, and when the moment came, the final stroke would be clean. The ring flared with light. The prince narrowed his eyes and said it was identical. Then his expression shifted. He demanded to know what the Imperial seal of Avalon truly was, and where they had obtained it. A quiet voice answered that when the previous owner dies, the one who kills him becomes the new bearer. A pause. Then the reply came without hesitation. Yes. The man declared that he had killed Emperor Marcus. Gasps exploded into shouts. Lightning crackled as factions collided, men drawing blades against one another. The arena turned into chaos once more. Amid the surge of violence, a voice cut through. Even if succession remained unresolved, the bloody battle of the Birchers would proceed. The Duke stated that the princes had already reached an agreement. If nothing interfered, the night's tournament would take place as planned. Joshua asked for clarification. Gashal turned his head and explained that the original plan had been simple. The next emperor would be chosen based on the tournament's outcome. Since the fourth prince, Caesar, had sided with Kisser, he was excluded. The contest for the throne would be between Kisser and Kaizen. Joshua's lips curved slightly. Yet now, he and the fourth prince had unexpectedly entered the struggle. Cain smirked and said that in that case, they should participate as well. The Duke cut him off. On what grounds? They had no right. Like his lord, he was disqualified. Joshua had lost his titles, Count and Captain of the Knightly Order, when he was branded a traitor. Icarus covered her face lightly and remarked that it would be convenient if their status were restored before the battle concluded. Joshua agreed calmly. It was a reasonable proposal. Gashal lowered his gaze and said that before anything else, he wanted answers. An explanation regarding Emperor Chris's death, and how Joshua had obtained the second seal. Cain frowned, hinting that perhaps the gentleman before them had murdered his majesty and stolen the ring. The Duke replied that he could not dismiss that possibility. Joshua stepped forward and said he would explain. He would tell them about Marcus's death, and about what truly happened 3 years ago. The door closed behind them as they entered the chamber. The Duke turned to him and asked what had truly brought him back. Ray stepped forward with a faint grin and announced that he had come under Imperial command to escort Lord Joshua, urging him to come at once. A sharp frown appeared as the question was thrown back at him. Whose command? And which emperor? The so-called ruler had stormed out of the Colosseum without a word, and now suddenly he wished for a private audience? The tension thickened. Kisser intervened, declaring that he was their blood brother and needed no permission to speak within his own family. That only drew colder looks. From where had he crawled out, claiming lineage and authority? As long as the noble representatives lent their ears, there was still a path to cast Joshua out of Avalon. Kisser merely looked aside and asked what that would truly change. Call him a prodigy. Call him the king of heroes. He was still young. If grown men could not handle one young warrior, how could they hope to shoulder the throne itself? The protest came fast and furious. The arguments were rejected outright. Why then, could Joshua not simply be eliminated? Kisser lowered his gaze and answered that the intelligence reports were grim. Facing Kaizen, he revealed the truth. Hubalt had seized Erheim, once known as Reinhardt, and the Swallow Empire was massing at Avalon's border. 200,000 troops stood ready under the command of the bloody monarch, Lucifer. The worst fear had taken shape. Teeth clenched. No one wished to see the country fall. Later, when Joshua entered the hall alone to meet the king, he asked plainly why he had been summoned. The answer came without ornament. He was to stop the bloody monarch. Surprise flickered across his face. A bow followed, words offered in the name of the Empire's survival. Kaizen stepped forward, eyes lowered, and said that this was not a request for their sake, but for Avalon itself. The enemy had to be destroyed for the nation. Joshua's lips curved faintly. Addressing the prince, he remarked that the elder brother seemed wiser than the younger. Would he truly stand aside and let his own brother plead for help? Outrage flared in response. Yet the truth pressed in from all sides. If Avalon collapsed, none of them would remain untouched. A fist tightened. The prince admitted it at last. He was relying on Joshua as well. Joshua tilted his head slightly and said that he must not have heard him, even lifting a hand to his ear, as if the roar of the stands was drowning out the prince's voice. The prince bit down on his frustration, thinking that the man in front of him was a shameless bastard. Leaning closer, he repeated himself clearly. He was asking him to stop the bloody monarch. A faint smirk formed on Joshua's face. Fine, he said. He would go to the border and handle it. But he had one condition. Eyebrows shot up. What more could he possibly demand? They had bowed. They had asked. Caesar declared that they would do everything within their power. Joshua's gaze moved between them before he spoke. Before departing, he wanted access to Emperor Chris's chambers. And if he succeeded in defeating Lucifer, he would make an official declaration. Shock rippled across the prince's face as he understood the implication. Joshua intended to be acknowledged as a member of the Britain family. Kaizen immediately raised his hand in protest, stating flatly that he was against it. Granting that request would give Joshua a legitimate claim to the throne. Joshua looked at him, without blinking, and asked whether he understood the situation they were in. If he did not, he would repeat it. If Avalon fell, there would be no empire left to inherit. Anger flared in response. First, the bloody monarch had to be killed. First, 200,000 soldiers had to be dealt with. Joshua's smile did not fade. If they believed it impossible, then why had they come to him at all? Kaizen muttered that speaking was easy. Doing was another matter. Kisser stepped in and said that he believed Joshua could accomplish it and accepted the condition. The prince finally declared that if Joshua fulfilled his part, he would publicly proclaim him a member of the Imperial family. Joshua turned his head slightly. Then it was settled. As he moved to leave, a farewell was offered. The prince asked why he was departing so abruptly. Without looking back, Joshua replied that they should not assume too much. First, he would gather his comrades and resolve the issue that concerned them most. The prince demanded to know what that was. The scene shifted to the teleportation gate of Akardi, the capital of Avalon. Standing before it, a man placed a hand over his chest and announced in a clear voice, welcoming the seekers of truth and the researchers of the Magic Tower to the Avalon Empire. When asked who he was, he introduced himself calmly as Caesar, the fourth prince of the empire. The man glanced aside and remarked that he had never expected a prince to greet them personally. Ted stepped forward with a grin and introduced himself as the current master of the Magic Tower. With a casual wave, he returned the courtesy and said the honor was his to meet someone whose name carried weight across the continent, then requested to be escorted to the reception hall. Surprise flickered across the prince's face when the next words followed. Before any reception, they wished to verify the authenticity of the Imperial seal. As far as they knew, 2 identical seals had recently surfaced. Caesar closed his eyes briefly, asking who exactly would conduct such an evaluation. The answer came without hesitation. The woman beside them stepped forward. She stated that she was the highest authority in her field, entrusted with examining the seal. Then she added calmly that her name was Iselen and apologized for the delayed formal greeting. A murmur passed through those present. Iselen, the last surviving member of the Count's fallen house. The rumors had not exaggerated. The young lady who had risen from ruin to become one of the 7 great magicians of the continent now stood before them. In times this unstable, her return was nothing short of fortune for Avalon. Caesar smiled and said it was fitting that someone of her stature would oversee the seal's evaluation. Such a matter could not be entrusted lightly, and in the hands of a magician of her rank within the empire, it would remain secure. Her gaze sharpened. She requested that her name not be tied to any empire. She belonged solely to the Magic Tower, to no nation, and would conduct her duty without bias. Then, with a slight frown, she asked how the seal had been obtained. To her knowledge, The original had always remained with a close friend. That thought caused tension to ripple outward. Besides the two in Joshua's possession and the one before them, was there yet another? Iselin extended her hand forward and stated plainly that no one would proceed another step until she received a detailed explanation. Voices erupted in outrage. Knights shouted at her audacity and demanded the prince be protected at once. Orders were barked to remove the spell immediately. The fourth prince raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He reminded them that he had extended hospitality. What purpose did this hostility serve? He ordered them to stand down. The prince's expression hardened. He stated that they were the suspicious ones, cloaking themselves in words like honesty and objectivity while making reckless claims. They insisted that the seal, an artifact accessible only to the emperor, had been sitting in a friend's possession all along. At that point, he admitted he doubted they had come merely for evaluation. Iselin met his stare without flinching. The authentic seal had always been with her friend. She was prepared to swear upon manhwa itself. Caesar's lips curved slightly. And what if that trusted friend possessed nothing more than a counterfeit? A single step echoed forward. Joshua answered the question himself. He said that friend was him. The silence shattered as a knight struck his fist against his chest. The 11th and 12th battalions of the Avalon family had gathered at the market square, and now they stood face to face with the man they once followed. Voices trembled with anger and relief. They had believed he abandoned them after vanishing. The years had been heavy. There had been fear the battalions would be dissolved entirely. Kinges cut through the emotion and declared it was enough. Tears served no purpose. What mattered was that their captain had returned. Joshua faced them directly and apologized. He had not forgotten them. Not once. The weight of those lost years had never left his thoughts. One of the men smiled faintly and said there was no other way. They had endured because they believed he would come back. Now he should reclaim command. Theta spoke from the side, voice edged with irony. The title of captain in the knightly order would not suit him for long. Once he returned from war, he would have the right to claim the throne, assuming he did not charge alone into another army and disappear for years again. Joshua answered with a grin that this time would be different. The empires no longer shared a single objective. With divided ambitions, they could be handled separately. A younger officer questioned whether that meant enemy forces would split across multiple fronts. Icarus responded that it was highly possible. While the Swallow Empire advanced toward Avalon, Hubalt would engage the Allied coalition elsewhere. The scene shifted to a round table where commanders analyzed the map. Though the coalition still stood under the king's leadership, its unity was fragile. If the loosely bound Allied forces were ambushed, they would fall like dominoes. One of the men folded his hands and remarked that at least with the god of flame present, their odds improved. Another asked what he meant. The reply came calmly. He likely did not know yet. A man turned his head and revealed the name. Once known as the Knight of Eminence, Uravis, the last king of Thran. Joshua answered that he had believed Uravis had vanished into oblivion along with his ruined kingdom. Ted admitted he had assumed the same. Regardless, if the Allied forces had truly brought him to their side, it would strengthen their position significantly. Icarus stated that there was no time to hesitate. No one knew whether Hubalt or the Swallow Empire would strike first. With a polite bow, she excused herself, explaining she needed to visit Ponier's trading company. Joshua's lips curved when he heard Cheryl's name mentioned. He remarked that she clearly had not wasted time during his absence. He had been counting on her. Surprise flickered when he added that he had a task. One of them needed to head to the border immediately. Kane frowned and asked whether he intended to leave them behind again. Another voice insisted it would be better to move together. Iselin could resolve the matter of the seal. Joshua answered that this was not about the seal. He still had unfinished business. A frustrated shout called him a bastard. Without irritation, Joshua confirmed that he was indeed that friend they were questioning and suggested they sit quietly until the seal inspection concluded. Caesar's temper snapped. Sit and wait. He called him an insolent wretch and demanded to know how he dared speak that way. Joshua lowered his gaze briefly, the name Heimdall passing through his thoughts. Why him? As he walked forward, someone remarked that he looked furious and had apparently just come from a meeting with the Magic Tower. Unsuccessful, it seemed. He replied that there was no time to dwell on that and asked to be excused. Kaizen stepped in smoothly, saying there was no need for hostility. He had come with a proposal. Joshua asked what kind. Caesar answered with a faint smirk. War was unavoidable. Joshua would march to the border and crush the enemy. But if he failed, the image of a burning house rose in the silence. Without victory, the empire would lose its future. Joshua lifted his spear slightly. Caesar continued that once he returned triumphant, Caesar would formally declare him crown prince. From that moment, no one could obstruct him. Standing near the window, another voice observed that regardless of the outcome, they were stepping into immense risk. Joshua asked directly what he was implying. The guy heard it clearly now. The only surviving ancient magic tome of the Eighth Circle, Evergrande's legacy itself. And if he handed it over, the prince promised to lend him his power. He frowned. How'd he even know about that book? The prince simply extended his hand, calm, almost amused. He said he never believed the man was incapable. His connections were just unfortunate. A certain magician had once told him that any spellbook of the 8th circle or higher was a treasure so priceless that people would gladly sell their family, even their soul, to obtain it. Kaizen's smile widened. With that book, he could bait the current master power to their side. Once that happened, whether the Imperial seal was genuine or not would become irrelevant. Caesar looked at him sharply and asked why he trusted him so little. If the book could truly be used that way, he would have done it long ago. But since he claimed he could handle it, fine. He would show it to him himself. Before the tension could settle, the chamber doors creaked open. A calm voice echoed in. He would, of course, keep his promise. But there were more urgent matters at hand. The protagonist stepped into the Emperor's chambers. He told them not to worry. Reliable subordinates had already been dispatched to the border. Now he required answers. The Duke's eyes widened. Answers about what? About the Emperor's whereabouts. Caesar stiffened. He asked if he truly knew where his father was. Joshua looked away for a moment before speaking. He understood it would be difficult to believe, but 3 years ago, after reaching the final stage of the test tower, he received a reward. Through it, he uncovered fragments, details connected to the Emperor's location. A faint glow began to gather near him. The traces pointed here, to these very chambers. The prince immediately objected. Impossible. They had searched every corner of the room. There was nothing. Joshua's gaze shifted to a rune etched subtly into the space. They would soon understand why. Inside the testing tower, he had not only glimpsed the past, he had obtained something else. The stone in his hand pulsed with ancient light. The primordial stone, Gaia, the memory stone, an artifact capable of parting the veil of the planet's memories itself. He extended his hand forward. Look, the light intensified. Kisser's breath caught in his throat. That's my father. And there, standing before them within the unfolding memory, was Emperor Marcus. He stared at them and asked who they were, a faint grin tugging at his lips. The prince answered just as casually, saying it was him. His eldest son stepped forward and asked if he truly did not recognize his own blood. The emperor glanced aside, and the duke quietly intervened, apologizing as he explained that his majesty was not speaking to them at all. The emperor asked again, sharper this time, and the duke gestured toward the space behind them. A distortion rippled through the air. A portal tore itself open without warning. The emperor smiled. He asked if they understood what they were looking at. Subspace. As if summoned by his will alone, a sword materialized beside his hand. He lifted it slightly and remarked that they surely knew of the sword of the mind. The next instant, a blazing red beam split the air. Across from him, a lone figure stood with blade drawn, and a surge of purple light collided against the emperor's strike. The duke's eyes widened in disbelief. His majesty's sword had not left even a scratch. That was impossible, unless the opponent was a high-ranking demon. But on the entire continent, only one man had ever reached that level. No, that cannot be. From the side, the emperor heard a calm voice comment that his skills had grown rusty. The man facing him spoke evenly, saying it seemed the emperor had grown too accustomed to peace. Marcus gave a low smile, murmuring that this was where everything had been leading. The duke and the prince exchanged stunned looks. Agnes frowned and asked whether he truly had not foreseen this ending. The emperor's composure cracked for a moment. He demanded to know when Duke Agnes had arrived, and how the Dark Monarch stood beside him. Impossible. The Dark Monarch, the Bloody Monarch, and the King of Martial Arts had all died 3 years ago on the plain of Creighton. He had confirmed it himself. The protagonist spoke without hesitation, declaring it nothing more than one of Duke Agnes's schemes. Gashalt turned, confused, asking what kind of scheme could twist reality like this. The reply came cold and precise. A deal had been made. The man's expression hardened as the explanation unfolded. The Dark Monarch, the Bloody Monarch, and the King of Martial Arts, each bound by terms only a handful understood. The Duke stepped forward and leveled his sword. It was said that through careful manipulation, nearly all of Avalon's greatest warriors had been drawn to the plain of Creighton at the same time. Duke Gashalt had departed the Empire to wage war abroad. The Imperial defenses had thinned, and in that moment of calculated weakness, Duke Agnes struck. The Emperor's brows lowered as the truth settled in. Agnes had exploited the Empire's vulnerability and moved directly against Emperor Marcus. Marcus let out a hollow smile, while the hero observed that in the end, His Majesty had been maneuvered like a fool. Standing face to face with the Duke, Marcus asked quietly if all of this, every betrayal, every corpse, had been done for the sake of revenge for his mother. He answered that revenge was too small a word for what was unfolding. Agnes lifted his sword high and declared that from the very beginning, he was never meant to share the same sky as the Britton family. Light burst outward in blinding rays, warping the air around them. Staring straight ahead with a hardened gaze, he asked if the Emperor remembered it as well. The march where loyal troops turned their blades toward the heart of their own homeland, carving a path of betrayal that would eventually found an empire. The man stretched his hand forward as the tale continued, the image of the first emperor retreating flashing through their minds. Marcus smiled faintly and asked whether Agnes had come all this way to recite a meaningless legend. Power flared from both of them at once. With a sharp motion, the Dark Emperor invoked the shackles of darkness. The Emperor glanced down and realized his legs would not move. The Duke's voice thundered as he swung his sword. He declared himself not only a rebel, but the last ruler of Asgard, whose life had been stolen by that first emperor. His expression darkened as he revealed the truth. He was the ancestor of the Agnes bloodline. A towering statue-like projection formed behind him. He slashed downward, and a violent shockwave tore through the battlefield. Gestalt looked up in disbelief. The aura of Duke Agnes's blade stretched across the sky itself. Could this truly be the full power of the Black God? And yet, His Majesty had already mastered the blade of the sun completely. Had the Duke surpassed even that? The Emperor met the strike head-on and deflected it. He began to say that history always repeats itself, that the fate which claimed Agnes's ancestor would claim him as well. Brilliant light erupted around Marcus, forcing back the darkness. Those events belonged to the past. The world had moved on. Avalon stood under his rule. The Britain family still reigned. Suddenly, pillars of fire descended from above. The Emperor stated coldly that he would not justify himself before a traitor. With a wide smile, he declared that a victory without righteousness held no value, and that he would always rise above the rest, like the sun dominating the earth. Agnes swung again, shouting that the sun's heat reduced everything to ash, and that was precisely why it had to vanish. Flames spiraled around Marcus, colliding with the radiance of his blade. Through the inferno, the Emperor's voice cut through, asking whether killing him would truly make Agnes Emperor. A blinding beam gathered before Marcus, compressing into a single devastating line of light. The attack shot forward, splitting the battlefield in two. The beam tore across the battlefield, ripping open the earth itself, but Agnes met it head-on. His blade caught the light, forcing it aside. Even so, he frowned. It was still not easy to face Marcus directly. Above them, a figure rose into the air and shouted that he would absorb the light of his own sun. Looking down with cold intent, he commanded the darkness to pierce the enemy's heart. Black thorns erupted from the ground and surged forward, crashing against the blazing fire barrier surrounding the Emperor. Marcus glanced upward and demanded to know why he was aiding Agnes. What profit he expected from this rebellion. With another swing of his sword, he offered a reward. When he ascended the throne fully, he would grant him a noble title. Dark beams spiraled around the battlefield, colliding with streaks of flame. The Duke roared back that he had no desire for the throne. He drove his sword violently into the barrier. Beside him, the magician extended his fist and ordered him to finish it. Light burst from the Duke's weapon as he charged forward at terrifying speed. Marcus laughed loudly, declaring that perhaps he had never been suited for the role of Emperor in the first place. He intercepted the incoming strike, steel clashing against light. Agnes met his gaze and replied that there were countless ways to rule a nation. He had once considered using Babel, turning his own son into a puppet and ruling the empire from the shadows, but that plan was no longer necessary. The image of the protagonist flickered in the Emperor's mind. Agnes admitted quietly that he never expected to know the simple joy of raising his own child. Marcus looked at him in surprise and mocked him, saying that such sentimental words did not suit the Black God. With a violent motion, the Emperor slashed again, shockwaves rippling outward. Then he paused, sensing something shift. A white radiance began to envelop Agnes. Chris turned in shock as the darkness that once defined the Black God dissolved completely. The man stood within a veil of pale mist and declared there was no reason to remain in the shadows any longer. The Duke's expression hardened as he realized what had happened. The Black God was gone. In his place stood Heimdall, the White God. Marcus opened his eyes wide, demanding to know what form this was, what power he had attained. Heimdall extended his hand calmly to the side and answered that it was the power of a god that eclipsed even the sun itself, and he would prove it by defeating him. He raised his sword, and the air itself trembled in anticipation. He declared that he would personally guide him to the path of death. Marcus answered with a wide smile, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. In this world, there are no gods. Their swords collided again, steel screaming against steel. Marcus stared forward in disbelief as the man pressed him back with a decisive strike. The protagonist watched without blinking. Then the radiance faded. Kisser looked on in shock and asked if what he was seeing was real. The protagonist answered evenly that truth was often cruel. The prince turned to him and demanded to know what he meant by cruel. He still did not grasp the weight of the moment. If the Emperor had truly been killed, it would be a capital crime. Every member of the offender's family would be executed without exception. Joshua looked aside and stated calmly that no one yet knew how this would end. It was too early to declare that Duke Agnes had slain his majesty. Kisser thrust his hand outward and shouted that he had witnessed everything with his own eyes. Avalon had fallen into ruin because of Duke Agnes. Even after seeing the truth, Joshua still defended his father. Kisser's voice trembled with fury as he accused him of daring to call himself family. Among his ancestors stood the sworn enemy of the Britain bloodline. It was that cursed lineage that had once torn the empire apart. Joshua closed his eyes as the insults continued. He was called a mongrel with no place anywhere. A sudden pain cut through the air. The protagonist frowned and said quietly that anger was useless now. Kisser believed only what he wanted to believe. Gashalt stepped forward and seized his weapon, ordering him to stop. He would not allow his highness to be harmed. To raise a hand against the first prince was to betray the empire itself. Joshua turned toward the duke and asked whether he truly still did not understand. His eyes began to glow faintly as he spoke. He said he could erase this entire country without hesitation, reduce it to nothing in a single breath, but he had not done so. Kisser clenched his teeth, demanding why. Because he had chosen to give them a chance. The duke fell silent. Joshua looked straight ahead as the world around him shifted. Two stone statues appeared before them. In one vision, he stood beside a lifeless body. In another, a boy looked up with relief as a woman embraced him. The emperor sat upon the throne, unchallenged. Then the image shifted again. A man standing before a statue, staring downward in regret. The protagonist's voice remained steady as he explained that the consequences of their ancestors' deeds had never truly faded. The crimes committed across generations did not simply vanish. And he doubted that bloodshed, layered upon bloodshed for so many years, could ever be erased so easily. Joshua said quietly that some sins could only be atoned for through death. The duke frowned and demanded to know what he meant by that. Before an answer could come, the doors burst open. A wounded man stumbled inside, clutching his side and shouting that disaster was upon them. They had been betrayed. There was no time to argue. They needed to leave immediately. Shock spread across the room when he revealed the truth. The fourth prince had launched a coup. Caesar's laughter echoed through the halls. He ordered his men to kill everyone. No one was to leave alive. Swords rose around him as his followers surged forward. Then someone noticed a figure standing motionless in the chaos and demanded to know what he was doing. The man looked straight ahead and asked calmly whether Caesar truly believed slaughtering all inconvenient people would make him emperor. Caesar walked toward him without hesitation. He said there was only one path left for survival. He would remove this obstacle and secure Caesar's ascension. Kaizen shouted that he was too late. No cheap trick would ever make Caesar accept him now. If he continued, he would lose every ounce of support he had left. Caesar answered coldly that if that was the case, he would simply eliminate Kisser's supporters as well. A sharp blur cut through the window as Babel entered the fray. Teeth clenched, steel flashed. The man swung his blade, and a shockwave tore through the chamber. Turning abruptly, he asked if he was unharmed. He had heard that the Duchy of Agnes had fallen. Relief flickered when he confirmed the other was safe, but irritation followed just as quickly. Since he was here, it meant Joshua had interfered again. What had happened to Draxia? The answer came bluntly. Draxia had been defeated. The man's voice grew heavy with frustration. He was tired of others meddling, tired of watching his plans unravel. The boy before him widened his eyes and asked if he had manifested true aura. Caesar tilted his head slightly and demanded what he was implying. He held his sword forward, having always dismissed this boy as useless in combat, no different from his weaker brothers. The response came steady and clear. The sixth stage of swordsmanship, the way of aura, a technique of the West taught by Lord Heimdall over many years. To unleash it fully against someone like Caesar would be excessive. The boy blinked in disbelief. Heimdall. Caesar roared and lunged, blade descending with killing intent. The boy moved cleanly, deflecting the strike with precise control. Babel clenched his jaw as steel met steel again. The boy tightened his grip and parried a second blow, forcing the prince back. Caesar looked down at him and admitted it was an impressive attempt, but still insufficient. He stood towering before him and ordered him to surrender, as if the outcome had already been decided. Babel roared that he would repay his brother for the second life he had been given, even if it cost him that very life in return. Light tore through the air around him in violent flashes. The boy tried to follow the incoming strikes, but they were too fast, far too fast. He could not even see the trajectory, only the impact. The prince smiled faintly and said that titles were not handed out for decoration. He had not been named the minor star of Avalon for nothing. But the era had shifted, and so had the rules. A crushing blow landed. The ancient spirit sneered that relics from forgotten ages did not belong in this world. Fear broke through the boy's composure, and he screamed. Caesar stepped forward, calm and almost bored, telling him there was no reason to despair. It was simply the price of disobedience. Sprawled across the floor, the boy heard another insult. Among his comrades, he was the weakest link. He forced his head to the side and muttered about his sword aura, about the power he still carried. The prince extended his hand and dismissed it. None of them were true masters. None would even touch a real one. Every fighter under his command stood at the rank of Superman. Then a voice cut through the tension from behind them, cold and unimpressed. Did he truly believe cheap tricks and borrowed allies would be enough? Footsteps echoed. The protagonist advanced without hesitation, saying he had expected more intelligence. But clearly that expectation had been misplaced. A spear materialized in his hand, gleaming with restrained violence. He added that it was unfortunate he had overestimated him. Caesar's expression hardened. He asked whether he never grew tired of interfering. Joshua's eyes sharpened, widening with lethal clarity. He answered that this ended now. The prince lunged, shouting that those would be his final words. Blue beams formed like walls of judgment before the hero. A strike thundered forward. The room trembled. Someone lowered his head and admitted that even without fully mastering the path of Asira, the defeat had come far too easily. A stunned voice asked if that was truly his son. Doors burst open. Knights flooded the chamber, declaring they were present to defend the prince. Kaizen howled in fury, demanding where they had been. He ordered them to finish it at once. These brainless insects had dared to attempt the life of a prince of the great empire of Avalon. The boy lifted his gaze and screamed in answer as he charged again. One of the masters stepped forward and called them fools, stating he would handle this himself. And in the very next instant, the air shifted. Power erupted the moment he invoked his ability. Blows collided with steel as the Imperial Knights were swept into chaos. Armor shattered. Bodies crashed across the chamber. The prince's eyes widened in disbelief. An entire battalion, crushed in moments. Through the wreckage, a man strode forward toward the protagonist, extending his hand as if granting mercy. He declared that sharing the same blood would not protect him. If he did not remove himself from their path, consequences would follow. The answer came without hesitation. A single motion. A clean arc. The man's head fell before the warning finished echoing. Joshua turned slightly and stated that they were the ones obstructing him. Shock rippled through the onlookers. Someone shouted that there was no time to hesitate. Attack. One of the men stared ahead in grim realization. He thought the hero had surpassed the limits of possibility, just like Lord Heimdall once had. With that, he leapt into a portal, announcing their retreat and leaving the matter behind. Caesar clutched his chest, fury twisting his face. He demanded what kind of spectacle they had created only to flee like cowards. A voice answered coldly that he should evaluate the situation correctly. His own misjudgments had led them here. Responsibility was his. Dropping to his knees, the boy protested that he had merely followed instructions. How could he have foreseen this outcome? The reply was merciless. Silence. He had acted against Lord Heimdall's direct orders. He had been told to remain in the shadows, to support the first prince, to consolidate power quietly as the fourth prince of the empire. Instead, he reached for the throne with his own hands. In defiance, Caesar thrust the ring forward and shouted for them to witness the imperial symbol. The emperor himself had granted him the seal. That alone proved his right to inherit. A bitter breath escaped someone nearby. It was his own arrogance. Questioning Lord Heimdall's authority had led to this collapse. The man stepped backward into the portal and offered a final farewell before vanishing. Silence settled. Joshua looked directly at Caesar and asked what it felt like to be abandoned by allies. Teeth grinding, Caesar demanded what he meant. The answer struck harder than any blade. It was all because of him. Why did he always interfere where he was not wanted? If only he had arrived a year later. Every ambition could have been realized. Every plan completed. Joshua's gaze did not waver. He asked what kind of dreams justified such ruin. Caesar lowered his eyes briefly, then raised the object in his hands. Everything he had done was to make that dream real. A radiance ignited beneath his feet, spreading outward as the light began to swallow the floor. Caesar's smile turned hollow as the light beneath him intensified. He said it no longer mattered. If he could not have the throne, then he would drag every one of them down with him. Joshua's expression hardened. He demanded to know whether Estelle's circle of destruction was meant to obliterate everything in this place. Did he truly believe it would be allowed to activate? The prince laughed, almost delirious, and declared that the great god of war favored him. Before consigning them all to hell, he would share one final truth. He turned his head slightly and shouted that Emperor Marcus, no, his father. A blade burst through his body. His words collapsed into blood. He fell within the glow of the barrier, suspended in a prison of magic. Joshua's eyes shifted instantly, scanning the space beyond the circle. So that was it. He had fear pursued, and stealth was clearly not the only technique hidden in his arsenal. A silhouette rested in the distance. Subspace trembled under flawless control. Joshua calculated in silence. 90% certainty. The Dark Monarch. He sliced the air before him. Space parted. A pulse of magic surged outward, weaving precisely through the environment, and striking only its intended target. The monarch's eyes widened. How had he managed to touch only him without disturbing the surrounding field? The flash pierced his body. Joshua narrowed his gaze. 3 years had passed, yet the man had not dulled. Engaging him now would not end cleanly, and Caesar's unstable spell was seconds from collapse. Retreat was the logical move. He lunged forward and warned him not to move. The monarch frowned and answered that if he valued his mother's safety, he would stop chasing. Joshua's fury sharpened. That threat only sealed his death sentence. Behind them, Caesar lay against the barrier, tears cutting across his face. He whispered that they would meet again on the other side. His trembling hand reached toward the raging energy. A shockwave detonated. The ground convulsed. Light tore across the horizon. Night screamed and rushed toward the blast. A girl stood frozen, mouth parted in disbelief. When the smoke thinned, Joshua stood unmoving, lips pressed tight with restrained disgust. In his arms rested Caesar's broken body, hatred still etched across the prince's lifeless face. A voice asked whether he was dead. Joshua turned slowly. From behind him came a harsh shout, calling the fallen prince a fool who had earned his fate by attempting a coup. Then the final question cut through the ash-filled air. Was it over now? The hero lowered his gaze and answered that he did not know. He was not certain of anything anymore. A single thought surfaced. Caesar's death had shifted the current of fate. Whether for better or worse remained unseen. He released the body and, in silence, offered his farewell. Far from the ruined battlefield, a quiet chamber waited. A sphere rested upon a silk cushion. On the throne sat one of the 9 stars of the Hubalt Empire, the king of martial arts, Jaktur. The man before him asked about his condition. Jaktur replied that with certain matters unfolding, it could have been better. Lucifer's lips curved. He told him to stop complaining. After all, he had handed him Herheim. He had only come to inquire about his affairs. Nothing more. Jaktur's eyes narrowed. He said he understood the real reason for the visit. Lucifer was here to warn him to stay out of the way while he expanded his dominion. But how could he trust someone who might strike Hubalt the moment his back was turned? He added that the Black God would not remain idle if he made a move. Lucifer chuckled and asked whether he truly feared him. Jaktur's expression hardened. He told him to keep the mockery to himself. Unlike Lucifer, he still operated in good faith. He trusted that their agreement had not been forgotten. Lucifer answered calmly that the pact remained intact. That was precisely why he had offered assistance. A sword embedded in the stone floor seemed to hum as another voice spoke of the Dark Monarch's intention to emerge from obscurity. The plan was simple in scope and ruthless in execution. The 3 great powers, Swallow, Hubalt, and Avalon, would be brought to their knees. Once the empires collapsed, Avalon's lingering influence would fade, and the continent would be theirs to command. Lucifer smiled faintly and noted that the treaty would soon lose relevance. The King of Swords and the God of War had returned to Avalon. Their reappearance complicated everything. The man continued that if they sought a continental alliance, now was the decisive moment. Strength must be consolidated before the Black God could interfere. If they awakened fully, mutual trust could be forged through shared ambition. He extended his hand, offering cooperation. Lucifer regarded the gesture with calm certainty. Even with the King of Swords and the God of War standing in Avalon, dominance was still within reach. But first, Avalon, and the smaller nations orbiting it, had to be dismantled piece by piece. The voice pressed him for an answer. Was he prepared to join hands and subjugate the continent together? Jaktur did not respond immediately. He asked how he could be certain betrayal would not follow the moment their objectives aligned. From the throne came a measured reply. Was control over the very heart of the Herheim continent not proof enough of sincerity? Power spoke louder than promises. Silence lingered, then acceptance followed. Jaktur stated that if responsibility for the God of War rested on his shoulders, then he would handle him personally. Once that obstacle was removed, terms would be named, terms worthy of their scale. Lucifer rose to his feet and answered that whatever conditions were set, he would regard them as accepted. Jaktur's expression darkened. He warned him not to underestimate the God of War. 3 years earlier, that man had crushed an army of 1 million without suffering a single wound. His image began to dissolve into nothingness. As it faded, the figure departing said there was no need for concern. Much had changed since that day. A curtain shifted. A voice declared that even the heavens now favored their cause. Lucifer turned toward the assembled soldiers. Light ignited in his eyes. He gave a single command: advance. They answered in unison. Torches flared. Signals were prepared for the Swallow Empire. Orders rang out. The objective was Einberg Castle on the border of the Avalon Empire. The wyverns would be freed from their chains. Let them rise. Iron restraints shattered. The beasts lifted their heads and roared. When their wings struck the air, the earth trembled beneath the force. Wyverns, the battle dragons of the Swallow Empire, shot into the sky in a dark swarm. Another cry surged across the ranks. For the Swallow Empire, wolves charged beneath armored riders. Columns moved in ruthless coordination. The assault had begun. At the iron fortress of Einberg Castle, alarms echoed through stone corridors. A voice shouted that they were under attack and ordered all men to their stations. From the battlements, defenders watched the approaching storm. Then the gates began to open. Shock rippled through the guards. Who dared issue such an order in the midst of an invasion? A calm answer came from behind. He had given the command. The soldier turned, disbelief written across his face. Your Highness, why? Count Theorod of the Avalon Empire stepped forward. He said it was for the sake of the country. The protest came immediately. Did he understand that this was treason? Even as a count, he would not be allowed to commit such an act. Theorod's gaze remained steady. For 20 years, he had served the Avalon Empire. And in those years, he had learned to question everything. He swore he would never lose his family or his life over the arrogance of empty-headed princes. Even as the pressure mounted, he kept telling them to surrender, promising that if they laid down their weapons now, mercy might still be possible. The words had barely left his mouth when a furious shout cut through the air, ordering him to shut up. No one wanted to hear the excuses of a cowardly traitor. He turned sharply, and the sky was no longer empty. Dark shapes circled above. Creatures with vast wings tore through the clouds while a commander's voice roared for the dragons to ready the heavenly weapons and fire. Orders followed in rapid succession. Mages to the barriers, reinforce the walls, hold the line. Aymar only laughed. Energy flared from his body in blinding waves, and he declared that Einberg would fall before the day ended. Panic rippled across the battlements. Someone screamed for everyone to run. A sudden flash froze a section of the courtyard in solid ice. Explosions thundered from tower to tower. Another voice demanded the walls be brought down and all cannons aimed at the dragon overhead. Soldiers lifted their bows toward the descending wyverns while scouts shouted that wolves were already closing in on the gates. Messengers raced through smoke and debris, calling for the commander. They needed orders. They needed direction. The great palace of Kula, pride of the Avalon Empire, could not fall like this. But inside the council chamber, the shouting had a different tone. Accusations flew like arrows. They reminded him that only 500 soldiers had been sent to guard the critical border fortress of Einberg Castle. No one should pretend greater sacrifices had been made. Each province had contributed the same number of fighters. They were still crippled from the civil war. Did he think they alone were struggling? The man slammed his fist down, voice shaking with anger. Every territory was short on men and coin. How many times did he need to repeat that their situation was dire? Yet now they implied that fixing their finances mattered more than stopping the Swallow Empire's advance. They denied it, but made it clear they would not continue supporting him as before. Kisser's expression darkened. He ordered them to stop arguing. The decision to reinforce the nearby army would be left to each of them. Send as many soldiers as possible, he said. One lord immediately countered that doing so would leave their own lands exposed. Was there not a mandatory minimum force each territory had to maintain? Did he expect them to strip themselves bare? Kisser's fury finally broke through. Not everyone even had the strength to meet that requirement anymore. They were all responsible for the Empire's weakness, himself included. If the realm collapsed, their hands would not be clean. A tense silence followed before someone raised the inevitable question. Who would command the united army if they did agree? Kisser answered that only a dependable candidate could be chosen. And from the far end of the chamber, Talon leaned back with a faint, knowing smile. In that moment, Talon put the name forward without hesitation. Marquis de Mir. The chamber erupted instantly. A furious voice shot back that Commander Ray was still alive, so why look elsewhere? There was no reason to gamble on someone new. Handing control of the army to an untested leader now could tear them apart from within. Talon snapped in response, accusing them of deliberately sowing discord. Commander-in-Chief Ray had been gravely wounded during the Fourth Prince's coup attempt. That was not speculation. It was fact. He was merely proposing a candidate better suited to the present crisis. Another noble leaned forward and countered coldly. If that was the case, what about the esteemed King of Swords? Wouldn't Duke Gashalt be a far more stable choice? His loyalty was unquestionable. Other nobles would never dare manipulate him. With him in command, everyone could rest easier. Talon gave a thin smile. Yes, Duke Gashalt could be trusted with the Empire's safety. But he had vanished. No confirmed sighting in months. Kisser cut in sharply. Duke Gashalt was already on his way to Einberg. Reinforcements should be sent immediately to support him. A stunned voice asked the obvious. Then why not appoint the god of war as commander? Talon's temper flared. Absolutely not. He was young. His battlefield experience was insufficient for supreme command. The noble beside him added that while he was undeniably an extraordinary knight, leading an entire army required more than talent. It required years of hardened command. Talon pressed further, lowering his voice just enough to let the tension sharpen. There were also rumors, whispers that Joshua was a descendant of Kjörnir. The room stirred. Kjörnir, the last king of Asgard, who ruled before the founding of the Avalon Empire. Was it true? No one knew. But if it was, what then? If a bloodline tied to a fallen sovereign stood at the head of their troops, what future were they walking toward? Beside him, someone murmured that the atmosphere was spiraling. Did he truly intend to remain silent? Joshua slowly lifted his head. If they continued clinging to pride and suspicion instead of reason, the nation was already doomed. Words would not fix that. Silence, for now, was wiser. The man at his side muttered that silence rarely calmed a storm. At that precise moment, the doors opened. A composed voice entered with its owner, stating plainly that the king of mercenaries, Joshua, would make an excellent commander. A young woman stepped forward and requested permission to introduce herself. She represented the Pontier family. Cheryl Pontier. Kisser's expression softened as he welcomed her. He had heard much about her accomplishments. The Empire owed her gratitude for her contributions. Cheryl bowed with quiet dignity and offered her thanks. She thanked him for the warm reception, then asked forgiveness for her boldness and requested permission to raise a single question. Kisser granted it without hesitation. Cheryl gave a graceful curtsy and spoke clearly. Since the principal houses of Avalon replenished the Imperial army with their own soldiers, did they possess the right to decide who would command those troops in battle? Kisser answered that they did. In fact, overall command of the army and leadership of individual battalions were separate appointments. Cheryl inclined her head in appreciation. In that case, the Duchy of Pontier would contribute 20,000 soldiers, 5 nightly orders, 2 million gold coins, and full supplies of weapons and ammunition. Beyond that, they would assume responsibility for feeding the army throughout the campaign. The chamber froze. 20,000? A stunned murmur swept the nobles. Where had the Pontier family acquired such strength? Someone muttered that they had avoided direct involvement in the faction war. Perhaps that explained their intact coffers. Cheryl turned calmly and declared that her battalion would be led by a trusted ally. Joshua. A faint smile touched his lips. The decision was made. He would depart for Einberg immediately. Remaining here any longer was nothing but wasted time. Outrage erupted at once. Voices condemned his behavior in the presence of princes. Arrogant. Insolent. Another lord sneered that politics was not decided by brute force alone. Talon called out sharply, ordering Joshua to stop. Without the Highness's explicit authorization, he had no right to command Pontier troops. He held no formal rank. He should not act as though he were something greater than he was. The army was a single living organism. Disturb its structure, and the entire force would collapse. Did he intend to wedge himself into its order and bring defeat upon them? Joshua turned, expression unreadable. Very well. If that was their stance, he would not interfere. They could manage as they pleased. A voice demanded clarification. If they rejected his candidacy, that was their choice. But when the Swallow Empire crushed them, they would remember this day. Talon's eyes hardened. Why draw a sword against His Highness earlier, only to retreat now? Joshua answered flatly that he had no desire to labor for men like him. He had only intended to keep the promise he once made to the princes. Silence fell over the hall. From the throne, Kisser finally spoke. He apologized for the discourtesy shown to Joshua. For the first time, the protagonist's eyes widened. The prince continued, his voice steady despite the weight behind it. Recent turmoil had stripped them of peace. The authority of the imperial family had never fallen so low. Trust between crown and nobles was fractured. In such conditions, how could anyone expect unquestioned obedience to a newly appointed commander? He admitted it plainly. Had he listened from the beginning and chosen a proven, experienced leader, this dispute would never have erupted. The fault was his. Kisser rose from the throne. That was precisely why he was asking Joshua to guard the border. The request still stood. Whether the rumors about Kinner were true or not no longer mattered. The Empire needed him. He asked him to stand with them once more and save their land. Cheryl's lips curved in quiet satisfaction. Talon lowered his gaze. Joshua studied the prince in silence. Wiser than expected. Remarkable composure, considering everything Emperor Marcus had done to him. Was this truly about defeating the Swallow Empire and protecting the realm? Whatever the hidden motives, he believed the prince would honor his word. He turned to leave. Very well. It was time to move. Outside, a voice echoed with disbelief. How many years, how many winters, had they waited for this return? 3 long years. Aiden stepped forward, unable to hide his relief, saying he was glad to see him again. Joshua faced the mercenary king, only to pause as new figures approached. He had heard they had assembled 20,000 men. A voice clarified. At present, only 1 night battalion had crossed over. Icarus explained with a calm smile. The teleportation gate could not handle such numbers at once. They had sent what was immediately necessary. The rest would arrive within 2 weeks. In total, counting the mercenaries who had pledged themselves, their force would reach 70,000. The process simply required time. Kane's eyes widened. 70,000. That was 3 times the agreed number. With such strength, halting the Swallow Empire would not just be possible, it would be inevitable. Yet another voice cut through the optimism. 2 weeks was a dangerous delay. By then, Eastern Avalon could already fall into enemy hands. Even if they eventually repelled Swallow, the scars would take years to heal. Someone answered firmly not to worry. Theta would handle that problem. In his mind, the man asked for confirmation. Joshua answered with an easy smile. Of course he was certain. He could move every fighter here within a single day. A knowing grin appeared in response. So this was their plan. Use him as the bridge. Fine. But such power came with a price. Another voice interrupted, cautioning him to think carefully. Even a 7-circle mage would struggle to teleport thousands at once. If his mana ran dry, or even a minor calculation failed, bodies could fuse together mid-transfer, flesh merging into a single screaming mass. Or worse, coordinates misaligned, and the army would appear in the sky or some random wasteland, only to fall to their deaths. Joshua considered it calmly. Teleporting them into the sky. Not entirely useless, under certain conditions. Theta stepped forward, extending his hand and telling them not to worry. He was no longer what he used to be. What did that mean? He smiled faintly. He was no longer a 7th circle mage. He was an exceptional 8th circle mage. Magic tightened in his grasp like a living force. Shock rippled through the group. 8th circle? With quiet confidence, he outlined the sequence. The army currently stationed in the Duchy of Ponier would be moved first. From there, directly to the border. When the transfer completed, they would find themselves standing in the heart of the battlefield. Someone shouted that the spell was beginning. A blinding flash erupted in the streets of Einberg Castle. The border fortress of Avalon stood battered, its walls scarred and streaked with strange slime. Orders echoed through the damaged corridors. Release the prisoners. The soldiers hesitated. Those captives could easily turn on them in revenge. Aymar dismissed the concern. He had given his word. He would not brand himself a liar. Reluctantly, the guards unlocked the chains. Theorod expressed gratitude, acknowledging that the promise had been kept. Aymar replied that in truth, he needed capable individuals like them. He offered them a place at his side. Theorod lowered his gaze, weighing the offer in silence. The moment fractured when a knight rushed into the chamber, breathless from urgency. He carried news from the reconnaissance unit. Aymar straightened. Avalon's forces were near. How many? The answer came. Only one fighter. The hero found the answer unsettling. While they debated strategy, the other side of the Einberg Castle mountain was already drowning in blood. The ordinary soldiers knew their enemy was formidable, but knowledge did nothing to save them. In a single breath, entire ranks were torn apart. One man stood frozen, weapon trembling in his hand, able only to scream for help as steel flashed past him. Knight shouted for a full retreat toward the castle. But retreat meant nothing against that speed. The attacker moved so fast he seemed to vanish between heartbeats. Blades struck in blinding succession. No wasted motion. No hesitation. Soldiers fell before they even understood they had been targeted. From a distant ridge, Aymar watched with narrowed eyes. One man had crushed 2 knightly orders. Avalon still harbored such masters. Was this the king of heroes? A soldier hurried to his side and reported that if the enemy favored guerrilla tactics, the Wolf Knights would handle him well enough. Aymar dismissed it. Theorod should have been summoned. He would understand this opponent better. Before another order could be spoken, the enemy launched skyward like a signal flare. He kicked against empty air, accelerating with savage force straight toward the castle. So he intended a frontal assault. Aymar's lips curved faintly. He had underestimated him. Their swords collided midair. The impact shattered the surrounding stone as if it were brittle glass. The shock alone rippled across the field. Only someone extraordinary would dare challenge an army head-on. Geshalt's voice cut through the clash with a single command. Leave Avalon. The reply was steel. Their next exchange triggered a colossal explosion that lit the battlefield, visible even from distant watchtowers. Geshalt steadied himself, momentarily unsure what had just transpired. Aymar rose higher, standing atop a summoned ice dragon, eyes wild with ambition. They would not retreat. Soon the entire continent would kneel before the Swallow Empire. The dragon opened its jaws and released a roaring shockwave of frost. Geshalt twisted aside at the last possible instant, the blast carving through empty air where he had stood. Mid-flight, he adjusted his stance, gaze sharpening as recognition struck. So was him. He swore he would slit his throat. Landing briefly upon nothing but air, he pushed off again, leaping in rapid succession toward Aymar. The distance between them vanished. Aymar began to speak, but the hero was already closing in. A final farewell hung unsaid. The ice dragon reared and unleashed a torrent of freezing breath, a crushing stream of white annihilation. Geshalt evaded once more. Every strike he threw carried the weight of humiliation, and Aymar felt it burning through his veins. The enemy slipped past every blow like a shadow. Impossible to track, impossible to pin down. It was as if he was swinging at air. Then a presence flickered behind him. He turned. Too late. Steel met steel in a flash. The hero caught Geshalt's lightning-fast strike with his blade, sparks scattering between them. At the same moment, the ice dragon let out a thunderous roar that shook the sky. Pain rippled through the beast. Aymar's leg had been sliced cleanly, blood staining the frost beneath him. The wound forced him down to one knee, his hand gripping his sword just to remain upright. The hero looked at him coldly and admitted he had underestimated Geshalt. But climbing onto the ice dragon, that, he declared, was stupidity. Before Aymar could answer, freezing energy crawled up the hero's legs. Thick ice wrapped around him, locking him in place. Aymar's eyes flared with savage triumph. He shouted that it was over and lunged forward to finish it. Then the sky detonated. A violent explosion tore across the dragon's back. The beast was hurled through the air, spiraling above the battlefield. Below, the knights erupted in cheers, shouting that Aymar had secured victory. Some even proclaimed that the border of Avalon was now fully under control. But celebration died mid-breath. The sky distorted. A massive surge of mana cracked the air apart, tearing open space itself. From behind the fracture, a figure stepped forward and calmly announced their arrival. He demanded to see Avalon's finest. Every soldier understood at once. Weapons were raised. Formations snapped into place. And then they appeared. The strongest fighters materialized as one. Joshua standing at their head, eyes fixed forward. Beside him were the most powerful warriors of their generation, and behind them stretched an entire army, awaiting his command. Authority radiated from him. He was seconds away from giving the order. Instead, several soldiers staggered. Then another. Within moments, nearly the entire army bent over, violently vomiting rainbows onto the ground. The aftershock of mass teleportation twisted their insides without mercy. The man who had called them here blinked in disbelief. Even Cain, struggling to steady himself, realized this transfer had been far harsher than expected. He felt like his organs were trying to escape his body. A shadow swallowed the light above them. The ice dragon descended once more, wings tearing through the clouds. Aymar stood atop it, face warped with madness, declaring that they had arrived only to meet their deaths. And then Gashald appeared beside him, voice cutting through the wind. He wasn't done yet. The hero moved instantly, striking at Aymar with everything he had left. The impact shook the air, but Aymar blocked it. Cain stared, unable to comprehend how this man was still standing. By now he should have fallen. The memory of the Lion King's warning echoed in his mind. Time was short. Joshua had to be found. Cain clenched his fists. If he had been given the chance, Duke Aymar would already be defeated. If he had remained at his master's side, things would have unfolded differently. Joshua stepped forward and told him to stop hiding. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, how far Cain had sharpened himself in his absence. The timing was perfect. A flawless opponent stood before him. Survival alone would prove everything. The challenge was accepted without hesitation. Cain drew his sword from behind his back, steel glinting under the fractured sky. He was ready to reveal what he had become. Above the chaos, the Wyvern Knights received their command: defend the castle at all costs. With a unified roar of loyalty to Lucifer, they surged forward, wings cutting across the battlefield. Icarus watched carefully. He had expected an aggressive assault, yet they chose defense. Wyverns circled over the half-ruined fortress like vultures guarding a corpse. One of the men calmly stated there was no need to panic. He and Iselin would handle the aerial threat. The greater concern was the siege tightening around the castle walls. Joshua answered without emotion. He would simplify the situation. Christian had once taught him a technique, summoning from the heavens. But what would descend would not be human. A black gate split open across the entire sky. From its depths emerged a figure more beast than man. Then another, and another. Dozens of grotesque soldiers poured from the portals, plummeting toward the earth like a rain of nightmares. The Wyvern Knights immediately understood. The attack was coming from above. Blades were raised midair as monsters seized riders directly from their mounts, dragging them down in fatal spirals. On the ground, foot soldiers stared in confusion as armored bodies began crashing around them. The sky itself had turned hostile. Icarus moved closer to Joshua and warned him that unleashing the undead so openly could stain his name beyond repair. The hero did not waver. Everything was proceeding exactly as intended. Then the air trembled again. From one of the massive portals, a colossal black dragon forced its way through. Its skeletal form eclipsed the battlefield as it descended, jaw opening wide. The subordinates felt their blood run cold. It was the bone dragon. It landed with devastating force, crushing soldiers beneath its weight. Panic erupted. Orders to retreat echoed along the castle walls as knights scrambled to escape. In the next breath, the dragon unleashed a torrent of destructive energy from its mouth, sweeping across the field in a catastrophic wave. One of the commanders muttered that after this, rumors would spread like wildfire. He asked Joshua whether he was prepared to face rejection from the world itself. Joshua's answer carried no doubt. He had already accepted that burden. Amid the devastation, a fighter shouted that the bone dragon and undead were cutting down their own forces without discrimination. Chaos swallowed friend and foe alike. They charged deeper into the carnage alongside Cain. Cain's gaze never left a single target. None of this mattered. Not the undead. Not the dragon. Not the collapsing walls. Only one opponent needed to fall. In the next instant, the ice dragon swept over their heads, its shadow swallowing the battlefield. Aymar's voice rang out with ruthless authority. The Wyvern Knights were focused on one target, the bone dragon. No one else was to interfere. Before the formation could fully adjust, Gashald's presence cut through the chaos. He struck from behind without warning. Aymar reacted immediately, counterattacking with visible irritation. He declared he'd had enough of this nuisance. A massive wave of ice roared forward, threatening to swallow Gashald whole. At the final heartbeat, he slipped aside, narrowly escaping as he always did. Aymar shifted tactics instantly. From above, 3 massive ice spheres were launched downward. Gashald deflected them in a blur of steel and focus, dismissing the assault as meaningless. But when his blade shattered the spheres, razor-sharp fragments exploded outward. They tore into his body and chest before he could fully withdraw. Blood stained the air. He clicked his tongue internally. Age was catching up. Falling for tricks like that meant decline. If this continued, defeat would follow. The only path forward was to close the distance and seize any opening, no matter how small. Imar watched carefully. The old man's power was thinning. He was avoiding direct confrontation. That meant he would try to come close to secure victory. And that was precisely where Imar intended to end him. Every movement was observed. Every shift anticipated. Without warning, Imar commanded the ice dragon to unleash its breath. A devastating stream of frozen annihilation surged forward. Gashalt exhaled slowly and activated the Sword of the Mind. A special aura ignited around him and along his blades, sharp and controlled. In a single decisive motion, he split the dragon's icy breath cleanly in half. Imar froze. The impossible had just happened. The ice breath, nullified. Gashalt did not hesitate. He advanced and tore through the ice dragon itself. The massive creature shattered midair, exploding into fragments that rained across the battlefield. He declared Imar finished. But the battle refused to end. Imar's expression twisted as he invoked a deeper force. Power gathered violently before Gashalt, swelling into something ancient and overwhelming. The air trembled. From the surge emerged the spirit of ice. Gashalt's eyes widened, anger igniting instantly. The spirit shielded Imar and spoke with cold dominance. Gashalt had only witnessed the strength of a mid-rank dragon. Now he would face true power. Gashalt answered without retreat. He would go all out, and he would win. The spirit raised its presence, and a colossal blizzard formed around it. The temperature plunged beyond reason. Escape was meaningless against something of that scale. Frost crept over Gashalt's hand. Ice began consuming his skin. Even his aura, his sora, was slowly being drained by the relentless cold. Through the white storm, Imar charged forward, his body completely encased in ice armor, voice roaring with finality as he closed the distance. Imar's voice cut through the blizzard as he lunged, declaring he would pierce Gashalt's heart where he stood. Before the strike could land, a figure shot upward between them. King! He roared for it to stop, fury exploding from him. His blade came down with everything he had, and the anger behind it was not for himself. It was for Gashalt. Steel clashed instantly as Imar intercepted the blow. The impact rang through the frozen storm. Pain flared through Imar's injured leg. The wound from earlier dragged at his balance, reminding him that prolonged combat was no longer in his favor. He had no time to waste on this reckless fool. Freezing him would be simpler. Cold surged again. Ice crawled over Kane's body, locking around his limbs. For a brief second, it seemed finished. Then the ice shattered. Kane tore free with raw force and hurled Imar backward. The sudden burst made Imar narrow his eyes. Paladins, they hid their true aura until the last moment. Another fighter appeared from the side, blade descending with lethal precision. The strike nearly cleaved Imar in two. Energy roared around the attacker's weapon, compressing the air itself. At the same time, Kane's body became wrapped in the densest magic armor imaginable, radiating pressure that crushed outward. Imar calculated instantly. 3 at once was suicide. He prepared to retreat, only for transparent chains of magic to snap around him. They tightened mercilessly. A man stood below, gripping the conjured bindings with both hands. With a sharp swing, he dragged Imar downward and coldly suggested he come back to the ground. Imar's fury boiled as he was slammed into the earth with crushing force. Dust and frost exploded outward. He rose through the debris, swearing they would pay for this insult. The scarred warrior descended nearby, voice low and menacing, promising that none of them would escape what was coming. Elsewhere, a massive blue dragon materialized before a lone girl. She raised her sword calmly and stated she had expected she might need assistance. The dragon's jaws opened wide, roaring at her audacity. A column of ice erupted forward. She lifted her sacred sword, and a transparent barrier unfolded before her like divine glass. The attack crashed against it. She invoked the protection of God Hermes, steady and unwavering. The dragon intensified its assault, releasing a concentrated surge of energy that pressed against the barrier until cracks began to spread across its surface. She frowned, recognizing the truth. The breath was too powerful. The shield would not endure much longer. Back on the battlefield, Imar glanced at the magical chains binding him. A smile slowly curved across his face. With a sudden surge of strength, he shattered them apart. It seemed the persistent paladin's true aura was finally thinning. He would eliminate him first. A shadow fell from above. Before Imar could react, a warrior descended mid-swing, declaring himself the true opponent. His blade struck with overwhelming force, driving the dragon down in a single brutal arc. The creature slammed into the ground, impact shaking the battlefield, and its destructive breath finally ceased. The beam finally faded. The girl dropped to her knees, vision blurred white from the cold. She covered her eyes, whispering that it seemed she would die from frostbite before anything else could claim her. The battlefield shifted. A scar man locked blades with his opponent, sparks spraying between them. While parrying the incoming strike, he asked if the other truly believed he could break him so easily. The reply came without hesitation. He would simply stand in his way. The scarred man smiled faintly and reminded him of a cruel fact. It was he who had ended his master. Victory would never belong to him. The insult tightened the air. The other fighter's expression hardened. He surged forward, but the scarred man knocked his blade aside with a sweeping motion and mocked him, asking how he intended to defeat a member of the 9 Stars. He stepped back with visible disdain. A voice cut through the tension, warning him not to suffocate in his own arrogance. From above, an old man descended, blade flashing like a falling comet. Even stars burn out, he declared. His strike landed with crushing force, sending the 9 Stars member skidding through stone and debris, carving a deep trench across the ground. The old man followed, rising lightly into the air. The old must give way to the new, he said calmly. Such is the cycle of nature. The scarred man only smiled wider. He summoned the spirit of ice once more and declared that this old warrior would become one of the fallen stars. The spirit responded instantly. A vast defensive barrier formed around her, and the old man's next attack was forced back. He frowned. Even knowing she was of the highest rank, he had not expected his strike to be blocked so effortlessly. If he were 10 years younger, the result would have been different. The command was given. The spirit of ice gathered freezing energy, condensing it until the air trembled. A storm erupted and surged toward the old man with terrifying speed. For a brief moment, he stood silent, eyes fixed ahead. Then he saw it, the spirit closing in through the chaos. An ice spike shot toward him. At the last possible instant, the old man's body dissolved like mist, evaporating before the impact could land. Watching from a distance, the scarred man laughed and asked what the old warrior thought of that. This was his personal creation, a thin layer of aura wrapped around the spirit, amplifying her strength many times over. It enhanced not only her offense, but her defense as well. The old man reappeared and slashed downward. The spirit leapt lightly, evading the blade by a breath. The old man pursued immediately, but she retaliated, releasing multiple ice spikes in rapid succession toward him. The scarred man observed the exchange, smile deepening. Just as expected, she stood there, unbending, the pressure of the 9 Stars crashing down on her like a tidal wave. Yet she refused to kneel. He watched her and thought that this defiance would only refine her further. Once she rose beyond them, the unification of the continent would no longer be a distant dream, but a step within reach. Then the air shifted. A presence formed behind him, and a cold voice declared that the master would be avenged. The man's eyes narrowed. He turned, blade ready, asking why he was still clinging to life. If he insisted on standing there, then he would be taught the cost. The boy answered with steel. He swung his sword and released an aura blade with everything he had, a violent wave tearing forward, as if it would split the world apart. But in the next breath, fear crept into his eyes. His opponent's calm reply cut deeper than any weapon. He could resist all he wanted. It would not matter. The man slipped past the strike as though it never existed and appeared behind him. A single cut opened his stomach. The boy staggered, and the man smiled, claiming that victory was still his. But the fight was not finished. The boy roared and leapt, declaring that he would prove his strength. Before he could land, a pillar of ice erupted and crushed him against the ceiling. Blood spilled from his mouth. Watching him hang there, the man coldly remarked that spending time beside the King of Heroes had dulled his judgment. In his eyes, the boy was nothing more than a pawn nearing death. He struck again. The broken blade met resistance. A crack split through it, and blood followed from the boy's body as he fell to the ground. The man lifted his gaze and saw an old figure approaching, stating that this was the last one remaining. On the floor, the boy forced his eyes open. He remembered the moment the hero had stood before him, saying he needed someone to guard his back. Not a weakling. Not someone who would die before him on the battlefield. The memory burned. He rose. Facing his opponent, he declared that he would never fall before him. The man smiled faintly. That spirit was admirable. But what could he possibly do without a sword? The boy extended his hands. Even if the blade was shattered, he could still fight. Another memory surfaced. The hero's voice echoed in his mind, explaining that once he surpassed his limits and mastered mana completely, absolute power would follow. He had demonstrated how to rival an aura blade. He had said to watch carefully. The image of a spear cutting through enemies flashed before him, bodies thrown skyward. The lesson returned in full. If aura was poured into the voice itself, it could shape a blade. The boy inhaled. Energy gathered into his hands, merging, compressing, answering his will as he remembered. His thoughts dragged him back to the battle with the man in the red cloak. He had shattered his blade that day, and with a faint smile the man had explained that it happened because he was crude and unfocused. A sword's power depended on the wielder's faith and bearing. If his heart wavered, the steel would follow. Remember that. The boy tightened his fists. A blade formed between his palms, forged from will alone. Fine. Then he would pour every fragment of belief into it. Taking his stance, He swore inwardly that he would prove he deserved to stand at his lord's side. The man observed him with mild interest. A sword of the mind. Crude, but not worthless. Still, he was tired of this charade. Why not surrender? The answer came with motion. The boy cut forward, declaring that his lord had yet to witness his progress. He would not hand victory to someone like him. The man leapt from the cliff, descending with a killing arc, remarking that for someone brushing against death, he spoke far too much. Silence answered him. In that silence, the boy recalled his friend's words. Speed and complexity did not guarantee quality. The man continued, saying that sometimes a single perfected strike was enough to end everything. When that strike reached completion, he would become the most feared warrior alive. Until then, he would refine it. The boy swung again, multiplying the force of his blade. Time could pass. Blows could number in the thousands. None of that mattered. He would continue sharpening it without surrender. A flicker of unease crossed the man's face. He had believed the boy was finished. Had he concealed this much strength? The strike had been sudden, but he could endure it. Then his vision drained of color. He tried to move. Nothing answered. Memories from moments earlier flashed through him. He realized too late that he had exhausted himself in that previous attack. Control over his body slipped away. He could not evade. He reached inward, searching for his spirit, intending to call it forth. An old man appeared. The impact struck his chest like thunder. He raised his hand to parry, gathering what little strength remained. His face paled as he forced his arm upward, desperate to block the descending blow. He roared that this was not an attack, but childish babble. The words only fed the fury in the boy's eyes. He poured everything into the strike, every drop of strength, every ounce of will. The blade descended, and a colossal pillar of aura erupted forward, erasing everything in its path. The man's composure shattered. His mouth fell open as he screamed, trying to restrain the torrent swallowing him whole. The energy consumed flesh and bone alike, devouring him from the inside out. The columns surged higher, brighter, merciless. When it faded, the boy lowered his sword. Calmly. He wondered how the masters would evaluate his skill now. The scene shifted. Once, in an age where plunder ruled unchecked, fire and steel walked hand in hand. A knight's blade cut down a small boy. He collapsed, screaming, while armored men overturned barrels and looted supplies. Orders rang out to gather everything. No prisoners. Leave no survivors. Another young boy watched with terror, certain this was the end. Then hope flickered. A voice asked if he wished to live. A man in a dark cloak stood before him. With a casual gesture, he lifted a knight into the air. If the boy desired life, he would grant him power. The stranger's smile widened, and blood streamed from the knight's eyes. Moments later, the soldiers suspended in the air were ripped apart like paper. The cloaked man extended an offer. Become his disciple, and the world would kneel at their feet. Blood rained down. Trembling, the boy agreed to anything. He only wanted strength. He wanted salvation. The stranger reached out his hand. In honor of rebirth, he would grant him a new body and a new name. From that moment on, he would be called Lucifer. The vision changed again. A battlefield roared. Someone shouted that wyverns were approaching and the castle had to be defended. The duke had fallen. They had to brace themselves. The earth split. A massive purple dragon clawed its way upward. Beside the protagonist stood a red-haired man with an eye patch, calmly stating that the bone dragon alone could wipe out 200,000 warriors. It almost felt unfair. With this, victory was assured. They would leave without casualties. Knights charged the dragon, shouting to focus their attacks. Then riders mounted on wolves emerged from the flanks. One of them halted abruptly. A young man stepped forward, a golden aura radiating from his body. His gaze was cold as he declared that if they retreated and surrendered now, they would be spared. He drew his sword and gave them one final offer. The knights answered with a battle cry and surged ahead. They shouted back that they would never beg a pair of undead for mercy. If anything, they would send them back to hell themselves. The clash ignited instantly. Two blazing fireballs tore through the air toward the young man. He answered with a single swing. The flames split apart, reversed, and detonated among the charging knights. A mage hurriedly gathered another spell, shouting for everyone to keep attacking. Then the fire in his palm vanished. He stared at his empty hand in horror. His mana flow had dried up. Around him, the others turned in panic. A figure stood behind them. He calmly explained that their magic had been sealed. Frost crept across the battlefield as the ruler of the Ice Valley, the king of the Liches, revealed himself. His gaze was indifferent. They were inferior beings. Explanations were unnecessary. They would understand soon enough. With a simple motion of his hand, their bodies lifted into the air. They were not his equals. An explosion burst between them, hurling several magicians aside. A knight stepped forward, accusing Joshua of breaking taboos by allying with demons. What contract had he signed to command such support? The Lich King tilted his head, asking how long the old man had been observing. The knight glared, declaring that such power was impossible to obtain without sacrifice. Even giving one's life would not suffice. What price had been paid? The small skeletal ruler's eyes glimmered coldly. It seemed the human was confused. They stood here by their own will. The old knight barked that he would not believe such nonsense. Joshua must have promised to double their payment. That was the only reason they had switched sides. The small figure surged forward, ordering him to stop speaking. He would not be persuaded. The knight scoffed that a low-ranking demon dared look down on him. He would crush it where it stood. The creature halted. In the next breath, its form shifted. A girl emerged, eyes blazing with dangerous amusement. Perhaps she had not fully restored her strength, but handling him would be more than enough. She was the demonic dragon of lust from the succubus kingdom, Cuva. Before the old man could react, she slammed his head into the ground with crushing force. Leaning down, she spoke coldly. If he thirsted so desperately for the truth, he could wait. He would understand soon enough. They would soon understand what their master had arranged. One warrior turned in terror toward the massive dragon looming above them. In the next instant, a claw came down and crushed him into the earth. Around the field, undead knights advanced, cutting down the wolf riders one after another. A living knight managed to strike one of the undead down, only to freeze as her body began to rise again. Fear seized him. A headless knight stepped forward and cleaved him apart in a single stroke. Panic spread through the remaining forces. The undead they had already defeated were standing again. Their numbers were thinning. At this rate, no fighters would remain. They had to retreat and warn the others. A red light ignited above them. A voice thundered that they were worthless. Anyone who dared abandon the battlefield would answer to him personally. A crimson aura poured over the knights, seeping into their minds. One of them muttered that an overwhelming desire to kill was suffocating him. A figure materialized behind them, scoffing at the idea that a handful of corpses could halt him. The games were over. The knights stared at the red-haired man, radiating oppressive power. An undead warrior raised her sword to finish a fallen knight, but a violet blade shot through her body. The strike tore across the field, obliterating multiple undead in a single sweep. The man withdrew his sword, a blinding light spilling from him. A flash streaked toward his throat. He reacted instantly, intending to deal with it first, but a commander intercepted the clash. Steel rang out as the red-haired man unleashed several rapid blows, remarking that the old commander could still keep pace. The commander, head lowered, answered through gritted teeth before swinging again, declaring that this strike would sever his head from his shoulders. The red-haired man touched the thin wound on his cheek and smiled. Now he understood. The old man had clung to life so desperately that he sided with the king of heroes. He did not deserve the title of Wild King. The old warrior's eyes burned. He ordered him to be silent. Everything that had happened was his fault, and he would pay for it now. The younger man laughed softly. The old king was nothing more than a walking corpse, unworthy to stand beside him. As before, he would rip apart what little remained of his soul. At that moment, the Lich King appeared behind him. Who told him to get cocky? He couldn't even break a single one. Extending one finger, he declared that this would teach him humility. In the next breath, crushing force slammed the boy into the ground. The air itself felt heavy enough to shatter bone. Staring forward with cold contempt, he shot back that the one preaching to him should first understand where this power truly came from. A succubus dropped from above, landing lightly, as if the battlefield were her stage. She sneered, asking what that even changed. Compared to their master, he was nothing. She swung her leg down with full strength, ordering him to shut up and stay down. Blood exploded across the ground. The girl staggered back in horror, staring at her own leg. Meanwhile, the boy slowly raised his head. His eyes were no longer human. He had pierced the Lich King itself. Calmly, almost casually, he said it had been a long time since he revealed his true power. The girl's leg regenerated before their eyes, but her voice trembled as she demanded to know where such power came from. The boy's lips curled into a wide, unsettling smile. Blood began crawling across his body like living armor. In a low, menacing tone, he answered that it had been granted by the Almighty. And then the memory surfaced. His teacher had once extended a hand toward him, promising a new body. A massive pentagram flared to life beneath his feet. The teacher's voice echoed, declaring that in honor of the archangel cast out of heaven, the minion of the devil, the ruler of the demonic kingdom, this ritual would be sealed. Bloody patterns spread over the boy's skin as he screamed in agony. In the middle world, the teacher had said, "They call him Lucifer." With a smile, he granted the boy the right to bear that very name. From that moment on, he would be Lucifer. Hellish energy erupted outward in violent waves, forcing everyone back. The ground cracked. The air burned. The girl stared in disbelief, whispering that making a contract with Lucifer himself was impossible. It had to be a lie, but it wasn't. Clad in new, dark armor, he stepped forward and declared that he had risen from death itself and claimed that power. Let them be consumed by animal fear. One step. That was all it took. Every movement on the battlefield stopped. Even the dragon locked in combat froze mid-attack. He advanced without hesitation, cutting down anyone in his path. Skills overlapped in a blur of destruction. In a single breath, every obstacle before him was severed. The man with the eye patch, Theta, watched in stunned silence. announcing that the bone dragon, immune even to seven-circle magic, had been reduced to fragments. The massive corpse scattered across the sky like broken stone. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and warned his comrades to guard themselves. Then, in the very next second, he shot forward like lightning, spear carving through the air as he closed the distance. So this was the power of Lucifer. The boy smiled and raised his weapon, pointing it straight at him. He said he had heard the name before, the so-called king of heroes. Joshua's lips curved in response, amused. He asked how he could possibly know the one and only traitor of both worlds. The man who cast aside his own subordinates without hesitation. The one who cared for nothing except reaching his goal. The boy's smile didn't fade. He swung his sword lightly and said that was a lie. His gaze sharpened. The truth, he said, was that he never betrayed those holy men. They betrayed him. The memory returned. He had stood before an angel and declared that he was never cast out by Michael, the strongest archangel of heaven. He watched, silent and cold, as his former comrade fell toward the abyss. Lucifer's voice grew darker as he said that Michael had mercilessly severed his wings because demon blood flowed through his veins. He had been thrown into the deepest pit of hell, discarded like filth. Lava surrounded him. Heat devoured everything. He remembered sinking into despair, his wings torn apart, drowning in sorrow, until someone else appeared. The Lord of the lower realm, a demonic god. The king of hell himself descended, overflowing with terrifying demonic energy. He approached with a smile and extended his hand. Lucifer said he did not miss that opportunity. Though stripped of power, wings destroyed, he chose to endure. He earned the trust of the ruler of hell. In exchange, he was offered the chance to reclaim his strength and play a decisive role in the coming war between angels and demons. And this time, there was no deception. His wings regenerated. His strength returned. But something else changed. The demonic blood within him evolved. Horns grew from his head. He became a being that should not exist. Angelic wings spread wide behind him, demon horns crowning his brow. He became singular, a monster neither heaven nor hell could fully claim. Time shifted. War erupted. Angels clashed against demons. The sky itself fractured under divine and infernal power. And in the chaos, he stood face to face with Michael, the rat who once cast him down. Fear filled the archangel's eyes. Lucifer said he had become fear itself. He stepped forward, gaze burning, and with a single ruthless strike he severed Michael's wings, just as his own had once been torn away. That day, he succeeded in taking his revenge. Then the god of hell extended his hand toward him. Lucifer's voice deepened as he continued. The very power that once made the heavenly kingdom tremble also began to unsettle the lord of demons himself. Fear spread, even in hell. And in the end, the ruler he had served betrayed him as well. A spear pierced through his body. Black blood poured out as his strength scattered. He ran. Clenching his fist, he stared at the protagonist and said that he fled from that battlefield and fell into this middle world. And now, he would correct everything. Swinging his sword, he declared that once this world was under his control, he would forge an army of pure political hell. For the sake of his ambition, he would destroy anyone and anything that stood in his way. The king of heroes should prepare to say farewell to life. A gray flash pierced the protagonist's heart. The same phenomenon struck every one of his comrades. For a moment, their pulses faltered. Lucifer's eye sharpened. At last, his sealed power had awakened. He broke past the speed of sound, accelerating again and again, convinced that he would soon surpass even light itself. With his blades and her power combined, no living soul could oppose him. Then, he froze. The protagonist's voice cut through the chaos as he cast his spell. Magical possession of a spear, 6th stage, double trunk tree. A blinding radiance engulfed the battlefield. Space itself seemed to fracture under the surge. The man watching from afar raised his hand in panic, a magical seal forming in his palm as he shouted for his companion to erect a barrier. A massive shield materialized above them, just as shards of force tore through the air and crashed against it. Teeth clenched, he realized at the moment their blades met, the resulting shockwave exceeded every human limit ever recorded. Joshua stood face to face with Lucifer in a direct duel. Lucifer narrowed his eyes and demanded to know how his body endured such an attack. How had he evaded a strike that could not be predicted? No one should have been able to survive that edge. Joshua smiled faintly and replied that Lucifer had mistaken something. That power was not Lucifer's alone. With a furious dash, Lucifer roared that it did not matter and brought his blade down with overwhelming force. The protagonist strained, channeling everything he had just to deflect the strike. Joshua's gaze hardened. One mistake, and his head would fall. Distance favored Lucifer. Close control was essential. He could not allow even a fraction of an opening. He refused to give him even a breath to retreat. Driving forward with full force, he aimed to break Joshua's stance, loosen his grip, and finish the fight in one decisive exchange. The spear answered first. A blinding flash erupted as the protagonist swung. Lucifer's eyes narrowed in irritation. Not only was Joshua blocking a blade that had sliced through a bone dragon, he was forcing him into defense. Every collision with the spear detonated like a dimensional rupture. The pressure behind each strike felt less like metal and more like collapsing space. What kind of power was this? Lucifer brought his sword across his body, bracing against the incoming thrust. The spear pressed him down, grinding him toward the ground. Joshua's voice cut through the clash, telling him he had made a fatal mistake. He despised everything tied to Michael, even the loyal weapon that once served him. In the next instant, Joshua twisted his grip and tore the sword from Lucifer's hand, hurling it aside. That, he said, was precisely why he chose a spear. It didn't matter. He never made a contract with Lucifer. His eyes hardened as he added that his pact was with another fallen angel, Azazel. Lucifer's mouth fell open in disbelief. He barked that he wouldn't fall for such psychological tricks. That kind of nonsense wouldn't shake him. Joshua answered with action. The spear drove into Lucifer's stomach with crushing force, ripping open a violent fracture in space itself. For a brief second, Joshua exhaled, watching the impact point. Then he advanced the spear again. Sixth stage unleashed. Suddenly, the demon blurred past him at terrifying speed. Joshua staggered, blood spilling from his mouth. Lucifer turned, gaze sharp and mocking. The shift in pressure was undeniable. This was bad. Joshua had not expected him to reach the second stage of awakening so quickly. Now, Lucifer's raw output exceeded his own. Time rewound. Earlier, Lucifer's body had begun to crumble the moment it touched Joshua's aura. Particles peeled away under invisible control. The protagonist wasn't simply attacking flesh. He was manipulating its structure. Lucifer felt it clearly. His DNA was deteriorating. If recovery was interrupted, even slightly, total destruction was inevitable. Fear surfaced. Lucifer understood the state of the battle. Survival outweighed pride. Instincts overrode arrogance. For a fleeting moment, he remembered his teacher's face, shouting the name he had once rejected. His mouth opened wide. His voice roared across the battlefield as he invoked the ancient contract. Azazel, all creatures bound by demonic pact, awaken. The contract did not answer without price. Only after meeting the required condition could the power descend. Lucifer forced his body to comply. Flesh that had been collapsing moments ago began to regenerate. He roared for Azazel to grant him strength, not to let him fall here. The final requirement was clear. He had to acknowledge the true pact. He did. Horns tore through his skull, curling upward as he accepted Azazel fully. In the next heartbeat, a new sword formed in his hand, forged from infernal authority itself. He vanished and reappeared in front of Joshua, the blade driving straight through the protagonist's chest. Joshua had no knowledge of what Azazel had become before his regression. Pain exploded through him. His teeth clenched as blood filled his mouth. Behind him, the girl rushed forward, shouting for everyone to attack. The King of Heroes had to be protected. Azazel swung his blade, releasing a devastating wave that split the air. He warned them not to interfere. At the final second, a man leapt ahead, thrusting both hands forward. A wall of wind rose in defense. The pressure slammed into it mercilessly. For a brief moment he held. Then the force overwhelmed him. The blast hurled him backward. The girl barely managed to catch him before he crashed. The man with the eye patch raised his head, stunned. That was a single strike. If Azazel wished, he could erase the entire army in one sweep. So what restrained him? Perhaps he enjoyed dragging them along, letting hope linger before crushing it. Smiling faintly, he concluded they simply needed to wait. First, the King of Heroes would fall. After that, the rest would follow. Azazel stepped forward. Joshua, though pierced, forced himself upright. A faint smile touched his lips. He apologized for disappointing him. It would not end the way Azazel expected. Azazel answered that the difference in strength between them was undeniable. Joshua replied calmly that victory was already decided. Azazel lifted his chin and told him to stop pretending. He was finished. Joshua lowered his gaze. His hand trembled around the spear. Azazel's words were not empty. The wounds carved into him during centuries in the demonic world had never fully healed. Commanding armies, bearing countless burdens, had slowly eroded his body. He looked at the shattered remains of the dragon, at the injured succubus struggling to stand. He had almost nothing left. All he could do now was endure. His grip tightened around the spear. If the one who longed to become Lucifer had awakened Azazel, then so be it. The path was clear. Azazel assumed his stance, eyes burning with menace. Joshua steadied himself, trusting in the technique of creating earth and heaven. The spear would not break. He lunged forward and spoke. Just to see whether the demon was bluffing, Azazel swung his sword and warned him not to disappoint. The blade tore through the air at terrifying speed. A clean strike meant to split him in half. Joshua moved on instinct, twisting aside at the last second. Steel passed close enough to cut the wind from his lungs. He frowned. The speed was identical to before. He could still follow it. He stepped in without hesitation. lunging toward the flash of light at the sword's edge. Spear and blade collided, and the impact detonated a surge of force that cracked the ground beneath them. Joshua's teeth clenched as the shaft of his spear splintered under the pressure. Even after creating the land of paradise, the weapon still broke in Azazel's grip. At this rate, he would not last long. Azazel's smile widened, cruel and certain. He said the title of King of Heroes would soon fade into nothing. That Joshua was all talk. Joshua rotated the damaged spear, bracing it with both hands. He forced it upward and barely intercepted the next descending strike. Azazel felt the resistance and clicked his tongue in irritation. Then he came down like lightning, blade screaming as he declared the game over. Joshua ground his teeth, pivoting as the sword swept toward his neck. He slashed outward to intercept, spinning the spear in a tight arc. Azazel pressed harder, pouring strength into every swing, trying to crush through the defense. In that opening, Joshua drove forward and slammed the butt of his spear into the demon's stomach. Azazel refused to yield. He snapped forward with a vicious kick and ordered him to die. Joshua was hurled back several meters. Before he could stabilize, waves of condensed energy ripped free from the sword. Joshua dashed repeatedly, vanishing from one point to the next, narrowly evading each crescent of destruction until he closed the distance again. Their weapons collided once more. Joshua twisted his spear with all his strength, attempting to wrench the sword from Azazel's hand. The demon laughed and said he was trying to steal it again and that it would never work. The next instant, Joshua's foot lashed out and struck Azazel in the throat. Lowering his gaze, Joshua understood the truth. His raw strength was insufficient. He was still exposed to every counterattack. He tightened his grip and told the demon he should be asking himself why he was losing despite claiming to have grown stronger. Real power was forged through effort and experience. That was what Azazel lacked. No sudden gain would allow him to win. The demon's fist tightened, fury flashing in his eyes. He told Joshua to shut his mouth and charged again, already imagining how this battle would end. He roared that victory was already his. Experience meant nothing. Overwhelming force alone was enough to crush a hero. His muscles swelled grotesquely, veins bulging as his body expanded several times over. The ground split beneath his feet. He screamed for Joshua to watch closely as he swung his sword and declared that both he and this world would die together. Magma ignited across Joshua's skin, heat rippling through the air. Azazel carved through the sky with everything he had, releasing a catastrophic wave that devoured space in its path. Joshua stared forward, fully aware he could not afford to miss this instant. Across from him, the demon felt it too. His strength was still lacking. He needed more. One strike. Absolute annihilation. He swung again and shouted that if Joshua truly intended to unite the continent, then he should surrender the power of every hero once and for all. Joshua saw it then, the flaw hidden beneath obsession. He thrust his spear forward and lunged. Azazel struck wildly ahead of himself, shouting that he was too impatient to wait. In the same breath, Joshua vanished. He reappeared behind the demon, arm already descending. Calmly, he told him he had become too consumed with stealing power. Drawing the spear in close, Joshua's voice sharpened. It was time to wake up. He drove the weapon into Azazel's back with ruthless force. The demon's mouth opened in a furious scream. The two plummeted, crashing into the earth in a detonation of blinding light that erased everything in its radius. Shockwaves tore across the battlefield. Those watching below raised barriers in desperation, shielding themselves from the aftermath. Someone asked in disbelief whether it was finally over. Through the smoke, the man with the eye patch stared ahead in fear. A black silhouette with wings stood within the haze. Azazel knelt, trembling, and whispered a greeting to the Almighty. He offered reverence to the incomprehensible darkness of the demonic world. Joshua regarded him in silence for several seconds. His gaze hardened. He observed that the angelic facade was gone. He was satisfied to see the demon's true form laid bare. The scene shifted. The demon opened his eyes and sighed a boundless void, panic flashing across his face. He demanded to know where he was. He had fought the King of Heroes. He had lost. A familiar voice answered. At last it spoke. With a casual wave of his hand, the figure told him to reflect on where he stood and what he had done. Azazel realized the truth. They were inside their shared consciousness. Noticing the displeasure in the other's expression, Azazel said their paths would separate here. The response was immediate. He was told to release him. He would deal with the King of Heroes himself. He froze when Azazel calmly stated it was impossible. Displeasure crossed his face as he spread his hands, demanding an explanation. Why was it impossible? What did that even mean? Azazel answered without hesitation. The King of Heroes he spoke of was, in truth, the Archangel Lucifer. In human terms, that made him his king, and he was bound to inherit and obey every command. The color drained from his face. Azazel continued, explaining that obedience was not a choice. It was law. He waved it off in frustration, claiming that was the demon's concern, not his. The next second, Black growth began crawling across his hand like living rot. Panic surged as he shouted, demanding to know what was happening. Azazel looked at him coldly and said he still failed to grasp the severity of his situation. He would gradually fade, erase completely. Fear replaced anger. He begged him to stop, insisting he could still win. Azazel's voice echoed through the void, asking what he still did not understand. This was immutable law, the order of existence. The scene returned to the battlefield. Joshua stood facing the kneeling demon and observed that his subordinate had shed the false angelic form. He admitted it was pleasing to finally see him as he truly was. Azazel bowed his head and said he heard that Joshua had encountered the modern strange power. He suspected it must have been the Archduke. Closing his eyes, he muttered that he had been betrayed once more, even after reincarnating in the middle world. The curse of the demon god was merciless. Rising slowly to his feet, he added that despite everything, he now stood on Joshua's side. He asked whether Joshua had ever returned to the demonic realm. Perhaps 3 years ago, when he chose to abandon human society. A girl nearby stared ahead in confusion, asking what was happening and why the demon was bowing. Her companion replied that they seemed to know each other, though what bound them together was unclear. The white-haired girl watched in silence, unable to piece it together. Joshua finally answered that he could not go there now. Azazel responded that he might understand the reason. Joshua's brows drew together. He said fragments of the demon god were present here. Azazel stiffened, fear surfacing as he admitted he had an idea where those fragments might be. Joshua lowered his gaze to his spear. He had already confirmed that one fragment had been seized by someone he once knew. She had told him her task was complete and that he was free to act as he pleased. He had never expected Icarus and Cain to withdraw so easily. The thought would not leave him. His acquaintance appearing within the Agnes estate was no coincidence. A man's image surfaced in his mind. The connection was too consistent to ignore. Threads kept leading back to him. Once they found him, the answers would follow. He fixed his gaze ahead and decided he needed clarity before making his next move. Then he looked at Azazel and said he required something from him. Azazel answered without hesitation. His was absolute. Joshua smiled faintly and turned his head. He told him to become the perfect demon in their eyes. Azazel looked away in surprise, asking what he meant. Across the battlefield, the knights stared in disbelief. They questioned why Lord Lucifer had taken the form of a demon. Their proud commander had bowed before the king of heroes. Panic spread as they scanned the ruins. The commander had fallen. Countless demons still remained. Undead forces were advancing. Despair crept into their voices. They believed they were finished. Azazel lowered his head and said Joshua must be referring to the Empire's soldiers. Since demonic energy was forbidden in this land, it was clear he intended to conceal his identity. Rising slowly, Azazel admitted he disliked the arrangement, but he would obey. Joshua lowered his eyes. If anyone survived, rumors would spread quickly. A dark mage who summoned the undead. The suspicion would be immediate. He raised his spear. Radiant light erupted, washing over the battlefield. Then he understood. He would become the hero who annihilated the army of the dead. No witness would dare claim any alliance between them. Azazel inhaled sharply, displeasure evident. Then he shouted in acceptance. He clenched his fists and ordered his minions to shield him and halt the king of heroes. The soldiers looked ahead in shock. Someone had mentioned them. The undead army began to move. The dead surged forward. Voices rose in confusion. Their master was being carried away. He could not command them. The man with the eye patch asked whether they were not under Joshua's control. The girl behind him questioned why the undead were obeying a demon instead. Her companion struck her arm lightly and said that was precisely the intention. The red-haired girl demanded an explanation. The girl raised her hand and shouted for the knights to advance and protect the king of heroes. Joshua's allies stared ahead, unable to comprehend what he was planning. Confusion spread through the ranks. One soldier stared at his comrade and demanded to know whether she had recruited all the undead. Her friend shot back that if that were true, why were they now attacking them? Moments ago they fought beside them. Now they were targets. Before doubt could settle, they charged. The commander barked an order, voice sharp with irritation. Attack! Steel rang as weapons were drawn. Shouts erupted to protect the king of heroes. An instant later, the army surged forward. Blades collided with bone. The dead met the living in violent impact. Joshua raised his hand and commanded them to destroy the demon. Internally, he acknowledged the timing was perfect. Let his fighters retreat. The brilliance that once radiated from his spear faded. The undead halted in place. A voice shouted that the enemy line was breaking. The knights leaned forward with fierce expressions. This was the moment. Press the attack. Azazel glared, fury simmering. He demanded to know what they thought they were doing. His fists tightened as he accused them of watching their emperor die. Traitors. The pressure closed in around him. He could barely move. He had anticipated this outcome. That was why he intended to fold them into his army and preserve them as something eternal. The knights stiffened in shock, asking what he meant to turn them into. This had to be false. Their emperor would never commit such betrayal. Azazel's voice grew colder. If they lacked will, Then they would join the ranks of the immortal. Every inhabitant of the continent would become an invulnerable warrior under his dominion. He would topple the heavens themselves. His anger flared as he declared that none of this would have faltered had the King of Heroes not interfered. Joshua appeared before him without warning. His fist descended, smashing into Azazel's head and driving him into the earth. The impact thundered across the field. Joshua regarded him with restrained dissatisfaction. It could have unfolded more smoothly. Lowering his spear, he turned toward the soldiers and told them to raise their swords. The emperor they had served with unwavering loyalty was no sovereign. He was a demon who sought to harvest them to empower an undead legion. Joshua stood with them. Their enemy was not him, but the true threat before them. Murmurs rippled through the ranks. Faces paled as realization settled. All this time, their emperor had been a demon, and now he stood exposed on their own soil. The King of Heroes is behind everything. So who are they supposed to believe? One of the soldiers slowly turned around, his voice firm despite the chaos, saying he did not think the hero was lying or trying to deceive them. The war between nations was already over. That chapter had closed. The girl beside him lifted her helmet, her eyes burning with resolve as she declared that this was no longer a battle of countries. Now the demons were fighting against all of humanity. More knights stepped forward. One of them shouted that no matter what happened, he refused to become some mindless undead creature. He wanted to live, and if he died, he would die as a human who chose his own fate. Behind their masks, the protagonist's comrades echoed the same conviction. Their land had to be cleansed of demons and demonic energy. They would not allow a world stained by corruption to become the inheritance of their descendants. The soldiers watching this exchange tightened their grips on their weapons. They muttered that there was nothing left to lose. If the King of Heroes failed, they would become undead anyway. So why hesitate? They would never allow demons to seize control of their empire. And with that, they charged forward, shouting that every last demon had to be destroyed. Watching the chaos unfold, the succubus calmly raised her hand and said the objective had been achieved. The enemy had been successfully provoked. The protagonist observed the scene with a faint smile. They had done well. For now, they could rest. Elsewhere, deep within a hidden headquarters, a man stared at a black silhouette concealed behind a curtain. He reported that Emperor Lucifer had been defeated, or more precisely, the demon who had made a contract with the emperor. Recalling the battle, he added that the demon had fallen to the protagonist and an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Another man turned with clear displeasure. So that was the truth about the empire. Glaring ahead, he imagined a certain girl in his thoughts and stated that since Lucifer had been branded an enemy of the empire, a representative of the great family now laid claim to the throne. It would not remain vacant for long. A cold smile spread across his face. Joshua had done them a great favor. Standing before Demon, Heimdall ordered that the message be delivered to all outposts. They were to proceed according to plan. Then he lowered his head slightly and commanded that Emperor Marcus be brought to him. He wanted a conversation. In another place, a chained man slowly lifted his head, his expression dark and displeased. And far from the schemes and prisons, inside a quiet orphanage, a man sat on a wooden bench surrounded by children. They crowded around him, eyes shining, asking what he had made for them this time. Still carving with steady hands, he smiled and said it was a sword. The children erupted with joy. The children shouted that it was amazing. One of them immediately asked if he could make spear next. Another boy nudged his friend, complaining that he had wanted to ask first, then boldly declared that one day he would become the King of Heroes himself. The man bent slightly toward them, his expression warm but steady. He told them not to worry. There was enough for everyone. No one needed to fight over small things. They should enjoy themselves together instead of quarreling over trifles. Then his gaze shifted. Someone called out that a lady had come to see him. The leader of the United Forces, the master of the Moon Door, Lilies, stepped forward. She removed her hood, revealing her face, and asked if he recognized her. It had been a long time. They had last met 3 years ago at the Battle of the Masters. Uravis looked at her calmly and replied that he did not remember. She must have mistaken him for someone else. Her eyes trembled as she looked downward and noticed his leg. Leaning on a crutch, he turned away and said they should head back. Taking one of the children by the hand, he added that he did not know her. She must have wandered here by mistake. She stepped closer and told him to listen. Stretching her arms slightly as if presenting undeniable truth, she said Lucifer was dead. The King of Heroes had defeated the Empire. He stopped. She continued urgently, saying the balance of the continent had shifted. If he joined them, together they could end the war. They could restore the throne, just as he once dreamed. Slowly, he turned and stared at her. She asked him to help them. The scene shifted to a forge. A master smith plunged a glowing blade into water. Steam rose violently before fading. With a satisfied smile, he lifted it out and said he had forged this sword with exceptional care. Why not test it? The man accepted the blade, weighing it in his hands. He remarked that it was remarkably sharp. Then he added that it was perfectly balanced as well. In one word, magnificent. The blacksmith studied him and cautiously asked whether the rumors were true. Was the commander who defeated the Empire truly the former ruler of Reinhardt? The man's lips curved into a confident smile. Clenching his fist, he declared with pride that it was the true king, Joshua, who had done it. Soon, they would reclaim Reinhardt. And after that, the forge door suddenly swung open. A man stepped inside and coldly said he had no business lingering there anymore. The master of the Empire coldly stated that he should return to his comrades and put them back to work. The man turned slowly and replied that he had already completed the assignments, if that was what he was referring to. The master raised his hand slightly and said he did not recall giving any such order. Irritation flashed across the man's face. Had he not left the stables under their control? The master's expression hardened. He stepped forward and seized the blade at the man's side, reminding him that those arrangements were made when the Empire stood at its peak. Now a new ruler had claimed her rights. He drew the sword from its sheath with deliberate calm and declared that a new role had been prepared for him, one he would carry back to his friends. The man turned and saw guards already gripping their weapons. The master advised him to obey. Then, almost casually, he added that Wilhelm's knights would now be working in the arena as slaves. Standing behind him, the master continued that he believed there was no need to explain the consequences of disobedience. The scene shifted. A hammer lay abandoned on the ground. A voice asked whether Lilith had been found. The answer came back that she had vanished somewhere. A man stared forward with a menacing gaze and muttered that the damned rat always found a loophole. This was the king of martial arts, Jack Tur, one of the 9 stars of the continent. Looking ahead, he said it did not matter. The cleansing was complete. His Majesty would arrive soon. News had come from the Imperial Palace. A hooded figure reported that according to the schedule, His Majesty would arrive within half a day. Nothing else of note had occurred. Then he stepped closer and added that scouts had confirmed the army of the City of Heroes had established camp near the castle. The king of martial arts frowned in visible displeasure. How was that possible? The journey alone should have taken 2 weeks. Was he saying they defeated an entire army and marched here in a single day? The king of heroes is behind everything. So who are they supposed to believe? The hooded man leaned slightly forward, picturing a young man with a bandage wrapped around his body. Perhaps the master of the magic tower and the 7 magicians had lent their support. It was entirely possible. He looked at his comrade and concluded that postponing the confrontation would not be wise. Now they had to determine their next move. To decide the next move of the king of heroes, the king of martial arts rose to his feet. Postponement was impossible. They had seized the castle only a week ago to secure vassal status under the Empire. Retreat now would shatter authority. Staring ahead with a cold, calculating gaze, he declared that the most effective course was simple. Erase the hero's living legend. Crush the story before it grew any larger. A public execution, a decisive spectacle, would break faith and strengthen their own ranks. Morale would surge. He stepped closer and ordered that the king of heroes must not leave their sight. Increase the number of scouts. Prepare for unexpected developments. As for the knights, he would handle them according to plan. Then he moved aside and commanded that every change be reported immediately. Nothing was to go wrong. The reply came without hesitation. It would be done. The scene shifted to the arena. The host's voice thundered across the stands, announcing that the soldiers would now hear His Majesty's will. This land belonged to the Empire. From this day forward, it would be ruled by the king of martial arts, one of the 9 stars of the continent. Cheers erupted. The host continued, declaring that proof of this dominion would be demonstrated through a duel. Wilhelm's knight would fight. Armor clattered to the floor. A voice shouted in anger, asking why they were expected to fight in rusted gear. Another soldier glared ahead and said it was unfair. This was not a contest. Lowering his head, he muttered that it was nothing but execution. Looking toward one of their own, he said they would all die here. A man approached the barred enclosure and sneered that their whining was pleasant to hear. One of the soldiers shot back, demanding why he stood safely on the other side of the bars. If he had courage, he should stand with them. The man smiled coldly. They should have bowed when given the chance. Bats who imagined themselves dragons and dreamed of power deserved this fate. Look at them now. Then another figure stepped forward and calmly agreed that they were right. The sneering man turned sharply and demanded to know who he was and how he had entered. Before an answer came, lightning struck. The soldiers' eyes widened as they looked toward the door. It opened. A voice trembled in disbelief. Your Highness. The protagonist stepped inside with a faint smile and apologized for being late. The knights immediately dropped to their knees. They said they should beg for forgiveness. He looked at them and asked what they meant. One of the men clenched his teeth and answered that they had failed him. They said they could not even defend the castle. Joshua pointed toward the passage and told them everything was fine. There would be another chance. Then his expression sharpened. Once outside, they would arm themselves. They were not taking the gate. They were breaking it. Fear flickered across one man's face. How could he speak so calmly? Back in the arena, the crowd roared in celebration. The host shouted that one of the 9 stars of the Empire was about to appear. The king of martial arts stepped forward, posture steady, gaze level. The host declared that his opponents would be Wilhelm's knights. The gate opened. Only one dark silhouette emerged. The martial artist's eyes narrowed in surprise. Below, soldiers muttered in confusion. Had they heard correctly? A knight? Then why did only one step out? And without armor or ammunition? The knight stared at the lone figure and asked who he was. Joshua walked forward. The king of martial arts smiled slowly. He admitted he never expected they would meet like this. Convenient. Now he would not need to search for him. Joshua raised his hand and replied that he had come to repay him. He was even grateful. Gathering all the warriors in one place saved him time. Lightning split the sky. He extended his hand forward and said he could erase them all at once without even lifting a finger. The king of martial arts answered that he should prepare for death. Joshua lowered his spear, pointing it directly at him, and calmly told the king of martial arts to do the same. The Jactor immediately lunged, shouting that he talked too much for someone standing in enemy territory. Coming alone was the king of heroes' mistake. The martial artist focused every ounce of energy into his fist. In the next instant, he struck, unleashing a concentrated blast of power. Joshua received the blow without flinching and remarked that he had expected the worst criminal on the continent to feel heavier than this. Rage flashed across the martial artist's face. Joshua swung his spear aside and stated that unlike Lucifer, who'd been bound by fate from the beginning, this man had once been noble. Preparing to strike again, the martial artist demanded to know what difference that made. His energy erupted outward like a furious beast. He declared that life was unfair to everyone. At that same moment, Joshua moved. Without hesitation, he activated his technique. With absolute precision, he shattered the incoming attack through his mastery of the spear. The fourth stage. The true lightning strike gathered again, mana compressing into his fist so violently that the air around him screamed. And instead of retreating, Joshua stepped forward. Jactor's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. The boy had closed the distance on purpose. Close combat. Against the martial arts king himself. So he accepts it, Jactor thought. Their bodies collided like colliding meteors. Fist met spear shaft, heel shattered stone. Shockwaves ripped through the arena, as if a bomb had gone off at the center of the battlefield. The watching knights felt the barrier tremble around them. Cracks spread through the invisible wall. If it collapsed, none of them would escape in time. But stepping in to assist the martial arts king would be suicide. Then one soldier's voice cut through the chaos. Look closely. That spear, that stance. The realization spread like wildfire. Only one man could fight the martial arts king head-on with nothing but a spear. The king of heroes. As Joshua and Jactor exchanged another devastating clash, the truth became undeniable. No ordinary warrior could withstand this pressure. No ordinary spearman could push the martial arts king back, even a step. Jactor roared and gathered enormous power into his strike. The ground beneath him exploded, stone lifting and disintegrating as he drove his attack forward. The battlefield caved in under the force. He smiled, satisfied with the destruction. And then, a silver flash. A spear blade sliced past his face. Joshua had slipped through the gap. In the same heartbeat that Jactor believed he had the upper hand, the spear pierced forward with terrifying precision. Blood sprayed into the air. Jactor staggered back, staring at the red line carved across him. His aura pierced. The boy had broken through it. Fear flickered in his eyes. Could this fool truly have defeated Lucifer? Before he could finish the thought, Joshua's voice cut through the dust. There was never equality between them. Some are born into silence, forced to endure circumstances they never chose. Others are handed opportunity after opportunity and still waste it, blinded by pride. Joshua leveled his spear, its tip steady and merciless. He spoke of authority abused, of prospects crushed beneath status, of achievements reduced to nothing because they did not come from the right bloodline, of men who ruled not by merit, but by position. Jactor listened with a faint smile, almost amused. He admitted it without shame. He had stood beside the emperor. He had been willing to kill the pope, his own father, if it meant securing favor. Power justified everything, even patricide. Joshua imagined him seated upon a throne obtained through filth and betrayal. All of it, he said, for Reinhard's throne. Jactor threw his head back and laughed. Foolish boy, the world belongs to the powerful. The strong devour the weak. That is the only law that has ever mattered. Spreading his arms, blood still dripping from his wound, the martial arts king fixed Joshua with a burning gaze. Tell me then, how are you any different? Because if he were not powerful, he would not be standing there with a spear aimed at the martial arts king's throat. Joshua's voice carried across the fractured arena. If they were weak, no one would listen. The truth would mean nothing. At best, it would earn them a blade pressed against their necks. Power was the reason their words carried weight. Without it, even justice sounded like noise. Jactor's lips curled faintly, but Joshua's gaze did not waver. With that mindset, he said, "You will never understand the truth of strength." The martial arts king exhaled impatiently. He told him not to waste time with empty philosophy. Let the world chant king of heroes, if it wished. In the emperor's court, and among his own comrades, Joshua was nothing more than a nuisance. An inconvenience. A problem that refused to disappear. Joshua answered calmly. Titles and status mean nothing on a battlefield. Then he asked him something simple. Do you feel their eyes on you? Jactor instinctively turned his head. Do you see doubt there? The martial arts king looked away almost immediately, correcting him. It was not doubt. It was distrust. And then his own subordinate spoke. It was true. The boy had crushed the Swallow Empire's army in a single day. He had arrived here after that, and no one knew whether he had come to reclaim Herheim. Rumors had already spread that he had sent Emperor Lucifer to the afterlife. No one knew what to believe anymore. The last clash between the battleship, the Holy Knight, and the continent's two brightest stars had reduced half a city to rubble. If another battle of that scale erupted here, Herheim would vanish from the map. The warriors exchanged glances. Fear moved silently between them. They began remembering unfinished tasks. Patrol shifts not yet signed. Assignments awaiting completion. Responsibilities that suddenly felt urgent. One by one, they stepped back. Then they turned. Jactor's own subordinates started leaving the arena, pushing through the crowd and telling others to make way. The martial arts king watched in disbelief, fury tightening his jaw. He called them traitors. Knights in name only. But Joshua cut him off. Do not blame them for failing to trust you. You reap what you sow. He asked him one final question, sharp as the spear still aimed at him. Who would truly risk their life for you? When even your beloved emperor refused to name you commander-in-chief. As those words settled like a verdict, Joshua drew in the surrounding manna, energy coiling around him in controlled silence, the atmosphere growing heavier with every breath he took. Jactor sneered and said the boy truly had a gift for provoking people. He demanded to know where Joshua's warriors were. His own men might have lost morale, but they were still capable of fighting. The martial arts king released the power he had been gathering, the pressure crashing outward like a tidal wave. Did he really think he could defeat every soldier of Habal alone? He could not even handle them all at once. Joshua answered without hesitation. He was not alone. In his mind, he saw King Gay too. Unlike Jactor's men, Wilhelm's knights had not run. Then he thought of Willie, waiting at the castle gates, ready to open them. Once that happened, Reinhard would be his again. At the mention of Wilhelm's knights, Jactor's lips twisted into a cold grin. He lunged forward, aiming a crushing strike at Joshua's face. Did he truly believe those nobodies who warmed stables still had the right to call themselves knights? The blow came down with monstrous force. And yet, Joshua vanished. In the next instant, he appeared behind Jactor. Even after 3 years, they had joined him again, without hesitation. Joshua said quietly. They would follow his orders, even if it cost them their lives. That was trust. He gripped his spear with both hands, eyes dark and merciless. A leader who loses that trust has no future. The spear swung. A colossal wave of force tore through the air straight toward Jactor, knowing he could not evade it. The martial arts king crossed his bare hands and tried to block. For a heartbeat, he believed he could endure it. Then he understood. It was impossible. The impact detonated against him, and his scream ripped through the arena. The magic woven into the technique flared into a blinding blue radiance that spilled beyond the barrier itself. In the shattered stands, the remaining knights stared in horror. The martial arts king had just been overwhelmed. One of them whispered that the king of heroes would slaughter them all. Another snapped at him not to jump to conclusions. Amid the rubble, Jactor forced himself upright. Blood dripped from his arms as he tore free of the debris, fury burning in his eyes. He swore he would crush anyone who stood in his way. He ordered that the head of Wilhelm's knights be brought to him immediately. Then he gathered his energy once more, power coiling violently around him as he prepared to unleash everything he had left. Jactor declared that he would deal with the king of heroes himself. For now. Then he released everything he had been holding back. The air twisted. The arena groaned. Power erupted from him in a violent surge that made even Joshua's last strike seem like a prelude. He admitted the blow had been impressive, even by his standards. He had intended to keep this hidden, save it for Lucifer, for the dark god. But circumstances had changed. This was his true aura. It unfolded around him like a second sky, oppressive and absolute. Joshua watched the awakening and smiled faintly. A cheap trick. More spectators crowded the stands despite the danger. Bells began to ring across the fortress. An alarm echoed through the walls. They were under attack. At the main gate, Wilhelm's knights charged forward with ferocious momentum. Soldiers shouted to defend the entrance, to stop the intruders before the formation collapsed. King Gaeta cut through the enemy ranks with precise, merciless swings, leading the Hubalt squad into disarray. Willie shouted that they were finished. How dare they betray them and side with the king of heroes? He demanded they look at the destruction they had caused. They and everyone tied to them would be executed. No mercy. He stepped forward. King cut him off. There was no time for speeches. Cover him. He would settle this. King Gaeta refused. He released his energy outward, a steady wave rather than an explosion. This was personal. Viller lunged, rage distorting his features. After 3 years of cleaning stables, he still had not learned his place. The clash shook the wall. Stone fragments and dust burst into the air as their blades collided. The master of Hubalt stared in disbelief. His strike had been blocked cleanly. Their swords crossed, and he felt the resistance pushing back at him. He trembled. King Gaeta smiled thinly. Now tell me, who is cleaning stables? Their blades ground against each other, sparks scattering. King Gaeta spoke evenly. He had learned to accumulate mana within his body, to compress it instead of wasting it. By storing it internally, he could amplify his strength far beyond the moment of release. Naturally, the body's resources were limited. A vessel could only hold so much, but there were ways to expand the vessel. He remembered his years serving emperors, watching power flow and disappear in wasteful bursts. The most effective method, he had learned, was restraint. Impose restrictions on yourself. Deny release. Refuse indulgence. For 3 years, he had sealed his mana, saving it, compressing it, forging it inside his own frame. And now, he would finally unseal it. King Gaeta swung his blade and declared he would never betray his master. Drawing the sword back behind his head, he said his loyalty had always belonged to one man alone. Only he could restore the former glory of the kingdom of Reinhardt. Willie, trembling now, shouted for him to stop. To wait. King Gaeta did not listen. He brought the sword down with every ounce of mana he had accumulated over 3 silent years. And, as the strike fell, he spoke the name of Lord Joshua Sanders. The impact erased everything in its path. The castle gates exploded under the colossal force. Stone, iron, and men were swallowed in a storm of shattered debris. The knights of Hubal who witnessed it stood frozen, shaking. They had thought he was boasting. He had destroyed the gates. They stared at the 2 men, standing amid the ruin. Both were masters. Yet the difference in strength was overwhelming. They could not understand where such a gap had come from. But there was no time to stand in shock. They did not have enough fighters to repel what was coming. Cain watched the destruction and smiled faintly. It seemed his assistance would not be required here. He told his subordinate to leave this matter to Icarus. He had not expected their lord to move personally. Then, behind them, space split open. A teleportation gate tore across the castle grounds. As the barrier continued to crumble, orders rang out for the archers to hold position and prevent the enemy from advancing. A hand thrust through the weakening barrier. A voice followed. Listen to the command of your leader, Joshua Sanders. It was Icarus. She expanded the portal with steady control, declaring that it was time to reclaim Reinhardt. At her signal, the Knights of the Empire poured through the gateway, onto the battlefield, weapons drawn, eyes burning with resolve. They had come to fight for the King of Heroes. They advanced toward the breach in the wall, determined to seize Reinhardt with their own hands. And then, the scene returned to the arena. Jactor repeated that he had intended to reserve this power for Lucifer, for the Dark God. But now, he would unveil it here. He unleashed everything. Mana erupted outward in suffocating waves. He gathered a colossal quantity of magic within his body and roared as it overflowed. The ground beneath him fractured and split from the pressure alone. When the surge stabilized, his form changed. Armor forged entirely from mana sealed over his body, hard and radiant. Clawed gauntlets formed around his hands, curved and vicious. His transformation complete, the martial arts king stood encased in power, ready to end the King of Heroes with his true aura fully revealed. The martial arts king lowered his center of gravity and settled into a flawless stance, calm and unshaken, as if the battlefield already belonged to him. Seeing that posture, Joshua did not hesitate. He burst forward, spear leveled straight at his opponent's chest, and demanded what use that flashy armor truly had. The instant the tip connected, a violent surge of energy exploded outward, tearing across the ground in every direction. Jactor's voice cut through the shockwave, warning him not to jump to conclusions. Joshua's eyes widened. His spear had not pierced through, not even a scratch. The martial arts king smirked, almost amused. There was nothing extraordinary about the armor itself, he said. The secret lay in the material. As his hand clamped down on the shaft of the spear, he revealed that it contained fragments from another world. In the next breath, he drove his knee upward with brutal force, stating calmly that no technique Joshua possessed could break it. Joshua barely managed to block with his forearms at the final second, but the impact was catastrophic. A sharp crack echoed through the clash. His arm had been broken. Jactor advanced without pause. A series of crushing kicks followed, each heavier than the last. With a grin, he asked whether Joshua was truly confused, then declared that this was only the beginning. One decisive sweep of his leg sent Joshua flying across the battlefield at terrifying speed. Before the dust even settled, Jactor closed the distance again, mana wrapping around his body like a living storm. He mocked the rumors of Joshua's strength, swinging his fist forward and stating that one should never believe everything said about a so-called hero. Joshua activated his recovery skill, trying to mend the shattered bone, but the regeneration faltered under another merciless blow. He realized instantly, another serious injury would end this fight. He shifted from defense to offense without warning, thrusting his spear in a sharp counterattack. The martial arts king slipped aside at the last possible moment, movements precise and effortless. Joshua attempted to redirect the strike mid-flow, but Jactor answered by smashing his fist directly into the spear's handle with overwhelming speed. The ground beneath them fractured from the force. Joshua lunged again, gripping the weapon with both hands despite the pain. He unleashed a vertical slash aimed to split the battlefield itself. Jactor evaded cleanly and reappeared at his flank. Mana gathered around him in terrifying density as he remarked that the move was impressive, but Joshua had failed to watch his back. That mistake, he said, would be fatal. Claws extended, poised to strike. He told the King of Heroes that this fight was far more entertaining than he had expected. The martial arts king brought his attack down to end it. Mana condensed, compressed, and then exploded outward as he unleashed Dragon's Breath. The torrent swallowed Joshua whole. The arena trembled as the blast expanded across the entire perimeter, ripping apart stone and air alike. Buried under the storm, Joshua planted his feet and endured. The pressure crushed against his body, threatening to erase him completely. Jactor's laughter echoed through the chaos as he ordered him to disappear, to scatter in a dust beneath overwhelming power. Then something shifted. Joshua invoked the sixth stage of magical possession of the spear. A crimson force erupted before him. Unknown, violent, absolute. It intercepted the dragon's breath mid-flight. The martial arts king froze in disbelief as the red current devoured his attack. The technique revealed itself. Dance of heavenly destruction. With a single decisive motion, Joshua shattered the breath entirely and shot forward like a streak of annihilation. For the first time, fear crossed Jactor's face. An attack of that magnitude should have torn space itself apart. Instead, it had been erased. Before he could recover, the spear struck. The impact detonated directly against him, delivering catastrophic damage. His scream tore through the arena. Joshua landed calmly, his breathing steady, his gaze unmoved. Jactor staggered back, glancing at his half-destroyed armor. He admitted the strike was impressive, but insisted that this was the limit. No insignificant knight could pierce armor forged from another world. He swung his fist again, telling Joshua to surrender as power surged violently from his lunge. Joshua vanished from the strike's path. He appeared above Jactor's head. For a fraction of a second, Jactor's composure broke. Joshua declared he was finished. Mana gathered to a blinding concentration as he prepared the eighth stage of magical possession of the spear. Extreme speed. Lightning strike. The first thrust pierced straight through Jactor. It happened too fast to comprehend. The martial arts king could not even process the motion. Looking down at his ruined armor, he realized he had failed to track the blow entirely. The speed surpassed sound itself, faster than anything his senses could register. Panic surfaced in his eyes. Why aim for the neck? Had Joshua been holding back all along? Before the thought could settle, Joshua activated Lightning Strike again. 10 consecutive attacks detonated in an instant. The air screamed under the barrage. Without pause, he escalated further. 100 strikes. Each one landed directly. By the time the 1,000th strike landed, the force had grown beyond control. The accumulated energy no longer belonged to the arena alone. It spilled outward, tearing through the city beyond its walls. Stone cracked. Windows shattered. The sky itself trembled under the pressure. Jactor stood at the center of it all, exhausted, torn apart. In a single breath, his armor crumbled into fragments. Blood traced across his body as the injuries multiplied. Before he could regain balance, Joshua was already advancing again, spear poised to finish it. Looking at him, Jactor understood. This was punishment. A memory surfaced without warning. Ruins. An abandoned church swallowed by silence. He had stepped inside once, boots echoing across broken stone. A priest had been there, kneeling in prayer. Jactor had told him calmly that the holy knights had already been crushed. They would not be delivering any news. He ordered the priest to spread a new message instead, that the emperor acted under the will of the true god, Hermes. Drawing closer, he declared that he carried divine authority himself. If the priest obeyed, he would be spared. The words had been directed at his father. The old man had risen slowly from his knees and asked his son what he truly wanted. Jactor had been irritated that the meaning had not pierced through. Smiling coldly, he said he would make it simple. His father was to renounce the rights of the Pope and submit to the emperor. Before he could finish, the priest rebuked him. He called the demand absurd. He said it was visible to anyone that loyalty to such an emperor would never last. One day, Jactor would be discarded, or worse, would try to seize the continent himself. The path he had chosen would drown the land in blood. As a father, he could not support it. He urged his son to retreat while he still could. He swore he would oppose him with everything he had. Jactor's expression had gone empty. He extended his hand. In an instant, the priest was lifted off the ground, fingers tightening around his neck. Irritation flickered in Jactor's eyes as he asked whether his father was so eager to die. Struggling for breath, the old man said it was not too late to stop. When divine judgment came, every deed would be weighed. There would be no escape. He died smiling. Back in the present, As Joshua closed the distance once more, the martial arts king spoke under his breath, the memory still burning behind his eyes. Jactor answered the memory in his mind the same way he had that day. Of course it was so, but there was no God. The present crashed back into him. Joshua's spear carved through him again and again, each cut clean, merciless, final. By the time the barrage ended, Jactor's body was drenched in blood. Joshua stepped forward without a flicker of emotion, eyes cold, preparing to erase what remained. Elsewhere, the battlefield erupted. Icarus gave the order. The troops surged, determined to reclaim Reinhardt. Imperial knights clashed head-on with Hubalt soldiers, steel colliding in waves as they tried to shatter the defensive line. But the resistance was overwhelming. The front ranks realized the truth. They would not break through by force alone. Then the air shifted. Aiden ran toward the knights, laughing under his breath. He declared that he finally felt alive, that the nausea tormenting him for 2 days had vanished. Before the mercenary guild, the newly awakened superhuman Josh cracked his neck as if warming up. And then he moved. He tore through the battlefield with raw, dominant strength, scattering enemies like debris. Hubalt soldiers instinctively regrouped, forming a defensive line. Fear spread at the sight of another superhuman entering the war. A barrier ignited before them, a wall of light meant to halt him completely. The ground answered instead. Translucent chains erupted upward, dozens, then hundreds. Each one shot toward a different soldier, wrapping around limbs and armor before anyone understood what was happening. In a single pull, the chains dragged them down. The formation shattered. The barrier collapsed. A voice echoed across the field. Surrender. Radiance flooded the area, blinding in its intensity. At the center stood a man bathed in holy light. He stated calmly that sooner or later, Herheim would belong to them. There was no need for pointless victims. The paladin of the Holy Empire Hubalt, newly ascended superhuman Christian, declared that they did not wish to kill former allies. If they retreated now, he would guarantee their safety, swearing in the name of the Lord. Lay down your weapons. The knights stared in disbelief. As their grips weakened, the chains binding them disintegrated into light. Swords slipped from trembling hands and struck the ground. Theta appeared silently behind Christian, observing the radiance around him. He remarked that it resembled Joshua's aura. Impressive, almost overwhelming. In that instant, Christian was no longer merely a soldier. He stood revealed as a knight of Hermes. Christian exhaled, admitting he had not expected the technique to consume so much energy, and that he still did not fully understand the weight of what he had just unleashed. Christian questioned how their master had ever maintained such overwhelming power for so long. The newly appointed head of the Magic Tower answered without hesitation. Their master was a monster in the truest sense. His strength existed beyond the limits of human understanding. Even Iselin, the ice mistress, acknowledged that now there was nothing left to do but wait for him. A shout rose from the walls. Open the gate. The entrance to the castle has been cleared. The knights stationed above immediately began turning the heavy mechanism. Chains rattled. Gears groaned. The gates slowly parted. Voices echoed across the courtyard. Congratulations for Lord Icarus on his promotion. Greetings sent by Lady Cheryl and the Mercenary Guild. Through the open passage, 2 young women stepped inside. Theta greeted them, noting that their fighting spirit had not diminished in the slightest. Still, he asked whether they had anything to say to raise morale further. Lieutenant Joshua answered first, stating coldly that the gates had only just been opened. It was far too early to speak of victory. The young lady of the Ponier family interrupted, saying she needed to handle the prisoners. She turned to Icarus and asked whether she was heading to the central square. Icarus replied that securing the throne room should come first. At that moment, Josh felt it. The ground trembled beneath his feet, subtle, but wrong. Sensing danger, the head of the Mercenary Guild crouched and pressed his ear against the stone. The blue-haired girl noticed his expression and asked if something was amiss. His reply came low and steady. An army was approaching. Not dozens, not hundreds. The vibration carried weight. He estimated 50,000, then corrected himself. 100,000. No, at least 200,000 cavalry. Moments earlier, the battlefield had been quiet, soldiers tending wounds, regrouping in exhausted silence. The calm shattered when a knight atop the wall shouted down to Lord Icarus. The enemy is advancing. It's Hubalt's army. On the horizon, iron thunder rolled forward. A colossal cannon moved across the ground like a beast of war, chained before her priests, bound directly to the massive siege engine it escorted. Soon, the elite troops of the Hubalt Empire formed ranks before the newly claimed city. Their lines were disciplined, unshaken. At their center stood the ruler of Hubalt, Carlsberg. He gave a single command. Open fire. A cavalryman rode toward the chained priests, ordering them to pour holy energy into the siege cannons. The first and second units were instructed to prepare immediately. The priests obeyed. Bound in chains, they began reciting prayers. In the name of God Hermes, the priests cried out, and in the very next heartbeat torrents of golden manna surged forward, flooding into the massive metal cannon until its barrel trembled and slowly lifted toward the sky. Across the field, Hubalt's army stood ready, formation tight, eyes cold. Then the order rang out. Fire. The earth shook as multiple blasts roared from the sacred cannons. Kane's eyes sharpened. The memory of the strike he once delivered to Aymar burned in his mind. He launched himself toward one of the incoming projectiles, teeth grinding. He understood it now. This wave of energy could be cut. Beside him, the first knight, Kane, stepped forward and swung. His blade tore through the air with overwhelming force. One blazing projectile split apart and scattered into fading sparks. But the second shot did not falter. It tore forward, unstoppable, and slammed into the city walls. Stone exploded outward. Dust and shattered debris rained across the streets as the impact ripped through the defenses with brutal force. From above, Icarus watched the chaos unfold. She had expected the Hubald Empire to march. She had not expected this many soldiers. Not this level of preparation. If they continued defending like this, their losses would only grow. Her hesitation vanished. Orders rang out instantly. The Ice Sorceress was commanded to reinforce the castle walls. Lord Aiden was ordered to gather the mercenaries and intercept the advancing war machines. No delay. No protest. Both moved at once. Drawing in her power, Icelin unleashed Ice Wall. In seconds, towering barriers of frozen crystal rose around the fortress, sealing gaps, fortifying the damage. At the same time, the Mercenary Guild Master rallied his fighters, shouting for them to take responsibility for this battlefield. Under Josh's lead, adventurers charged straight toward Hubalt's advancing army. Watching from the sidelines, Christian, the former knight of Hubalt, felt his chest tighten. Disgust twisted across his face. He could not stand still any longer. Without warning, he rushed toward the battlefield. Kane intercepted him immediately, voice sharp, demanding he return. No one moved without orders. Christian refused. His comrades were out there. This was a war they had asked for. And as the priests continued pouring their life force into those cannons, he knew the truth. If it continued, they would drain every ounce of holy light within themselves and die for it. Behind the lines, prisoners screamed in agony as the sacred ritual consumed them. Christian's decision hardened. He would not allow them to be sacrificed as ammunition. At that very moment, another sacred cannon roared. The projectile screamed through the sky, racing directly toward the mercenary and knights guild forces. Its speed was terrifying. A voice cut through the chaos, cold and absolute. Such techniques would never defeat him. The man stepped forward, fist tightening. He raised his hand to meet the incoming flash of destruction. The explosion of light crashed into him. And in that instant, one thought pierced through his mind. His aura could not endure this. His fist met the blazing torn head-on. The radiant energy shrieked against his skin, trying to swallow him whole. He clenched harder, forcing his aura outward, knowing there was only one option: redirect it. If this strike landed behind him, the mercenaries would be erased. Aiden's body trembled under the pressure, boots grinding into the shattered stone as the force tried to crush him. If he failed, everyone behind him would pay the price. A voice from above cut through the roar, demanding to know what he was doing. Another shouted at the Lord of the Tower not to stand idle. Theda's laughter answered first. He had come precisely for this. Power surged from his palm, a concentrated force streaking toward Josh. The collision split the shockwave apart midair. Someone screamed that their blast had been pierced by a spell. Hubalt's soldiers tightened into formation, columns locking into place as priests cried out to raise the barrier in the name of Hermes. Bright flashes collided. Sparks scattered like falling stars. Theda watched with an amused smile. They had mixed holy energy with aura, an impressive fusion. Potent, dangerous, but temporary. Once the priests and knights exhausted their strength, it would crumble into nothing. Across the field, a commander's face darkened. He demanded to know what the Lord of the Magic Tower had forgotten in Herheim. As long as Theda stood here, their bombardment meant nothing. He turned sharply to Duke Ketro. Lead the vanguard. Ketro accepted without hesitation. If that was the case, they would cut down the mercenaries directly. His sword flashed free of its sheath as he declared he would personally handle the Tower Lord. His warhorse reared, then surged forward. Orders followed. Cavalry advance. Ketro wheeled back once more, commanding the vanguard to charge. A roar answered him as armored soldiers thundered ahead. Theda exhaled softly. He had not expected them to rush him head-on. Brave. Or foolish. He offered a thin apology. They were already finished. A cry rang out. Someone was being thrown. Soldiers lost their footing as if the ground had betrayed them. With a single casual motion of his hand, Theda unleashed a sweeping force that sent half the charging line crashing into the dirt. One man forced his way forward through the chaos, shouting that the Tower Lord was meant to remain neutral. Why interfere in a continental war? His fury burned brighter than the battlefield itself. Since Theda had chosen to stand here, he would defeat him and claim the title of one of the 9 stars. Theda answered with silence first. Then a flick of his wrist. A massive magical wave tore across the field. With a faint smirk, he remarked that everything was unfolding exactly as Icarus had predicted. The king of martial arts had not informed them. They truly had no idea why he was present, which meant one thing. Trust between them was already shattered. The wave smashed into Ketro's path, knocking horse and rider violently aside. Amid the dust and confusion, a voice demanded to know about Icarus, the divine brain of Avalon, and insisted that Avalon had already fallen under the control of the Swallow Empire. A week earlier, the accusation had already been thrown at them. Had they abandoned their own country for Herheim? The answer came not in words, but in steel. A blade sliced through the air, and the thunder of the strike exploded just above Aiden's head. Orders roared across the battlefield to keep advancing. He raised his voice, demanding a halt, but the momentum had already broken loose. Soldiers surged forward regardless. Ketro's fury erupted. The first incarnation of true aura ignited around him. Then came the second form. Magic energy manifested visibly across his face like living flame. He completed the fusion spell mid-charge and closed the distance in an instant. Blow after blow crashed toward Aiden with relentless force. Aiden answered in kind. His fist merged with Ketro energy, aura condensing until the air itself warped around it. Steel and energy collided. Ketro swung again, shouting in savage admiration that he never imagined true aura could be used like this. Remarkable. Their clash intensified, violent and unforgiving. Then Ketro's strike connected cleanly. Aiden was driven down. A cry ripped through the ranks. One soldier shouted in despair. They stood no chance against cavalry on open ground. At this rate, they would be slaughtered. For a heartbeat, doubt surfaced. Then it was discarded. A voice screamed that holy energy was surging. Wounds began sealing before their eyes. Strength returned to failing limbs. A thought formed with clarity. Keep fighting. May the blessing of Hermes stand with them. Icarus's lips parted slightly. Someone shouted that healing was only the beginning. Power flooded their bodies, overwhelming, intoxicating. They were ordered not to stop. Rise. Advance. Golden energy wrapped around the knights like living armor. A voice rang out over the chaos. If they were searching for hell, they had found it. And still, the soldiers charged. One man leaned forward and roared that they would carve their way out of this hell themselves. An enemy met him head-on, declaring the only escape was death. Steel struck steel. A crack split across a blade. The soldier staggered, shouting that his sword had fractured. Yet his armor shimmered, coated in condensed aura. Christian observed with cold precision. The master had succeeded in forging sacred armor through true aura. It was not equal to his own mastery, but it was enough to alter the battlefield. Not enough for the entire army. Not even close. His calculations ran without pause. If they avoided critical hits, they could endure. Endurance meant opportunity. Opportunity meant counterattack. At most, he could sustain such armor for 10 fighters. If he continued channeling sacred energy for healing, they might break through far enough to reach the siege tank. A man grit his teeth, pain tearing through him as he held the line. Across the field, the command rang out. Reload the cannons. Fire on the mercenaries. Ketro, eyes blazing, drove deeper into the fight as the next order thundered over the chaos. Reload. The cannon roared again. The blast ripped across the battlefield and screams followed it. Orders overlapped in chaos. Change the target. Fire at the rear flank. All cavalry. Shift direction. At the edge of the abyss, a lone figure raised his voice. The frozen lands would rise. Ice would answer the sky. The signal to attack sounded. Energy streaked forward in a blinding arc. Iceellen's eyes flared with pale light. Without hesitation, she invoked Ice Wall. The artillery was commanded to bombard the rear flank, but she was already moving. An ice mountain surged upward from the earth, jagged and towering. High behind it, the incoming energy slammed into the frozen mass. A deafening explosion thundered across the field, shards of ice scattering like crystal rain. Voices erupted in disbelief. She stopped it. Even the king of mercenaries could not have achieved that. Praise for Lady Iceellen rang through the ranks. But there was no pause. Ice blocks began forming directly in the cavalry's path, rising violently from the ground. Horses screamed as their charge fractured. Amid the upheaval, Ketro continued his assault on Aiden, and the command echoed relentlessly, "Do not stop firing." Then the battlefield shifted. With a thunderous cry, Ketro's body was hurled from the high cliff, disappearing into the abyss below. Aiden roared, voice hoarse, declaring that he owed the magic tower a debt. He thanked Iceellen openly. She only frowned. Exhaustion weighed on her expression. She had pushed too much mana through her circuits. The rest was no longer hers to carry. It was up to Aiden and Christian now. Above them, soldiers tumbled from shattered ice formations. One shouted furiously, demanding to know why the tanks were not being saturated with sacred energy. Another lay collapsed, gasping that he had nothing left. The answer was merciless. Use everything, or die. Christian moved. He seized a man by the collar and ordered him to stop. Rage bared across his face. This had gone too far. He hurled an armored knight to the ground. Commands rang out to release the priests. Shackles shattered from trembling wrists. Christian knelt beside one of them, asking if he could stand, if he was still conscious. Then he ordered them to gather their comrades and follow him. He would lead them somewhere safe. A voice called his name. Ketro was not finished. He charged forward again, fury carved into every movement. Christian met him head on, weapon raised, demanding whether this was truly what he wanted. Endless sacrifice. A continent drowned in blood. Their weapons collided with brutal force. Someone shouted from the chaos. Did they not understand that a nation's strength begins with its people? That all these sacrifices were meant to build a brighter future? Ketro's reply was venom. He called Christian a hypocrite, accused him of preaching righteousness while standing in the same sea of violence he condemned. Ketro's voice rose again, accusing Christian of preaching surrender, of entrusting everything and everyone blindly in the Lord's name. He claimed it was he who had prevented the empire from advancing further. His blade crashed violently against Christian's barrier, the impact rippling outward. Behind Ketro, priests lifted their hands and chanted for great Hermes to shield them. Christian turned, fury cutting through restraint. He called them scum, traitors to their own country. Then he shouted for Aiden. Hit the tanks. Aiden did not hesitate. He answered that it was a fine idea and moved instantly. Ketro stepped before Christian's barrier, roaring, demanding to know what Aiden planned to do with all that sacred energy. Aiden was already airborne. The gathered power beneath him surged, lifting him higher as he accelerated toward the nearest siege tank. The glow around him intensified, turning him into a streak of descending light. A panic command rang out. Retreat. The tanks have been breached. Abandon them. Ketro's face twisted in rage as he cursed. Then the world flashed white. A violent burst of energy erupted from within the siege line, detonating with blinding force. For a heartbeat, everything was illuminated in stark brilliance. And then, silence followed the collapse. Just moments before the complete defeat of Hubalt's elite forces, every remaining siege tank fell. Metal twisted. Structure shattered. The sacred machinery lay ruined. The commander stared in disbelief. The tanks were gone. The priests were gone. His fingers dug into stone as if trying to hold reality together. He turned toward one of the knights, asking if he still stood. Their men answered for him. They would not accept this defeat so easily. A furious cry rang out, demanding the enemy's death. Then another voice cut across the chaos. This war was over. The knights were ordered into silence. No more words. From above, a figure descended astride a Pegasus. He declared that he would destroy anyone who dared stand against the magic tower. He moved too fast. The heroes could not evade the charge. Knights reacted instinctively, raising barriers and defensive formations around themselves. Those riding Pegasi demanded to know why this madness continued. The answer was already visible. They were the next target. A sweeping force tore across the territory. Magic surged forward in a focused torrent. The men watched in dread as their sword aura was pierced as if it were paper. Still, the attacker pressed on. The heroes shouted. Was that everything? The magic rebounded. The entire assault reflected back, colliding into the battlefield and detonating in a massive explosion that swallowed the territory in fire and debris. Laughter followed the blast. He believed he had finally reached them. But when the smoke cleared, the heroes were still there. They stared ahead in stunned silence. One voice urged him not to rush forward so recklessly. Chains snapped outward. Knights seized the charging figure mid-flight, binding him in an instant. And in that suspended second, the villain understood. The force didn't stop. It tore sideways like a tidal wave, and the so-called Superman, one of the 9 stars, crashed to the ground in full view of everyone. In that instant, the battlefield understood the truth. There was no one left to stand against them. The Emperor stared in disbelief. His finest warriors, men he had trusted for years, had fallen to mercenaries and mages he once called insignificant. Icarus answered without hesitation. Of course they lost. Those insignificant fighters had sharpened their blades and honed their magic for this single day. They did not stumble into victory. They prepared for it. The knights stepped forward and calmly offered surrender. The Emperor roared that he would never allow them to take what they wanted. Icarus corrected him. They were not taking anything. They were reclaiming what was already theirs. Enraged, he swore he would rip out their tongues for such arrogance. Icarus knew threats would not change the outcome. Lili's voice cut through the chaos, ordering the warriors to advance. Euravis pushed forward with the rest. The allied forces surged, and the Hubalt soldiers broke under the pressure. Explosions rolled across the land. The girls saw it clearly. The Hubalt Empire was already collapsing. The Emperor still could not believe this was their design. But Icarus understood something he refused to face. His power had been eroding for years. He had ignored warnings, bargained recklessly, even turned to the Swallow Empire, only to be betrayed. That betrayal was why foreign troops had entered his lands in the first place. This reckoning was inevitable. Sooner or later, it would have arrived. Then the order came from their strongest representative to bring him to justice. The army shouted to protect their majesty. Joshua only smiled. There is no need, he said. Accept the terms, and no more blood will be spilled. The Emperor was alive, but barely. He could not stand. His aura would not answer him. He lay on the dirt like a fallen relic of a dying age. The knights exchanged glances. The Hubalt Empire was finished. Joshua's voice carried across the field. Surrender, and the soldiers would be allowed to return home. Only the Emperor and the martial arts king would remain, as prisoners of war. The Emperor ground his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Joshua stated coldly that this was the fate of those who followed the Black God blindly. Silence followed. At last, the Emperor spoke. He would surrender, but as part of the agreement had to be honored. Joshua ordered the troops to stand down. The Emperor had yielded. Drums thundered. The soldiers shouted until their voices shook the sky. They had reclaimed their kingdom at last, but the throne before them lay shattered. Joshua understood that a broken throne meant nothing. Power did not live in wood and gold. He stepped forward and apologized if he had ever misled them. He asked for their forgiveness. Then, with steady resolve, he decided that what was broken would be rebuilt, and this time it would not fall again. What had been shattered did not remain in ruins for long. The man began to call upon the primordial stone, and Joshua gave a single command, to restore everything to its former form. The broken palace trembled. Cracks sealed themselves. Collapsed pillars rose. The throne hall reshaped as if time itself had reversed. The heroes watched in stunned silence as destruction folded back into order. The Emperor understood then. The era of chaos had ended. Joshua walked forward and took his seat upon the restored throne, a faint smile resting on his face. Around him, his companions felt the weight of the moment. They had waited for this. They had bled for this. And now it had finally arrived. Joshua did not celebrate loudly. He simply accepted it. This was the road he had chosen from the beginning. Unification. He would bind a continent under one will. Soon after, the horses moved. The carriage rolled forward, escorted by knights who now carried themselves differently. No invader would dare test these borders again. The war was over. The heroes allowed themselves to breathe. Inside the carriage, conversation replaced the clash of steel. The girl sat quietly, lost in thought. The heroine asked why she had chosen to travel here instead of remaining with the head of the tower. The girl only smiled. The answer was obvious. She wished to remain close to Joshua, to stand by him in whatever future he built. Hands brushed briefly. Icarus noticed. So did the others. Cheryl, seated between them, calmly reminded everyone that Joshua was already an exceptional magic user. The heroine questioned what role she herself could possibly play. Cheryl answered without hesitation. Resources. Influence. She possessed wealth beyond measure and maintained strong relations with the Avalon Empire. Those tools mattered just as much as swords and spells. Iselin turned her gaze away, irritation flickering across her face. The tension thickened until Icarus' hand gently removed Cheryl's from Joshua's. The heroine declared that every opinion had been heard. Icarus added that if there were matters to convey, they could pass through her before reaching their master. Cheryl raised a brow and asked where Joshua had misplaced his modesty. Iselin abruptly announced that darkness was falling and everyone should return to their seats. Joshua sighed quietly and stood, moving to the opposite side of the carriage. When someone mentioned protection, he answered calmly that he did not need guarding. If anything, he should be the one shielding them. That response drew surprised looks and a few awkward coughs. The carriage slowed. They had reached Hubalt, but what stood before them barely resembled the empire they remembered. The walls looked warped, like wax melted by relentless heat. The streets bore scars of recent devastation. The boy stared without blinking. A knight gently told him to avert his eyes. He did not. Then, as the gates opened fully, something unexpected happened. The people were waiting, not with fear, with cheers. The king of heroes. Even the knights had not expected this. The gates opened, and instead of stones and curses, cheers poured out like a rising tide. Joshua lifted his hand and waved, smiling with calm warmth as the carriage moved forward at an unhurried pace. The people called his name without fear, but not everyone welcomed the sight. Some clenched their teeth. One man stared with open resentment, unable to accept that the crowd praised the very person who had taken their emperor into custody. To him, every sacrifice Joshua claimed to make for the country now seemed meaningless. Lily stood quietly, whispering a prayer. Nearby, the heroine gazed at the ruined skyline. The emblem of Hubalt lay cracked and broken, and the weight of it pressed heavily on those who had once sworn to protect it. Someone told Joshua he deserved thanks. He shook his head. He had not done this alone. Without his allies, without those who had fallen along the way, none of it would have been possible. If prayers were to be offered, they should be for the ones who were no longer here to see this day. Then a question surfaced. Where was the queen? Icarus smiled faintly and revealed the truth. Lady Lily's was the queen. The knights stared in disbelief. Lily's lowered her head, embarrassed. She had hidden her identity because she had to. Her father had once told her that if the kingdom fell into ruin, she would have to be the one to restore it. Now that burden stood before her. Joshua turned to Lily's and asked what she intended to do next. The answer came without hesitation. The Imperial loyalists were still watching. If they followed the path of the martial arts king and began executing opponents, pro-Imperial factions would retaliate. Another civil war would ignite. That cannot be allowed. The knights listened in silence as Lilies explained that faith could become the foundation for unity. Not blind obedience, but a shared belief that the empire could stand again without tearing itself apart. Footsteps approached. Sebastian and Uravis stood before them. Joshua told everyone to rely on him and rest. The knight greeted him respectfully, and the hero apologized for his past failures. Sebastian dismissed it. That chapter was over. There was nothing left to resent. Yet Lily's new trust had been fractured. The former emperor had once spared certain figures, not out of mercy, but to use them as leverage over the clergy. Uravis understood clearly. Religion was never separate from politics. If managed correctly, however, it could stabilize everything. With the right balance, the Hubbard Empire would become unbreakable. Lilies quietly concluded that, for now, a symbolic emperor would need to sit upon the throne while true stability was rebuilt behind the scenes. Joshua answered that he would wait for good news. Then Lilies reminded him of something. A promise. The knights looked at her in confusion as she stated plainly that he had vowed to marry her. Uravis understood at once. Lilies deserved nothing less. Joshua asked Uravis whether he intended to remain in Hubbard. Uravis understood the reality. Though they had accepted defeat, the displaced still needed a place to rebuild their lives. Joshua laughed lightly and reminded him that force was not always the answer. Words, used correctly, could prevent wars that swords never could. Uravis absorbed that in silence. A knight approached and informed Joshua that preparations were complete. Uravis declared that by their next meeting, he would achieve his ambition and sit upon the throne of Avalon. Joshua answered calmly that a throne meant little to him. It was only a tool. What mattered was what could be built through it. During his absence, too many had suffered. That would not happen again. Even if he had to cross the entire continent, he would protect them. The capital of the Avalon Empire came into view. His boots touched the stone steps of the palace. He approached the prince, who asked if Joshua had any final words. There was nothing left to delay. The prince's jaw tightened. With a sharp motion, he ordered the executioner to proceed. The noose was secured. The rope tightened. Moments later, it was over. Some men smiled grimly, believing this spectacle marked the end of rebellion. The watching nobles understood the message. Defiance had consequences. Joshua knew the timing mattered. Stability required visible closure before he moved forward across the nation. The prince believed Joshua had chosen this path deliberately. The duke mentioned rumors spreading across the continent. Roads cleared in anticipation of his arrival, cities preparing to welcome him. It was said that people now revered Joshua as a god of war. Kaizen laughed, dismissing the exaggeration. Joshua said nothing. He would speak further at the formal assembly. He left the imperial palace of Babel without ceremony. His first decree was clear. Reparations would be made for all damage caused during the military campaigns. Reconstruction would begin immediately. The two Estrons had already agreed to relinquish control over disputed territories. The announcement rippled through the chamber. One noble protested loudly, claiming those lands belonged to the empire, and such decisions required full approval of the imperial family. Tension thickened. The prince hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Another voice argued that, given Joshua's decisive contribution and the responsibility he now carried, his authority to negotiate was justified. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. Greed would tempt them. Pride would cloud judgment. And if they allowed it, they would push away the very man who had restored their power. One of the nobles proposed a compromise. If public opinion was the concern, then grant Joshua a worthy reward. A title, prestige, something ceremonial to calm the crowd. Joshua understood immediately. Duke would satisfy them. It would preserve their pride while appearing generous. The man exploded, asking why they did not simply hand him the entire nation while they were at it. Kaizen laughed and replied that it was not such a terrible idea. Kaizen considered it quietly. If both requirements were authority and stability, then Joshua Sanders himself was the most efficient solution. The hall burst into uneasy laughter, unsure whether it was jest or declaration. Kaizen made it clear no one would approach the throne without his consent. The discussion shifted. The true matter of the meeting was succession. After deliberation, the princes claimed they had reached agreement. For the next 10 years, another emperor would occupy the throne to restore order. After that, Kaizen would ascend formally. Unity between brothers was the official narrative. But trust was absent. Joshua observed them carefully and asked whether this was truly how inheritance was settled, through convenience and delay. It was obvious they sought a larger share without open conflict. The princes exchanged confused glances. Kaizen smiled, welcoming him back as if nothing had changed. Joshua answered that he preferred to arrive unannounced. It revealed more truth that way. He saw through them. Honor, principles, wealth, those were their priorities. Gratitude was merely decoration. The prince insisted they sincerely appreciated everything he had done for the empire. Then came the announcement. They would bestow upon him the title of Duke. Joshua almost laughed, as if status meant anything, as if men unworthy of leading could grant legitimacy to someone who had already secured the continent. Kaizen shouted that he had no right to speak so arrogantly. Several nobles rushed forward, demanding restraint. Joshua clarified calmly. He wanted only one thing: the throne of the Avalon Empire. Panic erupted. Someone shouted to stop him immediately. A knight stepped forward, gripping his weapon with trembling resolve. Joshua watched him without hostility. Then he laughed. The man hesitated, then did something no one expected. He removed his sword and handed it to the fifth prince. Silence crushed the chamber. Even Joshua had not predicted that. After a long internal struggle, the man had chosen side. The army reacted instantly, forming a defensive wall around the prince. The same man now tightened his grip on the weapon in his other hand, prepared to act if necessary. Joshua raised a hand and ordered everyone to step back. If they interfered now, they would only invite disaster. The knights stood frozen, unable to understand how the balance of power had shifted so suddenly. For years he had watched in silence, measuring every decision, every sacrifice, every battle the so-called hero endured. When asked why he chose this path, the man answered without hesitation. His judgment was not born from emotion, but from observation. Trial after trial, blood after bloodshed, the hero had walked through fire to justify his title. That was enough. More than enough. He looked at Joshua and declared that the man before him had proven repeatedly that he was worthy to become a sword. Not a symbol, not a decoration, but a blade meant to cut through decay. The other heroes froze at those words. They finally understood. Their oath had never been to a single throne or a fragile bloodline. It was to the nation, to the Avalon Empire itself. And if the ruling family allowed ignorance to poison the crown, then a true hero had no right to stand idle. Kaizen erupted, shouting that he would strip the Duke of every title he possessed. But Joshua had already moved past empty threats. His focus was singular: restore order, seal the castle, prevent chaos from spilling further into the streets. He knew how easily he could do it. At the gates of the Imperial castle, the people gathered, voices heavy with exhaustion. They begged for an end to suffering, for the empire to return to what it once was. Joshua answered with a faint smile. Power in Avalon was never permanent. Politics shifted like sand. Control would change. The brothers burned with anger. Joshua offered them clarity instead of comfort. Submit or die. Kaizen said nothing. The crowd demanded to know who he was to force such a choice. Yet beneath their outrage lay understanding. If they resisted, capture and execution would follow. One of the heroes warned that this would ignite civil war. The man demanded a pledge. If spared, they would not move against him. Even the prince faltered, shocked that some were willing to stand behind Joshua. Consent was sought. Silence lingered. Joshua thought briefly. Then he decided. The blade flashed. The hero's body fell before anyone processed what had happened. Shock rippled through the princes. The crowd staggered backward. No one had expected him to move without hesitation. In that instant, they understood something irreversible. Joshua did not speak empty words. When accused that it was not only the Acadia people who had protested, Joshua replied calmly. That was precisely why he had come. The unrest was not isolated. The entire nation stood behind the king of heroes, the man who had ended the disorder, suffocating their land. A subordinate awaited his command. Joshua recognized the precautions already taken. Every path had been calculated, every outcome considered. He had not stolen their future. He had delivered the one they demanded. Kaizen finally asked what came next. Joshua answered without emotion. In 1 week, the people of Avalon would choose which of the three would rule. The prince ground his teeth, frustration tightening his jaw. But Joshua did not look away. He asked them plainly what they intended to do. No pressure in his tone, no threat, just inevitability. The prince gave his answer. The younger brother turned to Kaizen, demanding to know if he would stand with him. Kaizen's silence burned louder than any protest, his displeasure obvious. In the end, the hero agreed. A faint smile curved Joshua's lips, not of triumph, but of closure. He told them to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Then the announcement spread. Across the empire, screens and town criers carried the same decree. On behalf of the Imperial family, it was declared that in the year 728 the Civil War would officially end. Peace would be proclaimed across the continent. The words traveled like wind through dry grass. Relief followed. The notice continued. Every citizen would be granted the right to vote for a new emperor. Over the next week, the people would choose which of the three princes would ascend the throne of the Avalon Empire. Confusion rose immediately. 3 princes? Where had the third come from? Whispers turned into speculation. The boys exchanged glances. There was only one possibility that made sense. Could it be Joshua? Hope ignited. The crowd began to cheer, voices rising in support. If the third prince was the king of heroes, then their choice was already made. From a distance, 3 figures observed the celebration. They understood what it meant. Joshua had done what no army could accomplish. Even the heroes could barely contain themselves. Some shouted that they would soon serve as the personal knights of the emperor himself. One laughed openly, overwhelmed that such a future might finally be within reach. A man cleared the way through the crowd. Joshua walked beside the princes, calm, composed, a small smile resting on his face. Laughter echoed again when the knights declared they were only protecting the hero's honor. Joshua understood their loyalty, but he chose to walk alone from there. He told them he needed no further escort. They stopped at the main entrance of the Diamond Flower Palace of the Avalon Empire. The knights bowed. One asked for permission to speak once more. He swore that he would not hesitate to give his own life, if ordered. Joshua smiled at that. He valued such resolve, but he answered quietly that he was sincerely grateful. Nothing more was required. The boys stared at him, stunned by the simplicity of his gratitude. Some of the heroes felt chills run down their spines. They had followed him through war, and yet moments like this unsettled them more than battle. Joshua turned to leave. There were matters he still needed to settle. The knights wished him luck as he disappeared inside. A single candle burned in a quiet chamber. Joshua stood alone, watching the flame. For the first time in years, it felt as though the storm was beginning to calm. Perhaps things were finally improving. The princess spoke softly. This, she said, was her destiny. Joshua did not know what words could ease the weight she carried. She continued, explaining that her sight had changed. She could now see beyond the present. Through time itself, she could see it all. The past, the future, threads of time stretching in both directions like an endless corridor. The girl lowered her head, sorrow shadowing her expression. Joshua could not understand what burden weighed on her so heavily. She spoke quietly, saying that what she saw was not glory, not triumph, but the pain he would have to endure. He froze, not because of fear, but because she could still see. Her eyes were fixed, yet her vision pierced beyond what others could comprehend. She told him not to concern himself with her condition. He had his own path to walk. Joshua answered simply that he was glad he had met her. No dramatic confession, just truth. A man mentioned the banquet he had prepared, admitting that if he had known about her fragile state, he would not have proceeded so casually. A letter was handed over. Moments later, Joshua left the room without lingering. The maid watched him go, regret flickering across her face. There was so much left unsaid, so many things that could have been discussed. The heroine stood in silence, confused by the emptiness that followed his departure. She understood something painful. The next time they met, her heart would carry even greater grief. The princess loved him deeply. Beyond the palace walls, the political currents shifted. Many believed Joshua was dismantling the aristocracy's grip on the throne. It was obvious that both the North and the South would cast their votes with conviction. Still, the princes knew they retained influence. The battle for support was not over. The prince turned in surprise as Cheryl approached. She smiled politely, saying it was an honor to greet the first prince. Joshua decided the rest of the discussion with his assistant could wait. Cheryl bowed respectfully to the heroes. It had been a long time since they had spoken face to face. The prince thanked her for reinforcing their army with soldiers. She replied calmly that she was only fulfilling her duty, nothing more. That answer left him momentarily speechless. He then asked directly for her continued support. Cheryl stepped closer, her expression softening. She knew the truth already. She could no longer stand with them. The prince understood it as well. Cheryl had chosen Joshua. The world was gradually aligning behind him. Pain crept into his voice as he accused Joshua of taking everything from them. Cheryl listened quietly. She respected what the prince had once done. She was grateful, but her decision would not change. Even if the entire world abandoned Joshua, she would remain by his side. She advised them, gently, to stop looking at him with such misplaced tenderness. That era had passed. The prince's displeasure was obvious. Cheryl asked him to look away if it troubled him so much. Elsewhere, inside the palace of the fourth prince, tension thickened the air. Books lay scattered across a table as Kaizen searched restlessly. He was looking for a level 8 tome, something powerful enough to shift the balance that was slipping through his fingers. Kaizen lifted his head, irritation flashing across his face when someone called his name without respect. The voice accused him of falling far too low. A hand slammed him down. He was struck before he could react. The blow was not merely physical. It carried humiliation. Someone shouted that he did not dare address him in that tone. Then it began. An invisible force tightened around the prince's body. Every muscle locked. Bones felt as if they were being crushed from within. Unimaginable pain flooded his veins. Demonic energy seeped into the air, thick and suffocating. A voice echoed coldly, asking whether he had forgotten it. Kaizen's breath faltered. Suddenly, another presence manifested, a hand emerging from the darkness, heavy with authority. It declared that Kaizen had ruined his empire. The hero looked aside in shock. From the shadows stepped a figure long thought absent. Kaizen's father stood before him, alive, commanding, eyes burning with judgment. He ordered that every noble family be summoned at once. The entire aristocracy would witness his return. The balance of power had shifted again.